feeling the resolve of the protagonist's father. The system urges the host to assemble a Sandstorm team to vanquish Dragon-type teams. Lin Yin, a Sandstorm team? I refuse to settle for anything less than becoming the champion of Dragon types. System, resistance is futile. Lin Yin, well, forming a Sandstorm team with semi-legendary Pokémon should be acceptable, right? Tyranitar can control the weather. Garchomp excels in physical attacks. And Dragapult, crowned, specializes in special attacks. Additionally, the dust-proof ability of the Dragapult allows it to join the Sandstorm team. System, this, Lin Yin, what's wrong? Is there an issue with my entirely natural Sandstorm team? System, no issues, it is indeed reasonable. Chapter 1. Sensing his father's will, Lin Yin sets out to form a Sandstorm team. Son, tomorrow is the day for selecting Pokémon. Do you have any thoughts? Lin's father reclined on the sofa, one arm wrapped around his Gardevoir and the other around his Milotic. He appeared utterly foolish, resembling the simpleton son of a wealthy landowner. In truth, he was indeed a quintessential second-generation rich kid. The only reason he could marry the most beautiful coordinator in South China was due to Lin Yin's grandfather, Lin Yi, a Dragon-type champion, one of the 4 champions of South China, whose main Pokémon was a highly qualified Dragonite. Observing his father's demeanor, Lin Yin couldn't help but exclaim, "Mom, look at Dad. What kind of disgrace is this? He's hugging 2 Pokémon." Lin's mother chuckled before leaping in her husband's embrace, then turned serious. "You rascal. How can you speak of your father like that?" Lin Yin's expression froze. He seriously suspected his father had cast a spell over his mother. His father was nothing but a complete slacker, idling away his days, with his only redeeming quality being his fortunate birth. "Dad, give me 10 million. I want to buy a Dragon-type, semi-legendary Pokémon egg." Lin Yin straightforwardly extended his hand for money. Lin's father, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. "You little brat. Didn't I tell you not to raise Dragon types? My secret stash can't cover that expense. Besides, your grandfather is already a Dragon-type champion. Why not choose a different type? Why not ground types? Your grandfather wanted me to become the Sandstorm champion and even provided us with a mine that I never utilized. Now, this mine and the champion's aspirations can be passed down to you. If you fail to use them, they can be inherited by your son." Lin Yin's face darkened. How magnificent are Dragon types! Before crossing over, they were his favorite in games. He didn't want ground types. Asterisk ding asterisk. Sensing the host's father's determination to become a ground-type Pokémon trainer, the system activated. Task: capture 6 Pokémon to form a Sandstorm team and defeat Dragon-type Pokémon. Reward: 6 Rock Stones, premium items for ground types, and a corresponding Mega Evolution Stone. System features: Eye of Insight. Task system, qualification upgrade. Eye of Insight allows the user to view information on Pokémon, items, props, humans, or Pokémon eggs at will. Asterisk. Task system distributes tasks that meet the host conditions. Qualification upgrade. When the host captures a Pokémon, its qualification increases by 1 level. However, qualifications disappear when the Pokémon is released, transferred, or sold. Asterisk. Lin Yin's eyes brightened. He had a system too, but why wasn't it sensing his own determination? He initially thought his privileged upbringing was his golden opportunity, only to discover he possessed a system. What a delightful surprise. However, this system seemed a bit underwhelming, lacking the Dragon-type Pokémon training features he favored. Of course, he wouldn't be picky. Unconsciously, Lin Yin cast a glance at the Gardevoir before him, and an information box promptly appeared. Gardevoir. Gender: female. Type: Psychic Fairy. Qualification: Champion. Level: 59. Ability: Telepathy. Reads the moves of allies and evades damage. Skills: Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Magical Shine. Level classification: Initial, Ordinary, Elite, Gym Leader, Semi-Champion, Champion, Legendary. Lin Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. He had suspected that his father's Gardevoir was formidable, but he hadn't realized it was so close to the semi-champion level. Moreover, it possessed the hidden ability Telepathy, seemingly aware of being watched. Gardevoir directed its gaze toward Lin Yin. Flustered, Lin Yin quickly averted his eyes, chuckling awkwardly. He had merely glanced inadvertently. After examining the information with the system's Eye of Insight, he found it quite impressive. As for the task system, it appeared to issue random tasks without any peculiarities. The remaining qualification upgrade feature, however, was rather remarkable. Every Pokémon he captured could have its qualifications enhanced, a rare opportunity, as Pokémon qualifications are typically fixed and innate. Only through extraordinary chances can a Pokemon's qualifications be improved. No trainer dislikes having Pokemon with strong qualifications, and Lin Yin was no exception. Brat, why are you dawdling? Have you decided on your first Pokemon? Lin's father nudged the Gardevoir playfully, grinning. Lin Yin pondered for a moment. Since he was focusing on ground types, he could only choose a Pokemon with the Sandstorm ability. I want a Larvitar, and a Gible, and a Dragapult, and a Sandaconda, and... Lin's father, looking increasingly impatient, waved his hand. Stop, stop. Larvitar is fine, but forget about Gible AS for those semi-legendaries. They are rarely seen in our country. Your grandfather's Gible used to bully me. I can't stand the sight of Gible now. Lin Yin was well aware that his father had a checkered past. He had been quite the spoiled brat in his youth. If Gible was off the table, then Larvitar it would be. To form a Sandstorm team, a Larvitar with the Sandstorm ability was indispensable. Sandshrew could also be an option, but it would be embarrassing to admit that the grandson of a champion trainer had a Sandshrew as his weather handler. Moreover, every trainer's first Pokemon is distinct from those captured later. Regardless of the trainer, the first captured Pokemon establishes a profound bond. This is the real world, unlike in games where one can simply capture and feed experience points. The connection between a trainer and their Pokemon is boundless. Thus, the first Pokemon should ideally be a weather handler, fostering a deep bond from the outset. How crucial is a weather handler in reality? For instance, in games, the core skill of a Rain Dance team, Rain Dance, provides 5 turns of rain, enhancing water-type moves while diminishing fire-type moves. However, in the real world, there are no turns to consider. A powerful Pokemon can cause the rain to pour incessantly for days on in reality. Inducing rain not only boosts the power of water-type moves, but can even inflict continuous damage on lower-level fire-type Pokemon. Weak Pokemon, when exposed to rain for extended periods, may fall ill, and everything must be grounded in reality. Thus, the critical characteristic of ground-type Pokemon, Sandstorm, also undergoes changes. Firstly, it will not fail due to weather conditions such as rain or sunshine, but will instead make judgments based on the opponent's skills. If we possess a champion-level Sandstorm, and the opponent has a novice-level Rain Dance, the vast disparity should not lead to a failure of Sandstorm. That would indeed be comical. The skills associated with the Sandstorm ability are fairly limited. Tyranitar, Sandshrew, and Golem. In games, Sandshrew can replace Tyranitar as the weather handler for Sandstorm. Mastering the art of slumber and diligently honing skills to withstand the tempestuous sands is undeniably advantageous in the realm of attrition warfare. However, the harsh reality remains that others are indifferent to your plight. Conjuring a Sandstorm? They demand your demise without hesitation. The aptitude of the Hippowdon is generally rather mediocre, rendering it susceptible to swift decapitation. Furthermore, their household is not particularly in want of wealth, thus there exists no compelling reason to acquire such a Pokemon. Once targeted by adversaries, its fate is all but sealed. This world is fraught with peril. Aside from the virtuous Pokemon Association, numerous clandestine sects lurk in the shadows. When Pokemon trainers encounter these factions in the wild, it becomes a battle for survival. A mere thought, a subtle decision, may very well dictate your fate. Ding. The first choice of your life. Your inaugural Pokemon. Quest. Capture your first Pokemon or Pokemon Egg. Reward. Sandstone Premium. Chapter 2. I've made up my mind. You shall be my Larvitar. The sands of the desert are exquisite, and the products of the system are undoubtedly of premium quality. Father, I have decided. I want a Larvitar, Lin Yin declared resolutely. His father, Lin Juanhao, slapped his thigh with enthusiasm, chuckling. Good lad. As a ground-type trainer, you're making a splendid choice. Your grandfather's mineral vein is just behind our villa. You can reside there. It's conveniently located near the city center and within easy reach of the Pokemon Center. With that, a slight smile graced Lin Juanhao's lips. Your mother and I plan to embark on a global journey to the land of fierce bears soon, so. Lin Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. So you too are abandoning me to enjoy your own world? All right, son, go rest for now. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the dragon-type secret realm overseen by your grandfather, where you can select an exceptional Larvitar egg, Lin Juanhao added. Lin nodded and took the elevator to his room. In the realm of Pokemon, Sandstorm teams typically feature ground-type Pokemon like Sandshrew or Lycanroc, day form. At least, that is how it is in the games. Yet, reality differs vastly from the game. Intertwined, yet profoundly distinct. Suddenly, he recalled the characteristics of Sandstorm weather in the game. 1. All Pokemon, except those with rock, steel, ground types, or abilities like Sandveil, Dig, Sandforce, Dustproof, and Magic Guard lose 116 of their HP each turn. 2. Pokémon with the ability Dig gain a 100 speed increase. 3. Pokémon with the Sand Force ability deal 30 more damage with Rock, Steel, and Ground-type moves. 4. Damage from Sunny Day is reduced by 50. 5. The recovery amount of Morning Sun, Moonlight, and Synthesis is set to 14. 6. Rock-type Pokémon have 15 times the special defense. In reality, the impact of Sandstorm would likely vary depending on the strength of the Pokémon, rather than a fixed HP loss of 116. Moreover, many abilities would remain unaffected by Sandstorm and would not incur damage. Imagine being in a vast desert, continually suffering from the harsh environment, while your opponent remains unharmed and powerful. Isn't that infuriating? Suddenly, Lin Yin's mind sparked with inspiration. Why must he adhere to the fixed lineups of the game when assembling his team? The true allure of Pokémon lies in their unique abilities, diverse skills, and varied personalities and emotions. Who says a Sandstorm team must consist solely of Sandshrew? Why not include other types of Pokémon? His dream of a Dragon-type team had not yet been extinguished. For instance, Garchomp possesses the Sand Veil ability, while Dragapult boasts the Dust-proof ability. Dragapult, shiny, has the useful abilities of Shell Armor and Herbivore, and being a Dragon Steel type, it is inherently immune to Sandstorm. These 3 near-legendary Dragon-type Pokémon are unaffected by Sandstorm weather, and each boasts an impressive base stat total of 600. His aspiration for a Dragon-type team remained alive. Who doesn't know that the Dodo bird, as a Dragon-type champion, utilizes Flying-type Pokémon? Therefore, it is entirely reasonable for him, as the Sandstorm King, to have a multitude of Dragon-type Pokémon, right? Of course, assembling a Sandstorm team solely from Dragon types would be a formidable challenge. First, Pokémon abilities are randomized, and Dragon types are inherently rare. However, aside from Dragon types, there are numerous powerful Pokémon that could fit into a Sandstorm team. For instance, Genesect, with its download ability, can also ignore Sandstorm weather. Additionally, its Bug Steel typing only suffers quadruple damage from fire, while Steel, Ice, and Dragon types generally maintain resistance to various attributes. Lost in thought, Lin Yin felt a surge of excitement. He truly was a genius. Yet, life is often fraught with challenges, and the path ahead for trainers is bound to be tumultuous. Although his grandfather, Lin Yin, is a Dragon-type champion, he has made many enemies and has numerous grandchildren. While his father, Lin Juanhao, is favored by Lin Yin, he himself has exhausted his good relations. Without the financial backing of his grandfather, capturing many Pokémon would prove difficult. Nevertheless, such concerns were beyond the scope of a novice trainer like him. Before he knew it, Lin Yin drifted into a peaceful slumber. The next morning, Lin Yin stretched lazily, rubbing his eyes before suddenly shouting, "Father, when are we going to see grandfather?" As he called out, a sense of unease settled upon him. Why was it so quiet? Panic surged through him as he hurriedly descended the elevator. Upon reaching the ground floor, he discovered a floating note, evidently penned by his mother, and he felt a surge of despair. Damn it, they've gone. He snatched the note and read, "Son, your mother and I have gone off to enjoy our time together. We hope that in a few years, you will have become the Sandstorm King. Your cousin Zhu Biao will be coming to find you shortly. You two will go to your grandfather's house to select Pokemon eggs together. If you feel lonely, you might consider buying a shiny Gardevoir for deeper companionship. I've transferred 1 million Pokemon coins into your account. Take your time spending it." Upon reading this, Lin Yin's jaw dropped in astonishment. 1 million? Is this some kind of joke? What can 1 million do? It wouldn't even buy a decent item. Lin Yin felt a sudden stroke of inspiration. Since his parents were away traveling, could he not sell their house? Given the vastness of the Pokemon world, real estate was not particularly popular, though prices were still high. This multi-thousand square meter high-rise private residence could easily fetch several million. However, Lin Yin shook his head, dismissing this impractical thought. "Brother, Uncle asked me to find you today." Just as Lin Yin was lost in contemplation, a voice called from the courtyard. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear," Lin Yin thought as he shook off his negative emotions and turned to see a plump figure, standing around 1.7 meters tall. With a body adorned in layers of fat, he wore casual attire and a khaki cap. "Little fatty, you finally made it," Lin Yin exclaimed with joy. Zhu Biao grinned widely, whispering conspiratorially, "Brother, I have a little secret to share with you." Noticing the small boy's mysterious demeanor, Lin Yin leaned in to listen intently. "A few days ago, our grandfather discovered an undeveloped new secret realm, rumored to be rich in elemental energy. As the first batch to select Pokemon eggs, we must keep our eyes peeled." "What? A Pokemon secret realm?" Lin Yin's heart surged with excitement. This was truly an unexpected delight. While secret realms do not possess levels, they typically house a plethora of Pokémon, along with berries, minerals, and concentrated elemental energy. They are strategic resources, accessible only to trainers of the champion level and above. He never anticipated that his grandfather had secured an undeveloped secret realm. Does this mean he could capture his desired Pokémon there? Chapter 3. The Grandfather's Estate. The value of developed versus undeveloped secret realms is vastly different, and Lin Yin can barely contain his eagerness. Moreover, the esteemed elder is a champion of the dragon type. Thus it is only natural that the dragon-type secret realm harbors a multitude of formidable Pokémon, including the likes of Duraludon, Dragapult, Rayquaza, and Garchomp. Among them, Garchomp, with its Sandveil ability, is most compatible with the Sandstorm team, although Lin Yin also has a fondness for Dragapult and Hydreigon. After pondering for a moment, Zhu Debiao retrieved a Pokeball from his waist, tossed it casually, and called forth, Beedrill. As a radiant light flickered, a majestic bird materialized on the ground. Its plumage gleamed vibrantly, its gaze sharp and piercing, and its physique surpassed that of an ordinary Beedrill, indicating exceptional training. Beedrill. Gender, male. Type, normal flying. Potential, champion. Level, 45. Ability, keen eye. Accuracy cannot be lowered. Moves, tailwind, sand attack, quick attack, gust, fly, hyper beam, shadow clone, brave bird. Impressive, truly impressive, Zhu Debiao exclaimed, stepping forward to mount Beedrill's back with an air of confidence. This is my mother's Beedrill. Quite splendid, I assent it. Lin Yin couldn't help but remark. Your aunt's Beedrill certainly explains its lustrous plumage. Both Lin Yin and Zhu Debiao hailed from the city of Anong in southern China. Despite the distance, Beedrill's speed ensured they arrived in no time. As they gazed upon the expansive estate before them, even frequent visits failed to diminish the awe it inspired. The courtyard was teeming with Pokémon. They spotted several Swablu, Bagon, and even a small river and hills behind the houses. A glance towards the rear revealed the secret realm, guarded by formidable Pokémon. Renowned trainers typically possessed their own villas or secret realms. Lin Yin's grandfather, Lin Yin, owned several secret realms and a dragon-type gym. Not far from the estate lay the dragon-type gym, currently overseen by the elder's staff. Each year, it generated substantial revenue in Poke dollars, evoking envy in many. To establish a gym, one must first possess 6 Pokémon of gym level and then pay a fee to the Pokémon Association. Following that, one must await approval to challenge other gyms. Upon success, a gym can be established. Naturally, the defending gym must maintain its position and to prevent endless challenges. There is a mandated period of inactivity after each contest. A city typically houses around 36 gyms, most of which are controlled by families, forming intricate networks of connections. Ni hao. A vigilant roar interrupted Lin Yin's thoughts. He turned to see a Nidoking, its purple form imposing, eyes brimming with wariness. Nidoking. Gender, male. Potential, gym. Level, 39. Ability, Poison Point, may poison opponents upon contact. Moves, Horn Attack, Double Kick, Horn Drill, Poison Sting, Tackle, Toxic. This fellow must have been recently captured by Grandpa. As he doesn't recognize us, Zhu Debiao muttered, slightly disgruntled. Soon, a few servants approached, quietly informing Nidoking before leading the two into the courtyard. Nidoking appeared somewhat sheepish, trailing behind them with a demeanor of innocence. What is the story with this Nidoking? Has Grandpa captured a new Pokémon? Zhu Debiao scratched his head, puzzled. Lin Yin shook his head. Despite Nidoking's intimidating appearance, its potential and physique were quite ordinary, suggesting it was not the elder's capture. All right, we've arrived. The servant guided them inside, where they began preparing Pokémon food, seemingly high-quality energy cubes. The two engaged in conversation while they waited, and soon enough, the elder opened the door and stepped out. Grandpa, great-grandpa, Lin Yin and Zhu Debiao exclaimed in unison. The elderly gentleman wore a simple white Zhongshan suit, standing tall and robust, with hair that was a mix of black and white. He exuded an aura of sharpness that hinted at his extraordinary nature. Seemingly in good spirits due to the acquisition of the secret realm, Lin Yin's demeanor was warm and inviting as he greeted them. What Pokémon are you two little rascals interested in? Feel free to choose whichever you fancy. Lin Yin scratched his head, a hint of exasperation in his tone. My father asked me to select a ground-type Pokémon. I'll just see what catches my eye. Upon hearing this, the elder furrowed his brow and sighed. That fool. Years ago, when the Sandstorm Champion's position was vacant, I provided him with resources for decades. He could have made something of himself. Back then, our family was united. We could have risen to greater heights. Now that the Sandstorm Champion's position is filled, choosing a ground-type Pokémon seems rather futile. Choose what you like. Don't feel pressured by your father. Zhu Debiao, bouncing with enthusiasm, declared, Grandpa, I want a Dragon-type Pokémon. Lin Yin regarded Zhu Debiao with a furrowed brow, well aware that Dragon-type Pokémon are typically proud creatures. Given Zhu Debiao's exuberant personality, he would be better suited to water, fire, or grass types. However, since his grandson desired one, he would not refuse. Perhaps he would learn through experience. After some pleasantries, the two followed the elder to the backyard. Here are some of the Pokémon I usually keep. If you like any, just let me know. Lin Yin's eyes widened in amazement. The area was filled with dragon types or Pokémon with dragon in their names. Naturally, the majority were from the starter trio. It was to be expected. Dragon types are inherently rare, and with various factions seeking them, their scarcity is understandable. Suddenly, a blue and white dragon soared out of the nearby lake, appearing invigorated. Dratini. Gender: female. Type: dragon. Potential: champion. Level: 10. Ability: Marvel Scale. If it becomes afflicted by a status condition, its defense increases. Moves: Rap, Leer. In an instant, it dove back into the lake. Zhu Debiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, captivated by the Dratini. However, Lin Yin shook his head internally. Its potential was too low at champion level, and besides, Dragonite lacked a Mega Evolution form, making it unsuitable for his Sandstorm team. Capturing Dragonite would be less advantageous than acquiring Dragapult, which boasts a Dragon Ghost typing that grants immunity to normal and fighting types, and offers double resistance to water, fire, grass, electric, bug, and poison, though it is doubly weak to Dragon, Fairy, Ice, and Dark types, an impressive array of attributes. Of course, he did not forget about the system's task, to assemble a Sandstorm team. In fact, aside from the typical Pokémon like Sandshrew prevalent in Sandstorm teams, many semi-legendary creatures also meet the criteria. For example, Tyranitar, Garchomp, and Metagross, though even the Elder would not easily part with semi-legendary Pokémon. His gaze then shifted toward the secret realm ahead. Chapter 4. Entering the secret realm, Champion Tyranitar. He sensed that within this secret realm, there must be a Pokémon suited for him. Ding. The first choice in your life, your first Pokémon. Task: capture your first Pokémon or Pokémon egg. Reward: Sandstone Premium. Sandstone Premium, when held by a Pokémon, it extends the duration of sandstorms and enhances the growth rate of ground and rock-type Pokémon to a certain degree. After all, reality is not a game. Even items possess varying qualities. In general, items such as evolution stones for Pokémon can be categorized into 3 distinct qualities: inferior, ordinary, and exceptional. Utilizing an exceptional evolution stone on a Pokémon could significantly accelerate its growth rate and enhance its innate potential. Conversely, administering an inferior evolution stone might even lead to a failed evolution. Unlike the game mechanics that extend sandstorms to 8 turns, reality operates without such turn-based constraints. And this exceptional sandstorm rock is evidently of superior quality. Thus, he resolved to capture a young Larvitar, even if its potential were somewhat lacking. Eventually, Lin Yin shook his head and addressed the elder, stating, "There are no Pokémon here that pique my interest." Zhu Debiao, brimming with eagerness, gazed at the elder with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, "I want that one." Lin Yin's grandfather cleared his throat and chuckled. "This fellow is the offspring of my main Pokémon, Dragonite. While its potential may not be on par, its condition is superb. If you wish to capture it, you must first obtain Dragonite's consent." With that, Lin Yin's grandfather retrieved a Pokeball from his waist, tossed it into the air, and called, "Come forth, Dragonite." A massive yellow figure emerged, its size exceeding that of its kin, and its smooth, lustrous scales indicated it had been impeccably nurtured. Roar. "This creature wishes to capture your child. Why not put him to the test?" Lin Yin's grandfather said with a mischievous grin. He then disregarded Zhu Debiao, continuing the tour with Lin Yin. The array of Pokémon before them resembled nature's most exquisite sculptures, frolicking in the mountain lakes. "What do you think? Do any catch your fancy?" the elder inquired with a smile. The dazzling Pokémon nearly blinded Lin Yin, who pondered before finally declaring, "I wish to have a young Larvitar." "Oh," Lin Yin's grandfather mused, ultimately leading Lin Yin to the secret realm. After a fleeting moment of disorientation, Lin Yin was astonished by the scene before him, a vast expanse of fields and dense forests. This was indeed the secret realm. Coincidentally, a Banjaroo resided here, having dwelled for countless years, accompanied by several offspring. "Hush," Lin Yin's grandfather whistled, and soon, several fiery red Pokémon swiftly approached. The two mounted a Rapidash and sped through the forest until they arrived at a mountainous area. Lin Yin's grandfather dismounted and called out to the cave, "Banjaroo, it's time to honor our agreement. A resounding roar echoed, shaking the ground beneath them. Banjuru. Gender: female. Type: rock dark. Potential: champion. Level: 59. Ability: Sandstream. Moves: Tackle. Leer: Rock Throw, Iron Defense, Revenge, Bite, Rock Slide, Stomp, Earthquake, Crunch, Dark Pulse. What an impressive display, especially that Sandstream ability. Were it not for his insufficient strength, Lin Yin would have been tempted to capture Banjuru right then and there. Lin Yin's grandfather stepped forward, beaming. We had previously agreed that you could select one of your offspring to capture. Banjuru, visibly irate and unwilling, roared in protest. Lin Yin, with unwavering resolve, assured her. Rest assured, Banjuru, I will care for your child and ensure its safety. You must know that we humans possess unique methods for facilitating the rapid growth of Pokémon. Ultimately, Banjuru nodded and retreated into the cave. Moments later, Banjuru emerged, cradling a young Larvitar and an egg, gesturing towards Lin Yin. Are you suggesting I choose? Lin Yin inquired. Banjuru nodded, allowing Lin Yin to proceed without hesitation. The young Larvitar, upon seeing Lin Yin, his grandfather, and the Rapidash behind them, appeared somewhat frightened. Clinging tightly to Banjuru's leg, Lin Yin's grandfather noted this moment, recognizing that a Pokémon's temperament could influence its future achievements. The young Larvitar seemed to have been overly pampered by Banjuru, appearing rather timid. However, he refrained from commenting, merely wishing to test Lin Yin's discernment. Young Larvitar. Gender: female. Potential: champion. Level: 11. Ability: Sandveil. Moves: Tackle, Leer, Rock Throw, Bite. Young Larvitar, Pokémon Egg. Gender: male. Type: Rock Ground. Potential: near champion. Ability: Sturdy. After a thorough evaluation, Lin Yin decisively pointed to the Pokémon Egg. A Pokémon bred by himself would forge a stronger bond. And the egg's potential as a near champion was certainly enticing. Moreover, Lin Yin noticed Banjuru's gaze, which revealed a deep affection for this young Larvitar. Whenever her eyes fell upon the Larvitar, a flicker of concern would manifest. Weighing all considerations, he chose the Larvitar egg. Banjuru appeared pleased, emitting a series of joyful roars. Lin Yin lifted the egg with solemnity, stating, "From now on, we shall be partners, my sandy weather hand." He then turned to Banjuru, adding, "Once the little one hatches, I will bring it back to see you." Banjuru nodded and retreated with the young Larvitar into the cave. Mission accomplished. Reward: exceptional sandstone, automatically stored in system space. Potential enhancement triggered. Larvitar's potential elevated to champion level. Lin Yin's grandfather beamed with satisfaction, casting a proud glance at his grandson. Indeed, this Larvitar egg deserves meticulous nurturing. You shall remain here for a few days until the egg hatches. I have some energy cubes and other items to aid in the training of this child. Lin Yin nodded fervently, gently cradling the egg in his hands. This was his very first Pokémon, and he felt an indescribable connection filled with boundless joy. The final evolution of Larvitar, Banjuru, is of rock dark type. Therefore, it is best to feed the energy cubes in a 1-to-1 ratio according to type. While the ground type aspect of Larvitar can be disregarded for now. Upon returning to the secret realm, they discovered Zhu Debiao had also gained Dragonite's approval, joyfully playing with a Dratini at the lakeshore. 10 days later, "Bro, your Larvitar egg is about to hatch." Lin Yin was playing with some little Pokémon when he heard Zhu Debiao's excited shout, causing him to sprint toward the hatchery with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Seeing Lin Yin panting heavily, Zhu Debiao hastily exclaimed, "It hasn't hatched yet. Hurry inside." Lin Yin pushed aside the curtain and entered, adjusting his breath to avoid startling the young Larvitar. The first creature a Pokémon sees upon hatching perceives them as a parent. Although Lin Yin, being human, was not its biological parent, he was nonetheless one of the individuals closest to the young Larvitar. Lin Yin picked up a nurturing bottle of milk from the side. Ready for action. Moments later, a radiant white light flickered in the hatchery. Young Larvitar. Lin Yin beamed, greeting, "Hello, young Larvitar. I look forward to our future together." The young Larvitar blinked its large eyes, and sensing Lin Yin's warmth, he promptly scooped it into his arms, placing the nurturing bottle in its mouth. Gurgling softly, the young Larvitar eagerly began to drink. 3 days later, Zhu Debiao, shaking the fleshy parts of his face in merriment, cheerfully proposed, "Hee, cousin, how about a Pokémon battle? My Dratini against your Larvitar. Mission: accept the challenge and emerge victorious. Rewards: Larvitar will experience a significant growth spurt in the coming week." Lin Yin tossed an energy cube to Larvitar, asking, "What do you think? Do you feel confident?" Larvitar squeaked in a high-pitched voice, clenching its tiny paws in a display of readiness. Lin Yin nodded repeatedly, pleased with its spirited demeanor. Upon receiving the praise, Larvitar's face lit up with joy. In the mere 3 days since its arrival in this world, Larvitar had already doubled in size and reached level 5. Its rapid growth could be attributed to the unwavering support of the elderly Lin, who provided the finest resources and environment, including the top-tier Sasa Rock bestowed by the system. Lin Yin had intended to equip Larvitar with the Sasa Rock, but to his surprise, the little creature's eyes sparkled with golden light upon first laying eyes on it. Seizing the moment, it swiftly devoured the rock. With such an exceptional item enhancing its capabilities, Larvitar's growth accelerated dramatically. As for the energy cubes, Lin Yin diligently administered them to Larvitar daily, in a 1-to-1 ratio of evil energy to rock energy. This practice led to an accumulation of dark energy within Larvitar, rendering it increasingly aggressive and fierce, while also allowing it to learn the moves Bite and Payback ahead of schedule, creating a stark contrast to its former timid self. Soon, Larvitar rubbed its claws together, poised for action, while Dratini, not one to back down, faced off against it. Dratini. Gender: female. Type: dragon. Potential: champion. Level: 10. Ability: Marvel Scale, when affected by a status condition. Its defenses increase. Moves: Wrap, Glare, Thunder Wave, Water Gun, Protect. Larvitar. Gender: male. Type: rock ground. Potential: champion. Level: 5. Ability: Guts. Moves: Tackle, Glare, Rock Slide, Payback, Bite, Dragon Dance. Protect. In comparison to Dratini, which had learned Water Gun and Protect, Lin Yin's Larvitar had also mastered Protect, albeit at a substantial cost in Pokémon currency. With the expenses covered by the Elder Lin, skills such as Protect and Swords Dance were exceedingly expensive, rivaling the cost of a gym-quality Pokémon egg. Skill discs fall into 2 categories: single-use discs that vanish after 1 use, and the exceedingly rare permanent skill machines, which can be utilized on Pokémon after accumulating energy. Each permanent skill machine represents the foundation of a family's legacy. However, the likes of Protect are so costly that even the Elder Lin could not afford one. Such transformation-type skill machines are typically held by the Pokémon Association, available only to those who have made significant contributions to the nation or hold high-ranking positions. Previously, in the northern region of China, a prominent family unexpectedly acquired a transformation-type skill machine within a secret realm. They profited immensely from its use, gaining unparalleled acclaim. Yet, the eventual outcome was tragically grim, as the entire family was uprooted, leaving no survivors. Since that day, many families have opted to surrender their skill machines to the Pokémon Association in hopes of protection. Don't blame me for being distracted, Dratini. Use Water Gun with all your might. Water Gun, a special water-type move with a power of 110, unleashed a powerful torrent toward Larvitar. A broad beam of blue water surged forth, aimed directly at Larvitar. Lin Yin, with a gleeful grin, quickly discerned the flaw. Larvitar, go prone. The water gun shot harmlessly past Larvitar, leaving it unscathed. Clearly, Zhu Dabiao's Dratini, having just learned the move, had yet to master it. After releasing Water Gun, Dratini was visibly fatigued, panting heavily. Now Larvitar used Bite. Bite, a physical dark-type move with a power of 60, allowed Larvitar to clamp down on its opponent. Dratini, already worn out, momentarily froze, compounded by Zhu Dabiao's indecision in issuing commands. Mission accomplished. Rewards. Larvitar will experience rapid growth over the next week. It is hoped the host will nurture it well. Clapping his hands with delight, the Elder Lin approached with a smile, announcing, Dratini has lost its fighting capability. Larvitar emerges victorious. Turning to Zhu Dabiao, he added, while Water Gun is powerful, its energy consumption must also be considered. Pokémon battles are serious affairs and should never be taken lightly. He praised Lin Yin for his calm handling of the battle. Larvitar, with its claws on its hips, strutted forward proudly. This display evoked hearty laughter from the Elder Lin, who noted Larvitar's impressive stamina, speed, and most importantly, its precision and decisiveness. The rotund fellow is fine. He merely lost to me. It's something to get used to. This will be the case in the future, Lin Yin reassured him with a smile. Zhu Dabiao clenched his fists, transforming his frustration into determination. Let us train Dratini, he exclaimed, roaring with enthusiasm. Lin Yin, not one to concede easily, shamelessly requested a substantial sum of Pokémon currency from the Elder Lin, promptly ordering a batch of Moo Milk and high-grade energy cubes online to commence training. Lin Yin envisioned Larvitar as a weather manipulator, understanding that a competent weather controller must maintain consistent weather conditions while ensuring their survival until the battle's conclusion. After careful consideration, he decided to adjust the ratio of energy cubes to 2, 5, 3 for ground, rock, and dark types, respectively. The purpose of the ground-type energy cubes was to enhance Larvitar's control over sandstorms, while the dark type was to instill a certain ferocity, preventing it from becoming timid and preparing it for its evolution into Tyranitar. Upon reaching the back mountain, Lin Yin scooped up a handful of sand, encouraging Larvitar to tap into its inner energy and sense the rocks and sand around it. Chapter 6. Customizing Permanent Growth Equipment for Pokémon. Larvitar's eyes widened in astonishment. Its tiny fists clenched. After a moment, a dense gas escaped from its rear, causing Lin Yin to facepalm. I asked you to control your elemental energy, not to pass gas. However, he remained unfazed, knowing that Pokémon training is not a task that can be completed overnight. His goal for Larvitar was to act as a weather manipulator. As long as it could endure and maintain a continuous sandstorm, the objective would be deemed accomplished. Yet, Larvitar's combative nature seemed at odds with this role. Nonetheless, patience was key. All Pokémon grow in time, and once Larvitar evolves into Sandshrew, it will assume a pupil form, losing its limbs and tempering its disposition. Touching the sand and stone, Lin Yin encouraged Larvitar to carefully absorb the energy within. He gently patted Larvitar's little belly, smiling as he remarked, "You know, we're close to a secret realm where the energy of grass and ground types is remarkably abundant. Coupled with your exceptional potential, we could easily harness this energy." With that, he decided to bury himself in the earth, continuously attempting to use rock-type moves, which proved to be quite a relief. Lin Yin remained steadfastly by the side, his left hand cradling a bottle of milk while his right held an energy cube, ever ready to replenish his companion's vitality. During this time, he pondered how he could enhance the defensive capabilities of his young Bagon or augment its stamina. In the game, there exists an item known as the Power Weight, which, while it may diminish a Pokémon's speed, significantly boosts its endurance. Perhaps he could procure such an item for Bagon. In the realm of the game, a Pokémon can only equip one item. Thus, in theory, since Bagon was already bearing a sand rock, it would be unable to don the Power Weight. However, this was reality. Much like humans, could one not wear clothing simply because they adorned a necklace? The appropriate power weight for Bagon would likely be quite costly, but with a champion grandfather, Lin Yin had no cause for concern. Nevertheless, as a conscientious youth, he felt a twinge of guilt for relying solely on others' generosity without contributing in return. Currently, the Pokémon Association in this world had yet to uncover any extraordinary evolutions, such as Mega Evolution, Dynamaxing, Z-Moves, or Terrestrialization. As a transmigrator, Lin Yin understood that failing to develop these evolutionary methods and become a leading research doctor would be a disservice to himself. However, any mention of these evolutionary processes would send the Pokémon Association into a frenzy. Though his grandfather was a champion, the Pokémon world had seen countless champions emerge over the years, many of whom were far more formidable than he. Within the Lin family, apart from the elder, no one possessed the capability to uphold the family's legacy. His father was a failure, his aunt a breeder, and while his uncle had some strength, he was hardly exceptional, akin to Lin Yin's younger uncle. This meant that upon the elder's passing, the Lin family would likely disintegrate. This was precisely why the elder wished for his father to become a champion. After much contemplation, Lin Yin ultimately resolved to gather some Mega Stones, particularly those related to Dragon-type Pokémon, so that his grandfather could utilize Mega Evolution and instill fear in any would-be troublemakers. Mega Evolution, aside from the Keystone and Mega Stones, also required a profound bond between the Pokémon and its trainer, something Lin's grandfather undoubtedly possessed, having battled alongside his Pokémon for decades, practically growing up together. In light of these reflections, Lin Yin decided that action was preferable to mere contemplation. Ding. Mission activated. Mission: publicize the method of Mega Evolution and become a top-tier research doctor. Reward: freedom to select one pet egg from the Sandstorm team, along with provision of a Keystone and Mega Stones. A new mission. Lin Yin was overjoyed. This would undoubtedly save him the trouble of searching for Mega Stones. It was worth noting that he had previously triggered another mission. Ding. Sensing the host's father's determination to become a ground-type Pokémon trainer, the system activates. Mission: capture 6 Pokémon to form a Sandstorm team and triumph over Dragon-type Pokémon. Reward: 6 premium ground-type rock items and a corresponding Mega Evolution Stone for 1 Pokémon. With this, it seemed he could potentially possess 2 Pokémon's Mega Evolution Stones. Yet, what if the Pokémon he captured could not Mega Evolve? However, upon reflection, that seemed unlikely. After all, Bagon could Mega Evolve, and it was expected that the remaining 5 Pokémon would also have the potential for Mega Evolution. Bagon radiated a warm, earthy energy, and suddenly, a massive stone surged from the ground, hurtling towards the nearby lake. Rock slide. Lin Yin blinked in astonishment. This was a move that could only be learned at level 15 in the game. Yet, Bagon had yet to reach level 10, and here it was, mastering the move. Lin Yin smacked his forehead, realizing his folly. He was foolish to think this was merely a game. Everything was real and could not be bound by data. When a Pokemon's energy is abundant or possesses unique powers, there exists a chance for it to learn higher-level moves. It made sense. Bagon was consuming the finest sustenance day in and day out, equivalent to what an ordinary family would earn in a year, yet Bagon could devour it within a week. Furthermore, Bagon possessed champion-level potential. What did that imply? The grading system for potential was as follows: Initial, 0 to 9, Ordinary, 10 to 19, Elite, 20 to 29, Gym, 30 to 39, Pseudo-Champion, 40 to 49, Champion, 50 to 59, Pseudo-Legendary, 60 to 69, Legendary, 70 to 79, and beyond that, only Divine Beasts were rumored to have reached the Legendary potential. This indicated that Bagon's potential was already at its zenith. Coupled with the exceptional sand rock within it, Bagon's early mastery of a skill was hardly surprising. It was even plausible that Bagon might evolve prematurely due to the abundance of energy within. Lin Yin's eyes gleamed with excitement as he handed the milk bottle to Bagon. Adopting the demeanor of a concerned father. Drink slowly, replenish your strength, and remember to balance work and rest. Bagon, with its claws on its hips, pouted in response. Bagon. Bagon. Lin Yin understood immediately, chuckling. All right, I'll feed you. Nearby, Zhu de Biao was training a Dratini, albeit in a rather rudimentary manner. He simply had Dratini repeatedly unleash moves to replenish its energy without any proper guidance. Seizing the opportunity while Dratini rested, Zhu de Biao approached, saying, "The move Bagon just used was Rock Slide, right? I remember it just recently learned that move." Lin Yin nodded with a smile, while Bagon puffed out its chest proudly. Zhu de Biao looked incredulous. It seemed Lin Yin's Bagon was indeed extraordinary. "Oh, I have good news for you. A significant guest is arriving today." "What kind of special guest? Don't keep me in suspense." Lin Yin inquired eagerly. "Hee, a doctor researching Pokemon evolution." Zhu de Biao replied. "A doctor coming to see my grandfather? Could it be for some special research?" Lin Yin's thoughts raced. His mission to publish information on Mega Evolution was undoubtedly intertwined with a doctor's expertise. "Should we go?" Zhu de Biao pressed. Lin Yin pondered for a moment before responding, "Yes. After all, it's a Pokemon doctor. I must see what they have to offer." Zhu de Biao bounced excitedly. Glancing at Dratini, "When you meet the doctor, have them devise a specialized training method for you. You'll progress rapidly." Dratini closed its eyes, nuzzling Zhu de Biao's cheek in joy. Lin Yin turned to Bagon, saying, "You stay here and continue your training. I'll leave the energy cube for you. Eat when you're hungry. Also, focus on honing your ground and rock-type moves. It would be best to practice battling with the local Pokemon." Bagon's claws fidgeted as its eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. "Bagon." Lin Yin gently patted Bagon's head, smiling knowingly. "Wait for me to find my grandfather. I'll have someone design a specialized power weight for you so you can train your stamina." Though the power weight would indeed enhance Bagon's endurance, prolonged use could also slow its speed. It wasn't as if removing the power weight would yield a sudden burst of speed. Lin Yin had little expectation for Bagon's speed. To begin with, due to the colossal size of Larvitar, which typically stands around 0.6 meters tall and weighs approximately 72 kilograms. This particular specimen has astonishingly reached a height of 12 meters and a weight of 100 kilograms. Should it evolve into Tyranitar, both its stature and mass would undergo an explosive increase. Furthermore, Tyranitar possesses a base speed stat of only 61, rendering it unnecessary to train its weaknesses. Rather, it would be more prudent to enhance its strengths. Imagine the moment Tyranitar enters the fray and a sandstorm engulfs the battlefield. The air thickens with swirling yellow sand, concealing Tyranitar within its depths, exuding an overwhelming aura merely by its presence. Now, consider the addition of Garchomp, its ability Sand Veil allowing it to move like a phantom amidst the tempest while Tyranitar absorbs damage, enabling Garchomp to swiftly eliminate the enemy Pokemon with ease. If the opponent attempts to execute a decapitation strategy to jointly vanquish Tyranitar, they will soon find themselves in a predicament, for Tyranitar's formidable endurance is nothing short of intimidating. Unless they wield a fighting-type Pokemon capable of inflicting quadruple damage, they would be hard-pressed to make a dent. As for fighting-type Pokemon, I have long devised a solution. Are you sure you won't bring Larvitar along? After all, he's a Pokemon researcher. Zhu de Biao had already secured his Dratini well in advance. A researcher is not necessarily a breeding expert. Lin Yin chuckled, then led his hefty companion toward the laboratory. At this moment, Larvitar was diligently training. Old Yin, how has your research on Eevee's evolution progressed? The elder Yin smiled, hands clasped behind his back. Yin's song appeared scholarly, wearing round black glasses and standing a head shorter than the elder Lin. I have discovered some correlation between Eevee's evolution and the bond with its trainer, as well as factors relating to the weather. Over the years, champions have reached their limits. And to ascend further, one must enhance Pokémon evolution or explore skill-related avenues. The elder Lin chuckled, jesting. How about this? I will fund your research on how to enhance Dragonite. Yin adjusted his glasses, responding, Old Lin, I know you well. You've unearthed another secret realm, and your resources are quite substantial. If you provide the funds, I assure you I will deliver results. The elder Lin then shifted the topic with curiosity. I have heard that the Pokémon Association has discovered methods for further enhancing Pokémon. Yin spoke in a hushed tone. There have been rumors in the southern region that a special stone can allow Charizard to evolve once more, but regrettably, no related videos have surfaced. However, the Pokémon Association has indeed confirmed that some Pokémon can undergo additional evolution, and it is said that a particular Pokémon has already succeeded. The elder Lin pondered deeply for a while. The Pokémon Association had been covertly acquiring Beedrill. As a bug-type Pokémon, Beedrill reproduces rapidly and is easy to cultivate. But could this be the key? Nevertheless, a weak bug-type Pokémon should not possess the potential for further evolution. A slender man clad in a researcher's robe rushed in. Grandfather, I have discovered an abundance of dragon-type energy in Yin Lao's current research. Yin laughed heartily. Lin Lan, I heard years ago that you had some knowledge regarding dragon types. It seems you have made some accomplishments. Lin Lan was the elder Lin's second son, Lin Juanfan's child, slightly older than Lin Yin. Lin Lan respectfully stated, Yin Lao, I have brought you here to hand over the remaining tasks. Inside are some dragon and dragon-like Pokémon. Please guide us. Thus, the elder Lin observed as Yin and Lin Lan, along with other researchers, delved into the study of dragon-type Pokémon. Grandfather, Zhu Debiao shouted excitedly at the entrance, causing quite the amusing scene. Under the elder Lin's direction, a researcher escorted Lin Yin and Zhu Debiao into the lab. Zhu Debiao beamed, Grandfather, I heard a Pokémon researcher is here. Can you help me see how to accelerate Dratini's growth? The elder Lin did not respond, but instead guided both of them into the laboratory. Charizard was in a state of exhilaration, replenishing its fire and flying-type energy and injecting stimulating elements, unleashing flames with all its might. A group of researchers pursued, analyzing the data. What is going on, Grandfather? Zhu Debiao asked in confusion. The elder Lin explained, while Lin Yin's eyes lit up, declaring, This is Mega Evolution. What? Zhu Debiao exclaimed, bewildered. What is Mega Evolution? Aren't Pokémon only capable of evolving twice at most? How come I've never heard of this? He scratched his head. Xiaoyin, do you know about Mega Evolution? The elder Lin appeared somewhat dazed. Lin Yin had already devised an explanation. While idling at home, I stumbled upon information online suggesting that Pokémon can evolve once more. In fact, I possess some insights that are rather unconventional. Lin Yin could hardly disclose that he was a time traveler, being well-versed not only in Mega Evolution, but also in Z-moves and Gigantamax forms. The elder Lin, intrigued, intended to continue the conversation, but suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated from the laboratory. Charizard had gone berserk, engulfed in flames, wreaking havoc within the lab. The laboratory's glass and steel structure, crafted from special materials and subjected to rigorous testing, could withstand all but the mightiest of assaults. The enraged Charizard was soon subdued. Before long, Yin led Lin Lan and several scholars out of the laboratory, their faces covered in soot. Chapter 8. Speculations on Mega Evolution. The elder Lin looked at the disheveled group, smiling encouragingly. He understood that research into Mega Evolution was not something that could be accomplished overnight. He then introduced the two newcomers, starting with a pat on Zhu Debiao's shoulder. This is my grandson, Zhu Debiao. Turning to Lin Yin, he added with a grin, and this is Lin Yin, the son of Juanhao. Yin cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yin. Lin Yin and Zhu Debiao chorused, Hello, Yin Lao. Brother Lan. Lin Lan, appearing slender yet cheerful, walked out, seemingly unperturbed by the experiment's failure, for failure is the precursor to success. However, Lin Yin's expression stiffened as he regarded the two. Yet he managed to greet them. Hello, Yiner and Debiao. What brings you here? I wanted to consult Yin Lao regarding my Dratini. Zhu Debiao replied eagerly. Lin Lan nodded, then returned to analyzing the reasons for the failure. In our recent research on Mega Evolution, we have made some progress. Firstly, abundant energy is essential, and secondly, it may relate to the Pokémon's innate qualities, Lin Yin expounded passionately. Yin nodded, diligently recording the data, and planned to continue the experiments. Lin Yin, having listened for some time, furrowed his brow slightly. Although Lin Yin's insights had some connection to Mega Evolution, they were not entirely relevant. The prerequisites for Mega Evolution are the Mega Stone corresponding to the Pokémon and a profound bond between the Pokémon and its trainer. Moreover, the mental states of both trainer and Pokémon play a significant role. Mega Evolution transcends ordinary evolution. It is not solely the Pokémon evolving independently, but is deeply intertwined with the trainer's influence. It is evident that Lin Yin and Yan's experiments are likely to end in failure unless they discover the corresponding Megastone for Charizard. At that moment, Yin interjected, "Indeed, Xiaolon possesses remarkable potential as a researcher. Old Lin, I suggest you nurture this talent." Lin Yin, upon hearing this, wore a humble expression, yet his heart swelled with excitement. The venerable Lin, upon hearing this, was immensely pleased, his face adorned with a smile, for at least among his descendants, not all were devoid of merit. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, he turned his gaze towards Lin Yin and remarked, "Iner, you mentioned earlier that you have conducted some research on Mega Evolution. Old Yin, perhaps you could offer him some guidance." Lin Yin's expression stiffened. He could hardly overlook the old man's evident favoritism. Old Yin understood the unspoken implications and cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yin, contemplating. This lad is the son of Lin Juanhao. He certainly possesses a commendable appearance, but I wonder if he is merely a facade of competence. Lin Yin, feeling the weight of attention upon him, managed an awkward smile, dismissing his insights as mere superficial thoughts, hardly worthy of consideration. Lin Yin, with a hint of disdain, interjected, "Yin, research is not merely conjecture. It necessitates extensive experimentation and practical application. However, if you have any insights, feel free to share them. It might broaden our horizons." Old Yin nodded, adopting an attentive demeanor before stating, "It is indeed a good thing for the youth to have ideas." Although he voiced such courteous sentiments, he remained skeptical about Lin Yin's genuine contributions, suspecting they were nothing more than hearsay, largely influenced by the dismal reputation of Lin Yin's father. Recognizing the situation had escalated, Lin Yin chose not to conceal his thoughts any longer. After all, the esteemed Pokémon researcher before him was an old friend of his grandfather, and it was unlikely he would lead him astray. Taking a deep breath to organize his thoughts, he began, "I believe I have discerned a novel approach to studying Mega Evolution. Current research focuses on infusing immense energy into Pokémon to achieve evolution. Yet, if we ponder the multitude of powerful Pokémon in the world, why has the phenomenon of Mega Evolution only recently come to light? For instance, my grandfather's Dragonite possesses formidable strength and has reached the apex of Dragon-type energy. Why can it not Mega Evolve?" Old Yin fell into profound contemplation at these words. Lin Yin paused briefly before continuing. "Therefore, I hypothesize that vast energy may not be the sole prerequisite for Mega Evolution." Lin Yin was taken aback, unable to fathom that his research had been so readily dismissed. He wished to counter-argue, but found himself at a loss for words. Old Yan's expression had shifted, his tones softening with a glimmer of hope as he inquired, "Then, young friend Lin Yin, what do you propose as the conditions for Mega Evolution?" Lin Yin replied with a smile, "In nature, evolution stones assist Pokémon in evolving, yet some Pokémon can evolve without such stones. Thus, I speculate that not all Pokémon are capable of Mega Evolution. Only a select few possess unique traits that allow them to undergo Mega Evolution through special evolution stones. I propose we call these stones Mega Evolution Stones." As he spoke, Lin Yin's voice grew louder and more confident. "Therefore, I assert that Mega Evolution exists and indeed requires Mega Evolution Stones." His declaration sent shockwaves through the room. The old man Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never anticipated that his seemingly inept son would produce such an extraordinary individual. Although it was the first time they had encountered such a notion, an undeniable voice within them resonated, affirming Lin Yin's correctness. Zhu de Biao could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "What the heck? Are you serious? If what you say is true, once this announcement is made, you'll at least earn the status of a master researcher." Lin Yin, his eyes darkening, abruptly stood and interjected, "While your reasoning has merit, Lin Yin, it remains unverified. At best, it is merely a hypothesis. According to regulations, one must attain at least the status of a senior researcher to apply for Pokémon experiments." He relished in the thought that this would allow him to appropriate Lin Yin's conjecture as his own. Yet, he failed to notice the darkening expressions of Old Lin and Old Yin. Just as Lin Yin was about to continue, Old Yin could no longer restrain himself, saying, "Lin Yin, you may take your leave now." Lin Yin, bewildered, inquired, What is the meaning of this? Old Lin followed suit. You should return home for a few days. You appear to be quite fatigued. Without granting Lin Lan the opportunity for further explanation, Old Lin summoned Dragonite from his Pokeball, who promptly enveloped Lin Lan in its embrace. Having lived through so much, Old Lin was not blind to Lin Lan's intentions. In an instant, all fondness he had for this grandson evaporated. Lin Lan's petty schemes had been uncovered, and his self-serving cleverness had only led to disappointment. Old Yin, equally incensed, regarded Lin Lan's demeanor with disdain. As a researcher, he held a deep-seated aversion for those who indulged in deceit and underhanded tactics. After Lin Lan's departure, Old Lin's countenance darkened. As the head of the family, he abhorred infighting among his descendants. However, upon turning to Lin Yin, he broke into a smile and looked at Old Yin with a rather mischievous grin. Old Yin, do you think Einer's hypothesis holds any merit? Old Yin, his expression grave, shook his head and lamented. This hypothesis is remarkably avant-garde. I am uncertain at present. I must consult with my colleagues for a thorough discussion. In a conference room, Old Yin was soon met by an acquaintance, who queried, Old Yin, what brings you to contact me? Were you not researching Mega Evolution with the Dragon Champion? Old Yin relayed Lin Yin's hypothesis in its entirety. What? Are you certain this is merely the conjecture of a newcomer? I must reassess this through experimentation. If feasible, we could grant him the title of Pokemon Doctor. No, better yet, we should keep this confidential. Old Yin, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Simply follow the young man's theory for research, and I will handle the arrangements. Closing the Pokédex, Old Yin exhaled deeply, his somber demeanor transforming into one of elation, gradually becoming somewhat mischievous. If I assist this young man in realizing his theoretical research, I shall be among the pioneers of Mega Evolution. With this thought, he resolved to secure, at all costs, the rights to study Lin Yin's theory. Lin Yin, grinning, turned to Old Lin, saying, My idea is to begin by searching for Mega Evolution stones, seizing the initiative in the realm of Mega Evolution. Old Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, excellent idea. Subsequently, Lin Yin conferred with Old Lin and Old Yin regarding their plans before departing the Research Institute with Zhu Debiao. The old man promised that once profits from the evolution stones materialized, he would allocate a sum of 1,100 to Lin Yin. Lin Yin felt quite content with this arrangement. 1,100 was no trifling amount, especially considering that further negotiations were still to come. Although he had yet to see the money, the old man had assured him of a customized strength load item for his Larvitar. With a base stamina stat of 50, Larvitar's potential was somewhat lackluster. Even upon evolving into Tyranitar, it would only reach a stamina stat of 100. For certain Pokemon, this stamina was all too easy to exploit. However, if he nurtured Larvitar from a young age with the strength load item, upon evolving into Tyranitar, it would likely become an impenetrable bulwark in battle. As Lin Yin pondered these matters, he arrived at a lakeside in the back mountains, where he spotted Larvitar. Larvitar, Larvitar. He observed Larvitar tirelessly unleashing Rock Slide as it consumed energy cubes. Approaching with a smile, Lin Yin called out, Larvitar, that's enough for now. Come over and take a break. Balance is key. Upon hearing Lin Yin's voice, Larvitar ceased its training, wiped the sweat from its brow, and trotted over to him. Larvitar. Lin Yin discovered that the aura of his young Gyarados had significantly strengthened. Young Gyarados, he noted, gender, male. Type, rock ground. Aptitude, champion. Level, 13. Ability, tenacity. Skills, tackle. Leer, rock slide, counter, bite, scary face, rock smash, stomp, dragon dance, protect. Goodness, it had only been a day. And yet it had leveled up and even mastered 2 new skills. Lin Yin pondered why young Gyarados had experienced such rapid advancement today. The answer was simple. It had engaged in Pokemon battles with a Dragonite, and given the low level of the Pokemon, rapid leveling is quite commonplace. From now on, young Gyarados, you shall not train alone. I will select some opponents for you. Lin Yin resolutely decided. He ventured to the back mountain to find several Pokemon. Yet these potential challengers were far too weak, and those slightly stronger were oblivious to the balance of power. Suddenly, he recalled the Nidoking. Its poison-type attacks inflicted only 14 damage on young Gyarados. If the Nidoking were to hold back a bit, it could work. Haha, young Gyarados. I shall introduce you to a formidable opponent. You must train diligently. Lin Yin chuckled with anticipation. Young Gyarados brimmed with confidence, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. Lin Yin approached Nidoking, offering it some poison-type energy cubes. I would like you to train with my Pokemon. What do you say? Nidoking seemed still apologetic about previous encounters and promptly agreed with a hearty pat on its chest. Upon seeing its opponent, young Gyarados cast a resentful glance at Lin Yin. As if to say, you truly are a rascal. Lin Yin laughed, encouraging young Gyarados, put in your best effort. Only by overcoming formidable adversaries can you grow stronger. Young Gyarados, innocent and naive, was easily inspired by the motivational words, and a fierce determination filled its heart. Mission: Young Gyarados, the tenacious, versus the apologetic Nidoking. Reward: rapid enhancement of abilities for young Gyarados and Nidoking during their training. Lin Yin was delighted to discover the system's buff. He need not worry any longer. With that, he took on the role of support, preparing energy cubes and food for the two Pokémon. In no time, piles of energy cubes appeared before him. Observing the battle between young Gyarados and Nidoking proved to be an entertaining spectacle, dispelling any boredom he might have felt. Nidoking typically stood around 14 meters tall, while this particular specimen appeared nearly 16 meters, towering over young Gyarados. However, young Gyarados had also developed well, and so neither Pokémon utilized any skills. Instead, they engaged in a test of strength. According to the Pokémon's description, young Gyarados is a rock-skinned Pokémon that feeds on soil. After consuming an entire mountain, it would fall into a slumber for growth. Consequently, young Gyarados generally exhibited a rather shy temperament. Yet, its ultimate evolution, Tyranitar, is characterized by a fierce and destructive nature. The reason stems from the fact that neither young Gyarados nor its evolutionary form, Gyarados, possesses any dark-type traits. Upon evolving into Tyranitar, it gains an abundance of dark-type energy that it cannot control, leading to its penchant for destruction. However, Lin Yin's young Gyarados had been consuming dark-type energy cubes since childhood, which not only fostered its ferocity and combativeness, but also allowed it to acclimate to dark-type energy in advance, preventing confusion upon evolving into Tyranitar. Truly a multifaceted advantage. As their battle escalated, young Gyarados struggled to gain the upper hand against Nidoking. Yet, with the ability tenacity, young Gyarados pressed on relentlessly. Even when exhausted and gasping for breath, its resolve undeterred. Nidoking, for its part, held back, exercising caution in its attacks. Apart from fatigue, young Gyarados sustained no injuries. Lin Yin watched this scene with immense satisfaction. A week later, Nidoking faced young Gyarados again, but this time, the dynamics had shifted. Nidoking was no longer taking it lightly. Proceeding with utmost caution, wary of inflicting serious damage on young Gyarados. In just a week's time, young Gyarados had leveled up rapidly, its physique now dwarfed Nidoking. When old Lin came to observe young Gyarados, he was utterly astonished, exclaiming in disbelief, Brother! Zhu Debiao rode in swiftly on his Dragonite. Grandfather has prepared the customized weight training equipment for you. Lin Yin was taken aback. Such swiftness. Ordinary weight training tools could be easily acquired, but custom-made ones typically required several weeks. Moreover, old Lin had promised to employ the finest craftsmanship, ensuring usability even after young Gyarados evolved into Tyranitar. It should have taken at least a month, yet it was completed in just a week. Lin Yin felt deeply touched, realizing the immense effort invested in this endeavor. Zhu Debiao expressed his envy. Brother, I heard that this weight training equipment was crafted by a master at grandfather's request, utilizing top-tier materials exclusive to hidden realms. It wasn't just about the money. A lot of connections were needed to expedite the process. I'm so envious. Lin Yin, beaming with joy, understood all too well. He patted Zhu Debiao on the shoulder, who assumed he was offering comfort. To his surprise, Lin Yin simply said, Envious, are you? And promptly took the weight training equipment. Weight training equipment, premium, for young Gyarados crafted by a Dragon-type champion at great expense. This item will reduce speed under pressure, but continuously aid in the Pokémon's growth, enhancing its stamina. What a premium item. Alongside the Shasa Rock, this was another extraordinary piece of equipment. Lin Yin estimated that young Gyarados' entire array of gear could sustain an average family for a lifetime. Just then, young Gyarados finished its battle with Nidoking and eagerly approached, exclaiming Gyarados. Nidoking, too, appeared quite pleased, regarding young Gyarados with a newfound respect, marveling at the little one's remarkable progress. Lin Yin gazed at the two Pokémon, smiling. You've both worked hard. He then retrieved energy cubes to replenish their strength. Young Gyarados devoured the cubes with abandon, leaping into the pile and munching eagerly. In contrast, Nidoking exhibited more restraint. Slow down, you silly creature, don't choke. Lin Yin chided playfully, producing some milk to offer young Gyarados. The latter accepted it without hesitation. Lying on its back with legs in the air, mouth agape, bursts of belching followed, as young Gyarados' belly swelled. Don't doze off just yet. I have something special to show you. Lin Yin waved the weight training equipment tantalizingly in front of young Gyarados. This will enhance your strength. Wear it. With a cheerful demeanor, he adorned young Gyarados with the apparatus. Once donned, young Gyarados felt a slight pressure enveloping its entire body. Yet it was accompanied by a warm sensation that was undeniably comforting. Though it was not particularly swift and had a robust capacity to endure pressure, the side effects were negligible, and the warmth was immensely pleasurable. Young Gyarados hugged Lin Yin while playfully whining. Thus, Lin Yin and young Gyarados embarked on yet another day of training. They braved the sandstorm, honing their physical endurance, and sparred against Nido King. Ever since young Gyarados donned the strength-enhancing weights, Lin Yin noticed that this little one had developed a tougher exterior, enabling them to endure much longer in their tussles with Nido King. Keep it up, keep it up, Lin Yin cheered, taking on the role of a cheerleader. As Zhu Debiao called out repeatedly, his face flushed. Only then did Lin Yin retract his gaze from young Gyarados and smile at Zhu Debiao, saying apologies. I didn't catch that. What's the matter? Zhu Debiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't Uncle mention it to you? In just a few days. The registration preliminaries for the University Cup are coming up. Lin Yin's expression turned blank. Indeed, his father had never informed him. Moreover, as members of a prestigious family, they hardly needed to attend school. The knowledge and battle arenas provided by schools were entirely unnecessary for them, as they were born into privilege, rendering any time spent in academia a waste. What reputable scion would attend school? Thus, he was wholly unaware of such event announcements. Zhu Debiao began to slowly elucidate. Every few years, in the South China region, a competition known as the University Cup GL 666 is held for senior high school students 3 months post their acquisition of Pokémon. Participation is restricted to students aged no more than 19. Coincidentally, Lin Yin and Zhu Debiao, both being 18, qualified as senior students. The University Cup GL 666 is organized by the Pokémon Association, specifically designed to identify genuine trainer talent. To ensure fairness, 2 restrictions were instituted. 1. Participants must be current senior students who have just received their Pokémon. 2. Age must not exceed 19, preventing older students who have repeated years from competing. The University Cup GL 666 Pokémon competition is conducted at the regional level, divided into preliminaries and main events. In simpler terms, each city in the South China region holds preliminaries, and the top 4 contenders advance to the main event, where the participating trainers represent the creme de la creme of their districts. They will compete, culminating in a grand finale featuring the top contenders. Whether in the preliminaries or the main event, any trainer who reaches the top 8 is rewarded handsomely, with the possibility of selecting a quasi-divine Pokémon egg from the Pokémon Association. However, the rewards vary each year, and this year is unlikely to be any less substantial. It is well known that the annual University Cup GL 666 Pokémon competition is a significant affair in the region. Those who perform exceptionally well may even be scouted by renowned universities, circumventing the pressures of college entrance examinations. This event impacts the futures of numerous students. Naturally, it signifies that the annual University Cup is among the most crucial competitions, alongside the King S Cup and Champion S Cup. Especially when the competition reaches the regional finals, most organizations across the nation grant leave for employees to witness the event, resulting in soaring viewership. At that time, the finest talented trainers from the region will converge, showcasing a myriad of Pokémon, with the potential emergence of quasi-divine Pokémon. Zhu Debiao spoke with fervor, even envisioning himself as the regional champion, selecting a quasi-divine Pokémon and ascending step by step to greatness. Initially indifferent towards these competitions, Lin Yin's interest piqued upon hearing about the generous rewards, particularly the opportunity to select a quasi-divine Pokémon egg from the association. It is worth noting that he had long coveted Dragonite and Hydreigon. Although not essential to his Sandstorm team, they are undeniably magnificent quasi-divine Pokémon. Was there a way to exploit a loophole to incorporate these 2 Pokémon into his team? The Pokémon in his Sandstorm squad must at least possess rock, ground, or steel attributes, or exhibit traits akin to Sandrush as seen in Garchomp. Yet, both Dragonite and Hydreigon lack such characteristics. Nevertheless, he resolved that it was better to seek solutions than to dwell on impossibilities. Both Pokémon possessed remarkably balanced stats, and he was determined not to relinquish the opportunity. Ding. Mission activated. Chapter 11, GL 666 University Cup. Mission: the GL 666 Pokémon University Cup is about to commence. Please lead your Sandstorm team to great heights. Rewards: 3 stages. 1. Achieve a top 3 finish in the preliminaries to receive substantial rewards and unlock the second stage of the mission. 2. Achieve a top 3 finish in the main event to receive substantial rewards and unlock the next stage of the mission. 3. As the overall champion, the host may select any Pokemon egg of their choice, with champion-level qualifications and customizable traits. Lin Yin's eyes sparkled at the mention of champion-level qualifications. Such opportunities are rare, as even young Jiras had been elevated from quasi-champion to champion status by the system. The reward from the prior Dr. S mission was a Pokemon egg from the Sandstorm team system, and since the system did not specify which Pokemon, it implied he could exploit a loophole to acquire a quasi-divine Pokemon. Moreover, the provision of Mega Stones and Mega Evolution Stones was quite advantageous, saving him the trouble of seeking them out. Bro, could you recommend which Pokemon I should capture next? Zhu Debiao gently stroked his Dratini, already contemplating how to showcase his skills in the GL666 Cup. Lin Yin smiled and replied, I still suggest you consult the old man for advice. Zhu Debiao looked a bit confused, pondering who that might be. Lin Yin chuckled, no more riddles. Since you adore Dragon-type Pokemon, I recommend continuing with that path. However, you must be aware that Dragon-type Pokemon require substantial resources for training and may not be strong early on. It would be wise to capture a starter Pokemon, like Charizard or Sceptile. Both Charizard and Sceptile can Mega Evolve, so you certainly wouldn't regret choosing either. Upon hearing this, Zhu Debiao scratched his head, contemplating. Then I'll go with Charizard. After all, it is still considered a dragon. You will undoubtedly feel proud of that decision, Lin Yin remarked, patting Zhu Debiao on the shoulder. Zhu Debiao appeared slightly perplexed, wondering if he had made the wrong choice. Suddenly, Lin Yin seemed to recall something and asked, By the way, are you planning to attend university in the future? Zhu Debiao, picking his nose, scoffed, My father seems to have opened a university, claiming it would help me build a foundation. Attending university is pointless. I should venture out and capture some powerful Pokemon instead. Only those who aspire to be researchers or are of the common folk would choose to attend university, right? What is up? Are you considering going to university? Lin Yin shook his head. He had merely been asking casually, intending to advise Zhu Debiao to explore the world. After all, this world is unlike his previous one. Rather than wasting time in university, it would be far more beneficial to embark on adventures and capture formidable Pokemon. Seeing that Zhu Debiao had no thoughts on the matter, Lin Yin nodded in satisfaction. Buddy, I advise you to keep an eye out for some peculiar stones. They will definitely prove beneficial. With that, Lin Yin led young Jiras to another rocky hillside, leaving Zhu Debiao in a state of bewilderment, pondering what special stones could possibly be. A week later, Lin Yin exclaimed, Young Jiras, unleash Rock Slide with all your might. Feel the ground-type energy in nature and gather the surrounding sands. Young Jiras' eyes sparkled with determination as it replied affirmatively, enveloped in swirling sands, and hurled the rocks towards the distance. At that moment, the young Larvitar emanated an infinite radiance. The legs and feet of Shakira's vanished, replaced by a gray silhouette that appeared, its aura seemingly more formidable. Lin Yin rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Could it be an evolution? Shakira's. Shaki. Shakira's. Gender male. Type rock ground. Aptitude champion. Level 23. Ability shed skin. Occasionally heals status conditions by shedding its skin. Held items sandstone premium. Heavyweight premium. Skills tackle, leer, rock throw, bite, bite down, scary face, rock slide, stomp, roar, knock off, crunch, earthquake, dragon dance, protect. Description: the bullet Pokemon, the evolved form of young Larvitar, is encased in rock-like armor, yet possesses immense strength, capable of shattering mountains when enraged. Shakira's appeared somewhat unaccustomed to its body, momentarily frozen in place. Lin Yin, however, laughed and dashed over, leaping onto Shakira's formidable frame, exclaiming, You've evolved. You've become stronger. Upon hearing this, Shakira's raised its head high, proudly proclaiming, Shaki Shaki. Its haughty demeanor was almost comical. Yet, Shakira's undeniably held the merit for such pride. With champion-level aptitude, extraordinary resources for nourishment, and a physique distinct from ordinary Shakira's, it was remarkable. Typically, a Shakira's stands at 1.2 meters tall and weighs 152 kilograms. However, this Shakira's had already reached this height as a young Larvitar. Upon evolution, it soared to a height of 1.6 meters, with an estimated weight of 200 kilograms. Such a terrifying physique was nothing short of astounding. It was evident to any observer that this Shakira's was of exceptional aptitude and had been nurtured exceedingly well. Its proud and indomitable spirit, robust physique, and the fierce aura of youth embodied courage and tenacity. Even the old man would surely be taken aback. After evolving into Shakira's, its base stats became remarkably balanced, seemingly eliminating the need for heavyweight to reduce its speed. Nevertheless, Lin Yin understood that the crucial factor remained the final evolutionary form, Tyranitar. When Shakira's evolves into Tyranitar, its size and weight will reach astonishing heights, which would result in a corresponding decrease in speed. Of course, this is in comparison to Pokémon of similar aptitude. Against a Pokémon with elite-level qualifications, Tyranitar's speed would still be terrifying. Lin Yin had long envisioned Tyranitar as a weather manipulator with a side role as a heavy hitter. With a base stat total of 600 and an impressive attack stat of 134, Lin Yin aimed for it to learn Heavy Slam. Heavy Slam, steal physical attacks by crashing its massive body against the opponent. The heavier the user compared to the opponent, the greater the damage. This move capitalizes on Tyranitar's weight advantage while compensating for its speed disadvantage, catching foes off guard. Lin Yin seemed to envision a scenario where a fighting-type Pokémon breaches the defenses, aiming for a decisive strike to take down Tyranitar. Yet, as they raised their heads, they would find a colossal figure charging towards them with tremendous force, and by the next moment, they would awaken in a hospital bed at the Pokémon Center. Returning to the present, Lin Yin turned his gaze towards Shakira's, smiling as he remarked, "I can hardly wait to see how you'll mega-evolve in the future." It is noteworthy that upon mega-evolution, Tyranitar's base stat total would surge to 700. What an incredible concept. A base stat total of 700. Even legendary Pokémon like Ho-Oh and Dialga have a base stat total of merely 680. Of course, the life essence of legendary Pokémon is on a different plane than that of ordinary Pokémon, rendering any comparison moot. Shakira's felt the surge of energy coursing through its body, seemingly exhilarated. At that moment, a voice interrupted. "Iner, Old Yin is looking for you." Old Lin approached from the distance. Upon gazing at Shakira's, his previously jovial expression transformed into one of astonishment. This child has evolved. Such a physique, and its vitality, truly an exceptional Pokémon. Old Lin continued. This Shakira's possesses at least the potential of a near champion. Hearing this, Shakira's proudly lifted its head once more, eliciting hearty laughter from the old man. He then cautioned. Shakira's typically evolves at level 30. Evolving prematurely may not be beneficial. However, this Shakira's appears entirely free of adverse effects from early evolution, as if it has accumulated strength over time. Truly remarkable. The old man circled around Shakira's, observing it for a considerable time. Lin Yin chuckled. Shakira's is well fed daily, coupled with the previous tasks, which significantly accelerated its growth. Thus, Shakira's evolution, while unexpected, was also quite reasonable. Old Lin, having encountered numerous gifted Pokémon, soon returned his gaze to Lin Yin. "By the way, Old Yin has made new discoveries. Come with me." Lin Yin felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that his task was nearing completion? A Sandstorm Team Pokémon, along with a Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone. Before long, the two arrived at the laboratory and stepped inside. Lin Yin awkwardly smiled at the sight of Old Yin, who appeared disheveled and somewhat unkempt. Though researchers often overlook such appearances, Lin Yin noticed another researcher nearby, seemingly a friend of Old Yin, who looked even older, leaning on a cane, his eyes sunken, resembling a withered corpse. "You must be Lin Xiaoyu, right? I am Dr. Demu, specializing in Pokémon evolution research." Lin Yin was taken aback. Dr. Demu? This was a resident professor within the Pokémon Association, renowned for discovering various unique evolutionary forms of Pokémon. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Yin respectfully replied, "Greetings, Dr. Demu." Dr. Demu, leaning on his cane, smiled. "You must be Lin Xiaoyu, the one who discovered the Mega Evolution Stone?" Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. Lin Yin was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this information supposed to be confidential? How did the resident professor of the Pokémon Association know? Turning to glance at Old Lin, he found him sheepishly averting his gaze. It turned out that since the day Lin Yin discovered the Mega Evolution Stone, Old Lin had promptly verified it with Yin Song, and had eagerly rushed to the Pokémon Association Center that very night to assist Lin Yin in registering as a researcher. Furthermore, he compiled and submitted all the conjectures, leading to a flurry of inquiries from the Pokémon Association, who were astonished by Old Lin's high-profile actions as a Dragon-type champion. In simpler terms, Old Lin sought to prove his worth, having been ridiculed for the incompetence of his descendants. Suddenly, Lin Yin emerged, filling Old Lin with joy, and his vanity compelled him to disclose everything. Witnessing the astonished expressions of the usual old-timers, Old Lin could hardly contain his delight, nearly bringing Lin Yin forth to dazzle them. After relishing in his moment of glory, Old Lin intended to leave. But the Pokémon Association is not a place where one can simply come and go at will. Reluctantly, Old Lin invited Dr. Demu, a friend of Yin Song, to comply with the requirements of the Pokémon Association. Of course, there were compensatory benefits involved, granting old Lin numerous advantages, including the right to compete for new secret realms. Upon reaching the venerable status of the old gentleman, the Sylph coins had degenerated into mere digits for him. With only rare secret realms and formidable Pokémon capable of stirring his spirit. Finally, Lin Yin let out a resigned sigh, pondering how he had overlooked the old man's penchant for pride. Fortunately, he had not revealed the precise appearance of the Mega Evolution Stones. Otherwise, he would have been in dire straits. Dr. Demu spoke leisurely. Young Lin, may I inquire whether Mega Evolution necessitates solely the Evolution Stones? Are there additional requirements? Could there be a risk of energy instability post-evolution? Or perhaps even devolution? Faced with these inquiries, Lin Yin found himself momentarily speechless. The elder before him, indeed a scholar, had astutely pinpointed the challenges associated with Mega Evolution. Naturally, Lin Yin could not divulge everything. Instead, he tactfully replied, Mega Evolution is inherently distinct from standard evolution. I surmise that, besides the evolution stones, other items may also be required. Some Pokémon evolve through their bonds with trainers, while others utilize specific items to facilitate their evolution. I wonder, does Mega Evolution necessitate a trainer's assistance for the Pokémon? Or perhaps a trainer utilizing an item to communicate with the Mega Evolution Stone of the Pokémon? The assembled individuals gazed at Lin Yin, who spoke with such eloquence, momentarily rendered speechless. Dr. Demu blinked, his pen scrawling furiously in his notebook, clearly enraptured. A new discovery. This is indeed groundbreaking. Talents emerge in every generation, with the Yangtze River's waves pushing those before it. How could I not have thought of this? Young Lin, if your conjecture proves accurate, it could be immortalized in history, and we, as participants in this research, would bask in its glory. A name etched in history. For trainers of the old gentleman's ilk, such accolades mattered little. However, for a research fanatic like Dr. Demu, this represented the ultimate goal. To develop something that could be commemorated in the annals of history would render one's life fulfilled. Lin Yin wiped his brow, observing Dr. Demu's fervor. Was it truly that exaggerated? Could he become a research doctor himself? Old Yin approached with a warm smile. A junior doctor? That would be a mere trifle. The elder's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was yet another opportunity for him to boast. After being ridiculed by those old-timers in previous years for the inadequacies of the younger generation, he now felt inclined to declare, Did you not eat today? Speak louder. I cannot hear you. Years ago, with my hands in my pockets, my grandson became a research doctor at 18. I am unaware of when I became someone's rival. After a series of questions posed by Old Yin and Dr. Demu, the mood shifted to seriousness. Young Lin, we both wish to join your research initiative to explore the theory you have presented. Would that be permissible? Both were visibly tense. Without Lin Yin's consent, they could not proceed with their research, and the notion of clandestinely conducting their studies was far from their intentions. Absolutely no problem. Lin Yin nearly burst into laughter. Here were two free doctoral laborers willing to assist him in his research. He could not be more delighted. Moreover, upon the successful completion of the Mega Evolution research, he would be named as the first, which meant he would merely provide the theory while they handled the laborious tasks, granting him both fame and fortune. The two of them were equally ecstatic, having secured a theoretical framework without any cost. Should their research succeed, they would be among the pioneers of Mega Evolution. At that moment, all three individuals wore sly grins. Chapter 13. Selecting Pokémon from the Dragon-type Secret Realm. Lin Yin engaged in a few more conversations before hastily departing. Subsequently, the two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter, having acquired the latest theoretical research on Mega Evolution without expending a single coin. One might ponder whether there exists another circumstance within the entire research community that offers such an advantageous arrangement. The smile on the elder's face remained unwavering, as Lin Yin's conjecture had united Old Yin and Dr. Demu on the same front. After all, which researcher could possibly refuse such an opportunity for academic recognition? Furthermore, several researchers had caught wind of the developments and prepared to approach him. Engaging in daily socializing and leveraging his reputation, the elder had reaped numerous benefits. He found Lin Yin increasingly agreeable, with joy radiating from the corners of his eyes. By the way, Yiner, I heard from De Biao that you wish to participate in the GL University Cup, yet you still lack a Pokémon. How about selecting one from the Pokémon Association headquarters on my behalf? Lin Yin was taken aback. Choosing a Pokémon from the headquarters was a privilege reserved for champions. The elder had decided to grant him this opportunity. After much contemplation, Lin Yin finally replied with a smile, Grandpa, there's no need to go to the Pokémon Association for selection. I heard you possess a dragon-type secret realm, and I would like to explore that. Upon hearing this, the elder burst into laughter. You rascal. That secret realm is based on an agreement I made with an ancient dragon within. Truth be told, very well. It is merely a dragon-type Pokémon. You may accompany me there soon. Lin Yin was overjoyed. Compared to the unknown Pokémon eggs at the Pokémon Association, he preferred the Pokémon born from the abundant dragon-type energy within his grandfather's secret realm, known for their exceptional qualifications. During this period, he pondered which Pokémon would be the most suitable selection. Among the dragon types that could synergize with the Sandstorm team, the options were limited. The likes of Garchomp, Dracozolt, and Dragapult came to mind. Currently, Dracozolt was not found in Huagua. While Dragapult had high base stats, it was not the first choice. Thus, the selection narrowed down to one, Garchomp. Firstly, its speed and physical attack base stats were high, allowing it to soar through the skies, serving as an extreme sandstorm assassin. Secondly, its typing was advantageous, being solely countered by ice, fairy, and dragon types. It held resistance against the popular fire type, making it a formidable choice overall. Imagine this, Garchomp unleashing a tempest of sand, a veritable sandstorm. Utilizing its sand veil ability, Garchomp could stealthily maneuver at low altitudes, striking down enemy Pokémon while they were disoriented by the sandstorm. The imposing figure of Garchomp alone exuded an air of pressure, inherently instilling tension. However, Lin Yin did harbor some concerns. Dragon-type Pokémon like Garchomp were notoriously proud. Although he had the Elder's assistance, capturing a Garchomp would ultimately depend on his own abilities. If all else failed, he would have to rely on the rewards from Dr. Demu's tasks for selection. In truth, Lin Yin intended to utilize the opportunity to select an unusual and rare Pokémon. This particular Pokémon was seldom seen in Huagua, challenging to capture, and possessed unique traits. As time passed, a week went by. With 2 months remaining until the GL University Cup, Lin Yin's exemplary performance had significantly improved the Elder's mood, resulting in an abundance of resources being offered to him. Among these were premium Pokémon blocks for Sandshrew and various training facilities at his disposal. Most importantly, the Elder provided Lin Yin with 2 skill discs. Heavy Slam. Normal physical, the user slams their entire body down on the opponent, occasionally inducing a paralysis state. Stealth Rock. Rock status, the user levitates numerous stones around the opponent, inflicting damage on any Pokémon that switches in. Both were exceptional skills, with Heavy Slam perfectly leveraging the weight advantage of Sandshrew. Invisible Rock is undoubtedly a versatile skill, though not as formidable as some might claim. It remains an invaluable asset. Recently, whenever Lin Yin made a request, it was met with unimpeded approval. As he pondered, Old Master Lin approached from the back mountain, beaming with delight. "Iner," he began, "that old dragon has consented, allowing you to select a dragon-type spirit of your liking." Lin Yin was overjoyed. The old man had indeed lived up to his expectations. However, with a shift in tone, he continued, "But alas, that old dragon insists on witnessing your prowess, specifically, the strength of your Shakiras. You must defeat a dragon-type spirit of equal rank before you can make your selection." Lin Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this not an opportunity served upon a silver platter? Without a doubt, his Shakiras was among the elite of the same tier. Against dragon-type spirits, Shakiras bore no disadvantage in terms of attributes. Moreover, many dragon types at this level had yet to evolve, did they not? It is only upon reaching their final form that their power significantly escalates. Was this not akin to bullying a child? Thus, he resolved to demonstrate the terrifying might of his Shakiras, honed through rigorous training with exceptional power. With a chuckle, Lin Yin thought that the old dragon in the dragon-type realm would be sorely disappointed. Old Master Lin, though somewhat concerned, felt his worries dissipate upon seeing Lin Yin's confident demeanor. Nonetheless, he cautioned, "That old dragon is cunning and shameless. Tread carefully, and do win against his progeny for my sake." As they journeyed toward the dragon-type realm, Old Master Lin's incessant chatter elicited mixed feelings in Lin Yin: joy for the old man's concern, and trepidation at the thought of the old dragon's unscrupulous nature, which could lead to unfairness. "Fortune favors the bold. Should I succeed in avenging you, how about rewarding me with a skill disc for heavy impact?" Lin Yin proposed. Although the skill was not particularly precious, it was indeed rare, often requiring immediate purchase upon release. Old Master Lin burst into hearty laughter, unhesitatingly agreeing, "Absolutely." His gaze turned to the imposing Shakiras, whose size was indeed formidable. Upon evolving into a Bankura, its dimensions would increase drastically, and the heavy impact skill would prove immensely powerful. Within the dragon-type realm, a colossal dragonite fixated on several dragon-type spirits nearby. Its growls resonated with warnings and concerns, indicating that a certain old human was approaching, one who had previously deceived it. leading to the loss of numerous worthy offspring. Now, in competition with this human, it must select the strongest descendant to battle. Winning was the only option. Caution was paramount. The other dragon-type spirits nodded in agreement, roaring in affirmation. Contrary to Lin Yin's imagination of a barren and desolate environment, this place was lush with fruit trees, teeming with vibrant grass-type spirits, exuding vitality. At last, they arrived. Chapter 14. Crushing the Sharp-Toothed Landshark, the Power of Shakira's. Lin Yin was taken aback by the scene before him. Dozens of dragon-type spirits encircled a massive dragonite at the center. The overwhelming pressure made it nearly impossible for Lin Yin to lift his head. He intended to utilize the system to assess the strength of these dragon-type spirits, but found himself unable to meet their gaze. They felt like boulders pressing against his chest, suffocating him. Just then, the pokeball at Lin Yin's waist emitted a flash of light, and Shakira's sprang forth. Shocky. With unwavering resolve, Shakira's faced the pressure, staring down the dragon-type spirits. A flicker of surprise crossed the enormous dragonite's eyes, accompanied by a low growl. Old Master Lin, noticing the steadfastness of Shakira's, erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Old dragon, behold the spirit my grandson has trained. What do you think?" The dragonite snorted, a plume of fiery breath escaping its nostrils, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction. At that moment, a Garchomp stepped forward, appearing slightly smaller than the average specimen, its skin somewhat withered, giving it an elderly, frail appearance. With a roar, it was followed by a younger sharp-toothed landshark, exuding a fierce demeanor, yet smaller than Shakira's. The stage was set for Shakira's versus the sharp-toothed landshark. Lin Yin was momentarily bewildered. Was combat to commence immediately? Was there no time for conversation or camaraderie? Old Master Lin chuckled. "Iner, dragon-type spirits are proud and straightforward. If you can defeat this Garchomp, you may choose either a dragon-type spirit or an egg. If you lose, you shall never set foot in this dragon-type realm again." Although he spoke lightly, he was gambling on Lin Yin's victory. Lin Yin's eyes gleamed with determination. He feared nothing more than the thrill of a Pokémon battle. For him, Shakira's was destined to triumph. Sharp-toothed landshark gender, male type, dragon ground qualification, semi-champion level, 25 ability, sand veil held item, none moves, sand attack, swords dance. Dragon claw, tackle, dragon breath, heavy slam, bite, dig. Lin Yin furrowed his brow. This sharp-toothed landshark appeared to be quite formidable, though fortunately, it held no significant advantage in attributes. The battle was imminent. The sharp-toothed landshark struck first, a surge of energy enveloping its fangs as it bared its jaws. Eyes glinting sharply. Bite. It unleashed a dark-type physical attack. Shakira's stood resolute, calmly awaiting Lin Yin's command, showcasing exceptional mental fortitude. Lin Yin shouted, "Shakira's, unleash your dark energy, terrifying visage." Suddenly, Shakira's, who had been motionless, began to contort its cheeks, transforming into a fearsome visage, startling the advancing sharp-toothed landshark. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yin commanded, "An eye for an eye." Charging up for a counterattack, the move would inflict double damage if executed following the opponent's assault. Encumbered by its weighty gear, Shakira's was at a disadvantage in speed. Rather than pursuing the sharp-toothed landshark, it would allow the opponent to come to it. The sharp-toothed landshark seized the moment, its fangs striking like steel, biting into Shakira's. Old Master Lin, witnessing this, felt a jolt of anxiety. The dragon-type spirits on their side cheered and roared encouragement. Yet, Shakira's emerged unscathed, a smile spreading across its face as it regarded the sharp-toothed landshark. Before the opponent could retreat, a heavy blow landed upon the sharp-toothed landshark. The counterattack, infused with double damage, would have rendered an ordinary spirit unconscious. However, the sharp-toothed landshark, despite its weakened state, remained fixated on Shakira's. Old Master Lin was elated. He knew his grandson had triumphed, and in such a dominating fashion. How gratifying it was. This dragonite had exerted pressure upon their entrance, attempting to crush Lin Yin's confidence. But did it truly believe it could outsmart him? The expression on the massive dragonite darkened. It could not possibly have been unaware of the battle's outcome that lay ahead. It had anticipated that its subtle intimidation would lead its progeny to a swift victory, teaching the old man a lesson. To his astonishment, the Sharpedo was immediately overwhelmed. Roar. The Sharpedo, renowned since childhood as a prodigy, found himself in a familiar dragon-type realm. Yet reduced to such a pitiable state, he was unwilling to accept this. His eyes suddenly turned crimson, the dragon-type energy within him thrumming chaotically. Reverse scale. In a frenzied bout lasting 2 to 3 rounds, he would unleash a tempest of attacks, only to succumb to confusion thereafter. The power of the Dragon-type physical move reached an astounding 120. This is bad. The old man felt a jolt of alarm. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the eyes of the imposing Dragonite, as if he perceived a glimmer of hope. The Sharpedo propelled itself forward with a powerful thrust of its claws, stirring a whirlwind of dust, and charged towards the Sandshrew like a madman. Yet, the Sandshrew stood resolute, seemingly prepared to endure the assault head-on. Be cautious, Einer, the old man cautioned kindly. Lin Yin was well aware of this, but his Sandshrew was simply built that way. No matter your onslaught, I shall remain unyielding. The Sandshrew's speed was inherently a disadvantage. Fleeing would merely expose its vulnerabilities to the opponent. Thus standing firm was the wiser choice. With a piercing shriek, the Sharpedo's claws scraped against the Sandshrew's shell. Contrary to the old man's concerns, Lin Yin felt utterly at ease. During practice with Nidoking, the young Sandshrew faced relentless beatings, its resilience having been honed to perfection. Moreover, the Sandshrew's physical resistance was already formidable. Against the frenzied barrage of the Sharpedo, the Sandshrew appeared only slightly disheveled. After a momentary daze, it steadied itself, gazing down at the Sharpedo as if to say, "Youngster, your strength is insufficient to merely tickle me." With exceptional sandstone rocks, immense power weights, system buffs, pinnacle energy cubes, and champion qualifications, how could his Sandshrew not crush the Sharpedo? The massive Dragonite furrowed its brow, perplexed as to why the Sharpedo, of the same level, could not breach the Sandshrew's defenses. However, this brat was overly arrogant, allowing his Pokémon to stand there and taunt the Sharpedo. This was intolerable for the Dragonite. With a subtle exertion of its power, the Dragon-type energy within the realm began to flow invisibly towards the Sharpedo. The old man failed to notice this, but Lin Yin's system did. Lin Yin smirked, naive. Did he truly believe that this would lead to his defeat? This assistance was hardly a match for the Sandshrew, who was equipped with cheats and premium enhancements. Now is the time. Sandshrew, show this Dragon-type Pokémon your true might. Chapter 15. It is decided. Round Shark, shiny. The Sandshrew opened its eyes, its form erupting with energy. Sandshrew. A resplendent gray-yellow light enveloped the Sandshrew, as a torrent of ground-type energy surged within. Earthquake. A ground-type physical move, power 100. With the intense ground-type energy, the surrounding earth began to crack and shatter. The very ground trembled. The Sharpedo's frenzied assault had already drained a significant amount of stamina. Although the Dragonite aided in replenishing Dragon-type energy, it was but a drop in the bucket. With the ground shaking and its footing unsteady, coupled with its state of confusion, the outcome was inevitable. In a mere moment, the Sharpedo was buried underground, stripped of its fighting capacity, and the victor was clear. At that moment, the Sandshrew's eyes gleamed with excitement. This battle was truly exhilarating. Though brief, the encounter concluded swiftly. Yet the thrill of unleashing skills and withstanding the opponent's blows ignited a fiery exhilaration within him. Well done, Sandshrew. Lin Yin approached slowly, gently caressing its form. When we return, I shall treat you to delicious delicacies, rare stones, and whatever you desire. The Sandshrew nuzzled against Lin Yin's cheek in delight. The old man, hands clasped behind his back, chuckled as he approached. The bond between you two is truly profound. He then turned to the massive Dragonite. What do you think? This is my grandson, the future champion of sandstorms, a doctoral expert in Pokémon research. Most importantly, he is my grandson, Seemingly unsatisfied, the old man extended an international gesture, quite provocatively. Lin Yin was taken aback by the usually imposing old man's antics. Gazing at the old man's comical expression, the Dragonite appeared somewhat speechless. With a mighty roar, it dispersed the surrounding Dragon-type Pokémon. Lin Yin, puzzled by this gesture, looked to the old man. The old man, feigning surprise, remarked, "Wow, I've never seen you so compliant before. Did my grandson's talent intimidate you?" Lin Yin then realized that the massive Dragonite was allowing other Dragon-type Pokémon to select their offspring. Can I choose a Pokémon egg? After all, the already hatched Dragon-type Pokémon would inevitably possess some pride. It would be better to hatch one himself. The massive Dragonite nodded in agreement. Task: select the most suitable Dragon-type Pokémon egg for the Sandstorm team. Reward: Premium Dragon Scale. Dragon Scale, Premium. A Dragon-type Pokémon carrying this will have increased power for Dragon-type moves, enhanced growth speed within certain limits, and an increase in Dragon-type energy. Note: system products are guaranteed to be exquisite. Truly, the system was considerate, knowing he sought to capture Dragon-type Pokémon and specifically providing him with a Premium Dragon Scale. Lin Yin had long since decided on his desired companion. Roar. Time passed. The various Dragon-type Pokémon cautiously retrieved their offspring Pokémon eggs, allowing Lin Yin to choose at will. Mini Dragon Pokemon Egg. Attributes: Dragon. Qualification: Near Champion. Ability: Shedding. Swablu Pokemon Egg. Attributes: Normal Flying. Qualification: King. Ability: Natural Recovery. Bagon Pokemon Egg. Attributes: Dragon. Qualification: King. Ability: Hard Head. After perusing for a long while, Lin Yin found none of the Pokemon eggs to his liking. A sense of impatience began to creep in. Could it be that in this vast Pokemon realm, there was not a single round shark Pokemon egg to be found? Ultimately, Lin Yin sighed and turned to the old man. I want a round shark Pokemon egg. The old man glanced at the massive Dragonite. Hey, old dragon. My grandson desires a round shark Pokemon egg. Do you have any? The massive Dragonite's expression soured as it let out a low growl. Finally, the old man turned to Lin Yin and said, The old dragon says the Sharpedo you battled earlier possesses the highest talent, and there are currently no round shark offspring available. The absence of them meant they had not been born in recent years, as Dragon-type Pokemon reproduce more slowly than others. Lin Yin felt a pang of disappointment. Would he need to seek alternative means to acquire a round shark Pokemon egg? The massive Dragonite stared intently at Lin Yin, roaring. Lin Yin was perplexed. While the old man lamented, the old dragon says there is one round shark Pokemon egg available, but it suffered some damage at birth and may not hatch. The old man reflected on this, grateful that the old dragon did not attempt to deceive him with a defective item, yet lamenting that it did not possess the Pokemon egg his grandson favored. May not hatch. So what? Lin Yin possessed a system. As the saying goes, a system may not be infallible, yet the absence of one is utterly debilitating. Perhaps the system has its own solutions? Moments later, the round land shark Pokemon egg was presented. It appeared distinct from the other Pokemon eggs. For one, it was slightly smaller, and secondly, its coloration was rather peculiar. Lin Yin stared at the round land shark egg, lost in thought. Could it be a shiny round land shark? Round land shark egg shiny. Gender male. Type dragon ground. Potential near champion. Ability Sandvale. Description: a shiny Pokemon anomaly, originally possessing champion potential. Unfortunately, the energy was divided by its sibling, resulting in a downgrade of its potential, coupled with energy scarcity preventing hatching. Note: using the system's gifted dragon scale will resolve this issue. A shiny round land shark. Upon being captured, its potential would automatically elevate back to champion status. Moreover, possessing the dragon scale would aid in its hatching and expedite the round land shark's growth. Lin Yin pointed at the egg and declared, I want him. Thus, the decision was made with delight. Shakira's, with a telepathic bond, lifted the egg, his gaze akin to that of an elder brother watching over his younger sibling. Shocky. Lin Yin chuckled. Ahem, from now on, you'll be the big brother, so don't be so restless all the time. Shakira's wiggled its rear, expressing, I want. Rest assured, Grandpa, I have a plan to hatch the round land shark. I genuinely like this fellow, Lin Yin asserted. Initially, the elder opposed, but upon witnessing Lin Yin's confidence, along with his future aspirations of becoming a Pokemon professor, he reluctantly acquiesced. As they departed, Lin Yin glanced at the colossal Dragonite, waving his hand. Don't worry, I will take good care of this fellow. Once he evolves into a Gyarados, I will bring him to see you. The massive Dragonite paused momentarily, then turned away, leading a host of Dragon-type Pokemon into the distance. However, a wave of energy penetrated Lin Yin's being. Dragonite's gift, passive, grants affinity with Dragon-type Pokemon and allows free access to the Dragon-type Sanctuary. The elder observed. Feeling a pang of jealousy, when I first arrived, that old fellow was not so accommodating. He nearly obliterated me. Grandpa, you didn't commit any egregious acts against the dragons, did you? Lin Yin inquired. The elder patted Lin Yin's shoulder, laughing heartily. You'll find out in due time. Subsequently, they exited the dragon sanctuary. A week later, Zhu Debiao, panting heavily, rushed to the back mountain to find Lin Yin training with Shakira's on the skill-heavy impact. Breathlessly, he exclaimed, Bro, the round land shark is about to hatch. Hurry and take a look. Chapter 16, Grueling Training, Journey to Jiaorua City. Before Lin Yin could respond, Shakira's promptly yanked Zhu Debiao, the hefty fellow, towards the hatching room. For the first time, Zhu Debiao felt his body so light. Shakira's, wait for me. Lin Yin called out from behind. The one most exhilarated by the acquisition of the round land shark, shiny, egg was not the elder, nor Lin Yin, but Shakira's. This creature spent each day, aside from training, stealthily approaching the round land shark egg, peering at it with a mischievous grin, utterly comical. Lin Yin observed that Shakira's posed no threat to the round land shark, so he allowed the antics to continue. Inside the hatching chamber, Lin Yin watched as the egg shimmered with a radiant white light. The round land shark hatched. Walla walla. The moment it emerged, it gazed upon Lin Yin and Shakira's. Confused by the two distinct beings before him, the round land shark quickly dashed towards Lin Yin, who appeared more amicable. There was no way it would approach Shakira's, who bore the intimidating aura of dark-type energy cubes. This left Shakira's somewhat forlorn, despite being the one who visited the little creature daily. Yet, ever thoughtful, Shakira's produced a 70-30 mix of dragon and ground-type energy cubes, offering it to the round land shark. Evolve. Lin Yin, observing the little one's gluttony, fetched a baby bottle and extended it. After indulging in a hearty meal, the round land shark fell asleep. Naturally, Lin Yin had prepared an array of gifts for this little darling well in advance. 1. Protect skill disc. 2. Numerous energy cubes crafted from sand scale fruits. 3. Power headband. Sand scale fruit energy cube, premium created at a tremendous cost by renowned breeders, using top-tier sand scale fruits combined with rare materials, extremely valuable. Power headband. Premium modified version crafted by a master artisan at the behest of dragon-type champions, utilizing a uniquely rare item, which has left the Pokémon Association somewhat displeased. When worn by dragon-type Pokémon, it significantly boosts attack power and gradually enhances their attack growth. Seizing the opportunity while the little one slumbered, Lin Yin adorned him with the power headband and the dragon scale, setting aside the opulence of this equipment. It was something that an ordinary trainer could only aspire to attain in a lifetime. Indeed, even families of the Elite Four would need to expend considerable resources to acquire such gear. However, within a family, it would be implausible to allocate such vast resources solely for individual use. Round land shark, shiny. Gender, male. Type, dragon ground. Potential, champion. Level, 5. Ability, sand veil. Held items, dragon scale, premium. Power headband, premium. Skills, tackle, sand tomb, mud slap, dragon breath, protect. This lavish panel rivaled even that of Shakira's. It was likely that this little one would evolve early, much like Shakira's. Undoubtedly, the energy supplementation was overwhelmingly abundant. With Shakira's current strength, he could easily handle ordinary Pokémon. Furthermore, having mastered the move Sandstorm, combined with the round land shark's sand veil, the foundation of a Sandstorm team was taking shape. The following morning, Zhu de Biao approached with a woeful expression, stating, "Bro, you have 2 semi-divine Pokémon now. I want one too." Lin Yin chuckled. "Don't you already have a Dratini? Plus, you recently captured a Charmander. Nurture this Pokémon well, and it won't disappoint you. You could even consider forming a Sunny Day team by capturing related Pokémon." Zhu de Biao scratched his head, but neither of these Pokémon have the ability to summon sunny weather. "I don't need a weather team. I'll still be invincible." Observing Zhu de Biao's confident demeanor, Lin Yin could only give him a thumbs up, knowing that upon discovering Charizard's mega evolution and its ability to summon sunlight, he might just be in for a surprise. Training the round land shark was straightforward, relentless offense, and continuous running. Its role was to be the ultimate damage dealer, with defense being entirely unnecessary. Since defeating the Sharpedo, Shakira's had reached level 30 and successfully mastered the move Stone Edge, causing quite a stir alongside Sandstorm. These were skills typically learned at level 40 or above, and it must be said that Shakira's potential was indeed formidable. Even Lin's grandfather expressed deep admiration for Lin Yin's luxurious configuration and resources. Such a setup for a single Pokémon was quite rare throughout the entirety of Huagua. If a nefarious individual were to attempt to rob him, they would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. Wow. Shakira's. Lin Yin turned his gaze and discovered that Shakira's, this elder brother, was quite competent, diligently assisting the round land shark in its training. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He even conjured a minor sandstorm, allowing the round land shark to acclimatize to the sensation in advance. Zhu de Biao, witnessing this scene, was overwhelmed with envy, tears streaming down his face. Training days are typically tedious and monotonous. However, as Lin Yin observed the 2 Pokémon before him, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Moreover, with the presence of the chubby Zhu de Biao, the 4 Pokémon, Shakira's, round land shark, Haxorus, and Charmeleon, trained together day in and day out. Apart from Shakira's, the other 3 Pokémon exhibited a remarkable evolution rate, akin to a skyrocketing rocket. Days later, Shakira's reached level 32, while the round land shark successfully ascended to level 15. As for the little chubby one, he was slightly weaker. Haxorus was at level 27, while Charmeleon, having been captured from a Charmander rather than hatched from an egg, boasted a level slightly higher than the round land shark at level 20. Now that he had acquired 2 Pokémon, it was time to venture forth to collect gym badges in preparation for the GL 666 Cup. The majority of the wild areas in the Huagua region had been cleared by the Pokémon Association. as long as one refrained from reckless behavior, such as venturing into high-level Pokémon danger zones or provoking Pokémon deliberately. No issues would arise. Furthermore, upon registering as a trainer, the Pokédex would include alarm communication and various other convenient functions. For this day, Lin Yin had meticulously prepared all the essential travel items, as his system included a spatial storage filled with ample supplies. However, to maintain a low profile, he opted for a specialized backpack. Lin Yin did not confine Shakira's within a Pokeball. Instead, the round land shark perched upon Shakira's back, its curiosity piqued by the beautiful scenery surrounding it. At that moment, Zhu de Biao came running from a distance, clad in casual attire, wearing a cap, and carrying a gray leather bag. "Brother, wait for me. I also want to participate in the GL 666 Cup. Let us go together." The two successfully departed from the old gentleman's courtyard and embarked on their journey. The elder, wishing to add a touch of challenge to their adventure, offered no assistance beyond the standard Pokémon energy cubes. Nevertheless, he generously bestowed upon Lin Yin and Zhu de Biao 1 million Poke dollars each. "By the way, brother, the Pokémon News reports that a competition is to be held in the nearby Jiaorua city, with prizes that seem to include mysterious items. Should we check it out?" Zhu de Biao inquired. Task: agree to accompany Zhu de Biao to participate in the competition in Jiaorua city. Reward: based on competition ranking. Chapter 17, Poachers. Scyther, after using Sword's Dance, unleashed a flurry of slashes, concluding with a mercy strike. In the wake of flashing blades, a multitude of Pokémon lay sprawled upon the ground, their fates uncertain. "Well done, Scyther." A menacing man with a scarred face and clad in black deftly retrieved Pokeballs from his waist, systematically capturing the injured Pokémon. Scyther, the Scythe Pokémon, evolves from a flying Scyther using a dark stone, employing its sturdy rock-like form to shield itself and cleave through great trees with its rugged axe. Its temperament is tempestuous and quick to anger. Encountering it in the wild, fleeing would be the only viable option. Scyther, gender, female, type, bug rock, qualification, gym, level, 37. Ability, bug sense. Skills, glare, quick attack, fury cutter, mercy strike, shadow clone, double hit, cut, focus energy, agility, rock slide, axe break, Sword's Dance, and hyper beam. "Brother, run. It's a Pokemon hunter." Upon hearing the voice, the scarred man turned and barked. "Who?" "Scyther, gather energy." Lin Yin urged Zhu de Biao as they cautiously retreated, chiding. "You fool. I told you to run quickly, yet you still shouted." Zhu de Biao, feeling aggrieved, replied, "I didn't expect to encounter a Pokemon hunter." The scarred man scrutinized them for a long moment, his heart sinking as he said, "Brothers, making a living is tough. Why not just pretend you didn't see anything?" Zhu de Biao felt a twinge of fear, having never witnessed so many Pokémon being slaughtered. He hesitated, torn between fleeing and capturing the criminal before him. "Very well. Let us part ways here." Lin Yin interjected, pulling Zhu de Biao along as he kept his hand resting on Shakira's Pokeball. The scarred man's eyes glinted with greed as he observed the departing duo, recognizing their attire. They were undoubtedly members of a prominent family. Just the garments alone could sustain an ordinary household for an entire month. However, members of affluent families possess Pokédexes, and should he kill them, it would lead to considerable trouble. Scyther, however, remained resolute. "Hiss. All right. We commoners have no way to rise above. We can only survive through continuous plunder and slaughter. Let this be the misfortune of these two." The scarred man muttered to himself. In truth, there are many paths for commoners to ascend, yet the scarred man, having strayed onto a path of harm, felt it was justified, clearly embarking on a road to ruin. Shakira's, emerge. This shall be your opponent today. Show no mercy. Lin Yin tossed out the Pokeball, his gaze fierce. The adversary sought his life. He was no coward to shy away from retaliation. "Brother, my Haxorus can assist you." Zhu de Biao's hands trembled, his Pokeball shaking in his grip. Lin Yin quickly replied, "I can handle this alone. You just watch from the back." Sometimes, the most formidable opponents are not the foes themselves, but rather the incompetent allies. Zhu de Biao in his current state would be utterly ineffective in a Pokemon battle. The scarred man laughed heartily. "Kid, you're too naive. However, I shall gladly accept your pseudo-divine Pokemon. Truly worthy of a family scion, a pseudo-divine. With at least king-level qualifications, I can advance even further." As he spoke, the scarred man's eyes turned bloodshot, teetering on the brink of madness, his breath quickening. Task: defeat the Pokemon hunter and safeguard the forest. Reward: a random ordinary evolutionary stone, e.g., Firestone. While the reward was meager, Lin Yin had no choice but to secure victory. Shakira's Sandstorm. Lin Yin seized the initiative. Scyther, after using Sword's Dance, dashed forth with a quick attack. Quick attack. A normal-type physical move with a power of 40, surged towards the opponent at an astonishing speed. Sword's Dance, a normal-type status move, dramatically enhances physical attack power. The scarred man's eyes flickered with a glimmer of delight. He believed Shakira's to be quadruple weak to water and grass, and doubly weak to fighting, ground, steel, and ice. His Scyther possessed numerous fighting and steel-type moves. Furthermore, given Shakira's substantial size, it would undoubtedly be slow, unable to evade Scyther's assault. Lin Yin chuckled inwardly. Indeed, most would instinctively assume Shakira's had numerous weaknesses, fearing fighting and steel-type moves, seeking to close the gap to inflict damage. However, reality often defies expectations. Shakira's had undergone extensive training, coupled with exceptional qualifications. Even the earlier Sharpedo could not inflict substantial harm on Shakira's. Although fire may fear water, a raging inferno does not tremble at a single drop. The disparity in quality had long overshadowed any type disadvantage. This exemplifies the distinction between commoners and those from affluent families. Commoner players, Tyranitar fears fighting-type moves. Family Scion, what does my rock dark, quadruple weak to fighting Tyranitar have to do with it? As the sandstorm surged, it obstructed the vision of the scarred-faced trainer. The Scyther, a rock and bug-type Pokémon, was minimally affected by the storm. The purpose of conjuring the sandstorm was to obscure the trainer's sight. Relying on instinct honed from battle, the scarred face commanded. Use quick attack to close in, and then brick break. Brick break, a fighting-type physical move with a power of 75, can shatter light screens and reflects. Indeed, the speed and level of the Shuckle did not confer any advantage, as it chose to withstand the onslaught rather than evade it. Zhu Debiao, anxious, urged, "Come on. Let Shuckle dodge." Lin Yin shook his head, concluding that Zhu Debiao's battle awareness was severely lacking. Quick attack, with its lightning speed, was certain to strike first. However, this was reality, not some fanciful notion where absolutes always prevailed. The effectiveness of techniques depended entirely on the relative strength of the combatants. To the Shuckle, the combination of quick attack and Scyther's speed appeared sluggish. Nevertheless, perceiving an opponent's assault and successfully evading it were two entirely different matters. The Shuckle braced itself. Lin Yin stood resolutely, his gaze fixed on the unfolding battle. The Scyther's sharp claws glimmered under the sunlight before delivering a heavy blow to the Shuckle's shell. The scarred face, elated to see his attack land, soon found himself dismayed. Brick break had seemingly no effect. This was utterly inconceivable. My Scyther is a formidable Pokémon of gym caliber, having reached the pinnacle of its potential after years of training. The terrifying visage of the Shuckle loomed over the Scyther. Exhaling 2 puffs of hot breath, its expression a blend of menace and provocation. For a moment, the Scyther hesitated, pausing its assault as its legs instinctively retreated. The scarred face bellowed from behind, attempting to rouse the Scyther from its stupor, but to no avail. Now was the moment. The Shuckle unleashed its titanic attack. This move, a typical physical skill with a power of 85, involved the entire body in the assault and bore a chance of inflicting paralysis. This paralysis differed from that caused by electric-type moves. It stemmed from being crushed by a heavy object. The Shuckle leaped high, its form eclipsing the sun, reflecting in the Scyther's eyes before crashing heavily down upon it. Chapter 18, The Dark Heracross. Realizing his impending defeat, the scarred face prepared to flee. Lin Yin's expression darkened. The Shuckle had bested the Scyther. "Fatty, hurry and inform the old man." A tempest of turmoil surged within the scarred face. There was no time to hesitate. Run. Why? This is impossible. How can this be? My Scyther should have the advantage based on its type. Moreover, the Shuckle's level does not surpass that of the Scyther, and it hasn't even evolved into a Banette. The scarred face's mind swirled with questions as he sprinted towards the forest, nearly frenzied. In pursuit, Lin Yin was resolute, his determination to cultivate a Garchomp only intensifying. This Pokémon was a physical attacker within his Sandstorm team, boasting remarkable speed and offensive prowess. Had the Garchomp evolved into a Garchomp, the scarred face would have surely perished in the earlier battle. This was no game. In Pokémon battles, one could dispatch a creature to vanquish the opposing trainer. Lin Yin was no naive fool to believe this world was a harmonious one. Soon, Lin Yin caught up with the scarred face. "Don't force my hand." The scarred face gasped, the Pokeballs at his waist swinging wildly as he clutched a black Pokeball. Lin Yin's pupils dilated. He beheld an artifact that should not exist. Dark Pokeball. The Dark Ball can turn any Pokémon into a vicious creature, elevating their power to the highest level. Pokémon captured by the Dark Ball will lose their freedom and obey all commands. Pokémon possess a strong will. The control exerted by the Dark Ball can be mitigated or may even fail, and the captured Dark Ball can be destroyed. Destroying the Dark Ball will allow the controlled Pokémon to revert to normal. How could such a thing exist? Lin Yin was engulfed in doubt, already contemplating retreat. Pokémon ensnared by the Dark Pokeball, provided they are not weaklings, would become extraordinarily powerful and bloodthirsty. Your reaction indicates you recognize this item. The scarred face shook the Dark Ball in his hand, his tone turning congenial. You don't want to die, do you? I would prefer not to use this. How about you just leave? Seeing Lin Yin remain, the scarred face grew frantic, cursing vehemently. This is a product developed by the Dark Church. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Lin Yin understood that the reason this fellow hesitated to unleash the Pokémon from the Dark Ball was due to fear of a backlash from the creature within. Originally intending to attend a Pokémon competition in Jiru City, he found himself embroiled in such troublesome affairs. He did not wish to place his Shuckle at risk. If I leave, we can pretend this encounter never happened, but I strongly advise against provoking me. With that, Lin Yin prepared to depart. Mission: eliminate the scarred face to ensure the safety of the Pokémon forest. Reward: ordinary evolution stone upgraded to Dark Ball. Lin Yin's eyes narrowed. While this item was nefarious, it also represented a trump card. In a life or death situation, tossing out a dark Pokémon might turn the tide. Lin Yin stroked the Shuckle's back and smiled. Can I trust you? Shuckle. Good. Shuckle, unleash a sandstorm. Lin Yin pointed ahead and shouted. Shuckle. Instantly, the surrounding forest was enveloped in swirling sand, the air thinning as the sky darkened. Go forth, Dark Heracross. The scarred face's countenance soured as he wrestled with his emotions, ultimately tossing out the Dark Ball. Heracross, the single-horn Pokémon, was a powerhouse capable of forcefully impaling its opponents with its proud horn, lifting them effortlessly and tossing them aside. Corrupted by the Dark Pokeball, its body transformed from dark blue to pitch black, swelling slightly, its eyes blood red, claws sharpened, and its horn resembling a steel sword. Heracross. Gender: male. Type: bug fighting. Qualification: gym. Level: 38. Ability: guts. Held item: Dark Ball. Skills: horn attack, tackle, leer, endure, push, seed bomb, mega horn, feint attack, aerial ace, breakthrough, double edge, blue flare, brick break, pin missile, and super horn attack. Heracross, dark, is 4 times weak to flying, twice weak to fire, and twice resistant to ground. The type balance is indeed present. However, with the combination of fighting type attributes and moves, it poses a challenge to the Shuckle. The Sandstorm enhances special defense by 15. Yet alas, Heracross deals solely physical damage. Lin Yin scrutinized the Heracross before him, which stood at an imposing 18 meters, matching the height of the Shuckle. Indeed, one must never underestimate anyone while out in the world. Even a common Pokémon hunter possesses such a trump card. The Sandstorm raged, relentlessly depleting Heracross's stamina. Meanwhile, it seemed the Dark Ball had affected the scarred face, his eyes turning blood red as veins bulged. Brick break. Upon receiving the command, Heracross's dual claws shimmered with a dark luminescence as it charged towards Shakira's with remarkable velocity. The move Brick Break, a formidable fighting-type physical technique with a power of 75. If it strikes Shakira's directly, would undoubtedly inflict significant damage. Shakira's deftly turned its body to dissipate the force, preparing a stealth rock attack. This rock-type physical move boasts a power of 100, utilizing sharp stones to assault the opponent, making it more likely to hit critical areas. Heracross's Brick Break collided with Shakira's S-side, producing a cascade of sparks. Scarface, already tormented by the encroaching darkness, was unable to command Heracross in time. After enduring the pain, Shakira's launched a sharp stone, striking Heracross squarely in the chest. The relentless sandstorm eroded Heracross's stamina considerably, seizing the moment of weakness. Shakira's unleashed Rock Slide, a rock-type physical move with a power of 50, as stones relentlessly battered Heracross. Scarface, wounding his wrist with a jagged rock, blood gushing forth like a fountain, forced himself to regain focus. Although Heracross had been ensnared by the dark orb, granting it formidable power, it had also drained a substantial portion of its life force. Should it exhaust itself completely, Heracross's demise would follow closely behind. Thus, Scarface clutched his wound and hastily commanded Heracross to charge forth and continue with the Brick Break. A fierce clash ensued between Shakira's and Heracross. After a brief moment, a cloud of smoke arose between the two Pokémon, prompting them to retreat, both panting heavily. Lin Yin comprehended that, in Shakira's current state, confronting the Dark Heracross would be a simple task, yet he was not inclined to engage in a protracted battle. Furthermore, Heracross was on the brink of collapse. After executing one more powerful move, its fate would be sealed. Conversely, Shakira's possessed a defensive technique that could easily withstand a potent assault. Chapter 19, Annihilation. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to feign weakness. Therefore, Lin Yin pretended to be astonished, preparing to capitulate. Stop. I concede. At this rate, your Heracross will perish. Why don't we both take a step back? Upon hearing this, Scarface smirked wickedly, bursting into laughter. You're still too young, kid. I'm not afraid of losing Heracross. I can always capture another. But you, however, will die here. Prepare to meet your end. You have no room for resistance left. Perish alongside my Heracross. Heracross, gathering all its might, was about to unleash Rampage, a normal-type physical move with an astounding power of 120, attacking indiscriminately over 23 turns. Scarface keenly observed the battle. After the Rampage, Heracross would be left in a state of confusion, but that mattered little. Moreover, once confused, Heracross would likely target Lin Yin, resulting in his demise. Scarface harbored a singular goal: to eliminate Lin Yin and survive. Facing the oncoming Heracross, Lin Yin wore a sinister smile. If he could endure the Rampage, victory would be his. Ha ha ha, I have triumphed. Scarface clenched his fists, his heart racing. For the opponent to win, there was but one path: withstand Heracross's onslaught. Was this even feasible? He believed that a fully powered, darkened Heracross could not possibly fail with its final strike. As this thought crossed his mind, the tension in his heart abruptly eased, until he failed to notice the upward curve of Lin Ying's lips. Everything had come to an end. Shakira's, use Protect. A shimmering veil enveloped Shakira's form. With a fierce expression, it stood resolutely, observing Heracross's desperate struggles before its demise. Scarface's heart sank in terror. No way. Protect is an expensive move to learn. I refuse to believe it. Heracross charged with all its strength, aiming to vanquish Shakira's. Yet, when Heracross's claws struck Shakira's, no damage was inflicted. It seemed as if in its final moments, Heracross's blood-red eyes cleared momentarily. It abruptly ceased its attack, resigning itself to fate. Moments later, Heracross exhausted itself and fell. Shakira's bore numerous wounds of varying sizes. The duration of Protect was fleeting, and Shakira's had endured some of Heracross's attacks, sustaining minor injuries. You've done well. Return, Lin Yin said, retrieving Shakira's into its Pokeball. He then summoned another Pokeball from his waist. Come forth, Garchomp. Garchomp surveyed the grim scene, undeterred by the carnage, its eyes sharpening instead. Lin Yin exhaled deeply, commanding, Dragon Breath, eliminate him. No, please. Scarface's pupils dilated as he stumbled backward. Garchomp would heed no pleas. It gathered a torrent of draconic energy in its maw and unleashed it forcefully. I possess 2 quasi-legendary Pokémon, and I cannot acquire a Protect move? Lin Yin gazed at Scarface's lifeless body, shaking his head before urging Garchomp to obliterate the evidence. In the dead of night, Lin Yin sat by a large bonfire, meticulously examining the dark orb received as a system reward. It was pitch black, emanating a sinister and malevolent aura. Should the Pokémon Association discover this item, he would undoubtedly be apprehended as a member of the dark cult. With no hope of rescue from the Elder, presently, he lacked a suitable Pokémon to place within the Dark Pokeball. He resolved to let it languish in the system's repository. Lin Yin continued to poke the fire with a stick. Shakira's and Garchomp stood nearby. After an afternoon of recuperation, supplemented by various luxurious healing potions, Shakira's wounds had successfully healed, and it had ascended to level 33. Garchomp seemed to sense something, training diligently throughout the afternoon. Ha ha ha, little one, you need not exert yourself so. Your natural talent is remarkable, and with the abundance of energy cubes, you could grow stronger effortlessly, even while resting. Lin Yin laughed heartily. Moreover, he had already devised a suitable training regimen for Garchomp. Garchomp's eyes lit up upon hearing this, pouncing on Shakira's and comfortably settling on its back. Wah wah. Shakira's picked up the energy cubes, tossing them one by one into Garchomp's awaiting maw. Mimicking Lin Ying's relaxed posture, relishing the moment, Lin Yin jested, You rascal, I was merely speaking in jest, yet you truly embody the essence of indulgence. Shakira's. Lin Yin teased, and you, Shakira's, do not coddle Garchomp too much. If this continues, Garchomp will become as lazy as a Snorlax. Wah wah wah. Garchomp waved its claws in protest, the fierce expression on its face appearing quite comical. Of course, Lin Yin was merely jesting. He knew that Shakira's trained alongside Garchomp regularly. When Garchomp first emerged, it had shown no reaction to the bloody scene, thanks to Shakira's daily stimulation of its inner dark energy. Naturally, Spending each day with a fearsome elder brother had rendered it immune to such sights. Setting aside other matters, this audacity was truly remarkable. For now, Garchomp needed only nourishment, with no need for excessive training. Moderate daily exercise, coupled with encounters with beginner Pokémon in the wild to gain experience, would suffice. As the draconic energy within the round land shark intensified, it evolved into the sharp-toothed land shark and subsequently engaged in rigorous special training focused on dragon-type moves and aerial maneuvers. Although the sharp-toothed land shark is unable to fly, the fierce biting land shark certainly can. Thus it is prudent to acclimate early to avoid any discomfort upon evolution into the fierce biting land shark. This preparation mirrors the approach taken with the sandy Kiras, who regularly bolster their dark energy reserves to prevent disorientation after evolving into a Banjira, ensuring they do not succumb to volatility and squander their innate potential. Many trainers' Pokémon exhibit irritability and lethargy post-evolution, primarily due to their inability to adapt to their new bodies and the newly acquired energy attributes. Recognizing this issue necessitates timely intervention by trainers. Lin Yin, however, proactively mitigated such situations, ensuring that all preliminary nurturing was aimed at maximizing their ultimate evolutionary potential. For instance, the sandy Kiras do not possess a dark attribute, nor do they have the ability to summon sandstorms. Lin Yin instructed it to intentionally execute dark-type moves to refine its skill with Sandstorm. It is conceivable that once the sandy Kiras evolve into Banjira, they will wield an astonishing mastery over sandstorms, complemented by their already honed dark-type capabilities. Many trainers merely allow their Pokémon to learn current moves or engage in trivial training, neglecting the larger picture. To the untrained eye, the training of the sandy Kiras and round land sharks may appear futile, yet they are, in fact, laying the groundwork for their eventual evolutionary forms. Lin Yin possesses ample resources, ensuring that his sharp, biting land shark and Banjira evolve at levels far surpassing the typical threshold of the 40s. His Pokémon, nurtured with the finest of sustenance, likely have their energy reserves fully developed by the early 30s, allowing for premature evolution and earlier adaptation to their final forms, thereby unlocking their latent potential. Conversely, some ordinary trainers find their Pokémon stunted in growth due to malnutrition, resulting in prolonged stays in their initial forms. When these Pokémon finally evolve, they often struggle with their newfound bodies, leading to explosive tempers and a decline in morale. In Chapter 20, focusing on the cultivation direction of the round land shark, Lin Yin's two Pokémon have always enjoyed the best resources, thus avoiding such predicaments. Suddenly, the sound of an incoming call from the old man interrupted the moment, causing Lin Yin to retrieve his Pokédex and answer. "Help me, brother," cried Zhu Debiao, holding the Pokédex with one hand, his face resembling a swollen pig's head. Behind him, the old man brandished a stick, swinging it rapidly enough to conjure after images. "You little rascal, why didn't I see this softer side of you before?" Lin Yin was bewildered by the unfolding chaos. "Brother, I initially intended to find you, but I took a wrong turn and fell off a cliff, breaking my leg." The Pokédex automatically alerted for help, and Grandpa rode back on his Dragonite. Zhu Debiao lamented, his expression one of innocence and despair. Lin Yin understood Zhu Debiao's gentle nature, molded by his nurturing upbringing as the child of a breeder. Encountering poachers and witnessing the death of Pokémon left him dazed and paralyzed with fear. Just as Lin Yin was about to plead for leniency, the old man chastised. "What a disappointment. Out in the world, you act so cowardly. You bring shame to my name. At least your father, despite being a spoiled brat, had more grit than you." As he spoke, the old man tossed aside his stick and unfastened his belt, delivering a series of sharp slaps. Zhu Debiao nearly fainted, stammering, "Grandpa, I..." Suppressing laughter, Lin Yin reflected that this tough love was far better than losing one's life out in the wilderness. However, he pondered if his father truly had been such a scoundrel in his youth. "Grandpa, I no longer wish to be a trainer. I believe my mother was right. I've always loved food." "Becoming a Pokémon breeder sounds wonderful," Zhu Debiao said, squinting at the gleaming belt. Rumored to be a trophy from the old man's battle with a Pokémon, Lin Yin finally found amusement again, suggesting, "I recall that you have always shown extraordinary talent in Pokémon breeding. Why not attend Kyoto University for specialized study?" "True enough. You lack the talent of a trainer and have inherited your mother's breeding aptitude," the old man conceded, reattaching the belt around his waist. Zhu Debiao raised an eyebrow at Lin Yin, silently conveying, "No big deal, brother." Lin Yin nearly burst out laughing. The sandy Kiras seemed to have caught wind of the commotion, bringing the round land shark along. Upon seeing Zhu Debiao's plight, they erupted in unabashed laughter. I took you out for fun while my brother was sleeping, and now you dare to mock me." Zhu Debiao protested, his face turning crimson. The Sandy Kiras blinked in confusion. Didn't we agree to keep this a secret? Lin Yin shot a glance at the Sandy Kiras, only to find them suddenly retreating into their pokeballs. The round land shark followed suit with a couple of cries before it too vanished inside. The old man snatched the Pokédex from Zhu Debiao, saying, "Eniner, I've already applied for a reward from the Pokémon Association for your defeat of the poacher. What would you like? I would appreciate some special stones. Could you arrange for the Pokémon Association to gather a few?" Lin Yin requested. The old man paused, asking, "Just those? No rare Pokémon or items?" "Just those," Lin Yin thought, knowing that if the Pokémon Association could procure 2 Mega Evolution Stones, it would be far more valuable than anything else. If not, so be it. "Very well, be cautious during your travels," the old man advised before disconnecting the call. As night enveloped the forest, numerous nocturnal Pokémon emerged. Lin Yin extinguished the campfire, tidied up a cave, released his 2 Pokémon, and lay down to rest. As dawn broke, Lin Yin rubbed his eyes, witnessing his Pokémon sparring. The Sandy Kiras stood resolute, allowing the round land shark to launch its attacks. Through Lin Yin's dedicated training, the Sandy Kiras had achieved an extraordinary level of stamina and defense, rendering it nearly impervious to standard Pokémon offenses. Upon evolving into the fierce biting land shark, which boasts an impressive base attack of 130, Lin Yin had formulated a plan to maximize its physical attack potential. He envisioned a move set comprising Dragon Claw, Metal Claw, Dragon Dance, Flamethrower, and Dragon Rush. Among these, the Dragon Dance, a move that amplifies physical attack, is particularly noteworthy. Dragon Claw, a Dragon-type physical move, inflicts double damage against other Dragon types. Metal Claw, a Steel-type physical attack, targets Rock, Fairy, and Ice types, ensuring the fierce biting land shark is well equipped against diverse adversaries. Flamethrower, a Fire-type physical move, serves to counter Ice, Steel, Bug, and Grass types, preventing the fierce biting land shark from being caught off guard. The reverse-scale Dragon-type physical move boasts an impressive power of 120. Although it induces confusion upon usage, it is nonetheless a formidable technique that can turn the tide of battle. The Dragon God Dive, another Dragon-type physical move with a power of 100, serves as a crucial last resort skill. As the saying goes, the quality of skills is more significant than their quantity. Mastering a select few specialized techniques is far more advantageous than learning a plethora of flashy moves. Both Dragon Claw and Metal Claw require the claws of a Garchomp. Aside from their differing attributes, they are remarkably similar in function, allowing for efficient mastery. Given the innate talent of the Garchomp, acquiring these skills with some practice should be relatively straightforward. The only notable challenge lies with the reverse scale. While this skill possesses immense power, it can result in confusion. However, with proper training, one can mitigate the disorientation effect. Reality diverges significantly from the mindless mechanics of games. The skills that are stated to be effective often do not hold true. A mediocre Ice-type Pokémon can exploit its type advantage to defeat a Dragon-type. In practice, however, an Ice-type may find itself utterly incapable of even grazing a Garchomp before being vanquished. Even when skills do connect, Garchomp's robust attributes enable it to withstand several Ice-type moves with relative ease. Lin Yin's gaze shifted towards the Garchomp training nearby. Garchomp, Shiny, Gender, Male type, Dragon Ground potential, Champion level, 20 ability, Sand Veil held items, Dragon Scale, Premium, Power Band, Premium, Skills, Tackle, Sand Tomb, Mud Slap, Dragon Breath, Bite, Cut, Dragon Claw, Protect. Chapter 21, The Choice of the Next Pokémon. This little creature has surprisingly mastered Dragon Claw ahead of schedule and reached level 20. It seems that previous training has begun to bear fruit. Lin Yin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Currently, the leveling of his Sandshrew has begun to plateau, requiring only daily practice of Sandstorm and some basic skills. In contrast, Garchomp still has significant room for growth, and with just a few more battles, it is likely to evolve into a Gabite. Fortunately, the wild is teeming with Pokémon. Sandshrew and Garchomp will engage in real combat today, Lin Yin exclaimed, subsequently retrieving today's energy cubes along with their favorite Moo Moo milk. He also pulled out his rice balls to enjoy alongside them. As the technology in the Pokémon world allows for excellent preservation of food, rendering it both delicious and delightful. After satisfying their hunger, it was time for battle. According to the map in the Pokédex, Lin Yin located a nest of Ariados. As he approached, the sound of hissing filled the air, accompanied by clusters of spider webs and several bug-type Pokémon ensnared within. This is the place. Garchomp, unleash Dragon Breath, Lin Yin commanded. The Dragon Breath surged forth like a shockwave, obliterating the ensnared Pokémon and webs alike. Some of the bug types, barely clinging to life, seized the opportunity to flee. Meanwhile, Sandshrew sensibly moved aside, recognizing that this was its companion's battle. Ariados gender, female type, bug poison potential, elite level, 25 ability, sniper, increases power when hitting critical spots, skills, poison sting, string shot, absorb, constrict, horrifying face, nightshade, shadow sneak, fury swipes, spider web. Description: Ariados, the long-legged Pokémon, is the evolved form of Spinarak. It can expel silk from both its rear and mouth, making it impossible to discern which end is the front simply by sight. The sniper ability is not to be underestimated, Lin Yin remarked with a chuckle. Garchomp's gaze sharpened as it clenched its claws. Upon encountering these intruding foes, Ariados immediately displayed hostility. Seizing the moment, a flurry of purple poison stings shot forth with remarkable speed, while Ariados rapidly maneuvered on the webs. Dodge. Then, use Dragon Claw to destroy the webs and close in on Ariados, Lin Yin commanded with a decisive wave of his hand. Garchomp's claws suddenly emanated a potent dragon energy as it sprinted towards the webs. Before Ariados could react, the very webs it relied upon vanished into thin air. Garchomp would not grant the opponent any respite. It swiftly approached. Dragon Claw. Ariados became momentarily disoriented, and suddenly, 8 identical copies of itself appeared. Shadow Clone. Lin Yin chuckled softly, finding Ariados' naivete amusing. Did it truly believe it was dealing with simple-minded wild Pokémon? Garchomp continued its assault with Dragon Claw, systematically eliminating each of Ariados' shadowy duplicates. In the blink of an eye, the clones were eradicated. Ariados, bewildered, pondered why the Garchomp before her did not freeze in confusion. Fuming with rage, Ariados unveiled her menacing abdomen, showcasing her signature move, Horrifying Face. In the wild, bug-type Pokémon would likely be paralyzed with fear at such a sight. However, Garchomp, accustomed to its elder brother's visage, found Ariados' display merely curious. Dragon Breath. Let's conclude this battle, Lin Yin commanded in a final declaration. Ariados, seasoned from numerous encounters in the wild, knew better than to underestimate her opponent. Otherwise, her elite potential would not have allowed her to survive this long. She quickly adjusted her stance and darted sideways to evade the Dragon Breath, her claws frantically scrambling as she clung to a tree, attempting to spin webs. Only by ensnaring the area in silk could she hope for a comeback. Lin Yin would not allow her that opportunity. Stomp. A ground-type physical move that forcefully pounds the ground, attacking all nearby Pokémon and reducing their speed. The surrounding terrain trembled as the earth quaked, slowing Ariados' web spinning and causing her to topple from the tree. Before she could regain her footing and escape, Lin Yin bellowed, Sand Tomb, then Bite. End this battle. Sand Tomb. A ground-type physical move ensnares the opponent in a ferocious sandstorm, dealing damage over 45 turns. Bite, a dark-type physical move, employs sharp teeth to clamp down on the foe, occasionally causing them to flinch. One skill confines Ariados, while the other seals her fate. The blinding sandstorm engulfed Ariados, rendering her claws ineffectual in securing an escape. Her pupils contracted as Garchomp's form loomed menacingly before her. Moments later, Garchomp stood triumphantly atop Ariados, asserting its victory in battle. Despite the level disparity, Garchomp's prowess made short work of a wild Pokémon. Sandshrew approached slowly, a broad smile adorning its face. Garchomp puffed out its chest, radiating pride. Excellent, excellent. Lin Yin was exceedingly pleased with Garchomp's performance. Throughout the encounter, Ariados had not managed to land a single hit on Garchomp, who had been effortlessly toyed with. Although there was a level difference, Garchomp's potential and resources far surpassed those of a mere wild Pokémon. Lin Yin pondered deeply. With Sandshrew and Garchomp, his Sandstorm team was gradually taking shape. However, both were physical attackers, and their final evolutions were vulnerable to fairy types. Bangiras were 4 times weak to fighting, while Garchomp was 4 times weak to ice. Encountering an ordinary Pokémon, one might be able to disregard type advantages and overpower opponents through sheer strength. However, when faced with adversaries of equal caliber, glaring weaknesses become painfully evident, rendering such a strategy rather futile. Thus, it is imperative for him to capture another Pokémon to counterbalance these shortcomings, ensuring preparedness for unforeseen circumstances. Ideally, this Pokémon should possess rock, ground, or steel types, remaining unaffected by sandstorms, or possess an ability that mitigates such effects. Furthermore, it should be a special attacker with crowd control capabilities, exhibiting commendable speed to avoid being outmaneuvered. Preferably, it should not be vulnerable to fighting, ice, or fairy types. After much contemplation, Lin Yin discovered that few Pokémon met these criteria, yet some did exist. One such candidate was Alakazam, which possessed the Magic Guard ability. This Pokémon fulfilled all the specified conditions. As a psychic type, it could learn various crowd control techniques and even counter fighting types. Moreover, Alakazam had the ability to learn the move Terrain Swap. Chapter 22. Advancing towards the next opponent. The training journey of Sharpedo. Terrain Swap, a psychic type transformation move, allows the user to instantaneously exchange positions with a partner. While this move may seem unremarkable in the game, in reality, it could turn the tide of battle if utilized adeptly. For instance, should Lin Yin find himself in peril, Alakazam could switch places with him, allowing for a swift escape. During Pokémon battles, this move could also serve to counter fighting-type Pokémon like Conkeldurr. In addition to Terrain Swap, Alakazam possesses an array of disruptive moves, including Substitute, Light Screen, Reflect, Magic Guard, Taunt, Power Swap, Guard Swap, Trick Room, Imprison, Speed Swap, and various other perplexing transformation techniques. However, average Alakazam often have limited potential. Lacking sufficient psychic energy, they struggle to master these moves, and even if they do, their efficacy may be subpar. To secure a special attacker with countering capabilities, one must seek a particularly formidable Alakazam. As for the item Alakazam would carry, Lin Yin had already decided on the Power Lens, which would decrease speed but gradually enhance special attack. Much like the Power Weight currently worn by his Sandshrew, which is intended to boost physical stamina, Alakazam's item would serve to augment its special attack. Most importantly, Alakazam is also capable of Mega Evolution. It is essential to gather Pokémon that can Mega Evolve, as this is his trump card. Presently, aside from Alakazam, he also considers the possibility of capturing a Dracozolt, which possesses a Dragon and Steel typing, immune to Sandstorm effects, while also having the abilities of Sap Sipper and others. Sap Sipper allows it to absorb Grass-type attacks without sustaining damage, instead boosting its own attack. As one of the more popular types, a Dracozolt with the Sap Sipper ability would undoubtedly serve as a formidable counter to Grass types, boasting a special attack of 110 and the ability to learn the move Aqua Ring to aid in recovery. Additionally, Steel-type moves counter Ice and Fairy types, compensating for the Dragon type's inherent weaknesses. Selecting a third Pokémon from these two options would prove to be a commendable choice. It merely depended on which one he encountered first. In comparison, Alakazam is quite common in Huagua, with many psychic trainers capturing one. However, most of their potential is rather average, often at Gym Leader or Elite Four levels, with few reaching the Champion tier. Moreover, Lin Yin seeks an Alakazam of at least near Champion caliber. Through the system's capabilities, he can elevate Alakazam's potential to that of a champion. Considering Alakazam's species, there exists a 1 in 10,000 chance of it being born with near champion potential, but it is rare to find one with the Magic Guard ability. Of course, Lin Yin is not overly picky. Even an Elite Four caliber would suffice. However, upon further reflection, he realizes that both Sandshrew and Sharpedo, as well as Dracozolt, are all semi-legendary Pokémon. Initially, he intended to assemble a Sandstorm team, yet it appears he is inadvertently forming a semi-legendary team. What an unexpected turn of events. Speaking of semi-legendaries, Lin Yin suddenly recalls Metagross and Dragapult. Metagross, being Steel-type, is also immune to Sandstorms and could potentially fit into his Sandstorm team. Not to mention, Metagross can Mega Evolve, and its Steel and Psychic typing allows it to counter Dragon, Ice, and Fairy types. Furthermore, with a base stat total of 600, it boasts impressive physical attack and defense stats of over 130, alongside decent special attack and defense at 90. As a rare semi-legendary Pokémon, it is seldom found on the open market. Upon discovery or breeding, it is typically distributed by the Pokémon Association. The base form of Metagross, Beldum, possesses qualities that make reaching near champion status no easy feat, yet attaining Elite Four status is certainly manageable. If Lin Yin were to acquire Beldum through the Pokémon Association, he need not worry about its potential. As for its abilities, either Clear Body or Light Metal would suffice. Similarly, Dragapult possesses the ability Clear Body, rendering it immune to Sandstorm effects, with a Dragon and Fighting typing, albeit being somewhat vulnerable to Fairy types. However, he need not fret, as Metagross's typing counters Fairy types effectively. While Dragapult may not be able to Mega Evolve, it can utilize Z-moves. With a base stat total of 600, its fundamental attributes are exceptionally high. With this thought, Lin Yin's imagination begins to soar. If he can assemble a Sandstorm team with semi-legendaries, why not utilize legendary Pokémon to form one? No. Lin Yin quickly shakes his head, interrupting his own thoughts. Is he truly daydreaming in broad daylight? Setting aside the rarity and preciousness of such Pokémon, the resources required for their training would likely be beyond his means. Lin Yin recalls that upon completing the doctor's task, he would be able to select a Pokémon egg for his Sandstorm team with a customizable ability, along with Mega Evolution Stones. Although the egg's potential is not explicitly stated, it is reasonable to assume it would not be low. 4 Mega Evolution Stones. Lin Yin desires 1 for Tyranitar, naturally opting for Pokémon that are difficult to obtain and possess elusive abilities. After much deliberation, he concludes that the best candidate is Dracozolt with the Sap Sipper ability. Firstly, Dracozolt is not found in Huagua, and secondly, the Galarian form is exceedingly rare, let alone one with the desired ability. As for the GL 666 Cup task, obtaining the champion's egg after winning in South China would grant him a champion-tier Pokémon with a customizable ability. Lin Yin has his sights set on Metagross. And concerning Dragapult, his grandfather possesses a Dragon-type secret realm where he can seek one later. Furthermore, after completing his father's task of assembling a Sandstorm team and defeating Dragon-type Pokémon, he would receive premium Rock and Ground-type items, along with a Pokémon Mega Evolution Stone. Once these 3 tasks are completed, his strength should see a significant enhancement. Lin Yin has vividly envisioned the scenario of Pokémon battles. Although it is a Sandstorm team, it consists of 6 semi-legendaries. Nevertheless, plans often change, and he must set aside unrealistic fantasies. With unwavering determination, Lin Yin gazes at Sandshrew and Sharpedo. For a brighter future, he must strive. Today, he will train diligently, aiming to extend the Sandstorm's radius to 100 meters. It would be ideal for Sharpedo to evolve into a Barraskewda. Failure to complete the task means no food for anyone today, except for me. Upon hearing this, Sandshrew and Sharpedo exchange bewildered glances. What has gotten into their trainer? After a moment of silly grinning, he seems overly excited, as if lost in a daydream. Despite their internal questions, both Pokémon possess a strong sense of execution. Sandshrew promptly rushes to a nearby forest clearing, unleashing an earthquake to shatter the ground, and begins manipulating the surrounding dust with its elemental energy as a sandstorm gradually materializes. This little technique was imparted to Shakira by Lin Yin, utilizing modern knowledge. The Roundland Shark, the next adversary, is the assassin of the wilderness, the Flying Mantis. Chapter 23. Evolve, Sharp-Tooth Land Shark. To evolve, one must engage in continuous Pokémon battles, accumulating experience. Initially, Shakira successfully evolved under the guidance of Nidoking. Following the Pokémon Encyclopedia, Lin Yin swiftly located the territory of the Flying Mantis. Typically, a standard Pokémon Encyclopedia lacks this feature, but Lin Yin is no ordinary individual. As a descendant of a champion, he enjoys a different level of treatment. This particular Pokémon Encyclopedia is custom-made, its functionality rivaling that of those employed by elite trainers. However, Lin Yin possesses a system, rendering certain Pokémon scanning functions unnecessary. The map feature is his most frequently utilized tool, allowing him to effortlessly locate nearby Pokémon. Mission: the ambitions of the Roundland Shark. As the second brother of the Sandstorm team, he has long envied his elder brother Shakira and desires to evolve into a sharp-toothed land shark, gaining immense power. Reward: during the mission, the Roundland Shark will receive double growth speed until evolution, and post-evolution, the host Pokémon will gain a week's growth buff. The mission pop-up appeared before Lin Yin, evoking a sense of familiarity. It is indeed an exceptional system, with no adverse effects during the mission. As long as the Roundland Shark successfully evolves, Shakira will also receive a double growth buff, likely leading to a swift evolution into Banjira after training in the wild. It is simply marvelous. Now open your mouth. Lin Yin retrieved a premium energy cube made from sandscale fruit from his pocket and casually tossed it into the Roundland Shark's mouth. Wow! The Roundland Shark closed its eyes, gently caressing its cheeks with its claws, savoring this rare delicacy. The duo journeyed for quite some time before reaching their destination. Unlike the territory of Ariados, the domain of the Flying Mantis was chaotic, littered with shattered boulders and severed trees. Roundland Shark, do not underestimate your opponent, Lin Yin cautioned, surveying the surroundings with utmost vigilance. Nevertheless, he felt no trepidation. The Pokédex indicated that the Flying Mantis was only around level 25, marginally stronger than the previous Ariados. Flying Mantis. Gender: male. Type: bug flying. Qualification: gym. Level: 26. Ability: inner focus, ignites when intimidated, boosting speed. Skills: glare, quick attack, pursuit. Tackle, wing attack, cut, focus energy, double hit, substitute, brick break. Description: the Flying Mantis, a mantis Pokémon, employs its sharp scythes to sever its prey's life. seldom taking to the skies with its wings. This particular flying mantis appeared to be in excellent condition, a formidable opponent. There was no pronounced type disadvantage between it and the round land shark. However, the flying mantis is a unique species, upon evolving into Scyther. Its total base stats remain unchanged, yet the distribution of those stats is reallocated. Moreover, its type transitions from bug flying to bug steel. And Scyther possesses a more striking appearance and the ability to mega-evolve. Bug-type Pokémon, known for their rapid growth and short lifespans, typically reproduce at an impressive rate. It is plausible that a group of flying mantises resides nearby. Capturing a flying mantis of exceptionally high quality would be advantageous, as evolving into Scyther with steel attributes, paired with skilled techniques and specific items, could yield significant damage. Lost in thought, the flying mantis surged forward, enveloped in a white gleam. Roundland Shark. Use Dragon Claw to engage. Lin Yin commanded with a swift wave of his hand. Dragon Claw, a dragon-type physical skill with a power of 80, allows the user to strike with sharp claws. His Roundland Shark, equipped with the finest resources, should not cower before a wild Pokémon. It would be a source of ridicule. However, the flying mantis, leveraging its size advantage, unleashed a powerful slash with its gleaming claws. Wow! The Roundland Shark's eyes blazed with fighting spirit, combining offense and defense with Dragon Claw. Swoosh! The flying mantis emitted a sharp cry, launching a fragment of stone into the air with powerful legs, repeatedly swinging its sides for the kill. Despite its rigorous training, the flying mantis exhibited a narrow perspective, leaving it vulnerable to mistakes. Now, Lin Yin's eyes gleamed with determination as the Roundland Shark dodged and counterattacked. Although the flying mantis is of the flying type, it typically refrains from utilizing its wings, rendering it vulnerable while airborne. The Roundland Shark, nourished by premium energy cubes made from sand scale fruit, had honed its speed to the limit. With a swift movement, it positioned itself behind the flying mantis and leaped into the air. Dragon Claw. Having battled in the wild for years, the flying mantis had encountered countless situations. It gently flapped its wings, evading the attack and ascending above the Roundland Shark, smirking as it planted its feet atop the Roundland Shark's head. Wow! The Roundland Shark was unable to move midair, struck down by a flying kick, crashing into the ground and creating a small crater. Wow! Though the flying mantis lacked the qualifications and resources, its speed stat of 100 revealed its prowess. Wow! The Roundland Shark rolled over, rising with eyes aflame. Having faced defeat for the first time since birth, albeit previously at the hands of its elder brother Shakira, it chose to disregard that loss. Thus, anger and frustration surged within it. Lin Yin, noticing the faint glow emanating from the Roundland Shark, felt a surge of joy. He extended his arm toward the flying mantis and shouted, "Seize this moment of rage and charge forward. Unleash your dragon energy." Wow! The flying mantis smirked defiantly, its form flickering as 8 identical flying mantises appeared, employing Shadow Clone. The Roundland Shark, moving at a breakneck pace, surged toward the flying mantis, surrounded by its clones. The flying mantis was no pushover. All the clones initiated Brick Break in unison, targeting the Roundland Shark. Shadow Clone, a typical transformation technique, generates duplicates through rapid movement to confuse opponents. While ordinary wild Pokémon might be bewildered, the Roundland Shark expelled a rich surge of dragon energy from its mouth. Roundland Shark, evolve! Lin Yin shouted passionately toward the heavens. Roar! A growl erupted from the Roundland Shark's diminutive form, shaking the surrounding trees. In an instant, the flying mantis's clones vanished. Swoosh swoosh! Under the astonished gaze of the flying mantis, the white light enveloping the Roundland Shark intensified, its body expanding. Mission complete. Shakira and Sharp-Tooth Land Shark received double growth buffs. Roar! Roar! The Sharp-Tooth Land Shark swung its arms, channeling dragon energy, crossing its forearms before it. Swoosh swoosh! The flying mantis, unwilling to back down, gradually unleashed its scythes. Sharp-Tooth Land Shark, unleash your Dragon Claw. Harness the power of your stamina and attack with abandon. Lin Yin commanded. Chapter 24. The Sandstorm Brothers unite against the Beedrill leader. Compared to before, the Sharp-Tooth Land Shark's Dragon Claw not only exhibited greater ferocity, but also possessed an aesthetic grace. Being a shiny Pokémon, its coloration diverged from the norm. Moreover, Lin Yin's Sharp-Tooth Land Shark seemed to have absorbed considerable Dark-type energy cubes during its time with Shakira. The entire body is adorned in a dark hue, which, under the radiant sunlight, appears strikingly handsome. Typically, a Sharp-Tooth Land Shark stands at a height of 16 meters and weighs 56 kilograms, yet this particular specimen, akin to its Sand Kiara's counterpart, boasts an impressive stature and weight surpassing its kin, with an estimated height of 18 meters and a weight of 66 kilograms. It seems that its frequent consumption of sand scale fruit has rendered the sharp-toothed landshark's leg structure remarkably agile, enabling it to unleash extraordinary speed with the slightest exertion. Its dark-toned skin, combined with its sand veil ability, likely renders it nearly undetectable even to certain Pokémon during a sandstorm. The sharp-toothed landshark is practically a tailor-made assassin of the sandstorm. In the realm of gaming, Sand Veil enhances evasion by 20, while in reality, such an evasive effect does not exist. At most, it permits the evasion of attacks. True to its name, Sand Veil truly allows it to conceal itself within the tempest. And amidst the ferocity of the storm, even psychically adept Pokémon find it impossible to discern the sharp-toothed landshark's location. Sharp-toothed landshark, shiny, gender, male, type, dragon ground, aptitude, champion, level, 24, ability, Sand Veil, held items, dragon scale, premium. Power band, premium, skills, tackle, double slash, dragon rage, quicksand abyss, sandstorm, sand attack, dragon breath, bite, cut, dragon tail, metal claw, dragon rush, protect. Description: the sharp-toothed landshark, a cave Pokémon, is the evolved form of the round landshark. Since ancient times, it has been believed that potions crafted from its scales can cure incurable ailments. Lin Yin was somewhat astonished to discover that the sharp-toothed landshark had mastered the dragon-type move, Dragon Rush. Mastery of Dragon Rush typically requires a Pokémon of exceptional talent and an abundance of draconic energy within. With its champion aptitude and 2 premium items, it seems entirely reasonable that it would grasp Dragon Rush. Given its prowess, it could likely secure an impressive ranking in the youth category of the Chiro City Pokémon competition. Moreover, it has a system task. Agree to participate in the Chiro City competition with Zhu Debiao. Reward: calculated based on competition ranking. Given the system's nature, should it achieve first place, the reward is bound to be lavish. The sharp-toothed landshark possesses immense strength. When it focuses, a few strikes from its dragon claw easily vanquished a Scyther. The sand Kiaras, perhaps drawn by the intensity of the battle, rushed over. Upon witnessing the striking appearance of the newly evolved sharp-toothed landshark, it felt a surge of emotion. The once little brother who would lay on its back had indeed grown up, recently evolved and having just triumphed over an opponent. The sharp-toothed landshark proudly puffed out its chest and waved its arms. The two Pokémon embraced each other, seemingly exchanging sentiments of brotherhood. Lin Yin refrained from interrupting, allowing the two Pokémon to bond. Moreover, it was an opportune moment to refine the synergy between them. Sand Kiaras, summon a sandstorm. Sharp-toothed landshark. Immerse yourself within its power. The sandstorm erupted, obscuring the sky. Lin Yin sought refuge in a nearby cave to avoid being struck by flying debris. Within the tempest, the sand Kiaras felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration, while the sharp-toothed landshark joyfully roared, its form flickering in and out of visibility within the storm. This grand display attracted a swarm of bug-type Pokémon, led by a Beedrill. Lin Yin understood the importance of preserving the wilderness's Pokémon ecosystem, but engaging in battle to test their skills posed no issue. Sand Kiaras, unleash the sandstorm followed by spikes. Sharp-toothed landshark, feel free to approach and use Dragon Claw. Then swiftly retreat to seek an opening. The two Pokémon fought together, showcasing an unprecedented level of synergy, requiring no guidance from Lin Yin. During the skirmish, the sand Kiaras bravely took the front line, absorbing damage while the sharp-toothed landshark stealthily maneuvered behind, disappearing in an instant. The Beedrill leader had no shortage of subordinates. Waves of Beedrills surged like moths toward the sandstorm. The Beedrill leader aimed to wear down the two Pokémon through sheer numbers to secure victory. The sand Kiaras and sharp-toothed landshark fiercely resisted. Ultimately, the Beedrill leader, alongside a few robust underlings, revealed its stingers and launched a final assault on the exhausted sand Kiaras. Though it was panting heavily, the sand Kiaras maintained the sandstorm, refusing to flinch from the Beedrill leader's onslaught. A hint of mockery crossed the Beedrill leader's face. Then, countless stingers rained down like a torrential downpour. In that moment, the sand Kiaras smirked slightly, causing the Beedrill leader to sense something amiss. In an instant, a shadow flickered and suddenly appeared before the Beedrill leader. And before it could react, Dragon Claw was already looming in its vision. A decisive strike. The Beedrill leader collapsed, its stingers propping it up as its wings fluttered, gradually lifting it into the air. The sharp-toothed landshark instinctively positioned itself before the sand Kiaras, channeling its potent draconic energy, and let out a resounding roar. The Beedrill leader, astonished, noted that despite their differing species, the sand Kiaras had confidently lured it into a position where the sharp-toothed landshark could inflict a grievous wound. The Beedrill leader attempted to sow discord, but the sand Kiaras and sharp-toothed landshark exchanged knowing smiles, roaring in unison. Ultimately, the Beedrill leader conceded and chose to retreat, leaving behind a fading silhouette, aware that this defeat would herald the rise of a new generation of young Beedrills to take its place. Lin Yin observed this entire spectacle, noting how the two Pokémon seemed to convey, "Do not underestimate the bond we share. Have you heard? A fierce battle recently unfolded in the wild forest. I've heard it involved a ground-type Pokémon and a bug-type Pokémon clashing." Indeed, the battle was intense, radiating outwards for a kilometer from the epicenter, resulting in a new desert. I suspect the bug-type Pokémon disturbed that ground-type Pokémon. As Lin Yin passed by, a smile crept onto his lips. It was unsurprising that these passers-by were discussing him. However, his intent was not to eavesdrop on their conversation, but rather to prepare for tomorrow's Chiro City Pokémon competition. Chapter 25. The weathered young man Lin Yin had registered for the competition in the Pokémon Encyclopedia well in advance, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to compete at the gym tomorrow. This citywide event was not something a mere gym trainer could manipulate. It was rumored that a bug-type champion was secretly orchestrating the competition, and the victor would accompany the champion into the bug-type secret realm. Lin Yin was uncertain of the veracity of these rumors. The competition would unfold in a conventional format over 3 days. The first day would determine the top 16, the second day the top 4, and the final day would culminate in the championship match. What set this event apart was the explicit age requirement of 22 and under. Lin Yin found this peculiar, perhaps hinting at ulterior motives. Regardless, with his grandfather being a champion, it was unlikely anyone would dare provoke him. This Chiro City event aimed at honing skills, all in preparation for the GL666 University Cup. Compared to a modest municipal competition, the GL666 Cup, held across various regions nationwide, exudes a far greater allure. One might even encounter fellow second or third generation trainers and formidable Pokémon, significantly enhancing the thrill of battle. Lin Yin arrived at the Pokémon Center, where the bustling crowd clamored incessantly for accommodations. Due to the ongoing competition, nearby hotels were already fully booked, leaving many individuals facing the prospect of sleeping on the streets. Arriving late meant one could hardly navigate the throngs outside. "Hello, I would like to access my previously reserved room," Lin Yin said as he proceeded through the VIP entrance, casually presenting his Pokédex. Upon seeing the official certification from the Pokémon Association, the staff's demeanor shifted dramatically. They became exceedingly respectful, their smiles genuine. "Sir, your registration is complete. Please follow the map to your room and use your Pokédex to unlock the door." At that moment, a burly man in his 30s pointed at Lin Yin, bellowing, "Unfair. Why does he get to register over there?" A few astute observers recognized the VIP lane, which was exclusively for elite trainers and prominent descendants, and they promptly distanced themselves from the man, aware of his folly. The burly man, misinterpreting the crowd's reaction as support for his grievance, puffed out his chest even further. Lin Yin was unyielding. He wondered where the staff were while someone was causing a scene in the Pokémon Center. The man, confused, merely sought clarification. How was he causing trouble? The consequences of creating a disturbance in the Pokémon Center could be severe. The staff, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly sprang into action. Knowing they could not afford to offend a VIP client, they summoned their Pokémon, a Herdier and an Electrike. The man was further bewildered. Though he appeared to be in his 30s, he was, in fact, merely 18, his rugged appearance a result of a life spent in the wilderness, compounded by his recent arrival in the city. "I'm not causing trouble. I'm a young trainer participating in the Pokémon competition," he asserted with a booming voice. As he saw the security Pokémon advancing towards him, he shouted in alarm. "Ha ha ha, at your age, a young trainer? My old man looks just like you. Have you lost your mind?" The burly man scratched his head, raising his Pokédex as proof. "I am indeed a young trainer." The onlookers were astonished to discover that this coarse, middle-aged visage belonged to an 18-year-old lad. Eventually, the farce concluded, and Lin Yin took his leave early. "Brother, wait for me," the 18-year-old shouted, catching up with Lin Yin. "What is it?" Lin Yin replied coldly, while he exhibited a benevolent older brother demeanor towards his Pokémon. He was less accommodating to strangers. "Hey, I'm Chongtuan. I apologize for earlier. It's my first time in a big city, and I didn't know the rules," he said, bowing deeply. Lin Yin's expression softened, and his tone became more congenial. "It's nothing to apologize for. By the way, are you really 18? Chongtuan scratched his head and laughed heartily. "Absolutely." Observing the exuberant young man before him, Lin Yin conceived a notion. Since you're also participating in the Pokemon competition, how about a battle? Chongtuan, Bug-type trainer. Blessing of the Bugmaster. Both he and his Bug-type Pokemon will experience accelerated growth, though their lifespan will be shortened. Lin Yin felt a surge of surprise. This blessing resembled a unique ability akin to Aura or the power of eternity, indicating that this young man was quite exceptional. Sure. My family has nurtured Bug-type Pokemon for generations. I'll show you my prowess, Chongtuan declared as he rolled up his sleeves and readied his Pokeball. Task: encounter the young heir of a hidden family, battle them, and achieve victory. Reward: Bug-type Pokemon friendliness 10. Lin Yin's eyes glimmered at the prospect of the reward. Bug-type Pokemon were abundant in the wild, and such an increase in friendliness would likely prevent any hostile encounters with Beedrills during his outdoor travels. Come forth, Frosmoth. Frosmoth. Gender: female. Type: Ice Bug. Qualification: Elite. Level: 26. Ability: Ice Scales, special damage taken is halved. Moves: Bug Buzz, Powder Snow, Charm, Helping Hand, Sleep Powder, Infestation, Mist, Haze. Quiver Dance, Aurora Beam, Snowy Terrain, Ice Bug Buzz, Ice Beam. Frosmoth, an Ice Moth Pokemon and an evolution of Snowy Moth. Has wings that reach temperatures of -180 degrees. As it flies across the wilderness, the cold powder it releases descends like snowfall. Lin Yin noted with admiration that this Ice-type Pokemon had a distinct advantage over his two Pokemon, yet he remained undeterred. Come forth, Garchomp. It's your turn to battle, Lin Yin declared, tossing his Pokeball forward. Roar. Chongtuan's eyes widened in astonishment. What a magnificent specimen. Is that a shiny Garchomp? Indeed. This exquisite Pokemon is likely more remarkable than even the Dragon-type elite, he marveled. Garchomp, accustomed to encountering only Dragon types or other shinies at his grandfather's home, felt a twinge of embarrassment from the attention. Roar. Garchomp thumped its chest, pleased with Chongtuan's admiration. Chongtuan chuckled, not understanding dragon speech. Lin Yin interjected. Garchomp says he appreciates your attitude and will show mercy. Frosmoth flapped its wings, dispersing shimmering scales like a winter fairy. Chongtuan laughed heartily. Your Garchomp is 4 times weak to ice. Frosmoth, use Ice Beam. Chapter 26. Frosmoth vs. Garchomp. Is this a breach of fair play? Lin Yin smirked. Believing that a sneak attack would secure victory, Garchomp nimbly evaded the Ice Beam with a slight sidestep. Chongtuan's expression shifted. How is this Garchomp so fast? Lin Yin smiled subtly. If this small display of speed amazed him, what would he think of Garchomp's appearance amidst the sandstorm conjured by Sandshrew? Utilize the surrounding rocks to leap into the air and execute Dragon Claw, Lin Yin commanded. Due to Frosmoth's ability, which had special damage, combined with Garchomp's physical prowess, Dragon Claw was the optimal choice. Frosmoth soared into the air to evade the attack, then used Charm. Charm, a general status move, momentarily distracts the opponent of the opposite gender, making it challenging for them to use moves. However, Chongtuan was unaware that Garchomp was still a youngling, far from comprehending the concept of affection. Charm has no effect. Garchomp leaped again, avoiding the attack and springing back into the air, its claws glowing faintly. Frosmoth deftly sidestepped the incoming strike, prompting Chongtuan to urgently instruct, use Quiver Dance, then Powder Snow. A flurry of white feathers descended from the sky, landing on Garchomp, followed by a chilling gust of powder snow that struck him. Though Garchomp was at a disadvantage, his formidable physique only sustained minor damage. Quiver Dance, a flying-type status move, significantly reduces the opponent's physical attack power. The Snow Moth, possessing a unique ice-type skill known as Fine Snow, boasts a power of 40 and a chance to freeze its adversary. It must be said that without any means of aerial control, the Sharpedo finds itself utterly restrained by the flitting Snow Moth soaring above. The Sharpedo is confident that a single strike from its metal claw could annihilate the Snow Moth. Yet it cannot reach its opponent, strength rendered futile. The only ranged attack it possesses, Dragon Breath, is mitigated by the Snow Moth's ability, having its damage. The Sharpedo has yet to evolve. Despite its swiftness, it cannot best my Snow Moth. The Bug-type trainer grinned smugly, seemingly having discovered the key to victory. He commanded the Snow Moth to unleash Ice-type abilities from the air, depleting the Sharpedo's stamina. Although the Snow Moth is a bug and Ice-type, its aerial position renders Ground-type attacks ineffective. Were this a game, the Snow Moth would have been vanquished long ago. Yet reality is shaped by myriad factors influencing Pokemon battles. Where anything is possible. Assist, cried the Snow Moth, invoking a general-type status move that enhances its partner's attacks. As the Snow Moth trembled, an inexplicable radiance flickered around it. Snowy Terrain. This Ice-type status move elevates Ice-type defenses for 5 turns. A flurry of snowflakes began to cascade, transforming the weather into a frigid atmosphere. Roar! The Sharpedo's eyes gleamed with intensity. It loathed such a scenario. They were soaring high. Was the stacking of buffs commencing? Lin Yin pondered quietly. However, no matter how many buffs were accumulated, a single swipe of the metal claw would still obliterate the snow moth. Snow moth, utilize your aerial advantage and harass the opponent. The bug trainer commanded confidently, gesturing for the snow moth to commence its counterattack. Did he truly believe his foe was easy to bully? Sharpedo quicksand hell. Taking advantage of the snow moth's proximity, the Sharpedo summoned a tempest of sand to envelop its adversary. The diminutive snow moth appeared somewhat disoriented amidst the swirling sandstorm, precariously teetering on the brink of peril. Oh no! The snow moth unleashed an ice beam, distracting the Sharpedo before ascending into the sky, escaping the sandy abyss. The bug trainer swiftly formulated a countermeasure. No matter how formidable the opponent, a single ascent into the air would place it beyond reach. The Sharpedo evaded the ice beam, propelling itself into the air, using massive boulders to execute a metal claw strike. Lin Yin was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Roar! The Sharpedo surged with speed, fully aware that if this attack failed, it would continue to be harassed. In its view, combat should be straightforward. A contest of brute strength between true warriors. How could it be so maddening? The metal claw radiated a silvery luminescence, nearly connecting with the snow moth. Fly! The bug trainer nearly shouted with all his might. At this moment, a number of trainers began to gather around, drawn to the spectacle. The battleground between Lin Yin and the bug trainer was an open arena for free battles, attracting many spectators. Aside from the two trainers, numerous others were engaged in Pokémon battles, yet none matched the excitement of Lin Yin and the bug trainer's contest, quickly drawing a crowd. Look at that Sharpedo. It's so impressive. Its massive form and striking colors. But why is it struggling against a mere snow moth? And its attacks aren't landing. You fool. The snow moth has an ice-type advantage over dragon types, plus it can fly, making it challenging for the Sharpedo to land hits. I find the snow moth to be stunning, with its silvery skin and the shimmering scales that cascade from its wings. If this Pokémon were to compete in a coordination contest, it would undoubtedly score highly. In an instant, the spectators divided into two factions, male trainers captivated by the dashing Sharpedo, and female trainers enchanted by the elegant snow moth. The snow moth exerted every effort, ultimately evading the attack, while the bug trainer seized the opportunity presented by the airborne Sharpedo's inability to dodge. Apologies, but I win. Ice Beam. This move, upon striking the Sharpedo, would drain its stamina, even if it did not incapacitate it. In the air, evasion appeared to be impossible, and defeat seemed inevitable. Lin Yin had anticipated that the Sharpedo's speed would allow it to swiftly dispatch the snow moth. Alas, he had underestimated the situation. Despite possessing a formidable Sharpedo with ample resources for training, he could not escape the clutches of type disadvantage. However, do not assume that his Sharpedo is defenseless. Sharpedo, use Metal Claw to fully block the ice beam, leveraging the force to return swiftly to the ground and evade the strike. The beam and the Metal Claw clashed violently. Yet the Sharpedo successfully used its claws to stave off the ice beam, employing the recoil to return to the ground with remarkable speed, narrowly avoiding the attack. This seamless execution required both Lin Yin's command and the Sharpedo's swiftness. Even so, enduring an ice-type attack head-on inflicted significant damage upon the Sharpedo. Is this even possible? The bug trainer rubbed his eyes in disbelief. If this continued, the Sharpedo would remain standing while his snow moth would collapse. Yet, engaging in a direct clash would not yield victory. He needed to hope for the opponent to initiate an assault, allowing the snow moth's agility to provide him an opportunity to claim victory. Chapter 27. The Defeat of the Snow Moth and the Sharpedo's Surge of Confidence. Lin Yin recognized the snow moth's precarious situation and devised a strategy in his mind. The two trainers exchanged a knowing glance. Tension crackled in the air. Lin Yin's gaze locked onto the battlefield, declaring, rather than being continuously harassed, let us gamble everything on this final strike. Furthermore, the Sharpedo was panting heavily, clearly running low on stamina. With a sweeping gesture, Lin Yin commanded, Sharpedo, use the rocks as leverage and charge toward the snow moth at full speed. The bug trainer beamed with delight. Although his snow moth had persistently harassed the Sharpedo with skills, few had successfully struck, resulting in the snow moth's stamina being considerably depleted. Now that the opponent was charging in, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Snow moth, unleash your ice beam with all your might. This ends now. The diminutive snow moth suspended in the air remained motionless as a surge of ice-type energy erupted from its chest, forming a blinding beam of ice. The Sharpedo brandished its arms, charging forward. Just as the ice beam was about to connect with the Sharpedo, Lin Yin smirked slightly. The powerful beam was nullified, inflicting no damage, while the snow moth teetered precariously in the air. What? The bug trainer's pupils dilated, momentarily frozen in shock. Indeed, it was over, Metal Claw? The Sharpedo swung its claws, and with a cry, the snow moth plummeted to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust, while the Sharpedo landed gracefully. Lin Yin raised his thumb in praise, exclaiming, "The Sharpedo is remarkable. Surpassing its older brother is just around the corner." The Sharpedo crossed its arms over its chest, tilting its head upward at a proud angle, embodying sheer arrogance. Roar! The proud Sharpedo, unwilling to yield, let out triumphant howls before diving into its pokeball. Well done, Snow Moth. You encountered an exceptionally strong opponent this time, the bug trainer said gently, cradling the pokeball in his hands. He understood that had he sent forth another Pokémon vulnerable to ice-type attacks, it would have been swiftly incapacitated under the relentless barrage of assaults. Unable to withstand even a few ice-type moves, his Snow Moth was no ordinary specimen. It possessed the potential of a champion. Furthermore, he diligently focused on enhancing the Snow Moth's speed and special attack, striving to amplify its aerial advantage and transform it into a nimble harasser on the battlefield. Nevertheless, the speed boasted by the Snow Moth was insufficient even to graze the formidable Sharpedo. Even when it struck the Sharpedo, the damage inflicted, given the Snow Moth's special attack and type advantage, was astonishingly low. He could only conclude that the Sharpedo was exceptionally overpowered. Faced with such a formidable adversary, he accepted his defeat with grace. Lin Yin approached, extending his hand with a warm smile. "I am Lin Yin. It is a pleasure to battle with you." This encounter has revealed that even quasi-deity Pokémon possess vulnerabilities. The bug toad felt that the other party's demeanor was somewhat ostentatious, yet still grasped the slender hand. Pondering, why does this fellow's hand resemble that of the women in my family? Nevertheless, he replied with a smile, "So you're Lin Yin. I acknowledge your prowess. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered thus far." Applause erupted rhythmically from the surrounding crowd. The Sharpedo was exceedingly swift. Have you noticed that throughout the battle, the Sharpedo only landed a single hit on the Snow Moth, yet still emerged victorious? This Sharpedo not only exhibited remarkable speed, but also boasted ludicrous physical attack power. Why did the Sharpedo, despite its quadruple weakness to ice-type moves, seem unscathed by icy assaults? Although the battle appeared challenging, it was, in truth, effortless for the Sharpedo. In no time, many approached, eager to meet the two young trainers, but the bug toad turned them away. Reward: Bug-type Pokémon Friendship 10. Lin Yin beamed at the reward before him. Having friends while traveling is paramount, and the friendship of Pokémon is no less significant. This reward would facilitate his efforts in capturing bug-type Pokémon, yielding twice the result with half the effort. Lin Yin returned to his reserved villa, with the bug toad trailing behind, having nowhere else to go. "This place is splendid, equipped with a dedicated arena for Pokémon battles," the bug toad remarked, surveying the surroundings with admiration. Turning to Lin Yin, he inquired, "By the way, the victor of the Jiao Ruo Cup can visit the bug-type champion's secret realm to capture a bug-type Pokémon of their choosing. Which Pokémon do you intend to capture?" "Isn't that just a rumor?" Lin Yin questioned, perplexed. "No," the bug toad shook his head. After a lengthy explanation, it became clear that the bug toad had ventured out from his family to secure victory and gain access to the secret realm to capture a favored bug-type Pokémon. However, with Lin Yin unexpectedly emerging as a contender, he felt that victory was slipping away and thus inquired about Lin Yin's desired bug-type Pokémon. Coming from a bug-type lineage, perhaps he could assist in analyzing the options. Lin Yin replied with a smile, "I wish to construct a Sandstorm team. Ideally, I would like a Pokémon immune to Sandstorm damage. The Scyther would be a splendid choice. Its Steel typing grants it immunity to Sandstorm, while the Bug-Steel combination offers resistances to numerous types. Except for its quadruple weakness to fire, it fares well against most others, and it certainly looks impressive," the bug toad suggested. Lin Yin shook his head. Although the Scyther was indeed commendable and capable of mega evolution, it did not align with his inner aspirations. In truth, he had already formed a notion in his mind. Aside from the Scyther, there was another Bug-Steel Pokémon he had in mind, Genesect. This Pokémon also possessed resistances to most types and immunity to Sandstorm, with only a quadruple weakness to fire. Its download ability allowed it to choose its offensive strategies based on the opponent's physical and special defense. Furthermore, its base stats matched those of quasi-deity Pokémon at 600. excelling in both physical and special attack. However, as a mythical Pokémon, Genesect had yet to be reported as having been captured by humans. Dream on. Lin Yin shook his head, dispelling the thoughts swirling in his mind. He turned to the Bugtoad and asked, "Which two Pokémon do you intend to use in battle?" In the first day of the competition, 16 contenders would be determined, requiring only one Pokémon for battles, with the option to switch for different encounters. However, on the second day, during the top 16 finals, the format would shift to 2 Pokémon per battle, necessitating the defeat of both opposing Pokémon to achieve victory, thus significantly enhancing the excitement of the fights. The Snow Moth and the Samurott, the Bugtoad declared, retrieving 2 Pokeballs from his waist and tossing them into the air. The Samurott, a water bug type, boasted a physical defense of 140 and a physical attack of 125, providing resistances against most types, except electric, flying, and rock. It was indeed a commendable Pokémon. Though its ability, Wimp Out, was rather unfortunate, it would flee if its health dropped below half. And you? Besides the Sharpedo, which other Pokémon do you have? The Bugtoad retorted. Come forth, Shakira's and Sharpedo. Lin Yin proclaimed. Shakira's nuzzled against Lin Yin, then rummaged through the backpack to retrieve some energy cubes. Here you go. Take them all. Lin Yin sighed, stuffing all the energy cubes from his backpack into the Shakira's. Shakira's munched on the energy cubes, surveying the surroundings with a shake of its head before darting into the yard, seeking a rock to rest upon. The Sharpedo intended to follow, but, due to some injuries, Lin Yin decided to take it to the Pokémon Center for healing. Why is this Shakira's so large? It looks fierce. Its training must have been intense. The Bugtoad exclaimed, incredulous. Lin Yin chuckled. This child is my first Pokémon, so of course, I have nurtured it well. The competition is tomorrow. I have been placed in Group A. Where have you been assigned? The Bugtoad opened his Pokédex and after a prolonged search, remarked. It seems I am in Group B. It appears we shall only meet in the finals. I shall head to the yard to train, striving to be in peak condition for tomorrow. The Bugtoad ushered his 2 Pokémon into the yard. Lin Yin reclined on the sofa, deep in thought. After today's battle, he discerned the Sharpedo's weakness, its limited range defensive capabilities. When paired with Shakira's Sandstorm, the combination would be harmless, allowing the Sharpedo to capitalize on its ability to reap opponents. However, in a solo battle, it was easily targeted. Primarily, it could not fly, and its quadruple weakness to ice made it vulnerable to Pokémon like the Snow Moth. After much contemplation, Lin Yin resolved to teach the Sharpedo a move to counter such Pokémon. U-turn, a flying-type physical move that would mock opponents with astonishing speed before delivering a slashing attack, ensuring a hit. While there is no absolute guarantee of a hit in reality, the high-speed increase from U-turn combined with the Sharpedo's innate speed would render it nearly a 100 hit rate, barring encounters with faster or stronger foes. The crux of the matter lay not in the U-turn skill itself, but in its potential to close the distance to opponents, allowing for more accurate strikes with Dragon Claw or Metal Claw. Lacking the U-turn move tutor, he had no choice but to seek assistance from the Elder. Help is on the way. Don't embarrass me. You must secure the championship, the Elder advised before cheerfully ending the call. Hee, the Sharpedo has gained another skill. Lin Yin inserted the skill disc into the special machine, and in no time, the Sharpedo learned U-turn. As the evening grew late, Lin Yin washed up and retired for the night. The Bugtoad, still brimming with energy, began training with his 2 Pokémon deep into the night. Meanwhile, Shakira's, ever sociable, kept the recovering Sharpedo company and trained alongside the Bugtoad. The next morning, just as Lin Yin was about to rise, he was greeted by the sight of Shakira's covered in sand on his left and the Sharpedo with crumbs of energy cubes in its mouth on his right. A rather comical predicament, indeed. However, his father wielded a Shinado in his left hand and a Minas in his right, while he was left with 2 formidable Pokémon. You all come here without even washing up. It's simply too filthy. Lin Yin chuckled upon witnessing the duo getting a spank, and as he laughed, he kicked each one awake in turn. Shake, shake. Roar, roar. Protests ensued, but to no avail. Breakfast was to be consumed as they prepared for the competition. The match was scheduled to commence at 10 in the morning. This timing was indeed splendid for trainers wishing to linger in bed. One must admit, it was quite considerate. Upon Lin Yin's emergence, Chong Tun, hands on hips, burst into laughter. I have devised a way to restrain you when we meet again. You shall be no match for me. Lin Yin was somewhat perplexed, while Chong Tun wore a mysteriously smug expression. With a resigned shrug, Lin Yin could only muster a cheer. The two made their way to the competition venue, guided by the information from the Pokémon Pokédex to the corresponding arena. In contrast to the nationwide GL666 Cup, this event, organized by the city of Jiaorua, was evidently lacking in attention. Were it not for the backing of the bug-type champion, which had increased the prize pool, it is likely that the painstakingly organized competition would have attracted only a handful of young trainers. Most participants, having just recently acquired their Pokémon at the tender age of 18, lacked substantial resources. Their Pokémon were generally only around level 10. Even with a maximum age limit of 22, most contenders were merely common trainers, with their Pokémon typically at around level 20. Of course, exceptions existed, such as Chong-tan, who favored bug-type Pokémon and thus had come to participate. The competition featured several arenas, and Lin Yin found himself in one designated for rock battles. The host, microphone in hand, perched upon a Beedrill, exuded an air of fervor and grandeur. And now, let us welcome our next two contestants. Bear in mind, this event is sponsored by the bug-type champion, so expect to see some formidable young trainers. Stay tuned. Soon, Lin Yin was faced with his first opponent, a trainer whose appearance was utterly unremarkable, standing out only for its ordinariness. Come forth, Palkia. Arise, Sharpedo. Lin Yin was momentarily at a loss for words. Palkia, gender, female, type, flying fairy, ability, vital spirit, boosts attack by 15, physical skill accuracy becomes 80. Qualification, elite. Level, 21. Skills, air slash, pound, take down, reflect, light screen, sleep, protect. Charm, fairy wind. Description, Palkia, the blessing Pokémon, is the evolved form of Palkia and is rarely seen in places of conflict. It has become increasingly elusive. The attributes of Palkia were infuriating. Flying type was immune to ground type attacks, and fairy type was resistant to dragon type damage. Sharpedo's attacks were rendered entirely ineffective. Would the first round truly conclude in such a humiliating manner? The host, witnessing this, erupted with excitement. A quasi-divine Pokémon. And is that a shiny variant? As he spoke, he produced a recording device to capture the moment. Truly magnificent. Observe this robust physique and agile demeanor. However, Sharpedo's type is indeed countered by Palkia. This battle's outcome remains uncertain. Palkia set up a Reflect and then used Charm. Reflect is a psychic-type status move that weakens physical damage from opponents for 5 turns, while Charm is a fairy-type status move that reduces the opponent's attack power. Lin Yin thought to himself, I'm utterly at a loss against this type matchup. In the audience, laughter erupted. Ha! This is too funny. I thought the quasi-divine Pokémon was a sure win, but it appears to be countered right from the start. I reckon this Sharpedo will be taken out in an instant. Chong-tan watched from the audience, his heart sinking. Could this guy really be eliminated in the first round? Chapter 29, A Victory with Ease. Palkia, Fairy Wind. The trainer, brimming with confidence, launched the first strike. Palkia flapped its wings, gathering fairy-type energy at an observable rate, unleashing a dazzling pink gust. Lin Yin, however, remained unfazed. Despite the type disadvantage, the disparity in qualifications and resources was too vast for the opponent to create significant waves. Sharpedo, use Aqua Jet to dodge, and then finish it off with Metal Claw. Lin Yin commanded casually, as this caliber of opponent failed to pique his interest. Roar. Sharpedo surged forth, brimming with energy, darting towards Palkia at an astonishing speed, its claws charged with latent power. Before Palkia could react, the sharp metallic claw struck, sending it flying. Palkia's expression twisted in pain as its body swayed in the wind. Come on, Palkia, get it together. The trainer, bewildered, was at a loss. In his mind, Palkia had used 2 defensive moves to mitigate the opponent's physical attacks, and it should not have been possible to be knocked out in one hit. Moments later, the host, soaring on his Beedrill, proclaimed loudly, Palkia is doubly weak to steel, and that hit has rendered it unable to battle. Sharpedo landed with poise, while Palkia came crashing to the ground. Was the match over already? The audience was left in stunned silence, many bewildered by the sudden turn of events. How could this happen? With Reflect and Charm, there's no way it should have been taken out so quickly. Sharpedo has been trained exceptionally well. I suspect its qualifications are at least of champion caliber. Palkia's trainer finally registered the reality, equally perplexed. Wasn't he the type advantage supposed to guarantee my victory? Sharpedo performed admirably, Lin Yin remarked with a grin. Defeating an opponent of such a low caliber hardly warranted pride. Besides Sharpedo, I must say the trainer is quite impressive as well. In the afternoon, after winning his final battle, Lin Yin departed the arena. On the first day, only one Pokémon was required to participate, thus saving him considerable effort. Meanwhile, Chong-tan also advanced smoothly, given their combined strength. This competition had turned into a mere display of dominance. Chong-tan chuckled. I've observed many trainers. Their Pokémon levels are generally around the teens, with only a select few reaching level 20. Lin Yin nodded in agreement, smiling. The reward for second place seems to be a rather decent bug-type Pokémon egg. Even second place wouldn't be too shabby. With system tasks at stake, the higher the rank, the better the rewards. Even if he did not require entry into the bug-type secret realm to select a bug-type Pokémon, he would still have to act decisively. Hey, don't underestimate me. I've already devised a countermeasure against your Sandstorm team, Chong Tun declared confidently, brimming with determination. Lin Yin, however, could hardly fathom how Chong Tun could hope to defeat him with a Vivillon and a Scizor. Observing Chong Tun's self-assured demeanor, he merely shook his head. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Yin retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and tossed it skyward, summoning both Sharpedo and Sandshrew. Sandshrew, roared Sharpedo. Lin Yin produced the energy cubes required by Sandshrew, comprising a blend of dark, ground, and rock types in a ratio of 4:1:5. One by one, Sandshrew eagerly consumed the cubes, displaying a contented smile. Take your time, no need to rush. Sandshrew, your task remains to train in controlling sandstorms, ideally mastering the strength and range of your sand manipulation. Shakira's nodded affirmatively, bearing exquisite sandstones and exceptional energy cubes, which bestowed upon it an astonishing growth rate and remarkable aptitude. With a calm demeanor, Shakira summoned a sandstorm in the courtyard, its initial radius modest, barely enveloping the creature itself. Continue to expand, Lin Yin commanded. The sandstorm soon engulfed the entire yard. Lin Yin nodded in satisfaction. Well done, Shakira's. Excellent. He focused intently on the rock and earth energy coursing within, striving to manipulate the sandstorm to its utmost potential. Lin Yin envisioned that with Shakira's sandstorm, he could potentially overwhelm his opponent's Pokémon without the need for any skills at all. Yet, he acknowledged the long road ahead, necessitating further effort. Lin Yin designated Banjira merely as a weather specialist, refraining from training any abilities beyond the stamina required for the sandstorm, all in pursuit of perfection. Achieving an endeavor to its utmost is indeed a fearsome prospect. Shakira's possessed formidable overall attributes. Even without training in other areas, its resistance to physical attacks was remarkably high, showcasing its innate talent. However, in comparison to its mastery over the sandstorm, these talents appeared rather ordinary. For Sharpedo, Lin Yin's vision was purely that of an assassin. Thus, he focused solely on enhancing Sharpedo's physical attack and speed, neglecting other aspects. Despite Sharpedo sharing high base stats and talent akin to Shakira's, Lin Yin's pursuit remained one of extremity, envisioning Sharpedo as the ultimate sandstorm assassin. As for special attack, physical defense, and special defense, he had other Pokémon to fulfill those roles. The benefits of this approach manifested when these Pokémon formed a cohesive unit, each contributing their strengths, resulting in a formidable combat prowess. However, it also bore a flaw. When battling independently, they might be countered by certain Pokémon, leading to unexpected defeats. Yet, aside from formal Pokémon battles that featured one-on-one matchups, where else would one find such solitary encounters? In the wild, upon encountering nefarious trainers, it would be a straightforward matter of overwhelming them collectively. Who would engage in a fair duel, dispatching just one Pokémon each? That would be ludicrous. Especially in significant events like the Elite Four and Championship matches, finals had shifted to formats such as 3-on-3, with one-on-one battles becoming increasingly rare. The Pokémon Association recognized that while some Elite Four members excelled in solo battles, they faltered in team competitions, resulting in many being defeated by villainous figures, such as the Dark Church, during missions. This prompted a re-evaluation of the rules, emphasizing that teamwork surpassed individual prowess. Thus, over the years, weather and terrain teams garnered considerable attention. This was also why Lin Yin hesitated to capture another Scyther to join the Sandstorm team. With Sharpedo, there was no need for the physical output of Scyther. No matter how formidable, could it truly rival the prowess of a champion-caliber pseudo-divine Pokémon? Roaring, Sharpedo observed its elder brother's training, eager to participate. Silly boy, you're not lacking, Lin Yin chuckled, extracting an energy cube and grinning at Sharpedo. Focus on harnessing the dragon energy within you and train your physical attack. Consume some Sandscale's fruit energy cubes to enhance your speed. Chapter 30. The Speculation of Secret Realm Fruits. Having feasted well, Sharpedo dove into Shakira's sandstorm, swiftly merging with the tempest. The joyful laughter of the elder brother and younger sibling resonated within the storm. Lin Yin mused quietly, pondering why the bond between Shakira's and Sharpedo seemed so profound despite his role as the trainer. Both were male, after all. What could two big boys possibly do together all day, given their high bond? Was there a possibility that Shakira's could wield a Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone to facilitate Sharpedo's Mega Evolution? Subsequently, he could allow Banjira to Mega Evolve as well. Shakira's had accumulated considerable energy over the past few days, and it seemed on the verge of evolving into Banjira. Perhaps he could seek out a Mega Evolution Stone then, or train a third Pokémon. Still, Lin Yin contemplated his previous idea of capturing a Pokémon with exceptionally high aptitude, like a Kecleon, which seemed more advantageous. However, he acknowledged that there were limits to base stats. In comparison to the Psychic-type Kecleon, he found it preferable to seek a Metagross, which could also undergo Mega Evolution, and a shiny Metagross appeared particularly striking. He shook his head, chiding himself for being overly ambitious. 2 champion-caliber pseudo-divine Pokémon were not enough. He would even accept a Pokémon with Elite 4 quality as the next addition. After all, with the passive aptitude upgrade, he could elevate the captured Pokémon to pseudo-champion status. Indeed, Lin Yin harbored another ambition, to locate the genetic fossil of Mew, leveraging his grandfather's influence to engage a Pokémon research professor to create an artificial Pokémon, Mutwo. While its abilities might not align with the Sandstorm team's requirements, its strength was undeniable. Moreover, it could undergo Mega Evolution, possessing 2 forms like Charizard. In the special chapters of the original series, Team Rocket discovered Mew's genetic fossil, which, along with numerous Pokémon and the expertise of leading genetic scientists, took years to produce. Initially, Team Rocket invested years of resources and immeasurable effort into this endeavor, a feat Lin Yin found incomparable. When the opportunity arose, he would certainly seek out Mew's genetic fossil. As the day faded into twilight, Lin Yin stretched and prepared for rest. Before departing, he admonished the Sandstorm. "You two are prohibited from jumping onto my bed tonight. If you do, a bath is mandatory. Shakira's, no farting or snoring. Sharpedo, no drooling or grinding your teeth." The echoes of their responses resonated through the storm. Yet, Lin Yin felt increasingly skeptical. These two became hyperactive at night. As a trainer, he recognized that a lively and cheerful Pokémon was a blessing. Who wouldn't want an exuberant companion? Lin Yin understood that the potential of these two had yet to be fully harnessed. Beyond items and energy cubes, consuming special fruits found solely in secret realms could gradually enhance a Pokémon's attributes. However, these fruits were exceedingly rare and available only in certain unique secret realms. Even Lin Yin's grandfather had discovered only a handful, insufficient for an entire team. Lin Yin contemplated that if he could cultivate some of these special fruits through unique channels, it would provide a significant boost to both Pokémon. Lost in thought, the cheerful bug-type trainer approached Lin Yin. "Hey, my friend, I have good news. Not just the top 4 champions can enter the bug-type secret realm." Lin Yin's eyes narrowed. The value of secret realms was immense, and his grandfather owned several, yielding substantial annual profits. What was this bug-type Elite 4 up to, allowing 4 novice trainers to enter? "I've been eyeing Scyther for ages. I must capture one," the bug-type trainer declared confidently, then turned his gaze to the Sandstorm. "All right, it's Shakira's again. Tonight, I shall avenge yesterday's humiliation." Lin Yin, unaware of the previous day's antics, felt wearied and chose to ignore the exuberant trainers, heading upstairs to hastily wash up before closing his eyes. The next morning, Lin Yin awoke to find, as expected, the 2 large companions beside him, delivering a swift kick to rouse him. It seemed their strength was insufficient, as the 2 Pokémon showed little reaction. "Come in," Lin Yin sighed, shaking his head and retrieving a Pokeball. Today, the bustling arena of the tournament is ablaze with excitement as we reach the round of 16. Lin Yin is set to compete in 3 matches today. A victory in each would propel him into the finals. The thrill is palpable. Should he secure a place among the top 4, he would have the opportunity to enter the Bug-type Master's secret realm and capture a Bug-type Pokémon. I have also heard whispers that the Bug-type Master may take on a highly talented trainer as an apprentice, and thus, seizing this opportunity is paramount. However, unlike other young trainers, Lin Yin does not harbor an ardent desire for the Bug-type secret realm. His singular focus is to become the champion and achieve victory in his tasks to obtain the finest rewards. With the capabilities of the system at his disposal, the rewards for becoming the champion are undoubtedly extraordinary. The next match features Lin Yin against Liang Jia. The host, perched upon a majestic Pidgeot, utilizes sophisticated equipment to monitor the battle closely. Liang Jia, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly anticipates advancing to the top 4 and selecting a Bug-type Pokémon of his liking. "Come forth, Charmeleon," he calls, revealing the evolved form of the Fire-type starter, a testament to his impressive training. The host's voice, rich and magnetic, resonates through the arena. Lin Yin raises an eyebrow, noting that Liang Jia's background is indeed commendable, as he has managed to acquire a starter Pokémon. It is only natural. Given that this is a city tournament, few trainers come from well-off families, and one would be hard-pressed to find anyone who would believe otherwise. Arise, Sharpedo, Lin Yin declares. Liang Jia's pupils constrict. He is well aware of his opponent's prowess, knowing that Lin Yin commands a Sharpedo. Although Liang Jia possesses a Charmeleon as his starter, it pales in comparison to the power of a quasi-legendary Pokémon. With a grand sweep of his arm, Liang Jia commands, Charmeleon, unleash Flamethrower. Flamethrower, a special fire-type move with a power of 90, engulfs the opponent in flames, possessing a chance to inflict a burn. In this, Sharpedo use Aerial Ace. Lin Yin responds promptly. Aerial Ace, a flying-type physical move with a power of 60, strikes with astonishing speed. Flames begin to gather at the mouth of Charmeleon, the intense heat evaporating the moisture around it. However, before the flames could be unleashed, Sharpedo, radiating with a white glow, dashed to Charmeleon's side. Aerial Ace struck true, sending Charmeleon hurtling into the air and interrupting its flamethrower. In a flash, Sharpedo darted beneath Charmeleon, its claws glinting like blades. With a resounding crash, Charmeleon plummeted to the ground, rendered unable to continue the fight. What is this? Sharpedo's speed is astonishing, the host exclaimed. Liang Jia's Charmeleon was unable to mount any form of retaliation. Now, let us witness Liang Jia's next Pokémon. Chapter 31, The Enchanting Ice-Type Trainer. What? Liang Jia is still pondering his next move, and Charmeleon has already fallen? He realizes that, given Sharpedo's strength, the next Pokémon he sends out would also be ill-equipped to withstand the onslaught. I concede, Liang Jia declares, recalling Charmeleon and raising his hand in surrender. As Liang Jia exits the arena, the audience erupts with a chorus of discontent. Poor performance. The match concluded far too swiftly. We haven't had our fill. Refund. Refund. The host, wiping the sweat from his brow, raises the microphone to explain, I apologize, everyone, but the disparities in trainer abilities do not warrant refunds. Unjust. Unfair. Collusion. The crowd clamors. Meanwhile, Lin Yin has already departed, eagerly anticipating the ultimate reward that awaits him post-victory. Surely the system will not disappoint. In the afternoon, Lin Yin humorously remarks, your next opponent appears to be a female trainer. Do show some mercy. The Bug Master chuckles heartily. Fear not. I shall. See you in the finals. Lin Yin then joins the audience. Hello, esteemed spectators. It is the same charming host, soaring through the air on his Pidgeot. His resonant voice a delight to the ears. Next up, we have our Bugmaster contender facing off against the illustrious trainer, Lina. In stark contrast to the Bugmaster's rugged exterior, Lina presents a picture of elegance, her delicate features framed by cascading golden locks. Clad in a sophisticated ensemble that combines a stylish top with a chic short skirt, she exudes confidence and allure, her white stockings accentuating her slender legs. Complemented by striking white knee-high boots, the Bugmaster retrieves a Pokeball from his pocket, grinning. Come forth, Frosmoth. Ice Dragon. Lina stands poised and unyielding. Ice Dragon. Gender: female. Type: Rock Ice. Qualification: Master. Level: 26. Ability: Snow Warning, summons hail upon entry. Held item: Ice Rock, extends hail duration to 8 turns, effectively prolonging hail conditions. Skills: Screech, Hail, Encore, Ancient Power, Icy Wind, Round, Mist, Laser Focus, Blizzard, Freeze Dry, Earthquake, Iron Defense, Protect. Hail. In hail conditions, Pokémon lose 1/16 of their maximum HP each turn. This varies based on the specific Pokémon. Ice-type Pokémon are immune to hail damage each turn and receive a 15-fold increase in physical defense. Blizzard's accuracy becomes infallible. It appears that the Bugmaster will not have an easy victory, and perhaps even face defeat. Lin Yin observes the master-level Ice Dragon, contemplating its formidable training. By examining its fur, physique, and stance, it is evident that it has been meticulously cultivated. The Ice Dragon is quadruple weak to steel and fighting, and double weak to rock, grass, water, and ground. It indeed has multiple vulnerabilities. However, Frosmoth, being Bug Ice type, has no significant disadvantage against Ice Dragon. Furthermore, both share master-level qualifications with comparable training. Thus, the Ice-type Frosmoth will not suffer from hail-induced damage. A battle of equals. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yin has now risen to a seated position, fully prepared to witness this clash of titans. As Ice Dragon enters the fray, hail begins to fall from the sky, accompanied by a chilling breeze, causing some audience members to shiver in their seats. Frosmoth, use Charm followed by Reflect. The Bugmaster commands. Charm Reflect enhances our physical defense while diminishing the opponent's physical attack. Combined with the ability reducing special damage by 50, it is indeed a nuisance. Ice Dragon fortifies its defense with Iron Defense, followed closely by Ancient Power. Iron Defense Hail boosts physical resistance, while Ancient Power, a rock-type special attack, is perfectly suited to counter Frostmoth. However, in comparison, Ice Dragon possesses higher base stats and resistance to Ice-type moves, leaving Frostmoth with no means of retaliation. Seeing Frostmoth on the brink of defeat, the Bugmaster hastily retrieves a Pokeball. "You've done well. Come back." Lina smirks slightly, her Ice Dragon poised to unleash Blizzard, ready to strike the moment the next Pokémon makes its entrance. It must be noted that the disparity between games and reality is quite vast. In reality, recalling and then immediately deploying a Pokémon leaves one vulnerable to ambush, much like the current situation. "Come forth, Clobbopus," the Bugmaster exclaims. But Ice Dragon's Blizzard is already charged and ready to strike. The Bugmaster suffers an unprovoked hit as he replaces his Pokémon. Fortunately, Clobbopus has double resistance to ice, mitigating the impact. Yet, as hail continues to fall, it relentlessly depletes Clobbopus's stamina. "Clobbopus, use Waterfall," the Bugmaster declares with a grin. Waterfall, a water-type physical move with a power of 80, is doubly effective against Ice Dragon. Given the latter's size, there is no chance of evasion. It will undoubtedly endure this blow. Lina remains unflappable, countering with Continue, Ancient Power. The rock-type special attack serves to counter Clobbopus effectively. The Armored Warrior, exerting every ounce of strength, ascends to unleash a devastating blow upon the Frost Dragon, a physical attack that possesses a fourfold advantage against the icy beast, albeit with a modest power of merely 40. The Gambler, the Bugger, stakes everything on the belief that the Armored Warrior can achieve a mutual demise with the Frost Dragon. However, due to the Armored Warrior's inherent trait, it is compelled to flee once its vitality dips below 50. Thus, the optimal strategy is to switch out for a weather-controlling Pokémon. Yet, under the relentless hail, the Frost Dragon continuously regenerates health, bolstered by its iron defense and the weather's physical resistance, enduring 2 waves of damage. Clearly, the Armored Warrior is faltering, its vitality plummeting. "Armored Warrior, give it your all. Ascend." The Bugger, equally anxious, cries out in an attempt to rally support for their Pokémon. The intensity of the battle is palpable. As the Bugger wagers once more, can they bring down Lina's Frost Dragon? Lin Yin unconsciously clenches his fist, wondering why the Bugger cannot secure a victory. The Frost Dragon has indeed fortified itself, and this all-out assault seems akin to a futile endeavor. Indeed, Lina whispers, "It is over." The Frost Dragon employs Protect. A luminous shield of yellow and white flickers into existence, absorbing the desperate strike of the Armored Warrior. What? Lina's Frost Dragon has mastered Protect, rendering the Armored Warrior incapable of continuing the battle. Well fought. The Bugger sighs inwardly, recalling the Armored Warrior. Now, all eyes turn to see if the Bugger's Snow Moth can turn the tide and salvage the situation. The host exuberantly exclaims, and the audience erupts into cheers. Yet Lin Yin knows the truth. The Bugger has already lost. The Frost Dragon, under the hail, has gained a moment's respite, and with its prior use of iron defense, its physical resistance has reached staggering heights. The Snow Moth can only launch special attacks, but the Bugger's Snow Moth is limited to Ice-type special moves, which the Frost Dragon resists. Had the Bugger equipped the Snow Moth with a diverse array of skills, perhaps the outcome would have been different. "Come forth, Snow Moth," the Bugger commands. "Now, Frost Dragon, unleash your Origin Pulse and conclude this battle." Lina commands, expressionless. The Origin Pulse, while a special attack that the Snow Moth can mitigate by half, still poses a threat. The balance of power remains unchanged, and Lina expertly times the attack, striking the Snow Moth just as it emerges from its Pokeball. Chapter 32. A new mission to restore a friend's dignity. The Snow Moth's vitality plummets dramatically. "Snow Moth, take to the skies and utilize Ice Beam." The Bugger commands helplessly, as it is currently the only move with any significant power. Yet, the Frost Dragon is not like Lin Yin's Sharpedo. It possesses aerial capabilities, rendering altitude irrelevant. The Frost Dragon remains composed, methodically draining the Snow Moth's strength. Lina recognizes the Bugger's strategy to stall until the hail subsides, and so she permits the delay to continue. Ultimately, the Snow Moth is worn down step by step by the Frost Dragon. Congratulations to our Lina for advancing to the finals. The host's complexion pales, clearly affected by the overwhelming power of the hail. This exemplifies the might of weather-controlling Pokémon. Unlike others, this Frost Dragon has undergone rigorous training, and the hail persists long into the battle, surpassing 8 rounds. I concede. The bugger clenches his fists, visibly discontent. Accepting defeat to Lin Yin was one thing, but losing to a girl was another. Mission: help the bugger regain his shattered dignity after being bested by Lina. Please defeat Lina. Reward: a week-long growth buff for Shakira's and Sharpedo. Lin Yin places a reassuring hand on the bugger's shoulder, saying, "Don't worry. This was merely a matchup disadvantage. I shall avenge you." Alright, Lin Yin, you better not lose to that girl either. Remember, both your Pokémon are weak to ice. The bugger laughs heartily, refusing to let his spirits be dampened. It's a pity, though, I can't use my secret weapon against you. Lin Yin remains oblivious to the bugger's secret weapon, only knowing that the bugger spends his nights with Shakira's and Sharpedo. Next comes Lin Yin's match, the final contest of the day at the Youth Trainers Tournament in Jiaorua City. Many eager spectators have purchased tickets, drawn by the buzz surrounding the appearance of a shiny Sharpedo. In no time, the audience is packed. Popcorn, beer, cola, sausages. The host, still riding his Pidgeot, announces, "Now, let us welcome our contestant, Lin Yin, who boasts a shiny Sharpedo." As the announcement concludes, the crowd erupts in fervent applause, many having come specifically for this shiny Sharpedo. And now, our opponent, Jia, with his Torterra. Lin Yin stands on the field, smiling at his opponent. "I look forward to a good match." Jia, embodying the essence of a sunny boy, responds, "Likewise. Come forth, Sharpedo." Lin Yin declares, "Your turn, Torterra." Jia confidently commands. Torterra possesses double resistance against ground-type moves, and as a fully evolved form with over 100 physical resistance, it appears to hold a significant advantage. Torterra. Gender: male. Type: grass ground. Qualification: near champion. Level: 28. Ability: Overgrow. Grass-type moves increase in power as health decreases. Held item: Miracle Seed. Slightly boosts grass-type move power. Moves: Earthquake, Tackle, Absorb, Leaf Blade, Withdraw, Wood Hammer, Curse, Bite. Mega Drain, Photosynthesis, Solar Beam, and Frenzy Plant. Description: Torterra, the continent Pokémon, is the evolved form of the tree turtle, often providing a stationary perch for smaller Pokémon to build their nests upon. This particular Torterra is larger than the average, its gaze sharp, limbs as sturdy as iron pillars, and a flourishing tree grows upon its shell. With near-champion qualifications, it is no surprise that it has evolved early, indicating excellent training. Lin Yin contemplates. With Overgrow and Miracle Seed, there exists a chance to annihilate Sharpedo in a single blow. This battle will be a test of damage output. Torterra, withdraw. Jia commands. The move enhances Torterra's defense, preparing for the onslaught. Aqua Jet, swiftly followed by Dragon Claw. Lin Yin exclaims with a grin. The opponent remains stationary, clearly inviting disaster. Never underestimate Sharpedo's damage potential. With Dragon Scale and a Power Band, the enhancement these two exceptional items provide is phenomenal, continually bolstering Sharpedo's might. After enduring Torterra's withdrawal, Jia declares, Wood Hammer. Torterra's ability, Overgrow, ensures that as its health wanes, its damage escalates, intentionally absorbing some damage to maximize the effect of Overgrow paired with the Miracle Seed. The Wooden Mallet represents grass-type physical damage, boasting a formidable power of 120. While it inflicts substantial harm, it also exacts a toll on its user's health. Nevertheless, it suffices to obliterate the Sharpedo. Jia exudes confidence. The Sharpedo transforms into a streak of light, darting towards the Torterra with astonishing speed. The move Aerial Ace, a flying-type skill, deals double damage to the Torterra, and when combined with Sharpedo's signature move, Dragon Claw, the damage is immense. Look, our contestant Lin Yin is eager to conclude the battle swiftly, while Jia continues to bolster his attributes. What assurance does he possess to withstand the Sharpedo's assault? The host's remark elevates the tension of the match once more. Trainers in the audience engage in animated discussions. It is apparent to the discerning that Jia is stacking his physical defense to mitigate damage, intending to annihilate the Sharpedo with the ability Overgrow in conjunction with his held item. Indeed, Jia's trainer appears rather inexperienced. Unless the Sharpedo can eliminate the Torterra with 2 swift moves, the odds seem grim. The Torterra already boasts high physical resistance, complemented by substantial stamina and the ability to withdraw into its shell for added defense. How could it possibly be defeated so easily? While the presence of an elite Pokémon is noted, strategy plays a critical role in battle. Alas, the match reaches its conclusion. The Wooden Mallet. Jia exclaims passionately. At that moment, the Sharpedo collides with the Torterra, both Aerial Ace and Dragon Claw striking directly. It is indeed over. Lin Yin smirks, clearly underestimating his opponent. The Torterra has unleashed the wooden mallet. What will the outcome be? The host calls out with enthusiasm. The wooden mallet? Where is it? Just as everyone anticipated the Torterra to execute the wooden mallet, an unexpected delay ensues, leaving the Torterra immobile. Could it be asleep? What is happening? Giassi's Torterra has not launched an attack. What could possibly be unfolding? The host poses the question lingering in his mind. Chapter 33. A single strike to obliterate. You tell me this is the epitome of defense. The audience gazes in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the events. Could it be that the Torterra truly dozed off within its shell? Torterra, execute the wooden mallet. Giassi's demeanor shifts from earlier ease to palpable panic. With a resounding thud, the Torterra collapses, stirring a cloud of dust. What? How is this possible? The Torterra has been obliterated? Not only Giassi, but the audience, including the host, wears expressions of disbelief. Although the Sharpedo is formidable, it has its limits. To annihilate a Torterra that has retreated into its shell with a single blow seems utterly absurd. Our Lin Yin contestant is truly a hidden gem, having dispatched Giassi's Torterra in one fell swoop. How will Giassi respond? Let us await the unfolding events. Giassi remains distraught. Memories of his gradual progress with the Turtwig flashing through his mind, before he exhales a heavy sigh, calling out, "Come back, Torterra." He then raises his hand and declares, "I concede." What? Our Giassi contestant has surrendered? The host momentarily stands in shock. The audience is equally bewildered. They have not yet had their fill of the Sharpedo. This is unjust. It must be a fixed match. Refund, refund, refund. In the face of the audience's ire, even the host struggles to maintain composure. He hastily dials a number, seeking guidance. "Hello, Bug King. The match has concluded, but the audience is clamoring for more. What should we do?" A mature male voice responds. "So soon? It is barely noon. Are both contestants' Pokémon in good condition? If possible, let us advance the finals to this afternoon." With that, the call ends. The host instructs Pidgeot to descend and approaches Lin Yin, saying, "The Bug King wishes to move the finals up. Lin Yin, is your Sharpedo in good form?" The Sharpedo waves its arms, roaring. "No problem," Lin Yin replies with a smile. "This fellow is in great condition. Having the opportunity to participate in a Pokémon tournament will surely allow him to give it his all." However, his opponent is a trainer from the Snowy Day team, which conveniently counters both his Sandshrew and Sharpedo. Receiving an affirmative response, the host raises the microphone and proclaims, "Dear audience, after deliberation, we have decided to advance the finals to this afternoon." This announcement sends the atmosphere into a frenzy once more. With less than an hour until the afternoon, many spectators choose to remain in their seats, quietly awaiting the finals. Lin Yin opts not to return to his dormitory, but instead heads to the contestant training room to rest. He releases his Sandshrew and Sharpedo. Shocky! Roar! The elder brother and younger sibling are brimming with enthusiasm, immediately exchanging a flurry of words upon meeting. "You two needn't mind me. Go ahead and play. The match is in an hour, so don't exhaust yourselves," Lin Yin casually advises. The Sandshrew, excited, leads the Sharpedo outside. In an instant, a sandstorm erupts, obscuring visibility, and Lin Yin is left unaware of what the two are up to. For some reason, Lin Yin senses a faint trace of Dark-type energy enveloping the Sharpedo, evidently due to this gluttonous little creature having consumed some of the Sandshrew's energy cubes. A bit of added ferocity is welcome. Lin Yin feels the Sharpedo growing stronger and thus refrains from intervening. Just then, a series of beeping sounds emanate from the Pokédex in his pocket. Upon opening it, he is greeted by the sight of a chubby figure with a round face and large ears. "Hey, it's me, bro. I saw your match. It was absolutely incredible. That round-faced kid evolved and became so powerful, obliterating the Torterra in one strike." "Where did you watch the match?" Lin Yin inquires. "On the Jiao Rua City channel." "You didn't know? Your battle made it to the internet, and thanks to your Sharpedo, you've garnered quite a fan base. Many young ladies are clamoring to bear your children, and I can't help but feel envious." Amused by the chubby boy's teasing, Lin Yin retorts, "How are things at the old man's place? What have you learned about breeding?" At the mention of this, Zhu de Biao's demeanor shifts, but he quickly smiles and responds, "Hee. I accidentally created an energy cube suitable for normal-type Pokémon and got accepted into the breeding program at Kyoto University. I hear there are many beautiful girls there." At this point, Zhu de Biao bursts into laughter. "Forget about the girls. Focus on how to improve your strength. When we meet next time, don't let me defeat you with just one Pokémon." Lin Yin chuckles. "Sigh, I just don't have the talent for that." Zhu de Biao laments before adding, "By the way, bro, I have a Firefang TM to send you shortly, so your Sharpedo can use it and avoid being countered by ice types." Lin Yin is momentarily taken aback, The TM is quite valuable, but he is not overly cautious. That is thoughtful of you. You wanted a Dragon-type Pokemon, right? I'll personally catch one for you in the Old Man-S Dragon-type Sanctuary next time. Zhu Debiao scoffs, showing his disdain with a downward-facing middle finger. I don't believe it. You can enter the Dragon-type Sanctuary? Lin Yin recalls something and asks, how is the Charmeleon you raised doing? I suggest you raise a Bulbasaur or a Lizard King alongside it. The Pokemon Lin Yin recommends are all capable of Mega Evolution. And with Mega Evolution set to be released soon, it will undoubtedly create a sensation, making training much more efficient. I prefer to raise a Lizard King. It looks cooler. Zhu Debiao reflects seriously without any suspicion toward Lin Yin. The Lizard King and the fire-breathing dragon, upon their Mega Evolutions, both acquire the dragon attribute, which hardly contradicts the intentions of that little chubby one. Huh, my dear friend has departed. My Haxorus is famished, so I must go and feed him. With that, Zhu Debiao hastily exited. Through the Pokédex, Lin Yin beheld the Haxorus, now resembling a spherical mass. How absurd. An hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. When the time comes, remember to avenge me. The bug toad patted Lin Yin on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up. Rest assured, I will seek your vengeance. For some inexplicable reason, Lin Yin felt that the bug toad's rugged appearance was somewhat incongruous with the beauty of being 18. What trials had this lad endured to grow into such a form? Upon entering the arena, they were greeted once more by the host riding atop a Fiero. Next, we have the final showdown between our contestant Lin Yin and contestant Lina. The victorious trainer not only gains entry to the bug-type secret realm to select a Pokemon, but also chooses one skill disc or Pokemon item for themselves. The competition rules have shifted from singles to doubles. Chapter 34, Sandstorm Team versus Snowstorm Team. Doubles, you say? A subtle smile graced Lin Yin's lips. Surely, their opponents would not stand a chance. The formidable Sandstorm Team, consisting of his steadfast ally Sandshrew and the Sharpedo, was not merely another weather team of Pokemon. The match commenced. Arise, Sandshrew and Sharpedo. Lin Yin deftly retrieved his Pokeballs and tossed them into the arena. It's your turn, Ice Dragon Frostless. Lina flung her Pokeball from her sleeve. The host's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, what is this? 3 near-mythical Pokemon. Lin Yin possesses 2 near-mythical Pokemon, while Lina has her own near-mythical Ice Dragon. Frostless, female, type, Dragon Ice, qualification, near champion, level, 32. Ability, Ice Body, recovers 18 health points each turn in hail. Item, Dragon Scale. Skills, Tackle, Glare, Dragon Tail, Ice Wind, Dragon Breath, Charge Beam, Bite, Ice Fang, Ice Beam. Blizzard, Dragon Claw, Rest, Protect. Description, Frostless, the Ice Fin Pokemon, can freeze the surrounding air to shield its face with an icy veil, transforming its dorsal fin into an ice sword. A typical Frostless stands at 0.8 meters, yet Lina's towering specimen measures a staggering 1.3 meters, exuding an intimidating presence. However, in comparison to Lin Yin's Sandshrew and Sharpedo, it merely appeared as a minor threat. Who would have thought you possessed 2 near-mythical Pokemon? Yet, you are destined to lose, Lina remarked, her tone unusually conversational. As the Ice Dragon made its entrance, torrents of hail fell from the sky like meteorites, chilling the air to an unbearable degree, each breath crystallizing into ice. Indeed, the opponent had the upper hand. Sandshrew was doubly weak against ice, while Sharpedo suffered quadruple weaknesses. Coupled with their weather team's synergy, it seemed Lin Yin was indeed at a disadvantage. Alas, with Lina's ice-type advantage over Lin Yin's 2 Pokemon and the ferocity of the hail, I fear Lin Yin's defeat is inevitable. Who could argue otherwise? Although Lin Yin's Pokemon appear to be well-trained, a mismatched lineup, no matter how powerful, cannot reverse the tide. The host's curiosity was palpable as he pondered how Lin Yin would respond. The entire battlefield lay shrouded in hail, with the Ice Dragon standing at the epicenter of the tempest. Even so, Sandshrew and Sharpedo were clearly suffering from the relentless ice damage. I never anticipated the Ice Dragon's hail to be so formidable. I had hoped Sharpedo could turn the tide, but it seems there is no chance left. Moreover, Sandshrew had yet to evolve into Tyranitar and thus lacked substantial strength. Some trainers in the audience had already drawn their conclusions about Lin Yin. How naive to think you've secured victory, Lin Yin remarked with a smile. With a grand gesture, he commanded, Sandshrew, unleash a sandstorm and show them what true weather is. Lina, dismissive of his bravado, ordered, Ice Dragon, step forward and shield Frostless with iron defense. Frostless began to gather energy, preparing for a blizzard followed by an ice beam. However, before her command could fully escape her lips, the sandstorm erupted, obscuring the sky. The battlefield trembled as countless grains of sand surged from the ground. Sandshrew's eyes gleamed fiercely, enveloped in a golden glow as the sandstorm forcefully expelled the hail, claiming dominion over much of the arena. Even the hail surrounding the ice dragon began to wane, teetering on the brink of extinction. The violent winds whipped through the arena, with stray grains of sand occasionally striking the audience, causing gasps of surprise among the trainers. The host's Fiero was enveloped in the storm, losing its line of sight until it soared high above, regaining visibility and exclaiming in astonishment, "What is this? How can such a powerful sandstorm skill exist? How has Lin Yin trained his Sandshrew?" The rising winds generated a cacophony of noise, but thankfully, the host's microphone transmitted his words to every corner of the audience. At that moment, Sharpedo had already vanished into the swirling sandstorm, becoming undetectable. Frostless, take advantage of the remaining duration of the hail and unleash a blizzard to obliterate Sandshrew. Lina commanded without hesitation. Blizzard, an ice-type special move with a power of 110, unleashed a fierce storm upon the opponent, with a chance to freeze. Sharpedo, use Aqua Jet to approach the ice dragon and strike with Metal Claw. Lin Yin countered decisively. Some middle-aged trainers in the audience scrutinized the scene, their expressions intense. The ice dragon is quadruple weak to steel. A hit from Metal Claw will surely spell doom. And Sandshrew, already doubly weak to ice, faces dire consequences from Blizzard's 110 power. One cannot deny the sheer ferocity of Lin Yin's Sandshrew's Sandstorm technique. Lina's decision to exchange weather control between the two was undoubtedly a sound one. The host continued to narrate, "Oh, is Lin Yin not resisting? He seems prepared to let Sandshrew, the Sandstorm wielder, and the opponent's ice dragon, the Hail Executor, perish together." Perish together? This is merely a one-sided rout. Lin Yin smirked, poised to conclude the match in swift succession. Sharpedo, with its superior speed, struck with Metal Claw, the sharp glint of its attack landing heavily upon the ice dragon's form. Despite employing iron defense and the hail weather enhancing its physical resistance, the ice dragon succumbed to defeat. With the ice dragon incapacitated, the remaining hail was gradually consumed by the sandstorm. Yet, Frostless's blizzard followed closely behind, striking Sandshrew with relentless force. It was evident that Frostless was a product of rigorous training, with its ice-type skills wielding immense power. The ground affected by the blizzard was visibly frozen, although the sandstorm weather augmented Sandshrew's special defense. To withstand Frostless's blizzard directly was a perilous endeavor. It was either certain death or grievous injury. Next, the stage was set for the showdown between Sharpedo and Frostless. Lina, with unwavering conviction, expressed her confidence in her Frostback dragon. "Though your sharp-toothed land shark boasts high damage, its level is evidently inferior to my Frostback dragon, and furthermore, it is 4 times weak to ice. This time, victory is mine." With that, Lina adopted a strategic demeanor. Moments later, as the dust stirred by the blizzard settled, Shakira's, sporting only minor scars, stood unscathed. "What? This is impossible," exclaimed the host, astonished. "Oh, spectators," Lin Yin's Shakira's remained steadfast in its position. The host was taken aback. "How can this be? Shakira's is not a Garchomp. It doesn't possess such remarkable resistance and stamina, yet it has withstood the onslaught of the hail. Moreover, Shakira's appeared to still have some energy left, not resembling a Pokémon on the brink of collapse." In Chapter 35, Achieving Victory, a dramatic conclusion, Lina was momentarily stunned. Although Frostback Dragon had only 45 special attack, the blizzard wielded a power of 120, augmented by a 15-fold increase from ice-type moves. Additionally, the hail-laden atmosphere, brimming with ice-type energy, would enhance the power of ice-type attacks. Even with Shakira's double weakness to ice, the special defense multiplier in a sandstorm could not possibly yield the calm demeanor it exhibited in that moment. As the sandstorm intensified, enveloping the entire battlefield, Frostback Dragon found its stamina gradually eroded by the relentless winds. "I've lost," Lina murmured, her eyes clouded with disbelief. Though it was merely a minor match, she felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. "No, if I can swiftly eliminate your 4 times weak ice sharp-toothed land shark, I can slowly turn the tide." With her eyes sparkling with determination, Lina resolved to act. The Frostback Dragon charged towards the sharp-toothed land shark, preparing to unleash Ice Fawn. Shakira's, gathering energy, sought to execute a Stone Edge attack to finish off Frostback Dragon. Given that Frostback Dragon was doubly weak to rock and suffering from stamina loss, it was indeed plausible for it to be obliterated by a 100-power rock-type Stone Edge attack. Shakira's, maintain the sandstorm. I will leave this battle to the sharp-toothed land shark, Lin Yin instructed. He intended to seize the opportunity to train the sharp-toothed land shark. It was a rare occasion to encounter such a formidable opponent, and he was determined to extract every ounce of value from it. Though the sharp-toothed land shark's level was not as high as that of Frostback Dragon, and its attributes were disadvantaged, the surrounding sandstorm was in its favor. The sharp-toothed land shark thrived within the tempest, darting through the sandstorm as if it were a fish in water. It evaded ice fong and vanished into the swirling sands, showcasing the speed of a sandstorm assassin. Roar! The sharp-toothed land shark gradually retreated until it disappeared within the storm. What is happening? How did Lin Yin's sharp-toothed land shark suddenly vanish? The host rubbed his eyes, realizing he was not imagining things. Lina's expression turned grave. Is it due to the sand availability? However, to defeat my Frostback Dragon with just a sharp-toothed land shark is simply naive. Blizzard. Lina commanded a wide-range attack. No matter from where the sharp-toothed land shark strikes, it will incur damage, and Frostback Dragon will sense it immediately. Quite clever. But can you keep up with the sharp-toothed land shark speed? Lin Yin directed. Close in and use Metal Claw. The sharp-toothed land shark flickered, resembling a ghost in the night. Frostback Dragon, to the right. Ice Fong. Lina ordered. Too late. Just as the words left her lips, Metal Claw struck Frostback Dragon mercilessly. Frostback Dragon winced, its legs trembling under the immense pain inflicted. Lina's Frostback Dragon withstood a hit from Metal Claw. The host exclaimed, eager to witness the continuation of this exhilarating match. Now you cannot escape. Ice Fong. Lina's eyes sparkled with determination. The ice-type energy coalesced, and the fangs of the sharp-toothed land shark descended like twin swords from above. Defend, and then swiftly evade. Lin Yin responded coolly. It must be noted, Lina's Frostback Dragon was leagues apart from that sharp-toothed land shark encountered in the Dragon-type secret realm. While both were of champion caliber, Frostback Dragon was evidently superior. It could not only withstand the sharp-toothed land shark's onslaught, but also endure the harsh sandstorm conditions. In contrast, the sharp-toothed land shark in the secret realm had been unable to breach Shakira's defenses, falling victim to overwhelming force. The reason lies in the trainers. They are better equipped to nurture their Pokémon, facilitating their rapid growth. By pairing suitable energy blocks with appropriate training teams and utilizing a plethora of unique items and resources, they create optimal conditions for development. In the secret realm, despite the presence of rare resources, they may not necessarily be suitable for the Pokémon inhabiting that environment. This explains why the colossal Dragonite had willingly allowed Lin Yin to take the sharp-toothed land shark, bestowing upon it a measure of dragon-type energy. With Frostback Dragon's attack thwarted, Lina remained unperturbed, swiftly altering her strategy. Take this opportunity to let Frostback Dragon rest, she commanded, not wishing to squander a single moment. Rest, a psychic-type status move, would restore Frostback Dragon's stamina. If only it could regain its strength, it could wear down the sharp-toothed land shark and gradually defeat Shakira's. Lina seemed to have found a glimmer of hope. Yet, at that moment, spikes erupted from the ground, hurtling towards Frostback Dragon at breakneck speed. The Frostback Dragon, rejuvenating from its slumber, became an unsuspecting target. A direct hit. The Frostback Dragon, doubly weak to rock, lost its combat ability in an instant. This was the Stone Edge attack unleashed by Shakira's. Did Lin Yin not instruct Shakira's to merely observe? The host's microphone nearly slipped from his grasp, his confusion palpable. The trainers in the audience were equally baffled, having anticipated a shift in momentum. What unfolded was a scene of sheer drama. Is this the end? Lin Yin has triumphed. How impressive. One must say, this Shakira's is remarkably strong, withstanding ice-type moves without a scratch, and the sandstorm dominating the hail. The sharp-toothed land shark also performed admirably, showcasing top-tier attack and speed. Yet, Lina's Frostback Dragon deserves commendation for reaching this level. Achieving such prowess is no small feat after the match concluded. The spectators who had previously clamored for refunds were now silent, engrossed in fervent discussions analyzing the competition. Some commentators, reliant on such events for their livelihood, recorded the match for a professional analysis. I lost. Lina stood frozen, struggling to comprehend the outcome, when a voice pulled her back to reality. Congratulations to our Lin Yin for securing the championship title of this Jiaorua Cup. Lin Yin smiled at Shakira's and the sharp-toothed land shark. Well done. Tonight, you two are free to roam. Training is on hold. Shakira's and the sharp-toothed land shark joyfully embraced, a display of exuberance. The once similarly sized sharp-toothed land shark now towered over Shakira's, having experienced significant growth during their time together. Lin Yin, you truly won. This Shakira's is remarkably strong. It turns out the battles at night were merely a ruse, murmured the bug-type trainer to himself. Lin Yin, not fully grasping the trainer's words, simply replied with a smile. How about it? I avenged you, so won't you treat me to a meal? Chapter 36. Which maiden does not harbor springtime thoughts? The bug-type trainer chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Come over to my place someday. I will select a fine bug-type item for you. Task. A sincere invitation from the bug-type trainer. Take the time to visit the home of the Bug King. Reward. Bugstone rare. Very well. I shall not accept your generosity without reciprocation. I will bring you a splendid gift. Lin Yin replied with a mysterious smile. The Bug King assumed Lin Yin was merely being polite and paid it no mind. At that moment, Lina approached, her cascading golden hair partially concealing her face, yet failing to obscure her exquisite features. Fine grains of sand glistened upon her, as if they were radiant yellow gemstones kissed by sunlight, her short skirt fluttering in the breeze. And the sound of her long boots striking the ground echoed like a gentle rhythm. You are Lin Yin, correct? Your two Shakiras are well trained. They make for commendable opponents. Lina extended her right hand, a hint of a smile gracing her ice-like visage. Your Snow Day team is quite impressive as well. While the Ice and Snow Dragon can serve as a weather control, I would recommend you consider the Blizzard King. It may prove extraordinarily effective in the future. Lin Yin acknowledged Lina as a worthy adversary, contemplating that they might cross paths again, where he could offer her a suggestion. After all, the Blizzard King is one of the Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution. For Lin Yin, Lina's current strength was rather insufficient, while she could serve as a training partner. Should he become serious, a single Shakira's could easily overpower her team. The Blizzard King, you say? It does indeed sound like an intriguing Pokémon. I shall give it due consideration, Lina mused thoughtfully. Lin Yin chuckled, taking her outstretched hand, feeling its soft, slightly plump warmth. Lina noticed the warmth radiating from his hand and glanced at it, surprised by its slenderness and pale complexion. It was remarkably bony, with well-defined tendons. No wonder he was the son of the most handsome trainer from South China and the most beautiful queen. Before their confrontation, she had thoroughly investigated Lin Yin through her family's intelligence network. So it is you, Lin Yin. Until we meet again at the GL High School Cup. Lina retracted her hand and turned, leaving behind a graceful silhouette as she waved goodbye, murmuring, this fellow truly lacks charm. He doesn't even think to send me off. The GL High School Cup, is it? I hope by then your Snow Day team is fully formed. Lin Yin waved farewell, eagerly anticipating that day's arrival. Task, Lina's challenge. Defeat the opponent in GL 666. Reward. Increase the reward amount for the GL 666 Cup task. A commendable task indeed. Congratulations to our competitor Lin Yin for his victory. The host jubilantly raised Lin Yin's right hand, drawing the atmosphere to a fever pitch. Lin Yin ascended the champion's platform. Lifting the trophy high, his right hand cradled the steadfast Shakira's, while his left hand showcased the lively Sharpedo. Cheese. The host, having taken the photo, soared down on a Pidgeot, laughing heartily. Lin Yin, this championship reward includes a journey to the Bug-type secret realm in 2 days, along with a chance to select a skill disc. Lin Yin immediately declared, I would like a Protect skill disc. The host paused momentarily, for the Protect skill disc held immense value and was seldom offered as a reward. Very well, the host finally chuckled. After the award ceremony, Lin Yin returned to the inn with the Bug King. Feeling fatigued, he reclined in a rocking chair under the sun, observing the energetic Bug King training alongside his Pokémon. Shakira's and Sharpedo, Lin Yin mused on the convenience of the situation. Just as he stepped into the inn, a series of notification boxes suddenly appeared before him. Task. Your friend Bug King's pride has been shattered by Lina. Please defeat Lina to help your friend regain his self-esteem. Reward. A week-long growth buff for Shakira's and Sharpedo. Complete the task to obtain a week-long growth buff for both Pokémon. Task. Agree to Zhu Debiao's invitation to participate in the competition at Jiaorua City. Reward. Calculated based on competition ranking. Task completed. Earn an opportunity to explore for the rarest items and Pokémon within a 10 kilometers radius. Lin Yin was overjoyed. The rewards for today were truly remarkable. In addition to these rewards, he also had the skill disc in his bag. The Protect skill disc was intended for his next Pokémon. With Shakira's level firmly in the 30s and Sharpedo nearing the 30s, even with a double growth buff, their leveling speed had begun to wane. Thus, he had ample time to train the next Pokémon. Of course, it also depended on fate. Whichever Pokémon he encountered first would be the one he would capture. This journey to Jiaorua City had been immensely fruitful for Lin Yin. First and foremost was the growth of Shakira's and Sharpedo. Secondly, he had received a plethora of rewards, most notably the affinity for Dark-type bug Pokémon. Completing the task in Jiaorua City had triggered the task to visit the Bug King's home and accept Lena's challenge. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep. Lin Yin pulled out his Pokédex and saw that the old man was calling. The old man's expression was serious as he hinted, "Is it a convenient time, Enair?" Lin Yin quickly slipped on his shoes and dashed to his room on the second floor. Convenient? What is it? Charizard's Mega Evolution has been successfully achieved. However, it lasts only for a second. The old man beamed with delight. Really? Lin Yin was overjoyed. The league is now awarding you the title of doctor. Albeit a junior level, it will only take about a week, but you will need to assist in editing some papers, the old man said with a radiant smile. As a grandfather, how could he not be thrilled that his grandson was becoming a researcher on Pokémon evolution? At that moment, he felt compelled to call Lin Yin's father and vent his excitement. Lin Yin was ecstatic. This meant he could complete his doctoral task and select a Pokémon. Just when he was troubled about how to obtain his next Pokémon, the old man's news was like a timely boon. As for the papers, Lin Yin had already prepared them and simply needed to send them to the old man. After the excitement, Lin Yin's expression turned serious as he quietly asked, "Grandfather, can you give me a hint? How many Mega Evolution Stones have you collected?" The old man, now serious, replied, "Currently, there are fewer than 10 confirmed Mega Evolution Stones. But we cannot distinguish which Pokémon they belong to. As for the Pokémon Association, they've also gathered information, having collected around a dozen. These stones appear to be exceedingly rare, with no discernible pattern to their origins, making them incredibly difficult to locate." Lin Yin nodded. The rarity of Mega Evolution Stones was advantageous, as he could acquire them through the system, while others could only search gradually. Moreover, Mega Evolution also required a keystone. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yin said, "Grandfather, among your Pokémon, Garchomp, Xerneas, and Volcanion can Mega Evolve. You should prioritize collecting stones associated with these Pokémon." Chapter 37. The Pinnacle of Semi-Divine Achievement? The old man was greatly taken aback. It dawned on him that his grandson had been concealing his knowledge. It was evident that Lin Yin was well aware of the methods and Pokémon related to Mega Evolution. What a clever lad. You truly honor the Lin family. The old man's face lit up with excitement as he clutched the Pokédex, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Mega Evolution signified a renewed potential for advancement. "I will personally travel across Huagua and even the world to collect these stones. Should you require energy cubes or resources during this time, just contact Old Yen. I've known this fellow for decades and nearly consider him a brother, so you can rest assured. Grandfather, please take care," Lin Yin advised. "Ha. Do I still need your reminders, my dear grandson? Fear not." With that, the old man erupted into hearty laughter and switched off the Pokédex. Meanwhile, the Pokémon Association was rife with undercurrents due to the successful Mega Evolution. The old man had reaped substantial benefits from this event. Yet, little did anyone anticipate that. Aside from the Evolution Stone, a crucial item known as the Keystone was also required. With time still remaining until the GL 666 Cup, it was the opportune moment to capture a third Pokémon. Initially, Lin Yin had desired a Kadabra, as its ultimate evolution, Alakazam, proved to be an excellent special attacker. However, upon further reflection, given that both Shakira's and Sharpedo were semi-divine, it would be more fitting to capture another semi-divine Pokémon, thereby achieving a grand slam. Currently, Shakira's excelled in stamina and physical defense, while Sharpedo boasted remarkable speed and physical attack. The next edition should ideally fulfill the roles of special defense and special attack. In this regard, only one Pokémon met the criteria, the Dragon Steel type, Dragapult. This Pokémon is immune to poison-type moves, has double resistance against Fairy, Flying, Rock, Steel, Water, Electric, Bug, and Psychic, while also enjoying quadruple resistance to Grass and double weakness to Fighting and Ground. Such a typing is indeed formidable, augmented by its abilities, Sap Sipper, Shell Armor, and Unburden. Sap Sipper effectively counters Grass-type attacks, while Shell Armor protects against critical hits. Unburden, when triggered by an opponent's attack, reduces the opponent's speed. Overall, all three abilities are commendable, but Lin Yin felt that Unburden was particularly advantageous. Dragapult, upon making contact with an opponent, would not only inflict damage but also diminish the opponent's speed, allowing Sharpedo to capitalize on the opportunity. After much contemplation, Lin Yin resolved to choose the Sap Sipper ability. This ability grants immunity to Grass-type damage. Under sunny weather, the Solar Beam does not require charging. Charizard Y, with its high special attack, could unleash a terrifying Solar Beam in such conditions, especially post-Mega Evolution. The Sap Sipper Dragapult would serve as an excellent counter to this threat. However, in the game, Dragapult is better off with Shell Armor to protect against critical hits, as it enjoys quadruple resistance to Grass, rendering grass types nearly ineffective. Yet, in reality, even with a boost, grass-type moves can still deal considerable damage. With the Sap Sipper ability, grass-type damage at the same level, or even one level higher would not harm Dragapult, which is quite extraordinary. Furthermore, Dragapult can learn the move Aqua Ring to restore allies' health, boasting a special defense of 150 and a physical defense of 100, which is commendable. It is indeed an exceptional special attacker, but like Shakira's, it harbors a certain fear of fighting-type moves. There are indeed some formidable fighting-type Pokémon, such as Lucario, Blaziken, Infernape, Decidueye, Gyarados, Breloom, Heracross, Infernape, Machamp, and Pangoro. Yet, such vulnerabilities are not insurmountable. When a particular aspect is honed to perfection, type advantages can be mitigated, unlike in the game, where type advantages can inflict significant damage in cases of extreme disparity. As for Dragapult's item, Lin Yin had already decided on the Power Lens and Assault Vest. Ordinary items would not suffice. Just like Shakira's, only top-tier items would do. The Power Lens enhances special attack, while the Assault Vest bolsters special defense. However, carrying the Assault Vest prevents the use of status moves, necessitating some specialized design from a crafting master. Even if the special defense boost from the vest is diminished, the adverse effect must be eliminated. He needed to consult with Old Yin regarding the items. After much deliberation, he finally made the call. "Hello, Old Yin." Lin Yin waved his hand, greeting him with a smile. "Ah, Lin, your discovery is truly pivotal. Charizard's Mega Evolution has exceeded even semi-divine Pokémon in base stats and acquired a brand new ability." Old Yan's face radiated hope, his eyes brimming with knowledge about Pokémon. It is precisely this undistracted state that has led to his current achievements. It's merely luck. By the way, Old Yin, I have sent you my thesis along with my recent findings. Do check your email, Lin Yin mentioned. Upon hearing of the new discovery, Old Yin was almost eager to hang up the phone to commence his research. "Lin, do you have any urgent matters at hand?" If so, Lin Yin cut to the chase, stating, "I would like a top-tier Power Lens, an Assault Vest with the adverse effect negated, and a Swords Dance TM. He knew this request was somewhat extravagant, as top-tier items were exceedingly rare, with many materials lost to the annals of history, leaving only the Pokémon Association with some remnants. Moreover, a generic status move TM like Swords Dance held immense value, second only to the Protect TM. Just this. I will contact the Pokémon Association shortly and arrange for them to prepare it for you by the day after tomorrow," Old Yin replied, his tone assuring. As if to say, "Leave it to me." Lin Yin was taken aback. This response was even more prompt than that of the old man. However, upon further reflection, at critical moments, the role of a Pokémon professor could rival that of a champion, especially one dedicated to researching Mega Evolutions. A few mere top-tier items paled in comparison to the significance of Mega Evolution, as long as the requests weren't too outrageous. The Pokémon Association would typically fulfill the Pokémon professor's demands promptly. By the day after tomorrow? Can it really be that swift? Lin Yin pondered, though he decided it was irrelevant when the items would arrive. The Swords Dance TM was naturally intended for Sharpedo, allowing it to familiarize itself with the attack boost and hone its skills, with Shakira's serving as a formidable shield for practice. He had no doubts about Sharpedo mastering the move. Ding. Mission: unveil the method for Mega Evolution and become a premier research doctor. Reward: freedom to select one Pokémon egg from the Sandstorm team and provision of a Keystone and Mega Evolution Stone. Mission progress: currently a junior doctor. Temporarily rewarded with one Pokémon egg, the Mega Evolution Stone will be awarded upon task completion. Rewards were dispensed before the mission's completion? Is this how it works? Am I the system's illegitimate child? Lin Yin mused to himself. Please do not overthink, host. Promptly select a Pokémon egg. Chapter 38. It's decided. As for the Pokémon, Lin Yin had already made up his mind. He wanted a Sap Sipper semi-divine Pokémon, Dragapult. To attain its Galarian form, it must evolve in the Galar region. But this is the real world. Where could he possibly find the Galar region? System: can I choose a Dragapult that automatically becomes its Galarian form upon evolution? Affirmative. Dragapult will automatically become its Galarian form upon evolution. As the selection concluded, a Pokémon egg appeared in Lin Yin's hands. Its pink-gray patterns rendered it both adorable and enchanting. Dragapult, Pokémon egg. Gender: female. Type: dragon. Qualification: semi-champion. Ability: Sap Sipper. Skills: Mirror Coat, Aqua Ring. Description: Dragapult, the soft-bodied Pokémon, is the smallest dragon-type Pokémon. To prevent its slippery body from drying out, it resides in damp, shaded areas. Gazing at the charming Pokémon egg in his hands, Lin Yin smiled and said, "Welcome to the Sandstorm family. As our first female member, you must strive to excel." The charmingly adorable Nianianbao is a soft-bodied Pokémon and one of the 9 semi-divine creatures. Lin Yin eagerly anticipates the day of her hatching. Particularly, the skill known as Life Drop must be thoroughly developed. This water-type transformation skill can restore the health of both the user and their allies within the game. However, in reality, it serves an even greater purpose. Not only reviving the Pokémon, but also healing injured trainers. This is one of the reasons why individuals in the Pokémon world generally enjoy prolonged lifespans. When humans suffer injuries or catch a cold, they often need not rely on medication. Various Pokémon abilities allow them to recuperate swiftly, spending mere hours in the hospital. While adventuring, apart from carrying antidotes, Nianianbao's restorative abilities are nothing short of miraculous, alleviating much hassle. With 2 robust Pokémon already at his command, Lin Yin simply awaits the hatching of Nianianbao to venture into the wild for training. To ensure Nianianbao hatches at the fastest pace, an optimal environment is essential. Lin Yin contacted the finest Pokémon incubation center in Jiaorua City and, utilizing his privileges as a Pokémon researcher, rented a grand villa. Days later, within the confines of the Pokémon Center Villa, the battle raged on. Shark Teeth Landshark, enhance your attack with Swords Dance, then leap into the air and unleash Fire Fong. Lin Yin commanded with a flourish. Fire Fong, a physical fire-type move, involves biting the opponent with teeth enveloped in flames, occasionally causing them to flinch or suffer a burn status. The 4 times weak Snowstorm Moth, upon being struck, would lose its battle capability instantly. The Snowstorm Moth, after performing Feather Dance, retaliated with Ice Beam. The bug pangolin refused to concede defeat. Even though Ice Beam could inflict substantial damage on the Shark Teeth Landshark, it deftly dodged the attack, playfully toying with the Snowstorm Moth as its fiery fangs struck hard against the creature's body. It was over. Alas, another loss. Your Shark Teeth Landshark is far too formidable. It has grown this strong in just a few days. The bug pangolin lamented, shaking its head in resignation. Didn't the Bug King promise you a stint in the bug-type secret realm for intensive training? With determination, perhaps you can surpass me, Lin Yin encouraged, patting the bug pangolin's shoulder. The Bug King has ulterior motives, and it isn't convenient for me to elaborate. However, I intend to capture a fire god moth. Why must you insist that I capture a Scyther? The bug pangolin queried, somewhat puzzled, as it had previously favored Scyther but now found the fire god moth appealing. Lin Yin couldn't simply disclose that Mega Evolution would soon be revealed, prompting the bug pangolin to prepare in advance. Both are viable options, he offered encouragingly. The bug pangolin nodded, ready to pursue the path of a bug-type trainer, and since it had yet to find the fire god moth, training Scyther seemed reasonable. Meanwhile, Lin Yin had not entered the bug-type secret realm, as he was not capturing bug-type Pokémon. Instead, he sought out the Bug King to exchange for a special item, the Everstone. When held, this item prevents Pokémon from evolving. Some trainers wish for their Pokémon to amass energy in their initial forms before evolving, necessitating the use of the Everstone to suppress their energy. Lin Yin, however, held a certain disdain for this perspective, primarily because his Pokémon's energy was so abundant that they could evolve even before reaching the required level. Suddenly, Shakira seemed to sense something and grew restless. Lin Yin, feeling a spark of intuition, exclaimed, "Could it be that Nianianbao is about to hatch?" Shakira nodded vigorously. Without further ado, Lin Yin hurried to the incubation area. This space was equipped with state-of-the-art resources and various temperature and nutritional control devices, ensuring that the Pokémon would hatch in the most perfect condition. Upon her arrival, the first glimpse Nianianbao caught was of Lin Yin, who she regarded with wide, curious eyes. She felt a familiar warmth. Shakira's and Shark Teeth Landshark, upon seeing the petite Nianianbao, were utterly smitten, their hearts melting as they whimpered softly, attempting to gain her attention. The newly hatched Nianianbao, with her delicate lavender body and large eyes, resembled a miniature, adorable doll. Yet, when she turned her gaze towards her formidable elder brothers, she was frightened by their fierce appearances, causing tears to stream down her cheeks. Don't cry, Lin Yin exclaimed in a rush, swiftly separating Shakira's and Shark Teeth Landshark with a kick. These 2 gentle giants, fond of consuming dark-type energy cubes, exuded a slight menacing aura that had startled the newly born Nianianbao. Carefully, Lin Yin cradled Nianianbao in his arms, gently rocking her as he offered her a bottle. No more tears. I've sent the 2 silly ones away. After being fed, Nianianbao gently drifted into slumber. Shakira's and Shark Teeth Landshark stood outside the door, their cheeks pressed against the glass, gazing intently at the sleeping Nianianbao. You 2 big goofballs must remember that Nianianbao is a girl, not a rough brute like the 2 of you. From now on, Control your dark-type energy and try not to frighten her, Lin Yin admonished as he stepped out of the incubation area, addressing his two Pokémon. Shakira's nodded, offering a grin that it deemed friendly, though it appeared more intimidating than its fearsome skills. Shark Teeth Landshark thumped its chest, signaling its understanding. Lin Yin shook his head in exasperation. In any case, these two would never harm her. Niannianbao, being newly hatched, was in a phase of intense curiosity. The more she observed her two brothers, the more familiar she would become, alleviating her fears and strengthening the bond among the trio. Moreover, the exquisite item Lin Yin had commissioned from the old rock expert had arrived, and he planned to commence special training for Niannianbao the following day. Chapter 39, The Bug-Type Secret Realm. With the semi-divine Pokémon and the qualifications of a quasi-champion, her growth would be remarkably swift. Although she may not match the Bug-type Pokémon, she would still be a formidable contender. The growth rate of Bug-type Pokémon is widely recognized as the fastest among the 18 attributes. Returning to the present, Lin Yin turned his attention to the two exquisite items designated for Niannianbao's use. The Power Lens, exquisite crafted by the Pokémon researcher, Old Rock, at considerable expense. This item, when used, imposes a speed reduction due to pressure but continuously aids the Pokémon's growth, enhancing its special attack. The Assault Vest, exquisite when carried by Dragon-type Pokémon. It significantly boosts their special defense, determined by the Pokémon's special defense-based stats, while also enhancing the growth of special defense within a certain range. Old Rock had indeed expended considerable resources for Lin Yin's sake. Lin Yin felt profound gratitude, even for a Pokémon researcher. Acquiring two such rare and exquisite items was no easy feat, although Old Rock appeared nonchalant. Lin Yin was far from oblivious to the underlying complexities. Consequently, Lin Yin sent a private email to Old Rock, sharing some information about the keystone to provide him with a fresh perspective. After a lengthy wait, the research enthusiast had yet to respond. Lin Yin decided to close his Pokédex. "Are you joining me for a trip to the Bug-type Secret Realm today?" The Bug Pangolin inquired, knocking at the door. Lin Yin shrugged, expressing his helplessness. He had previously requested the Everstone, which had resulted in the Bug King not granting him entry into the secret realm. "No worries," I informed the Bug King, and he said spending a day or two there is still permissible. The Bug Pangolin replied cheerfully, noting that venturing into the Bug-type secret realm alone would be rather dull. With some free time on his hands, Lin Yin tidied up briefly before accompanying the Bug Pangolin on their journey. Inside the Bug-type secret realm, is this truly the realm of insect-type Pokémon? It appears so reminiscent of a molten volcano, Lin Yin questioned with a look of skepticism. Surrounding him were barren, charcoal-gray rocks, and the ground was uneven, utterly devoid of any signs of an insect-type sanctuary. One must understand that a typical insect-type realm is usually abundant with verdant foliage, filled with the harmonious sounds of buzzing insects, and imbued with enticing fragrances. I, too, held some doubts upon my arrival, having heard from King Chongtian that a single insect-type sprite was responsible for this transformation. The Bug Pig scratched his head and chuckled. Could one insect-type sprite truly cause such a metamorphosis? Perhaps it was a creature akin to a colossal fire moth? Aside from the fire moth, Lin Yin could not conceive of any other insect-type sprite capable of turning a forest into a desolate volcanic expanse. As he pondered, Lin Yin and the Bug Pig arrived at the site of an extinct volcano. I initially sought to capture a well-qualified scyther, yet I had yet to encounter a satisfactory one, and unexpectedly stumbled upon a burning bug. The Bug Pig's eyes sparkled with evident excitement. The burning bug can evolve into the fire moth, requiring level 59 in the game, but with proper nurturing in reality, it can evolve earlier. The burning bug is indeed a commendable Pokémon for both insect-type and fire-type trainers. Its abilities, Flame Body and Bug Sense, are advantageous in reality as well. For instance, Flame Body in the game has a 30% chance of burning the opponent. In reality, however, it manifests as a flame appearing beside the sprite, which, upon contact, has a chance of inflicting burns and causing fire damage, while also mitigating some fire-type damage. After all, it is a body enveloped in flames. It seems unreasonable to be unharmed by fire. Bug Sense increases the power of Bug-type moves when health drops below 13 in the game, yet in reality, it heightens the sprite's sensitivity to danger and enhances the potency of Bug-type moves based on the sprite's growth. The disparity between the game and reality is vast, yet therein lies its charm. Pokémon battles are not mere formulaic exchanges, but rather passionate, visceral confrontations. The same sprite can yield different results depending on the trainer's lineup. With the Bug Pig having acquired the Snow Moth, which specializes in ice and water types, capturing the burning bug indeed seems a wise choice. Lin Yin patted the bug pig's shoulder, offering an encouraging glance. Go for it. I have faith in you. All right, let us do this. Come forth, armored warrior. The bug pig's booming voice startled nearby insect-type sprites away. The burning bug was within the extinct volcano, and without hesitation, the bug pig commanded, armored warrior, torrent. Flood this place to flush out the burning bug. A massive and vibrant surge of water-type energy coalesced and erupted forth, filling the dormant volcano. At that moment, unfamiliar figures emerged from the cavern, including the very target of the bug pig's expedition. Hee, armored warrior, go. Snow moth, emerge and restrict the burning bug's movements. The bug pig calmly directed. Lin Yin instinctively stepped aside, silently observing the battle. Quest, train the sticky Pokémon, allowing it to defeat at least one opponent in the insect-type realm. Reward, the host Pokémon will receive a double growth buff for 1 week. Lin Yin's eyes brightened. This quest was indeed splendid. In that case, come forth, Shakira's, Sharpedo, and sticky Pokémon. Shocky, roar, sticky. As soon as the sticky Pokémon emerged, it jumped into Lin Yin's embrace, adorably soft and squishy. Today, we'll train the sticky Pokémon, while you two will act as bodyguards, Lin Yin remarked with a smile. Shakira's and Sharpedo immediately stood at attention, peering around with vigilant expressions, attentively safeguarding Lin Yin and the sticky Pokémon. In the game, the sticky Pokémon requires level 49 to evolve. Although it can evolve earlier in reality, it still has quite a journey ahead before reaching that milestone. Most Pokémon within the insect-type realm are around level 20, making it quite challenging to find one suitable for the sticky Pokémon's battle conditions. Just then, a fire centipede burst forth before them. Fire centipede. Gender, male. Type, bug fire. Qualification, ordinary. Level, 11. Ability, flame body. Skills, ember, smokescreen, bind, bite, bug resistance. Description, the fire centipede, a heat-generating Pokémon, relies on combustible gases stored within its body for warmth, with the yellow section of its abdomen reaching the highest temperatures. Its qualifications are somewhat lacking, making it ideal for training the sticky Pokémon. Back when Shakira's was just a young one, it had effortlessly dispatched a careless mini-dragon with a single move. Given the qualifications of the sticky Pokémon, defeating the fire centipede would be a trivial task. Sticky Pokémon. Gender, female. Type, dragon. Qualification, near champion. Level, 5. Ability, herbivore. Held items, dragon scale, rare, power lens, rare. Skills, tackle, absorb, water gun, dragon breath, sleep, double return. Life drop. Chapter 40. Fire Centipede vs. Sticky Pokémon. Upon first sight of Shakira's and Sharpedo, the fire centipede trembled uncontrollably, nearly foaming at the mouth in terror. There was no way it could engage in a Pokémon battle in such a state. Sharpedo could hardly contain itself. After all, this was little sister's first battle. How dare the opponent show such disrespect? Shakira's closely followed, applying pressure. Sticky Pokémon versus Fire Centipede. The Fire Centipede did not hold back, rushing forward with its body, clearly intent on using bind to ensnare the sticky Pokémon. Lin Yin chuckled, sticky Pokémon, withstand it, and then use water gun. Water gun. A special water-type skill, boasts a power of 40, shooting a stream of water at the opponent. Sticky. The sticky Pokémon's gaze was resolute. Thus unfolded the comical scene of two inept contenders clashing. The fire centipede managed to entangle the sticky Pokémon, yet could not inflict any significant damage. Meanwhile, the sticky Pokémon seemed to revel in the mockery, delivering water gun after water gun. The fire centipede, unable to endure the humiliation, was on the verge of losing its fighting capability. Just then, Lin Yin decided without hesitation, sticky Pokémon, unleash Dragon Breath with all your might, and claim victory in your first Pokémon match. Dragon Breath erupted like an energy cannon, sending the fire centipede flying. The sticky Pokémon bounced around in excitement. Quest completed. The 3 Pokémon will receive a double growth buff for 1 week. Lin Yin glanced at the unconscious fire centipede and smiled. Sticky Pokémon, since the fire centipede has been your training partner, why not use Life Drop to heal its wounds? The sticky Pokémon nodded, gathering water-type energy. And in a moment, the fire centipede regained consciousness, only to muster its remaining strength and scurry into a stone crevice to escape. Although this place is designated as an insect-type realm, it does harbor some fire-type energy, giving rise to these bug fire-type Pokémon. At this juncture, the bug pig's battle had also concluded, successfully capturing the burning bug. This burning bug possesses commendable qualifications. Once I secretly nurture it, I shall undoubtedly crush your Sandstorm team. The bug pig declared earnestly, as if it were a solemn promise. Lin Yin merely smiled and remained silent. By the way, The evil trainers from the Dark Church have resurfaced recently. They have been exceedingly active. If you plan to venture out, exercise utmost caution. The Bug Pig advised with a hint of worry. The Dark Church? Their primary targets are wild Pokémon. They should pose no threat to us. Lin Yin replied with a smile. The Dark Church. In a landscape rife with tension, there exists a nefarious organization that stands in opposition to the Elf Association, shrouded in mystery regarding its true intentions. Their presence is felt throughout Huagua, where they sporadically emerge to capture rare Pokémon, and even audaciously seize the semi-divine Pokémon bestowed upon the champion trainers by the association, an act of sheer villainy. Lin, masquerading as a junior scholar with a notable champion grandfather, is privy to information that eludes the ordinary citizen. This clandestine group, known as the Dark Church, possesses an artifact known as the Dark Ball, which grants the ability to overcome the strong with the weak, posing a formidable challenge to the association's champions. This explains the Dark Church's relentless pursuits of Pokémon. Each use of a Dark Ball results in the demise of numerous Pokémon, as many cannot endure the overwhelming dark energy, succumbing to its effects. Only a select few, with unwavering resolve, can withstand such malevolent forces. The potency bestowed by the Dark Ball is so formidable that the association has spared no effort in researching Mega Evolution, seeking a means to counteract its influence. Although the association has studied the Dark Ball, they have found that each use depletes the Pokémon's lifespan, rendering them feral and bloodthirsty. One can only ponder the future if a righteous organization like the Elf Association were to resort to such darkness. Moreover, trainers in Huagua have raised their Pokémon from infancy. Who would wish to see their beloved companions transformed into sinister dark entities, languishing in a slow demise? The Dark Church is loathed not just in Huagua, but across the globe. Thus, any encounter with a trainer from the Dark Church grants the right to eliminate them without repercussion, often resulting in commendation rather than censure. The hunter Lin previously encountered was undoubtedly a member of the Dark Church, yet he skillfully concealed this fact and merely presented himself as an ordinary hunter to claim his reward. The Dark Ball is a unique item that appeared in a special edition of Pokémon, where a member of Team Rocket sought to dominate the world and enslave the mythical Pokémon Celebi using the Dark Ball. Celebi, possessing the ability to traverse time and space, alleviated the Dark Ball's side effects through assistance from other Celebi across dimensions. If a mere Dark Ball can transform a mythical Pokémon into such a state, one must ponder the nature of the energy that constitutes it. Lin speculates that such a malevolent artifact is likely crafted from ghost and dark energy, who possesses the power to manipulate the energy of mythical Pokémon. Only other mythical beings like Darkrai and Hoopa, or legendary Pokémon such as Giratina and Yveltal, could wield such influence. It is improbable that the Dark Church has captured these Pokémon. Rather, they must have acquired items related to them, extracting dark energy to fabricate the Dark Balls. Though these mythical and legendary creatures may have slightly higher base stats than semi-divine Pokémon, their life essence transcends that of the latter, the disparity akin to that between a mere matchstick and a blazing torch. Mission: Dark Church. Please strike decisively upon encountering trainers from the Dark Church. Reward: for every Dark Church trainer the host eliminates, their Pokémon will receive a day of double growth buff. Additional passive: Dark Slayer. Dark Slayer. Passive: when defeating Dark Church trainers, the host's Pokémon receive an additional day of double growth buff. Lin was overjoyed, astounded by the prospect of triggering such an effect, allowing him to hunt Dark Church trainers indefinitely for buffs. Currently, he possessed 4 passive buffs: the Gift of the Dragon from a Master Dragonite, Bug Affinity, and Dark Slayer. Each skill was a coveted treasure that others longed for. With less than a month remaining until the GL 666 University Cup, he needed 2 gym badges to participate in the preliminaries. This was the perfect opportunity to challenge gyms while scouting for Dark Church trainers in the wilderness. Within the confines of Jirowa City, it was unlikely he would encounter formidable Dark Church trainers, alleviating his concerns. He also aimed to evolve his Pokémon, Lin Yin Bao, and capture another creature, pondering whether to select the 3-headed Dragonite or the Steelix. Each Pokémon had its strengths and weaknesses. However, Steelix leaned towards physical attacks, while the other 2 offered a more balanced approach. Chapter 41. Serendipitous Encounter with Dark Church Members. After careful consideration, Lin exhaled deeply, resolving to choose whichever he encountered first. Thus, he bid farewell to his Bug-type companion and departed from the Bug-type secret realm. His father had left him a villa containing a mineral vein, perfect for training his Sandshrew and Sharpedo. Additionally, there was a Fire-type gym overseen by a Fire-type champion, rumored to have recently introduced a novel sunny weather team composition. While en route to Anong City, Lin's Pokédex vibrated, and upon glancing at the screen, he was taken aback. Attention! The Dark Church has launched an assault on Kyoto, resulting in over 100 civilian casualties. The Dark Church is ruthlessly hunting Pokémon, and the South China region has dispatched the bug, fire, fighting, and grass-type champions for inspections. Trainers are advised to travel in groups and avoid wandering alone. Lin furrowed his brow. Kyoto was the stronghold of the Elf Association, and the audacity of the Dark Church to attack this locale was shocking. It was evident that the association was at a disadvantage. What astounded Lin further was that the bug champion had joined the operation against the Dark Church. He had previously encountered this champion, who appeared quite mature. With a smoky voice and dressed in a green suit, his chin adorned with a hint of green stubble. However, these matters were not Lin's concern. His immediate priority was to train Yin Yin Bao, facilitating its evolution into Yin Meier, Wash Rotom, in preparation for the upcoming GL 666 Cup. Like Sandshrew and Sharpedo, Yin Yin Bao was endowed with excellent resources, rapidly leveling up. It had also mastered Dragon Pulse, a powerful move, and was becoming increasingly proficient in utilizing Life Dew. As he traversed the forest, he encountered numerous audacious bug-type Pokémon seeking to provoke him. Yet, ever since he gained bug-type affinity, no bug Pokémon dared approach him. A miraculous phenomenon for a trainer wandering the wild. Lin meandered through the forest, carrying Yin Yin Bao for quite some time, feeling neither fatigue nor weariness. It seemed that the physical condition of humans in this world was merely a notch below that of Pokémon. Under the blazing sun, it was time for lunch, and he soon stumbled upon a clearing. As he drew nearer, he noticed several tents, indicating that numerous trainers were resting in the vicinity. This was fortuitous, as it provided a safe haven for him to pause. Lin retrieved his Pokeballs from his waist, calling forth his Sharpedo and Sandshrew. Shark! Roar! Upon seeing her brothers, Yin Yin Bao, no longer fearful, eagerly leapt from Lin's embrace and pounced towards them. Sharpedo, with swift reflexes, caught the airborne Yin Yin Bao. The three Pokémon gathered to share their energy cubes, while Lin munched on his rations. In truth, the forests were replete with fruit trees. The Pokémon world enjoyed a perpetually spring-like climate, allowing the trees to flourish abundantly. Many trainers acquire a modicum of knowledge regarding wild identification, opting to carry only specialized energy cubes for their Pokémon during their travels, relying on the bountiful fruit trees for sustenance and hydration. Certain trees yield fruits suitable for human consumption, providing both nourishment and refreshment. You three should restrict your activities to the vicinity. Do not venture too far, Lin Yin cautioned. Glancing at the three eager Pokémon, Shakira chuckled mischievously, gathering energy before unleashing a radiant beam of yellow and red light, clearing the surrounding trees and rocks. The area doubled in size, much to Lin Yin's astonishment. As he pondered when this fool had mastered the destructive beam, it appeared quite potent. With the expanded space, it was perfectly suited for the three Pokémon to engage in their activities. Shakira sought a spot to hone his Sandstorm abilities, while Sharpedo commenced a sword dance, diligently sharpening his offensive prowess. The little Sliggoo bounced around like an enthusiastic fan, occasionally leaping to cheer and releasing droplets of healing water to restore the energy of her elder brothers. Meanwhile, Lin Yin retrieved a rocking chair and donned sunglasses, reclining comfortably. Shakira, aside from the Sandstorm, you should also practice your Stone Edge and Earthquake moves. Sharpedo, consult Shakira on how to effectively utilize Earthquake while also refining your Dragon Tail. At that moment, Sliggoo gazed up at Lin Yin with her big eyes, her voice soft and pleading. You should focus on practicing Dragon Pulse. Lin Yin replied with a smile. After imparting his advice to the Pokémon, he resumed his reclining position. However, a sense of unease washed over him. Despite the presence of over a dozen tents, not a single trainer was in sight. Moreover, the tents were arranged in an orderly fashion and bore identical designs, clearly all crafted by the same entity. Was it possible that a corporate team was on a collective retreat? Yet, even corporate outings necessitate someone to remain behind to guard the base. A sudden thought struck Lin Yin. Could it be the Dark Church hunting wild Pokémon? Surely, he could not be so unfortunate. Should he encounter members of the Dark Church in the wild, he would be compelled to take any measures necessary, leaving no room for doubt. Come here. Lin Yin summoned his three Pokémon to stand guard as he cautiously lifted the flap of one tent. Inside, a shadowy gloom loomed, with a sliver of sunlight piercing through the seams, illuminating dozens of Pokeballs, standard Pokeballs, Bug Balls, Flame Balls, and more. Each type of Pokeball offered varying levels of comfort for the Pokémon contained within. Lin Yin utilized the most advanced Pokeballs available on the market, although they appeared identical to the standard red and white model. Each was valued at no less than 100,000 and was exclusively reserved for the inner circle of the Pokémon Association, rarely to be disseminated outside. As a trainer, Lin Yin immediately recognized that all the Pokeballs housed Pokemon. Even if these individuals were not affiliated with the Dark Church, they could potentially be large-scale poachers. A sense of conspiracy enveloped him. Many major cities had recently been attacked by the Dark Church, and an influx of personnel had begun hunting wild Pokemon in the wild, a sight that would typically raise alarm. However, due to the Dark Church's disturbances in the cities, trainers venturing into the wild were gripped by fear and flocked to urban areas where champions or elite trainers were stationed, seeking safety. Having identified a potential threat, reporting it was imperative. Yet to whom should he report it? The Elder was out gathering Mega Evolution Stones, and Rock Old was not responsible for such matters. After much contemplation, Lin Yin ultimately decided to contact the Bug King. Currently, the Bug King was tasked with investigating the Dark Church on behalf of the Pokémon Association and possessed formidable strength, including a quasi-champion level Volcarona. Seemingly with the Flame Body ability, the Bug King had allied with the Bug Pokémon to enhance Volcarona's strength. After 5 rings, the call connected. Typically, calling a champion would yield only one result, either an unanswered call or being blocked. However, Lin Yin was different. The Bug King clearly recognized his identity and did not dare to be dismissive. "Hello, Bug King, this is Lin Yin. What is the matter?" The Bug King replied, a hint of curiosity in his tone. "I suspect I have uncovered traces of the Dark Church. I have sent you the coordinates via the Pokédex. Please come quickly." An urgent and startled voice responded. "What?" Chapter 42, The Clashing of Clams. Lin Yin sighed, hoping for some reliability. After a brief moment of reflection, he mounted Shakira, cradling Sliggoo, and sought refuge in a nearby rocky hollow. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed in the distance, and red light flickered through the forest, rapidly igniting into a massive conflagration. The once lush greenery transformed into a fiery abyss. Could it be that trainers were engaged in battle? Lin Yin stood at the entrance of the hollow, gazing into the distance. Typically, wild Pokemon battles did not escalate to such grand proportions. Regrettably, Shakira and Sharpedo had not yet evolved into Tyranitar and Garchomp, or else he would have felt compelled to investigate the commotion. Mission: Intense combat. In fighting among the Dark Church's hunters, seize the opportunity to rescue wild Pokemon. Reward: elevation of Sliggoo's potential to champion level. System: acknowledge me. Am I not your long-lost son? Lin Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was this mission not a generous gift of rewards? Rescuing wild Pokemon. Could he not simply save a wild Caterpie and still qualify? Host: you guessed correctly. Call me Papa. Damn. This task was indeed appealing. Elevating Sliggoo's potential to champion level would certainly vex Lin Yin, who had a penchant for perfectionism. Now, his team would be uniformly composed of Pokemon with champion potential. Since the system encouraged him to proceed, it was evident that the dangers would be manageable. Shakira advanced toward the Inferno, gathering energy and preparing a sandstorm. Sharpedo began performing a sword dance to bolster his attributes, readying himself for battle. Sliggoo, channeling Dragon Pulse to disrupt the foes, readied healing droplets to restore her brother's stamina. Shakira, roar. Sliggoo. The 3 Pokemon braced themselves, while Lin Yin cautiously advanced alongside them. Humph. That dual-axe dragon is mine. A tall, slender man declared with a fierce gaze, refusing to yield, flanked by a group of subordinates. A short, stout man erupted into laughter. A dragon-type Pokemon must at least possess quasi-champion potential. Why should it belong to you? Without exception, trainers who joined the Dark Church were devoid of resources and talent, commoners with little hope. Those with even a modicum of resources would never align themselves with the Dark Church, living perilously on the edge. Their highest potential Pokemon were merely gym-class quality, making a quasi-champion Pokemon a coveted prize. This epitomized the monopoly of social class. Ordinary commoners, bereft of opportunity, would never attain a quasi-champion Pokemon throughout their lives. The 2 factions glared at each other, aside from the squad leader. The ordinary members of the church fixated on the dual-axe dragon with greedy eyes. A quasi-champion. With him, I could live comfortably for decades and finally escape the Dark Church. If given the chance to live freely, who would willingly oppose a group of lunatics in the Pokémon Association? After all, not everyone possessed a nearly top-tier background like Lin Yin. Moreover, apart from him, no other exceptionally talented trainers resided in his family, prompting the Elder to spare no effort in providing him with resources. In such a scenario, it would be nothing short of miraculous for other prestigious champion families, where competition is an omnipresent reality. To acquire resources, one must engage in fierce contention. The Zubat shows no mercy, unleashing its air slash. The tall and slender man launches a surprise attack without hesitation. Enraged, The stout man retaliates with his double-headed gas, deploying mud bombs. With the sound of explosions, battle erupts, and chaos ensues. The members of the Dark Church are a disorganized rabble, akin to a herd of cattle, driven to madness upon encountering a Pokémon with quasi-kingly potential. Some newcomers, bewildered by the melee, fall victim to the collateral damage of the elves and perish instantly, a scene of utter devastation. Meanwhile, Lin Yin hides behind a massive boulder, witnessing the demise of these Dark Church members, overwhelmed with sorrow. The thought of having slain them would have granted him a buff equivalent to the accelerated growth rate of 3 elves in a single day. Through his observations, he discerns that the tall man and the stout man are the strongest among them, each wielding a Pokémon of level 39, on the cusp of reaching quasi-king status. Fuming, the slender man declares, "I must report this to the higher-ups and strip you of your right to use Dark Balls." The stout man, though momentarily apprehensive, gazes at his double-headed gas Pokeball, and the flames of avarice burn fiercely within him. "Then you shall perish here," he proclaims. "Be-drill, emerge and use Poison Sting. Zubat, continue your assault." The tall man seethes with rage. "Haunter, you join the fray. Bite, double-headed gas, unleash mud bombs." The stout man refuses to back down. The aftermath of their battle wreaks havoc around them. Trees are shattered, and the ground is marred by various Pokémon moves, leaving devastation in their wake. This cannot continue. If they keep fighting, there will be no one left, and how can I obtain my double buff? Lin Yin grimaces inwardly, each death weighing heavily upon him. "Prepare, Shakiras." Sandstorm. The Shakiras summons a tempest of sand, enveloping the area, eroding trees, and reducing stones to mere gravel, obscuring the sun. What is this? Who goes there? The trainers of the Dark Church are taken aback. Damn, this sandstorm is too fierce. I can't open my eyes. Alert. Form a perimeter. Faced with the enemy's assault, the trainers, who were previously engaged in a life-and-death struggle, suddenly unite. Sharpedo, dive into the sandstorm and reap the lives of these fools. Lin Yin, wise enough not to reveal himself and face execution, clings to his Swablu, remaining concealed. The enemy is in the light while he lurks in the shadows. Shakiras, quasi-deity. This Pokémon is mine, double-headed gas. I leave it to you. The tall man's eyes gleam with greed. The stout man remains silent, his gaze steely as he sends forth his own Pokémon. Currently, no other trainers are in sight. Both presume they are confronting a wild Shakiras. Fortune smiles upon me. Not only have I encountered a dragon-type double-headed gas, but also a quasi-deity Shakiras. Yet they fail to realize their Pokémon are gradually exhausting their strength within the sandstorm. Even without Lin Yin's commands, Shakiras knows precisely what to do. Stealth Rock, Stone Edge, Earthquake. All 3 moves unleashed simultaneously. A stone glimmers and burrows underground, causing spikes to erupt from the earth, followed by a seismic tremor that fractures the ground. A Dark Church trainer has been slain, granting a double growth buff for the day. Elimination. No one is permitted to deliver a fatal blow. Shakiras must not be vanquished. The slender man's eyes burn with a crimson rage. This Pokémon could alter his fate, and he cannot afford to hold back. The sandstorm not only saps the Pokémon's energy, but can also claim the lives of trainers caught within. Some members of the church, lacking powerful Pokémon for protection, perish directly in the storm. At this moment, Sharpedo appears, hidden within the tempest, waiting for this very instant. Dragon Claw. Chapter 43, The Dark Double-Headed Gas. The stout man, evidently prepared, immediately commands his double-headed gas to defend. The slender man screams as Sharpedo cleaves through him. Vivid crimson blood saturates the ground, but the swirling sandstorm rages on, whisking away the slender man's body, leaving no trace behind. Fighting in the wild is ruthless. One misstep can lead to being slain by a Pokémon, for no one will engage you in a one-on-one duel amidst battle. While the stout man manages to evade this time, he is nonetheless shaken, feeling as though he had nearly crossed into the realm of the dead. In that instant, he directs his gaze, his once pale visage now flushed with excitement, spiraling into madness. Sharpedo. It's a shiny. Ha! The heavens have favored me. 2 quasi-deities. Capturing even one would ensure his safety. The flames of desire have long eclipsed his fear. Double-headed gas. Charge forward for a massive explosion. The stout man cackles madly. Sharpedo, with extraordinary speed, darts to the opposite side of the storm to evade the explosion. A shimmering aura envelopes Shakiras, an invisible barrier rising to shield it. The ensuing explosion causes no harm. Rather, it annihilates the Dark Church members' Pokémon. At this juncture, only Lin Yin and the stout man remain. Damn it, how could there be a protective skill? Could there be a trainer? The stout man finally notices the formidable size of this Shakiras, standing at an imposing 2 meters tall. its stature double that of a typical Shakira's, rivaling even a Tyranitar. If there is a trainer, then it shall be all the easier to dispatch you and capture your Pokémon. Though the stout man's 2 elite Pokémon fell in the previous battle, he feels no fear. Dark Ball. Arise, double-headed gas. Indeed, he had long since secured the double-headed gas within a Dark Ball. Though its life may be fleeting, he remains unperturbed. For 2 quasi-deities lie before him. The double-headed gas, entirely black, has grown to an astounding 22 meters with the aid of the Dark Ball. Its double axe is now even more colossal. Double-headed gas. Gender, male. Type, dragon. Qualification, quasi-king. Ability, overrule, can ignore the opponent's abilities, mimicking their moves. Level, 40. Held item, Dark Ball. Skills, grab, glare, tackle, bite, malicious pursuit, taunt, cut, dragon claw, menacing face, crunch, dragon dance, wide area destruction, iron tail, head smash. Description, double-headed gas. The axe jaw Pokemon, evolved from Axu. Generally mild-mannered, yet it is unyielding against intruders in its territory, launching challenges with its razor-sharp teeth. This double-headed gas is indeed formidable. But if you wish to capture my Pokemon, let us see if you possess the capability. Lin Yin's expression shifts. Then he commands, Shakira's, use Stone Edge. Sharpedo. Follow up with Dragon Claw after using Aqua Jet. Swablu. Take the chance to use Dragon Pulse to disrupt double-headed gas. Just as double-headed gas prepares to attack, the stealth rocks laid by Shakira's activate. A barrage of rocks levitates, crashing heavily upon double-headed gas. Stealth Rock is a rock-type move that inflicts damage upon any Pokémon entering the fray. Coupled with the erosion from the sandstorm, double-headed gas suffers an immediate loss of vitality upon entry. Damn it, roars the stout man. Double-headed gas, withstand the assault and charge at Shakira's with Dragon Claw. Dragon Claw, being double-headed gas's signature move, can deliver significant damage. Shakira's, use Iron Defense and follow up with Earthquake. Lin Yin had no intention of evading, with Shakira's substantial vitality. Enduring this blow was far from a challenge. Iron Defense, a steel-type move, fortified his skin to a hardness akin to iron, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Earthquake, a ground-type physical move, possessed a high base power of 100, delivering considerable damage. What a bold move. To deliberately take the hit rather than retreat. He clearly underestimated the might of the dark double-headed dragon. The dragon's powerful claws cleaved through the air, leaving a fleeting white mark upon Shakira's. Although Shakira's staggered back a step, he suffered no substantial harm, while the earthquake inflicted some damage upon the double-headed dragon. What? How could Shakira's possibly withstand that attack? Then unleash Iron Tail. Iron Tail, a steel-type physical move with a power of 100, was particularly effective against Shakira's, who was doubly weak to steel. Shakira's continued to fortify his defenses with Iron Defense, his remarkable durability allowing him to absorb several hits without showing significant damage. Taking advantage of the moment, Sharp Fang Landshark launched a Dragon Claw attack, pushing back the double-headed dragon. Meanwhile, Sludge Pokemon utilized Life due to aid Shakira's in recovering his vitality. Lin Yin commanded. The double-headed dragon was pushed back by the Dragon Claw and sustained further damage from the sandstorm, while Shakira's regained health. The Sharp Fang Landshark, swift as the wind, often concealed itself within the swirling sandstorm. At that moment, the stout man felt as though he wielded an axe that struck nothing but cotton, powerful yet ineffective. However, he noticed the Pokémon cradled in Lin Yin's arms, Sludge Pokemon, a quasi-legendary dragon-type creature. Ha ha ha. 3 quasi-legendaries, I've hit the jackpot. The stout man erupted into a near-manic laughter, his eyes turning blood-red, veins bulging. He too was under the influence of the Dark Ball, completely oblivious to his precarious position. Even if you are the dark double-headed dragon, it is futile in the face of absolute external resources. Not to mention that each of Lin Yin's Pokémon boasted champion-level potential, augmented with 2 exceptional items each, double growth buffs, and an unlimited supply of premium energy blocks. Such resources could easily elevate a Beedrill to unprecedented heights. Double-headed dragon. Unleash Dragon Dance to gather energy. The stout man commanded. Lin Yin, unwilling to yield, retorted, Shakira's, maintain Iron Defense. Sharp Fang Landshark, use Swords Dance. Shakira's and Sharp Fang Landshark frequently train together, allowing them to execute their moves with slightly enhanced speed. Now, Shakira's, use Stealth Rock to crush them. Sharp Fang Landshark, seize the opportunity to launch a surprise Dragon Claw. Lin Yin directed. After taking the hit, the man growled menacingly, Widespread Destruction. Widespread Destruction. A dragon-type physical move with a power of 60, used its resilient tail to sweep the opponent and reduce their attack power. After the stealth rock attack was deflected, the double-headed dragon, refusing to back down, charged forward, relentlessly striking Shakira's with Iron Tail. Shakira's, gather the energy within and unleash Hyper Beam. Lin Yin commanded with a sweeping gesture. Shakira's, Hyper Beam, a normal-type special move with a power of 150, unleashes a formidable beam at the opponent, rendering them unable to act in the next turn. Sharp Fongland Shark, don't let this opportunity slip away. Use Aqua Jet to swiftly close in on the double-headed dragon's back and strike with Metal Claw. Chapter 44. Unleash the power within, evolve. The attack landed, inflicting considerable damage. Having undergone rigorous training, Shakira's could withstand several attacks without issue, while the double-headed dragon was struck directly by Hyper Beam and Dragon Claw, both hitting critical spots. The sandstorm continued to wreak havoc, further damaging the double-headed dragon, whose body swayed perilously, its furious roars echoing as crimson veins coursed through its eyes. No, this is impossible. My dark double-headed dragon cannot lose. The stout man seemed unable to accept this outcome, his mental state deteriorating as he began to babble incoherently. Lin Yin scoffed at this. The dark ball was not omnipotent. He had already observed in previous battles that high-stress combat could lead to the quicker demise of Pokémon enslaved by the dark ball. But I still have another dark ball. Yes, I have not lost yet. The stout man frantically searched, spotting the dark ball dropped by the tall, thin man. Found it. Lin Yin's eyes darkened, realizing the peril. The effectiveness of 2 dark Pokémon could easily surpass that of 1. Sludge Pokémon, use Dragon Pulse to destroy the dark ball. Ha ha ha, too late. Arise, Dark Mastiff. The stout man lunged to seize the dark ball, flinging it into the air. Roar. Mastiff. Gender male. Type dark. Potential gym leader. Level 36. Ability Intimidate. Increases attack when intimidated. Item Dark ball. Moves Glare, Scary Face, Tackle, Lick, Roar, Scratch, Bite, Howl, Headbutt, Revenge, Bite Down, Reversal. Destiny Bond. Description: the Mastiff, a formidable Pokémon, possesses a vast throat pouch capable of storing energy, which it can unleash in a single breath to blast adversaries away. The Mastiff's size exceeds that of its peers, its menacing visage now even more sinister, with fangs protruding like daggers. At that moment, Stealth Rock activated, crashing down upon the Mastiff, while the sandstorm surged. Even before engaging in battle, the Mastiff had already suffered some vitality loss. The stout man was unfazed, shouting, "Dark Mastiff. Use Headbutt. Double-headed dragon. Continue with Dragon Dance. Then Steel Tail. Annihilate Shakira's. Headbutt, a normal-type physical move, thrusts the head towards the opponent, sometimes causing them to flinch. Shakira's. It's time to showcase your strength. Use Heavy Slam. Lin Yin commanded. Heavy Slam, a steel-type physical move, scales damage with the Pokémon's weight. The heavier the Pokémon, the greater the damage. Crush them. Shakira's amassed energy within, its hefty form charging towards both foes, resulting in a violent collision that erupted into a fierce explosion. A thunderous boom reverberated, dust enveloping the battlefield as the sandstorm intensified. Shakira's gasped for breath, visibly injured. At that moment, a refreshing aura surged forth as sludge Pokémon utilized Life Dew. Meanwhile, the double-headed dragon staggered, clearly nearing the end of its life. The Mastiff, its fur matted and dirty, had also sustained significant vitality loss. Damn it. Why? Despite having 2 dark Pokémon, they are no match for this little brat. The stout man fumed with frustration. Mastiff. Target Shakira's with revenge. Double-headed dragon. It's time to give your all. Sacrifice your life for a final strike against Shakira's. Revenge. A dark-type physical move with a power of 50, charges an attack that deals double damage if struck first. The double-headed dragon's final blow was monumental, gathering black energy throughout its body. As Sharp Fongland Shark dodged and aimed for the Mastiff with Dragon Tail, Shakira's braced itself with Iron Defense. Lin Yin urgently commanded. Continuous use of the Protect move could lead to failure, and he was uncertain if Shakira's could withstand the impending attack. After all, the double-headed dragon was at a higher level than Shakira's, bolstered by the enhancements from the Dark Ball. At that moment, a sound of cracking echoed through the air. Ha ha ha, I've won. Shakira's Protect has failed. The stout man shouted exuberantly. He realized that Sharp Fongland Shark was not particularly strong. As long as he could take down Shakira's, the endurance of Sharp Fongland Shark would be no match for his Dark Mastiff. Roar. Sludge. You're celebrating too soon. Lin Yin chuckled lightly, and then exclaimed, Shakira's, unleash the energy that has been building up within you for so long. It is time for the Desert Tyrant to make his entrance. Shakira's, evolve into Banjira. A resounding roar echoed throughout the forest. The light of evolution surged around Shakira's like refreshing dew. This is impossible. Isn't Shakira's supposed to evolve only at the Quasi-King level? This must be fake. The stout man instinctively stepped back, feeling an overwhelming malevolent aura pressing down upon him. As the brilliance shone, Banjira emerged, cloaked in a green shell resembling armor. Spikes of varying sizes protruded from its head, neck, and the back of its shoulders, with a ring of smaller spikes adorning the end of its tail. Each jaw bore a pair of sharp fangs, and its limbs were equipped with 3 claws. The shell of Banjira featured 2 triangular holes on each side of its chest, at the center of its back, and near the knees of its legs, all revealing a black interior. Below its abdomen and on the back, there were diamond-shaped notches, exposing a carapace of the same hue as Shakira's. As a quasi-god of the 2nd generation, Banjira is one of the only 2 quasi-gods that are not of the dragon type, the other being Metagross, and it possesses formidable power. Although the rock-dark typing may not be exceptional, its Sandstream ability combined with remarkable durability has made Banjira the absolute core of any Sandstorm team. The moment Banjira appeared, it stirred up a whirlwind of sand, its fierce gaze scrutinizing every Pokémon present. In terms of sheer presence, Banjira dominated the scene, exuding the aura of a regal monarch. Not just any ruler, but the desert tyrant, Banjira. Lin Yin exclaimed with excitement. What a chilling and terrifying aura. It was worth all the effort I put into honing Banjira's malevolent energy. The Sandstorm team's weather master, Banjira, had officially returned to its rightful place. Banjira gender, male type, rock dark qualities, champion level, 37 ability, Sandstream held item, Sandstone, excellent, weighty power, excellent, moves, tackle, fire fong, thunder fong, ice fong, dark pulse, glare, rock slide, revenge, iron defense, bite, scary face, rock wrecker, stomp, roar, knock off, crunch, earthquake, heavy slam, stone edge, rampage, sandstorm, hyper beam, giga impact, iron head, origin pulse, stomp, dragon dance, outrage, curse, focus energy, frustration, malicious intent, stealth rock, rest, protect, heavy slam. What an impressive skill pool befitting a champion. Nearly all essential moves are included. Furthermore, Banjira's stature has reached a staggering 4 meters, with a weight of an astonishing 360 kilograms. What does this signify? Chapter 45, The Desert Tyrant. To put it into perspective, Banjira's normal height is 2 meters, and its weight is 202 kilograms. Even the base height of Groudon is merely 5 meters. One can only imagine the sheer terror that this Banjira embodies. From a distance, it resembles a small mountain, and its mere presence alone can extinguish the fighting spirit of weaker Pokémon. The intimidating size of Banjira caused the dark mastiff to swallow hard, fear glimmering in his eyes. This isn't Banjira. How can it be so colossal? The stout man could scarcely believe it. What kind of monster has he provoked this time? Banjira's ability, Sandstream, intensified the existing sandstorm upon its arrival, doubling its area of effect. Nearby trees were already eroded by the swirling sand, and the ground transformed into a desert. The dark, double-edged dragon, which had been on the brink of survival, succumbed immediately to Banjira's overwhelming presence. The dark mastiff, battered by the sandstorm, found his strength waning as he retreated further. Lin Yin waved his hand dramatically, exclaiming, Banjira, unleash the fury within you and show your opponent the extent of your power. Vent your rage. Vengeance is a dark-type physical move that channels the user's inner anger to attack the opponent, dealing double damage if the user's stats have decreased during that turn. With a roar, Banjira raised a leg and slammed it onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble as the dark mastiff was heavily injured and fell to the ground. Incapacitated. Seeing the dire situation, the stout man attempted to flee, but Lin Yin would not grant him such an opportunity. It's over. Hyper beam. Banjira gathered energy in its mouth, unleashing an intensely powerful beam that obliterated everything in its path, causing the very heavens to shift in hue. Both the dark mastiff and the stout man were reduced to mere dust. Banjira, marveling at its own formidable size, excitedly patted its belly and, in a half-squat, deliberately controlled the malevolent energy within, showcasing its muscles before the gummy. The gummy gazed in awe, its eyes gleaming with envy. Banjira's pride surged immensely, and just then, the Sharpedo approached, instinctively swallowing hard upon seeing its elder brother's imposing figure. Roar! The Sharpedo seemed to exclaim, akin to an awestruck little fan. Banjira lifted the Sharpedo effortlessly onto its shoulder, roaring once more. Lin Yin translated, Hey little bro, how impressive is your big brother? To be honest, He hadn't anticipated Banjira's size to be so formidable, even surpassing Grandpa's Dragonite. He could only imagine the astonishment on Grandpa's face upon witnessing Banjira. The once tiny creature that barely reached his calf had transformed into a hulking figure. Banjira, you shall be the elder brother from now on. And you must protect the Sharpedo and Gummy, Lin Yin said, beaming with delight. Banjira's gaze was resolute, and it roared in affirmation. Now that it had evolved into Banjira, the previous energy cubes were no longer suitable. He would need to find the rock elder to make new arrangements, and increase the quantity as well. Perhaps a trip to that villa was in order, for it housed a vein of minerals that would surely satisfy Banjira's appetite. Following its evolution, Banjira's growth rate would noticeably decline, and thus, Lin Yin planned to focus on training the Sharpedo and Gummy, especially the special attack training for Gummy. Mission completed. Gummy's qualities elevated to champion level. Defeated the Dark Church trainer, gained a 10-day double growth buff. Lin Yin's eyes lit up. He had almost forgotten about the system's task. A 10-day double buff was quite promising. Most importantly, Gummy's quality had improved. He watched as Gummy shimmered with a cascade of green light before vanishing. Its qualifications elevated to champion level. Gummy seemed to sense this change, bouncing around in excitement. While Banjira playfully tossed it onto its shoulder, and Lin Yin decided to join as well. With Banjira as a mode of transport, Lin Yin found some relief from the fatigue of travel. However, sitting atop Banjira was somewhat stiff. His backside was not particularly comfortable, but with the addition of a cushion, it would surely enhance the experience. Initially, Lin Yin had intended to let the Bug King handle the members of the Dark Church, but upon discovering only a few minor grunts, he opted to reap the rewards himself. Banjira moved swiftly, shaking the ground beneath them, and soon they arrived at their previous tent dwelling. Each tent housed around a dozen wild Pokémon, with some containing dozens more. The majority were bug and poison-type Pokémon, and Lin Yin gathered them all without hesitation, as he planned to return to the villa his father had given him, where a mineral vein awaited, perfect for housing these wild Pokémon. After all, remaining in the wild was hardly safe for them. It was far better to bring them to his home. Lin Yin meticulously counted and estimated that there were approximately 200 of these sprites. Storing them within the villa posed no issue whatsoever. Bug-type Pokémon excel in pollinating fruit trees, and placing them in the forest granted Lin Yin a sense of reassurance. Ideally, he would also capture some rock-type Pokémon to thrive within the mineral veins, thereby infusing his mountain villa with a touch of vitality. Task: the Desolate Villa. The villa has languished in desolation for far too long. Introducing some bug, rock, ground, and water-type Pokémon will foster life and rejuvenate its spirit. Reward: a secret realm arising from the rock veins. Upon reading this, Lin Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. The prospect of a secret realm was incomparable to that of mere mineral veins. While the veins merely suggested a wealth of terrestrial rock-type energy, the secret realm promised an abundance that was nothing short of overwhelming. Humans residing within such a realm could extend their lifespans, while Pokémon would accelerate their growth. In a secret realm, fruit trees would flourish more luxuriantly, and the birth of Pokémon would occur with remarkable frequency. Should this secret realm manifest as a rock-ground-type domain, the growth of his Banjira and Sharpedo would be greatly enhanced, drawing upon its potent energies, yielding immeasurable benefits. With a secret realm at his disposal, he could establish his own industrial chain, rendering his grandfather's support unnecessary. Each secret realm produced corresponding commodities. For instance, his grandfather's Dragon-type secret realm primarily yielded Dragon-type Pokémon, alongside Dragon Stones, various Dragon-type items, and even fruits and clay imbued with Dragon energy, all of which commanded exorbitant prices in the market. His grandfather had recently acquired a new secret realm yet to be developed, but the high-quality Pokémon and items therein had already generated substantial profit. System admitted. You are the father I have long sought. Lin Yin mused joyfully. Indeed, my son, call me father, the system quipped. Of course, secret realms are not immutable. They can undergo energy shifts due to various influences, transforming from one attribute to another. For instance, in Chapter 46, The Astonishing Bug King, the bug-type secret realm of the Bug King was ignited by a quasi-champion level Volcarona, suffused with fire-type essence, resembling a dormant volcano. The realm had transitioned from bug to fire, heralding the birth of fire-type Pokémon, which suited Volcarona's existence, proving advantageous for the Bug King. The cultivated Pokémon were no longer singular, effectively allowing one secret realm to yield the benefits of two. Lin Yin had devised a plan, since this villa was a gift from his father. Replete with a mineral vein and the system's reward of a secret realm, he would treat it as his stronghold. Not to mention, The villa occupied vast expanses, and the considerable cost incurred by his grandfather to award it to him was not insignificant. The mineral vein stretched for miles, potentially concealing rock-ground treasures and possibly giving rise to rare rock ground-type Pokémon. The secret realm's value could attract competition from even a champion-level trainer. Once the Bug King arrived, having completed his challenge at the Fire-type gym, he would inspect the villa. This villa was secured by an iris lock, easily opened upon verifying his grandfather's lineage. An hour had elapsed since the battle, and the Bug King, with his swift pace, soon arrived. A graceful arc cut through the sky as the Bug King, clad in green, rode in on his breviary, arriving punctually. Upon dismounting, he no longer bore the previous air of arrogance and languor, but rather displayed a trace of reverence. "Greetings, Dr. Lin. Where might I find the members of the Dark Church?" At this address, Lin Yin nearly faltered, momentarily forgetting his identity as a Pokémon research doctor, not merely the grandson of the Dragon Champion. Initially, the Bug King was unaware, but he had encountered other kings along the way. Amongst the kings existed a network of information, and one had informed him of Lin Yin's remarkable feats. Who could believe that a dashing youth, blessed with both charm and lineage, would emerge as the pioneer of the most powerful evolutionary transformations? Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. The Bug King scrutinized Lin Yin, attempting to discern any flaw in the striking figure before him. Handsome, well-born, young, and already a novice doctor in Pokémon studies, he was nothing short of perfection. "I have vanquished them all. Their strengths were not formidable," Lin Yin replied with a smile. "What?" The Bug King was momentarily taken aback, then turned to observe the tents behind Lin Yin. He could ascertain that there were at least dozens of Dark Church members, including a couple of squad leaders. Each squad leader possessed elite-level strength, and most alarmingly, they wielded a Dark Ball. "Dr. Lin, how did you manage to eliminate all the members of the Dark Church, especially considering they were armed with Dark Balls?" The Bug King inquired, suppressing his curiosity. "Naturally, I had help. Come forth, Banjira." Lin Yin tossed out the Pokeball. With a roar, a flash of red light illuminated the area as Banjira emerged, causing the ground to tremble slightly as swirling dust enveloped him. The Bug King gazed upward, his head tilting back for a long moment. What did he behold? A creature resembling a small mountain. Banjira's imposing size instilled a sense of dread. After a moment of astonishment, the Bug King swallowed hard. "Your Shakira's has evolved? This size is extraordinary. This creature possesses the qualifications of at least a quasi-champion, and appears even more formidable than the Dragon Champion's Dragonite. Indeed, the evolution enabled me to eradicate the Dark Church members. As for its size, I was equally surprised by how large it grew." Lin Yin scratched his head, a broad smile on his face. Seeing the situation resolved, the Bug King refrained from further inquiries. After all, Lin Yin was the grandson of a champion and a Pokémon doctor. He felt he lacked the standing to interrogate him. Instead, he mounted his breviary and prepared to depart, casting one last glance at Banjira, noting its remarkable training aptitude. Next came the formal training for the day. "Banjira, do not let your size lead to arrogance. It is both an advantage and a disadvantage. You are 4 times weak to fighting moves, and with moves like low kick, the greater the weight, the more damage you will sustain. A single strike could potentially take you down." Yet as he spoke, Lin Yin couldn't help but chuckle. Who could possibly topple a Banjira of this stature? Even with a 4 times weakness to fighting, the opponent would require equal strength to accomplish such a feat. His assertion was akin to claiming that a Squirtle could knock down a Groudon with a water gun. Banjira twisted its waist, devouring a pile of energy cubes. Lin Yin was immensely satisfied. Banjira had fully harnessed its strengths. The sandstorm was ferocious, radiating an overwhelming aura, effectively channeling Dark-type energy to its fullest extent. Even without the Intimidate ability, it could instill fear in less mature Pokémon minds. Furthermore, it had mastered numerous powerful techniques, as a tank and weather controller. Learning just those 2 skills would suffice, yet Banjira had nearly mastered all available techniques. Clearly an extraordinary feat, however. Considering its champion-level potential, Lin Yin felt reassured. "Sharpedo, you must train diligently, especially with Swords Dance. I am counting on you to master the one-cut style." Lin Yin patted Sharpedo's shoulder. With a fierce gaze, Sharpedo swung its arms forward, ready to strike. "The spirit is commendable. Focus on honing your Steel-type moves. Both Fairy and Ice types are doubly weak to Steel. Furthermore, it is imperative to frequently practice skills such as Yin Return, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Water Burst, Split Tiles, Toxic Strike, Ultimate Impact, Shadow Claw, Thunder Fong, Flame Fong, Iron Head, and Crunch." One cannot help but marvel at the extensive range of offensive capabilities possessed by the Sharpedo, which is capable of mastering a myriad of physical techniques. Its prowess encompasses a spectrum of types including rock, ground, water, fire, electric, fighting, poison, ghost, steel, dragon, flying, dark, and more, thereby covering a substantial portion of elemental attributes and ensuring its effectiveness against virtually any Pokémon type. On the other hand, the Banjira displays a remarkable demeanor, confidently striding forward with its ample belly, willingly assuming the role of a punching bag for the Sharpedo. With its impressive bulk and a remarkable physical defense stat of 110, the Banjira remains unfazed by the attacks of the Sharpedo, which, lacking sufficient evolution and level, inflicts damage akin to mere scratching. As for the Yin Yin Bao, it is destined to learn powerful techniques such as Thunder, Blizzard, Destruction Ray, Big Character Explosion, Mud Bomb, Cannon Beam, Meteor Shower, Iron Hoof Beam, and Dragon Pulse in due course, which will suffice for its offensive repertoire. Its offensive capabilities are commendable, and with the exceptional special attack of the 9-mile-long Shaman, coupled with the Life Dew, it can hide behind the Banjira, transforming into an invincible artillery platform. Merely contemplating this scenario is tantalizing. Lin Yin crouched down, gazing at the Yin Yin Bao with a smile. Concentrate the dragon-type energy and gather it before you. Give it a try. With unwavering determination in its eyes, the Yin Yin Bao responded, Nyan. Lin Yin encouraged, precisely. Aim at that distant tree and fire. Nyan. Chapter 47, Journey to the Fire-type Gym. With a resounding boom, the tree was obliterated into splinters, showcasing the Yin Yin Bao's astonishing talent for special skills. This remarkable feat can be attributed to the exceptional power lens, which continuously enhances the Yin Yin Bao's special attack stat. Such an item is coveted by countless Pokémon trainers. Coupled with the top-tier energy cube, it would be absurd for the Yin Yin Bao's growth rate to be anything less than impressive. Initially, the Yin Yin Bao utilized various trees as targets to hone its skills, while the Banjira, finding it tedious, simply remained stationary, allowing both the Sharpedo and Yin Yin Bao to launch their assaults simultaneously. Regardless of whether the attacks were fighting, water, or grass type, they proved ineffective against the Banjira, prompting Lin Yin to secretly lament its overwhelming strength. Feeling fatigued from standing, the Banjira mimicked Lin Yin by reclining on the ground, crossing its legs nonchalantly. Hey, you cheeky rascal, you seem to possess quite the talent for this. Lin Yin chuckled, tossing several energy cubes into the Banjira's mouth. Exhausted, the Sharpedo and Yin Yin Bao collapsed, the former opting to lounge atop the Banjira's belly, basking in the sun. Lin Yin, too, chose not to disturb them, having already donned his sunglasses and drifted into slumber. The day swiftly passed, and as night fell, Lin Yin awoke, swiftly erecting a tent and slipping inside for a restful night's sleep. With the formidable Banjira and Sharpedo as his guardians, he felt secure. The following dawn, Lin Yin opened his eyes to find the Yin Yin Bao nestled beside him, while the Banjira stood at the tent entrance, one of its tails poking inside. Pulling back the tent, he discovered the Banjira lying on the ground, with the Sharpedo sprawled atop it. As before, they drooled and snored, creating a scene both comical and pitiful. If the Yin Yin Bao were to witness this, would the reputations of its elder brothers not be tarnished? A new day commenced. Their destination, the Fire-type Gym. Lin Yin stretched and shouted toward the sky. Rumor has it that the GL 666 Cup is approaching, the largest national event held annually. I must secure a ticket to witness it in all its glory. My son will be a senior next year, and I reckon he might struggle to reach the top 16 in the preliminaries. Oh, don't tell me. You've been secretly saving up for years to buy your son one of the starter Pokémon. Haven to you? Have you decided which one? The two forest rangers engaged in an animated conversation when suddenly a thunderous noise erupted from ahead. Bang, bang, bang. Who goes there? Come forth, Beedrill. The elder ranger was the first to release his Pokémon, his expression wary. He placed a hand on his waist, ready to sound the alarm at the slightest hint of hostility, signaling the city of Anong to be on high alert. The forest rangers serve as the first line of defense for the city, a perilous profession, yet an indispensable element in the rise of the common folk. Upon recognizing the approaching figures, both rangers were taken aback, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Banjira, how can it be so gigantic? The Banjira patted its belly, flashing a self-assured grin, conveying that it meant no harm. However, to the rangers, it appeared as if it bore the weight of numerous lives. Stay back. One ranger retreated, preparing to sound the alarm. Banjira, I told you not to smile. You might scare them. Lin Yin rushed from behind, urgently dissuading the Banjira. Fearing it might cause a commotion, such a colossal figure in the city would undoubtedly be a catastrophe. The Banjira shrugged, lamenting, It's not my fault I look so imposing. Greetings. I am the trainer Lin Yin. Lin Yin produced his Pokédex from his waist and recalled the Banjira, signaling his benign intentions. The Rangers, regaining their composure, expressed their apologies. My sincerest apologies, we almost misunderstood you. Lin Yin, despite the dust covering him, could not conceal the noble aura he exuded. The Rangers, seasoned in their encounters, recognized Lin Yin's extraordinary presence and spoke to him with a touch more respect. It's quite all right. By the way, are there any vehicles heading to the city center? Lin Yin inquired. Indeed. Lin Yin successfully boarded a vehicle returning to the city and, before leaving, remarked, when selecting Pokémon, it's best to choose from the original trio. Charizard is the finest. After Lin Yin departed, the two Rangers exchanged glances. Old Lou, I've decided to get my son a Charmander. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Lin Yin promptly changed and refreshed himself, feeling utterly rejuvenated. At that moment, his Pokédex chimed, and upon answering, he found it was the chubby fellow. What's the matter? Lin Yin asked. Oh my heavens, brother, you may not be aware, but the GL666 Pokémon Cup is approaching. And the number of challengers at the Fire-type gym has surged exponentially. That gym is receiving an onslaught of criticism. Zhu Debiao exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. Lin Yin, perplexed, responded, is there a connection between the Pokémon Cup and the criticism directed at the Fire-type gym? Zhu Debiao, filled with indignation, replied, of course there is. You have no idea how frustrating that Fire-type gym is. I watched the challenge videos, and they were utterly nauseating. Despite being a Fire-type gym, they sent out Grass-type Pokémon. That is indeed outrageous, especially since they are affiliated with the Pokémon Association's current Weather Team initiative. Lin Yin mused, now intrigued. What Pokémon did the Fire-type gym send out? Cherry Blossom with the Flower Gift ability, and Leafeon with the Chlorophyll ability. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin's mind began to formulate strategies. The Flower Gift ability can enhance the special defense and physical attack of allies during sunny weather. And Cherry Blossom can learn the Sunny Day move, making it a makeshift weather setter. As for Leafeon, with a staggering base physical defense of 130 and a physical attack of 110, combined with Chlorophyll to boost its speed. The Flower Gift compensates for its special defense while amplifying its already formidable physical attack. Moreover, under sunny conditions, moves like Solar Beam and Petal Blizzard can be unleashed instantly without charging. Solar Beam, a Grass-type special move, requires one turn to charge before striking with 120 power. While Petal Blizzard, a Grass-type physical move, also requires one turn to charge and then attacks with 125 power. Naturally, Leafeon is capable of employing Solar Blade, boasting a remarkable power of 125 and without the need for charging. Furthermore, Leafeon can master the move Swords Dance, allowing it to effortlessly take down an opponent with a single strike. However, reality does not mirror the game. As soon as Sakura and Leafeon make their entrance, they can swiftly accumulate buffs, and Solar Blade requires no build-up. It is no wonder that Zhu Debiao is lamenting his plight, as many trainers have suffered greatly at their hands. Nevertheless, in the face of absolute strength, all efforts are rendered futile. His Sandstorm team can easily crush the opposition. Fire-type gym, prepare to welcome his challenge. Mission, utilize the Sandstorm team to select the Fire-type gym and achieve victory. Reward, choose a property from previous Secret Realm missions. Chapter 48, Surprise, Delight, Astonishment, Aurora, and Unexpected Joy. The option to select a Secret Realm property is simply splendid. Fatty, don't say another word. I'm right next to the Fire-type gym at the Pokémon Center. Hurry here on your Pidgeot. I will help you exact revenge. After Lin Yin hung up the Pokédex, he prepared for the gym challenge, knowing that the weather team would naturally take the stage. Generally, gym leaders possess Pokémon of at least quasi-legendary caliber, and they would not send out Pokémon of that level to face challengers. Different challengers would elicit different levels of Pokémon from the gym leader. As long as a trainer reaches the elite level, 2029, and performs commendably, they can earn a badge. Of course, regulations differ among gyms. Some require trainers to reach gym level 3039. This Fire-type gym stipulates that trainers only need to attain the elite level. If the gym sends out elite-level Pokémon, Lin Yin's gym-level Banjer and Sharpedo would undoubtedly dominate the opponent. However, the opposing side will certainly have appropriate gym Pokémon to counter his, ensuring he won't have an easy victory. After all, gyms also have their reputation to uphold. News of a trainer being utterly crushed would tarnish their image. As Lin Yin contemplated this, Fatty arrived. Bro, how did you know I was beaten up by the Fire-type gym? You're here to avenge me? Zhu Debiao exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Lin Yin. I knew you wouldn't bring this up unless something was amiss. I figured you must have been thrashed. Didn't your Dratini evolve? How could it still not be a match? Lin Yin inquired. It is well known that Dragon-type Pokémon possess exceptional talent and strength, allowing them to easily overpower such foes. Zhu Debiao stammered. They required a double battle, and my Dragonair and Charmeleon didn't synergize well, resulting in our defeat. So it was a double battle. Lin Yin then realized that Fatty, despite his prowess, would have found it easy to dominate a gym battle, which explained his loss. This advantage stems from being born into a wealthy family. Common trainers have only just acquired Pokémon and are still at the initial, ordinary stage, while they have already advanced to the elite gym stage. Lin Yin's Banjer is nearing quasi-legendary strength, bringing his thoughts back to the present. The two mounted Pidgeot and arrived at the Fire-type gym. Outside, numerous reporters and bloggers gathered, eager to capture the latest buzz surrounding the current trend-setting gym. Hurry! A new challenger has arrived. Quick, go take a look. Fatty recalled Pidgeot and dragged Lin Yin to sit beside the arena. Bro, I must warn you to be cautious of that Leafeon. It's ruthless. One strike can take down a kid. In the arena, the challenger wore a smirk, clearly having devised a strategy to counter Leafeon's sunny day tactics. Come forth, Kirinshi and Snail Knight. The challenger tossed out the Pokeballs. Come forth, Leafeon and Sakura. The gym apprentice chuckled, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. What are those two Pokemon? Are they truly capable of defeating Leafeon? Next challenger. Next challenger. Fatty sighed. Bro, this one is doomed as well. You'll need to step in and teach him a lesson. Lin Yin merely smiled, recognizing that these two unremarkable Pokemon effectively countered Leafeon's entire strategy. Kirinshi. Gender, male. Type, normal psychic. Qualification, elite. Level, 21. Ability, herbivore. Takes no damage from grass-type moves. Instead boosts attack. Held item, leftovers. Moves, Trick Room. Snail Knight. Gender, male. Type, bug steel. Quadruple resistance to grass. Qualification, gym. Level, 22. Ability, dustproof. Not affected by sandstorm. Hail, or powder moves. Moves, X-Scissor. The challenger emerged victorious. Lin Yin chuckled. Zhu Debiao looked skeptical. Could these two Pokemon really be that formidable? Nearby spectators scoffed, doubting the challenger could prevail, especially since the gym apprentice had triumphed over countless opponents with this combination. Lin Yin refrained from elaborating, allowing Zhu Debiao to observe closely. First and foremost, there's the type advantage. Kirinshi's ability renders it immune to grass-type moves, while Snail Knight's quadruple resistance to grass means Leafeon's Solar Blade would be nearly ineffective. Moreover, Kirinshi's other move, Trick Room, is a psychic-type status move that alters speed dynamics. Slower Pokemon become faster, while faster Pokemon slow down. Leafeon's ability, Chlorophyll, which boosts its speed, becomes a liability, while Snail Knight, with a base speed stat of around 20, is practically guaranteed victory. Furthermore, Snail Knight wields X-Scissor, an 80-power bug-type physical move that deals double damage to grass types, augmented by Snail Knight's impressive 130 base attack stat. Lin Yin was at a loss as to how Sakura and Leafeon would triumph when they were so severely countered. It's akin to being a champion swimmer and then racing against me in a running competition, utterly doomed. Sakura, sunny day? Leafeon prepared to unleash Solar Blade. The gym apprentice took the initiative. We've been waiting for you. Kirinshi, Trick Room. Snail Knight, X-Scissor. The challenger grinned wickedly. Leafeon, with its speed bolstered by Chlorophyll, became a hindrance in the Trick Room, finding itself unable to move effectively. Meanwhile, Snail Knight zipped through, landing a direct hit on Leafeon. What? This is impossible. The gym apprentice was momentarily dazed but quickly grasped the situation. The Trick Room had altered the speed dynamics. Leafeon, don't give up. Solar Flare. The gym apprentice commanded. Yet, Leafeon's special attack was woefully inadequate, dealing damage akin to a mere scratch against the two Pokemon. Kirinshi and Snail Knight surged forward, effortlessly defeating the gym apprentice and claiming the Fire-type badge. Did we just lose? Bro was right. Zhu Debiao stood in shock. Not only him, but several spectators and trainers in the arena were equally bewildered, with only a select few discerning the underlying strategy. The myth of the Sunny Day team had been shattered, and the atmosphere grew even more animated, with some accusing the match of being fixed. At that moment, the person who had previously scoffed at Lin Yin had already vacated their seat. Bro, it's your turn to take the stage. Hurry up and teach them a lesson. Zhu Debiao fumed. Lin Yin, with a sense of resignation, stepped into the battle arena. The referee raised the flag, and the match commenced. Among the Pokemon Lin Yin brought forth was a Sharpedo of gym-level caliber, prompting the gym to send forth a formidable opponent in response. After all, it is a popular dojo, and the referee, eager to capitalize on the excitement, proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, This match is of dojo-level significance. A rare opportunity indeed. Instantaneously, the previous discussions regarding the match ceased, and all eyes turned intently toward the battleground. For ordinary trainers, the pinnacle of their Pokémon's evolution is the elite level, and a dojo-level competition is sure to captivate the attention of most trainers. Let the slaughter commence. Sharpedo and Sableye, Lin Yin exclaimed as he deftly drew his Pokeballs, his hands sweeping through the air with flair. Chapter 49, A Fierce Battle, vs. Sunny Day Team. Two demigods. The ticket was worth every penny. Not only the audience, but even several streamers who had come to bask in the event's glory were momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, they erupted in joy. Seizing the moment, they swiftly altered the titles of their live streams, and even the electronic banners outside the dojo were changed to declare a battle of demigods. What a sensational twist. The referee, equally bewildered, pondered how to proceed with this unexpected turn of events. Two demigods. Reality, however, is not a game. In a game, a well-crafted team composition with attributes that aren't countered, alongside skill enhancements, could see a demigod brought down. Among the most insidious strategies is the combination of Belly Drum and Baton Pass. Belly Drum, a typical normal-type move, consumes half of the user's health to maximize its attack power. Baton Pass, another normal-type move, allows for a switch with a backup Pokémon, which then inherits the former's stat changes. Just imagine two physical attackers using Baton Pass on each other, while you play the fool. Yet, in reality, demigods can easily dispatch their foes. Have you heard that boosting attack power is futile? The fight persists. The challenged dojo apprentice was equally perplexed. How could a dojo-level trainer suddenly be faced with two demigods? I apologize, challenger, but please hold on a moment. The referee hastily retreated to the back of the stage. In the center of the arena, Sharpedo stood robust, its fur glistening with vitality, while Sableye appeared quirky, its eyes darting around, seemingly lost in thought. What are you waiting for? Hurry and snap a photo. A dazzling demigod, indeed. The atmosphere was charged. I was already prepared to record. Photos were of little consequence. Having previously participated in the Jiao Rua Cup, Sharpedo was no stranger to the spotlight and, unabashed, began flexing its muscles. As this challenge is initiated by our esteemed challenger, our young dojo master will personally take the stage, the referee declared enthusiastically, though the majority of the audience's attention remained fixated on Sharpedo and Sableye. The Fire-type dojo, constructed by the Fire-type champion Yin Ling, is typically overseen by his son, Yin Lang. Approaching 30 years of age, Yin Lang is at the demigod level, largely due to the champion's relentless pursuit of the quasi-champion tier, which has left him with scant resources to allocate to his son. Moreover, unlike Lin Yin, Yin Lang's family is riddled with factions, and his own training aptitude is not particularly exceptional, leaving him without the necessary support. Nonetheless, he stands superior to the average trainer. Currently at the quasi-champion stage, a realm unattainable for ordinary trainers. With fiery red hair, a scruffy beard, and garments all in shades of crimson, Yin Lang declared, "Young man, your talent is indeed commendable. May you prevail against me. Come forth, Cold Turtle and Crystal Lamp Flame." Cold Turtle. Gender male. Type, fire. Aptitude, quasi-champion. Level, 36. Ability, drought. Upon entering battle, weather changes to sunny. Held item, heat rock, ordinary. Skills, rest, protect, flame burst, stealth rock, iron defense. Crystal Lamp Flame. Gender male. Type, ghost fire. Aptitude, champion. Level, 35. Ability, flash fire. When hit by a fire-type move, its power increases. Held item, charcoal, ordinary. Skills, solar flare, shadow ball, flamethrower, overheat, destruction beam, mist clear. The Sunny Day Team. With Cold Turtle boasting impressive physical defenses and a speed stat of only 20, clearly serves as a robust wall. Meanwhile, Crystal Lamp Flame wields a staggering special attack of 145, augmented by sunny weather and charcoal, making it a formidable threat. Yet, Lin Yin remained undeterred, for Sableye's special defense capabilities were already evident. With Sharpedo's extreme physical attack and Sableye's exceptional special attack, their extremes offered a unique balance. Thankfully, Sableye's high special defense ensured it would not be easily overwhelmed by Crystal Lamp Flame. Taking the initiative, Yin Lang showed no mercy, commanding, "Release the heat within you. Cold Turtle, intensify the sunlight." The already bright sky became scorching, the air shimmering with vapor. Cold Turtle unleashed a flamethrower at Crystal Lamp Flame. Yin Lang continued issuing commands. This scene left some spectators scratching their heads, questioning whether the dojo master had lost his mind by allowing his Pokémon to battle each other. However, Lin Yin understood. Crystal Lamp Flame's ability was Flash Fire, and this strategy was indeed well coordinated in both offense and defense. The only flaw was its sluggish speed. Moreover, both Pokémon were doubly weak to ground and rock-type moves. Sharpedo, use Aqua Jet first. Lin Yin commanded, directing Sharpedo to unleash an earthquake on Crystal Lamp Flame, while Sableye targeted Cold Turtle with Dragon Pulse. Though Cold Turtle boasted high physical defense, it was vulnerable on the special defense front, easily absorbing the damage. The audience's fickle nature was on display as they shifted their focus from the dojo master to Lin Yin. Could two demigods truly hold their own? They couldn't just rely on offense. They needed defense. With Cold Turtle bracing itself, Sharpedo faced challenges in striking effectively. This was Yin Lang's classic strategy, and few Pokémon could withstand this barrage of attacks. While Sableye was also a demigod, it had yet to evolve, and its level was lower. Danger loomed. Yin Lang recognized that with Sharpedo's speed, it would be challenging for Crystal Lamp Flame to land a hit. Thus, he targeted Sableye instead. Cold Turtle absorbed the damage, while Crystal Lamp Flame unleashed a flamethrower. The searing flames raced towards Sableye with terrifying speed. It was a dire situation for Sableye, whose low speed and unevolved state would likely render it vulnerable to the enhanced attack from Crystal Lamp Flame. Furthermore, Sharpedo's assault could only push Cold Turtle back, failing to inflict significant damage. Flames engulfed Sableye, and the audience gasped, their hearts clenching at the thought of such an adorable Pokémon enduring the brutal onslaught of fire. Yet, Lin Yin simply smiled. You underestimate who you're facing. A single strike will not be enough. Does Sableye not understand the power of a choice band? Now was the moment. Sableye used Life Dew on itself, while Sharpedo continued the assault with Earthquake. Earthquake is an area of effect move, and even Cold Turtle could not shield Crystal Lamp Flame from the onslaught. Is this trainer foolish? Not allowing Sableye to evade, letting such a cute Pokémon take a hit from a powered-up Fire-type move? Yin Lang mused, confident that he was in control of the situation. Seeing Sableye remain stationary, he rejoiced, full throttle. Crystal Lamp Flame, unleash Flamethrower. If Sableye were to lose its fighting capability, victory would be assured. Yin Lang merely sought to relish this long-lost thrill of battle. He was destined to win. Chapter 50. The battle intensifies. So naive. The Champion-S qualification of the adorable Sticky Baby, coupled with its exceptional special defense talent and the exquisite assault vest, rendered it impervious to both flamethrower and overheat. One could witness Sticky Baby exhaling a draconic breath, effortlessly shattering the flamethrower. Although it appeared somewhat disheveled and covered in soot, it had sustained no fatal injuries. How could this be possible? Sticky Baby had not evolved. Its special defense could not possibly be this formidable. Yinlang's expression darkened, astonishment etched across his face. The referee standing nearby was equally taken aback, fully aware of the prowess of his gym leader's Chandelure. Such damage could only be withstood by select Pokémon, making this an unlikely feat. Could it be a trick? How could such a charming creature like Sticky Baby withstand a powered-up flamethrower? Was it wearing an assault vest? But if that were the case, how could it still utilize transformation moves? This was perplexing. The weight of the challenge was at stake. Do you understand, you fool? The audience, initially stirred, soon quieted down, for the battle was far from over. With Sticky Baby engaged with Chandelure, Lin Yin raised his hand and commanded, Tyranitar, unleash Dragon Claw on Colossal, sending it flying, then follow up with Dragon Darts. Lin Yin's aim in this battle was to train both Tyranitar and Sticky Baby. As for the gym badge, the old man had several gyms under his belt, and acquiring one would suffice for participation in the GL University Cup. Yinlang suddenly froze, unable to believe that Sticky Baby had truly withstood the attack. He was no novice, and promptly made a decisive move. Colossal restrained Tyranitar, while Chandelure gathered all its energy for a devastating blow. Yinlang's determination was palpable. He conceded Sticky Baby's impressive special defense, but deemed Tyranitar merely a fragile being. What are you underestimating? Tyranitar, unleash your absolute power. Dragon Darts. Lin Yin's gaze sharpened. Dragon Darts, a dragon-type physical move with a staggering power of 120, would prove ineffectual against a fortified Colossal. Yinlang grinned, confident that Colossal would not falter. Chandelure, take this opportunity to unleash Flamethrower. Flamethrower, a special fire-type move with a potency of 90, carries a chance to inflict a burn. In the game, a burned Pokémon experiences halved physical damage and suffers 116 damage each turn. In reality, the effects are similarly severe. A Pokémon of equal level experiencing a burn continuously incurs damage while also suffering a decrease in physical attack. Let us put this to the test. If Tyranitar falters this time, I'll have my big brother give you special training tonight. Lin Yin's lips curled into a smirk as he threatened. Roar. The dragon energy surged within Tyranitar as it anticipated a good night's rest. Colossal withdrew into its shell like a turtle, but as Tyranitar approached with lightning speed, it stomped heavily on the shell, swiftly clawing at Colossal's armor, its arms striking like daggers. After a series of cracking sounds, Colossal's head emerged from its shell, clearly having lost its fighting capacity. Simultaneously, Chandelure's flamethrower surged forth like a dragon's head, but Tyranitar merely scoffed and leapt aside, evading the attack with ease. Is this real? Yinlong's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene. Meanwhile, the referee stood in stunned silence before slowly announcing, Yinlong's Colossal has lost its fighting capacity. The challenger prevails. And the match continues. What? The challenger can't possibly win, right? Yinlang, the gym leader, is about to lose? This is unbelievable. Although Colossal was not his primary Pokémon, its talent was undeniable, yet it was dispatched in a single blow. The most alarming factor was Tyranitar's speed. Chandelure was one of the gym leader's main Pokémon currently in training, its strength widely recognized. Indeed, Tyranitar not only defeated Colossal, but also deftly evaded Chandelure's attack. Lin Yin chuckled softly. Just an appetizer. Tyranitar, the stage is yours now. Unleash devastation. Sticky baby. Take this chance to harass Chandelure with Dragon Breath and restore Tyranitar's health with Life Dew. At that moment, a surge of dark, ethereal flames erupted, enveloping Tyranitar with astonishing speed. You're still too young, Yinlang laughed heartily. This was undoubtedly Chandelure's Will-O-Wisp. Will-O-Wisp, a fire-type status move, releases flames that inflict a burn status on the opponent. Tyranitar was now burned, suffering a significant decline in physical attack while gradually losing health. Lin Yin had evidently not anticipated the speed at which Chandelure could execute these status moves, rendering him momentarily vulnerable to a sneak attack. But even if he was caught off guard, what of it? Sticky baby, use Rain Dance to shroud the clear sky, diminishing Chandelure's power. Chandelure, use Attract. Yinlang commanded urgently. Attract, a normal-type status move, prevents the opposite gender from executing moves. Sticky baby was rendered unable to cast Rain Dance due to this control. It can do that too? Lin Yin was somewhat speechless, though he was not one to be easily thwarted. Tyranitar, demonstrate your strength. Gather your dragon energy. Let your opponent feel the fear. The sky darkened instantaneously, the sunny day eclipsed by ominous rain, the surrounding atmosphere compressing and solidifying. What is this? Yinlang was astounded, retreating instinctively. Dragon Rush. A dragon-type physical move with a power of 100, capable of harnessing dragon energy to unleash devastating damage at lightning speed, also carries a chance to intimidate the opponent. Tyranitar, having often trained alongside Bangiras, had absorbed some of its malicious traits. The phantasm of the dragon god loomed like a demon ready to devour its prey. Damn it. Chandelure. Defend. Yinlang reacted quickly, urging his Pokémon. Is this truly a skill that Tyranitar can execute? Are you sure it's not Garchomp? Why does it look so terrifying? Dragon Rush is a dragon-type move, but why does it appear more like a dark-type skill? Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Shoo, keep watching the match. The audience buzzed with discussions, yet upon reflection, perhaps this was the essence of a quasi-legendary Pokémon, though not all quasi-legendaries exhibit such prowess. While Chandelure successfully defended against Tyranitar's attack, it was nonetheless daunted by the overwhelming force, succumbing to a state of intimidation. After being intimidated, Chandelure trembled, unable to unleash its moves. Yinlang, unwilling to concede, shouted, Chandelure, don't give up. Clear the fear from your heart. Chapter 51. Scared into unconsciousness? Succumb to endless terror. The fearsome visage of Tyranitar. Lin Yin pressed the advantage. Terrifying Face, a normal-type status move, uses a fearsome expression to instill fear in its opponent, thereby reducing their speed. Tyranitar loomed before Chandelure, standing firm, its countenance grotesque and fearsome, resembling a demon from the abyss. Roar. Tyranitar, having absorbed some traits from Bangiras, executed these dark-type moves with remarkable finesse, coupled with the aid of its dragon scales. The accumulated dragon energy within its body rivaled that of a Pokémon residing in the dragon-type sanctuary. The vast reservoir of energy surged forth like a tidal wave against Chandelure's form. Chandelure trembled violently, the bluish flames atop its head flickering and gradually extinguishing. Collapsing to the ground. Is Chandelure really scared into unconsciousness? The arena fell silent, as no one expected such an outcome. It was the first instance of encountering a Pokémon that had been frightened into a faint. The challenger Lin Yin triumphed over the gym leader, claiming victory in the match. The referee swallowed hard, and after a moment of silence, finally reacted by raising the red flag. It wasn't just the referee. The audience erupted in a frenzy. What a disgraceful display from the gym leader. Can it be that the Pokémon can actually be frightened to the point of fainting? Clearly, this was a demonstration of the overwhelming strength of Lin Yin's Pokémon, which had led to a series of unexpected events. The sticky Pokémon braved the fire-type moves enhanced by the Crystal Lamp Pokémon. After the Cold Turtle was swiftly defeated by the Sharpedo, it had somehow evaded a fatal blow. The Crystal Lamp Pokémon was left dazed by the Sharpedo's ferocity. From Lin Yin's perspective, it was pure exhilaration, an absolute annihilation. The prowess of his Pokémon was so formidable that it disregarded everything and simply crushed the gym leader. Have you noticed how both the Sharpedo and the sticky Pokémon appeared larger than their counterparts, their colors vibrant, and their condition impeccable? It was evident they had been nurtured exceptionally well. The resources required for a Pokémon of such caliber are immense. And yet Lin Yin had managed to cultivate them so splendidly. It was clear he hailed from a prestigious family. The gym leader, regaining his composure, sighed deeply and forced a smile, saying, "Thank you, Crystal Lamp Pokémon. You've worked hard. Come back." He had not anticipated such a humiliating defeat, having failed to take down even a single one of Lin Yin's Pokémon. However, he was not one to shy away from defeat. After all, these Pokémon were not even part of his main team, so losing was not unexpected. At this moment, his gaze shifted to the Sharpedo, which was amusingly flexing its muscles in the center of the arena, attracting numerous female trainers eager to take photos. Meanwhile, the sticky Pokémon also garnered the affection of many burly men, who, upon receiving Lin Yin's nod of approval, were enchanted by its soft, squishy form. Some bloggers began snapping pictures of the two Pokémon, promptly sharing them online. The Sharpedo and sticky Pokémon were highly recognizable, not only for their imposing sizes, but also for their contrasting personalities. The Sharpedo appeared mischievous, often hanging out with its older brother, Banji-La, while the sticky Pokémon exuded a cute, slightly goofy charm, well protected by its elder siblings. Typically, Banji-La and Sharpedo were quite unruly, but when it came to their little sister, the sticky Pokémon, they exhibited the utmost gentlemanly behavior. At this juncture, the gym leader approached Lin Yin, extending his right hand with a smile. "Thank you for the guidance." Lin Yin reciprocated the gesture with a polite smile. "Task completed. You have earned the opportunity to select a secret realm attribute after completing the task at the Desolate Villa. Dr. Lin, your two Pokémon are exceptionally well raised," the gym leader remarked, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. Lin Yin furrowed his brow slightly. How many people knew about his identity? Hadn't it been stated that it would be kept confidential? Suddenly, he recalled the old man. There were only a handful of members in the upper echelons of Antong City, and the old man was a champion who often boasted, making it hard for anyone not to recognize him. Alas, it's merely a hollow reputation. As for these two Pokémon, their high aptitude is just a product of luck, Lin Yin quipped self-deprecatingly. The gym leader looked puzzled, as he interpreted the comment as a form of self-consolation, then burst into hearty laughter. "Luck? You're being modest, Dr. Lin." Lin Yin shrugged, wearing an expression that suggested he could take it or leave it. But wasn't it true? With a doubled growth rate, the old man providing premium resources, and a system that elevated his aptitude to champion level, it was only natural for the gym leader to lose. "Dr. Lin, I am keen on capturing a fire-type Pokémon. Might you have any recommendations?" The gym leader suddenly inquired. For someone of his status, learning that Lin Yin had redefined Mega Evolution would be a breeze. If Lin Yin made a recommendation, that Pokémon might very well possess the capability for Mega Evolution. Lin Yin pondered for a moment. The South China region was divided into several districts, each governed by the 4 champion-level trainers. Antong City and Jiru City were under the old man's jurisdiction, with the fire and bug-type champions, as well as several unacclaimed champions, being his loyal subordinates. Given that the gym leader was the son of the Fire King, it was only natural that he would be closely allied with the old man, especially since they resided in the same city. However, Lin Yin was not particularly familiar with the gym leader, while he was well acquainted with another son of the Fire King, a notorious scion. Lin Yin chuckled softly. "I wouldn't know what Pokémon to recommend, but I find the Charmander quite adorable." "I think so too," the gym leader exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. With his status, obtaining a Charmander of decent aptitude would be a piece of cake. As for Lin Yin, he merely shook his head. Once Mega Evolution was publicly announced, it would be more prudent to do the gym leader a favor now, especially since the rarest components for Mega Evolution were the Keystone and Megastones. After the gym leader left, satisfied, the referee respectfully presented the Fire-type gym badge. At that moment, a group of unknown streamers rushed in, heading straight for Lin Yin. The referee deployed a colossal Snorlax to block these opportunists, while Zhu Debiao finally managed to squeeze through. Brother, your Sharpedo has actually reached the gym level. Does that mean Banji Law? Zhu Debiao exclaimed incredulously. Their starting points had been the same. Yet his Dragonair had not only failed to evolve, but was barely stepping into the gym level. Lin Yin shook his head. Could he possibly be compared to Zhu Debiao, who had been lucky enough to have a breakthrough? By the way, what level is your Dragonair at? Lin Yin inquired. Level 29. I truly lack the aptitude of a trainer. My Dragonair is a complete mess, and it's even grown round as a ball, Zhu Debiao lamented, feeling despondent. It's just a minor setback. I can always look out for you in the future. How about coming to my villa for a visit? Lin Yin suggested with a smile. Having acquired the gym badge, it was time to return to the villa and unlock the secret realm. Chapter 52, Strategic Planning for the Villa, Optimizing Resources. With the Sharpedo and Sticky Pokémon returned to their Pokeballs, Lin Yin concluded that he had achieved his objective and no longer needed to linger in this place. Zhu Debiao, seizing the opportunity, tossed out his Pokeball, summoning a majestic bird Pokémon. The Pidgeot soared through the sky at supersonic speed, akin to a fish swimming through the ocean. Pidgeot, slow down, Zhu Debiao cried, tears streaming down his face as the wind whipped past him. Fortunately, the Fire-type gym was not far from the mountain villa, merely a few kilometers away, an instant journey in the world of Pokémon. Upon arrival, the villa was nestled halfway up the mountain, surrounded by forests and rows of rocks, prohibiting entry to the general public. The surrounding area was entirely Lin Yin's territory. But the most significant aspect was the mineral vein within the villa, which had been constructed solely for this purpose. This mineral vein had existed since the old man's youth, and after decades, it had undoubtedly grown to an unfathomable scale. It was even possible that numerous rock and ground-type Pokémon had emerged from within. As Lin Yin pushed open the door, he was greeted by the sight of mounds of rugged rocks. After a lengthy walk, he finally spotted the house, designed in a traditional Chinese courtyard style, yet constructed from specially treated wood and stone, making it exceptionally sturdy. The interior boasted various advanced technologies, including automatic heating, dust removal, and temperature and humidity monitoring, requiring no effort or concern from Lin Yin. Brother, I heard from my grandfather that there may be Pokémon with exceptionally high aptitude inside. Should we capture one? Zhu Debiao rubbed his hands together, evidently excited by the idea. Although Lin Yin was preparing to form a Sandstorm team, these Pokémon held little appeal for him. I have no need for one. If you're interested, feel free to capture some for yourself. Zhu Debiao, filled with exuberance, leaped into the air and hurled the Pokeballs in his hand, calling forth, "Come forth, Haxorus, Charmeleon, and Forest Lizard." The three Pokémon, though distinctly different species, appeared as if they had been crafted from the same mold. If any mold had been used, it would undoubtedly be that of Zhu Debiao himself. Did you consume pig feed? Lin Yin mused, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Zhu Debiao, however, was thoroughly pleased with himself, bursting into laughter. Brother, let us venture forth to capture more Pokémon. Lin Yin shook his head in refusal. He had tasks assigned by the system that were crucial to his secret realm. Banjira, Sharpedo, and Slugma, arise. The trio of Pokémon, robust in stature and resplendent in color, exhibited qualities that far surpassed those of their kin. Banjira and Sharpedo engaged in training together, particularly focusing on overcoming the side effect of confusion associated with Sharpedo's Dragon Rage. This confusion stemmed from an insufficient grasp of Dragon-type energy, resulting in a backlash. Hence, Sharpedo endeavored to envelop itself in Dragon energy, carefully attuning to its essence. During its previous battle against the gym leader, it had successfully employed Dragon Rage without succumbing to confusion, confirming the efficacy of its training. Sharpedo roared, raising its arms with unwavering determination. Banjira was already a magnificent specimen, boasting a towering physique and an indomitable spirit, truly a tyrant of the desert. As for Slugma, it continued to combat the sandstorm with its Dragon Pulse. Having reached level 25, Slugma was on the cusp of evolution. Honing its skills and replenishing its nutrients was all that was needed for now. With a nimble leap, Slugma perched atop Banjira's shoulder. All right, disperse and train. Banjira appeared to revel in this location, its legs as sturdy as steel pillars, and as it stood upon the rocks, fine sand began to swirl, culminating in a brief yet fierce sandstorm. Sharpedo emitted a low growl, akin to a fish leaping from a pool, diving into the tempest, disappearing from sight. Slugma, stationed on Banjira's arm, gathered energy within, unleashing a barrage of luminous beams that bombarded the sandstorm like a flurry of explosives. Slugma, give it your all. If you manage to create an opening in Banjira's sandstorm, I shall procure those delightful skirts and adornments for you, Lin Yin coaxed from the sidelines. Unbeknownst to him, Slugma had developed a fondness for human attire, and Lin Yin indulged this whim, having already purchased an array of charming garments. As long as Slugma trained diligently, it could have whatever it desired. Upon hearing Lin Yin's promise, Slugma brimmed with enthusiasm. Lin Yin reclined in a rocking chair, still donning his sunglasses. System. How might I decorate the villa to fulfill my task? Ding. It is advisable to cultivate approximately 200 bug-type Pokémon around the fruit trees in the villa's outer forest to assist with pollination. Ding. It is recommended to place 100 rock-type and 100 ground-type Pokémon near the rocks within the villa to facilitate their propagation. Ding. It is suggested to nurture 100 water-type Pokémon in the villa's lake to enhance vitality. Ding. It is advised to position 100 grass-type Pokémon in the outer forest to invigorate the area with life. Lin Yin's eyes widened in astonishment at the costs involved. How many Pokecoins will this entail? Furthermore, maintaining these Pokémon would require regular inspections, leading to exorbitant labor costs. Of course, the Pokémon would yield eggs or produce items, alongside mature fruits and thriving trees that could be sold as valuable resources. In this world, any item associated with Pokémon commands a high price. If Lin Yin could manage the products within the villa effectively, establishing a self-sustaining industry, his daily profits could reach staggering heights. The trees bore fruit 3 to 4 times a year. With the careful cultivation by bug-type Pokémon, it could even achieve 5 harvests annually. The surrounding forests offered premium resources for constructing various buildings or crafting items, allowing grass-type Pokémon to nurture them, with selective logging to create renewable resources. In the Pokémon world, a sapling takes several years to grow into a towering tree, yet with grass-type Pokémon, this could be reduced to about a year. As for the water-type Pokémon in the lake, with proper nurturing, not only would they be visually appealing, but their freshwater could also be sold, with merchants collecting it for use in cosmetics tailored for women. The value of the rocks was particularly significant. The mineral veins held immense worth. By allowing these rock-type Pokémon and ground-type Pokémon to coexist with the veins, regular mining operations would yield profits far exceeding the combined value of the other 3 types. Cultivating Pokémon necessitated both frugality and resourcefulness. Fortunately, Lin Yin already possessed bug-type Pokémon, eliminating the need for purchase. However, he still needed to acquire grass-type, rock-type, ground-type, and water-type Pokémon individually. He might even need to recruit knowledgeable personnel to help oversee the villa. He was confident that within a few months, this villa would continuously generate income. By that time, he would no longer rely on the Elder. He would be able to sustain the 3 quasi-deities himself. Of course, all of this hinged on his ability to improve and perfect the operation. Large-scale captures of Pokémon would violate both legal and ethical standards. Lin Yin would not engage in such practices. Thus, he was left with no choice but to purchase them. And the only place where he could freely buy these Pokémon was the clandestine black market. Chapter 53. The Rock-Type Secret Realm and Communication Technology. Lin Yin did not bring Bandura or any Pokémon with him. He rode a mighty Beedrill, for Antong City was his territory. There was no safer place for him. The black market, though seemingly illicit, was actually one of the Elder's assets, as the entirety of Antong City belonged to him. Consequently, Lin Yin's procurement journey was remarkably uneventful, with some individuals even recognizing him and graciously covering his Pokécoin expenses. On the return journey, Lin Yin gazed into his pocket, filled with unspent Pokécoins, feeling utterly bewildered. Well, if they wish to curry favor with me, I suppose taking advantage of their generosity is not unjust. Beedrill, swift as the wind, soon brought Lin Yin back to the villa. First, he placed the bug-type Pokémon among the fruit trees. Their presence would undoubtedly enhance pollination. The grass-type Pokémon were evenly distributed throughout the forest, and with the existing resident Pokémon, the forest now thrived with vitality. The rock and ground-type Pokémon were placed amidst the rocky outcrops, allowed to burrow and establish their homes freely. Those fortunate enough might even discover underground mineral veins, accelerating their growth. The remaining water-type Pokémon were released into the lake, where they would likely form an ecological balance over time. The villa and its surrounding area boasted ample space, ensuring that the training grounds for Bandura and the other Pokémon remained undisturbed. Lin Yin meticulously considered his plans. All he needed was to find skilled professionals to manage operations, and annually, even monthly, they would provide him with substantial amounts of Pokecoins, granting him financial independence. The Elder had many similar teams. He would simply need to select a few that caught his eye. As for the upcoming GL 666 Cup, winning the championship in the Antong City preliminaries should pose no challenge. However, securing the regional championship would present some difficulties. There were, after all, 4 prominent champions in the South China region, each boasting numerous direct successors. Yet, such prodigious talent was unique to Lin Yin alone. However, even his Sandstorm team is not invincible. When confronted with equally matched and equally formidable lineups, he sometimes finds himself at a disadvantage. For instance, teams such as the Destiny team, the Toxic team, the Space team, and the Weather team can pose significant challenges. Different Pokémon, various trainers, and diverse formations can yield distinct outcomes. Even Lin Yin lacks the confidence to assert that he can triumph over every team. There are countless formations in the world, and inevitably, someone will have a counter to him. What Lin Yin, as a trainer, can accomplish is to counter these adversaries, resolving each issue with a specific skill or Pokémon. Fortunately, most of the troublesome moves belong to the status category, and his Bankira can conveniently learn the move Taunt. Taunt, a Dark-type status move, infuriates the opponent, compelling them to use only offensive moves. Previously, Lin Yin encountered Lina, a trainer specializing in Hail teams, at the Jiaorua Cup. The Ice-type move Hail from the Weather Pokémon, Ice Dragon, is exceedingly formidable, and with the presence of the quasi-divine Pokémon, Frozen Spine Dragon, he is uncertain which remaining Pokémon his opponent might choose. Yin Lang, the Fire-type gym leader, commands a Sunny Day team. The prowess of his Cold Tortoise and Crystal Lamp Pokémon is likewise formidable. If the qualifications are equal, Lin Yin would not dare to deploy his Sharp-Tooth Landshark and Sticky Treasure. Similarly, he might encounter Rain teams, Terrain teams, and a plethora of bizarre formations. The immediate priority is to enhance his strength. Everything else is futile. After much contemplation, Lin Yin arrives at this conclusion. Bankira has reached level 40, the threshold of Quasi-King status, and will not advance further during this period, leaving only skill refinement. The Sharp-Tooth Landshark has also made progress, yet its level remains fixed at 36. Even with a double buff, its growth is exceedingly slow. Sticky Treasure still has room for growth, and ideally, it should evolve into Stick Mei Air, Shui Chui, during this period, raising its level to 30. The fastest means for a Pokémon to grow is through battle. With the GL666 College Cup approaching, enhancing the Pokémon's strength is imperative. Task completed. Please select the attribute of the Secret Realm. Rock type. Lin Yin responded without hesitation. Selection successful. The entrance to the Secret Realm is located in the second-floor room of the villa, and without the host's permission, no one can enter or discover the Secret Realm. Lin Yin's eyes brightened. What a stroke of fortune. The entrance is conveniently situated in his room, utterly discreet and impervious to discovery by others. However, he does not intend to conceal the existence of the Secret Realm. Given its vastness, he cannot possibly monopolize it alone. It would be prudent to consult the old man. Currently, the old man is traveling. So Lin Yin decides to search online for information on how to manage the Secret Realm. Anton Network. A young man possessing 2 quasi-divine Pokémon has stunned the renowned gym leader's Pokémon. According to notable figures, the mysterious youth may be a descendant of the Elite Four. The Sharp-Tooth Landshark has incapacitated the Crystal Lamp Pokémon. Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral dilemma? Goodness, the homepage is filled with news about him. After perusing for a while, Lin Yin finally spots the most trending headline. Renowned blogger challenges Quasi-Divine Youth. Stay tuned for the outcome. Quasi-Divine Youth? That moniker seems rather hasty. Someone is challenging him. Lin Yin has received no notification. Task. Accept and triumph over the challenge posed by the renowned blogger. Reward. Communication Technology. Communication Technology links the Pokeball with the Secret Realm, allowing Pokémon to reside within and be summoned at any time. Of course, without the host's consent. Pokémon will only exist within the Pokeball and will not be transported to the Secret Realm. Furthermore, the host can monitor the conditions within the Secret Realm at any time. This system deserves my utmost reverence. Lin Yin is overwhelmed with emotion. Now his Pokémon can enjoy the benefits of the Secret Realm at all times. In light of the host's commendable attitude, a one-day trial card for communication technology has been granted. Lin Yin is filled with excitement, eagerly activating the communication technology, and the environment of the Secret Realm instantly materializes before his eyes. It feels as though he possesses a godlike perspective, freely observing the Secret Realm's surroundings. With his thoughts echoing within, the entire Secret Realm exhibits rolling terrain, adorned with various rocks, indicating that this nascent realm currently harbors no Pokémon. However, a rich surge of rock-type energy generates a sandstorm, engulfing the entire area. This locale is truly an ideal training ground for Bankira and the Sharp-Tooth Landshark. Conversely, Sticky Treasure may find this environment unappealing, as it is a dragon type. Yet with her elder brothers training amidst the sandstorm, she too yearns to join in. Once evolved into Stick Mei Air, Shui Chui, She will possess steel-type attributes and will no longer fear the encroachment of the sandstorm. In an instant, brother, you've become famous. Someone wants to challenge you, brother. Zhu Debiao exclaimed, scurrying over with an expression akin to a servant eager to please. Chapter 54, The Challenge from the Space Team. Is it merely a challenge directed at me? No problem. You can handle it for me, Lin Yin replied nonchalantly, aware of his opponent's strength, which he deemed merely gym level and easily conquerable. Brother, you may not realize, but while this blogger's strength is lacking, he is quite the nuisance. He has trained numerous teams, the most notorious being the tank-type nuisance team, which includes a space team that counters your sharp-toothed land shark. Zhu Debiao hastily elucidated, fearing Lin Yin might falter in the match. Space team? Lin Yin chuckled. Then I simply won't deploy the sharp-toothed land shark, right? Bankira and Sticky Treasure are not weak either. Ah, indeed. Then brother, I will reply to that blogger for you. The match will take place tomorrow at the Pokémon Center's training ground. Zhu Debiao grinned, seizing Lin Yin's Pokédex. Lin Yin, who was not particularly familiar with the procedures for such challenges, decided to leave it to the chubby fellow. He preferred nurturing Pokémon and engaging in battles over browsing the internet. Wow, Zhu Debiao exclaimed. Brother, you actually have a Pokémon Association doctoral certification. And it's not even public yet. Lin Yin waved his hand dismissively. Oh, it's nothing significant. Wah, brother, your backing is overwhelming. You've already amassed 99 followers. Zhu Debiao expressed with palpable envy. What is this? There are even beautiful girls following you. Lin Yin replied, slightly bemused as Zhu Debiao eagerly opened the user list. The chubby fellow grinned mischievously, and Lin Yin could not comprehend why someone with Zhu Debiao's background would be so keen on viewing online beauties. This is too stunning. Is this for real? Goodness, this is unbelievable. Zhu Debiao exclaimed, his eyes bulging, fingers tightly gripping the Pokédex. What is going on? Lin Yin asked, bewildered as he took the Pokédex back. Isn't this my opponent from the finals at the Jiaorua Cup? I was so engrossed in watching the Pokémon battles that I completely overlooked the beautiful faces. Zhu Debiao lamented dramatically. Whenever a trainer registers their Pokédex, any competitions or gym battles they partake in are recorded and automatically posted on their Pokédex account. Currently, Lin Yin possesses only 2 video series, one from the Jiaorua City competition and the other from the Fire-type Gym Challenge. Naturally, some trainers, while carrying out tasks, may encounter various Pokémon or nefarious trainers. Should there be recordings, those can also be uploaded to the Pokédex homepage, effectively serving as their resume for future opportunities within the Pokémon Association. Only those who mutually follow each other can view each other's videos, or trainers may choose to conceal them. Otherwise, if battle videos are leaked, one's Pokémon strategies could easily become public knowledge, making them susceptible to targeted attacks. Hey, the charming girl who just followed you seems to be in Anong City as well. Should we invite her out for a stroll? Zhu Debiao rubbed his hands together, his eyes narrowing into slits. But you already arranged for me to meet tomorrow's match. I have no time, Lin Yin replied helplessly. Come on, I'm available. I can help. Zhu Debiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clung to Lin Yin's leg. Lin Yin suddenly thought of Lena's frosty visage. If that chubby fellow went, it would only be a case of warm cheeks meeting cold backsides. However, he couldn't withstand the persistent nagging and reluctantly agreed. All right, I'll help you set it up. How about the Pokémon Center? Great. Zhu Debiao grinned, then summoned his Haxorus. Tomorrow, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Lin Yin glanced at the spherical Haxorus, hoping this little fellow wouldn't be dispatched by the ice dragon in a single blow. He hoped the chubby guy wouldn't betray him then. So, he took the Pokédex and messaged Lena. Are you free tomorrow? After a moment, Lena replied, What's up? With a confused expression emoji. Lin Yin continued, Pokémon Center tomorrow. Would you like to join me for a stroll? Lena pondered, let me think. With a thinking emoji. At that moment, the chubby guy snatched the Pokédex and, after a quick glance, admonished, Bro, when talking to a girl, you need to use emojis and a softer tone. With your blunt demeanor, how can she possibly agree? Zhu Debiao slumped on the ground, almost in tears, when the Pokédex beeped. Lena, what time? The chubby guy froze. Lin Yin took back the Pokédex and chuckled. Chubby, are you overthinking? I've set it for 12 o'clock, just in time for my match. You both can watch together. Lin Yin, 12 o'clock. Zhu Debiao looked skeptical, his mouth agape before slowly giving a thumbs up. Awesome. Now enough banter. Tell me about that blogger's lineup so I can prepare. Lin Yin said as he reclaimed the Pokédex and settled onto the sofa. At that moment, his Swablu seemed to have tired from playing outside and softly leaped onto Lin Yin's lap. Lin Yin gently stroked the back of the Swablu's neck, reminiscent of petting a cat. Zhu Debiao, sitting opposite Lin Yin, transformed into a strategist, beginning his analysis. 1. The opponent is a gym-level trainer, with most of their Pokémon at that tier. 2. They are about 40 years old. While not particularly powerful, they have trained numerous lineups, commonly featuring weather teams, terrain teams, space teams, and tank teams. 3. This individual rose to fame by riding the coattails of various talented youngsters and publishes videos on their homepage each time they achieve a successful challenge to garner followers. 4. And that's you, bro? You hardly surf the internet, but you should see how popular you've become recently. The official website of Anong City is flooded with your videos, and quite a few admirers are cheering you on. Your shiny Garchomp and Swablu have attracted a legion of fans. As he spoke, Zhu Debiao's face turned green with envy. Bro, teach me how to be as strong as you. I must be using cheats. How can we be the same? Just train your Pokémon well, and I'll share some treasures with you later that will surely boost your strength, Lin Yin replied with a smile. He then shooed the chubby guy away and took his 3 Pokémon to the secret realm on the 2nd floor. Come forth, Banjira, Garchomp, Swablu. As they emerged, Swablu immediately leaped into Lin Yin's embrace, while Garchomp nimbly jumped onto Banjira's shoulder. Garchomp's weight posed no burden to Banjira. Once Banjira appeared, it began to manipulate the surrounding sand and dust, swirling around its massive form like a tyrant amidst a sandstorm, its size comparable to a small hill. With Banjira's current endurance, it could easily withstand the power of another item. What item should be chosen? Task: Swablu evolves into Altaria, shiny. Reward: randomly select a premium item suitable for Banjira. Task: Garchomp evolves into Mega Garchomp. Reward: the rock secret realm will be divided into 2, transforming into rock dragon attributes. Chapter 55, Lin Yin vs. Liangdi. Truly, the system is quite considerate. Garchomp's evolution may take some time, but the prospect of the secret realm expanding by half with dragon attributes is promising. Swablu is also not far from evolution. With a few more intense battles or some time, it will be ready. At that point, he could select the next item for Banjira, though Lin Yin had yet to decide which would be the most suitable. Banjira, what item do you desire? Banjira opened its closed eyes, scratching its rear with its claws. Lin Yin chuckled. You wish to enhance the power of the sandstorm, don't you? You want an item similar to the sandstone, correct? Banjira's brows lifted in delight, responding affirmatively. All right, I'll procure a rock-type item for you. Since the sandstorm is a rock-type transformation skill, Lin Yin contemplated before concluding. Among the options, a hardstone would significantly enhance rock-type skill power. I'll choose a premium hardstone for you next time. Make sure to train diligently and avoid idling around with Garchomp, shiny, Lin Yin advised. Banjira nodded eagerly, while Garchomp waved its arms, roaring. What's that? You want an item to boost your speed? Lin Yin queried, a bit perplexed. Garchomp was already exceedingly fast, even surpassing limits. Enhancing its attack would be a better choice. However, he wouldn't argue, recognizing this was a decision for the Pokémon itself. Lin Yin smiled. I can get you an item to enhance your speed, but we need to set some ground rules. Garchomp nodded eagerly, unaware of what was to come. 1. No snoring, farting, or grinding teeth like Banjira during sleep. And no urinating on my bed. 2. You must eat neatly, no remnants on your mouth. 3. After I go to bed, no mischievous escapades with your older brother. Upon hearing this, Garchomp froze, protesting loudly. Lin Yin pretended to ponder. How about we stick to just the first rule? Garchomp nodded in satisfaction. Once you evolve, you'll be able to bear the energy of a 3rd item. When that day comes, I'll personally equip you with it, Lin Yin elaborated. Since rewards were given to the older brothers, the younger sister could not be left out. Swablu bounced in Lin Yin's arms, seemingly eager, as if to say, finally. It's my turn, Lin Yin quickly assured. All right, I'll tailor a beautiful outfit for you. With everything arranged, it was time to commence tonight's training. Banjira, being the elder brother, immediately understood and pulled Garchomp into the sandstorm. Swablu continued to practice Dragon Pulse. Dragon Pulse, a special dragon-type skill with a power of 85, sends forth a fierce dragon breath towards the opponent. It is also one of the primary skills favored by dragon-type special attackers, as compared to the Meteor Shower, which reduces special attack. Dragon Pulse is much more beloved by trainers. Lin Yin withdrew from the secret realm of rocks and returned to his grand bed. Possessing the unique ability to observe everything within the secret realm at any moment, he found his domain desolate, frequently plagued by rampant sandstorms. Upon the arrival of Banjira, the intensity of the sandstorms escalated dramatically, even spawning countless tempests. Rather than a realm of stone, it resembled a domain of sandstorms. The nights were fleeting. The following morning, Zhu Debiao exclaimed, Hurry up, I can hardly wait. Get up here swiftly. He was riding a Beedrill and had exchanged his usual casual attire for a luxurious suit, leaving one to wonder what grand occasion he was preparing for. Lin Yin was at a loss for words and, with no other option, mounted the Beedrill. At the Pokémon Center, news circulated. Have you heard? Our local internet sensation, Liang Di, is set to challenge the newcomer, Lin Yin. I must confide in you, but keep it under wraps. Lin Yin is rumored to be the illegitimate son of a certain superstar. Is that true? Absolutely. Otherwise, why would that lad possess such a plethora of semi-divine Pokémon, nurtured so impeccably? Hiss. Even if he is indeed an illegitimate child, I doubt he stands a chance against Liang Di, who has been a renowned figure for over a decade. Indeed, Liang Di has likely noticed Lin Yin's burgeoning popularity and wishes to capitalize on it. Look, here comes Liang Di. A gasp erupted from the crowd as a throng of fans swiftly encircled him. Liang Di, clad in an elegant European-style robe and adorned with 2 black pokeballs at his waist, sported a hairstyle reminiscent of a dragon fruit. Somewhat comical. Hello everyone. Today marks my duel with the rookie Lin Yin. Thank you all for your support. Liang Di proclaimed with a smile and a gesture of gratitude. Liang Di, I adore you. Do you have confidence in defeating the newcomer Lin Yin? What extraordinary lineup will you deploy this time? Liang Di graciously entertained each query with poise. At that moment, Lin Yin also arrived at the battlefield. Hurry up, it's the handsome Lin Yin. Watch out, don't push me. Zhu Debiao, acting as a manager, shoved aside the mindless fans, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Lin Yin, as he had hoped to find a lovely lady to accompany him. Seeing Lin Yin's arrival, Liang Di was filled with joy. His objective was to ride the wave of popularity and garner further attention. He had recently applied for the position of gym leader within the league, and with previous maneuvers, if the fanbase surged once more, this endeavor would be set in stone. Therefore, the victory in this battle was of utmost importance. Liang Di had researched Lin Yin's Pokémon, which were suspected to include an evolving Banjira, a Sharpedo, and a Slugma. All 3 Pokémon possessed formidable qualifications, making it difficult for Lin Yin to secure victory solely through brute strength. He would need a unique strategy. However, as this was a double battle, his opponent could only field 2 Pokémon, and the audacity to challenge implied confidence in a certain victory. Thus, it was likely that the strongest Banjira would take the stage. Having reviewed the footage from the Jiao Ruo City tournament, he recalled the sheer ferocity of the sandstorm conjured by Shakira's, which would only intensify once it evolved into Banjira. He needed to devise a countermeasure. Banjira and Slugma. Liang Di grinned, convinced of his victory. Just then, the referee at the Pokémon Center stepped forward, raising a flag. Now, may the 2 competitors enter the arena. Lin Yin versus Liang Di. Best of luck. Go, Liang Di. Come on, handsome. Lin Yin was taken aback by the sheer number of fans he had amassed. He typically shunned such attention, never anticipating such a following. Come forth in battle. Golem and Cloyster, Liang Yin declared. Embrace the wrath of the sandstorm. Banjira, Slugma, emerge. This battle would mark the rise of Banjira. Chapter 56, Terrifying Sandstorm Weather. Golem gender, male. Qualification, Gym. Level, 39. Type, Rock. Ability, Sand Force, increases the power of rock. Ground and Steel type moves in a sandstorm. Held item, Hard Stone, inferior quality. Moves, Sand Attack, Harden, Tackle, Rock Slide, Rock Blast, Superpower, Rock Smash, Spike Cannon, Explosion. Cloyster gender, male. Qualification, Gym. Level, 39. Type, Water Psychic. Ability, Shell Armor, prevents critical hits. Held item, Leftovers, inferior quality. Moves, Trick Room, Withdraw, Rest, Self-Suggestion, Healing Wave, Sleep. Upon seeing the opposing Pokémon, Lin Yin thought to himself, what a formidable combination. Golem benefits from Banjira's Sandstorm, enhancing its already impressive attack and defense stats. The superpower move was particularly fearsome, boasting a power of 120 and dealing quadruple damage to Banjira. As for Cloyster, its ability to nullify critical hits was outrageous. It could withstand Banjira's taunts, which were intended to disrupt Cloyster's Trick Room. Trick Room, a psychic-type move, could invert the speed of Pokémon within the arena, meaning the slower Pokémon would move faster. Golem's base speed was a mere 25, while Cloyster's was 30. The opponents had clearly calculated Lin Yin's defeat, and Slugma, still under level 30, would hardly contribute, relegated to providing support for Banjira. Thus, the level 40 Banjira was set to be the centerpiece of this battle. Is it true? Golem and Cloyster? It seems Banjira and Slugma are in dire straits. Indeed, Liang Di's 2 Pokémon have triumphed over countless young talents through their Trick Room strategy. Liang Di's fans were well aware of Golem and Cloyster's abilities and strengths, and in their eyes, Lin Yin had already lost. Banjira stomped its feet, letting out a fierce roar, emanating a potent aura of darkness. Slugma stretched and bounced onto Banjira's shoulder. Look at Lin Yin's Banjira. Isn't it a bit oversized? How big is it? I can't see from this distance. Even if it is Banjira, it's likely to be crushed under Liang Di's trick room strategy. Upon hearing the audience's chatter, Liang Di finally took notice of Banjira's stature, towering like a small mountain. What? How can it be so large? And its aura seems to have reached near the semi-king level? Liang Di felt a tremor of apprehension in his heart. However, it quickly transformed into delight. If he could defeat a semi-king level Banjira, his popularity would soar with the right publicity. His Pokémon's potential had been cultivated to the utmost. Yet they had already reached their growth limits. Since you wish to bask in the sandstorm, then let us indulge. Banjira, unleash the sandstorm within you. Engulf the entire arena. Slugma, prepare to unleash Dragon Pulse for a disruptive assault. Lin Yin commanded with a sweeping gesture. Liang Di, refusing to back down, retorted, Cloister, activate Trick Room. Golem, gather strength for superpower. He awaited the chaos of the sandstorm, knowing that Golem would become truly terrifying then. Cloister's body shimmered with light, casting a faint illusion that enveloped the entire arena. It was indeed Trick Room. Suddenly, Banjira and Slugma felt lighter, benefiting from the effects of Trick Room. However, the acceleration of the rock monster and the shell beast is truly alarming, especially as the rock monster ascends to an exceptionally high level. At this moment, a sandstorm finally unleashes its fury, the ground fractures, and the sky appears shrouded in a yellow haze, enveloping the entire battlefield in a murky golden veil. With the emergence of the sandstorm, a tornado composed of dust and debris materializes at the center of the combat arena. The ground quakes increasingly violently, prompting the Pokémon Center to dispatch Pokémon to stabilize the terrain. Could it be? Is this the Sandstream ability of Bankira? It feels as if a natural disaster is upon us. How could this Bankira be so terrifying? Liang Di steadies his form, having just found his footing. His gaze fixated on the Bankira standing resolute amidst the tempest, his heart brimming with trepidation. So powerful. Yet, no matter how formidable you are, with a fourfold weakness to fighting types and my rock monster's potential maximized, you shall still face defeat. Now is the moment, amidst the swirling sands. The rock monster unleashes a display of raw power. Liang Di bellows. Raw power, a fighting-type physical move with a strength of 120. Reduces the user's physical defense and attack after use. Lin Yin's lips curl into a smirk. Your speed may have made you elusive, but now you have come to meet your demise willingly. Thus, he sets the stage for a bait-and-lure tactic. Sticky Treasure, use Dragon Pulse to harass the rock monster. Lin Yin commands. Dragon Pulse, a dragon-type special move with a strength of 85, unleashes a torrent of fierce dragon energy from its mouth. The shell beast charges a water gun to assist the rock monster in fending off Sticky Treasure's assault. Liang Di assumes it is merely fearful and thinks little of it. Water gun, a water-type special move with a strength of 40, sprays a stream of water at the opponent. In the audience, Liang Di's fans, witnessing this moment, can't help but release a breath they didn't realize they were holding. Here it comes. The meticulously trained rock monster, with its fourfold advantage over Bankira, combined with its outrageous physical attack and a fighting-type move with a power of 120, I dare say, victory is assured. Indeed, Lin Yin is quite naive. In the face of the ensemble, no matter how fierce your Bankira may be, it is as futile as striking cotton with a powerful fist. The rock monster, augmented by the Trick Room, moves with astonishing speed. Victory is already within grasp. Hearing this, Lin Yin's supporters begin to fret. No matter how impressive the rock monster may be, it cannot compare to Bankira. One must remember this is a quasi-divine Pokémon. Moreover, it has been cultivated to such a fearsome degree. This is undeniably true. Bankira possesses an inherently high physical attack and endurance, making it nearly impossible to defeat with a single move. Yet, as the discussion continues, their confidence wanes. The discerning eye can see that Liang Di's rock monster is particularly adept at countering Bankira, as if it were specially bred for this very purpose. It's over. Let the rock monster vanquish Bankira. Liang Di's eyes gleam with anticipation, victory beckoning him. Bankira, show them what it means to be the tyrant of the desert. Lin Yin commands softly. In an instant, the previously meditative Bankira snaps its eyes open, glinting with a fierce intensity. However, in a heartbeat, a swirling mass of dark gray malevolent energy envelopes its form. Waves of energy burst forth like a geyser. Bankira lets out a furious roar. An overwhelming aura surges forth, sending ripples across the entire arena. Liang Di feels a chill wash over him, an unprecedented sense of dread sweeping through him, goosebumps rising as fear manifests throughout his body. What is this? How is this possible? Chapter 57. Acquiring Secret Realm Communication Technology. The trick room set by the Shell Beast is being relentlessly eroded and consumed by the malevolent energy. The trick room has vanished. How could this Bankura wield malevolent energy with such mastery? This is disastrous. The onlookers gasp in shock. They envision countless outcomes, yet this was not among them. Not merely the energy attributes. Bankura's Sandstorm is even more terrifying. Lin Yin smiles faintly. No one notices that the Shell Beast, burdened with exhaustion, is already gasping for breath. The erosion damage from the sandstorm is no trifling matter. Many overlook this, and soon no one will pay heed, as everything will have reached its conclusion. With the trick room dissipated, the rock monster's newfound speed vanishes, its body swaying and collapsing due to inertia. Bankura, finish this. Dark Pulse. Dark Pulse, a dark-type special move with a power of 80, erupts from within, releasing a malevolent aura that may occasionally induce fear in its opponent. The rock monster boasts exceptionally high physical defense, but lower special defense, and with Bankura's special attack value standing at 95. The power of this special move is not to be underestimated. The malevolent aura envelopes the rock monster and the beleaguered Shell Beast, who is also losing stamina. In an instant, the tide of battle shifts. The referee stares in disbelief, raising the white flag moments later. The rock monster and Shell Beast have lost their combat capabilities. Lin Yin emerges victorious in this battle. Defeated? Liang Di steps back, his eyes glazed, clearly struggling to believe he has lost so completely. A thunderous applause erupts from the stands beside the battlefield. This Bankura is astonishingly powerful, remarkably impressive, even more so than that shiny Garchomp. Its formidable physique and swaggering presence embody the very essence of my dream Pokémon. Sticky Treasure bounces excitedly on Bankura's shoulder, evidently astounded by the strength of its usually unassuming older brother. Bankura. Sticky Treasure gazes up at Bankura, its eyes sparkling with admiration, resembling a starstruck little fan. Bankura bursts into a hearty laugh. Mission accomplished, communication technology acquired. Lin Yin rejoices, hastily recalling Bankura and Sticky Treasure into their Pokeballs. Of course, Sticky Treasure played a mere supporting role in this battle. He transports Bankura, Garchomp, and Sticky Treasure into the rock secret realm. Understood, host. Suddenly, a virtual frame appears before Lin Yin's eyes, visible only to him, as the three Pokémon arrive in the rock secret realm. Initially, the trio appears somewhat bewildered, but after Lin Yin mutters a few explanations, they quickly adapt and engage in play. Zhu Debiao vanishes without a trace, lost in the crowd, and Lin Yin can only push through the throngs of fans to reach an open area. At this moment, his Pokédex suddenly emits a series of chimes, signaling a call from the fatty. Upon answering, instead of the expected piggish visage, a finely sculpted face appears. Miss Lena, what a surprise. Lin Yin feels a slight embarrassment. Brother Lin, aren't you going to offer your little sister an explanation? Lena regards Lin Yin with playful curiosity. Ahem. Lin Yin clears his throat, chuckling. I was engaged in a bet with someone. I simply sent Fatty in my stead. Lena does not press further, instead adopting a curious tone. Has your Shakiras evolved? How is this Bankura cultivated? Why is the sandstorm so formidable? Clearly, she has watched the match and noted the Shell Beast's condition. Overwhelmed by the sandstorm and fatigued. What a terrifying sandstorm indeed. Lin Yin answers her inquiries in turn. It has evolved. As for the cultivation, it was naturally achieved using quality resources, coupled with this little one's exceptional aptitude. Brother Lin, I haven't had breakfast yet. Lena glances at Lin Yin, letting out a melodramatic sigh. At this moment, Lin Yin notices that her lips are adorned with lipstick, her eyes enhanced with colored contacts, and her hair styled in braids, exuding a blend of Renaissance and European aesthetic charm. In a blue and white ensemble complemented by a gray-white skirt, she adorned herself with the ever-constant white stockings and coffee-colored knee-high boots. Indeed, assembling such an attire required considerable time and effort. Let me treat you. How about dining at the Elven restaurant? Lin Yin proposed. At this moment, Lena retracted her previously melancholic gaze and nodded in satisfaction. The two exchanged places and proceeded to the Elven restaurant, leaving the portly companion behind. Upon entering the Elven restaurant, a server approached, presenting the menu to Lena. I'm on a diet. What will you have? Lena initially intended to jot down a few selections, but paused and instead turned her attention to Lin Yin. Task: balance work and leisure. A suitable date to alleviate the fatigue brought on by battles is indeed an excellent choice. Reward: Ice-type Pokemon Friendship 10. Lin Yin's eyes lit up. The system was indeed generous. Unconstrained by financial concerns, he ordered lavish dishes from the menu. Lina glanced through the offerings and discovered several of her favorites, which eased her tension. Though she aimed to lose weight, she was genuinely hungry. Lin, no? I should refer to you as Dr. Lin. Lina suddenly corrected herself. Does the Frost King also possess a form of Mega Evolution? Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback. What? Lina chuckled. Didn't you request me to cultivate a Frost King? Later, I discovered your esteemed identity as a pioneer in Mega Evolution research, leading me to speculate whether the Frost King might also have a Mega Evolution form. Lina was remarkably candid, expressing her thoughts without reservation. Lin Yin nodded with a smile. Yes, Mega Evolution is the trend of the future. You're a formidable opponent, and I wouldn't want you to lag behind too much. That would be rather dull. Lina's cheeks flushed, surprised by his response. It seemed she had misread the situation. However, Dr. Lin, my Ice-type Pokemon inherently counters your Sandstorm team. I hope you train some Pokemon of different types in the future to avoid being overly targeted. What level is your Frozen Dragon now? Lin Yin inquired. Level 38. I suspect it will take some time to reach the quasi-champion tier, but participating in this GL College Cup will suffice, Lina replied. May I ask if my grandfather, in his youth, ever entangled with your family's champion? Lin Yin leaned closer to Lina, gently inquiring. Lina glanced at Lin Yin, feeling slightly unsettled by his intense breath. Yet she did not shy away. My grandfather and your grandfather were rivals in their youth, as well as enemies. Our families have a history of animosity. Lina's gaze was piercing as it met Lin Yin's. Lin Yin was intrigued to uncover such familial history. I must delve into that, he thought, feeling the absence of an object in his hand and slightly uncomfortable. Come forth, sticky treasure. With a bounce, the adorable creature nestled into Lin Yin's embrace. This little fellow is truly charming. May I pet it? Lina's eyes sparkled as she eagerly focused on the soft and cuddly sticky treasure. Can I hold you, darling? Lina asked with a smile, her features resembling a finely crafted sculpture, devoid of any flaw. Upon seeing Lina, Sticky Treasure hopped excitedly. Lin Yin, feeling somewhat helpless, handed Sticky Treasure over to Lina. You've raised this little one exceptionally well, Lina exclaimed, gently caressing the creature. Naturally, this little darling has consumed countless resources since birth. Its upbringing is consequently remarkable, Lin Yin remarked. Sticky Treasure lay contentedly on Lina's lap, eyes closed, relishing her gentle touch. Dr. Lin, may I inquire if there are other Ice-type Pokemon capable of Mega Evolution, aside from the Frost King? Lina blinked innocently. You were prompted to ask by your grandfather, weren't you? Lin Yin stated directly. Upon hearing this, Lina's face flushed with embarrassment. It was indeed true. Nevertheless, we aren't asking without reason. Feel free to state any demands. Lina's family had a long-standing tradition of cultivating Ice-type Pokemon, ensuring that even those of ordinary lineage could significantly enhance their potential and strength through their training. Thus, any Ice-type capable of Mega Evolution represented a future avenue for their family's advancement. Ice-type Pokemon are often countered by many other types, and the Snow team possesses a significant flaw in lacking a strong cornerstone Pokemon, though the quasi-godly Frozen Dragon can be considered one. Lin Yin observed Lina, her delicate features appearing almost frostbitten with pride, yet her cheeks bore a hint of crimson that ignited the imagination. Standing at 1.7 meters with a slender figure, she epitomized the ideal lover in the minds of many, her aloof demeanor adding an air of haughtiness. Most strikingly, the graceful contour of her form left one in awe. It is often said that beauty and figure cannot coexist, yet Lina embodied both perfectly. Feeling the intensity of Lin Yin's gaze, Lina's heart raced. The man before her inherited the finest traits from both parents, standing tall at 1.85 meters, a championess lineage, remarkable trainer talent, and a doctorate in Pokemon research. Such excellence is rare, even in elite circles. My grandfather stated that any request could be made. Lin Yin's lips curled into a smile as he drummed his fingers on the table. Fully aware that every champion is afforded the opportunity to select quasi-godly Pokemon eggs from the Pokemon Association, Lina's grandfather would naturally have this opportunity, and Lin Yin wondered if he could leverage this connection to help his portly friend, who had long desired a dragon-type quasi-god. Did you wear makeup today? I recall you were barefaced during your visit to the Jiaorua Cup, Lin Yin remarked cheerfully. Lina appeared momentarily lost in thought. She hadn't anticipated Lin Yin's keen observation. Indeed, she had applied makeup today, albeit subtly, using only top-tier skincare products to create a natural look without overt cosmetics. Yes, I did wear makeup. I felt it was a good time to spruce up a bit. Why do you ask? Lina teased. I merely feel that you look more beautiful today than before, Lin Yin replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Lina leaned forward, inexplicably feeling a rush of warmth. Thoughts swirled in her mind. What does he mean by that? After deep contemplation, Lina lowered her head and softly asked, "What do you mean by that?" Her cheeks reddened, resembling a ripe apple. Lin Yin, unperturbed, decided to be forthright. "You mentioned earlier that I could exchange the secrets of Mega Evolution for anything, including—" "Yes, anything indeed." Lina's face deepened in color, a flurry of warmth coursing through her as she met Lin Yin's handsome visage. It was no wonder that he was the offspring of the most beautiful goddess and the most handsome god in South China, truly striking. Women are inherently visual creatures, and Lina was no exception. In the presence of beauty, resistance is futile. If something fails to attract, it simply lacks allure. Lin Yin's excitement peaked as he stood up, slapping the table. "I desire your grandfather's opportunity to select a quasi-god Pokémon egg." Alina was momentarily dazed, hesitating before asking again. "Are you certain you wish for the opportunity to select a quasi-god Pokémon egg?" "And not absolutely. I want your grandfather's chance to choose a quasi-god Pokémon egg," Lin Yin reiterated firmly. Lina's expression stiffened, tinged with disappointment. She realized she had misinterpreted the situation, her emotions swirling with frustration and resentment. Fearing Lin Yin might discern her reaction, she turned away, ignoring him. "I'm going to buy a cup of milk tea." Moments later, she placed Sticky Treasure down and walked briskly towards the exit. Was this a failed negotiation? Lin Yin felt a twinge of confusion, ultimately muttering in resignation. One should progress gradually. Such greed is unwise. In truth, as long as he awaited the evolution of his Sticky Treasure, his Sandstorm team would be in its preliminary formation. Subsequently, opting for both Dragapult and Hydreigon to compensate for the deficiency in air supremacy would be a commendable choice. Although Garchomp could fly, it was not capable of sustained aerial combat. When compared to Dragapult and Hydreigon, it fell short in several aspects. Both Pokémon served as dual attackers, boasting expansive coverage. Dragapult, a Dragon Ghost type, was immune to fighting and normal-type moves. Its ability, Clear Body, prevented any reductions in its stats, allowing it to counter certain moves effectively. The ability Infiltrator was even more remarkable, allowing it to bypass Light Screen and Reflect, making it extraordinarily formidable. Furthermore, its ability Cursed Body had a chance to inflict the opponent with a disable status upon being attacked, rendering them incapable of using their moves, a true blessing for the fortunate. In the game, Infiltrator was frequently utilized, given the high prevalence of light screens and reflects. In reality, all three abilities were quite commendable. Hydreigon, being a Dragon Dark type, was immune to Psychic-type moves and possessed a commendable dual offensive capability. Its ability Levitate allowed it to float in the air, even soaring to the extreme limits of a sandstorm, thus avoiding any inadvertent damage. Acting as a formidable long-range artillery piece was indeed a splendid strategy. Moreover, both Pokémon were remarkably striking. "Host, remember your mission," echoed in Lin Yin's mind. He chuckled. "My Garchomp is 4 times weak to fighting-type moves. I shall select Dragapult, which is immune to fighting moves, as a counter. Surely that is acceptable. Hydreigon, with its Levitate ability, can soar beyond the reach of the sandstorm, serving as a colossal artillery piece. Surely that is acceptable. Regardless of who joined his Sandstorm team, they would be exceptionally fitting, and his roster would once again grow in strength." That is fine," he mused. However, this was merely Lin Yin's fanciful reverie. The rarity of semi-legendary Pokémon was exceedingly high, making them unattainable for the average individual. Even if found in the wild, their potential would often be at a champion level, far from Lin Yin's expectations. Moreover, each semi-legendary Pokémon underwent identity verification by the Pokémon Association, including the Garchomp mother and child from the Elder's Secret Realm. Semi-legendary Pokémon had the power to alter one's fate and social standing, and as strategic-level Pokémon, must be meticulously managed to prevent any loss. Upon witnessing the failed transaction, Lin Yin took a few bites of his meal and prepared to depart. Coincidentally, Lina approached with 2 cups of milk tea, offering one to Lin Yin. "Would you like some?" Chapter 59, The Next Semi-Legend. "It's decided, it shall be you." "Huh, aren't you on a diet?" Lin Yin accepted the milk tea, pondering to himself. So she really did go to buy milk tea. Lina, taken aback by his response, shyly retorted, "What is it to you? With you nurturing so many semi-legendaries, are you certain your resources are sufficient?" Lina initiated, her curiosity piqued. It is known that even among their 2nd and 3rd generations, few dare to rear too many semi-legendaries due to the immense resource expenditure. Furthermore, most semi-legendaries exhibited considerable arrogance. often leading to disputes when gathered together. Most trainers would center their teams around a semi-legendary while selecting auxiliary Pokémon, much like herself, who centered her team around Glastrier. Selecting hail setters, tanks, physical walls, and special attackers, at most opting for one additional semi-legendary Pokémon. In contrast, Lin Yin seemed to thrive, utilizing semi-legendaries as weather setters, speedy attackers, special walls, special attackers, and even contemplating raising yet another semi-legendary. Little did Lina know, Lin Yin not only had the support of the Elder, but also the backing of what seemed to be his biological father's system, making resources a non-issue for him. Currently, each of his Pokémon was equipped with 2 premium items, enjoying an infinite supply of supreme energy cubes, safeguarding move tutors, and various skill learning machines, as well as access to a secret realm of rock. Garchomp could even withstand the energy of a 3rd premium item, awaiting the evolution of Sticky Treasure to select a premium hardstone for it to wear. He could even acquire exclusive berries from the secret realm, continually enhancing his Pokémon's attributes, and could slay members of the Dark Church for double growth buffs. In this light, it was clear that Lin Yin lacked for nothing in terms of resources. The resources are undoubtedly sufficient. Lin Yin smiled gently. Lina pondered, realizing that the previous generation of Lin Yin's family had not been particularly impressive, lacking any highly gifted trainers, which had consequently preserved a significant portion of resources. Unlike her own family, which not only boasted champion-level parents, but also had powerful grandparents, with numerous offspring holding various positions within the Pokémon Association. While this appeared to form a series of intricate networks, in truth, only the Elder, the Ice-type champion, bore the weight of their lineage. Although substantial resources were expended to cultivate talents within the family, leading to its prosperity, the downside was evident. Resources remained insufficient for use. Each individual might possess exceptional potential, yet without adequate resources, they were, of course, better off than the common folk. I suggest you capture a Mimikyu, Lina remarked, gazing at Lin Yin's visage, her smile radiant. One must admit, gazing upon a handsome face could elevate one's spirits. Her mother had once been a fan of Lin Yin's father. Although the Elder's reputation had been less than stellar in the previous generation, he was still a renowned heartthrob. Despite lacking the talent of a trainer, his status as a champion and his striking features had captured the hearts of countless young maidens. Even the most beautiful goddess in South China had succumbed to his charm, leaving innumerable fans in tears upon hearing of Lin Yin's father's marriage, nearly driving Lina's mother to despair. Influenced by her mother, who was enamored with handsome men, Lina's typically icy demeanor stemmed from not having encountered the right person. So handsome. A Mimikyu, you say? A ghost-type Pokémon, possessing the ability Disguise, allowing it to double its speed in sandstorm weather, along with its exclusive move, Tombstone, which grows stronger the more teammates lose their combat capabilities, reaching a maximum power of 200. However, its base stats are rather low. Aside from its ineffective special attack, its usable base stats total only 438, with HP at 72, physical defense at 100, and special defense at 97. At first glance, these appear high, yet the ceiling is too low. Lin Yin pondered for a moment, then shook his head, instead gazing intently at Lina's cheek. For my next choice, I shall still opt for a semi-legendary. Which one do you plan to choose? Lina met Lin Yin's gaze, sipping her milk tea. Currently, my lineup consists of Glastrier and Regice. As for the remaining choices, I'm still contemplating. Lin Yin replied with a smile. Both Frostless and Alakazam with Magic Guard are excellent options. As for Dragapult, its Ice-type moves are unaffected by hail weather. Its Magic Guard ability also renders it impervious to hail, and both Pokémon can Mega Evolve. In this world, some exceptionally gifted trainers possessed unique abilities or traits. For instance, the Bug-type trainer held the Blessing of Bugs, while the girl before him had a unique trait. Lina, Friendship of Articuno. Friendship of Articuno. Ice-type Pokémon Friendship 10. Articuno Group, Friendship 11. These humans possessed physical abilities far surpassing those of ordinary individuals, capable even of undergoing 2 or 3 mega evolutions without succumbing to exhaustion. Lin Yin had made his point abundantly clear. Naturally, Lina was no fool and understood implicitly. I'll relay this information to my father. As for selecting the Pokémon egg, once you've made your decision, just message me. The potential will undoubtedly be champion level. Lina wasted no time and promptly initiated the transaction. Discerning the importance of information regarding Mega Evolution over the singular resource of a semi-legendary egg, Lin Yin nodded. I will send you the images of the Mega Evolution stones. I hope you can gather enough of them. Lin Yin did not make any unreasonable requests, such as asking for evolutionary stones. primarily due to the presence of his esteemed elder. Although the Ice Champion is considered a rival of Lin Yin's father, they also share a camaraderie. After a day filled with delightful indulgence, Lin Yin and Lina strolled through the streets, enjoyed a movie, played video games, and admired the ocean. Their unspoken understanding was palpable, as if they had shared 1,000 words without uttering a single one. How swiftly the day has passed. Lina sighed, stretching languidly while gazing wistfully at the distant shoreline, her heart heavy with reluctance. Indeed, time had flown by. Having spent an entire day together, they found a wealth of topics to discuss, given their shared lineage as descendants of champions. Moreover, Lina's strikingly aloof appearance belied her sweet voice and gentle demeanor, deeply captivating Lin Yin. Compared to other women, Lina, with her compatible background and mutual interests, seemed a most admirable choice. Mission accomplished, Ice-type Pokémon friendship increased by 10. As the evening wore on, Lin Yin impulsively suggested, "Why not spend a night at my villa?" The sea breeze tousled Lina's golden locks, and a flicker of surprise crossed her sculpted features. "All right," she replied. Lin Yin was taken aback. "Really? Is this true?" Clearing his throat, he continued, "My villa is quite spacious, but we need to hire a Fiero to get back." He felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he currently lacked a means of transportation. Previously, he had relied on a friend's Fiero, which had likely scampered back to its owner after Lina had dealt with its trainer. Lina, however, remained unfazed and produced a luxurious Pokeball. "I have a Fiero specifically for travel." In the air, Lin Yin felt a pang of embarrassment. After boasting about his prowess, he had no means of transport. Surely, they could not ride a Bangira back. It would be far too incongruous. Thus, he resolved that his next Pokemon would indeed be the Fiero. Chapter 60, The Three-Headed Dragon. The Three-Headed Dragon, a Dragon Dark-type Pokemon, possesses a notable weakness to Ice-type moves, being doubly vulnerable. However, its Dark typing renders it 4 times weak to Fairy-type attacks, while also being doubly weak against Bug and Fighting moves. Despite these elemental vulnerabilities, its stat distribution is remarkably balanced, boasting an HP of 92, defense of 90, and special defense of 90. While these figures may not seem impressive at first glance, its attack of 105, special attack of 125, and speed of 98 make it an exceptionally formidable dual attacker. With a base stat total of 600, even a haphazard distribution yields considerable strength. Furthermore, the three-headed dragon possesses an extensive move pool, capable of learning a plethora of moves across various types, including Dragon, Dark, Rock, Ground, Fighting, Fire, Water, Steel, Psychic, Electric, Bug, Flying, Ice, Ghost, and Poison. It can learn nearly every move type except for Fairy and Grass, providing it with a diverse array of attack options, many of which boast impressive power, with numerous moves exceeding a power rating of 100, such as Dragon Dive, Outrage, Hyper Beam, Meteor Shower, Head Smash, Giga Drain, Hydro Pump, Earthquake, Flamethrower, Iron Tail, Superpower, Aura Sphere, Final Gambit, and Stone Edge. Most importantly, the three-headed dragon is capable of flight. With a height of 18 meters and a weight of 160 kilograms, its size can easily rival that of a Bangira after proper training, ensuring it can accompany a partner without any embarrassment. However, the three-headed dragon does have its drawbacks. Its ferocious temperament makes it challenging to train. Nevertheless, this is hardly a concern, especially with a stalwart companion like Bangira by its side, for even the mightiest of dragons must be tamed. As the night deepened, Lin Yin cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward. "Come back, Fiero. Arise, Snowy Dragon, Ice Titan, and Frozen Spine Dragon." Lina casually tossed her Pokeball. Upon arrival, she surveyed the surroundings and noted several Pokémon, albeit of common variety, clearly present to maintain ecological balance. "Come forth, Bangira, Sharp-Toothed Shark, and Sticky Pokémon," Lin Yin called. Upon meeting, the Pokémon exhibited a tense atmosphere, having previously battled each other. Sensing the formidable aura radiating from Bangira, the Frozen Spine Dragon let out a low growl, its eyes filled with hostility. "This is not a battle. There is no need for vigilance," Lina reassured, smiling at her Pokémon, her demeanor softening. "Bangira, you three as well. Take the Frozen Spine Dragon out for a stroll." Before Lin Yin could finish, the sticky Pokémon eagerly leapt into Lina's embrace. At their trainer's behest, the little Pokémon were filled with joy. Bangira, as the elder statesman of the group, demonstrated high emotional intelligence, producing several berries from seemingly nowhere to share with the others. "Roar," the Frozen Spine Dragon acknowledged. "Bangira," came the response. "Oh, this little one," Lina said, watching the sticky Pokémon with a hint of exasperation as she gently massaged its neck. The villa offered ample accommodation, allowing for a comfortable stay. Though Lin Yin found himself contemplating the swift progression of their relationship, having only known Lina for a few days before inviting her to his home. Lina felt at ease with Lin Yin. He was not overbearing, treated her warmly, and possessed an alluring charm. She chose a room on the first floor, slipping into her own pajamas. As for why she had packed pajamas, it was merely the practicality of her spatial backpack. If Pokémon could fit into Pokeballs, it was only sensible that clothing could be stored within as well. Lin Yin, however, paid little mind to these details, appreciating Lina's relaxed nature, which brought a sense of vitality to the otherwise solitary villa, especially since his previous companion had fled at the last moment. After retreating to their respective rooms, both opened their Pokédexes simultaneously. Xiaoming, where have you been, my dear friend? I visited your home today, but you were absent. Lina, I'm at the mountain villa. Xiaoming, when did you purchase a villa? I want to visit too. Expression pack. Lina, it's a friend's. The environment is lovely and spacious. I'm planning to train the frozen spine dragon and the others for the upcoming high school cup. Xiaoming, oh, is it a male or female friend? Lina, male. Xiaoming, nanny, expression pack. Fatty, bro, woe is me, this is too intense. Lin Yin, what happened? Fatty, the beauty you invited over is too fierce. What did you two talk about? Lin Yin, we just strolled around and decided to spend some time at the mountain villa. Fatty, what? You invited that beauty to the mountain villa? Did she agree? Lin Yin, she did. The following morning, Lina, dressed in her pajamas, emerged with sleepy eyes, her long legs on full display. Lin Yin, descending in the elevator, was taken aback by her stunning figure but quickly averted his gaze, smiling instead. The weather is splendid today. Would you care for a Pokémon battle? Lina did not decline. Instead, she stretched languidly and sank into the sofa, her form reminiscent of a majestic beast. She instinctively crossed her legs, the pale blue fabric of her pajamas parting to reveal her alabaster thigh. Lin Yin inadvertently caught a glimpse, his face flushing crimson. Do you need one? They work remarkably well. Lina, oblivious, retrieved a facial mask and offered him one. No thanks. But please inform the Ice Champion that I desire a 3-headed dragon egg. I've already sent you the images of the 2 Pokemon's Megastones via email. With that, Lin Yin hurriedly retreated to the courtyard. Lina, somewhat bewildered, cast a glance downward and realized her wardrobe malfunction. She was not one to suffer in silence. She would certainly reclaim this moment of misfortune at a later date. Banjira, you only need to bask in the sun for now. In a few days, we shall practice Mega Evolution together. Lin Yin gently nudged the Banjira lounging in the courtyard. This fellow had reached the threshold of the Quasi-King level, with his strength augmenting month by month, and for the moment, he simply needed to accumulate energy at a leisurely pace. Banjira, the creature perked up, having heard that he was capable of evolving once more, and was filled with excitement. Just as he attempted to rise, he was playfully pushed back down. You should just lie there and soak up the sun. As for the Lin Yin Bao, Lin Yin was less stringent, chuckling. You have yet to transcend from the elite level to the gym leader level. Just continue your daily training with Dragon Pulse. Once your stamina and dragon-type energy reach a certain threshold, evolution will follow. And then there was the Sharpedo. Roar. Your progress is currently the swiftest. I had anticipated that Lin Yin Bao would evolve first, yet here you are instead. Lin Yin was thoroughly pleased, fully aware that this was a testament to Sharpedo's own relentless efforts. While Lin Yin Bao indulged in rest, leisure, play, and even internet browsing, Sharpedo was diligently training alongside his elder brother. Roar, roar. Hearing Lin Yin's praise, Sharpedo puffed up with pride, tilting his head skyward at a 45-degree angle. Ah, my boy. It was worth the trouble to have someone craft those sand-scale energy cubes just for you. Lin Yin gazed at the shimmering scales of Sharpedo and his robust form. Feeling immense joy in his heart, he knew that the moment of evolution was drawing near. Chapter 61. The Emergence of Shiny Mega Sharpedo. At this moment, the energy within Sharpedo had reached its zenith, his keen eyes, powerful limbs, and surging spirit all signifying that evolution was imminent. With the dual growth buff, a plethora of resources, and the attentive guidance from Banjira, Sharpedo was finally set to evolve. The most dashing dragon would soon make his appearance. Sharpedo, you used to love curling up in my arms, and now you're more than capable of holding me. Lin Yin teased. Roar, roar. Sharpedo chuckled, sinking his legs, and with a mighty glare, lifted Lin Yin off the ground. Hey, I was just joking. Don't take it too far, little buddy. Lin Yin laughed, feigning exasperation. Although Sharpedo was a head shorter than Lin Yin, his muscular physique made it easy for him to lift his friend, and he was reluctant to set him down. With a vigorous toss, Lin Yin's mind echoed with the voice, fly higher. Ah, you little rascal, are you serious? Lin Yin exclaimed as he soared through the air, his eyes wide with shock. Just then, accompanied by the roaring of a helicopter, a shadowy figure swooped in, cradling Lin Yin and darting through the low skies. What a rush! Mega Sharpedo, you've evolved. Lin Yin turned his head in delight upon seeing the transformation. Roar! After evolving, Mega Sharpedo exuded an air of aloofness, with a striking visage and an upright posture. After a resounding thud as they landed, Lin Yin circled around Mega Sharpedo, scrutinizing him closely. You look truly magnificent. Initially, Mega Sharpedo managed to contain his excitement, but after Lin Yin's repeated compliments, he could no longer hold back, lifting his head skyward at a 45-degree angle, roaring with glee. Banjira, Lin Yin Bao, and other Pokémon hurried over upon hearing the commotion, gazing at the freshly evolved Mega Sharpedo. Hey, keep it down a bit, Lin Yin said, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he rubbed his forehead in resignation. Well, this kid has finally caught up to his elder brother. Let him revel in his glory. Mission accomplished. Half of the rock's secret realm has been altered to dragon type. In recognition of Mega Sharpedo's outstanding performance, the host is rewarded with 10 secret realm fruits, chosen at will. Lin Yin pondered. Fruits are categorized into ordinary and secret realm varieties. Ordinary fruits include Yueji fruit, thorny fruit, and coconut wood fruit. These can only be utilized to create energy cubes, enhancing the nutrition of Pokémon, but they possess no additional effects. Secret realm fruits, such as sand scale fruit, apricot fruit, and dragon sunshine fruit, offer unique benefits. For instance, long-term consumption of sand scale fruit gradually increases a Pokémon's speed. Currently, Mega Sharpedo is consuming premium energy cubes made from sand scale fruit. Furthermore, both Banjira and Lin Yin Bao do not have access to such privileges. It is evident that Lin Yin holds a special fondness for this little brother, under certain circumstances. He would even allow his elder brother and younger sister to partake in these secret realm fruits. However, it was difficult to acquire a substantial quantity of these fruits, even for the old man, so he decided to provide them solely for Mega Sharpedo's use. With the system's rewards now in play, both Banjira and Lin Yin Bao would also enjoy such benefits. Branch fruit. Long-term consumption gradually increases a Pokémon's physical attack. Dragon fire fruit. Long-term consumption gradually increases a Pokémon's special attack. System, I wish to exchange for 5 of each of these fruit trees, Lin Yin declared. Exchange successful. The branch fruit could be consumed by both Banjira and Mega Sharpedo, and even the 3-headed dragon later on. The dragon fire fruit could be utilized by Lin Yin Bao and the 3-headed dragon. However, 5 fruit trees were insufficient, and he would need to trigger more system tasks to acquire additional quantities in the future. Lin Yin, equipped with communication technology, surveyed the situation in the Dragon Rock secret realm. Among the uneven terrain, an invisible line seemed to divide the area. On one side, a fierce sandstorm raged, reminiscent of the apocalypse. On the other, the scorching sun blazed down upon a vast, heated sea. In the sandstorm environment, fruit trees struggled to thrive. So Lin Yin spaced the 10 trees 10 meters apart, placing them at the very center of the dividing line. Satisfied with his arrangement, Lin Yin nodded in approval. Mega Sharpedo, shiny, gender, male. Type, Dragon Ground. Qualification, champion. Level, 40. Ability, Sand Veil. Held items, Dragon Scale, Premium. Power Band, Premium. Skills, Tackle, Double Chop, Dragon Rage. Sand Abyss, Sandstorm, Sand Toss, Dragon Breath, Dragon Pulse, Stone Edge, Poison Fong, Earthquake, Dig, Spikes, Shadow Claw, Thunder Fong, Fire Fong, Rock Slide, Quick Attack, Bite, Crunch, Dragon Tail. Roar, Leaf Blade, Hurricane, Cut, Dragon Claw, Metal Claw, Swords Dance, Last Resort, Rampage, Meteor Shower, Dragon Dive, Destruction Ray, Rest, Protect. Description, Mega Sharpedo, a sonic Pokémon, is the evolved form of Sharpedo. When it curls its body and spreads its wings, it resembles a jet aircraft capable of flying at supersonic speeds. The standard Mega Sharpedo stands at a height of 19 meters and weighs 95 kilograms, while this one, like Banjira, possesses a formidable physique. Standing at 37 meters and weighing 122 kilograms, it is only a head shorter than elder brother Banjira and in the realm of Mega Sharpedos. Its size is likely to instill fear. Currently, both Banjira and Mega Sharpedo have entered the Quasi-King level, and he is no longer a mere novice to be easily subdued. While Lin Yin Bao may be somewhat lazy, his innate talent and abundant resources ensure that his strength progresses, albeit at a slower pace than Mega Sharpedo. Lin Yin continued to admire Mega Sharpedo. Notably, while a typical Mega Sharpedo takes on a dark blue hue post-evolution, his possesses an exquisite deep blue texture. making him appear even more striking. Is this an evolution? Lina had changed into a new outfit, her golden hair cascading down with two small braids on either side, exuding a whimsical charm. Her cheeks adorned with blush, she donned an unchanging short skirt, white stockings, and black knee-high boots. Indeed, it has evolved, and it has grown even more formidable. Lin Yin's heart surged with excitement. Recalling the two young ones from a mere few months ago, when they were no larger than a soccer ball, their transformation into such imposing figures is nothing short of astonishing. Have you two been consuming hormones? How is it that your physiques have expanded so dramatically? Lina expressed her disbelief. She had encountered large Pokémon before, yet had never beheld such colossal Bankura and Bite Land Shark. Mission: the first battle of the evolved Bite Land Shark. Reward: the Bite Land Shark's coloration will transform into a deep azure upon mega evolution. What manner of reward is this? Moments later, Lin Yin experienced a moment of clarity. The shiny Bite Land Shark indeed adopts a garish purple hue upon evolution, which is rather unappealing. The system is truly meticulous, having considered even such details. Given that it is a battle, it is only fitting to select an opponent of equal prowess for the Bite Land Shark. Undoubtedly, the Dragoness Secret Realm presents itself as a fine choice. Coincidentally, Rockold and Dr. Demu possess a somewhat misguided understanding of mega evolution, providing an opportunity to correct their misconceptions with these two free laborers. Chapter 62. I cast my vote for Dr. Lin. I am heading to the old man's residence. Would you care to join me? Lin Yin inquired with a smile directed at Lina, who was undeniably stunning. She could effortlessly don any attire, her long legs and alluring figure, combined with a high-cold demeanor paired with a youthful visage, evoked flights of fancy. He was no paragon of virtue and found himself quite taken. In both his past life and this one, he had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty, rivaled only by the youth of his own mother. Where are we going? Lina's icy countenance warmed slightly, her cheeks flushing as she pondered. Are we really about to meet the parents? Though they had not yet defined their relationship, they found each other quite agreeable, feelings blossoming in their hearts, leaving her somewhat conflicted. Was this too hasty? Should she accompany him? Yes, we can go together. However, in an instant, she regained her composure, clearing her throat. No, I must not be as aimless as my mother. Lina gently beckoned. Come forth, Pidgeot. The two mounted the Pidgeot and soared swiftly towards the Dragon-type estate. As they approached, the unmistakable aura of Pokémon filled the air, and the one who greeted them was not the usual servant, but Zhutebiao. Old buddy, what brings you here so suddenly without a word? The rotund figure nearly bristled upon seeing Lina, resembling a mouse confronted by a cat. Lina cast a casual glance at him, causing him to tremble with fright. Straightening up to greet her, hello, sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin playfully chased after Zhutebiao, exclaiming, brother, spare me. Lina let out a light cough, her face aglow with embarrassment, and followed the pair into the estate. Once they were inside, Zhutebiao hastily mounted his round Haxorus and dashed away. Lin Yin took the opportunity to explore with Lina, tacitly accepting the matters Zhutebiao had previously mentioned. Of course, Lin Yin had not forgotten the mission that brought them here and soon arrived at Rockold's laboratory. Upon learning of Lin Yin's visit, Rockold promptly ceased his research to welcome him enthusiastically. Noticing the girl accompanying Lin Yin, he exchanged a knowing smile. My young friend Lin. Let us first address the main affair. Why was the Charizard able to successfully mega-evolve before, while our current experiments last a mere 10 seconds? Lin Yin had previously articulated that the bond between trainer and Pokémon, along with the Keystone and Mega Stones, were inextricably linked. Rockold currently possessed only the Mega Stones and advanced equipment. However, the bond between trainer and Pokémon and the Keystone were absent. To attempt to bypass this connection was, in Lin Yin's view, a fool's errand. That is a flawed conclusion, Lin Yin asserted decisively. Your hypothesis is entirely incorrect. Every step I have outlined is indispensable for the process of mega evolution. Rockold looked bewildered, responding helplessly. The bond and connection you speak of between trainer and Pokémon, along with the items linking them, are mere abstractions. Lin Yin was fully aware that the Keystone was his trump card and could not be divulged lightly. However, his Bankura and Bite Land Shark had reached the Quasi-King level, meeting the minimum requirements for mega evolution. These secrets could now be unveiled, especially since the old man had also amassed a considerable collection of Mega Stones. Mission: unveil the final secrets of Pokémon Mega Evolution. Rewards: 20 secret realm berry trees, selectable. Given the varying appetite and energy requirements of each Pokémon, the demand for berry trees differed accordingly. Yet, for both the massive Bankura and Bite Land Shark, 10 berry trees would scarcely suffice. The system remains ever considerate, consistently issuing tasks aligned with his needs. Lin Yin smiled with relief. Rockhold, please arrange a press conference for me. I have decided to reveal the final secrets of Mega Evolution. Kindly assist me in applying for the title of Senior Pokémon Researcher. Lina appeared somewhat anxious, gently tugging at Lin Yin's sleeve, her expression seemingly conveying, "Shoo, don't speak of matters you aren't confident about. Rest assured, this endeavor is nearly foolproof," Lin Yin reassured her. Causing Lina to relax, the man before her exuded a captivating confidence. Rockhold adjusted his glasses, contemplating, "My young friend Lin, according to the regulations of the Pokémon Association, without actual research accomplishments, you can at most be designated as a junior Pokémon researcher. Moreover, given your current research talents, you need not be constrained by such titles." Rockhold appeared conflicted. After all, adhering to protocol was important. Just then, Dr. Demu approached, leaning on his cane. "Young Lin, I will ensure everything is arranged for you. In a day or two, simply wait for the live broadcast of the press conference." "But will those old fellows agree?" Rockhold furrowed his brow, sighing. "Humph. Let us contact them via the Pokédex right now. Whether they agree or not, they must comply," Dr. Demu declared resolutely. In the conference room. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The title of senior researcher is not something to be handed out lightly. What if it fails? The Pokémon Association would become a laughingstock. Everyone, please, before you become agitated, allow me to show you a video." Rockhold, having anticipated this reaction, produced an SD card from his pocket and inserted it into the Pokédex. The blue and white projection illuminated the wall. "Charizard, what is so special about that?" Roar. In the video, Charizard was bound by chains, its entire form blood red, clearly brimming with immense fire-type energy. As the experiment progressed, Dr. Demu's voice resonated. "Energize, increase temperature, inject stimulants, energy agents," accompanied by the unfolding experiment. The engulfed Charizard radiated dazzling flames, resembling a colossal pillar of fire erupting from its mouth, illuminating the sky with a newfound brilliance. Charizard's form gradually expanded, the flames on its tail burning more fiercely. This is Mega Evolution. It has truly succeeded. An unprecedented evolution. Its ability has even transformed. This is the solar power ability. It has truly succeeded. Mega Evolution is not a hoax. Could this theory truly belong to a mere boy? Unbelievable. Many elders, taken aback, applauded in astonishment, some losing their composure and exclaiming in excitement. However, the video of Charizard's Mega Evolution lasted only 10 seconds. As the footage ended, the stunned elders fell into contemplation. One seasoned elder promptly spoke up, regarding Dr. Lin's position. "I have long sensed something amiss. A person of significant contribution to Pokémon history, still labeled as a junior researcher, is laughable. I, along with Old Rock and Brother Demu, cast my vote for Dr. Lin Yin." Many individuals inwardly curse, "Damn old fool, a fence-sitter." Ahem, just as the tide rises, everything is in a constant state of flux. I cast my vote for Dr. Lin. If it weren't for my hoarse voice, I would have voted for Dr. Lin long ago. Mission accomplished. 22. Initial reward of the Spirit Egg has been distributed. Final rewards. Keystone and Mega Evolution Stone. Selectable. Chapter 63. The Mega Stone of Banjira. Lena followed Lin Yin, and along the way, she encountered numerous Dragon-type Pokémon amidst a vibrant, lush environment that filled her with joy. Of course, the most significant aspect was the delightful company. A panel suddenly appeared before Lin Yin, displaying the page for the system's reward distribution. The Keystone was stored in the system's space, and as for the Mega Evolution Stone, it was a natural choice for Banjira. The fierce biting land shark had just evolved and required some time to stabilize, making it unsuitable for practicing Mega Evolution. In his heart, Lin Yin silently declared, "I choose Banjira's Mega Evolution Stone." Banjira Mega Evolution Stone. System produced once equipped. Banjira can continuously enhance its attribute energy, Dark Rock, surpassing the effects of hard stone and black glasses, and during Mega Evolution, it reduces the trainer's stamina consumption, even lifting the limit on the number of Mega-evolved Pokémon. Keystone. System produced worn by the trainer. It can continuously enhance the trainer's physical condition, potentially reaching the pinnacle of physicality found in true Newtown. Lin Yin's eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. The Megastone not only possessed the effects of two exceptional items, but also allowed for unlimited Mega Evolution of Pokémon, provided the trainer's body could withstand it. However, Lin Yin was unperturbed, for this Keystone was even more outrageous. It could potentially grant the ultimate physical condition of true Newtown in the Pokémon world, enduring even the might of divine beasts. What's wrong? Lena glanced at Lin Yin, feeling he looked quite handsome, unaware of any impropriety. Nothing, Lin Yin replied with a smile. Donning the keystone himself while transferring the Mega Evolution Stone to Banjira within the Rock Dragon's secret realm. In the Rock Dragon's secret realm, Banjira, having received the Mega Stone, was elated, its internal attribute energy brimming to the extreme, causing the sandstorm to intensify. Moreover, dark energy swirled around Banjira's body, gradually permeating the sandstorm. A sticky treasure lay atop a fruit tree, munching on dragonfire fruit, when it lifted its head, sensing a disturbance. A terrifying scene unfolded before its eyes. The sandstorm, akin to hell, obscured the sky, each grain of sand enveloped in dark energy. Rather than a mere blizzard of yellow sand, it was as if an abyss had descended. Merely approaching would instill fear, and even Pokémon with weaker willpower would succumb to terror. This was the result of attribute energy being utilized to its fullest, a pursuit Lin Yin fervently desired, the weather master of his dreams. Once Banjira unleashed this abyssal sandstorm, who could rival it? This sandstorm could even strengthen continuously. Ever since Banjira's evolution, its appetite had grown immensely, requiring the consumption of an entire mountain rich in rock-type energy at regular intervals. Fortunately, the Rock Dragon's secret realm was abundant in rocks. Banjira inhaled deeply, causing tremors in the surroundings, and countless stones erupted like a fountain, all flowing into Banjira's mouth. Burp. Having feasted, Banjira let out a few roars, expressing its emotions, almost as if calling out, "Roar!" At this moment, the fierce biting land shark arrived in response, letting out a cry that echoed like thunder. As the fierce biting land shark entered the abyssal sandstorm, it moved as effortlessly as a fish in water, its speed rivaling that of a jet as it circled the edge of the sandstorm. With the sand veil ability activated, and after prolonged exposure to the sandstorm, the fierce biting land shark seemed to don an invisibility cloak, disappearing without a trace, not a hint of its presence detectable. Banjira stomped heavily, shaking a massive stone that jutted out from the ground, and the fierce biting land shark reappeared near the boulder. In a flash of light, Dragon Claw was unleashed. Once again, the fierce biting land shark vanished, turning the boulder into mere dust, blending into the abyssal sandstorm. The sticky treasure gazed in awe, its eyes sparkling. "My big brother and second brother are so cool." Lin Yin observed everything with great satisfaction. This was as it should be. Everything was right. This was his expectation, a top-tier weather master of sandstorms, overwhelming the opponent. The assassins of the sandstorm emerged from the abyss, striking down enemies unseen. With Mega Evolution, he would scarcely regard typical elite opponents. Of course, he had not forgotten his current task, the first opponent for the fierce biting land shark after its evolution. "I'll take you to a wonderful place," Lin Yin said to Lena, not forgetting his good brother, Zhu Debiao. Half a day later. "Where has that fatso run off to? I can't find him anywhere." Lin Yin sighed in exasperation, unaware that the plump fellow had been frightened by Lena and had packed his bags to flee. Previously, the old man had used connections to have the little fatso specially recruited into the Kyoto University Cultivation Department, and it was likely that Zhu Debiao would start classes tomorrow. Since he couldn't find him, there was nothing to be done. Lin Yin led Lena to the entrance of the dragon's secret realm. He attempted to awaken the gift of the fast dragon within him, but found it ineffective. He still couldn't enter. How awkward. Approaching the dragon's secret realm. "Would you like to use the fast dragon's gift to enter?" Lin Yin was overjoyed and quickly thought, yes. Passing through the ethereal shadows, the two arrived in the dragon-type secret realm. It was still a forest, but unlike before, the companion was not the old man, but Lena. "Is this the dragon-type secret realm belonging to the dragon champion?" Lena's brow quivered slightly, evidently surprised to find herself in such a place. "Come forth, Frost Dragon," Lena commanded softly. Compared to before, Frost Dragon had grown larger, its level elevated, appearing poised for action, clearly on the verge of evolution. Lin Yin smiled. "Frost Dragon. This is the dragon-type secret realm. Take in the atmosphere here to prepare well for your evolution." Roar. Lena stepped forward, gently stroking Frost Dragon, saying, "Banjira and the fierce biting land shark have both evolved. You must keep pace." Roar. Frost Dragon's gaze was resolute. In the dragon-type secret realm, Frost Dragon was undoubtedly safe. The energy within was rich and devoid of any violent aura, making it an excellent nurturing ground for dragon-type Pokémon. Lin Yin had barely stayed a moment when a dragon's roar echoed from afar, creating a tremendous wave that shattered trees. "It's a giant fast dragon," Lin Yin exclaimed. He shouted toward the direction of the fast dragon. "I brought the fierce biting land shark. Accept my challenge." From the moment the fierce biting land shark's egg was taken, He had anticipated this battle. Back then, the giant fast dragon had allowed him to take the fierce biting land shark in consideration of the old man's reputation, and now he sought to prove his strength. The aura of the giant fast dragon enveloped him, and Lin Yin stood firm. Lena, feeling the overwhelming presence, turned pale, and Lin Yin stepped forward to shield her. As she exhaled a breath of anxiety, her body sagging against his back. Roar! A roar echoed from the sky. It was the giant fast dragon sending a dragon to retrieve him. Lin Yin's eyes sharpened as he threw out a pokeball from his waist and commanded, "Fierce biting land shark, get ready for battle." Chapter 64. Re-entering the dragon's secret realm to face the giant fast dragon. The 7 stars bluebird, with wings unfurled, resembling a mist enveloped in clouds. Its size is truly colossal. Dragon-type Pokémon, known for their lengthy lifespans, thrive in this mystical realm, making such a formidable stature unsurprising. The Qixi Qingniao, aware of the visitor's status, did not impose any challenges but rather bowed down to invite them aboard. "My grandfather's ice-type secret realm bears similarities to this one. I shall take you there one day, where you will encounter an unexpected Pokémon," exclaimed Lena. Concealing her mouth with her hands, her curiosity about the surroundings palpable, her voice laced with mystery. "Unexpected? What do you mean?" Lin Yin scratched his head, chuckling. "You'll find out in due time. For now, I shall keep it a secret." Lena's lips curled into a mischievous smile, her playful demeanor contrasting with her otherwise mature appearance. "Haha, I eagerly await that revelation." Lin Yin laughed heartily, fully aware that the Pokémon Lena alluded to might very well be the legendary Articuno. As Lena surveyed her surroundings, she noticed several massive dragon-type Pokémon, her expression turning pensive. "Are you certain you wish to challenge these dragon-type Pokémon with your Garchomp?" "Rest assured, dragon types do not adhere to the principle of the strong preying on the weak. My Garchomp is unrivaled among its peers." Lin Yin spoke with unwavering confidence in his second brother. In the midst of their conversation, the Qixi Qingniao arrived at their destination. Before they could react, it flapped its wings, stirring up clouds of dust, and in the blink of an eye, soared into the sky, vanishing from sight. Before them stood the colossal figure of the secret realm's master, an immense dragonite. Months had passed, and though much had changed, Lin Yin returned, now unafraid of the dragonite's imposing presence. Previously, he had cowered behind his elder, unable to meet the dragonite's searing gaze, and had only avoided humiliation thanks to Shakira's intervention. However, after receiving a slap from the dragonite, he was also bestowed with a sweet date, a gift from the dragonite. Today, Lin Yin intended to express his gratitude. That sweet date was indeed a fitting gift. "Come forth, Banjira." Garchomp. With a roar, Banjira emerged, shrouded in an aura of darkness, causing the ground beneath to crumble into dust. The sandstorm ability activated, transforming the surrounding dust into a swirling abyssal storm. The memories of the dragon-type lineage surged within, an undeniable connection resonating with the majestic dragonite, his ancestor. Despite not being of the same species, interbreeding among dragon types is commonplace. Thus it was not inaccurate to proclaim Garchomp as a descendant of dragonite. Standing alongside Banjira, Garchomp exuded an overwhelming confidence. Far removed from the discarded Pokémon egg it once was, it had evolved into an exceptional specimen among dragon types. This confidence stemmed not only from its own prowess, but also from its trust in Lin Yin, believing he would guide it to even greater heights. Lin Yin stood before his 2 Pokémon, staring intently at the imposing dragonite, bolstered by his resolve. Yet, if it came to a confrontation between him and the dragonite, he could only liken it to the flickering of a bathroom light. Suddenly, the air fell silent, the atmosphere turning eerie. Lin Yin glanced back to find his brother Banjira and second brother Garchomp glaring menacingly at the dragonite, as if ready to pounce. Especially Banjira, who leaned forward, poised to protect Lin Yin. During his first visit, he sensed the elder creature harbored ill intentions toward him, and thus, caution had taken root. What Banjira failed to realize was that the previous encounter had merely been a test. The dragonite, having lived for countless ages, had no inclination to bully the weak. Moreover, before departing, it had gifted Lin Yin with a portion of its dragon energy, granting him unrestricted access to this realm, a privilege no one else in Hua country, save for the elder, possessed. Realizing the misunderstanding, Lin Yin quickly interjected, "Banjira, cease your glare. Garchomp, you too, the dragonite is our elder." Banjira remained apprehensive. "Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, the last encounter was merely a test from the dragonite. It bore no genuine intent to harm me," Lin Yin chuckled. At this revelation, Banjira cautiously withdrew, adopting a more relaxed demeanor, a goofy grin replacing its tense posture. The Dragonite, pleased with Lin Yin's attitude, marveled at his trainer's aptitude. In its memory, it felt as if it had merely taken a brief slumber. Upon awakening, it found that the young trainer had returned and Banjira had evolved. Even the once dormant Pokémon egg had transformed into Garchomp. Observing the robust physique, commanding presence, and regal aura radiating from the two Pokémon, the Dragonite felt utterly astonished. The duo's strength had reached such heights. What would happen if it were to slumber a few more times? Would their power surpass its own? The Dragonite held Lin Yin in high regard. The youth's demeanor was far superior to that of the elder, and his trainer potential was commendable. A thought sparked within the Dragonite. Should it bestow another Pokémon upon this promising young trainer? With a gleeful roar, the Dragonite's eyes sparkled with delight. Lin Yin, feeling a twinge of trepidation, took a step back. Dragonite, are you suggesting you wish to gift me several Dragon-type Pokémon? The Dragonite nodded vigorously, then emitted a triumphant call. From all directions, numerous shadows emerged, growing larger with each passing moment, revealing themselves to be a plethora of Dragon-type Pokémon, including several quasi-legendary specimens. Lin Yin scratched his head, initially inclined to refuse, but upon reflection, realized this was an unparalleled opportunity. However, considering that dragon types reproduce at a sluggish pace, during his last visit he had only received a single Pokémon egg, and it had only been a few months. There likely wouldn't be any newly hatched Pokémon. Furthermore, the Dragonite had an arrangement with the Elder, providing the Pokémon Association with dragon-type eggs in exchange for rare items. Indeed, most of the sought-after quasi-legendary dragon types were either adult or fully matured, with hardly any in their initial forms. Is there a specific dragon-type Pokémon that you desire? Lin Yin discreetly inquired of Lina, though the Dragonite was keenly aware of their exchange. Lina met Lin Yin's gaze, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. I do not require one. Are you not aiming to assemble a quasi-legendary team? Many of those Pokémon would fit your needs splendidly. Besides, our family excels in breeding ice types, and typical dragon types are no match for my ice Pokémon. Lin Yin pondered for a moment, realizing she had a point. However, every trainer has Pokémon that best align with their attributes, and it would be unwise to force dragon types upon Lina. Lina bashfully remarked, the Dragonite is still awaiting your response. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Yin found no suitable Pokémon that caught his fancy, and thus shook his head. There is nothing appropriate. The Dragonite's expression soured, its displeasure stemming from the perceived inadequacy of its offspring. Why were they so unproductive? Yet, Lin Yin suddenly recalled the rewards he had received for completing a previous task. Scan for the rarest treasures within a 10 kilometers radius. Dragonite, given that I have nurtured Garchomp so well, may I select a treasure from your collection? Lin Yin inquired with a grin. The Dragonite scrutinized Garchomp for a considerable time before howling with joy, clearly satisfied with this descendant. With a swift motion, the Dragonite rummaged behind itself and eventually tossed forth a long, sharp stone. Garchomp leaped to catch it with agility. Priority Claw, premium crafted from the claws of the immense Dragonite. This item enhances a Pokémon's alertness, reflexes, and speed, granting the ability to strike first in battle. Upon lightly touching the item, Garchomp recognized it as a precious treasure, instantly enamored. Lin Yin felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Previously, he had been troubled, contemplating where to procure the equipment for his Garchomp, but now, fortune had smiled upon him. However, Garchomp gazed at Lin Yin with a hint of hesitation. Accept the goodwill of your ancestor, Lin Yin chuckled. The colossal Dragonite let out a low growl. Are you suggesting I may select a treasure? Yet, it requires Garchomp to accept a challenge? Lin Yin inquired, perplexed. At that moment, a dragon-type Pokémon strode forward confidently, its robust muscles and lustrous scales vividly reflecting its impressive development. Defeating it? A trivial matter. Lin Yin was eager for Garchomp to showcase its prowess. Be cautious, Lin. Lina cautioned softly, her brow furrowed, recognizing the formidable nature of the dragon-type Pokémon before them. Dragon-type Pokémon were known for their impulsive nature. In simpler terms, they preferred to act rather than engage in excessive chatter. Fong Dragon, male, rock dragon type, king level qualification, level 46, ability, hard head, immune to recoil damage from moves. Item, Dragon Scale. Skills, ultimate impact, dual blade headbutt, earthquake, rock polish. Description, Fong Dragon, a tyrant Pokémon, is the evolved form of the baby tyrant dragon. Its powerful jaws can crush thick iron plates as if they were mere paper, leading to its prideful reputation as invincible in ancient times. Typically, a Fong Dragon stands at 2.5 meters tall and weighs 270 kilograms, but this one before them boasted an impressive height of 3 meters. Nevertheless, Compared to Garchomp's towering 3.7 meters, it appeared relatively diminutive. Fong Dragon is doubly weak to Dragon and Steel types, and Dragon moves receive additional boosts from Garchomp's inherent abilities. Thus, employing physical moves such as Dragon Claw and Dragon Rush would be the most strategic choice. Garchomp, prepare for Swords Dance. Lin Yin commanded. Swords Dance, a typical status move, significantly enhances the user's physical attack. Fong Dragon, undeterred, emanated a pale gray aura. Rock Polish, a rock-type status move, polished its body to substantially increase its speed. The enormous Dragonite observed the scene intently, while Fong Dragon's actions could be perceived as bullying. It had resolved that as long as Garchomp did not suffer a devastating defeat, Lin Yin could choose a treasure. However, the colossal Dragonite had miscalculated. For Garchomp was not destined to lose. Dragon Dance, a flying-type physical move, it allowed Garchomp to gain an upper hand in speed, leaving Fong Dragon with no choice but to defend. Fong Dragon, seasoned from countless battles, recognized that targeting Garchomp's legs would be a wise strategy against this speedster. Thus, it gathered a flickering crimson energy atop its head. Dual Blade Headbutt, a rock-type physical move with a power of 150, would inflict substantial damage while also harming Fong Dragon itself. However, due to its hard head ability, it would not suffer recoil damage. Dragonite sighed deeply, reflecting on the situation. Despite Garchomp's commendable training, it remained naively optimistic. How could Garchomp possibly match Fong Dragon? Lin Yin smirked at the opponent's foolishness, attempting to exploit Garchomp's speed through a swift Dragon Dance to deliver a decisive blow. This move might work on other Garchomps, but for Lin Yin's, it was inconsequential. As Fong Dragon charged towards Garchomp, the ground erupted into a swirling cloud of dust, a result of Garchomp's claws scraping against the earth, causing its form to seemingly vanish. Fong Dragon missed its attack, and the swirling sand obstructed its vision. Lin Yin lamented this turn of events. While Fong Dragon possessed formidable strength, without a trainer's guidance, it could barely unleash even 110 of its potential, a true pity. Engaging with such an opponent was rather uninteresting. Garchomp, bring calm to the chaos and conclude this battle. With a roar, Garchomp unleashed a thunderous cry that resonated from all directions, catching Fong Dragon off guard. Suddenly, a shadow emerged in the sky, akin to a low-flying aircraft, racing towards the bewildered Fong Dragon. A massive surge of dragon energy converged, intertwining with the mystical energies of the realm, enhancing the power of this dragon rush. The already formidable dragon attribute, combined with the dark energy within Garchomp, left Fong Dragon trembling. By the time it realized Garchomp was upon it, it was too late. With a resounding crash, Fong Dragon was sent flying, crashing through several trees. It had been defeated in a single strike. Roar, roar, roar. The observing dragon-type Pokémon were left in stunned silence. What had transpired? Was that not Fong Dragon's signature move? How could it have been evaded? As the dust settled, it was unmistakable. Fong Dragon lay prostrate. Roar? Even the colossal Dragonite was baffled. In its eyes, Fong Dragon had lived for decades and held a level advantage over Garchomp. It seemed impossible for a novice to triumph. Yet, this moment had delivered a resounding slap to its face. With a series of roars, the enormous Dragonite signaled for the others to carry Fong Dragon away, finding the spectacle utterly humiliating. Garchomp, you were magnificent, Lin Yin exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Garchomp, unrestrained, reveled in its victory, letting out a joyous roar. Has this boy truly found a cheat? Lena pondered, struggling to comprehend the situation. While she could understand the strengthening of a bonnet, Garchomp's newfound strength was utterly bewildering. I am the one who has harnessed a cheat, Lin Yin replied with a smile. Lena misinterpreted Lin Yin's remark as playful teasing and haughtily turned away, declaring, I don't believe you. Ahem. The colossal Dragonite roared several times, waving a hand, indicating that Lin Yin could choose freely, embodying the essence of extravagance. With a grin, Lin Yin queried, Oh, Dragonite Elder, may I select anything? Dragonite patted its chest, asserting that everything was under its purview. Whatever Lin Yin desired was his to take. Lin Yin chuckled slyly, preparing to take full advantage of the opportunity. Warning, just remember, if you regret it later, don't blame me. System, I wish to employ the scanning technique to survey the treasures nearby. Operation successful. Currently detecting 3 treasures of the utmost value. Display them to me at once. Lin Yin urged inwardly, bemused by the system's newfound penchant for suspense. Chapter 66, Seed of Illusion. 1. Dragon Chi, formed from the last breath of the leaders of the dragon's secret realm throughout generations, currently stored in the Dragon Tomb. Effect, significantly enhances the internal dragon energy, including skill potency and qualification enhancement. 2. Dragon Tooth, an artifact left by dragon-type Pokémon. Its existence birthed the dragon's secret realm. However, over time, the power of the dragon tooth has eroded. Effect similar to Dragon Chi. 3. Seed of Illusion, a blessing bestowed by the playful mythical Pokémon Celebi. Yet to be planted. Effect: when cultivated in the secret realm, it can yield special fruit with diverse attributes. The realm encompasses various attributes, resulting in a variety of fruits. Consuming them can increase attribute energy, and the illusion tree can grow indefinitely and bear fruit. Each of these items possesses its own merits and drawbacks. Both Dragon Chi and Dragon Tooth would serve as excellent enhancement tools for Garchomp. However, this young one has already donned 3 pieces of equipment, and the sticky Pokémon has adorned itself with 2 items. Thus, the remaining 2 treasures are not essential. In contrast, the illusory seed is far more suited to Lin Yin's current circumstances. Firstly, it enhances the attribute energy within the spirit, and the attribute energy amplified by consuming attribute fruits surely surpasses the speed of absorbing energy from the secret realm. Most importantly, the illusory tree has the potential for limitless growth. Could it possibly draw upon the secret realm's energy in the future and evolve into the world tree? With this thought in mind, Lin Yin no longer hesitated and made a decisive judgment. He strode forward boldly into the lair of the colossal Dragonite, selecting his choices under the watchful gaze of the creature. Initially, he examined the Dragon Chi and Dragon Fangs. The Dragon Chi was not ethereal, but rather crystalline and translucent, resembling a piece of amber, while the Dragon Fangs were astonishingly as thick as Lin Yin's arm. He could distinctly feel the immense Dragonite's gaze sweeping over him as he touched these 2 items. Ultimately, Lin Yin set these 2 objects aside and chose the inconspicuous illusory seed, which was no larger than a thumbnail, from a corner. This scene did not escape the notice of the gigantic Dragonite, which let out a series of roars, seemingly questioning Lin Yin's choice. Lin Yin replied firmly, "I'm certain. This is a significant find." However, in the eyes of the enormous Dragonite, it appeared as though Lin Yin was too modest to seize its treasures and merely picked a random item. This was in stark contrast to that old man, and the Dragonite found itself increasingly fond of this junior, letting out low growls, its gaze softening. A touch of guilt washed over Lin Yin. After retrieving Banjira and Gyarados, he bid farewell to the Dragonite and departed the realm with Lena. The gigantic Dragonite observed this scene, as if to say, "You are welcome to return anytime, young one." "What made you choose a mere pebble?" Lena inquired, puzzled and concerned that Lin Yin might regret his decision. There were so many valuable items, like the Dragon Fangs and those others. Lin Yin, fully aware of the illusory seed's worth, replied with a smile, "Rest assured, its value is not inferior to those." Lena scrutinized the seed closely, her face a mask of skepticism, almost visibly displaying her disbelief. First battle with Gyarados completed. Gyarados, shiny, has undergone mega evolution, changing to a deep azure hue, and has received additional rewards in the form of tree fruits. "Please select your tree fruits," the system announced. Lin Yin inwardly acknowledged. "Once again, the same 2 types of fruit trees. Let us split them equally and plant them at the boundary between rock and dragon. And also assist me in planting the illusory seed at the heart of the secret realm." He mused, recognizing that this particular object was his greatest harvest, and he was pleasantly surprised by the system's additional rewards. "Worry not. The value of this item far exceeds your imagination," Lin Yin reassured Lena, his face beaming. The moment the illusory tree seed was planted, the ground remained undisturbed, but soon after, the energy of the entire secret realm began to converge towards the illusory tree. With a resounding rumble, the ground started to crack, and the illusory tree began to take root and sprout. In mere moments, its roots entwined for thousands of miles, assimilating the secret realm's tree fruits. From a seed no larger than a thumbnail, a towering tree emerged, casting a vast shadow. At this moment, the secret realm underwent subtle transformations. The formerly parched ground became pliable and rich in moisture. Clearly, the arrival of the illusory tree imbued the once desolate secret realm with vitality. As the commotion subsided, Banjira, Gyarados, and Gligar instinctively approached the illusory tree, their faces lighting up with joy upon proximity. It was evident that being near the illusory tree conferred numerous benefits upon them. After all, it was an item of an illusory spirit, far surpassing conventional quality. Lin Yin then noticed that the original 30 secret realm fruit trees had transformed into branches of the illusory tree, demonstrating their assimilation. This implied that the fruits borne by these trees would not only enhance physical and special attack, but also bolster corresponding attribute energy. Goodness, how terrifying. A chilling thought crossed Lin Yin's mind. What if ordinary fruit trees were placed within the secret realm? Only secret realm fruit trees can be assimilated by the illusory tree. The system clarified, dispelling his train of thought. However, Lin Yin did not abandon this idea, for the system would continuously provide tasks to acquire secret realm fruit trees. With the addition of the illusory tree, the strength of his 3 spirits would increase with remarkable swiftness. Attribute fruit. Consuming this will stabilize the roots of the spirit and compensate for the deficiencies caused by rapid leveling. Lin Yin read, nearly moved to tears. Was this not tailor-made for his spirits? Lin, what's wrong? Lena asked, puzzled by Lin Yin's persistent grin. Ahem, nothing much. I'm just a bit excited as we approach the GL University Cup preliminaries, Lin Yin replied with a smile. Oh, I hope we don't run into each other then. I really don't want to face off against a freak like you. Lena sighed. By the way, your frost dragon is about to evolve. Why not train it in the dragon's secret realm? Lin Yin suggested. Lena blushed slightly, replying with a shy smile. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? We're all family. There's no need to feel awkward, Lin Yin chuckled. Lena nodded softly, her cheeks flushing like the dawn. Time swiftly passed, and night fell. While Lena ventured to the dragon's secret realm for training, Lin Yin observed the training of his 3 spirits. Under the nurturing of the illusory tree, Banjira's sandstorm grew even more formidable. Gyarados relentlessly practiced swords dance. While Lin Yin mused on how splendid it would be if this creature could learn dragon dance. Practicing attack while simultaneously enhancing speed would yield a remarkable effect. Frankly, water and bug types could learn dragon dance, yet Gyarados, being a ground dragon, could not. Such a disgrace. It was evident that the developers had disabled Gyarados' access to dragon dance for game balance reasons. Task. It is utterly laughable that Gyarados, a dragon type, cannot learn dragon dance. Objective. Defeat 10 trainers from the Dark Church. Reward. Special permission for Gyarados to learn dragon dance. Chapter 67. Task. Gyarados' dragon dance. System. Even you find this intolerable? Indeed. Yet, where could one find trainers from the Dark Church? These individuals were like cockroaches in a kitchen, difficult to eliminate and utterly repugnant. Nevertheless, Lin Yin remained unperturbed, knowing that solutions would arise when the time came. Before he could revel further in his thoughts, the Pokédex suddenly chimed. Ding ding ding. Is that the old man calling? Could there be good news? Lin Yin answered the call. On the screen appeared a large, yellow face. Lin Yin quickly greeted, Hello, Dragonite. Where's Grandpa? Ahem, I'm right here. The old man snatched the Pokédex and wore a mischievous grin. Lin Yin felt a sense of foreboding. TSK, TSK, TSK. My grandson is truly remarkable. I heard you managed to win over that old man's granddaughter? The old man beamed with delight. What? Lin Yin exclaimed, flustered. Oh, my grandson is truly impressive. I just called that old man and gave him a piece of my mind. The look on his face when he was exasperated nearly made me laugh myself to tears. The old man guffawed, tears streaming down his face. Lin Yin felt a wave of dread. Was the old man inadvertently setting him up for trouble? Would the ice champion come riding on a Charizard to confront him? The old man, however, was unafraid and vividly recounted the earlier exchange, clearly relishing the moment. Surely that ice champion wouldn't. Lin Yin hesitated. Rest assured, a person as exceptional as my grandson could only be a source of envy. That old man would be lucky to even reach his ancestral grave. Who could possibly become a top-tier Pokémon professor at the tender age of 18? The old man chuckled heartily, his hands resting on his waist as he gazed skyward. You're set to showcase Mega Evolution live tomorrow. Are you certain you can succeed? A hint of concern lingered in his voice. For the matter at hand significantly impacted his grandson's reputation and the trajectory of various influential factions in the future. Should any of the reigning champions' Pokémon achieve Mega Evolution, their power could potentially be transformed, while those unfortunate champions lacking such Pokémon would be compelled to start anew. The power dynamics within the Pokémon Association would undoubtedly undergo a substantial upheaval. The old man was eager to unveil Mega Evolution, envisioning countless individuals flocking to purchase Megastones from him, thus reaping greater rewards. Moreover, among his principal Pokémon, Xerneas, Garchomp, and Salamence, each possessed the potential to Mega Evolve, presenting him with an extraordinary enhancement. Lin Yin declared with unwavering confidence, Of course, I am filled with assurance. Yet, he swiftly shifted the conversation, adding, however, I harbor concerns regarding potential troublemakers. The old man's brows furrowed in irritation as he grunted, I shall accompany you tomorrow to provide protection. Let us see who dares to cause you trouble. With the old man's assurance, Lin Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him. His discovery promised to benefit humanity as a whole, and aside from a few nefarious organizations, he doubted anyone would oppose him. Kid, I noticed that old man's granddaughter is quite beautiful. Be sure to treat her well, the old man remarked with a knowing smile that only men could comprehend. Before abruptly hanging up the phone, leaving Lin in no time to respond. Tomorrow was destined to be fraught with challenges. Once Mega Evolution was revealed, one could only imagine the tempest it would unleash. Lost in thought, Lin Yin drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, within the leading television station of Huagua, Dr. Dinyu tirelessly orchestrated every detail. Is it true? Pokémon can evolve once more? Numerous curious onlookers brandished microphones, eagerly awaiting Dr. Dinyu's insights. Even an array of internet celebrities, eager to ride the wave of excitement, began to appear. Doctor, could you enlighten us on the current status of Mega Evolution research? It was crucial to note that in the realm of ordinary citizens, there existed not a whisper of information regarding Mega Evolution. For the common folk, the concept of Mega Evolution was akin to a colossal stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. This topic had rapidly gained traction online, escalating in fervor, with incessant discussions surrounding Mega Evolution. What precisely is Mega Evolution? What transformations might it bring about? Could it alter the very fabric of our world? The discovery of Mega Evolution by any scientist would mark a monumental milestone for humanity. As the list of papers was unveiled, it turned out that the concept of Mega Evolution was attributed to an obscure professor, shrouding the matter in layers of secrecy. What are the prerequisites for Mega Evolution? Why has this phenomenon emerged suddenly? Could it be in response to the sinister cult lurking in the shadows? What? A live broadcast tomorrow to unveil Mega Evolution, and a demonstration will take place. One hot topic after another propelled the situation to a fever pitch, with netizens swiftly absorbing the unfolding news. No one was devoid of anticipation for tomorrow's Mega Evolution livestream. Some companies even declared holidays, while others postponed competitions in light of the impending broadcast. This monumental event, poised to reshape the human world, was sure to incite a whirlwind of chaos. Numerous influencers seized the opportunity and hastily initiated live streams to capitalize on the momentum. Among them, Liang Di from Anong City was utterly bewildered. He had just concluded a social engagement with friends when he suddenly sensed that the world had dramatically shifted. What is happening? Is this real? Can Pokémon truly evolve again? Each piece of information jolted his worldview. In pursuit of verification, he even accessed the Pokémon Association's official website. Tomorrow, Dr. Lin Yin would unveil Mega Evolution live on the Pokémon Index. Goodness, it's genuinely Mega Evolution. Liang Di's heart raced, his hands trembling with excitement. Coming from humble beginnings, he was a renowned influencer with millions of followers, yet had struggled to ascend to the quasi-champion level, primarily due to insufficient strength. The inability to capture high-quality Pokémon had hindered his progress. At the quasi-champion level, Pokémon had become a strategic resource, unattainable even with wealth. Liang Di had amassed considerable wealth, yet acquiring a Pokémon of exceptional quality remained nearly impossible. Now, however, hope glimmered on the horizon. If he could manage to have just one Pokémon that could Mega Evolve, his strength would surge, propelling him into the quasi-champion ranks and bridging the gap to a new echelon. To ride the wave of excitement, or to be the first to acquire information on Mega Evolution, he opted to commence a live stream. Has the influential Liang Di begun streaming? Is it in anticipation of tomorrow's Mega Evolution? Liang Di warmly greeted his fans, maintaining the same content as before, though his mind wandered elsewhere. Tomorrow marks the moment the Pokémon Association reveals Mega Evolution. Let us speculate on which Pokémon Dr. Lin Yin will unveil for Mega Evolution. Suddenly, Liang Di's thoughts jolted as he recalled the name Lin Yin. He was all too familiar with it, for it was this individual who had bested him in a previous challenge. Could it be mere coincidence? Surely, such an extraordinary twist of fate couldn't be real. What was he pondering? He was merely a young man. Even if his lineage granted him powerful Pokémon, achieving the status of Pokémon Professor required more than just noble heritage. Chapter 68. I shall name it Mega Evolution. As events continued to unfold, countless individuals eagerly awaited the dawn of tomorrow, while the orchestrator, Lin Yin, had already succumbed to slumber. The sky began to brighten. Within the Pokémon Association's conference room, the Dragon Champion had given his assent, yet lamented, however, the cost of these Mega Stones is exorbitant. A few trivial benefits paled in comparison to the significance of Mega Evolution. Yet all depended on whether the Dragon Champion's grandson truly unveiled the entirety of Mega Evolution. This day, regardless of its outcome, would be etched into the annals of Pokémon history. At that moment, The Pokemon Association opened the live stream an hour in advance, as countless netizens poured in like a tidal wave. Were it not for the existence of Psychic-type Pokemon, the servers would have surely crashed. With just 1 hour remaining, anticipation reached a crescendo. I have a Beedrill. I sincerely hope it can attain a Mega Evolution form. Are you out of your mind? What kind of low-tier Pokemon are you hoping for? If Beedrill can Mega Evolve, I'll stand on my head and pee. If Beedrill can Mega Evolve, I'll stand on my head and drink your urine. Screenshots were taken. Only 10 seconds left. The live stream is about to commence. At that moment, various influencers and television networks were fully prepared. Liangdi's eyes were glued to the screen before him, fervently wishing for his Pokemon to attain a Mega Evolution form. Oh, I heard that the influencer I previously challenged was named Lin Yin. Could it be the same person? Brother, what are you thinking? It's a common name. Just watch the live stream. 3, 2, 1. Meanwhile, Lin Yin had risen early, made his way to the dragon's secret realm, and shared breakfast with Lena, preparing to conduct the live stream from within the sanctuary. This location was both secure and discreet, ensuring they would not be discovered, while also serving to demonstrate to the imposing Dragonite that his strength exceeded its expectations. As the live stream commenced, the Pokemon Index flew gracefully into the air, capturing Lin Yin and his Pokemon, Banette, Garchomp, and Slugma, within the frame. Lena stood beside him, eagerly anticipating the revelation of Mega Evolution. Today, she donned a delicate top, her hair cascading over her shoulders, a seemingly casual ensemble that had been meticulously prepared. Greetings, I am Lin Yin, the principal architect of the Mega Evolution project. Lin Yin gazed intently at the screen, exhibiting no signs of discomfort as he casually exchanged pleasantries. Liangdi was dumbfounded, exclaiming what the heck? Had he discovered something momentous? The youthful adversary he had faced was not merely an upstart, but indeed a doctoral researcher in Pokemon studies. In that instant, an exhilarating rush surged through him, his legs quivering with excitement, his muscles trembling. How astonishing it was that someone of such caliber had engaged him in a Pokemon battle. The barrage of comments erupted with fervor, as they had all witnessed that confrontation, leaving an indelible impression of Lin Yin. A social media sensation could boast of this for a lifetime. No, it transcended mere lifetimes. The concept of a Pokemon research PhD was a pinnacle many could scarcely aspire to in their entire existence. An 18-year-old research doctor? What on earth was happening? To be candid, it was preposterous. At 18, he was still contemplating how to capture his first Pokemon, in stark contrast to a social media influencer's streaming room. The Pokemon Association's platform was experiencing an unprecedented surge. The comments section became inundated, layer upon layer obscuring the screen like a thick fog, prompting many to selectively disable comments. After all, with viewers from all over the nation present, it was nothing short of miraculous that the server managed to maintain a smooth streaming experience without any lag. Ahem. Without further ado, let us dive straight into the topic. Lin Yin stated forthrightly, the 3 evolutionary stages of Pokemon are not the endpoint. They can evolve once more. What? Officially confirmed. Mega Evolution. A new era is upon us, and the very fabric of our world may shift as a result. I shall now elucidate how one can achieve Mega Evolution, the transformations that await Pokemon post-evolution, and as for which Pokemon can undergo this transformation. That remains for each trainer to explore independently. First and foremost, I refer to Mega Evolution as such, with the stones required for this process termed Mega Stones. Upon uttering this, the comments section erupted with enthusiasm. Mega Evolution, an official designation. I am privileged to witness this moment. More than the Mega Evolution itself, I am intrigued by the appearance of the Mega Stones. Quickly! Lin Yin waved his hand with a mischievous grin, beckoning. Come here. Bankila approached, treading heavily, sporting a grin that was deceptively benign, yet capable of instilling fear. The Mega Stone of Bankila was held in its massive jaws, and at Lin Yin's signal, Bankila opened its cavernous mouth, allowing the audience to behold the Mega Stone. It was crystalline and translucent, akin to a precious gem. Not to digress, but why did Bankila's physique appear so formidable? It was ostensibly a rock dark-type Pokemon, yet its ferocity was unparalleled, exceeding even that of pure dark types. This Bankila seemed far more intimidating than it appeared. To see the Mega Stone in such a form was indeed an eye-opener. This is the Mega Stone of Bankila. Furthermore, other Pokemon possess their own unique Mega Stones. Does this imply that Bankila is capable of Mega Evolution? As a quasi-divine Pokemon, would its power not surge exponentially post-evolution? Unperturbed by the inquiries and astonishment expressed in the comments, Lin Yin continued his discourse. Naturally, beyond the Mega Stones, there exists another crucial item. Without it, one cannot achieve Mega Evolution. Lin Yin extracted a pendant from around his neck and waved it before the Pokédex. This object serves as a key, unlocking the power known as Mega Evolution. I have designated this item as the Keystone, which can connect with any Mega Stone, facilitating the Pokémon's Mega Evolution. What? Besides the Mega Stones, there exists a Keystone too? These two stones appear as precious gems, yet I have never encountered them before. While the impoverished continue to watch the stream, the affluent have likely already begun acquiring Mega Stones and Keystones. Nonetheless, despite this assertion, no one wished to forego witnessing this spectacle. The number of viewers continued to soar, and in that moment, all minds remembered the name Lin Yin. However, relying solely on the Keystone and Mega Stone is insufficient for Mega Evolution. A profound bond between the trainer and Pokémon is essential, and the Pokémon's level must reach that of a quasi-champion. Otherwise, each instance of Mega Evolution will impose tremendous strain. Moreover, Mega Evolution is inherently unstable. The duration for which the Mega form can be maintained varies according to the Pokémon's level and the trainer's physical condition. Yet, Mega Evolution represents a completely new evolution for the Pokémon, resulting in transformative changes. What, then, distinguishes Mega Evolution from its standard form? Is it possible for such a transformation to persist indefinitely? Can one trainer simultaneously Mega evolve multiple Pokémon? Chapter 69. The prelude concludes. Witness the moment of miracles. Lin Yin had already formulated answers to these inquiries. Mega Evolution alters not only the Pokémon's appearance, but also its strength, transitioning physical attack to special attack, physical defense to special defense, and even altering its abilities. Lin Yin smiled, positing, does this not imply that a team could undergo a qualitative transformation due to Mega Evolution? The more he listened, the more absurd it seemed. Could it be mere bluster? In truth, it was not just the average trainers in the comments who harbored skepticism. Even the doctoral researchers in the academy expressed doubts about this evolution. Was it possible they were witnessing an elaborate scam? Were these stones being hyped up, purchased at low prices and sold at exorbitant rates? However, they had also observed the Mega Evolution of Charizard. Who could guarantee that it was indeed Mega Evolution? Before comprehending Mega Evolution, who could grasp the full implications? Lin Yin understood that only the venerable old man Yin and Doctors Demu and San believed in him. The rest were merely swept up in the whirlwind of speculation. In the face of speculation and skepticism, Lin Yin chose to smile and let it pass. Since you all doubt my theories, I shan't elaborate further. Lin Yin shrugged, conveying a sense of resignation. Perhaps it was an inability to articulate his thoughts. I speculate that all of this could be mere hype, an elaborate ruse. Is it conceivable that the Pokémon Association has fallen victim to a scam? Beyond mere discussions, the entirety of Huagua was embroiled in this debate, with supporters and detractors alike. In a fleeting moment, Lin Yin found himself thrust into the eye of the storm. Many began to unearth Lin Yin's identity across the internet. However, the results yielded nothing. All information pertaining to Pokémon researchers had been concealed by the Pokémon Association. Even the most adept hackers, employing every trick in their arsenal, could only uncover Lin Yin's account on the Pokémon database, which contained a solitary entry, his battle against the influencer Liang Di. In an instant, the local internet celebrity of Anong City transformed into a national sensation. Watching Lin Yin's live stream, Liang Di was taken aback by the unfolding events. He had not anticipated that he would bask in the glow of Lin Yin's fame. Yet, as comments flooded in, inquiring about Lin Yin's identity, Liang Di was left bewildered, genuinely unaware. Lin Yin appeared as if he had materialized from nowhere, with no records of his existence in society. Everyone, proving the veracity of my statements is quite simple. We merely need to facilitate Banquila's Mega Evolution. Lin Yin declared with a grin. At this pronouncement, shock reverberated throughout the room. Some were left speechless, realizing the simplicity of the solution. Indeed, all that was required was to enable Banquila's Mega Evolution. Dr. Ellen, I urge you to tread carefully. Words once spoken are not easily retracted. Considering various factors, the most probable outcome of Mega Evolution is merely a ruse orchestrated by jewel merchants. Lin Yin refrained from further discourse, gradually retreating to maintain a safe distance from Banjira, to avoid any unintended harm. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Banjira let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, causing the surrounding earth to fracture and collapse. The onlookers, witnessing Lin Yin's seriousness, were taken aback and began to question their own beliefs. Could it truly be real? I sense a twist in the tale. I recall two brothers who once demonstrated their unique talents, now seated and awaiting the spectacle. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as energy coalesced within the dragon realm. and the colossal Dragonite detected an unprecedented surge of power. Lying amidst its nest, its eyes glimmering with intensity, it pierced through the vast forest and set its gaze upon Banjira. A wave of apprehension washed over it, though uncertain of what was to unfold. It instinctively knew that the ensuing events would be anything but ordinary. Yet, moments later, the immense Dragonite shook its head, dismissing the notion of any miracles occurring before its eyes. After all, it was merely a Pokémon facing a human. Regardless of exceptional aptitude, what difference could it truly make? Nevertheless, the colossal Dragonite remained fixated on the distance, its gaze locked onto Banjira, unable to tear itself away. This can't be true, can it? Please, do not frighten me. Look at Banjira. Why does its aura keep intensifying? This is still just a live stream, and I can already feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. What would it be like in person? Have you noticed the dark energy saturating the sandstorm surrounding Banjira? The once yellow tempest has transformed into a sinister black, even exhibiting corrosive properties. This Banjira is pushing the sandstorm's characteristics to their extreme. Not only that, but it has also infused its inner dark attributes into the storm. Unbelievable. At this moment, Lina continued to withdraw, her eyes betraying her astonishment. She could hardly fathom the scene before her. Faced with Banjira's escalating power, even with the protection of the Gyarados, she could only retreat further. Indeed, Gyarados had evolved within the dragon realm, attaining a strength classified as quasi-king level, yet against Banjira, it was merely a futile struggle. At that moment, the abyssal sandstorm surged wildly, as countless boulders erupted from the ground, rendering the vicinity perilously treacherous. The fierce Sharpedo let out a cry, seizing the Slugma and lifting Lina into the shelter of a massive tree to avoid any inadvertent injury. Lin Yin took a step back, firmly grasped the keystone from around his neck, and raised it aloft. The keystone sparkled brilliantly, its beauty magnified under the sunlight. This moment had been long awaited. Had it not been for his exceptional lineage, the support of his esteemed elder, he might never have had the opportunity to inscribe his name on the Mega Evolution paper. But in this world, what-ifs are a mere illusion. He had achieved success. From this point forward, the Lin family, once singular in its distinction, now boasted another eminent Pokémon researcher alongside the champion, Old Man Lin. At this juncture, Lin Yin exhaled a deep breath, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity and gravity. The keystone he held aloft resonated with the megastone within Banjira's being, forging a profound connection between them. The light of evolution began to shimmer upon Banjira, swiftly enveloping it. Lin Yin felt as though his very essence was being siphoned away, a weariness settling over him. Indeed, Mega Evolution demanded much from its trainers. The final preparations concluded, and now it was time to witness a miracle. Could it truly be? Is evolution imminent? This moment would be etched in history. Why is recording not permitted? Perhaps to prevent the live stream from spreading abroad. After this, Banjira's value would soar. Banjira, are you ready? Banjira lifted its massive foot and struck the ground with tremendous force, sending clouds of dust swirling as the abyssal sandstorm roared to life, uprooting trees and obliterating them. Excellent. Lin Yin laughed heartily, feeling the bond he shared with Banjira, although they had only interacted for a few months. He had witnessed Banjira's gradual growth. Chapter 70, Super Banjira. Release your inner power, Banjira. Mega Evolution. As Lin Yin's voice resonated, the surrounding space seemed to succumb to silence. Even the audience before the live stream momentarily forgot everything, their eyes transfixed on the unfolding scene. A colossal surge of elemental energy surged into Banjira's being, until the final words of Mega Evolution were uttered. The energy enveloping Banjira reached its zenith. Its form expanded dramatically, while the sandstorm intensified, its reach multiplying exponentially, before coalescing into a blinding white light between Banjira and Lin Yin. Super Banjira. Super Banjira. Gender male. Type rock dark. Aptitude champion. Level 41. Ability Sandstream. Held items Sandstone Premium. Power Weight Premium. Megastone System produced. Skills Tackle, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Ice Fong, Dark Pulse, Glare, Rock Slide, Bite, Scary Face, Rock Wrecker, Stomp, Roar, Knock Off, Crunch, Earthquake, Stone Edge, Heavy Slam, Sandstorm, Hyper Beam, Final Gambit, Iron Head, Origin Pulse, Stomp, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Curse, Focus Punch, Frustration, Pursuit, Stealth Rock, Rest, Protect, Heavy Slam. Description: Super Banjiras, the armor Pokémon, evolves from Banjiras using the Banjira's Evolution Stone, its back splitting open due to the infusion of tremendous energy. Driven solely by its instinct for destruction, Banjira's height, originally 4 meters, doubled to 8, its form expanding significantly. Its once smooth body sprouted countless sharp spikes, 3 large horns extending backward from its head, and its back continued to protrude, while its chest donned an armor resembling a demonic visage. The spikes on its tail elongated and split, and its once ethereal green hue, under the influence of dark energy, darkened further, taking on a glossy and ferocious appearance. The evolution bestowed upon Banjira an overwhelming surge of energy, a euphoric sensation that could only be released through primal roars. As Banjira's roar erupted, immense clouds of dust billowed forth like a hellish abyss, sweeping across the ground like a torrential blood rain, eroding everything in its path. The scene froze in place, revealing a desolate landscape. Greenery vanished, the earth cracked and crumbled into sand. Unfathomable, this was all too real. Mega evolution, indeed, was a reality. In this moment, the world would forever change. Is this truly Super Banjira? It is astonishingly magnificent, fierce. And what of this terrifying size? It rivals a small mountain, obscuring the sky. Compared to the astonishment expressed in the comments, Lena in attendance was even more awestruck. She had never anticipated Mega Evolution to be so formidable. And this was merely the residual power of the transformation, surpassing the limits of Banjira itself. The fierce Garchomp and the adorable Swablu appeared to be akin to fervent admirers, quietly observing from a distance, their eyes twinkling like stars. Meanwhile, the colossal Dragonite abruptly stood upright. What had caught its attention? Could it be that Tyranitar was capable of evolving? How could this be possible? And what of him? Was he not also capable of evolution? He sensed that this evolution transcended the ordinary, yet his limited knowledge left him unable to fathom the origin of this evolution stone. In stark contrast to the astonishment of the onlookers, chaos reigned within the laboratory, with individuals darting about in a frenzy, teetering near madness. Quick! Expedite the computer's performance to its utmost capacity, gather all data, and we must compile the statistics immediately. Dr. Demu presided over the proceedings, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. One must not underestimate the prowess of the Pokémon computing systems in the realm of Pokémon. They were crafted with the involvement of psychically gifted Pokémon. In mere moments, a staff member emerged, clutching a data report, trembling with excitement. Doctor, according to the data estimations, Tyranitar's strength has increased several-fold, reaching even the level of a champion. However, I surmise this is due to Dr. Lin's Tyranitar already possessing formidable power. Excellent, splendid, Dr. Demu exclaimed, his hands tightly gripping the data. This research journey, from discovery to fruition, spanned only a few months. Who could have anticipated this? This is what Mega Evolution embodies. With this advancement, the overall strength across Huagua would amplify at an astonishing pace. Dr. Demu was not merely elated. His heart quivered with anticipation, for he was one of the signatories. And thereafter, all matters concerning Mega Evolution would fall under his jurisdiction. Is it truly successful? Remarkable, utterly remarkable. I can scarcely believe it. Is this real? A Mega Tyranitar. Dr. Lin, may I inquire, aside from Mega Tyranitar, which other Pokémon possesses a Mega form? The last secret of Mega Evolution has been unveiled, granting 20 fruit trees as a reward, along with an additional 10 mystic fruit trees, selectable. Once again, the previous 2 types of trees were to be evenly placed beside the illusion tree for assimilation. Lin Yin silently recited in his heart. Understood, host. Within the rock dragon mystic realm, 30 mystic tree fruits rose from the ground and were swiftly assimilated by the illusion tree. The fruits expanded, appearing exceedingly enticing and increasingly imbued with elemental energy, each capable of fetching an exorbitant price on the market. Naturally, for Lin Yin, who was not short on funds, the sole purpose of these attribute fruits was for consumption by Tyranitar and other Pokémon. After venting its frustrations, the Mega Tyranitar reverted to its original state, panting heavily, clearly exhausted from the immense energy expended during the Mega Evolution. After all, having attained several times its usual strength, there was no way it could come without a cost. But such fatigue could be recuperated. It was estimated that after a day of rest, Lin Yin would be well rested, and everything would return to normal. All thanks to Tyranitar's physical resilience and Lin Yin's keystone enhancing its constitution. At this moment, Lin Yin turned his gaze towards the Pokédex, where the barrage of comments overflowed with accolades and admiration, growing increasingly fervent and brazen. He paid little heed to these, for his announcement of Mega Evolution served not merely to fulfill the system's task, but also to achieve other objectives. He pondered whether any comments would arise. Following his rhythm down the line, Dr. Lin, I wish to inquire, what will happen to us common folk who cannot obtain Megastones? This question struck to the core, piercing the hearts of the commoners, for the elite constituted barely a fraction of the population, while the majority were ordinary individuals. Lin Yin awaited this very inquiry, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 71. The Old Man Enters the Capital. It is worth noting that the Pokémon of common trainers predominantly consist of bug and grass types, as the former breed swiftly and grow rapidly, while the latter consume fewer resources and can even pass on traits to their offspring. The popularity of these two types among common trainers has led to a significant consequence. Should the roster of Pokémon in this Mega Evolution not include these two types, it is uncertain what repercussions may follow. It is likely that many desperate common trainers seeking advancement might turn to dark forces, leading lives on the edge of a knife. Some individuals within the Pokémon Association are undoubtedly aware of this, and they have been fervently messaging Lin Yin behind the scenes. They may have contemplated halting the live broadcast, yet ultimately decided against it. Mission: ensure that certain individuals within the Pokémon Association pay a price while securing benefits for oneself. Reward: the illusion tree will produce corresponding attribute fruits based on the host's Pokémon. Reward can be claimed later. Lin Yin's brow arched. It truly is quite the stroke of luck. The system is indeed fond of him. Clearing his throat, Lin Yin replied, "Ladies and gentlemen, Mega Evolution has now become a strategic technology, and I currently possess no authority to elaborate further." Upon finishing, Lin Yin feigned a sigh of despair, his expression laden with sorrow. What strategy? Do we common folk not have Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution? Dr. Lin, please address this issue. It is not that I do not wish to respond, but I genuinely lack the authority, Lin Yin lamented, for he truly found himself powerless. Mega Evolution had been defined as a strategic initiative, and should he disclose such information, it would be tantamount to you are already a doctor. What more authority do you desire? Merely an excuse, an excuse. Cough. Many may not be aware of the hierarchy within the Pokémon Association. Allow me to elucidate. Pokémon Doctor is merely a title, with authority confined to the laboratory. In truth, the ones truly wielding power are the champions and elite four of various regions. Of course, when defining such strategic programs, it necessitates the endorsement of the champions of Kyoto or even higher authorities, a matter unsuitable for further discussion here. I urge you all to discern for yourselves. What? So it turns out Dr. Lin has been threatened. Unfair, utterly unfair. I vehemently denounce this. How can a doctor who has contributed so significantly to the nation be subjected to threats? Lin Yin was taken aback. What was transpiring? How had he been threatened? In truth, Lin Yin's intent was merely to subtly request some benefits from the Pokémon Association through this broadcast. And these commentaries were orchestrated by the chubby fellow he had enlisted. To his surprise, the chubby fellow had proven exceedingly effective. The greater the uproar, the more difficult it would be for the Pokémon Association to extricate themselves from the situation, resulting in increasingly generous rewards. Truly, the chubby fellow, while timid and lecherous, proved reliable in executing matters. Seizing the moment, Lin Yin pressed on. Were I to possess such authority, I would undoubtedly share the most suitable Pokémon for common trainers. Alas. He concluded with a facade of deep sorrow. At this juncture, the chubby fellow interjected once more. Everyone, cease your bickering. Upon further reflection, it is clear that Dr. Lin truly lacks such authority, for he has not yet reached champion status and cannot serve in Kyoto. Otherwise could exceptions not be made? Chimed in the chubby fellow's alternate account. Indeed, making exceptions would suffice. Humph, what are you all contemplating? The rule states that one cannot serve without being a champion. How can exceptions be made? Should the nation face peril, can a novice be entrusted with protection? Ladies and gentlemen, an astonishing secret. I have uncovered Dr. Lin's true identity. He is none other than the grandson of the dragon champion from the South China region, with parents who are influential figures stirring the winds of change in South China. The chubby fellow proclaimed, "Holy cow, it's a goddess." I still vividly recall the last time I attended the goddess competition, narrowly escaping a severe injury from my wife's leg. Oh, the male deity. I also remember the last male deity contest, where the male deity was defeated, returning home to deliver a sound thrashing to his husband. And you two upstairs? Well, since Dr. Lin lacks the strength to take up a position in Kyoto, surely Champion Lin is a viable option? The plump fellow is quite determined. Lin Yin's eyes sparkled with realization. How had he not thought of this? If the old man could seize this opportunity to enter Kyoto, bolstered by his doctoral credentials, it would be akin to a dragon emerging from the shallow waters. Ahem, I didn't expect you to guess it correctly. My grandfather is indeed the dragon champion, and as for my parents, they are precisely the two you mentioned. Lin Yin decided to lay his cards on the table. Truly, he is the offspring of deities. No wonder he is so remarkably handsome. Indeed, strikingly so. Then why not reach a compromise and allow the Dragon Champion to take up residence in Kyoto? The prowess of the Dragon Champion is well acknowledged. He has already reached the pinnacle in the South China region, and his qualifications are more than sufficient. Moreover, given Dr. Lin's numerous contributions, it would be reasonable for the Dragon Champion to be granted this position, wouldn't it? If the Dragon Champion assumes office in Kyoto, Dr. Lin would have the authority to announce mega evolutions, wouldn't he? Riding the wave of excitement, Lin Yin could hardly conceal his joy, exclaiming, "You all make a compelling argument. If the old man takes up a position in Kyoto, he could certainly amend the rules, allowing both commoners and nobles to be informed of Pokémon mega evolutions. Compared to those in Kyoto, I find the Dragon Champion quite agreeable." I concur. 1. At this moment, the champions of the South China region gathered. "You truly have a wonderful grandson." The other 3 champions gazed at the old man with expressions of envy. The Dragon Champion's smile was wide, yet he restrained himself, saying, "Without further ado, those who understand the situation know what needs to be done. Rest assured, my granddaughter is still in your dragon's secret realm. This time, I will do everything in my power to ensure you reach Kyoto, and remember us elders from this region when you do." The Ice Champion huffed, yet his eyes sparkled with joy. The other 2 champions were equally exhilarated. "We, too, trust your character, Dragon Champion. And rest assured that we recognize the gravity of this situation, which could alter the power dynamics. All our years of groundwork will support you in this endeavor. We hope you will look after us when you reach Kyoto." Meanwhile, the Pokémon Association realized the situation had escalated beyond their control and attempted to shut down the livestream. Only to discover it was too late. The 4 champions from South China had already seen through everything and severed Kyoto's control beforehand. The situation grew increasingly tumultuous, with citizens in some areas already roused to fervor. There were numerous repressed grievances that erupted simultaneously. The Pokémon Association was in a state of panic, sweating profusely. They had considered permitting Lin Yin to announce mega evolutions, but ultimately dismissed the idea. The reason was simple: this regulation was established by them, and openly reneging on it would be tantamount to slapping their own faces. No ruler would willingly engage in such a discrediting act. As for forcibly suppressing civilian trainers, they were not foolish. They would not resort to such methods. Previously, civilian trainers lacked pathways and would remain silent even under oppression. But the situation had changed with the emergence of a dark church. Such actions would essentially deliver recruits to the dark church, as everyone was in a state of disarray. Someone spoke up. "Have you all considered something?" What is it? Why are you keeping us in suspense?" Cough. "ISNT the bug champion recently unwell." "What do you mean unwell? That old bug is doing just fine at home." "Wait, really? Now that you mention it. I do recall that old fellow claiming he was unwell. Hold on, I think I might know what this pertains to." "Indeed, ha ha ha." Chapter 72, the farce concludes. The single-headed dragon hatches. Days later, this matter concluded in farce. The ailing bug champion of Kyoto successfully abdicated, while the highly esteemed dragon champion from South China was elected to the new Kyoto champion position. Lin Yin did not shy away from revealing his Pokémon, such as Beedrill, Heracross, Scyther, Bulbasaur, Charizard, Tauros, Gyarados, Snorlax, Ampharos, and Steelix. The Ice Champion and others, having foreseen the Mega Evolutions, had already capitalized on the momentum to amass a considerable collection of Mega Stones, reaping substantial rewards. Task complete, rewards distributed. Henceforth, the fruits borne by the Illusion Tree shall be allocated according to the consumption ratios of Banjira, Garchomp, and Snorlax, with an additional 100 energy boost from consuming exclusive attribute fruits. Goodness! Does this mean that consuming 1 fruit equates to 2? Since Banjira and Garchomp evolved, Lin Yin has also grasped the principle of moderation. Attribute fruits can stabilize a Pokémon's foundation, and thus, the more, the better. As for the 3-headed dragoness egg, the Ice Champion had early on sent it Violina. Currently, Banjira and Garchomp were in the Rock Dragon secret realm, seemingly engaged in their own pursuits. Meanwhile, Snorlax was training alongside Lina, as the wave of Mega Evolution swept across the nation. The price of Megastones soared, bringing joy to some and despair to others. No one anticipated that a common Pokémon like Beedrill could also undergo Mega Evolution, which represented a significant enhancement for the commoners. After all, which family with some assets would seek to capture a Beedrill? Of course, the Bug-type champion was laughing secretly, as Scyther, Tauros, Heracross, and Beedrill were all breedable Pokémon. However, not all commoners would have the opportunity to obtain Megastones and Keystone. Thus the power dynamics, after fracturing, began to stabilize into a balanced state. In truth, the greatest beneficiaries were undoubtedly the Lin family. The intricate details need not be elaborated upon. The crux lies in the fact that the old patriarch had taken a position at the power center in Kyoto, with the full support of the South China region's champions. Upon his appointment, countless individuals rallied to support him, as everyone desires a share of new interests. The old patriarch adeptly utilized these individuals to swiftly solidify his power. Just as Lin Yin was lost in thought, Lina approached, cradling Snorlax, her face beaming with joy. "Brother Lin, the single-headed dragon is about to hatch." So soon? Lin Yin was somewhat astonished. It had only been a few days. However, upon reflection, he realized that all the hatching tools he had used were of the highest quality. Given this, it was entirely reasonable for it to hatch within this time frame. With the experience of the previous hatching events, Lin Yin appeared much more composed this time. Holding an attribute fruit in one hand and moo milk in the other as he entered the hatching room. The newly hatched single-headed dragon opened its eyes and immediately spotted Lin Yin, its newborn hunger driving it to eagerly lunge towards the food in Lin Yin's hands. It seems this little creature, much like Banjira and Garchomp, is also a voracious eater, Lin Yin marveled. The single-headed dragon, with remnants of food adorning its mouth, nuzzled affectionately against Lin Yin. All right, I have more. Lin Yin retrieved from the system space a fruit exclusive to the single-headed dragon. Task: the growth journey of the single-headed dragon. Level the single-headed dragon to level 25 and successfully evolve it into a double-headed Tyrannosaurus. Reward: a comprehensive learning package for the double-headed Tyrannosaurus. The learning package: the double-headed Tyrannosaurus will master all skills available to it and become exceptionally proficient in them. What a delightful surprise that this little fellow, upon its birth, triggered such a task. Lin Yin was overjoyed, for this spared him the expense of purchasing a learning machine. At that moment, Lina also arrived at the hatching room, and the sticky treasure in her arms was delighted to meet its little brother. No longer the little sister she once was. In her excitement, the sticky treasure unleashed its inner power and, with droplets of life water, cleansed the body of the evil single dragon. The ecstatic evil single dragon shook itself dry. As a Pokémon of both evil and dragon types, the evil single dragon could consume energy cubes of a 1:1 ratio of evil and dragon attributes from a young age. Coupled with the attribute fruits produced by the Mirage Tree, the resources available to the evil single dragon far exceeded those of its newly hatched older brothers. As a standard, Lin Yin naturally needed to select a piece of exquisite equipment for the evil single dragon. Firstly, the final evolution of the evil single dragon, the three-headed evil dragon, boasts balanced base stats with neither glaring strengths nor weaknesses, making it well-suited for a dual-wielding combat style. Additionally, its levitation ability allows it to soar through the skies, firmly establishing air superiority. Therefore, it is imperative to learn some skills for range damage or counter control. Comparatively, special type range skills tend to be slightly higher, making speed and special attack training a prudent choice for the three-headed evil dragon. The sticky beauty dragon, Washing Green, serves as a special defense turret, while the three-headed evil dragon acts as an aerial bombardment platform, akin to a tank versus a bomber. Given that aerial combat necessitates considerable distance, it is essential to account for the possibility of opponents evading attacks. Thus, the empty shot insurance item becomes particularly significant. Empty shot insurance. Each time an attack misses, it increases the user's speed, depending on the quality of the item. This item is exceedingly rare, and even upscale shops do not offer it for sale. Hence, it must be custom ordered. Consequently, Lin Yin sent an email to the old man, and, as expected, the exquisite empty shot insurance would arrive in approximately 3 days. Of course, there was also a dragon tooth item that Lin Yin had been eyeing since the time of the massive Dragonite, and he planned to acquire it as well. In this manner, the items for the evil single dragon were gathered, allowing it to stand at a pinnacle unreachable by most Pokémon on its very first day of existence. Unbeknownst to this naive little creature, it ran to the courtyard and lay atop the Giga Lizard, frolicking with the Snow Ghost. Both of these were recently hatched Pokémon with low levels, and upon meeting, they naturally engaged in playful antics. Since the little brother was born, it was only fitting for the elder brothers, Banjira and the Fierce Bite Shark, to make an appearance. "Come forth, Banjira, Fierce Bite Shark," Lin Yin exclaimed as he retrieved the Pokeballs from his waist and flung them into the air. The sheer size of Banjira and Fierce Bite Shark was imposing. Upon landing, they caused the ground to tremble. Banjira immediately spotted the little brother and offered a warm smile, nearly causing the evil single dragon to faint from fright. But the sticky treasure comforted it softly from behind. Banjira, feeling bashful, patted its belly, while the Fierce Bite Shark soared through the air, scrutinizing its little sibling. In 2 days, the GL Academy Cup preliminary matches would commence. Should they not practice beforehand? Lin Yin approached Lina. Sure, but how about we add a wager? Lina suggested playfully. A wager. At this moment, Lin Yin seemed to have an epiphany, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Chapter 73, The Bet. In a past life, he had encountered various beautiful cosplays on a certain software, and at this moment, he found himself eyeing Lina, feeling a rush of warmth flood his nostrils, covering his nose. Lin Yin pulled Lina into a playful embrace, grinning. What kind of wager? Do we really need one between us? Lina did not resist. Her sparkling eyes fixed upon Lin Yin's face, captivated by the charm of a mature man. She became suddenly bashful, instinctively turning her head away. Silently reflecting, no wonder Mom always talks about Lin. Today, Lina donned a light yellow flowing skirt, her long hair cascading over her shoulders with 2 braided pigtails. Her complexion was flawless, accented with a touch of blush, rendering her exceptionally alluring. Lin Yin gazed at Lina, his thoughts wandering. And suddenly he could no longer contain the flow of blood from his nose. I agree. As his words concluded, the blood gushed forth like a waterfall. What is happening? Are you all right? Lina inquired worriedly, hastily retrieving some cloths to tenderly assist Lin Yin in staunching the bleeding. Naturally, Lin Yin would not divulge his inner thoughts. Instead, he chuckled. I've been eating well lately and my heat is up. It's nothing serious. Then I shall use the snow ghost, and you can use the evil single dragon. How does that sound? Lina beamed with determination. Her snow ghost was exceptionally gifted, selected at great expense by the ice champion, and had hatched several weeks earlier. Yet, Lina could not possibly know that Lin Yin had an advantage. Mission: detecting the host has placed a wager, hoping for the host's victory. Reward: during the wager period, the evil single dragon and the host's other Pokémon will receive double buffs. Cough, cough. The evil single dragon has just been born and isn't suitable for battle. How about we face off 3 days from now? Lin Yin proposed to Lina. She nodded in agreement, believing that 3 days would change little. Lin Yin chuckled mischievously and proclaimed, for my happiness, Banjira, Fierce Bite Shark, Sticky Treasure, you 3 shall provide special training for the evil single dragon. The eldest siblings encircled the evil single dragon, and despite the overwhelming and formidable aura, the little dragon trembled, yet felt no malice and accepted its fate. Lina, not to be outdone, commanded, Frost Dragon, Ice Snow Giant Dragon, Ice Ghost Guardian, you all shall train alongside the Snow Ghost. Lin Yin understood that to secure victory, he needed to venture into the Rock Dragon's secret realm, allowing the evil single dragon to consume attribute fruits and the dragon-type energy within. Thus, he withdrew several Pokémon into the secret realm. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, but no one knew what the evil single dragon endured during this time. The evil single dragon leaped into Lin Yin's embrace, eyes brimming with tears. Compared to before, it had gained weight, and its eyes sparkled with vitality. Like Banjira and the Fierce Bite Shark, this little one also enjoyed gnawing and passing gas, which Lin Yin surmised was due to the abundance of good food it had consumed. After all, aside from training, the evil single dragon was constantly fed by the Sticky Treasure, receiving energy cubes, attribute fruits, and moo milk. Little one, your starting point even exceeds that of your elder brother Banjira, and such resources are scarce across the nation. You must strive for excellence. Lin Yin gently stroked the evil single dragon's fur. The proud evil single dragon held its head high, exuding confidence, reminding Lin Yin of the Fierce Bite Shark. Lin Yin was eagerly anticipating the 3-headed evil dragon's final evolution. Unlike in the game, the 3-headed evil dragon in reality possessed a unique and striking handsomeness. The normal height of the evil single dragon is 0.8 m, with a weight of 173 kilograms. Lin Yin's own beast, much like Banjira, boasted a terrifying physique, attributed to its exceptional diet. Standing at 1.2 m, weighing 40 kilograms, its scales and fur shimmered with luster, infused with rich attribute energy. More importantly, its vitality trait invigorated it, requiring periods of rest each day, while the remaining time was spent exploring the unknown world or oscillating between training and feasting. Most crucially, the custom-made empty shot insurance item had arrived. With this, there was no fear of the evil single dragon's skills missing their mark. Evil single dragon. Gender, male type. Evil dragon ability. Vitality, hit rate becomes 0. 8. Attack power becomes 1. 5. Potential. Champion level. 11 carrying items. Empty insurance, exceptional. Dragon tooth, exceptional. Skills. Impact, dragon breath, roar, focus energy, bite, malevolent pursuit, head smash, frighten, twin blade head smash, double strike, belch, meteor shower, guard. Introduction, the single-headed dragon, a brutish Pokémon. explores its surroundings through relentless collisions and bites due to its blindness. Despite its body being riddled with fresh wounds, it harbors the energy of the illusionary tree within, endowing it with perception far exceeding that of its ordinary kin. The 3-day deadline approaches. Lin Yin versus Lena. Come forth, Snow Hat Monster. Lena smiled gently, her mind brimming with various strategies. Snow Hat Monster. Gender: female. Type: grass ice. Qualification: near champion. Ability: snowfall. Upon entry, the weather becomes hail. Level: 16. Carrying item: icy rock, extends hail duration, ice resistant, increases ice type move power. Skills: glare, light snow, leaf, white mist, ice shard, leaf blade, icy wind, blizzard, seed bomb, weather ball. Growth: tread, grassy slide, guard. Introduction: the Snow Hat Monster, a tree ice Pokémon, dwells atop snowy mountains. Rarely encountering humans, it approaches out of curiosity. In terms of attributes, the Snow Hat Monster holds the advantage. However, the single-headed dragon's diverse offensive capabilities allow it to counter the Snow Hat Monster with its poison-type belch. Suddenly, hail began to fall from the sky. Though not powerful, its vast range unsettled the single-headed dragon, which roared in discontent. In contrast, the Snow Hat Monster appeared relaxed. Its ability Snowfall activating. Blizzard. Lena commanded. Blizzard, an ice-type special move, boasts a power of 120 and a 100 hit rate in hail weather, combined with ice resistant. Its potency becomes formidable. Guard. Faced with this flurry of attacks, Lin Yin found himself in a passive defensive position. Nevertheless, he refused to resign to inaction. Though the single-headed dragon's level was inferior to that of the Snow Hat Monster, its physical prowess and elemental energy training were commendable. Lin Yin swiftly commanded, Single-headed dragon. Use Belch. Belch, a poison-type special move with a power of 120, cannot be used unless the user is not full. The gas produced by the belch surged toward the Snow Hat Monster like a toxic cloud. If the poison-type move succeeded, the Snow Hat Monster would likely lose its combat capability due to its attributes. Guard, then Seed Bomb. Lena had already devised a countermeasure. Seed Bomb, a grass-type status move, continuously siphons the opponent's health through seeds. You've become complacent. Lin Yin smirked. Let's end this. Single-headed dragon, Meteor Shower. Meteor Shower. A dragon-type special move with a power of 130, reduces special attack after use. The Snow Hat Monster Seed Bomb had just struck, leaving it unable to react before the meteoric onslaught descended, rendering it incapable of battle. The single-headed dragon merely withstood a single Seed Bomb. Lena had underestimated Lin Yin, believing his single-headed dragon to be newly hatched. In reality, status moves in the real world only yield effective results in exceedingly safe environments. Otherwise, the rapidly changing nature of battle can lead to dire consequences. Chapter 74, An Unexpected Encounter. This explains the popularity of moves like Yawn, Blow Away, and Sleep in the game, which are rarely utilized in reality. A status move is no match for a damage amplification skill. It's better to lose half your health first. Of course, employing a status move in a completely secure setting can be quite annoying and absurd. Fair play. Lena clenched her delicate fist, begrudgingly recalling the Snow Hat Monster. Humph. Although he's handsome, he shows no consideration for girls. He won't intentionally lose to me. Asking him out is futile. Coughing, Lin Yin felt a tinge of embarrassment. The teasing words he had nearly uttered faded away. The weather is splendid today. How about we take a stroll together? When shall we go? Lena responded with excitement, having already prepared her makeup and 2 outfit options. If they were to go on a date, she would wear a dress. If it were a camping trip, she'd don European-style attire. I recall there's a vast coastline near Anton City, which also serves as a fishing spot. Shall we head there? Lin Yin inquired tentatively, well aware that a woman's heart is as enigmatic as the depths of the ocean. Should she decline, he would suggest another location. Lena's eyes sparkled, perfectly aligning with her thoughts, and she nodded eagerly. Come forth, Beedrill. Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback. He had not yet prepared. Just go ahead. I've taken care of everything, Lena assured, her dress fitting snugly against her figure, a sight to behold. Your tent, fishing rod, grill, Bankira's food, Sharpedo's sunglasses, and my own tent, as well as the Garchomp. How thoroughly prepared, Lin Yin thought, no longer hesitating. He understood that excessive caution could be counterproductive, and a bit of leisure was essential. Riding Beedrill, Lena sat behind Lin Yin, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist. The only thought in his mind was how soft she felt. With Beedrill soaring majestically through the skies, it was but a brief moment before they arrived at their destination. Nestled near the seaside, the area boasted a seemingly endless array of fishing spots. The gentle slope of the lawn met the coastline, while some main roads lay further inland. On either side of the road stood numerous shops, selling various items to vacationers, albeit at prices inflated by 50%. The place was bustling with people. Some opted to set up stalls to sell items, while others camped or engaged in company team-building activities, and students ventured out for leisure. Lin Yin and Lena selected a vacant plot, setting up their tents and arranging the grill for a barbecue of meats and vegetables. Come forth. Bankura, Sharpedo, Snorlax, Single-Headed Dragon. Come forth. Garchomp, Ice Dragon, Snow Hat Monster, Ice Ghost. The 8 Pokémon, having known each other for a while, quickly formed a camaraderie. Line up here to collect various items. Lena opened her space backpack, revealing a mountainous pile of items. Bankura, Sharpedo, and Single-Headed Dragon each chose a pair of sunglasses, while Snorlax picked a charming traditional Chinese skirt. Meanwhile, Garchomp opted for a rubber ball. Once the grill was set up, Lena nonchalantly reclined in Lin Yin's embrace, intently gazing at him, her heart torn. Should she steal a kiss? Restraint. Lin Yin cast a glance downwards, nearly bleeding from his nose. This was sheer temptation. From this angle, the folds of her clothing revealed an alluring view of her figure. He realized for the first time that Lena was not merely endowed with a beautiful face, but was also a delicate young lady. Oh no, what a thrilling sensation. A sin. Lin Yin silently chanted to himself, reopening his eyes to find their gazes locked, their lips drawing ever closer. Thunderous sounds interrupted their intimate moment, shattering the atmosphere. Lin Yin felt a twinge of guilt, hastily retracting his hands. Lena, however, was frustrated. Such a rare opportunity had slipped through her fingers. Let us go see what happened. It is human nature to be curious, and neither could resist the pull of the commotion. Yet Lin Yin donned a mask, fearing the potential complications of being recognized. Even if you report it, so what? I have gathered intelligence that the University Cup is approaching, and every formidable contender is preparing for the competition. Who would dare to come here? The man in the black mask continuously smirks. He is a member of the Dark Church, here with the intention of exploiting the situation for personal gain. Dark Beedrill. Unleash havoc. Many trainers, in a desperate bid for survival, summon their Pokémon, yet they are no match and are swiftly incapacitated, falling into the clutches of the man in black. The guards arrive, but find themselves equally overpowered, their leader growing increasingly anxious as he begins to threaten. Help will arrive soon. You had better release your Pokémon Dark Beedrill, Toxic Sting. The man in black, unwilling to waste time on idle chatter, opts for an immediate assault. Lin Yin had initially intended to step forward, allowing his Banjira to resolve this farce, as the opponent's strength merely matched that of a gym leader, rendering them pitifully weak. At that moment, the captain hastily grasped Lin Yin's arm, urging him to flee and save himself. Young man, you must leave at once. Before Lin Yin could respond, he was silenced. Unsurprisingly, the captain's gym Pokémon stood no chance against the dark creatures, and soon he lay heavily wounded upon the ground. Humph. Our leader is on the way. You are doomed. The captain warned again, attempting to stall for time. You are merely courting death. Mudbomb. The man in black showed no mercy. The surrounding crowd erupted into chaos, with some trainers abandoning their Pokémon in a frantic escape for their lives. Lin Yin felt a sense of helplessness. It was merely a Dark Beedrill, and his Banjira could vanquish it with a single move. Had the crowd not dispersed, and had there not been so many injured Pokémon, Lin Yin would have acted decisively. Given the confidence of the assailants, he simply pulled Lena aside to watch the spectacle, leisurely extracting a packet of chips, unperturbed. A flicker of ethereal purple light flashed, successfully intercepting the Mudbomb. The captain was overjoyed. The leader has arrived. You are finished. The man in black chuckled sinisterly, producing another dark ball. Did you expect this? I have 2 dark balls after eliminating my companions. Go, Dark Scyther. Nidoking, possessing the prowess of a peak gym leader, struggled against 2 dark Pokémon of equal caliber. The swift Dark Scyther engaged Nidoking in close combat, leaving it incapacitated, while Dark Beedrill launched relentless poison sting attacks from the rear like a torrential storm. In no time, Nidoking lay heavily injured, gasping for breath, on the verge of unconsciousness. How is this possible? Reinforcements will arrive in half an hour, but we may not last 10 minutes. The guards exclaimed, trembling. They feared for their very lives. Chapter 75. Why does Lena always wear white stockings? What should we do? It seems we are doomed here. Alas, such is the plight of the lower-tier guards. We live day by day, with meager salaries, hefty mortgages, and the notion of leaving behind a meager pension for our families. In a few exchanged words, they discussed their posthumous affairs, yet they resolved to hold the assailants at bay, even in death. The misery of those in the lower echelons was vividly portrayed. Task: Encounter a member of the Dark Church and eliminate them. Reward, double growth buff time for the Dark Assassin. A fortuitous surprise. Originally, defeating a member of the Dark Church would grant a day of growth buff. Thus, eliminating the present foe should yield 2 days of growth buff. At this juncture, Lin Yin ceased to hesitate and strode forward. The guards gaped in astonishment, shouting, "Young man, are you mad? Run." They believed that while their deaths might secure pensions for their families, what fate awaited this young man? In their eyes, this newly adult fellow, despite some strength, would surely fall short against the dark creatures, merely acting on youthful fervor. But what could fervor accomplish? It would only lead to a needless demise. Rest assured. Do you really think I would be foolish enough to seek death? Lin Yin retorted, silencing them. Dark Beedrill and Dark Scyther, eliminate them. The man in black reveled in his triumph, having faced little resistance and captured numerous Pokémon, including several starters from various regions. His bounty was beyond compare. Lin Yin, unfazed, retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and tossed it nonchalantly. Come forth, Banjira. The 4-meter-tall figure loomed like a colossal mountain, summoning an endless sandstorm upon its emergence. Obscuring the sky, the sand stream ability activated. Swirling sand enveloped the surroundings, transforming the land into a desert. As a ferocious whirlwind arose, abyssal sandstorm. This was the demigod Banjira. The guards stood dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that this young man possessed such a Pokémon. Observing its size and aura, it seemed he had reached the threshold of a quasi-king level. Moreover, the sand stream ability was utterly extraordinary, instantly converting the battlefield into a desert. The man in black, initially astonished, soon became euphoric. What did he see? A demigod. If he could capture it, he could escape the Dark Church and live a life of seclusion in another region. His greed ignited like a raging inferno, spiraling out of control. Ha ha! The heavens are smiling upon me. The man in black, overwhelmed with excitement, felt his legs tremble. This was a chance to change his fate, transitioning from darkness to light. The last time he felt such exhilaration was when he obtained the Dark Ball. Be cautious, young man. The opponent wields dark Pokémon. Drawing power at the cost of their lives, the guards cautioned. But Lin Yin interrupted. Banjira, conclude this battle. Spike cannon. While the man in black was still lost in his fantasies, the ground suddenly quaked and shattered as countless spikes erupted from below, akin to a fountain. A tremendous surge of elemental energy poured forth, the skill's power immense. The Dark Beedrill and Dark Scyther, reflected in the colossal shadow, instinctively attempted to evade, only to realize there was no escape. No, this is impossible. You two defend yourselves. The man in black, finally realizing the dire situation, trembled with fear. No, Banjira exhaled heated breaths, seemingly regarding the adversaries with disdain. Thank you, Banjira, Lin Yin thought, expecting a swift conclusion, yet he was astounded at how rapidly it unfolded. The opponents were utter fools, engaging in a life-or-death battle while grinning foolishly, utterly foolish. Task completed. Received 2 days of double growth buff. As the guards prepared to offer their counsel, they were taken aback by the scene before them. Was it truly over? The sandstorm surged, a grain of sand piercing their eyes. They rubbed their eyes and blinked, realizing they were not mistaken. Having survived for decades to attain peak gym leader-level Pokémon, they now witnessed this young man's prowess. At that moment, they exchanged glances, suddenly recalling something. Are you Dr. Lin? Yes, indeed. This size, this color, it's Dr. Lin S. Banjira. Dr. Lin, I am your fan. Without your livestream, we would have never known that Pokémon could mega-evolve. Tears of gratitude filled their eyes. In this world, a subpar energy cube recipe could fetch an exorbitant price, let alone mega-evolution, a discovery worthy of Pokémon history. If they could find the Keystone and Megastones, capturing a Dark Beedrill could enable them to transcend their limits and alter their destinies. Hush, hush, let us maintain a low profile. I still wish to embark on an excursion. If there are no pressing matters, you two can remain here to tidy up the aftermath and, by the way, collect my rewards. Lin Yin raised a finger to his lips. Isn't this inappropriate? After all, it is your merit. The two felt a twinge of conflict within. This achievement was substantial enough for them to acquire a commendable spirit, yet their conscience compelled them to inquire further. When they looked up again, they discovered that Lin Yin had vanished. For Lin Yin, the rewards for such accolades were far less appealing than the casual spoils one might glean from the dragon's secret realm. However, for the members of the guard, the situation was entirely different. How exactly did you cultivate your Banjira? It is astonishingly powerful. Lena appeared to be a bundle of curiosity, despite having spent every day together during this period. Even the somewhat weaker fierce bite land shark surpassed the strength of the gyrating dragon, which was simply unfathomable. Lin Yin shrugged helplessly. I have my advantages. We cannot be compared. Lina, who had previously harbored doubts, was now convinced, unless there was a stroke of luck involved. It was implausible for one's strength to elevate so rapidly. Consequently, she could only concede gracefully. Yet today was adorned with scenic beauty and delightful company. As Lin Yin sat aside Banjira, fierce bite land shark, and other Pokémon, engaging in leisurely conversation with Lina. May I pose a question? Lin Yin discreetly glanced at Lina. The world often claims that familiarity breeds contempt. Even the most beautiful woman may appear less appealing over time. Yet for reasons unknown, Lin Yin found Lina perpetually enchanting, rendering him at a loss for words. In brief, the more he looked, the more captivating she became. However, a lingering question nagged at him. During their first meeting, Lina donned white stockings, the second time it was fishnet white stockings, and the third, again white stockings. Why was this the case? Lina's eyes sparkled. She had made herself up today, looking strikingly beautiful without the heavy application of makeup, exuding a natural allure. With her tall stature, fair skin, and striking features, she possessed an innate air of elegance, combined with a delicate demeanor that created an endearing contrast to her otherwise aloof temperament. Why do you wear white stockings all the time? Lin Yin pondered for a moment before finally voicing his curiosity. Lina was momentarily taken aback, before a flush of color rushed to her cheeks. What about it? She retorted, her heart racing. After a brief contemplation, she shot back, is it not appealing? Lin Yin chuckled, it is indeed lovely, yet I believe black stockings would also be quite delightful. Black stockings, you say? Would you like to see? Lina's lips curled into a playful smile as she seized Lin Yin's hand, placing it upon her thigh. The sensation was smooth. The texture of her stockings was exquisite. Coupled with the warmth of her skin, Lin Yin found himself momentarily entranced by Lina's visage, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. Unable to resist, he squeezed gently. Lina let out a shy sound, leaning into his embrace. Both felt a surge of emotions, the allure of white stockings and black stockings alike proving irresistible. Embracing the enchanting lady, Lin Yin addressed her queries one by one. Then buy me some, and I shall wear them, Lina murmured, burying her head against Lin Yin's chest. Lin Yin, aflame with desire, lifted Lina into the tent. The following morning, Lina's unadorned beauty was accentuated, the sea breeze lifting her silken hair. The GL University Cup was mere days away. She intended to travel to Weakwater City for the competition. When I seize the championship, I shall personally come to propose to the ice champion, Lin Yin promised, caressing Lina, sounding rather like a rogue. Whether others believed him or not, Lina certainly did, responding with a soft acknowledgement before mounting her Pidgeot and departing. Their night of warmth had been well spent, and all that needed to be said had been articulated. As she left, Lin Yin gifted Lina some attribute fruits suitable for gyrating dragons. As the sky faded into the distance, Lin Yin felt a pang of melancholy at her departure. Yet he quickly dispelled such emotions. He still had unfinished tasks. How could he succumb to solitude? Task: romantic longing. Obtain the championship of the University Cup and propose to Lina's family. Reward: clue to the Divine Beast Secret Realm. The Divine Beast Secret Realm. Could such a thing truly exist? As its name implies, the Divine Beast Secret Realm is a sanctuary that may harbor traces of divine beasts. The divine beasts of this world, in contrast to those depicted in games and anime, are formidable entities, regardless of whether they possess divine attributes. They are not to be trifled with by any mere trainer. The disparity between a level 1 ordinary spirit and a level 1 divine beast is incomparable, for they do not reside within the same echelon of existence, akin to comparing a kitten to an ant. With Lin Yin's current prowess and the ability to mega-evolve, the championship was virtually within his grasp. Of course, the multitude of prodigies in Huagua, akin to stars in the sky, could not be dismissed. Some might emerge as unexpected dark horses. Nevertheless, Lin Yin's determination to triumph remained unwavering. This preliminary round would allow the single-headed dragon to gain experience. With the strength of Banjira, fierce bite land shark, and sticky treasure, participating in such a competition seemed like an utter waste. It was likely that only in the main event or doubles would these Pokémon prove their worth. The rewards for the preliminary champion typically included semi-divine spirit eggs or rare items. However, Lin Yin knew that the majority of preliminary champion spirit eggs possessed qualifications akin to that of a king, which did not meet his expectations. He preferred to select items of greater value. It was said that a former preliminary champion inadvertently stumbled upon a dilapidated stone within the Pokémon Association's treasury, which turned out to contain the remnants of a divine beast, catapulting that individual to fame. With the support of the system, identification was merely the most rudimentary task. Selecting the finest treasures from the Pokémon Association's treasury would be a breeze. Rendering the semi-divine eggs of king quality seems superfluous by comparison. If he were to choose, it must be the best. At the very least, it should be a spirit egg of semi-champion caliber, having already acquired 4 spirits. His next selection would naturally be of semi-divine quality. However, he found himself in a quandary regarding whom to choose among the remaining candidates: Metagross, Dragonite, Duraludon, Gyrating Dragon, and Salamence. Among them, Dragonite was certainly out of the question. The Sandstorm would easily damage its scales, rendering a semi-divine Pokémon immediately ineffective. The Gyrating Dragon, being of Ice and Dragon type, was also unsuitable for a snow team. Metagross, with its Steel type, was immune to sandstorms, while Salamence could soar above them, much like the 3-headed dragon, thus avoiding the adverse conditions. Duraludon was also a commendable choice. Its exclusive move, Dragon Arrow, was a force to be reckoned with in games, and performed admirably in reality as well. Could it even be possible? Should I directly select a divine beast next? Yet such an unrealistic thought was promptly dismissed by Lin Yin. Divine beasts. Those entities were not mere commodities one could acquire with money, as in games. As he pondered, Lin Yin's stomach grumbled. He felt a twinge of hunger. Come forth, fierce bite land shark. Roar. Lin Yin was not intending to consume the fierce bite land shark, but rather, due to its ability to fly and its imposing size, it was more than sufficient to carry him. Return to the manor, Lin Yin exclaimed as he leaped onto the creature. The fierce bite land shark, filled with excitement, bellowed joyfully at Lin Yin. What? You say you have taught the single-headed dragon a special technique? Lin Yin was somewhat taken aback. What could these 2 oafish giants possibly teach? The fierce biting land shark shook its head repeatedly, teasingly refusing to reveal anything. Regardless, the manor was quite close, and if the single-horned dragon truly mastered this extraordinary skill, given its potential, facing the preliminary rounds would undoubtedly pose no challenge. Contemplating this, Lin Yin felt a surge of excitement. The fierce biting land shark, moving at supersonic speed, swiftly soared into the manor, stirring up a cloud of dust as it landed, its wings flapping vigorously. Come forth, Banjira, Nian Nian Bao, and Single-Horned Dragon. Lin Yin casually tossed the Pokeball. Banjira emerged with a beaming smile, clearly delighted. Nian Nian Bao blushed, bouncing into Lin Yin's embrace. The mischievous Single-Horned Dragon held its head high, radiating pride. Nian Nian Bao stretched its body, attempting to obscure Lin Yin's vision. What? Lin Yin was utterly perplexed. What extraordinary skill could provoke such a reaction from Nian Nian Bao and elicit such excitement from Banjira and the fierce biting land shark? His anticipation grew. Quick, show me. Lin Yin playfully slapped the back of Single-Horned Dragon's head. The mischievous creature tensed, its expression serious. Lin Yin leaned in closer, anxious not to miss the display of this skill. The Single-Horned Dragon strode toward a large tree, displaying an air of defiance. Could it be that it had learned a powerful dragon-type move? Lin Yin speculated. MMM. The Single-Horned Dragon grumbled, then suddenly turned around, presenting its rear to the towering tree. Lin Yin was left bewildered. What was this posture? Nian Nian Bao, in a fit of urgency, tried to shield Lin Yin's eyes. Chapter 77. The unique skill of the Single-Horned Dragon. Moments later, a series of loud, explosive sounds erupted. Subsequently, a noxious gas began to spew forth from the Single-Horned Dragon's rear. This gas possessed immense destructive power. Upon contact with the tree, a corrosive sound echoed, and the fumes rapidly spread, wreaking havoc on the surrounding foliage, leaving only craters in their wake. Not only that, but a pungent odor wafted into the air, expanding swiftly. Lin Yin's expression shifted dramatically. He regretted his earlier enthusiasm. Nian Nian Bao reacted instinctively, diving into its Pokeball for safety, while Banjira had already dragged the fierce biting land shark to safety. Ugh! Lin Yin felt nauseated. What was that stench? A combination of sour, smelly feet, a fetid latrine, and pickled vegetables. The odor lingered ominously, refusing to dissipate. Lin Yin could no longer tolerate it. He covered his nose and lunged forward, shoving the Single-Horned Dragon into its Pokeball. Disgusting, he exclaimed. It was akin to a biological weapon. No wonder Nian Nian Bao was so averse to it, while Banjira and the fierce biting land shark reveled in it. Good heavens. System, please identify the skill that the Single-Horned Dragon just displayed. Lin Yin gritted his teeth against the nausea and rushed to the bathroom, retching while splashing water on his face. Burp, just a fart with the rear. Lin Yin sighed. It was obvious that this was the handiwork of Banjira and the fierce biting land shark, utterly revolting. Such a move was practically a biological weapon. He shuddered at the thought of a fully evolved, three-headed dragon using it from the sky. How utterly revolting. Half an hour later, Lin Yin finally regained his composure and exhaled a deep breath. Upon reflection, while the skill had been employed in the most inappropriate manner, rendering it utterly disgusting, its potential could not be dismissed. Firstly, its power had expanded exponentially. Just look at the forest directly behind the single-horned dragon. It had been corroded beyond recognition. Even insect-type Pokémon shunned the area, which had likely turned into a noxious pit. It was only a matter of time before some stinky mud or other similar Pokémon emerged. To unleash such a move in its initial form was astonishing. Lin Yin felt compelled to nurture this ability further. With that in mind, he resolved to feed this little creature more toxic berries, ideally in a ratio of poison, evil, dragon 1, 3, 6. As one of the most coveted types, it would be unwise to relinquish the dragon attribute. Thus, sacrificing a portion of the evil energy seemed prudent. At this moment, his gaze shifted to the rock dragon secret realm. Banjira and the fierce biting land shark were shoulder to shoulder, while Lin Yin Bao wore an expression of indignation. As if to say, "You too, why would you lead my adorable little brother astray?" Lin Yin Bao scolded, while Banjira and the fierce biting land shark appeared indifferent, even suppressing chuckles, as the single-horned dragon hung its head in embarrassment, still conscious of its dignity. However, its resolve was unwavering. It felt this skill suited it perfectly. After a brief moment, Lin Yin Bao bounced up to the top of the illusion tree to take a well-deserved rest. Banjira, alongside the fierce biting land shark, collected some attribute berries and approached the single-horned dragon. The three Pokémon feasted together, but while Banjira and the fierce biting land shark digested well, letting out loud farts, the single-horned dragon absorbed the nourishment, storing energy within. Lin Yin sighed in resignation. Since the single-horned dragon had chosen this peculiar path, he would let it be. Spending time with Banjira and the fierce biting land shark evidently contributed to the single-horned dragon's steady growth. As everything seemed to be progressing positively, Lin Yin decided not to intervene, allowing the trio to frolic, as long as the single-horned dragon didn't pollute the entire secret realm. Ding! Hidden task triggered. Task: maximize the single-horned dragon's skill, burp. The upgraded skill, influenced by the guidance of its elder brothers, possesses unique energy that may create miracles. Reward: additional evil attribute in the secret realm. What a surprise. The two unreliable companions had finally accomplished something worthwhile. Lin Yin was elated. The more attributes a secret realm possessed, the better it naturally became. Not only would the variety of energy increase, but the Pokémon born within would be extraordinary. It was even said that a secret realm containing 18 attributes could resemble the real world, though he had yet to hear of one that could gather all 18 attributes. Speaking of which, within Lin Yin's villa, there were various Pokémon of different attributes he had previously nurtured. Was it possible to bring them into the Rock Dragon's secret realm? The more Pokémon present, the more vibrant the attribute energy would be, potentially leading to the emergence of peculiar items and berry trees. However, after further consideration, Lin Yin decided against it. The training sessions of Banjira and the fierce biting land shark were quite intense, and if these two were to unleash their full power, a significant portion of the secret realm would surely be affected. At that point, not just ordinary Pokémon, but even those of equal level would be in peril. As he pondered, fatigue washed over Lin Yin. He resolved to finish his meal and retire for the night. Ding ding ding. At that moment, the chubby friend suddenly activated a video call, and instead of the familiar round face, a more confident visage appeared. His friend had successfully lost weight and was evidently thriving in Kyoto. Guess what? My Haku dragon has evolved, and its qualifications have reached the threshold of a quasi-champion. Even my Charizard and Lizard King can undergo mega evolution. Soon, you shall feel my wrath. The chubby friend exclaimed, brimming with glee. Are you certain? Lin Yin raised an eyebrow. He knew his own strength far exceeded that of his friend. Where did this newfound confidence stem from? Hee hee. Look at this. The chubby friend produced a keystone from around his neck, revealing the Mega Stone Y of Charizard, which sported a round belly. Oh, a Mega Charizard Y. Is it? Lin Yin was somewhat astonished, never expecting that this little chubby fellow would possess such remarkable luck. However, did you forget? Who is the father of Mega Evolution? In this regard, you shall never be my rival. Be wary, or I might just embarrass you. Lin Yin let out a hearty laugh. Heh. I have a secret weapon. You'll see soon enough. The chubby one exuded an inexplicable confidence. Lin Yin merely chuckled, choosing not to undermine his opponent's self-assurance. What would the chubby fellow think if he knew that his single-headed dragon possessed a burp attack that emanated from its rear? The two continued their banter for quite a while, until the chubby one said, Old bro, I'll be cheering for you in Kyoto during the preliminaries. You better not lose. The sky could fall, but I shall never lose, Lin Yin replied before putting down his Pokédex and drifting off to sleep. The next morning, Lin Yin rode his Garchomp to the registration area ahead of time. There, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Chapter 78, An Unexpected Reunion. With a rugged appearance and an unconventional look, he seemed like a middle-aged man, yet he was merely 18. It was Chuan-Tu. Lin Yin recalled his Garchomp and approached to greet him. You rascal, what brings you to my Anong city? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chuan-Tu turned around, slightly furrowing his brow in confusion. At that moment, Lin Yin remembered that he had deliberately changed his hairstyle and donned attire that resembled Western European fashion to avoid recognition. In fact, this outfit was meticulously selected and sent overnight by Reina. One must admit, it looked splendid. It's me, Lin Yin reiterated. Well, I knew it was you. Haha. Chuan-Tu finally recognized him, his expression shifting to one of realization. Actually, I came specifically to find you. I wasn't sure which district to compete in, so I decided to come to Anong to seek your advice. Compared to before, Chuan-Tu appeared more mature. Anyone unfamiliar might have mistaken him for Lin Yin's father. Just then, a security officer approached, accompanied by a swift hound. Sir, this is the registration area for the College Cup. You've come to the wrong place. Lin Yin shook his head in disbelief, knowing that Chuan-Tu's appearance would surely lead to such a mix-up. No, I'm here to register as a student. Chuan-Tu insisted, waving his hands and pulling out his Pokédex to prove his identity. After a considerable time had passed, the two exhaled deeply, relieved that the registration was complete and only the competition awaited them the following day. Like in a bustling market, the two continued their light-hearted chatter. However, this time, Chuan-Tu had learned his lesson and had already booked accommodations at the Pokémon Center. When they arrived at the Pokémon Center for a meal, Chuan-Tu chuckled wryly. Brother, I suspected your identity was extraordinary, but I didn't realize you were this impressive. Not only are you the grandson of the Dragon Champion, but you are also a senior Pokémon professor. By the way, did you really discover the megaforms of Pokémon? I'll tell you, it was my grandfather. Chuan-Tu said. His curiosity piqued as he bombarded Lin Yin with questions. Lin Yin answered them one by one, finally dismissing the significance with a casual wave of his hand. It's nothing remarkable. You have no idea how grateful I am to you. My grandfather has bestowed upon me numerous rewards, Chuan-Tu exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. He recounted how his grandfather had come to him in a state of urgency while he was resting at home. Initially thinking it was a grave matter, he was instead presented with a megastone for Scyther and a keystone, along with news about Lin Yin. This revelation left Chuan-Tu, who seldom ventured online, utterly bewildered. He had merely descended the mountain for a competition and unexpectedly encountered such an extraordinary individual. Originally, his grandfather had tasked him with challenging the Bug-type Elite Four and even the champion, but now it seemed that the objective had shifted to befriending Lin Yin. Chuan-Tu candidly shared all of this without reservation. Upon hearing it, Lin Yin laughed heartily. Brother Tu, you need not fret. We are like old friends upon meeting. Your cheerful demeanor resonates well with me, and there is no need to concern ourselves with mundane matters. Lin Yin cherished Chuan-Tu's pure-hearted nature as a competitor. Although his appearance was somewhat hasty, his heart was untainted, viewing Pokémon battles as everything and caring deeply for his Pokémon. Both of them were genuine enthusiasts of Pokémon, and there was no reason to let trivialities tarnish their bond. Chuan-Tu, upon hearing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he soon erupted into laughter. My Scyther hasn't evolved yet, and my Volcarona hasn't matured either. Otherwise, I'd definitely be a worthy opponent for your Tyranitar, Chuan-Tu declared with conviction. Lin Yin chuckled. Are you sure? This little guy has been rather irritable lately. Even if all your Pokémon combined, they would not stand a chance against him. I don't believe it. Let us have a practice battle then. Come forth, Tyranitar, Garchomp, and Single-Headed Dragon, Lin Yin proclaimed, tossing out his Pokeballs. The battle arena at the Pokémon Center was vast. Even Tyranitar's imposing stature appeared somewhat diminutive within it. As soon as he emerged, a whirlwind of sand began to swirl around him, gradually forming a sandstorm. Roar! Mimikyu promptly leaped into Lin Yin's embrace, settling comfortably there. Garchomp and Single-Headed Dragon flanked Tyranitar on either side. The trio, Tyranitar, Garchomp, and Single-Headed Dragon, had recently been consuming Dark-type berries, giving them a rather fierce appearance. Their countenances bore an innate pressure, akin to a powerful mob leader accompanied by two lackeys. Chuan-Tu was momentarily taken aback. What in the world happened during this short time apart? Tyranitar and Garchomp had not only evolved, but their sizes were also terrifying. When had Lin Yin captured a Single-Headed Dragon, which also boasted such a formidable size? completely defying the notion of a mere starting Pokémon. At this moment, Chuan-Tu discreetly returned the Pokeball in his hand, clearing his throat. Ahem, brother, I'm feeling a bit unwell today. Let us skip the battle. I'll take some probiotics in a couple of days to settle my stomach. Chuan-Tu laughed heartily. Though he maintained an air of nonchalance, he was inwardly astonished. Could it be that Lin Yin possessed some unique physique? Otherwise, how could he have nurtured his Pokémon to such an impressive size? Of course, even without engaging in battle, they could still facilitate friendly exchanges among their Pokémon. Come forth, Snowball, Heracross, Scyther, and Volcarona, Chuan-Tu summoned. He had already captured 5 Pokémon, one more than Lin Yin. Among them, Scyther and Heracross were capable of Mega Evolution. Snowball and Heracross were quite familiar with Tyranitar and Garchomp, and among Pokémon, interactions were inherently simple. It didn't take long for them to engage in playful antics. Tyranitar required no action at the moment. Merely lying there allowed it to continuously enhance its strength. Garchomp had been diligently honing its dragon dance, ever since the system had taught it the move. This little fellow had forsaken its former love for Sword's Dance and embraced its newfound passion. Now, its speed and attack had been finely tuned. Single-headed Dragon, being the younger sibling, was currently in a phase of growth, requiring only sustenance and a bit of practice with its burp technique. This ability's power was so extraordinary that it even surpassed traditional Z moves, often yielding unexpectedly advantageous results. As for Mimikyu, it had recently grown somewhat complacent. However, it leaned more towards supportive roles, often checking on the trio's health or filling in for Lin Yin's responsibilities, ensuring that the 3 Pokémon trained diligently, which relieved Lin Yin of considerable worry. Being a girl, it was only natural that she preferred not to engage in battles. Lin Yin was quite content, often treating Mimikyu to lovely little dresses to amuse her. Fortunately, in this preliminary round, the top 4 from each district are eligible to enter the main competition. Otherwise, I would have been finished. The pangolin couldn't help but sigh, realizing that the two had already created such a vast gap between them. As the Pokémon frolicked among themselves, the pangolin and Lin Yin engaged in casual conversation, which soon turned to gossip. By the way, have you heard about that incident? Someone from the Pokémon Association has betrayed us. Chapter 79, Opening Ceremony of the University Cup. Who is that? Lin Yin looked bewildered. He was always behind on gossip. It's a certain champion from Kyoto who has defected, openly using dark balls, and even robbing the team escorting the divine egg, making off with a Dragonite. That's not all. One must understand that, typically, these divine Pokémon possess champion-level qualifications, whereas this Dragonite egg boasts qualifications of a quasi-champion. Such a high-caliber Pokémon egg is a strategic resource. Moreover, the championship prize for this University Cup has also been lost. The Pokémon Association has been in discussions about this matter lately. As the pangolin spoke, his expression kept shifting. A champion's betrayal is not the crux of the issue. While quasi-divine eggs are rare, they are indeed the most crucial element. What truly matters is that this champion holds a significant position and has colluded with numerous wealthy champions, indicating that the Pokémon Association may have been infiltrated by the Dark Church. Internal issues are complex and challenging to deal with, which has left the Pokémon Association in a state of turmoil. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin's expression shifted from grave to elated. Isn't this an opportunity? Through this incident, the old man might even establish a foothold in Kyoto, provided he manages it well. The Pokémon Association is not foolish when handling such matters. It's best to find a champion with minimal involvement. Coincidentally, the old man is quite suitable, having just arrived in Kyoto without solid connections, and is in urgent need of a task to prove himself. After this incident, the Lin family should be able to firmly establish themselves in Kyoto. Lin Yin pondered for a moment and realized he might not be able to assist the old man much. As for Mega Evolution, it has already been announced, and some individuals with resources have already collected Keystones and Megastones. Although the old man stands to gain substantial benefits and resources, it will take time for these to be fully converted into strength. Task: secure the Lin family's position in Kyoto. Hint: Mega Evolution has not reached its limits. Aside from Keystones, one could research trait devices to enhance Pokémon's strength post-Mega Evolution. Reward: during the task period, the host Pokémon will receive a double growth buff. Excellent. The system remains as reliable as ever. Lin Yin nearly forgot that while Dynamaxing has its armbands and belts, why shouldn't he be able to devise similar devices for Mega Evolution? It's worth noting that these artificial devices could even amplify the effects of Keystones, significantly enhancing the power of Mega Evolution. For formidable individuals like the old man, even a 1 increase is monumental. Thus, after exchanging pleasantries with the pangolin, Lin Yin hurried back to his dormitory. He opened the Pokédex and hastily began drafting a paper, articulating his thoughts and subsequently forwarding it to Dr. Demu and Elder Yin. Given their qualifications and expertise, it wouldn't take long for them to achieve a breakthrough in keystone wristbands. Lin Yin intended to keep this information private, sharing it solely with his family. At that moment, Lena unexpectedly initiated a video call, which Lin Yin promptly answered. In the video, Lena was clad in a loose-fitting nightgown. How loose, one might wonder? It could only be described as a swath of pristine white. Lin Yin nearly had a nosebleed. Realizing this, Lena quickly covered herself, her cheeks flushing slightly. She was accustomed to dressing this way at home. However, since they had already established their relationship, Lena didn't dwell on it but laughed, saying, "Tomorrow is the preliminary round. Good luck. Good luck to you too." Lin Yin replied while continuing to write his paper. As long as this plan comes to fruition, the Lin family's mega evolution will always be a step ahead of others. Lena was unaware of Lin Yin's endeavors. Yet gazing at his earnest visage, she found him incredibly handsome. The night swiftly passed. Lin Yin sent the paper to Dr. Demu early the next morning and received high praise, with Dr. Demu extolling Lin Yin as a genius. He and Lena chatted on the phone throughout the night, conversing until the Pokédex's battery was drained, at which point the call ended. After freshening up, Lin Yin and the pangolin made their way to the competition venue. One cannot deny that it is indeed one of the most popular competitions, second only to the Champion Cup and the King Cup. The entrance was teeming with influencers and reporters from television stations. Lin Yin even spotted a familiar face, the influencer Liang Di, who had previously triggered a task when challenging him, resulting in numerous benefits for Lin Yin. Thus, he held a favorable impression of this influencer. Though he merely cast a glance from a distance without approaching, the pangolin headed to another arena, bidding Lin Yin farewell early on. Although it was a preliminary round, the scale of the competition was monumental. Not to mention the nationwide live broadcast, the venue was divided into 18 major areas. Naturally, each area featured randomly selected attributes. This competition not only tests strength but also luck. As the saying goes, luck is part of strength. Fortunately, Lin Yin's luck was decent, landing him in the forest arena. At least it wasn't a cursed venue like fairy or ice types. Each match would feature champion-level grass-type Pokémon to maintain the venue, along with numerous Chansey and other Pokémon on standby to heal any injured Pokémon. Lin Yin had eagerly anticipated this battle. Many vendors had set up stalls, including some renowned nationwide food stalls: sunflower seeds, cola, soda, stinky tofu, grilled cold noodles. Viewers across the nation had already tuned in to the live broadcast from their homes, while some bored individuals in their communities had even set up large screens, watching the live matches as if they were at the cinema. The rules for the preliminary matches consisted of 2-on-2 singles, where defeating the opponent's Pokémon resulted in victory. A single district boasts 36 gyms, highlighting the formidable nature of the competition. One district is even larger than Lin Yin's home province back on Earth. The reason is simple: the Pokémon world is vast, yet sparsely populated. Numerous trainers gathered together, eager to showcase their talents, though most were newly initiated trainers with limited strength. Lin Yin's match was scheduled for the afternoon, so he purchased a snack and made his way to the spectator seats. The host, riding a Pidgeot and donning sunglasses, made a dazzling entrance in a suit. "Hello everyone, I am Lu Aihua, loved by all, blooming like flowers, and causing cars to burst tires. I will personally host the University Cup preliminaries in Anong City. Without further ado, let us get to the opening ceremony." Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the center of the stage, gradually enlarging and expanding. What is that? It's Bankyo. This year's opening ceremony performance features Bankyo's Mega Evolution. In honor of Dr. Lin Yin's discovery, the holographic figure at the center of the stage shimmered with white light. Moments later, the Super Bankyo made its grand entrance, standing majestically on the stage, captivating countless spectators with its 3D display. Following this, the competition officially commenced, with our first contestant making their entrance. Chapter 80, Single-Headed Dragon vs. Fire Tyrannosaurus. The arena where Lin Yin found himself was predominantly filled with common students, rendering the battles somewhat lackluster. Seemingly influenced by his presence, many had captured Beedrill, while a fortunate few had managed to catch Scyther from unknown locales. Upon evolving into Mega Scyther, it proved to be a formidable Pokémon. Such trivial skirmishes held little intrigue. Lin Yin opened his Pokédex to observe his competitors. Lena's Snowcloak Pokémon faced off against a Fire-type Chimchar. Despite the type disadvantage, Snowcloak unleashed a blizzard amidst hail, swiftly eliminating Chimchar in a single blow. As time passed, Bug Pouch was summoned to battle, deploying the recently captured Scyther, whose opponent was a Bulbasaur, leading to an inevitable and effortless victory. Time flew by, and after a brief midday respite, afternoon battles commenced. The alluring commentator Luihua, with his captivating and resonant voice, effortlessly drew the audience's attention back. In the forest arena, competitor Lin Yin was set to face off against contestant Liang Ku, who, as I gathered, was the younger brother of the renowned internet celebrity Liang Di from Anong City. One wonders what extraordinary Pokémon the internet sensation might have prepared for his sibling. The upcoming match promises to be a spectacle. Liang Ku smiled faintly, knowing that his brother had gone to great lengths, even exhausting his savings, to acquire this Pokémon. He was determined to seize victory. Come forth, shiny Charmeleon. Roaring, the shiny Charmeleon exhibited a brilliant yellow hue, clearly indicating it had been well trained. Boasting a size larger than its counterparts. Charmeleon, shiny, gender, male type, fire level, 21 potential, champion ability, solar power, in sunny weather, special attack increases, but HP decreases each turn. Held item, charcoal, inferior. Moves, sunny day, flamethrower. Description, Charmeleon, the flame Pokemon, is the evolved form of Charmander. In battles against formidable foes, it may unleash a bluish-white flame when its emotions are stirred. Oh, what a revelation. Liang Ku's Pokemon is none other than a shiny Charmeleon. It is well known that shiny Pokemon generally possess superior stats compared to their regular counterparts. Let us now turn our attention to Lin Yin's Pokemon. Luihua's voice rose in excitement, igniting the crowd's enthusiasm even before the battle commenced. Lin Yin, known under this alias, shared a deep connection with the internet celebrity, and it was indeed intriguing that his opponent was this very person's brother. Standing on the familiar battleground, Lin Yin summoned a unique Pokemon, a single-headed dragon. Arise, single-headed dragon. The dark single-headed dragon roared, its form towering over Charmeleon, enveloped in an ominous aura that instilled fear. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is the quasi-legendary single-headed dragon. Its appearance clearly indicates a focus on enhancing its dark attributes. Luihua's eyes widened, clearly astonished by the unexpected intensity of this preliminary match. Quasi-legendary single-headed dragon versus shiny Charmeleon. The aura emanating from the single-headed dragon was undeniably fearsome. Although it was merely a basic form, it seemed to rival even the three-headed dragon, if not surpass it. The audience was equally stunned, erupting in cheers, declaring the value of their tickets well justified. In truth, Lin Yin had attempted to correct this misconception, but the overwhelming dark attributes of his Banjira had inadvertently influenced the single-headed dragon's development. Meanwhile, Liang Di, seated in the audience, appeared perplexed. He had gifted his brother a shiny Charmeleon specifically for today's College Cup, yet the current circumstances seemed dire. As a social media influencer, he had not forgotten to stream live, and the chat room was ablaze with comments. It seemed that the internet celebrity's younger brother was in a precarious situation. Even as a quasi-legendary in its initial form, the single-headed dragon was not a Pokemon to be underestimated. I suspect that the internet celebrity's younger brother has already lost. Liang Di, observing the soaring comments in the live stream, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Having reached his 50s, he had finally found the opportunity to select a shiny Charmander, hoping to nurture it himself. Yet, having lived for decades, he had long since lost the passion of acquiring a starter Pokemon. Even if he were to train it, he found himself utterly incapable. Thus, he placed all his hopes on his brother, imparting all the knowledge he had gathered over a lifetime. For this day, he had even begun purchasing views days in advance to ride the wave of popularity, resulting in an exceptional turnout for the live stream. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Let us not forget, Charmeleon is a second-stage Pokemon, while the single-headed dragon is merely in its first stage. At a glance, there appears to be a disparity, yet Charmeleon holds the advantage. Upon reflection, it seems Liang Ku might still have a chance, for quasi-legendary Pokemon are not invincible. Feeling disheartened, Liang Di gazed at the comments before him, suddenly filled with renewed confidence. Even against a quasi-legendary, his brother would not be outmatched. Had Liang Di known the rigorous training Lin Yin's single-headed dragon had undergone, he might not have harbored such absurd notions. Setting aside the fact that Lin Yin had consumed attribute berries as if they were daily meals, the top-tier energy cubes he consumed thrice daily would daunt anyone. Coupled with the enhancement from 2 superior items, the system's double growth buff, the energy infusion from the secret realms, and the guidance from Pokemon like Banjira, Lin Yin's single-headed dragon was born with a proverbial silver spoon, emerging from a hatching device that even affluent trainers below the champion rank could not utilize. As thoughts swirled, the match commenced. Charmeleon, sunny day? Liang Ke's immediate response was to summon the weather, activating Charmeleon's ability, hoping for a swift victory. Sunny Day, a fire-type weather move. Varies in intensity based on the user's level. Lu Aihua, cool and collected, donned sunglasses, recognizing that this shiny Charmeleon's ability was solar power. If it held the item charcoal, it could potentially defeat the single-headed dragon in one fell swoop. This was a tactic Charmeleon excelled at, typically capable of eliminating its opponents in a single strike. All eyes turned to Lin Yin, eager to see how he would respond. The single-headed dragon noticed the sun brightening slightly and felt a sense of disdain. This weather change was less impressive than his brother's flatulence. The dark single-headed dragon shot a provocative glance at Charmeleon. Provocation, a dark-type move, rendered the opponent unable to use weather-based moves. Charmeleon's sunny day was abruptly interrupted. Nonetheless, it was sufficient. Charmeleon unleashed Flamethrower. With a wave of his hand, Liang Ke commanded the attack. Flamethrower, a fire-type special move with a power of 90, unleashed searing flames with a chance to inflict a burn, which would lower physical attack power. A counterattack? Lin Yin had never known defeat. Single-headed dragon, Dragon Breath. Lin Yin called out, Dragon Breath. A dragon-type special move with a power of 60, released draconic energy from the mouth, potentially paralyzing the opponent. The Dragon Breath and Flamethrower clashed violently, yet the disparity in power was stark. Dragon Breath gradually engulfed the flames, extinguishing them, and surging rapidly toward Charmeleon. How could this be possible? Yank was somewhat astonished. His Charmeleon had been defeated by a Dragonair. Although this single-headed dragon appeared formidable in size, its level was vastly inferior to that of Charmeleon. Being distracted during battle was far from advantageous. Charmeleon was battered by the residual force of Dragon Breath, bearing numerous wounds. What was happening? The Dragonair, utilized by the Lin Yin contestant, had executed a seemingly mundane Dragon Breath, yet had rendered Yank's Charmeleon incapacitated. Humph, the battle is not over, and the outcome remains uncertain. Yank steadied his emotions, bellowing, Charmeleon, use Smokescreen. Smokescreen, a typical status-altering technique, envelopes the opponent in thick smoke or ink, diminishing their accuracy. A splendid opportunity. Lin Yin's Dragonair was equipped with the item Air Balloon, meaning that a missed attack would actually enhance its speed. Thus, Lin Yin casually commanded, aim the Smokescreen and use Earth Power. Earth Power, a special ground-type move with a power of 90, unleashes the strength of the earth upon the opponent, possibly lowering their special defense. Charmeleon, being doubly weak to ground-type moves, would be rendered unable to battle upon being struck. However, the Dragonair's nonchalant execution of the move naturally resulted in a miss. With the attack failing, Yank erupted in laughter. Releasing skills incurs a cooldown, and thus, an opportunity had presented itself. Charmeleon, Flare Blitz. Yank no longer hesitated. He acted decisively. Flare Blitz, a physical fire-type move with a power of 120, envelopes the user in flames and charges at the opponent, inflicting substantial self-damage while having a chance to burn the foe. Yet, Yank remained unaware that the Dragonair was shimmering with a faint green light, signaling that the air balloon had been activated, increasing its speed. The opponent's intent to use the high-risk Flare Blitz clearly showcased Yank's ignorance regarding the Dragonair's item. Lu Aihua adjusted her sunglasses, astonished. This was dire for the Lin Yin contestant, as Flare Blitz was exceedingly swift, and the Dragonair could not possibly evade it. It seemed victory had been sealed. Liang Di watched the match, holding his breath, eyes wide, fists clenched. Could they possibly win? Lin Yin's lips curled into a sly smile. The outcome was indeed determined, but it was not he who would be defeated. Dragonair, evade the attack and use Dragon Breath. Evade. There was no escaping now. Yank's heart swelled with joy. Then he shouted, Charge, Charmeleon. A torrent of flames enveloped Charmeleon, its entire form resembling a colossal inferno, surging rapidly towards the Dragonair. At that moment, both the audience and the judges were captivated by the battle, plunging the arena into a brief silence. Evade. Just watch me. Lin Yin chuckled, Dragonair. Dodge Flare Blitz. Just as the towering flames were about to strike, the Dragonair's form flickered, gliding aside as if greased. How could this be possible? Yank's eyes widened. The Dragonair's speed was unfathomably swift. What had transpired? The Lin Yin contestant's Dragonair had become remarkably faster. Lu Aihua, microphone in hand, was animatedly excited. Could it be the air balloon? It turned out that the Dragonair had intentionally used Earth Power against the Smokescreen to purposely miss the attack, thereby boosting its speed. Clearly, Yank had fallen into a trap, and it was all over. Just as Lu Aihua had predicted, Charmeleon could not halt its momentum and crashed into the wall, while the Dragonair cackled, unleashing Earth Power for a finishing blow. Was this truly the end? Some trainers were left dumbfounded, as they could not procure the air balloon item, leaving them bewildered for quite some time before they comprehended the situation. Evidently, everything had been orchestrated by the Lin Yin contestant. Although Charmeleon had endured, it was panting heavily, on the brink of collapse, holding on to a single breath. It was over, Lin Yin remarked with a smile. Dragon Pulse. Dragon Pulse. A special dragon-type move with a power of 85, expelled a fierce surge of dragon energy from its mouth. Charmeleon, hold on. Don't give up. Yank felt a surge of regret, memories of his time with Charmeleon flashing through his mind like a fleeting panorama. Charmeleon seemed to recall something, its previously vacant gaze sharpening with focus. Roar. Just as the Dragonair's move was about to land, flames ignited at the tip of Charmeleon's tail, rapidly engulfing its body. A pale light flickering alongside the flames, causing the crowd to gasp in astonishment. Evolved? What was this? Charmeleon had evolved into a black Charizard. Lu Aihua's eyes widened, fixated on the scene before her. Who could have anticipated such a dramatic turn in the match? A black Charizard. The evolution had subtly altered the course of events. Despite the Dragonair's formidable strength, it could not possibly overcome the supremacy of the newly evolved Charizard. The Charizard, with a robust physique and commanding presence, had flames flickering at the end of its tail. Roar. Charizard bellowed, releasing a scorching wave that surged skyward, executing the move Sunny Day. In an instant, the sky brightened, the temperature soaring, intensified by the surrounding trees of the forest arena. The audience's anticipation reached a peak. 3 dramatic twists in one match had made the ticket worthwhile. Lin Yin raised an eyebrow, astonished that Charmeleon had evolved. It must have felt its trainer's call. What an extraordinary bond. The dynamics of Pokémon battles shifted rapidly. Even the slightest variation could alter the outcome. Although Charizard had evolved, Lin Yin remained undaunted. His Dragonair had yet to unleash its full potential, and the opponent's Charizard had merely added a touch of amusement to the contest. Ahaha. Confront your fears and face the wrath of Charizard. Yank was now beaming with pride, reveling in his triumph. Fear. The Dragonair gazed at its adversary, its eyes brimming with determination, exhibiting no signs of trepidation. It must be noted that within the depths of the rock dragon's secret realm, the terrifying aura of its elder brother, Banjara, had extinguished any notion of rebellion. The second brother, the fierce Garchomp, was an even greater challenge, and even the eldest sister, the sticky Swablu, could defeat him with ease. Who could fathom the trials he had endured during that time? Now, having finally emerged to battle and encountering a seemingly easy opponent, there was no way he would shy away from unleashing his pent-up frustration. Chapter 82. The Dragonair's first battle dominates. The battle persisted. With Charizard enveloped in the light of evolution, its injuries nearly healed, while the Dragonair had also sustained no significant damage. Thus the match continued. Lu Aihua had never witnessed such a contest. Each twist and turn felt like overtaking on a winding road, thrilling and fulfilling. The audience was equally exhilarated. The match had proven to be extraordinarily captivating, with Lin Yin's choices and Charizard's evolution exceeding their expectations. Among them, Liang Di was the most excited. He had initially believed his brother was destined to lose, his long efforts wasted, only to realize that fortune favors the prepared. Charizard had evolved. Yank no longer hesitated. Charizard soared into the air, unleashing Flamethrower. With Sunny Day and the item Charcoal enhancing the attack, Flamethrower's power reached staggering heights. Of course, the Dragonair was not idle either, continuously using Charge to ensure its next strike would land effectively. Charge, a typical status-altering technique, increased the likelihood of landing critical hits. The Dragonair's eyes glimmered with sharpness, faint traces of toxic gas wafting from its nostrils. Dragonair, use Belch. Burp, a special skill of the poison type, boasts a formidable power of 120, releasing toxic gas towards the opponent, inflicting substantial damage. However, if one has not eaten sufficiently, no harm will be dealt. In the stands, seasoned trainers began to offer their critiques. Although Burp possesses a power of 120, the might of Flamethrower, under various enhancements, has long surpassed this figure. The single-headed dragon is at a disadvantage. If it could leverage its remarkable speed to outmaneuver the Charizard, perhaps the outcome would remain uncertain. Lin Yin listened to these discussions with a placid expression. His single-headed dragon was destined not to lose, as the disparity in levels was merely slight. While it appeared that the single-headed dragon was at a disadvantage, who could fathom the immense energy contained within that little creature? What? Liang Ku exclaimed in astonishment as the mist generated by Burp devoured the flames. Charizard, evade swiftly. With a thunderous roar, Charizard narrowly escaped the attack. Its eyes reflecting the toxic fog, but one of its wings was corroded, significantly sapping its strength. How could this be? The single-headed dragon of Lin Yin proved to be terrifyingly powerful. The dazzling Charizard was no match. Luihua subconsciously adjusted his sunglasses, utterly taken aback by this outcome. The solar power ability enhances special attack in sunny weather, yet it depletes health each turn. In that moment, Liang Ke's expression turned frigid. No, he would not accept defeat. If he was to lose, then he would wager everything on this final chance. Charizard, unleash your Brick Break with all your might. Brick Break, a fighting-type physical move with a power of 75, delivers a fierce chop towards the opponent. It can sometimes shatter light screens and reflects. The single-headed dragon has a double weakness to fighting-type moves, but since Brick Break is a physical skill, it will not activate the opponent's ability. Thus, the solar power ability would become useless, continuously draining its own vitality. Is this a desperate gamble? Lin Yin understood that his opponent was already bewildered by the single-headed dragon. In that case, let the adversary plunge into utter despair. After absorbing the opponent's attack, the single-headed dragon would crush the contest to an end. Liang Ke's choice to have the single-headed dragon endure the Brick Break was incomprehensible to Luihua. Liang Ke's heart swelled with joy. At that moment, Charizard's Brick Break struck heavily against the single-headed dragon's body. It was over. Liang Ke exhaled a sigh of relief. This victory was purely a stroke of luck. Crunch, crunch. A dark-type physical move with a power of 80 viciously bites the opponent. It may sometimes lower the opponent's defense. The single-headed dragon scoffed, dismissing the opponent's attack as mere tickling, even less impactful than the damage dealt by Bennett's Sandstorm. It raised its dragon head, jaws wide open, emanating a menacing grin that sent a chilling shiver down the spine of onlookers. How could such a terrifying dark-type energy manifest? With a defiant roar, Charizard ultimately succumbed, losing its ability to battle. This scene left the audience astounded. What they had presumed to be Lin Yin's arrogance revealed itself as unwavering confidence. The outcome was decided. After a brief moment of shock, Liang Ke begrudgingly recalled Charizard, acknowledging its efforts. Luihua, regaining his composure, proclaimed, Charizard has lost its fighting capability. The single-headed dragon emerges victorious. A resounding applause erupted from the audience. Meanwhile, the viewers in Liang Di's live stream were equally exhilarated. The single-headed dragon was indeed magnificent. A true marvel. How could the black Charizard appear so feeble? It seemed incapable of taking a hit. My cousin possesses a three-headed dragon, yet it seems to lack the ferocity of this single-headed dragon. As the crowd expressed their astonishment, Lin Yin had already recalled the single-headed dragon, preparing for the next match. However, the internet celebrity Liang Di stood frozen, his heart filled with resentment and frustration, nearly choking on his dismay. As for the live stream, he had lost all interest. This match was a golden opportunity for his brother to gain fame. If recognized by influential figures, their family could escape the clutches of the working class. Although he was a popular internet celebrity with millions of fans, how many truly respected him? They merely sought entertainment from him, just as Liang Di wallowed in despair. A notification chimed from the Pokémon Encyclopedia's backend. Who could be messaging him at this hour? Could it be someone specifically coming to mock him? I am Lin Yin. Would you be interested in collaborating with me? His heart raced, and his hands trembled. What was this? The youngest top-tier doctor in history had come to seek his collaboration. The joy within him shattered his anxious disposition. He felt as if a pie had fallen from the sky. He repeatedly confirmed the identity of the sender. Yes, it truly was Dr. Lin. The last time he met Lin Yin, he had merely regarded him as a youthful rising star. Never anticipating the terrifying background he possessed following the mega evolution upheaval. A wave of fear washed over him. Would the other party seek trouble with him? However, days had passed without any word, and he lamented his insignificance, feeling like an ant unworthy of notice. Unexpectedly, a month later, Lin Yin had come to him with a collaboration proposal. Brother, I'm sorry. I lost. Liang Ke approached, his head bowed in dejection. Liang Di's heart swelled with excitement. He no longer cared about the match and casually reassured, it was just a minor competition. Since you didn't succeed in the high school cup, you can still return to school and take the secondary entrance exam. There are always paths forward. Regaining his composure, Liang Di quickly accessed the Pokémon Encyclopedia to reply. I am willing. Where shall we meet? At that moment, Lin Yin was engaged in conversation with the bug-type specialist, discussing Pokémon-related strategies as if they were old friends. Although Lin Yin possessed memories from his past life, conversing with the bug-type trainer yielded fruitful insights. Suddenly, Lin Yin's Pokémon Encyclopedia chimed again. Chapter 83. Father, please accept my bow. Liang Di agreed. It was only natural. A civilian trainer without any backing had no reason to refuse. As a transmigrator, Lin Yin was acutely aware of the power of public opinion, while Liang Di, despite his substantial following, lacked the connections that would elevate his status. Now, Lin Yin offered this individual an opportunity to leverage his fame fully. I've invited a friend. Would you care to join us? Lin Yin inquired of the bug-type trainer. I have nothing pressing to attend to, the trainer replied nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his head. After their match, they would still have to wait 2 to 3 days for the next battle, making this a perfect time for relaxation. Upon arrival at the designated location, Liang Di searched in vain for Lin Yin, only to encounter his brother's opponent, Lin Yin. The names Lin Yin and Lin Di echoed in Liang Di's mind. He nearly forgot that Lin Yin was not only a top Pokémon doctor, but also a trainer of considerable prowess. No wonder. It was only fitting that Dr. Lin's Pokémon would possess such strength. Liang Di finally connected the dots, realizing why that single-headed dragon was so formidable, mercilessly overpowering his brother's Charizard. Dr. Lin, greetings, Liang Di said, this encounter weighing heavily on him as he noticed a middle-aged man beside Lin Yin, which further intensified his solemnity. Little did he know that this middle-aged man was merely an 18-year-old trainer. Hello, I believe we've met before, you recall? Lin Yin teased. Liang Di stood, bowing respectfully. I was foolish back then. I hope Dr. Lin will not take offense. Lin Yin did not put on airs. Instead, he gestured for the other person to take a seat and straightforwardly stated, I have a research project that I would like to invite you to join. Are you interested? What? A research project? Liang Di was taken aback. He, a renowned doctor in Pokémon evolution, was being asked by someone to join their study. The nearby pangolin was equally astonished, nearly forgetting that the person beside him was a top-tier researcher in Pokémon evolution. What do you say? Are you interested in participating? Lin Yin inquired with a smile. Liang Di nodded vigorously, exclaiming yes. Absolutely. After dedicating most of his life to altering his fate, this opportunity was right before him. He would grasp it tightly, even if it meant risking everything. However, he hesitated, asking, but what exactly is the research about? Lin Yin chuckled. It pertains to the special forms of Pokémon. Are you serious? Liang Di exclaimed, abruptly standing up from his seat, his excitement palpable. Lin Yin reassured him, indeed. It is authentic. This research is focused on regional forms. Pokémon may exhibit different forms depending on the region. Although these changes may not grant them the ferocity of Mega Evolution, they certainly enhance the versatility of Pokémon. If this research succeeds, Liang Di was already immersed in his thoughts, envisioning future possibilities. Lin Yin had previously studied and found no regional forms of Pokémon across various parts of the world, such as Sinnoh or Alola. Even in the western and northern regions of Huagua, none were discovered. Therefore, Lin Yin concluded that this world lacked forms like Sinnoh, positioning himself to once again gain fame and, indeed, to seize the greatest benefit. Task: Pokémon Sinnoh form. Simply evolve the sticky Pokémon. Reward: you will gain access to the Sinnoh realm, which will automatically merge into the Rock Dragon realm. Pokémon entering it can acquire the Sinnoh form. Only those with the Sinnoh form can enter. There are many Pokémon with the Sinnoh form, including Herdier, Drifloon, Blaziken, Tentacruel, Nuzleaf, and Honchkrow. Observing the sudden appearance of the system task, Lin Yin was not surprised, as he had long since grasped the system's patterns. Thus, after the sticky Pokémon evolves, there would be 2 rewards, one being the item for Tyranitar and the other the Sinnoh realm. Both rewards were of considerable value, particularly the Sinnoh realm, which was undoubtedly a strategic resource. Others would need to trigger the Sinnoh Pokémon within his realm to obtain them, making it a unique opportunity. Consequently, he could demand a high price and reap tremendous benefits. Meanwhile, Liang Di nodded repeatedly, feeling as if he might kneel down and express his gratitude to Lin Yin. Dr. Lin, may I ask what you wish for me to do? Liang Di posed his question. Lin Yin replied with a smile. I will have the authorities grant you the title of Explorer, specifically for unique and peculiar locations. All you need to do is livestream your findings. And I will personally announce your appointment as my assistant, allowing you to select a quasi-divine Pokémon egg of the champion level, along with a gym. Without a moment's hesitation, Liang Di, with tears in his eyes, knelt before Lin Yin, exclaiming, Dr. Lin, you shall be my benefactor. I have no means to repay you. Father. Lin Yin frowned slightly and assisted Liang Di to his feet, finding his reaction overly dramatic. To him, their relationship seemed merely one of mutual benefit. However, to Liang Di, Lin Yin appeared as a life-giving parent. The nearby pangolin was left dumbfounded, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Yet, Lin Yin perceived the pangolin's curiosity and reassured him. Do not worry, This will not significantly affect you. There are no bug-type Pokémon among those with Sinnoh forms, so knowing this holds little relevance. The pangolin nodded, though stunned. He dismissed the matter, understanding that his prestigious lineage did not necessitate reliance on Lin Yin, unlike Liang Di, who seemed subservient. Later, Lin Yin continued his conversation with Liang Di. Is this all truly happening? Liang Di glanced around, observing people, Pokémon, and the sounds of excitement. After a few slaps to his own face, he confirmed that it was indeed real. Fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon him. At that moment, his private messages were flooded with inquiries from his fans, including some influential figures he usually could not afford to offend. Streamer, when did you become Dr. Lin's assistant? I just saw that Dr. Lin announced a discovery regarding special forms of Pokémon, and you are in charge. What exactly is this Explorer title? Please start your live stream. What else are you hiding from us? Little Liang, could you share the details of your research with Dr. Lin? Announcement. Internet celebrity Liang Di is appointed as my assistant, fully responsible for the research on the special forms of Pokémon I have discovered. Gazing at the announcement, Liang Di's lips curled into a smile, eventually unable to contain himself, bursting into laughter. After years of repression, he was finally ready to go live and showcase his newfound status. This afternoon, I will choose to livestream and reveal everything. Having spent decades online, he understood how to capture the curiosity of his audience, and Lin Yin had encouraged him to amplify the excitement surrounding the event. Thus, propelled by various factors, Liang Di commenced his livestream. During this time, notable figures approached the Dragon Champion to inquire about the regional forms of Pokémon, leaving the elder momentarily bewildered. After a brief moment of confusion, he surmised that this must be the doing of his grandson. Without delay, he began to laugh it off while leveraging his position to grant Lin Yin significant authority. Many were left irate, yet rendered speechless. Notably, Dr. Demu and others sought out Lin Yin, questioning whether this new regional form resembled Mega Evolution or something else entirely. Lin Yin skillfully sidestepped these inquiries, as this research did not constitute a significant breakthrough. No regional forms had emerged in the Pokémon world. Only Pokémon evolving within the Sinnoh realm would possess this form. Thus, from top-tier researchers to ordinary citizens, none would play a role in this research. Conversely, it was Liang Di, the internet sensation, who could quietly facilitate the emergence of the Sinnoh realm. At that moment, Lin Yin was also watching Liang Di's livestream. On screen, Liang Di's demeanor was exuberant, and his livestream had been officially recognized. This meant that no one could disparage him without consequence. Interactions required courtesy. Even those who had previously dismissed him began showering him with gifts in hopes of gaining his attention. It must be said, this feeling was immensely gratifying. Yet, he was not one to forget his benefactor. He understood precisely why he had risen to such a position. His sole desire was to serve diligently. And in Lin Yin's eyes, their relationship was mutually beneficial. To Liang Di, he would gladly play any role, even that of a mere servant. This position he had attained would attract countless others seeking to follow suit. Therefore, every word and action of his was imbued with reverence for Lin Yin, who felt somewhat bashful under Liang Di's adulation. Explorer Liang, may I ask what this regional form signifies? What implications does it hold for us trainers? Can the regional forms of Pokémon be democratized? It is important to note that both Megastones and Keystones are prohibitively expensive, rendering them inaccessible to the average individual. Only a fortunate few might encounter them in the wild. In light of these issues, Liang Di could only respond affirmatively, as he was at a loss for how to segue into the topic. Lin Yin had previously sent Liang Di relevant materials in document form. Faced with the fortuitous opportunity that had fallen into his lap, Liang Di cherished it dearly, rehearsing his script for several hours before the broadcast, until he was thoroughly familiar with it, at which point he began his live stream. Ahem. Liang Di cleared his throat, attempting to calm the fervor of the comments. Firstly, let us discuss regional Pokémon, which, as the name implies, are creatures born in specific locales, much like how grass-type Pokémon would not spawn in a volcanic crater. These regional forms can only manifest in designated areas. Upon stating this, the comments section exploded with excitement, with viewers expressing their astonishment. The controversy surrounding Mega Evolution had barely subsided, yet now regional forms of Pokémon had emerged. Dr. Lin was undeniably formidable, having made such discoveries at a young age. Liang, the explorer, was indeed fortunate to serve as Dr. Lin's assistant. One might wonder, are there still uncharted territories left for humanity? How did Dr. Lin uncover these regional Pokémon? Is there any supporting evidence? Ordinary researchers might falter when faced with such probing inquiries, but Liang Di had seen his fair share of situations in his lifetime. Unhurriedly, he replied, indeed, There are few unexplored regions left for humanity, but aside from our inhabited planet, there exists another realm. The secret realm. Among the audience, there were no fools. Some possessed considerable expertise in Pokémon research and immediately thought of the secret realm. Liang Di chuckled knowingly, nodding in agreement. Dr. Lin categorized Pokémon capable of undergoing regional transformations as regional forms. This time, Dr. Lin had discovered a secret realm named Hisuian, where certain Pokémon could undergo transformations. Unlike Mega Evolution, this change is permanent. Liang Di spoke with pride, as if this revelation were his own. Is this true? The secret realm is notoriously difficult to discover, and Dr. Lin has found one capable of altering Pokémon forms. Just how vast is this secret realm? How many Pokémon forms can it change at once? What evidence exists within the realm to substantiate Dr. Lin's discovery? Could this all be a ruse? Faced with such challenging questions, Liang Di chose to ignore them. His primary task was to disseminate this information as widely as possible through the live stream. At that moment, he discreetly glanced at the stream's popularity, which had already reached the top spot, indicating that his mission was accomplished. Seemingly contemplating his future, Liang Di's lips curled into a smile, culminating in a hearty laugh that left the audience perplexed. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, a staggering distance of 180,000 li from the East China region, the secret realm must be surrendered. Indeed, such a strategically significant secret realm must not be kept in the hands of a single individual. My grandson discovered this secret realm. Why should you demand its surrender? The dragon champion stood resolute, slamming his palm on the table as he rose. The room fell silent, as the attendees were no longer able to exert clandestine pressure on Lin Yin to relinquish the secret realm. It was now too late. The dragon champion had established his foothold in Kyoto, backed by a champion and a Pokémon researcher, not to mention the covert forces at play. Even if they wished to seize the secret realm, it would be impossible. The dragon champion surveyed the room, inwardly cursing, a bunch of decrepit old fools. Then he chuckled, thinking of these individuals as mere green chives, waiting for him to harvest. The dragon champion regained his composure and declared, "Of course, I do not intend to keep this secret realm. I have decided to offer it up." Upon hearing this, the others began to consider their options. For they were not naive. They promptly inquired, "What price must we pay? How much for this secret realm?" Sensing their interest, the dragon champion prepared to exploit this opportunity. Lin Yin had already informed him that the Pokémon within the Hisuian secret realm were not particularly powerful, making it a favorable choice to exchange for various other benefits. Ahem. I wish to secure the permanent learning machine, and I have heard that the dragon champion has a plethora of resources at his disposal, including items potentially left behind by legendary Pokémon. The attendees were elated, as they realized the short-sightedness of trading such a secret realm for mere resources. In an instant, multiple elderly gentlemen began to bid, transforming the conference room into a bustling marketplace. 3 days later, the single-headed dragon faced a formidable foe once more. Chapter 85. I anticipated your anticipation. In just 3 days, much can change, especially with Lin Yin possessing the Rock Dragon secret realm and the double growth buff. Compared to before, the single-headed dragon had grown significantly, its stature now more imposing, and its head held high with newfound confidence. Perhaps it was Lin Yin's misfortune, as each opponent encountered seemed increasingly powerful. The arena remained the forest arena, with towering trees arranged in neat rows, accompanied by a few protruding rocks. As Pokémon battles predominantly occur in natural environments, the Pokémon Association had decided to model most of the arenas in this manner. This time, the adversary was a Lizard King. Although the opponent's level was not high, within the game, the Forest Lizard evolves into Lizard King at level 36. However, the introduction of various nutritional supplements and artificial items had led to Pokémon developing more robustly than those in the wild, causing many trainers to evolve their Pokémon prematurely. It was evident that the Lizard King before them had not evolved due to adequate nutrition, but rather had been stimulated to evolve early. Typically, a forest lizard stands at 1.7 meters tall and weighs 522 kilograms. Yet this particular Lizard King appeared shorter and underweight. Clearly, the trainer had pushed the forest lizard to evolve prematurely in preparation for the high school cup, thereby sacrificing some of its potential. The commentary was once again provided by Lu Aihua, who soared above the arena on his Pidgeot. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that Pidgeot was equipped with a miniature camera on its chest, dedicated to recording the match's progress. Greetings, dear viewers. It is I, Lu Aihua, your beloved commentator. He exclaimed. Today's competitors are Lin Yin and Wang Lin, both formidable trainers. Lin Yin's single-headed dragon wields tremendous power, even capable of overpowering a shiny Charizard. Likewise, Wong Lin's Lizard King is no slouch. Previously, it eliminated its opponent in a single move, concluding the match. Without further ado, the battle commenced. Single-headed Dragon versus Lizard King. Lizard King. Gender male. Level 25. Type grass. Qualification Semi-King. Ability Overgrow. Grass-type moves increase in power when HP is low. Item Leftovers. Inferior quality. Skills Giga Drain. Seed Bomb. Solar Beam. Leech Seed. Protect. Description Lizard King, the forest Pokémon, evolved from the forest lizard, possesses exceptionally sharp leaves that sprout from its body. It adeptly leaps between branches, pouncing on foes from above or behind with agility. The skills possessed by the opponent were quite enigmatic, encompassing a wide array of abilities. Nevertheless, Lin Yin had unwavering faith in his Dragonite. Regardless of the opponent's formidable prowess, he remained unperturbed. Wong Lin scrutinized the Dragonite, his brow furrowing in concentration as he discerned that this creature was far from the simplistic facade it presented. He had watched the recorded battle, wherein this Dragonite had effortlessly vanquished a shiny Charizard without exerting its full strength, a testament to its terrifying combat capability. However, he had devised a counter-strategy. Lizard King, capitalize on your speed and employ Seed Bomb. Wong Lin commanded. The Seed Bomb, a grass-type move, siphoned the opponent's vitality each turn while restoring the user's health. It was evident that the opponent was aware of Dragonite's strength and sought to deplete it through attrition using Lizard King. Lin Yin had already made up his mind. Dragonite would employ Trick followed by Charge Beam. Trick, a Dark-type move, would enhance its special attack, while Charge Beam, a normal-type move, would concentrate its focus and significantly increase the probability of landing a critical hit. Wong Lin's expression froze. He had not anticipated his intentions being so easily discerned. He had analyzed Dragonite through the Pokédex and recognized its incredible resilience against Charizard's powerful attacks. Yet, it had a notable weakness, its sluggish speed. He believed he could exploit Lizard King's swiftness to outlast and wear down the opponent, having also considered the possibility of a struggle scenario. Surely, if the opponent were astute, they would never allow their Pokémon to recklessly expend energy and trigger a struggle. While the battles were not turn-based in reality, the execution of moves invariably incurred a cooldown and considerable fatigue. Dragonite did not evade. Seed Bomb struck true, enveloping it in sprouting vines that relentlessly drained its energy. Dragonite utilized Trick again. Lin Yin chuckled, pondering that if the opponent sought to delay, they would soon discover who could outlast whom. It would be exceedingly difficult for the opponent to eliminate Dragonite swiftly. Thus, he resolved to enhance its attributes. As the opponent sought to bolster their stats further, Wong Lin's countenance darkened to an extreme. He was compelled to alter his strategy. Lizard King, unleash Hyper Beam. Hyper Beam, a normal-type special move with a staggering power of 150, would render the user immobile in the following turn. Wong Lin was acutely aware that allowing Dragonite to augment its attributes would lead to inevitable defeat. In truth, he harbored doubts. Although Dragonite was a quasi-legendary Pokémon, why had it been nurtured to such formidable heights? With its robust physique and impressive special and physical attack stats, it was almost monstrous, compelling him to rethink his approach. Lizard King's eyes narrowed with determination as it began to gather energy, a radiant golden light emanating from its mouth. A wave of light shot forth at extraordinary speed towards Dragonite. The devastation it wrought was cataclysmic. Trees were obliterated, rocks shattered, and the earth was marred by a deep trench. Would Dragonite withstand such a formidable attack? Luihua, perched atop her Aerodactyl, watched with bated breath. It will endure, Lin Yin remarked, momentarily taken aback by the opponent's apparent folly. An ethereal shield materialized, negating the Hyper Beam, prompting an outburst of frustration from Wong Lin as he realized he had overlooked this crucial skill. Following the use of Hyper Beam, Lizard King found itself in a state of inertia, unable to act. At that moment, a green light flickered around Lizard King, indicating that the Seed Bomb had successfully siphoned energy from Dragonite. Lin Yin pondered his next move. Should he continue to enhance attributes or unleash a skill to obliterate Lizard King? The opponent also possessed defensive capabilities, and the stalemate could not persist indefinitely. Lizard King could certainly utilize Protect in time. This provided Lin Yin a slight advantage, as he had access to the system that allowed him to examine the opponent's skills. Protect, Wong Lin exclaimed, realizing the precariousness of his situation, desperately hoping it would be timely. Dragonite, continue with Trick. Both competitors uttered their commands almost in unison. The spectacle astounded the onlookers. What had transpired? Anything was possible. Lin Yin had preempted Wong Lin's preemptive strike. As Lizard King's Protect concluded, it had lost a crucial defensive move, while Dragonite had once more augmented its special attack. Wang Lin was taken aback. The opponent was no fool. They knew Lizard King had mastered Protect. Before he could hesitate further, Lin Yin bellowed, "This is the end. Dragonite, unleash Draco Meteor and crush everything in your path." Draco Meteor, a dragon-type special move with a power of 130, summoned celestial bodies to descend upon the battlefield. Though it would significantly reduce the user's special attack due to recoil. No, this cannot be. Wang Lin's darkened eyes reflected the oncoming storm of meteors. Disbelief coursing through him as he grappled with the reality of his impending defeat. After 3 successive boosts from Trick, the power of Draco Meteor transcended expectations. Lizard King emitted a mournful cry, battered by the falling meteors, unable to evade the onslaught, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. Dragonite proudly raised its head, swaying with an air of triumph. Indeed, Dragonite is formidable. With such prowess, surpassing the elder sister and decisively defeating the elder brother is but a matter of time. Lin Yin praised, having anticipated the outcome in his heart. Although this little creature had struggled in the secret realm, nearly instilling a sense of psychological trauma in him, it now shone brightly in competition, reclaiming its dignity. Lin Yin was far from stingy with his commendation. Of course, he hoped this little one would not become overly proud and seek out challenges against the likes of Banette and Garchomp. He could almost envision Dragonite struggling to reach even Banette's knees. Such is the prowess of Lin Yin. Even when faced with an opponent whose level exceeds that of Dragonite, he remained composed, even predicting the opponent's next move and countering it. Lu Aihua remarked without reservation. Subsequently, congratulations were extended to our Lin Yin for advancing to the top 16. As Lu Aihua's words resonated, the audience erupted into fervent applause. A chorus of joy and despair echoing through the venue. "Thank you for your efforts," Wang Lin lamented as he withdrew Lizard King, departing in solitude. In Lin Yin's perspective, in this era of prosperity, mere talent was but a ticket to entry. To truly shine, one must be extraordinary. A new epoch had dawned, with geniuses emerging like a fountain springing forth. With this, he had secured his place among the top 16 in the preliminaries, with 2 more victories. He would qualify for the main event. The top 4 from each district would progress to the regional finals, where the true battles would commence. Naturally, the allocation of competitors from Anong City was based on strength. A formidable opponent would face a relatively weaker one, ensuring that the strongest competitors advanced to the top 4, bringing glory to the city. This had become an unspoken rule of every competition, a tradition handed down through the ages. Lin Yin had not forgotten his original mission, the system's initial task. The GL 666 College Cup is about to commence. Please lead your Sandstorm team to greatness. Rewards, 3 stages. 1. Top 3 in the preliminaries will receive substantial rewards based on ranking, unlocking the second phase of tasks. 2. Top 3 in the main event will receive substantial rewards based on ranking, unlocking the next phase of tasks. 3. The overall champion may choose any Pokémon egg, with champion-level qualifications and a selected trait. System, with my strength, securing a top 3 finish in the preliminaries is a certainty. May I select my reward in advance? Lin Yin inquired tentatively. Yes. Lin Yin was left bewildered. Was this system devoid of boundaries? It had consented so readily? Given this, he was not vague either. Confidently accepting the reward. Mission accomplished. The second phase of the task has been automatically initiated. Reward. What does the host desire? No. With this approach, I feel somewhat embarrassed. Lin Yin scratched his head, feeling a bit guilty. There were numerous things he wished for, but the immediate priority was to facilitate the evolution of his Nian Nian Bao. The old man had amassed considerable benefits in Kyoto, even claiming there were quite a few unclaimed secret realms. All for the sake of the Su Chui secret realm in his possession. However, without Nian Nian Bao's evolution, he could not undertake the task, rendering everything akin to an empty promise. Naturally, Lin Yin was not a person who would breach trust. He had recently prepared to allow Nian Nian Bao to evolve and unlock the Su Chui secret realm. I want a premium lucky egg, Lin Yin boldly declared. Lucky egg increases the experience of the carrying Pokémon in the game, accelerates the growth of Pokémon in reality. Distribution successful. Lin Yin was overjoyed with this item. Even if Nian Nian Bao was somewhat lethargic, it would likely evolve in the coming days. Let us not forget, he still possessed a double growth buff. Lucky egg, premium equivalent to double growth buff. With a thought, Lin Yin bestowed the item upon Nian Nian Bao. At that moment, Nian Nian Bao stood atop the illusion tree, selecting a beloved little dress. Suddenly, a white object appeared before her, cautiously and with curiosity. Lin Yin Bao reached out to touch it. Upon seeing the immaculate stone, Lin Yin Bao felt immense joy, playing with it and becoming utterly enamored. Lin Yin, witnessing this, was equally delighted, as long as Lin Yin Bao was happy. Having been quite busy recently, he decided to draft a schedule to keep his mind clear. 1. Train the single-headed dragon to level 25 and evolve it for system rewards. 2. Facilitate Lin Yin Bao's evolution, obtain the Su Chui secret realm, and enhance his reputation in preparation for the future. 3. The quarterfinals and semifinals, which are of utmost importance, must not be underestimated. 4. Practice Mega Evolution with Bangilla and the Sharpedo, though the latter currently lacked a Mega Stone. Lin Yin intended to procure a premium one from the system, as he wouldn't settle for anything less. After organizing these tasks, Lin Yin exhaled deeply. At that moment, the Bug Pig approached Lin Yin. Did you know? Our secret realm in Anong City has manifested. The Fire King and the Bug King, among others, have already begun to explore, and there are even traces of the Dark Church. Lin Yin was taken aback. The manifestation of a secret realm meant its blending with the real world, with Pokémon and environments appearing out of thin air. This presented both a challenge and an opportunity for trainers throughout Pokémon history. There have been fortunate individuals who emerged victorious and reaped tremendous benefits during such occurrences. Naturally, he could not let this opportunity slip away. Where exactly is it? Lin Yin inquired. The Bug Pig chuckled. I knew you would want to go. It's on the border of Anong City and Jiaorua City, in a secret realm controlled by the Bug King. Time waits for no one. I've heard there are even traces of legendary Pokémon within. Lin Yin's brows furrowed. Legendary Pokémon, divine beasts. Having been in this world for so long, he had yet to encounter a divine beast, only gleaning information about them from assorted texts. Currently, both his Bangilla and Sharpedo were on the brink of becoming champions. Yet, in terms of comprehensive strength, the mega-evolved Sandstorm team could even contend with champions. This gave him confidence. Let us go. Lin Yin slammed his thigh, and the two decided to rent a Pidgeot from the Pokémon Center, swiftly heading towards the secret realm. Task: investigate the traces of divine beasts within the manifested secret realm. The Dark Church seeks to exploit the chaos to capture divine beasts, thwart their plans. Reward: unknown divine beasts, favor 11. Chapter 87, Manifestation of the Secret Realm. Good heavens, system, may I ask if I am your favorite child? Lin Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. This was a chance to encounter a divine beast, and naturally, he did not want to miss it. System, if you acknowledge me as your father, I will gift you a divine beast egg, random. What the? The ethereal text loomed before him like a captivating enchantress, and Lin Yin found himself in a tumult of thoughts, as two horned demons appeared above him. One black and one white, one wielding a scepter and the other a trident. Call out. A divine beast egg. Have some backbone. It's merely a divine beast egg. You're succumbing to that? Just think about it, a divine beast. This creature is related to the legendary creator god. Even if faced with the creator god, you must resist. If you yield to such temptations, how will you achieve your own pinnacle as a trainer? As thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Yin ultimately held firm. He would never acknowledge another as father, vowing to stand resolute. Task: the path to greatness. On the path to greatness, you will encounter setbacks, failures, and temptations. The host must remain true to their heart. Reward: 1 luck on the path to greatness, and by resisting the system's temptations. You will additionally receive a premium Megastone for Sharpedo. Sharpedo Megastone, premium when equipped, it gradually increases Sharpedo's speed and physical attack, and during Mega Evolution, it provides an additional 50 boost to its attributes. Prolonged use strengthens the body. A splendid item, as expected from the system. However, with this, Sharpedo now possessed 4 items: Dragon Scale, premium; Power Band, premium; Priority Claw, premium; and Megastone, premium. Given Sharpedo's current physical condition, it could only withstand the power of 3 items, necessitating the removal of 1. The Dragon Scale, which enhances Dragon-type energy, was indispensable, especially since Sharpedo often utilized Dragon Claw. Meanwhile, the Power Band, which boosts physical attack, was crucial for Sharpedo's effectiveness. The Priority Claw, which increases speed and priority, was comparatively less appealing, as Sharpedo was already remarkably swift. How swift? Lin Yin could only describe it as exceptional. Additionally, the Megastone could also increase speed, allowing him to retain the Priority Claw for future use with Nian Meilong or the Three-Headed Dragon. With the premium Priority Claw, both would significantly enhance their chances of striking first. Nian Meilong's special attack could serve as a tank, while the Three-Headed Dragon would function like a bomber, both perfectly suited for the Priority Claw. With a thought, Within the Rock Dragon secret realm, the Mega Stone materialized before Sharpedo. Roar! Sharpedo, having just finished eating, immediately understood the significance of the stone before him. In a flash, he opened his wide mouth and devoured the Mega Stone. Burp! In an instant, a wave of warmth coursed through his body, sweeping through his bones and blood, accompanied by the sound of cracking and friction throughout his form. Observing Sharpedo consuming the Mega Stone, Lin Yin could only sigh in resignation. Indeed, he was a product raised by Bangila, sharing the same habits. Among his Pokémon, aside from Yin Yin Bao, it seemed all had been somewhat influenced by Bangila. Even his younger brother, the single-headed dragon, had taken to grinding its teeth and passing gas. Compared to the two elder brothers, the single-headed dragon's gas was even more potent, and Lin Yin had sternly instructed this one not to pass gas in his room. Bangila, resting within the confines of the rocky secret realm, awoke with a start at the surge of energy emanating from Sharpedo. On the branches of the illusory tree, the fierce biting shark responded to its elder brother's call, extending its arms and leaping gracefully to join Bangira's side. Lin Yin observed the two Pokémon nestled together amidst the swirling sandstorm, pondering their actions with a sense of nostalgia, how the little ones have grown, now cherishing their own secrets. Meanwhile, the single-headed dragon was engaged in training under the watchful eye of the sticky treasure, the illusory tree having expanded immensely since their last encounter. Its branches stretching and contracting to envelop a significant portion of the secret realm, its roots sprawling throughout. At this moment, the illusory tree had matured to an astonishing degree. Thriving in synergy with the secret realm, its growth fueled by the realm's nourishment, emitting a potent energy that nurtured its surroundings. The greatest beneficiaries of this bounty, however, were the Pokémon residing within the realm, who continuously absorbed the emanating energy. A closer inspection revealed that Bangira and its companions appeared invigorated, their fur and scales glistening, their physiques notably robust. Retracting his gaze, Lin Yin and his companion arrived at their destination, surrounded by a haze of smoke and swirling dust, littered with severed limbs and even the remains of some Pokémon. How could this be? This was supposed to be the outermost edge of the secret realm, where fierce battles were seldom fought. The worm pig exclaimed, completely flabbergasted. Lin Yin furrowed his brow in concern. The presence of divine beasts had emerged, and given his strength, this venture could prove perilous. If only the old man were here, he might stabilize the situation, but alas, that was no longer an option. Lin Yin touched the keystone in his possession, calming the unease within him. He still had access to Mega Evolution. Exhaling a deep breath, Lin Yin and the worm pig steeled their resolve and pressed onward. Such a grand opportunity was something many had longed for. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from ahead. The unmistakable sounds of Pokémon battling. This was undoubtedly a clash between those of champion rank or higher. The thought resonated in their minds. Should we go take a look, Brother Lin? The worm pig inquired tentatively. Let us go. Lin Yin replied with unwavering determination. With a fearsome roar, the dark double-axe dragon unleashed a torrent of draconic breath, leveling the surroundings, splintering trees, and scattering dust. Its imposing presence radiated an aura of darkness, unmistakably marking it as a Pokémon of the champion tier. Alongside it were 5 additional dark Pokémon, some even boasting champion-level power. The dark Pokémon exhibited a significantly heightened amplification, making it feasible for them to turn the tide against champions. The cultivation of champion Pokémon was far more intricate than that of their quasi-champion counterparts, which was why the Pokémon Association held such disdain for the Dark Association. The Bug Champion and Fire Champion exchanged worried glances, their minds racing with thoughts of what to do. Who could have anticipated that the Dark Church would mobilize such forces to assault the secret realm? The Bug Champion was particularly bewildered, unable to fathom that a divine beast resided within his domain, right before his eyes. Now snatched away by others, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Old Yen, we must risk everything to hold these intruders back. The Bug Champion retrieved a Pokeball from his waist, his trump card. Very well, we shall confront them. The Fire Champion, draped in resplendent crimson attire, his hair and eyebrows aflame with red, appeared robust, yet spoke with a husky voice. Come forth, Fire God Moth and Scyther. Arise, Charizard and Coal Turtle. These 2 Pokémon were their respective aces, as others simply could not engage at this level. The odds were currently 4 against 6, and they still faced an imposing champion-level Dark Double-Axe Dragon. Unless another champion joined their ranks, disaster awaited them. Chapter 88, The Battle of Champions. Coal Turtle, maximize your trait. The Coal Turtle possessed the Solar Power trait, akin to Lin Yin's Bangira, and its role was to summon clear skies, significantly enhancing the combat prowess of its allies. Upon witnessing the Fire Champion's intent to change the weather, the Bug Champion rejoiced. Aside from his Charizard, the Fire God Moth would also benefit from the weather enhancement. The Cold Turtle's forelegs trembled, causing the ground to quake, as a luminous orb ascended into the sky, transforming the atmosphere into a sunlit day. While it positioned itself as a sturdy shield, Charizard soared into the heavens, activating its solar power, substantially amplifying its special attack. Its presence surging as it kept a vigilant gaze on the dark Pokémon before it. The Fire God Moth ignited in blazing flames, preparing to enhance its attributes. While Scyther darted into the woods, poised for action, a chilling glint flashed in the masked man's eyes. Do not resist futilely. Succumb to your fate. The dark double-axe dragon unleashed its attack. Slice through. The dark Beedrill followed suit. Toxic spikes. The dark Nidoking unleashed. Destruction beam. The dark Pidgeot executed. Whirlwind slash. The dark Steelix initiated. Stone edge. The dark Machoke roared. Slice through. 6 dark Pokémon, their bodies corroded, experienced a monumental amplification in all attributes, impervious to pain. Their overall prowess reaching terrifying heights. The skills radiated an overwhelming might, transforming the forest into a hellish abyss. Damn it. In that case, I will not hold back. The Fire Champion, seething with rage, withdrew the keystone from his pocket. Charizard, Mega, Y, Evolution. At that moment, both the Fire Champion and Charizard radiated a brilliant evolutionary light. Charizard, soaring through the air, began to grow in size, its wings expanding and its fiery tail blazing with intensity as a powerful energy surged from within. Akin to a volcanic eruption. Roar. Mega Charizard. Full power flamethrower. Following Mega Evolution, the Fire Champion felt somewhat exhausted. A fierce flame erupted from Charizard, gathering at its mouth. As Fire-type energy surged forth, the skills clashed, creating a massive crater in the battlefield, yet it was evident that the two champions had suffered a disadvantage. Mega Evolution not only drained the Pokémon's stamina but also placed a significant burden on the trainer. However, the side effects of the dark form were even more pronounced. Not only did it gradually erode the Pokémon's body, but it also rendered the trainer irritable and unpredictable. Stop resisting stubbornly. If you wish to live, then flee now. The masked man scoffed disdainfully, his true objective being the divine beast, not the champions before him. Every trainer who attained the champion rank had endured rigorous trials and competitions, far from what appeared to be a simplistic endeavor. Thus, he was cautious not to push them into a corner, preferring to utter taunts that would unsettle their minds. Humph. They both scoffed. If they retreated in the face of adversity, they would not be worthy of the title of the 4 great champions. Fire God Moth, Dance of Flames. Scyther, cleave through. Charizard, unleash full power flamethrower. Cold Turtle, smokescreen. The battle raged on, yet as time flowed, the two champions felt increasingly overwhelmed. Were they truly on the verge of retreat? How infuriating. Should a divine beast fall into the hands of the Dark Church, who knew what calamity might ensue? The champions pondered anxiously. The masked man, however, was relentless, recognizing that his Pokémon were consuming their lifespans with every moment. He could not afford to hesitate. Double Axe Dragon. Unleash your full might. Use Destruction Beam. The amber light shone like a pillar leading to paradise, obliterating everything in its path. Mega Charizard, unleash your flames. Fire God Moth, Dance of Flames. The clash between the two factions was exceedingly intense, particularly at the level of the sovereigns, where the phrase devastating to the heavens and the earth could hardly be considered an exaggeration. The surrounding space was affected, resulting in tremendous tremors, causing the manifestation speed of the secret realm to accelerate dramatically. How infuriating. The insect sovereign, witnessing this scene, felt as though his flesh were being carved by a knife. This was his secret realm. Moreover, it housed a divine beast, and should the secret realm fully materialize, the divine beast would inevitably be exposed. The Dark Church seemed to have acquired knowledge of the divine beast residing within his secret realm, clearly having made ample preparations. Thus, it was imperative that he prevented the complete solidification of the realm. He glanced at the nearby Scyther and Volcarona, and with a numerical disadvantage of 2 against 3, compounded by the opponent's dark aura which severely countered ordinary Pokémon and could decay their very flesh, they were undeniably at a disadvantage. Furthermore, his Scyther had only just been cultivated to this level, having previously lived in the wild, leading to a lack of intimacy between them that precluded Mega Evolution. Fortunately, Volcarona proved to be a reliable ally. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. The Fire Sovereign faced similar hardships, relying on his Charizard merely to achieve a stalemate. Both men drenched in sweat. In stark contrast, the masked man was filled with delight, unconcerned with the fates of these Pokémon. If necessary, he could simply use the Dark Balls to breed another. After all, the divine beast was of far greater significance. Just then, a vortex suddenly manifested in the sky. Expanding at an alarming rate, the secret realm was on the verge of materialization. The divine beast was about to appear. The masked man hastily produced a specially crafted Dark Ball from his cloak. Unlike ordinary Dark Balls, this one was specifically designed to capture powerful Pokémon. Although he was uncertain whether it could withstand the energy of a divine beast, he had many more to experiment with. Surely one would succeed. According to his specialized instruments, the divine beast's power was at the pinnacle of the sovereign level, even suggesting it might be weaker. He commanded 6 dark Pokémon and believed that if he could repel the 2 miscellaneous foes before him, he would have the opportunity to slay a god, a divine beast. Such creatures were few and far between in the world, and today he could potentially claim one for himself. What an exhilarating prospect. Suddenly, a massive rift emerged from the center of the vortex, causing the surrounding space to shatter, and fruit trees began to materialize from the ground one after another. The vortex was accompanied by relentless gusts of wind and waves. Yet, these adverse conditions could not impede the battle between the 3 combatants. At that moment, a soothing voice echoed from the sky, resonating like a calming bell, pacifying the hearts of those present. Following this, a verdant light began to spread, gradually quelling the destruction wrought by the ongoing battle. A diminutive figure materialized before the onlookers, and none could believe their eyes. Could it truly be a divine beast? Ha! Fortune smiles upon me. The masked man was ecstatic, his substantial investment in this endeavor vindicated. Everything was worth it. Chapter 89. The First Battle of the Sandstorm Brigade. Upon hearing the tranquil melody, Lin Yin felt a wave of relief wash over him. But then he recalled a particular Pokémon. Could it truly be that one? If so, its appearance in the insect sovereign's secret realm could be deemed normal. Fixated on the ever-materializing spectral trees, Lin Yin understood that the secret realm had completely manifested, leaving him no time to intervene. With the realm fully integrated into reality, the divine beast would undoubtedly emerge. Lin Yin had no intentions of capturing the divine beast, for he was acutely aware of his own limitations. He was no fool, blinded by ambition. However, he had not forgotten his task. He merely needed to sabotage the Dark Church's endeavors. While capturing the divine beast was beyond his reach, winning its favor could prove beneficial. Celebi. It truly is the divine beast Celebi. This legendary Pokémon had only been heard of in tales. Few had ever seen its likeness, and mere fragments of its existence lingered in the real world. In this realm, there was no concept of mythical beasts. Such ancient legends were attributed to the domain of divine beasts. Who could have imagined that this verdant creature, adorned with 2 antennae and delicate wings, no larger than a child, was indeed a divine beast? Legends claimed that Celebi could traverse time and space. Whether this was true or not remained to be seen. But all of this would soon belong to me. After a moment of near mania, a chilling calm washed over him. Go forth, Dark Ball. At the instant he hurled the Dark Ball, the masked man was drenched in sweat, a whirlwind of excitement, fear, and tension surging within him. Could this truly succeed? A divine beast, right before his eyes. Alarmingly, the Fire Sovereign quickly shouted, Charizard, stop it. His heart raced with trepidation. Encountering Celebi, this divine beast, was the most exhilarating experience he had faced in years, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the insect sovereign was nearly driven to despair. In his resource-scarce grass-type secret realm, a divine beast had emerged. Blast it! If only he could turn back time. He would slap himself for not cherishing such an opportunity when it presented itself. Dark Beedrill, halt Charizard. The masked man was no fool. He would not allow anyone to disrupt his plans. Just as the Dark Ball was about to strike its target, a shadow leapt from the sky, and with a flash of light, the Dark Ball shattered into fragments. Garchomp soared above, defiantly glaring at the masked man. Garchomp, whose Pokémon is that? The masked man was taken aback. Garchomp's imposing size was rather intimidating. At that moment, both the Insect Sovereign and Fire Sovereign turned their gaze aside, recognizing the figure of Lin Yin. Dr. Lin? The Insect Sovereign spoke first, having previously interacted with Lin Yin and thus being more familiar with him, especially since he was accompanied by a bug-type Pokémon. Previously, he had sought to accelerate the growth of his Volcarona using the bug Pokémon's abilities. It is I. Do you require assistance? Lin Yin stepped forward with a smile, standing beside the grave-faced bug Pokémon. Sensing the aura of the Pokémon present, the bug Pokémon was drenched in cold sweat. It felt utterly outclassed in this level of battle. Both the Insect Sovereign and Fire Sovereign were seasoned trainers under the old man's command, fully aware of Lin Yin's prowess. We do, Dr. Lin. Your timing is impeccable. All we need is for you to hold off one dark Pokémon, and we shall consider it a success. The Fire Sovereign was elated, feeling as though a path had opened after much hardship. While some rejoiced, others despaired. The masked man scoffed coldly. Then let us deal with you first. Dark Beedrill, Steelix, Nidoking, Pidgeot, Machoke, you all hold off these two sovereigns while I handle this brat. The masked man intended to employ a strategy of prioritization, aiming to swiftly eliminate Garchomp with his strongest Pokémon before joining the battle against the sovereigns. Such a plan was beautifully conceived, yet stark reality was far more daunting. For Lin Yin possessed more than just a single quasi-sovereign level Pokémon. Come forth, Tyranitar. Lin Yin unleashed a Pokeball from his belt, shouting with fervor. Bang! A deafening roar echoed as the ground trembled and fractured, summoning Tyranitar into existence. At that moment, a sandstorm erupted, debris from the ground mingling with the tempest. Trees were crushed, and even dark energies spilled forth, transforming the storm into a sinister black vortex. Garchomp let out a fierce cry and dove into the abyss of the sandstorm, vanishing without a trace. How? How is this possible? The masked individual found it hard to believe that the youth before him could possibly command two such formidable Pokémon. However, he felt no fear. After all, even kings were no match for him, let alone a mere callow youth. Yet, he had clearly underestimated Lin Yin. Banjira and the fierce biting shark frequently drew nourishment from the illusion tree, rendering them impervious to the malevolent aura of the dark ball. At that moment, the abyssal sandstorm intensified, enveloping the double-axe dragon within its grasp. The double-axe dragon loathed this sensation as the swirling sands battered against its body, sapping its stamina. How infuriating! How could this be? Double-axe dragon, use Brick Break. The masked man declared decisively, refusing to hesitate. Upon hearing the command, the double-axe dragon lunged forward. Its arms transformed into blades, raised high before crashing down with overwhelming force, stirring up a tempest. Any ordinary trainer would have crumbled before the might of a dark double-axe dragon of such caliber. But who was Lin Yin? He was exceptional. Banjira, do not evade. Unleash Earthquake. Lin Yin proclaimed resolutely. No, Dr. Lin, do not underestimate the opponent's double-axe dragon. Fire King urgently advised, fearing that Lin Yin might be swiftly eliminated. Lin Yin had no desire to withstand the assault head-on, but there was no choice. Banjira's high stamina and physical attack left no need for evasion. The Brick Break struck true. Banjira merely huffed, a bead of cold sweat forming on its brow. Despite its rugged exterior, it could not withstand a fourfold weakness to fighting-type moves. This is impossible. The masked man gasped in disbelief. His double-axe dragon was unable to inflict damage on a quasi-king Pokémon? Was he hallucinating? He had long heard tales of Dr. Lin's terrifying Pokémon, and witnessing it firsthand was indeed no exaggeration. Fire King marveled, thinking, truly, heroes emerge from youth. Fierce biting shark, now's your chance. Dragon Rush. Lin Yin's lips curled into a smile. Suddenly, a surge of potent dragon-type energy erupted from within the sandstorm, mingled with a hint of malevolence. Its fierce aura inducing involuntary shivers. The roar echoed from afar, yet the fierce biting shark materialized behind the double-axe dragon in an instant. Taken by surprise, the dark double-axe dragon was struck full force, sent sprawling, crashing into dozens of trees. Roar. One could not deny the resilience of dark Pokémon. Despite being hit by a powerful move, it merely lost a fraction of its stamina and remained vibrant. The masked man set aside his disdain, now viewing Lin Yin as an equal adversary. Double-axe dragon, use Dragon Dance. Fierce biting shark, we shall also perform Dragon Dance. Chapter 90. My fierce biting shark can learn Dragon Dance. The first to be taken aback was the insect pig. Could this be true? The masked man was equally flabbergasted. What was happening? Was this a jest? Fire King and Insect King were equally bewildered. The Earth Dragon had not been able to learn Dragon Dance, a fact ridiculed for decades. Yet today, they were told it could, but the reality provided them with the most compelling answer. As the body of the fierce biting shark twisted, layers of elemental energy enveloped it. The shark's momentum soared to new heights. Seizing this opportunity, Banjira fortified its physical defense with iron defense. Amid the sandstorm, the double-axe dragon was gradually exhausting its stamina, while rock-type moves gained considerable potency. The fierce biting shark flickered and vanished within the storm, leaving no trace behind. The masked man found himself at a loss. His double-axe dragon could not contend with Banjira, and the fierce biting shark would surely take advantage to ambush, leading to his inevitable exhaustion. Wasn't it said that the Pokemon Association had only recently begun to vigorously promote weather teams? Why was this young man able to hone a Sandstorm team to such a level? Fire King's eyes lit up, seemingly inspired, as he infused malevolent energy into the sandstorm, amplifying its power, even obscuring the detection of psychic-type moves, allowing the fierce biting shark to fully utilize its sand veil ability to become utterly elusive. Hissus. At this realization, he suddenly perceived the young man before him as a veritable demon. Due to specific regulations, the Pokemon Association permitted trainers to capture Pokemon only at the age of 18. He was acutely aware that this young man had only obtained his Pokemon less than a year ago. To have reached such a level in that short time shattered his confidence. He had been hailed as a genius since childhood, but now, in comparison, he felt utterly inept. He must be cheating. No comparison could be made. Fortunately, Fire King maintained a strong mindset. Otherwise, he might have suffered a complete mental breakdown. And thankfully, he was not from the same era as this youth. Otherwise, he would have found it unbearable. With Lin Yin preoccupying the double-axe dragon, the situation had markedly improved, and the pressure on the two kings had lessened. It was likely that soon, reinforcements from the Pokemon Association would arrive, prompting the masked man to retreat. Yet, the crowd underestimated the masked man's ambition. Go, Dark Balls! The masked man produced several Dark Balls, aiming them at the wild Pokemon that were spectating. Dark Balls were not ordinary Pokeballs. They contained malevolent energy and generally succeeded in capturing any Pokemon that did not encounter formidable resistance, converting them into dark Pokemon. Ahaha, isn't your Sandstorm team impressive? Let us see whether your Sandstorm team is superior or my dark Pokemon. The masked man cackled maniacally, having cast aside all caution for Shalebi. Each use of a Dark Ball imposed a tremendous burden on the trainer, potentially driving them to madness. The surrounding Pokemon stood bewildered until they were captured. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. In an instant, 5 new dark Pokemon emerged, predominantly common bug and grass types. While most were gym level, they would suffice with the enhancement of the Dark Balls. Sensing the malevolent energy, Shalebi let out a mournful cry, as a wave of pale green energy rapidly spread, healing the injured Pokemon and soothing its agitated spirit. The crowd had been so engrossed in battle that they almost overlooked Shalebi, this mythical creature. Lin Yin understood that Shalebi was a mythical Pokemon, not a legendary one. Yet the distinction between mythical and legendary was negligible. Both belonged to the realm of fabled Pokemon. As the guardian of the grass type, wherever Shalebi appeared, vegetation flourished. And it cherished peace and tranquility, especially disliking the malevolent energy of the Dark Balls. Lin Yin was puzzled as to why Shalebi did not flee. As a mythical creature, it possessed the ability to traverse time and space, escaping this place with ease. How infuriating. Shalebi's energy could actually counteract the dark aura. The masked man loathed that sensation. His mood fluctuated, and the dark Pokemon grew increasingly restless. Lin Yin whispered to the insect pig, "Try to see if you can stealthily ambush and take out the masked man." Upon hearing this, the insect pig realized that all of the masked man's dark Pokemon were engaged in battle, presenting an excellent opportunity for a surprise attack. Not one to dither. It called forth the snowball moth and unleashed blizzard upon the masked man. Seeking death. The Beedrill retaliated with its poison sting. As the attack was thwarted, the insect pig broke out in cold sweat. Indeed, these powerful trainers were always on guard to protect themselves against being taken down. Seizing the moment while the masked man was distracted, Lin Yin rejoiced, commanding Banjira to intensify the sandstorm. The fierce biting shark, having executed a swift strike, followed up with Dragon Claw. The sandstorm has once again expanded, transforming the nearby forest into a desolate wasteland. As the storm intensifies, Banjira is imbued with an overwhelming surge of energy. This is indeed his battleground. Alarmed at the impending engulfment by the tempest, the masked figure hastily summons his Beedrill and makes an escape. The dual-axe war dragon valiantly stands its ground, fending off the onslaught of the fierce land shark, whose draconic claws inflict double the damage. Moreover, the land shark towers over the dual-axe war dragon, exuding an immense sense of pressure that forces it to retreat. However, the roaring dual-axe war dragon is no ordinary foe. After unleashing a thunderous roar, it envelopes itself in a plume of black smoke. Go forth, expend your life force, and crush these adversaries. The masked figure's heart races with madness, his eyes alight with a crimson glow. The dual-axe war dragon grows in size, nearly matching Banjira. Yet it is evident that the energy within it is in disarray, teetering on the brink of collapse. Destruction Beam. A powerful shockwave erupts from its maw. carving a deep trench in the ground as it surges toward Banjira amidst the storm. This is dire. Lin Yin realizes that the masked figure is prepared to go all out. Banjira, use alloy claws to block the destruction beam. Banjira's eyes shimmer with golden light as ghostly claws materialize, resolutely countering the impending attack. The land shark exhales a draconic breath to assist in the defense. Witnessing Lin Yin engage fiercely with the dark dual-axe war dragon, the Fire King feels a significant alleviation of pressure. At least this dragon will no longer harass them. Initially, Celebi had restored some semblance of the surrounding environment, yet in an instant, the ground has become pockmarked and riddled with residual energy from the explosions. Numerous secret realm spirits nearby have suffered great losses, compelled to gather around Celebi in search of protection. Now, 3 factions have emerged: Celebi, the Spirit Association, and the Dark Church. Among them, Celebi maintains a more amiable rapport with the Spirit Association. Celebi, quickly harness your powers and traverse through time and space to escape. Lin Yin gazes at Celebi, already formulating a plan in his mind. Chapter 91, Banjira's Mega Evolution. What? The masked man's eyes widened in fury. His objective was Celebi, and now it had escaped? Cursed brat. Double-headed dragon, eliminate him. Upon receiving the command, the double-headed dragon let out a fierce roar and charged towards Banjira. Being of the elite level, it was evident that Banjira would not withstand such an assault for long. Lin Yin flashed a charming smile, grasping the keystone from his neck with a decisive motion. Banjira, feel your own energy. Prepare for Mega Evolution. Banjira's body surged, reaching an impressive height of 6 meters and weighing over 1,000 pounds, its form expanding significantly. Spikes protruded from its head and back, extending to its tail. A magnificent armor of defense enveloped its chest, wrapping around its entire being. Banjira felt a long-lost power surging within, confidently giving Lin Yin a thumbs up. You little rascal, still distracted during battle. Lin Yin chuckled. This Mega Evolution was markedly different from the previous one. He could distinctly sense an enhancement in his physical prowess, the feeling of exhaustion diminishing considerably. Old Yen, why does Lin's Mega Evolution seem even stronger than yours? The Insect King, observing the formidable Banjira, couldn't help but inquire. The Fire King stared intently at Banjira, noting that its size surpassed that of Charizard by a considerable margin, filling him with questions. After a moment's reflection, he realized that Lin was a researcher of Mega Evolution, which explained everything, and he soon accepted it. The double-headed dragon's blade struck against Banjira's armored chest, producing mere sparks, leaving not a single mark. What? The masked man was taken aback. At that moment, the double-headed dragon had forgotten about the fierce bite land shark. Roar! The dragon claws, akin to blades, tore through the double-headed dragon's scales, causing blood to spurt forth, leaving its back in tatters. The Super Banjira raised its arms defensively, able to withstand the assault for a considerable duration, potentially even turning the tide of battle, especially with the sandstorm gradually sapping the double-headed dragon's stamina. In an instant, the smoke from the battle enveloped the surroundings, yet it was evident that the double-headed dragon sustained far greater injuries. Strangely, it felt no pain, resembling a mere puppet, executing only the masked man's commands. The Bug King, hidden behind a tree, marveled at how the Super Banjira could withstand the dark double-headed dragon with the strength of an elite Pokémon. I know Lin's Banjira is strong, but how could it be this powerful? And the damage from the fierce bite land shark seems excessively high. With both Pokémon united, the double-headed dragon is doomed. Unbeknownst to them, a vast gap had emerged, and an overwhelming sense of helplessness swept over them. The Fire King and Bug King, witnessing this spectacle, nearly lost their composure. The shock was akin to witnessing a legendary Pokémon. Lin Yin couldn't help but smile at this scene. These two youngsters had grown before his eyes. Reflecting on the time when these Pokémon were in their initial forms, he recalled how he had cared for them, and now they had reached such heights. Beedrill, seize Celebi. The masked man commanded, riding atop the dark Beedrill, poised to strike. As Celebi sensed an ambush, it instinctively unleashed several moves, all of which were evaded by Beedrill. The Bug King, witnessing this, refrained from intervening, believing that a legendary Pokémon could hardly be captured by a mere human. It would be preposterous. Yet Lin Yin understood all too well. As a grass-type mythical Pokémon, Celebi was inherently gentle and averse to conflict, relying on its evasive abilities. If this continued, Celebi would inevitably be captured. Without time for explanation, Lin Yin shouted, "Fierce bite land shark, target the dark Beedrill, and use Dragon Dive." Roar! The sound resonated from the fierce bite land shark, akin to a low-flying bomber, dispersing the surrounding dust and sand. Beedrill, use Shadow Clone and evade. The masked man clenched his fists in frustration, cursing loudly as the fierce bite land shark approached. Seeing assistance arrive, Shalebi glanced back at Lin Yin, a hint of relief in its eyes. Lin Yin knew that Shalebi wished to protect its companions and would not flee. However, should Shalebi fall under the control of the Dark Ball, it would bring forth nightmares. Originally not adept at combat, Shalebi could become exceedingly malevolent. In the Pokémon Special chapters, Team Rocket's cadre had attempted to capture Shalebi using the Dark Ball to dominate the world. Had it not been for Ash's intervention, they might have succeeded. As the fierce bite land shark engaged in aerial combat with Beedrill, Super Banjira faced the double-headed dragon. Lin Yin still had the single-headed dragon and the sticky treasure in hand, but they would prove ineffective in this battle. Fire King, have the Super Charizard assist the fierce bite land shark to take down Beedrill. We must not allow the masked man to capture Shalebi, Lin Yin called out. The Fire King furrowed his brow. In his view, a legendary Pokémon could not be captured by the Dark Ball, yet he complied with the command, shouting, Super Charizard, assist the fierce bite land shark. Both Pokémon unleashed their moves, harrying the dark Beedrill, and for a moment, the masked man found himself at a disadvantage. His life hanging by a thread. Curse it all. The masked man seethed, glaring at Lin Yin, wishing to devour him whole, yet Lin Yin remained unfazed. A smile plastered on his face. Mission accomplished, gained Shalebi's affinity of 11. A prompt appeared before Lin Yin, filling him with delight. After a moment, the masked man resigned himself. Capturing a legendary Pokémon was no easy feat. They emitted a unique aura that summoned numerous obstacles to protect them whenever threatened. Perhaps this was the privilege of the Pokémon world's chosen ones. Even if our Dark Church cannot obtain Shalebi, neither shall you. All Dark Pokémon, bombard Shalebi. As the command echoed, the Dark Pokémon unleashed a frenzy of moves. Boom. Many Pokémon perished, leaving only a few that had taken refuge beside Shalebi. Shalebi flickered, releasing a pale green light that shielded against the onslaught, and then numerous vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the Dark Pokémon, some even reaching out towards Charizard and others. Clearly, Shalebi was incensed. Ha! The masked man laughed maniacally, declaring that if he could not possess the legendary Pokémon, he would destroy everything. The Pokémon Association would not have it either. Shalebi, control your emotions. We are not the villains. Lin Yin shouted. The masked man chuckled. Who do you think you are? Do you believe a mere word from you can sway a legendary Pokémon? Ridiculous. Chapter 92, Legendary Pokémon, Mythical Pokémon, Shalebi. However, the next scene left the masked man gaping in disbelief, rubbing his eyes as if conjuring an illusion. No, this cannot be. It's impossible. Not only him, but the two kings and even Bugtoad were equally bewildered. What had just transpired? When had legendary Pokémon become so compliant? To their astonishment, Shalebi ceased its assault and flew toward Lin Yin, cradling the injured Pokémon. Shalebi circled around Lin Yin, its expression somewhat unnatural, clearly anxious. Lin Yin sighed inwardly. Impressed by the system, Shalebi's affinity had indeed risen by 11. Truly remarkable. In response to Shalebi's plea for assistance, Lin Yin was more than willing to oblige. For before him stood the legendary grass Pokémon, endowed with the extraordinary power to transmute decay into wonder. Are you suggesting that I safeguard these Pokémon? Lin Yin inquired. Shalebi nodded vigorously, channeling its energy to heal the injured Pokémon. Lin Yin observed the Rattatas, the small Snorlaxes, and several Pokémon eggs, which presumably were companions of Shalebi during their playful escapades in the Insect King's secret realm. Coincidentally, he possessed a rock dragon sanctuary that, in a couple of days, would be expanded with the completion of the Hiccup training for a single-headed dragon, also incorporating a poison type, thus augmenting the space further. With the presence of the illusionary tree, it would be an ideal habitat for the Pokémon. Consequently, Lin Yin patted his chest, assuring, rest assured, I have a secret realm. Protecting these Pokémon shall pose no difficulty. Upon hearing this, Shalebi expressed great delight. The Fire King, witnessing this exchange, felt a surge of tumult within, hissing in disbelief. Is the Dragon Champion truly so generous? He has directly bestowed a secret realm upon Dr. Lin. Throughout his tenure as a king, he had only been granted 2 secret realms, one of which was a special concession from the Pokémon Association when he ascended to the status of a king trainer. However, upon reflection, it made sense. If he had a top-tier grandson of 18 years, not only would he grant him a secret realm, but he might even relinquish his very life for him. This train of thought led him to ponder his own sons, sighing in resignation. What? The masked man, witnessing Shalebi's jovial interaction with Lin Yin, felt an overwhelming rage, nearly causing his eyes to burst with fury. Damn it, that divine beast was originally mine. Yet, Upon seeing his own Pokémon ensnared by Celebi's influence, he realized his fortunes had waned, and he could only flee on his Fearow. You think you can escape? It's far too late. Lin Yin scoffed. Previously, Celebi had replenished the stamina of his Garchomp, while the opposing Fearow was already nearing its limits. Garchomp, seemingly attuned to the situation, radiated potent dragon energy. Are you ready, Garchomp? Lin Yin grasped the keystone tightly, raising it high, under the sun's brilliance. The keystone emitted a radiant spectrum of light. Roar! Garchomp, Mega Evolve! A crimson light surged forth, enveloping Garchomp in a golden aura. In its mega form, Garchomp sprouted pointed horns, its arms swelled to resemble massive iron axes, its physique expanded, and spikes adorned its chest, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Remarkably, after Mega Evolution, Garchomp's speed soared to extraordinary heights. Although its base speed stat had diminished, the boost from Mega Evolution far surpassed any losses. With an astounding physical attack of 172, Garchomp could effortlessly cleave through countless trees with a mere swipe. Lin Yin marveled at the striking transformation of Garchomp, who had previously been a bit of a nuisance, now exuding elegance and power. Charge forth. Mega Garchomp, execute Dragon Dive, and obliterate them. The masked man turned to see Garchomp manifesting before him like a specter. He desperately urged his Fearow to accelerate, exclaiming, "No, how can you possibly Mega Evolve two Pokémon simultaneously?" Both the Bug King and the Fire King had encountered this dilemma, as they were well aware that a single Mega Evolution depleted most of their strength. Attempting a second Mega Evolution was akin to completely exhausting their resources. Yet, Lin Yin possessed a keystone produced by the system, which automatically upgraded his constitution to that of a true Newtown inhabitant. Not only could he withstand two Mega Evolutions, but he could also endure the onslaught of divine beast-level attacks without faltering, as the skies erupted with the roar of bombers. The masked man and his dark Fearow were obliterated, dissipating into the ether. Celebi, witnessing the eradication of the threat, felt an overwhelming joy as the malevolent aura vanished. It cheerfully leaped onto Lin Yin's shoulder, nuzzling him with its adorable visage. Lin Yin, feeling the warm, plush sensation, reveled in the comfort it provided. The Bug Troop members were left astounded. This was their first encounter with a divine beast displaying such affection towards a human. Seeing Celebi's demeanor, it was evident that it had formed a close bond with Lin Yin. At that moment, Lin Yin recalled that his secret realm housed an illusionary tree, a natural habitat for Celebi. Perhaps it would be wise to invite this little creature to reside there temporarily. While Celebi might not contribute significantly in battle, its inherent grass-type abilities could alleviate fatigue among the Pokémon and foster their growth. If the likes of Tyranitar resided near Celebi, their growth would undoubtedly accelerate. With this thought, Lin Yin extended an invitation. "Would you care to stay in my secret realm? All meals and accommodations are provided." Upon hearing the promise of sustenance and shelter, Celebi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. However, recalling past experiences, it glanced warily at the surrounding humans and ultimately shook its head in refusal. After all, being a legendary Pokémon, it was improbable that it could be easily swayed into captivity. At that moment, Celebi offered a few words of encouragement to the nearby Pokémon before vanishing into a spatial rift, leaving no trace behind. As Celebi departed, Lin Yin waved, calling out, "Goodbye, Celebi." The Fire King and Bug Troop members expressed their astonishment, marveling at the day's events, realizing they had witnessed a divine beast. Among them, the Bug King felt the most disheartened, as he had never anticipated that a legendary Pokémon resided within his secret realm, a revelation he would carry with him for a lifetime. Lin Yin then turned his attention to the multitude of dark Pokémon around him, recognizing that they would be better handled by the two kings. His gaze shifted to the Pokémon before him, as he proclaimed, "Celebi has entrusted me with your care. I shall provide for your needs henceforth. Come forth, slime Pokémon." Compared to humans, Pokémon held greater trust in their own kind. Thus, Lin Yin summoned slime Pokémon to facilitate negotiations. Indeed, upon seeing slime Pokémon, the dark Pokémon lowered their guard. A day later, within the Rock Dragon Sanctuary, Lin Yin's eyes widened in disbelief. "You didn't leave?" Celebi joyously chirped, reveling in its newfound surroundings, which brimmed with natural energy, far surpassing its previous realm. Ignoring Lin Yin, it flitted about the illusionary tree, its voice filled with delight, preparing to establish its new home. This would henceforth be its territory, as if drawn by a familiar presence. The Pokémon previously under Celebi's watch emerged from their hiding spots, some residing within the illusionary tree's hollow, while others, due to differing habits, remained within Tyranitar's sandstorm or soared high above. Yet, the majority gathered, led by the strongest among them, a gym-level Teddiursa, who cautiously approached Celebi like a bodyguard, ready to welcome it back. Seeing its companions again, Celebi bounced in excitement, landing atop Teddiursa's shoulder. Teddiursa smiled at Lin Yin, grateful for the provisions he offered. As the leader of the group, it would remember Lin Yin's kindness deeply. Lin Yin met Teddiursa's gaze, returning the sentiment with a knowing nod. In his recollection, the circular bear was a ferocious Pokémon, typically paired with a flame orb to trigger its grit ability, thereby amplifying its attack power, followed by utilizing Trick Room to gain priority with its slower speed. It would then unleash a single devastating move to annihilate its opponent. In the realms of Juzi, it could even harness terrestrialization to further augment its damage output. In comparison, its evolved form, the Lunar Bear, exhibited even greater prowess, boasting an impressive base stat total of 550, with a commendably balanced distribution: 130 HP, 140 attack, 105 defense, and 80 special defense, while its special attack and speed were a mere 95 combined. The Lunar Bear's formidable 140 attack, coupled with a paltry speed of 55, Trick Room, the grit ability, Flame Orb, and terrestrialization, rendered it exceedingly powerful, allowing it to rank among the top 10 in terms of damage output, particularly with access to numerous moves boasting over 100 power. Of course, at the same level, its adversary, the Garchomp, could easily obliterate the Lunar Bear with a single strike. With an array of elite items and resources, even the presence of a divine Pokémon would be rendered futile. Observing these creatures as they delved into the illusion tree, Lin Yin's lips curled into a grin, revealing his gleaming teeth as he laughed heartily. A divine beast had graced his sanctuary. What could evoke greater joy? So what if Celebi ignored him? As long as this little creature remained within his domain, the transformations that would unfold were unimaginable. The illusion tree would flourish more vigorously. And under the nurturing essence of divinity, Pokémon such as Tyranitar, Garchomp, and Slugma would grow increasingly formidable. Detected a divine Pokémon, Celebi, nearby. Pokémon within the sanctuary experience a 100 increase in stamina recovery, a 100 decrease in fatigue, a 100 acceleration in growth rate, and a gradual recovery of internal injuries. Lin Yin beamed at the array of text before him, overwhelmed with joy. No wonder so many sought to capture divine beasts. Their subtle enhancements to Pokémon attributes were universally appealing. Most importantly, the restoration of internal injuries. How many trainers' Pokémon had suffered from accumulated internal damage due to excessive battles, leading to diminished strength and potential, ultimately withering away? With Celebi in his sanctuary, such concerns were non-existent, and it appeared that Celebi intended to linger for a while. Returning to the present, with nothing pressing on the agenda, Lin Yin reclined beside the illusion tree, observing a few Pokémon engage in their training. Among them, Tyranitar and Garchomp remained ensconced in a sandstorm, seemingly indulging in some unknown activity. Meanwhile, Slugma had burrowed into a tree hollow, frolicking with Celebi, truly embodying the essence of a Pokémon socialite. Though Celebi possessed no gender, it was not immune to the desire for beauty, fixating on Slugma's exquisite dress. Witnessing this, Lin Yin felt a knowing smile form within, as he opened a shopping application and ordered dozens of exquisite dresses in Celebi's size. With such adornments, would he need to fear losing Celebi? As for the single-headed dragon, it seemed oblivious, continuously gorging itself, its belly swollen like a balloon. At this rate, it would surely become a Snorlax. Unable to resist, Lin Yin approached, teasing, "You little glutton, are you not worried about overindulging?" The single-headed dragon lay on its back, limbs sprawled, exuding an air of utter resignation. Its rotund belly, adorned with dark blue scales, tempted Lin Yin to give it a gentle pat. To his surprise, it was quite pleasurable, akin to petting a dog. The creature, seemingly tickled, began to squirm, erupting into fits of laughter. "Your growth rate is accelerating rapidly. Let us solidify your strength for now. After the High School Cup preliminaries, we can discuss your evolution," Lin Yin advised. This little one had only been born recently, indulging in endless feasting and drinking, reveling in the sanctuary's bountiful benefits, hence its swift level advancements. However, it still bore two system tasks: one to reach level 25 for evolution into a double-headed Tyrannosaurus, granting a skill machine, and another to hone its burp skill, which would provide a dark-type sanctuary. Upon reflection, the single-headed dragon reaped considerable rewards from its strength enhancement, yet an age-old adage cautions against excess. Thus, it would be prudent to let this little one enjoy its growth. A series of snores emanated from below. Lin Yin glanced down to find the single-headed dragon had succumbed to slumber. "Lazy bones," he chided, giving its rear a playful nudge. This creature, reminiscent of Tyranitar and Garchomp in their youth, was utterly adorable. With the day still young, Lin Yin sought out Tyranitar and Garchomp, intending to experiment with the possibility of simultaneous Mega Evolutions. As Lin Yin's trump card, Mega Evolution warranted frequent training. Upon sensing Lin Yin's approach, the two Pokémon ambled over, their camaraderie evident. After experiencing Mega forms previously, they had developed an affinity for such power, returning with renewed vigor to enhance their strength and prolong their Mega Evolution duration. Tyranitar, focus on practicing the skills you've learned. The Sandstorm is already formidable enough for now. Garchomp, your strength and speed are nearing their limits. It's time to practice Dragon Dance, ensuring you refine your attributes before battle begins. Tyranitar scratched its rear, while Garchomp fiddled with its armpit. Both Pokémon displayed unwavering determination. Indeed, they understood how to proceed with their training without further guidance. Now it was time for Mega Evolution. Are you two ready? Lin Yin inquired, producing the keystone from his pocket with a grin. With a resounding roar, the two Pokémon acknowledged their readiness. The keystone was raised high, radiating a brilliant spectrum of light under the sun's embrace. Tyranitar, Garchomp, Mega Evolve. The Mega Stones on both Pokémon resonated with the keystone, drawing closer together, emanating a dazzling white light. Is this truly happening? Lin Yin pondered, uncertainty gripping him. Yet, moments later, the effects of Mega Evolution surged forth, drastically depleting their stamina. Fortunately, within the sanctuary's energy-rich environment, their lost vigor was swiftly replenished until equilibrium was achieved. A sparkle ignited in Tyranitar's eyes as it sensed the formidable power coursing through it. Its form swelling as spikes erupted from its body, the dark-type energy amplifying exponentially, swirling around it. The once yellow-green Mega Tyranitar began to undergo a transformation, gradually shifting toward a dark hue. Could this be Tyranitar enslaved by a dark ball? Lin Yin mused, though his heart swelled with joy at the sight of the majestic Tyranitar. Garchomp mirrored this transformation, releasing a triumphant roar as it too expanded in size. Spikes jutting from its body. Its gaze sharpened, and unlike Tyranitar, it was suffused with dragon-type energy, which coalesced into a palpable aura, exuding an intense pressure that affected all nearby beings. This presence was reminiscent of Lin Yin's initial encounter with the colossal Dragonite, a familiar sense of draconic might. With its deep blue skin and robust physique, Lin Yin couldn't help but marvel at the sight, exclaiming, "Impressive. Now, let the battle commence." Tyranitar versus Garchomp. There was no need for Lin Yin to command. The two Pokémon unleashed their full potential independently. Previously, they had engaged in practice battles. Yet apprehension of injuring one another had restrained their true prowess. However, the presence of Shalebi, the healer, changed the dynamics entirely. As long as one of them drew breath, survival was assured. Bankura seemed to have grown accustomed to the surroundings, with the abyssal sandstorm swirling endlessly and rising in intensity. Lin Yin retreated repeatedly to a notably secure vantage point to observe the clash. The Mega Sharpedo, undaunted, fully exploited its aerial advantage, gliding through the skies. Although it was unafraid of the sandstorm, entering its depths would alert Bankura, hence Mega Sharpedo refrained from recklessly diving in. As Mega Sharpedo soared above, colossal rock waves erupted from the ground, with spikes shooting skyward. With agility, Mega Sharpedo evaded the onslaught, its arms transformed into blades radiating brilliance, shattering the monstrous spikes with each strike. The ability of Mega Sharpedo transitioned from Sand Veil to Sand Force, amplifying the power of rock, steel, and ground-type moves by at least 50% amidst the storm. Seizing the opportunity, it executed Dragon Dance, maximizing its attributes to their pinnacle. Bankura, too, was no less formidable. With Iron Defense and Dragon Dance, its stats surged dramatically, augmented by its astonishing HP, rendering it an impenetrable bulwark. Undeterred, Mega Sharpedo deftly evaded the tumultuous rock storm. Its blade-like arms enveloped in fighting-type energy, clearly indicating its move, Brick Break. Bankura advanced, stamping heavily with one foot, sending dust flying and intensifying the sandstorm. The armor on its chest clashed against Mega Sharpedo's handblades, creating sparks of lightning. Capitalizing on Mega Sharpedo's offensive opening, Bankura surged forward with a move-heavy slam, its immense weight and stature poised to crush its opponent. In a graceful aerial maneuver akin to a ballet performance, Mega Sharpedo evaded Bankura's assault. A tremendous energy coalesced within Bankura's maw, manifesting as a beam of destruction, a laser-like force sweeping through the sky toward Mega Sharpedo. With a fierce roar, Mega Sharpedo launched itself like a meteor, diving toward Bankura. The surrounding air compressed to an extreme, silencing all sound. as it was enveloped in a chilling aura of dragon and dark-type energy, executing the move Dragon Ascent. The dragon-type attack collided directly with the beam of destruction, causing Bankura to abandon the light, its claws shimmering with brilliance as it unleashed its ultimate move, Giga Impact, with a staggering power of 150. The violent clash reverberated throughout the secret realm, shaking the very foundation, causing leaves and fruits from the illusion tree to tumble down, landing upon the slumbering Hydreigon below. The dark Hydreigon lifted its head, gazing at the scene resembling an abyssal sandstorm, its mouth agape in astonishment. What was transpiring? It turned out to be a brawl between its elder brothers. Hence, it resumed its slumber. The two Pokémon were embroiled in an intense battle, shattering the surrounding space, causing rocks to collapse, the ground to fracture, clouds to disperse, and energy to spiral chaotically, yet none of this disturbed the peacefully sleeping Hydreigon beside the illusion tree. Lin Yin was caught in the aftermath, unable to open his eyes, faintly hearing the fierce sounds of impact. It was truly terrifying to witness two near-legendary Pokémon engage in such a ferocious clash. The world had become suffused with energy due to the manifestation of secret realms, leading to extraordinarily powerful Pokémon. Consequently, it had become commonplace for Pokémon to evolve prematurely. For instance, a Charizard would typically require level 36 to evolve, but in this realm, energy sufficiency alone sufficed for evolution, with numerous artificial items available to facilitate painless advancements. Once discovered, such items astounded the world, and as secret realms materialized, numerous Pokémon could evolve autonomously when saturated with energy. However, this did not imply that all Pokémon would evolve early. Some, with poor potential, might never reach their final forms. Like Liang-Ku's Charizard, its early evolution was due to unique factors, and the repercussions of such an evolution demanded substantial costs for rectification. This early evolution differed from Lin Yin's Bankura and Mega Sharpedo, as both Pokémon were brimming with energy to the utmost. It was akin to a cup overflowing with water. Any further addition would simply spill over. In the midst of contemplation, the two Pokémon approached the climactic moment of their duel. Bankura's body surged with dark energy, resembling a tyrant from the abyss. Mega Sharpedo's claws morphed into blades, enveloped in tangible dragon energy. With a thunderous roar upon their collision, both Pokémon reverted from their mega forms, clearly having reached their time limit. Lin Yin noted the duration, approximately 5 minutes. The simultaneous mega evolutions of both Pokémon could only be sustained for 5 minutes, a rather brief interval. Nevertheless, it sufficed. As in typical scenarios, barring certain tank teams, it was rare for battles to extend for dozens of minutes. As the battle concluded, Celebi was drawn over, hovering curiously above the two sprawled Pokémon on the ground, emanating a soft green glow. These two silly giants are engaged in a Pokémon battle, Lin Yin remarked with a smile, acknowledging the undeniable charm of mythical creatures like Celebi, Mew, Jirachi, and Shaman. Celebi tilted its head, observing intently, before adopting a serious expression. Lin Yin, somewhat perplexed, quickly summoned the system for translation. Celebi expresses a desire to learn Pokémon battles to better protect its companions. Lin Yin furrowed his brow. To be candid, Celebi was relatively weak among the legendary Pokémon, more suited for support rather than combat. You need not partake in battles. I shall protect you and your companions from now on, he declared confidently, patting his chest. Regardless of others' beliefs, Celebi accepted this promise, joyfully flitting around Lin Yin for a while. Eventually, with a gentle chime, it produced an unusual green cube, a blend of white and green hues, sporadically emitting a brilliant glow. The moment he touched it, a refreshing coolness enveloped his fingertips, the cube being the size of a child's fist. Though Lin Yin was uncertain of the object's nature, he was well aware that anything related to legendary Pokémon held great value. Is this for me? He inquired. Celebi nodded vigorously, then joyfully darted back into the spatial realm, retreating to the illusion tree. System, please identify this for me, Lin Yin pondered. Celebi Gem contains immense energy from the mythical Pokémon Celebi. Prolonged wear enhances healing energy and significantly boosts self-recovery capabilities, ideally suited for Audino. Note, each gem represents the death of one Celebi. What? Lin Yin was taken aback, astonished by the gem's extraordinary potency, which greatly amplified healing capabilities. A product of Celebi's demise. Thus, this gem had once been a living Celebi. This revelation suggested that each legendary or mythical Pokémon likely had its own lineage, not all possessing the power of the laws. Only the mightiest among them might wield such powers. Even so, the value of each legendary Pokémon was immeasurable. With this gem, Audino could fully realize its potential as a healer. With this little creature to assist Bankura and Mega Sharpedo in replenishing their stamina, who could possibly outlast them? Audino! Lin Yin shouted, his voice echoing. Lin Yin Bao joyfully bounded over, leaping into Lin Yin's embrace and releasing droplets of life essence that enveloped him in a refreshing sensation. It is often said that daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets, and Lin Yin Bao was indeed considerate, unlike the three fools. Hee, Cherubi just gifted me something marvelous. And now it's yours. Lin Yin produced the Cherubi gem, transforming it into a necklace, which he adorned upon Lin Yin Bao. As if sensing the extraordinary power, Lin Yin Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement, showering Lin Yin with affectionate kisses, eliciting hearty laughter from him. However, Lin Yin pondered whether these trinkets might attract the attention of unscrupulous individuals. The precious equipment system will automatically conceal them. The host need not worry, came the reassuring response. Lin Yin's eyes widened in amazement, followed by a hearty chuckle. Indeed, it was a splendid system that truly cared for its user. With merely a day remaining before the preliminary rounds, Lin Yin remained resolute in his decision to field his Dratini. He observed that most trainers were currently at levels 10 to 20, all of whom had already been eliminated. The remaining competitors ranged from levels 20 to 30, and Lin Yin's Dratini had made remarkable progress, ready to face opponents of this caliber without issue. It was anticipated that the main event would introduce gym-level competitors, all of whom were undoubtedly top-tier talents of the younger generation. The average individual might never reach the gym level. These prodigies leveraged familial resources to swiftly enhance their abilities to attain such heights. However, familial backing could only elevate one to the gym level. Breaking through to the quasi-champion tier necessitated both strength and innate talent. Advancing beyond the quasi-champion rank posed significant challenges, even for Lin Yin. His Bandura and Garchomp had long since reached level 41, and even now, they had only just attained level 43. A feat achieved following a fierce battle that yielded valuable experience. Moreover, having vanquished a member of the Dark Mask, he triggered the Dark Slayer passive, which granted him a prolonged double buff, allowing him to reach level 43. Who among the ordinary quasi-champion Pokémon could contend with a Dark King Pokémon? Certainly. While Lin Yin's Bandura and Garchomp were lower in level, their power was exceedingly close to that of a champion, and in their mega forms, they could rival the average champion. Furthermore, with the addition of the mythical Cherubi, which conferred 3 substantial buffs, Bandura and Garchomp could engage in battles without concern for self-inflicted injuries. Previously, these two hulking creatures had been wary of harming one another, limiting their training effectiveness. However, with Cherubi present, as long as they did not deliver a fatal blow, they could recover, aided by the Lin Yin Bao adorned with the Cherubi gem, which continuously replenished their stamina. As Lin Yin was lost in thought, far away in another realm, a heated discussion unfolded. Why not forcibly capture Cherubi? Indeed, that was a divine beast. Are you two out of your minds? You think you can capture a divine beast? Why don't you just fly over and do it? The Dragon Champion's scathing words drowned the two in a torrent of ridicule, expressing their dissatisfaction with both the two champions and Lin Yin. Meanwhile, the battle footage continued to play on loop, a fervent voice proclaiming, Bandura, Garchomp, Mega Evolution. The screen displayed Lin Yin in the midst of battle. The allure of Mega Evolution was undeniably captivating. A quasi-champion could indeed contend with a champion-level dark Pokémon. Indeed, I have yet to witness the Fire Champion's Mega Evolution being this formidable. The Dragon Champion slammed the table in frustration. Are you all unsatisfied? Mega Evolution was revealed by my grandson. What of it if he uses it more effectively? Yet, he too harbored doubts about why Lin Yin's Pokémon exhibited such a significant enhancement in power during Mega Evolution, far exceeding normal levels. Ultimately, they attributed it to other factors, as they were not researchers and did not delve into such inquiries. After a series of deliberations, the meeting finally approached its focal point. Dr. Lin had forged a friendship with the divine beast Cherubi and had even captured Pokémon under its care. Opportunities to engage with this divine entity were surely on the horizon. Indeed, as long as Dr. Lin and the divine beast established a communal bond, that would suffice. Recently, the Research Institute had proposed new studies suggesting distinctions among divine beasts. It appeared that Cherubi was categorized as a mythical Pokémon, while entities like Ho-Oh and Groudon were deemed first-tier gods, and creatures like Enei, Sikan, Raikou, and the legendary birds were classified as second-tier gods. I recall that Enei seemed to have appeared in the North China region. These second-tier gods do not possess overwhelming strength. Perhaps we could attempt diplomatic relations. Clearing his throat, he continued, this time, My grandson not only eliminated a Dark Church member of champion caliber, but also captured several dark Pokémon. What should be his reward? Upon hearing this, many faces darkened. Their thoughts veiled. The Dragon Champion, hailing from South China, naturally wished to reward his grandson for performing so admirably alongside the champions he commanded. Indifferent to the opinions of others, others chimed in. Indeed, Dr. Lin took the lead to thwart the Dark Church's efforts to capture the mythical cherubi. He surely deserves a reward. However, what could Dr. Lin possibly lack? He already possessed abundant resources and wealth, numerous secret realms, and even 4 quasi-deity Pokémon. I believe we should withhold Dr. Lin's reward for the time being. The Dragon Champion's expression shifted from joy to anger as he interrupted. Nonsense. My grandson lacks for nothing. How about this instead? Let him have 100 or so secret realms and a few quasi-deity eggs. There are still a few second-tier gods available. Let my grandson capture one. The Dragon Champion's suggestions grew increasingly outrageous until someone finally called for order, exclaiming, "Let us grant Dr. Lin the title of Inspector to oversee the Dark Church members, with authority akin to that of a champion." Excellent. Excellent. The Dragon Champion laughed heartily. Although Lin Yin wielded some influence in South China due to his identity as a doctor and the grandson of a champion, he lacked concrete authority, which had led to murmurs over time. This new title would alleviate such concerns. The title of Inspector was equivalent to that sanctioned by the Central Pokémon Association headquarters, a position not typically delegated to regional areas. Of course, this decision was made after careful consideration. Lin Yin undoubtedly possessed the qualifications: a mega pioneer, an 18-year-old prodigy, and a Pokémon research doctor. Even regarding his later developments, many were eager to invest. In truth, despite the Dragon Champion's boisterous demeanor during the meeting, many were discreetly extending olive branches. Who wouldn't appreciate a powerful champion with a doctor for a grandson? Aligning with the Dragon Champion would mean securing support from both South China and Dr. Demu's faction. While Lin Yin was resting, a series of chimes suddenly echoed from his waist. "Old man, what's the matter?" Lin Yin blinked, a bit bewildered. "Young man, thanks to my efforts, you are now the Inspector of South China," the Dragon Champion exclaimed, tongue out, laughing joyously. "Inspector?" A thrill coursed through Lin Yin, his heart racing. This was a position of power second only to the champions, far exceeding his expectations for a reward. With this title, could he not establish his own faction? Much like the old man. Beneath him, there exists the formidable Bug King, the Fire King, along with several unnamed kings and their loyal followers. However, Lin Yin places little value on such titles. What truly matters is strength. As long as he continues to enhance his abilities, everything else will follow suit. He gazed at the elderly gentleman on the screen and chuckled. "I have recently been experimenting with a keystone machine that can augment the power of Pokémon during Mega Evolution." "Ah, is that the reason for your formidable Mega Evolution in battles?" the elder inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. Lin Yin scratched his head. The true reason for his impressive Mega Evolution was the Mega Stone provided by the system, which enhanced his attributes by 50, far surpassing the machine's potential. He found it difficult to elaborate on the system's workings, so he merely offered a vague response. "Well, the Keystone machine is still in development, and I am uncertain about the extent of its enhancement for Mega Evolution. Are you planning to make this experiment public?" the elder asked after a moment of contemplation. "I do not intend to. I plan to keep this experiment under wraps, as the machine requires a substantial amount of Keystone and exotic energy, making mass production impossible. I estimate that we may only produce a few within a year." After pondering for a while, Lin Yin concluded that this item would naturally serve both the elder and himself. The elder nodded in agreement, expressing his lack of expertise in this area, and simply stated, "Pursue your endeavors freely. Whatever you choose to do, I shall support you wholeheartedly." Lin Yin felt a wave of gratitude. Compared to his unreliable father, the elder clearly showed greater concern for him. "Has there been an unusual influx of secret realms appearing lately?" Lin Yin voiced his thoughts. He had been keeping an eye on recent news, noting that beyond the various districts of Anong City, phenomena of secret realms had emerged even on a national and global scale. Initially, he suspected it might be a conspiracy orchestrated by the Dark Church, but he now realized it could be a burgeoning trend. Thus, he needed to hasten his power enhancement to reach the level of a king, ensuring his ability to protect himself. The elder nodded, acknowledging that he had been stationed in the central China region, where many matters had crossed his desk. He was among the first to discern these developments. Numerous legendary and mythical Pokémon had manifested in the real world, leaving uncertainty regarding whether this was a boon or a bane. Afterward, the two engaged in some casual conversation. Lin Yin inquired about the status of the portly fellow, to which the elder replied that the lad had encountered quite a few hardships. Lin Yin planned to seize an opportunity to tease him thoroughly. After ending the call, Lin Yin stretched lazily and was about to lie down for a brief respite when, ding ding ding. Who could that be? He wondered. It was a video call from Lina, who seemed to be enjoying a leisurely day, basking in the sun in her yard. Things are going quite well. I recently faced off against a king from the Dark Church and dispatched him with ease, Lin Yin boasted, demonstrating a slicing motion with his hand. Lina giggled, teasing. How did you become so formidable? I heard from the elder that it was your mega Garchomp that did the job. Lin Yin chuckled. Well, my brother's kill is just as good as mine. By the way, has your Glacian evolved? Lina gasped in surprise. How did you know? It just evolved recently. Lin Yin pointed behind her, and upon turning, Lina spotted her Glacian, flashing its dazzling teeth and grinning. Go on, train harder. She playfully shooed her Glacian away, noticing a mega stone hanging around its neck. As a weather specialist, Glacian would require time to reach the caliber of a Banjer. So Lina's snow team still needed a powerful ice dragon to fulfill that role. By the way, I've had some outfits custom made for you. Inspired by the most popular styles from the past College Cup. You'll look absolutely dashing. Lina smiled dreamily. I expect them to arrive this afternoon. So you must wear them. She insisted. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yin agreed. After all, it mattered little what he wore, as no one would recognize him under his alias. They exchanged a few more light-hearted jabs before concluding the call. The following day, Chapter 97, Dragonite vs. Pyroar. Lin Yin donned the meticulously crafted attire by Lina, a loose-fitting yet luxurious top adorned with a blend of blue and black patterns, embellished with resplendent mega stone motifs. He admired himself in the mirror for quite some time, feeling quite pleased. He looked splendid. It must be said, Lina had an exceptional eye for style. Compared to the borrowed Beedrill, Garchomp's speed was unmatched. Mounted upon his Garchomp, Lin Yin swiftly arrived at the arena, fortuitously encountering his friend, the indecisive Bug King. The Bug King was deep in thought about which Pokémon to use, given that his opponent in the top 16 was rather formidable. However, deploying his main Pokémon might strip the battle of its excitement. Why not use your Volcarona? It could use the practice, Lin Yin suggested with a grin. Very well. The opponent specializes in Grass-type Pokémon. Even if my Volcarona isn't at a high level, it can still counter them effectively, the Bug King responded with a hearty laugh. His Volcarona would undergo a special method of evolution ahead of schedule, without any adverse effects. Leaning in, he whispered, But Lin, your performance that day was astonishing. Those two kings didn't stand a chance against your overwhelming strength. The scene of Lin Yin's two Pokémon battling left a profound impression on the Bug King. Of course, they both understood that kings could not merely rely on this level of strength. During battles against dark Pokémon, there was a risk of being tainted by dark energy, leading to malevolent and obsessive behavior. This was precisely why the two kings only sent forth their main forces to prevent weaker Pokémon from succumbing to corruption. If they were to release all their Pokémon, it was likely that the masked individual could not endure for long. The position of a king consumed a vast amount of resources, and they were subjected to annual evaluations. Naturally, holding such high positions required corresponding strength. It could be said that even kings enjoyed slacking off at work, a fact that the old-timers in Kyoto had noticed, which was why they refrained from granting the two kings hefty rewards. Lin Yin remained modest, replying, It's nothing much. One day, I'll capture a legendary Pokémon using my Sandstorm team, and then you'll understand. The Bug King was left speechless. With time pressing, Lin Yin waved farewell and proceeded into the battle arena. As fate would have it, it was precisely his turn to battle, the transition from the top 16 to the top 8, and then to the final 4, where they would enter the official competition. Thus, the four most promising and powerful contestants were placed in separate brackets to prevent them from clashing prematurely, ensuring they could represent Anong City with pride. In recent years, Anong City's performance in the College Cup had been rather mediocre, with the Fire King and his associates feeling increasingly anxious about the implications for their resource allocations. Consequently, Lin Yin, the Bug King, and two other formidable contenders had garnered significant attention. Within the arena, the Fire King and several high-ranking officials observed the live footage in the conference room. The Fire King was well aware of Lin Yin's identity, but chose to keep it under wraps. The Lin Yin contestant possesses commendable strength. The Bug King is formidable as well. And then there's Ma Hongwei and Yu Chu. These four contestants embody our hopes for this College Cup, he remarked. I've heard that Ma Hongwei and Yu Chu are secretly sponsored by you, Fire King? Someone inquired. The Fire King nodded silently, confessing that he did this annually, not only to elevate Anong City's standing in the College Cup, but also to forge connections with emerging talents. The expressions of the remaining individuals varied, as they pondered in silence. These individuals were in the same chariot as the Fire King, their fates intertwined, they would refrain from engaging in any untimely actions. I recall that the lava festival is approaching in a few days. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow these four to hone their skills there? The lava festival is a ceremonial event held in a remote area of South China, commemorating the legendary beast Yin Emperor, who caused the earth to be formed through volcanic eruptions. This region is known as the Yin Emperor tribe, where the totem they worship is the Yin Emperor himself. It is currently not allocated to any city district, existing instead as an independent tribal entity. The tribe has its own chief and delineated positions, while the Elf Association merely appoints a few kings as a symbolic gesture. Each year, the Lava Festival witnesses a plethora of fire-type elves, including several kings and even aspiring champions, leading some to wish for these top contenders to test their luck. If fortune smiles upon them, their abilities might significantly enhance, securing their participation in the South China main event. As an adept trainer of fire-type elves, the Fire King naturally shares a strong camaraderie with the members of the Yin Emperor tribe. Oh, you old fellows, the slots for the Lava Festival are limited. I was hoping to take my wife and children on a trip soon. The Fire King feigned reluctance. The others exchanged glances filled with disdain. The Yin Emperor tribe was a desolate place, hardly a desirable tourist destination. It was merely a matter of resource allocation. They understood that without designating some resources, it would be impossible to persuade the Fire King. Thus, they spread out a map and deliberated for a considerable time before reaching a decision. Fortune smiled upon Lin Yin this time, as the battleground was a flat terrain, perfectly suited for a Dragonite-esque combat. Compared to the previous forested setting, which could easily be exploited for attrition, this venue allowed for unrestrained battles. Suddenly, a Firo soared through the sky. Following this, a sultry and magnetic voice resonated from above. Hello everyone. Once again, it is your charming commentator, here to narrate this match. This battle takes place on a ground arena, ideal for exhilarating elf confrontations. Today, we have our contestant Lin Yin facing off against Lu Yao. Without further ado, let us observe the elves of the competitors. The audience erupted into fervent discussions. Nothing excites more than witnessing elf battles. Whether young or old, or even the working middle-aged men, everyone relished the opportunity to enjoy an intense elf battle during their holidays as a means of relaxation. I recall that Lin Yin's elf seems to be a quasi-divine Dragonite. Seeing a quasi-divine up close is truly a feast for the eyes. Come forth, Dragonite. Lin Yin, who was participating in the competition under his alias, wished to conceal his identity to avoid attracting unnecessary troubles. This time, his battling elf remained the gluttonous and lazy Dragonite. The malevolent Dragonite had grown larger than before, boasting a robust physique and an energetic demeanor. Lu Yao, a refined-looking student with golden-rimmed glasses, appeared to hail from a distinguished background, his lips curling into a confident smile, unaware of the formidable beast he was about to confront. Come forth, Heatmor. As a member of the 7th-generation starter trio, Heatmor's evolved form, the Blaziken, is an exceptionally powerful elf, possessing both fire and dark attributes. Chapter 98. The battle is about to begin. Upon witnessing both competitors summon their elves, Lu Aihua enthusiastically began to elucidate the strengths and weaknesses of the two creatures, showcasing his extensive knowledge and earning applause from the audience. Of course, this was merely the minimum expectation of a commentator. Starter trio versus quasi-divine. Let the battle commence. As Lu Aihua spoke, the audience began to speculate on the outcome, engaging in animated discussions. I have observed Lu Yao's battles. His Heatmor is of a high level and always employs clever tactics to outwit his opponents, defeating them with ease. Lin Yin's contestant was also commendable. Although not at a particularly high level, it was evident that Dragonite had been exceptionally trained, not to mention equipped with an item to ensure survival. Perhaps an unexpected victory was within reach. The noise was tumultuous, yet it failed to distract the two combatants in the arena. Since this was a battle, understanding the opponent's confidence was crucial for achieving victory. Thus, Lin Yin deployed a probing move. Heatmor. Gender: female. Type: fire. Level: 26. Qualification: King. Ability: Blaze. Increases the power of fire-type moves when HP drops to 13. Item: Charcoal. Inferior quality. Moves: Sunny Day, Flamethrower, Flare Blitz, and Sucker Punch. Description: Heatmor, the Fire Cat Pokémon, is the evolved form of Fire Meow, adorned with a flame bell around its neck. When it expels flames, it produces a loud, jingling sound. Blaze combined with Charcoal and Sunny Day typically creates a strategy to deal devastating damage, as long as the opponent isn't left with just enough HP to be finished off in one hit. Dragonite possesses the move Burp, which could potentially eliminate the opponent despite any level disparity. Hence, Lin Yin was not intimidated by such an adversary. Dragonite's resilience allowed it to withstand attacks while the opponent would struggle against its powerful moves. The battle was set to commence. Dragonite, gather your energy after the trick, Lin Yin exclaimed with a smile. This move would likely catch his opponent off guard. Lu Yao, indeed taken aback, had never encountered such a bold move. Don't fear being knocked out. Heatmore, Sucker Punch. Sucker Punch, as a priority move, would almost certainly hit given Heatmore's speed, potentially interrupting the opponent's move. However, its damage was minimal, unlikely to inflict any harm on Dragonite. Lu Yao had intended to catch his opponent off guard, only to find himself countered. Sucker Punch struck Dragonite but failed to inflict any damage, allowing Dragonite to complete its trick and accumulate energy. Well then, don't blame me for being merciless. Flare Blitz. Lu Yao rejoiced. His opponent had stacked 2 buffs, presenting a golden opportunity for him. Flare Blitz, a powerful physical fire-type move with a base power of 120. Enveloped Heatmore in flames as it charged towards the opponent, causing considerable recoil damage. It could also inflict a burn status. The malevolent Dragonite let out a pained cry, receiving a considerable blow from the full-force attack. Heatmore unleashed its move, depleting its stamina, but its blaze ability activated, causing its body to radiate a fiery glow. Seeing that Dragonite seemed unaffected by the blow, Lu Yao's expression faltered, particularly as this attack failed to trigger a burn effect. This was certainly not good news for him. Lu Yao had previously studied Lin Yin's battle videos, acutely aware that Dragonite was equipped with a high-quality survival item. The combination of trick and energy accumulation could potentially allow it to eliminate Heatmore in one hit, and failing to hit had drastically increased its speed. Damn it! In his tumultuous thoughts, Lu Yao's composure unraveled. He considered himself unparalleled in battles, yet found himself being thoroughly outmatched. Can Dragonite still endure? Lin Yin remarked with a smile. Roar. Dragonite shook its body and stepped forward, feeling invigorated by the buffs it had gathered. Excellent. Lin Yin could hardly contain his joy. At this moment, Lu Aihua, with a sultry and magnetic voice, expertly dissected the psychological duel between the 2 competitors. The audience, however, was bewildered. Was it merely a matter of unleashing 2 abilities upon each other? Could there be so much strategy involved? Why had they failed to perceive it? Was this indeed the realm of high-level competition? Perhaps my understanding is lagging behind. Ahem, I confess, as a mere bronze-level player. If I had initiated with Sunny Day using the Heat Meow, would the outcome have been different? This is akin to a novice striking recklessly at a seasoned master. The competition continued. Lu Yao pondered deeply, and ultimately, with a steely resolve, he decided to take a gamble. Success would elevate him to the top 8, while failure would send him home to dinner. Heat Meow use Sunny Day? Lu Yao gestured dramatically, his expression bordering on madness, as he prepared to change the weather. The Heat Meow radiated a brilliant white light. The sky suddenly became luminous, and then increasingly intense. Some even removed their jackets, while others summoned Ice-type Pokémon to cool off. Did this move leave Lin Yin in a daze? Wasn't this a reckless path to destruction? Lin Yin had already contemplated his opponent's strategy, recognizing him as a rather clever child. So why resort to such folly now? Oh, in that case, I surmise that the Lin Yin competitor intends to use provocation next to interrupt Sunny Day. Then Lu Aihua raised the microphone, seemingly aware of Lin Yin's forthcoming move. Yet, he was mistaken. Lin Yin chuckled. It's over. Single-headed dragon, use Belch. Belch, a poison-type special move with a power of 120, was unleashed towards the opponent, inflicting damage. The single-headed dragon erupted in laughter, preparing to turn around, but Lin Yin quickly cleared his throat in warning. This was no ordinary poison gas, and could not be squandered. The single-headed dragon expelled a plume of toxic mist towards the Heat Meow, a belch that had been enhanced through rigorous training. Although it was not emitted from the rear, its power was not to be underestimated, especially with the tricks employed to amplify its damage and increase the likelihood of striking a critical hit. Was the Lin Yin competitor truly preparing for a direct assault, thus falling into Lu Yao's trap? Lu Aihua was taken aback, adjusting his glasses in haste to verify the situation. It was crucial to note that the Heat Meow's level surpassed that of the single-headed dragon. As long as it could not deliver a one-hit knockout, defeat was inevitable. With the Blaze ability, the lower the Heat Meow's health, the greater the power of its fire-type moves, and combined with Sunny Day, it could potentially obliterate the single-headed dragon. Moreover, poison-type moves were not even the single-headed dragon's strong suit. Yet Lu Yao, witnessing this scene, was drenched in cold sweat. A wave of regret washed over him. He had erred. He should never have gambled. Others may not have understood, but he knew all too well that the Lin Yin competitor's single-headed dragon was undoubtedly equipped with damage-enhancing items. boasting extremely high damage output, and had previously annihilated opponents in a single blow. It was over. Chapter 99. Speculations regarding the Dark Ball. The belch erupted like a vast, obscuring fog, instantaneously launching towards the Heat Meow with astonishing speed. Meow? The Heat Meow had no time to react, letting out a cry of despair before collapsing, clearly rendered incapable of continuing the battle. The malevolent single-headed dragon scoffed disdainfully. During its time in the Rock Dragon secret realm, it had significantly strengthened, and this opponent failed to pique its interest in the slightest. Impressive. Single-headed dragon. Go home and treat yourself. Lin Yin praised. Upon hearing this, the single-headed dragon joyfully howled, resembling a gluttonous child. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Aihua's eyes. The Lin Yin competitor's single-headed dragon was remarkably adept with the poison-type belch skill. Its area of effect was simply astonishing. It was evident that this single-headed dragon was a voracious creature. But I refused to accept this. Lu Yao felt immense dissatisfaction, helplessly watching as his misjudgment led to the Heat Meow's swift defeat. Yet the outcome was already predetermined. He reluctantly retrieved the Pokeball, dismayed. Return, Heat Meow. I was too careless. You've worked hard. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the audience. While they enjoyed watching Pokemon battles, they struggled to comprehend the intricacies of such high-stakes competitions. It was precisely at this moment that Lu Aihua, serving as both referee and commentator, proved invaluable. I had initially thought that Lu Yao would triumph. Considering Sunny Day plus Blaze, the Heat Meow's special attack was already commendable, coupled with its decent special defense. Yet he underestimated the prowess of this single-headed dragon, Lu Aihua elucidated. So that is how it is. A match can be so mentally taxing? What then were the competitions we previously watched? A debate? Some audience members couldn't help but voice their existential queries. In conclusion, a cascade of colorful paper fell from the sky as Lu Aihua exclaimed passionately. So, let us congratulate the Lin Yin competitor for advancing to the top 8. Lin Yin exited the arena and soon encountered Chum Pig, who, as expected, had effortlessly secured victory in his match. Shall we gather for a celebration? Chum Pig smiled. Lin Yin nodded. The next match wouldn't occur for another 2 days, providing ample time to relax and unwind. Of course, the single-headed dragon could not afford to become complacent. Its next opponent's Pokemon approached gym-level strength, necessitating that the single-headed dragon reach level 25 and evolve into the double-headed Tyrannosaurus within these 2 days to complete the system task and obtain a full set of TMs, or else risk a catastrophic failure. Losing the match was inconsequential, but the system had issued a quest, claiming the championship would allow for a random selection of a Pokemon. And should a divine beast be available, he would not hesitate to seize the opportunity. During the match, he would directly deploy Banjira and the fierce Bite Land Shark. After much contemplation, the two ultimately decided against dining out, opting instead to procure a copious amount of ingredients and head to the Pokemon Center's courtyard for a barbecue. Just how copious, you ask? Enough to feed Banjira for an entire day and night. Preparing these ingredients for grilling was quite a hassle, so they swiftly cleaned the ground, utilized the fire god moth's flames for roasting, and finally sprinkled on cumin seasoning. Without further ado, the two rode their Beedrill back to the Pokemon Center. Time for a picnic. Come forth, everyone. Banjira, Fierce Bite Land Shark, Sticky Treasure, Fire God Moth, Armor Warrior, and Flying Mantis. Roar. A multitude of Pokemon, upon sighting the ingredients before them, immediately grasped the situation. Banjira utilized its abilities to clean the ground, while the Fierce Bite Land Shark swung its claws, effortlessly slicing through the meat. Each Pokemon took on its role. The Fire God Moth's fiery body was put to excellent use, rolling and flipping the meat. Once a portion was grilled to perfection, Banjira stomped heavily on the ground, causing large pieces of meat to be launched into the air, as the Fierce Bite Land Shark shadowed closely behind, flipping the meat slices. The Flying Mantis and Armor Warrior seized the opportunity to finish off any pieces that had not been thoroughly cut. Meanwhile, the unfortunate single-headed dragon was still training within the secret realm. The malevolent single-headed dragon shook its head, glancing around in confusion, only to find that its elder brothers and sisters were nowhere to be seen. However, with its naturally limited line of sight, it paid little mind, continuing to munch on fruits and strengthen its body. Lin Yin observed this scene with warmth in his heart. He feared that if the single-headed dragon approached and accidentally triggered its belch skill, all these ingredients would be for naught. It was imperative to allow the creature to digest properly to avoid any accidental activation of its belch skill. Brother Lin, let me share a little secret with you. Chum Pig leaned in conspiratorially during their leisurely moment. Go ahead, there's no one else here, Lin Yin replied, chuckling as he patted Chum Pig's shoulder. One couldn't help but notice that Chumpig's demeanor and expression resembled that of a mischievous bear. Are you aware of the recent developments in the secret realm? Chumpig glanced around, maintaining that same shifty-eyed expression. Seeing that this was a juicy tidbit, Lin Yin fetched 2 benches, and they sat down to chat leisurely. In legend, it is said that a divine beast created our world and brought forth the wondrous species of Pokémon. Such tales, reminiscent of age-old fables, have become commonplace. Lin Yin, with a teasing demeanor, was acutely aware that the Pokémon in question was none other than Arceus. The mysterious creature, known as Chongtuan, smiled enigmatically. Shoo shoo shoo. What follows will surely astonish you. Recently, a multitude of divine beasts has emerged. Our nation has designated these beings as Level 1 mythical beasts and Level 2 divine beasts. The Celebi we encountered earlier belongs to the mythical category, as does the legendary Pokémon, Mew. A shiver ran through Lin Yin. This was news he had never heard before. However, he was already familiar with the distinction between mythical and divine beasts. Noticing Lin Yin's astonishment, Chongtuan's smile widened as he continued to divulge shocking revelations. Through extensive research, the Dark Church has developed the Dark Ball, whose dark attributes may stem from the mythical Pokémon, Darkrai. The mere mention of Darkrai startled Lin Yin. For this Pokémon could not be deemed evil, but rather, it was notoriously cruel. Its ability was to plunge nearby Pokémon or humans into an endless slumber, ultimately leading to their demise. The Dark Ball possesses an exceptionally potent malevolent attribute. If it is indeed linked to Darkrai, then it is highly likely that only another mythical Pokémon, Hoopa Unbound, would possess such a formidable dark attribute. The other 2 Pokémon were unlikely to exhibit such pure malice. As for the divine beast, Giratina, Lin Yin had never even considered it. If the Dark Church could control such a Pokémon, why would they remain hidden? They would have undoubtedly already attacked the Pokémon Association, preparing to dominate the world. At that moment, Lin Yin recalled that he had a premium Dark Ball in his system space. He contemplated what would happen if he used this Dark Ball to capture Darkrai. After all, he already had 1 Celebi. Acquiring another mythical Pokémon would not be excessive. Brother Lin, I haven't finished yet. Chongtuan chuckled. Lin Yin, snapping out of his thoughts, grinned. Please. Continue. Chapter 100, a commemorative note. Currently, our nation has successfully developed a Pokeball capable of capturing Level 2 divine beasts using the special items left behind by these divine creatures. Many champions are now preparing to capture Level 2 divine beasts. Chongtuan's words were astonishing, directly dropping a bombshell about capturing Level 2 divine beasts. Lin Yin pondered carefully. With the strength and composition of the champions, capturing a Level 2 divine beast without divine attributes would pose no problem. Generally, the minimum qualification for a Level 2 divine beast is that of a champion, with some potentially possessing mythical qualifications. At that moment, Lin Yin opened his Pokédex to find a message from his grandfather, stating that he too was on the path to capturing a Level 2 divine beast, specifically selecting Registeel. The Steel-type Level 2 divine beast could counter Ice and Fairy types, and with its impressive defensive stats of 150 in both special and physical defense, it could serve as a formidable tank in his lineup. If its ability were Clear Body, it would not suffer from stat reductions, thus mitigating any potential weaknesses. A solid tank. Lin Yin nodded, recognizing that this Pokémon was quite compatible with his grandfather's lineup. How about we seize this momentum and capture a Level 2 divine beast ourselves? Lin Yin suddenly exclaimed, looking at Chongtuan with an eager glint in his eye. What? A Level 2 divine beast? A divine creature? Those can only be captured by someone of my grandfather's caliber, possessing a champion-level lineup. What makes you think we can interfere? We would meet a grim fate. Chongtuan immediately shrank back, fully aware of his own limitations. Lin Yin still had 2 Pokémon remaining in his team. Why couldn't he aim for a Level 2 divine beast? After all, being in the top tier naturally meant that stronger Pokémon were preferable. Yet, given his current strength, he could likely only capture an undeveloped divine beast. But how could he ever encounter an undeveloped divine beast? Sighing deeply, Lin Yin exhaled a heavy breath. His plans had seemingly faltered before they even began. He believed that Landorus, in its incarnate form, was quite impressive, boasting a base stat total of 600 as a Level 2 divine beast, with stats distributed evenly. Its ground typing grants immunity to electric-type moves, and with the Sand Force ability, its damage output increases in sandstorms. Apart from Landorus, the Latios and Latia's siblings were also appealing. In a special episode, these 2 had transformed into humanoid forms and formed an unbreakable bond with Ash. Additionally, they could mega-evolve, and their ability to levitate allows them to soar above the battlefield, evading sandstorm damage while being immune to ground-type attacks. Just then, a Snorlax approached, rolling in with some roasted meat. Lin Yin chuckled, realizing that his lineup was still incomplete, making it a bit premature to consider divine beasts. Having reached this conclusion, Lin Yin began to feast heartily, devouring meat as if the picnic had just begun. Come forth, Dragonite. The dark Dragonite seemed a bit bewildered. Wasn't it supposed to be training? Why was it suddenly called out? It's time to feast. Go find your brothers. Lin Yin laughed. The Dragonite paused for a moment, its nose twitching as it caught the enticing aroma of food, and it hurried over to join Tyranitar and Garchomp. Roar! The two Pokémon saw their younger sibling approach and tore off chunks of meat to share with him. Before long, Dragonite lay sprawled on the ground, its belly distended. It wished to continue eating, but alas, its stomach had its limits. The desire for more delicious food compelled it to rise, and just then, a brilliant light enveloped its body. A fierce and chilling aura of darkness surged forth as Dragonite's form expanded, growing until it stood between Tyranitar and Garchomp's waists. This size was already comparable to Tyranitar in its youth. It was clear that Lin Yin's Pokémon possessed formidable potential. The newly evolved Duraludon was utterly oblivious to its evolution, its twin heads gazing forward, ravenously consuming the feast before it. Tyranitar and Garchomp were thrilled to see their younger sibling evolve, cheering loudly in celebration. Sensing the intense malevolent aura, nearby grass-type and flying-type Pokémon fled in terror. While Lin Yin was petting the Snorlax, he was suddenly blinded by a dazzling light. Witnessing the evolution of Dragonite. Dragonite evolution task completed. Receive complete set of Duraludon TMs, one-time use. Lin Yin thought to use them all on Duraludon. Duraludon. Gender male. Type, Dark Dragon. Qualification, Champion. Level, 25. Ability, Vital Spirit. Held items, Air Balloon, Premium. Dragon Fong, Premium. Priority Claw, Premium. Currently unequipped. Skills, Tackle, Dragon Breath. Roar, Charge Beam. Bite, Night Slash, Scary Face, Crunch, Nasty Plot, Dragon Pulse, Hyper Voice, Draco Meteor, Heavy Slam, Taunt, Trick, Headbutt, Fear, Dual Chop, Double Hit, Belch, Outrage, Meteor Mash, Electroweb, Substitute, Rain Dance, Sunny Day, Earth Power, Helping Hand, Thunder Fong, Ice Fong, Fire Fong, Dragon Tail, Roar of Time, Thief, Sleep Talk, Rest, Protect. Description: Duraludon, the brutal Pokémon, is the evolved form of Dragonite. If it consumes all the food in its territory, it will migrate to other lands. Due to special training, it excels at the move Belch and possesses a massive physique brimming with dark energy, with its two heads working in perfect harmony. Lin Yin gazed at the skill list before him, nearly breathless. It was astonishingly powerful, with a diverse array of attacks covering multiple types. Capable of serving as an aerial artillery platform, the two-headed dragon has made its entrance, and it is only a matter of time before the three-headed dragon follows suit. Bandira, the fierce land shark, the two-headed dragon, and the sinister trio of brothers are all enveloped in the ominous energy of darkness. During previous battles, Lin Yin discerned the flaws in his lineup. While Bandira can withstand damage and maintain weather conditions over time, and the fierce land shark is adept at harvesting victories, the team evidently lacks a long-range artillery unit, making the three-headed dragon of paramount importance. Moreover, the evolution of the sticky treasure must be expedited. As the team's special defense shield and part-time healer, this little creature should not be underestimated. At that moment, the two-headed dragon, having indulged in a hearty feast, unknowingly drifted into slumber. However, the two-headed dragon dreamt of a most delightful release, flatulence that was not only comfortable but also resounding and prolonged. After all, it was merely a dream, so why not indulge? Ahem, what transpired? The bug porcupine, covering its mouth and nose with a damp cloth, was overwhelmed by a thunderous sound, followed by a wave of putrid odor that nearly made it retch. Lin Yin, confronted by the dense purple gas before him, was on the verge of cursing. It was undoubtedly the two-headed dragon's doing, relishing its post-feast flatulence. The two-headed dragon has enhanced its burp skill. Mission accomplished. Reward acquired. The Rock Dragon Secret Realm has transformed into the Rock Evil Dragon Secret Realm. Chapter 101. The top 8 tournament commences at this juncture. Lin Yin turned his gaze towards the Secret Realm, where the dragon and rock types had previously occupied equal territory, but the system had inexplicably expanded the realm of darkness, transforming the division from halves into thirds. The dark attribute exuded a foreboding, eerie ambience, mirroring the imposing presence of Bandira, the fierce land shark, and the two-headed dragon. Lin Yin prepared to have these 3 Pokémon continue their training within, as his Sandstorm team, imbued with dark attributes and the intimidation trait, was composed entirely of nefarious entities. As for the sticky treasure, it was best left out. She was the adorable little sister and should not be tainted. Given that the single-headed dragon had evolved into a two-headed dragon, it was only a matter of time before the sticky treasure followed suit. Currently, champions across the board were capturing secondary deities in an effort to bolster their team strength. As the pinnacle of the Pokémon Association, every action taken by the champions created quite the stir. However, this particular event involving the capture of secondary deities was entirely concealed by the association. Except for a select few higher-ups and second- and third-generation members, the average household remained blissfully unaware. In their eyes, such matters had no bearing on their lives, hence they paid them no mind. The secondary deities felt distant from Lin Yin, who instead focused his thoughts on the upcoming top 8 matches. This tournament, featuring battles between 2 Pokémon in a 2v2 format, allowed for a plethora of strategic combinations and attribute alterations, greatly enhancing the enjoyment. Amid his musings, the bug porcupine could no longer contain itself and began to retch repeatedly. The two-headed dragon's flatulence was simply too overwhelming. Lin Yin had wisely concealed himself. Well aware of the bug porcupine's current plight, the flatulence of the single-headed dragon was beyond description, an acrid scent magnified exponentially, assaulting the nostrils with an intensity that reached the very heavens. Sticky treasure, utilize the life water drops. Lin Yin exclaimed with a smile. The life water drops, enhanced by the Shalebi gem, not only restored the Pokémon's vitality, but also imbued it with purifying powers. In a dazzling display, the sticky treasure radiated a luminous green light as the life water drops spread, instantly refreshing the air. The bug porcupine seemed to revel in the rejuvenating atmosphere. Gasping for breath, at that moment, the protagonist, the two-headed dragon, awoke and began to feast with delight. Despite some minor interruptions, the banquet was officially underway. Pokémon battles foster rapid growth for the creatures, yet Lin Yin understood the principle of moderation. Relentless training could adversely affect their mental and physical well-being. Appropriate gatherings and entertainment could, in fact, strengthen the bond between Pokémon and trainer. Unbeknownst to them, the sky gradually darkened. Bandira, accompanied by the fierce land shark, resembled 2 towering giants, seemingly intoxicated as they danced amidst a circle formed by the flying mantis and other Pokémon. The bug porcupine joined in the merriment, hopping about. Lin Yin, seizing the opportunity, nudged the two-headed dragon into the fray, leaving it bewildered and uncertain. Sing one, sing one. Lin Yin cheered enthusiastically. The sticky treasure giggled with glee. The two-headed dragon, though somewhat bashful, refused to shy away, raising its voice to the heavens. Goose, 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 goose. Ah, enough singing. Lin Yin exclaimed, covering his ears, as if subjected to the most grating sound on earth, an indescribable cacophony akin to a thumb scraping against glass. The bug porcupine seemed unfazed. Instead, it appeared to relish the performance. A day later, amidst this joyous atmosphere, the banquet concluded as night fell. The following morning, the top 8 tournament commenced, a match that would determine who would represent Anong City in the main event. Consequently, this contest garnered significant attention. Lin Yin rose early to prepare, intending to field the two-headed dragon and the sticky treasure in battle. At that moment, the Pokémon Pokédex chimed. Lin Yin opened it to find messages from various individuals. The old man. Boy, I'm capturing Regice. I won't be watching the match this time, but you're certain to win. The chubby one. Brother, I've been bragging to my classmates that you're a sure victory. You cannot lose. By the way, why do you go by the alias Lin Yin? Lena, remember to wear the outfit I specially tailored for you. I'll be monitoring you. Wear that deep hue today. And good luck, adorable mouse emoji. There were also a few fans reaching out to him, seemingly intrigued by his doctoral status. It was rare for female fans to message him about wanting to have his children. After responding to the old man and the others, Lin Yin mounted the fierce land shark and made his way to the arena. It was an understatement to say the place was teeming with people. Along the route, banners and slogans adorned the surroundings. Each of the 8 contestants had their own fan clubs cheering them on. The bug porcupine had arrived at the venue early, eager for the competition. Lin Yin's match was scheduled for the afternoon, so he began spectating, noting that the bug porcupine's strength was formidable, and it was poised to secure a solid victory. The audience was truly packed to capacity. Some attendees nearly came to blows over a single skill or gender. Peanuts, cola, popcorn. A young man wheeled a cart, accompanied by a Meowth wearing a hat. Lin Yin purchased a bag of popcorn, idly watching the match unfold. Time flew by, and soon it was Lin Yin's turn to battle. Once again, the host Luai Hua took the stage, this time riding a Qishi Qingniao instead of a Pidgeot. The arena appeared to have been reinforced, becoming exceptionally sturdy. Standing in the arena, Lin Yin felt no anxiety. Rather, he was brimming with eagerness, as Pokémon battles were captivating and immensely enjoyable. At that moment, several Pidgeots soared overhead, unfurling banners. Greetings, dear friends. I am Luihua, beloved by all, blooming like flowers and ensuring safe travels. Today, I shall once again provide commentary for the Anong City University Cup preliminary matches. First, let me introduce our two contestants, the skilled Lin Yin, known for employing single-headed dragons to triumph over stronger foes, and the adept Wang Yu, who specializes in unique teams. Before each match, he always displays his trademark smile. The audience has long anticipated this match, so without further ado, let us turn our attention to the contestants. Lin Yin is adorned in the custom outfit specially tailored by Lina, exuding an air of aloof sophistication that has caused a flurry of excitement among the female spectators. Wang Yu, tall and lanky, sports a buzz cut and sunglasses, presenting a somewhat clueless demeanor. However, Lin Yin is not one to judge by appearances. He approaches this competition with utmost seriousness. The match officially commences. Double-headed Tyrannosaurus, emerge. Lin Yin continues to deploy this creature. Come forth, Blue Emperor. Wang Yu smiles subtly, a grin that signifies he has thoroughly assessed Lin Yin's strategy. Oh, the contestant Lin Yin's single-headed dragon has evolved, and Wang Yu displays his signature smile. Could he already possess the key to victory? This battle promises to be a fierce clash of titans. Let us await the spectacle. Luihua raises the microphone, proclaiming loudly. Chapter 102. Are we at a disadvantage? Yet, unnoticed by many, a slight smirk plays at the corner of Lin Yin's mouth. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. Lin Yin had long since deployed a probe, discerning his opponent's plans. Blue Emperor, type, fairy, gender, female, qualification, near king, ability, timid, speed increases when hit by dark, ghost, or bug-type moves. Level, 29. Held item, expert belt, enhances the power of moves but can only be used with the same move. Moves, play rough, magical shine. Description, the Blue Emperor, a fairy Pokémon, is the evolved form of blue. It is, in fact, quite timid. When attacked, it flails its limbs desperately to fend off foes. However, through specialized training, its physical attack has significantly improved. It is clear that the opponent's fairy type is immune to dragon type damage, and the fairy type move Play Rough inflicts quadruple damage on the double-headed Tyrannosaurus. With an impressive physical attack stat of 120, combined with the expert belt, a single Play Rough could potentially obliterate the double-headed Tyrannosaurus. The battle between these two is destined to be a bloodbath. The double-headed Tyrannosaurus is undoubtedly at a disadvantage against the Blue Emperor. Lin Yin is no fool. Switching to the Sticky Treasure is the most prudent choice. Yet, given the Sticky Treasure's capabilities, it could likely defeat the Blue Emperor in one hit, even executing a combination attack with ease. To train the double-headed Tyrannosaurus, Lin Yin decides to let it take the stage, believing it can withstand the quadruple disadvantage. Furthermore, fairy types are doubly weak to poison. Should the Blue Emperor take a direct hit from the double-headed Tyrannosaurus, it would surely be defeated. Wang Yu has evidently anticipated that Lin Yin's double-headed Tyrannosaurus could endure this move, pondering his next course of action. Moments later, he hesitates no longer. The Blue Emperor unleashes Play Rough with full force. Play Rough, a fairy-type physical move with a power of 90, deals damage while having a chance to lower the opponent's physical attack. Oh, Play Rough, quadruple effective against the double-headed Tyrannosaurus. Let us see how our contestant Lin Yin responds. Luihua proclaims with fervor. In Wang Yu's view, the likelihood of Lin Yin employing a protective move or switching Pokémon is equal. Thus he prepares to use Bulk Up next. Bulk Up, a fighting-type status move, enhances both the user's physical attack and defense. Lin Yin, however, has no intention of switching. He also wishes not to waste his protective move so early. Thus he commands, double-headed Tyrannosaurus, use Rock Slide. Go all out against your opponent. The ground erupts with massive boulders, colliding head-on with the charging Blue Emperor. Damn it, if only I had used a Dark-type move. Wang Yu curses inwardly. His Blue Emperor's ability, Timid, boosts its speed when faced with Dark-type moves. The power of Rock Slide, while not as formidable as Play Rough, is still significant. The Blue Emperor's heavy fist strikes the double-headed Tyrannosaurus. The fierce creature shakes its heads, seemingly dazed by the blow. However, due to the mitigating effects of Rock Slide, it suffers minimal damage. This scene leaves Wang Yu bewildered. When did his Blue Emperor's damage become so feeble? In the heat of battle, there is no room for hesitation. The Blue Emperor retreats and employs Bulk Up. It must be said, the Blue Emperor is exceedingly vexing. The double-headed Tyrannosaurus, embodying both dragon and dark types, finds its dragon type moves immune to fairy type, while using dark type moves only serves to enhance the opponent's speed. Consequently, the double-headed Tyrannosaurus is relegated to utilizing moves of other types, which inevitably diminishes its damage output. This tit-for-tat could lead to the Blue Emperor, a near-king qualifier, turning the tables. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent is busy with bulk up, Lin Yin commands the double-headed Tyrannosaurus to use Trick. Wang Yu interrupts the Blue Emperor's bulk up, decisively instructing. Now, Blue Emperor, continue with Play Rough. This time, if it lands squarely, it could significantly wound the double-headed Tyrannosaurus. Shift your body to absorb the impact. Lin Yin shouts, unable to evade as he channels the move, though he can still sway his body slightly. The Play Rough lands with considerable damage. Yet the Blue Emperor is now within striking distance, just as it attempts to retreat. The double-headed Tyrannosaurus has completed its attribute enhancements. Lin Yin quickly directs, now. Chase after it. Use Double Hit. Double Hit, a normal-type physical move with a power of 30, delivers a strike using its tail or head. The Blue Emperor, overwhelmed by the two-pronged assault, cries out as it is bitten by the double-headed Tyrannosaurus, though it merely expends a bit of energy. The double-headed Tyrannosaurus performs admirably. Seizing the moment, it continues to use Trick. In this interval, Wang Yu realizes Lin Yin's strategy. Intending to exploit the robust physique of the double-headed Tyrannosaurus through repeated skill usage to hone its attributes. Let us see who is stronger, he remarks. Having discerned that Lin Yin's double-headed Tyrannosaurus possesses extraordinary potential, possibly champion level, while his Blue Emperor holds the advantage in level. The double-headed Tyrannosaurus halts its Trick and unleashes Thunder Wave. Lin Yin bellows. Thunder Wave, an electric-type status move, emits a faint electric current, ensnaring the opponent in a state of paralysis, having their speed. The body of the double-headed Tyrannosaurus crackles with a deafening roar, a flash of electricity striking the Blue Emperor. The Blue Emperor emits a pained cry, rendered utterly numb. Lin Yin chuckles to himself, the ambush successful. The Blue Emperor's movement is now hindered. The double-headed Tyrannosaurus continues using Trick. The dark double-headed Tyrannosaurus radiates an aura of dark energy, evidently nearing the pinnacle of its special attack. Curse it! Wang Yu did not foresee that the opponent would interrupt the trick by employing Thunder Wave. In that case, return, Blue Emperor. Fortunately, this is a doubles match. Wang Yu withdraws the Blue Emperor, grinning. Come forth. Meerkat Slash. Lin Yin seizes the moment to deploy another probe. Meerkat Slash. Gender, male. Level, 29. Type, normal. Qualification, near king. Ability, Poison Boost. Attack increases by 30 when poisoned. Moves, Slash, Rending Claw. Insight, Belly Drum, Baton Pass. Held item, Toxic Orb. Induces poisoning in the Pokémon that holds it. Description, Meerkat Slash, a meerkat Pokémon, has memories of battling its nemesis, the Spoon Snake, etched into its very cells. It deftly evades attacks with its agile movements. The Meerkat Slash enters the fray, immediately succumbing to a poisoned state, activating its ability and boosting its attack. Now, Meerkat Slash, use Belly Drum. Wang Yu takes advantage of the double-headed Tyrannosaurus's moment of fortification to enhance his own attributes. Belly Drum, a normal-type status move, has the user's HP, significantly amplifying their attack power. Lin Yin furrowed his brow slightly, transferring the physical attack of the Meerkat Slash to the two-headed dragon via Belly Drum and Baton Pass. This maneuver could prove perilous for the two-headed dragon, for though it possessed the resilience of a champion, it was not invincible. Two-headed dragon, unleash Dragon Pulse. Lin Yin commanded. The Meerkat Slash, being a normal type, was not immune to dragon-type damage, and enhanced by cunning tactics, the Dragon Pulse surged forth like a laser beam towards the Meerkat Slash. Cross Chop. The two-headed dragon cleaved through the Dragon Pulse, then, with a flash of electricity, surged forward to continue its assault with another Cross Chop. Cross Chop. A bug-type physical move with an impressive power of 80, sliced toward the opponent with its razor-sharp claws, striking the two-headed dragon, which was doubly weak to bug-type attacks. The Meerkat Slash, with its high offensive capabilities, shattered the Dragon Pulse as if it were mere chaff, leaping gracefully into the air, aiming directly for the two-headed dragon. Don't hesitate, two-headed dragon. Use Earthquake. As a widespread attack, Earthquake was triggered the moment the Meerkat Slash made contact with the ground. However, the Meerkat Slash was exceedingly agile, vaulting over boulders and inflicting significant damage upon the two-headed dragon with its sharp claws. Crunch. The malicious two-headed dragon opened its gaping maw, emanating a fierce energy. Although the Meerkat Slash boasted high attack power, Its defense was abysmal, and the two-headed dragon was clearly ready to trade blows, visibly nearing its breaking point. The meerkat slash, having utilized belly drum and being poisoned, was at its limit, gasping for breath and on the verge of losing its fighting capability. Lin Yin understood that mere defense was not a viable strategy. Breaking the opponent's rhythm through mutual injury was the only way forward. Well done, two-headed dragon, he noted, observing the creature's battle spirit, undiminished despite its numerous wounds. It was worth mentioning that the two-headed dragon had spent countless days in the secret realm, training diligently aside from eating and sleeping. It often played with the sticky Pokémon and Shalebi, gradually transforming its body with grass-type energy, making it incredibly resilient. Few would anticipate that a two-headed dragon could rival the might of a tank. In truth, it wasn't solely the two-headed dragon. Lin Yin's Pokémon all exhibited remarkable resistance, primarily due to their abundant nutrition. Not to mention, they feasted on the finest sustenance, and the energy within the secret realm slowly enhanced their innate qualities. The opposing meerkat slash had the baton pass ability, clearly intending to switch in the Bruh King. The two-headed dragon utilized rest to regain stamina. Lin Yin chuckled, confident that victory was already secured. Meanwhile, Wang Yu appeared somewhat flustered. Both of his Pokémon had been deployed, while the opponent had merely sent forth a single two-headed dragon. Observing this, he feared he might be caught in a chain of defeats. However, upon deeper reflection, he speculated that the opponent might only possess this formidable two-headed dragon, with the others likely lacking in training and strength. Having reviewed Lin Yin's past battles, he noted that the two-headed dragon was always in play, suggesting it was the only powerful Pokémon the opponent had. After all, one's energy is limited, and if the two-headed dragon was this monstrous, the next Pokémon might merely serve as filler. If he could defeat the two-headed dragon, he would secure victory. With this thought, confidence surged within Wang Yu. Before the meerkat slash succumbed to its injuries, he executed Baton Pass. Baton Pass, a normal-type transition move, allowed for the exchange of abilities with the Pokémon on the bench. Come forth, Bruh King. Wang Yu recalled the nearly incapacitated meerkat slash and tossed out a Pokeball. At this moment, the Bruh King's paralysis began to fade. And with the Baton Pass, it inherited the meerkat slash's abilities and the boosted attack from Belly Drum. If this Bruh King had slightly higher potential, dispatching a small foe would be a trivial task. The potential of a Pokémon dictates its upper limits, while the tools and environment utilized in training determine its strength. This Bruh King had been cultivated exceptionally well, but that was where its advantages ended. At this juncture, the two-headed dragon lay fast asleep, snoring thunderously, a soft green glow emanating from its body as it slowly regained strength. Lin Yin watched, somewhat embarrassed, as the little creature's sleeping posture was far from dignified. Sprawled on the ground with its legs in the air, drooling. Sleeping in my presence? Then now is the time, Wang Yu declared, waving his hand as though victory was within reach. The Bruh King radiated an enchanting pink glow unique to fairy types, channeling its power towards the two-headed dragon. Wake up, you fool. Time to rise, Lin Yin urged, noticing that the two-headed dragon was lost in slumber. Yet, the creature remained undisturbed, even drooling, clearly lost in a delightful dream. In Pokémon battles, every detail could sway the outcome. Since the two-headed dragon was unresponsive, Lin Yin found himself at a loss. He had hoped for the two-headed dragon to utilize a boosted Giga Drain to eliminate this physically potent Bruh King, but he had not anticipated the dragon's deep slumber. No matter, two-headed dragon, use Sleep Talk. Lin Yin chuckled. Sleep Talk, a normal-type move, randomly utilized one of its own attacks while asleep. Luaihua, observing the dramatic scene unfold, raised the microphone and laughed heartily. The two-headed dragon of contestant Lin Yin has fallen into a deep slumber. Will it be able to unleash a decisive skill with Sleep Talk? Meanwhile, Wang Yu's Bruh King not only possessed a high attack stat, but had also inherited the meerkat slash's physical attack attributes, with Play Rough being 4 times effective against the two-headed dragon. If it connected, it could potentially take the dragon down in one blow. After several rounds of competition, it was evident that the two-headed dragon possessed extraordinary potential with its durability and resilience. Now, let us observe how contestant Lin Yin would respond. What skill would his Sleep Talk summon? Luaihua, eager to witness the unfolding drama, commanded the Chishi Bluebird to fly lower, pulling out a camera to record the moment. The audience, having watched the match for an extended period, felt a surge of excitement as the climax approached. Go, two-headed dragon. Don't let yourself be defeated. A small child shouted, jumping up and down. Whether the two-headed dragon heard it was uncertain, but if it did, it would surely be pleased to give the child a thumbs up. Lin Yin was also curious as to what skill the two-headed dragon would unleash. Even if it fell to the Bruh King, He still had the sticky Pokémon in reserve and was not at all worried. In stark contrast to Lin Yin's calm demeanor, Wang Yu was sweating profusely, all hinged on this pivotal moment. Suddenly, the two-headed dragon's body shimmered with waves of energy, and its belly swelled, indicating it was preparing to unleash a skill. Wang Yu, realizing the opponent was about to employ a poison-type move, felt elated. The Bra King's ability, Intimidate, would increase its speed when facing poison-type attacks. Excellent. I never expected the two-headed dragon would grant me an attribute buff before departing. Wang Yu chuckled, wiping the sweat from his brow, sensing victory was within grasp. At that moment, Lu Aihua speculated, the Bra King's ability is likely Intimidate. If the two-headed dragon unleashes a poison-type move, it may inadvertently enhance the Bra King's attributes before it leaves the field. This could spell trouble. Let us watch how contestant Lin Yin responds. Lin Yin's eyes widened in shock. What was happening? The two-headed dragon's rear end was wriggling. Could it be a bowel movement? The thought of the ensuing odor made Lin Yin feel nauseous, and he instinctively wanted to flee. According to the rules of the match, as long as the contestant remained in the arena, they could maneuver their position due to external factors. Lin Yin, in a panic, summoned all his strength. Fearing he might be too slow to escape, Lu Aihua frowned, questioning, what is going on? Is contestant Lin Yin fleeing? Does this imply that the Lin Yin contestant is preparing to concede? Could it be that he possesses his own thoughts? Lu Aihua was utterly perplexed. The audience was also in an uproar, their faces painted with incredulity. Don't run, handsome. You are destined to win. Surely not. A contestant would be forcibly eliminated if they left the preparation area without a valid reason. Could it be that a Pokémon of the psychic type has taken control of the Lin Yin contestant? This is unjust. There must be foul play. I propose a thorough investigation into the match. At that moment, Lin Yin shouted, run. Those near the arena, hurry and flee. Lu Aihua seized the opportunity to remark, oh, the Lin Yin contestant is urging those close to the battlefield to escape. Could he have discovered something? Or perhaps the two-headed dragon is about to unleash a powerful move. However, the audience area was protected by an energy shield, which usually mitigates any danger. Ignoring everything, Lin Yin dashed away, as the energy shield would not protect against poisonous gas. Just as all eyes turned towards Lin Yin, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Who is passing gas? And so loudly. A purple-yellow mixture, laced with gas, erupted from the rear of the two-headed dragon, its force so great that it knocked the Emperor Blue unconscious, rendering him unable to fight. Yet, this was not the end. The resounding flatulence, mingled with toxic fumes, began to spread rapidly. At that moment, Lu Aihua was the first to succumb, helplessly feeling nauseous, while the Qixi Qingyao let out a cry and swiftly took to the skies. At this instant, the host finally understood why Lin Yin had dashed out so quickly. The audience grasped that this was no performance nor conspiracy. There was something foul. Who could have imagined that the two-headed dragon's flatulence would be so potent? Ugh, I can't take it anymore. Which Pokémon can dispel this stench? Release it quickly. This is disastrous. The protective shield is ineffective. This flatulence isn't harmful, but it reeks, akin to feet that haven't been washed in a year, marinated in stinky tofu, mixed with a hint of snail noodles. Who can endure such a smell? No wonder the Lin Yin contestant chose to flee. Remaining would spell disaster. The most unfortunate was the Emperor Blue, who directly faced the full brunt of the two-headed dragon's blast, becoming faint from the noxious fumes and unable to respond. Additionally, Wang Yu was bewildered, believing he had won, when in fact he was in dire straits. The scene spiraled into chaos, and Lin Yin had anticipated that the two-headed dragon would create such a mess. Thus, he withdrew a Pokeball from his pocket, summoning the Garchomp, which concentrated its dragon-type energy to disperse the noxious gas. Garchomp, upon seeing the cloud of poison, frowned slightly. It hadn't been long since it had last seen this. Without hesitation, Garchomp soared into the sky, emanating a thick aura as it forcefully gathered dragon-type energy to clear the stench. At that moment, everyone present felt a long-lost sense of relief. Phew, phew. For the first time, breathing feels delightful. Lu Aihua covered his mouth and nose and flew in on the Qixi Qingyao, thanking Garchomp. Garchomp smirked, patting its belly and roaring, indicating no need for thanks. It then returned to Lin Yin's Pokeball. Lu Aihua didn't dwell on it. In his view, Garchomp must be a Pokémon of a certain champion, sent specifically to resolve this predicament. Once the situation calmed down, Lu Aihua raised the microphone, cleared his throat, and said, I have heard of the extraordinary burps of the single-headed dragon, and today I witnessed their authenticity. Despite the brief interruption we just experienced, I still congratulate our Lin Yin contestant for successfully advancing to the top 4. He has secured a spot in the South China Regional Finals. The audience erupted in fervent applause. Although they had been assaulted by the stench moments ago, it only heightened their excitement. If the two-headed dragon's flatulence could be further harnessed, wouldn't it become a formidable weapon in the South China Finals? The opportunity to bring glory to Anong City was within reach. At this juncture, although Wang Yu felt somewhat unwilling, he said nothing but approached and extended his right hand. Lin Yin contestant, we shall meet again. I hope that by then, the gap between us will have narrowed. Ha ha ha, then let us battle again in the future. Lin Yin grasped his hand, laughing heartily. The two left the arena in high spirits, marking the conclusion of this preliminary match. Meanwhile, the bug tortoise approached, saying, Brother Lin, I'm glad I was far from you at that moment. Otherwise, I would have also been caught in the two-headed dragon's toxic gas. Ever since that gathering where he was affected, he had been horrified by the two-headed dragon's ability. He never wished to encounter that strange, sour stench again. The two exchanged pleasantries until Lu Aihua returned to inform them that the four should proceed to claim their prizes. The rewards included a trophy crafted from pure gold, along with some poke dollars, etc. Later, Lin Yin encountered the Fire Champion and others. The Fire Champion, with his fiery red attire, eyebrows, and hair, remarked, Dr. Lin, your two-headed dragon is truly terrifying. Once it matures, it will likely rival your Banjira and Garchomp. Thank you for the compliment, champion. However, you mentioned the NEI celebration. What is that about? Lin Yin inquired. Ahem, it is a tribe that specializes in fire-type Pokémon, believing that NEI created them, and they hold a celebration every year, where powerful fire-type Pokémon may appear. Originally, there were 5 spots available, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, it was changed to just 1. Likely due to the emergence of a secondary divine NTI, the Fire Champion explained the origins of the event. So, you intend to invite me to join? Lin Yin was eager, as the chance to meet a legendary Pokémon like NEI was too enticing. However, one does not simply stumble upon good fortune. The Fire Champion likely had ulterior motives for seeking him out. I heard NEI would be present, and I initially intended to attend. But the reward for the top 4 includes a Fire-type Pokémon egg. How about we trade your egg for mine? The Fire Champion inquired tentatively, knowing that with Lin Yin's status, he would not be forced into anything against his will. Task NTI. Travel to the Fire-type tribe, where you may encounter the legendary Pokémon NTI and admire its grace. Reward, Fire-type Pokémon Affinity 10. Wow. After a long absence, the system has issued a new task. Compared to a mere Fire-type Pokémon egg, the prospect of NTI and the system's task was far more alluring to him. A delightful trade. Lin Yin grinned widely. He still possessed a Dark Ball, and if possible, capturing NTI this time would render a mere Fire-type egg insignificant. A delightful trade. The Fire Champion was equally pleased. Chapter 105. Analyzing the lineup. With a week left until the NTI tribe's celebration, the opportunity to encounter the legendary Pokémon NEI warranted thorough preparation. Banjira and Garchomp were progressing slowly in strength. A gradual approach would suffice. The little sticky treasure was ready to evolve, and taking this opportunity to explore the Shuansui region and reap some rewards seemed a wise choice. The two-headed dragon had just evolved, requiring only stabilization. Yet it also needed diligent training. Reaching level 25, coupled with secret realms and double buffs, could potentially see it surpass level 30 within a week. The champion level qualification of the dual-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex at level 30 has granted Lin Yin the opportunity to participate in the Lin Yin Elf battles, prompting him to adopt a more cautious approach towards the upcoming Southern China preliminaries. Just as Lin Yin was departing the venue, a message from Reina arrived. I watched your match. Let's give it our all together. Lin Yin replied, You too, let us strive together. After a moment's reflection, considering he had some free time in the coming days, he inquired, Would you like to come to Anong City to visit me? Let us gather. I'll be there shortly. Reina responded before vanishing from sight. Lin Yin contemplated inviting the old gentleman to join them for a meal, but the elder was preoccupied with capturing Registeel and likely had no time to spare. Coincidentally, his sticky Pokémon was on the verge of evolution, and the Shuansui secret realm was set to emerge soon. Ultimately, Lin Yin decided that, with the elder unavailable, he could reach out to Dr. Dimyu and Old Yin to discuss matters. Brother Yin, I fear I won't be able to join you for the gathering. I must first seek out the Bug King and assist him in his secret realm. The bug Pokémon raised its hands in resignation. Then when we meet again, I hope your strength will have increased swiftly. Lin Yin chuckled, patting the bug Pokémon's shoulder. That is certain. Next time we battle, I'll have no trouble taking on your dual-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex. The bug Pokémon pondered for a moment, considering that it would likely never be able to defeat that Bandra. This time, It was determined to venture into the bug-type secret realm for rigorous training, and with its innate abilities, its Pokémon would likely grow at an accelerated pace. Come forth, Pidgeot. The bug Pokémon leaped onto Pidgeot's back, its figure vanishing into the sky. Before long, a graceful figure approached. Did you miss me? Reina, dressed in a skirt with twin ponytails, her golden hair shimmering brilliantly, inquired. Absolutely. Lin Yin replied without hesitation. The two chose a traditional restaurant, chatting amiably while awaiting the arrival of Dr. Demu and Old Yin. How's your Blizzarding King been faring in training lately? Lin Yin asked with a smile. Well, how should I put it? It's acceptable, but recently the Pokédex revealed that Mega Blizzarding King's speed is only 30, making it feel somewhat sluggish. I'm contemplating how best to optimize my lineup, Reina admitted with a hint of melancholy. The Snowy Day team, among many others, cannot be said to be merely conventional. Rather, it relies heavily on its strategic responses. Of course, in reality, the Snowy Day team still possesses ample room for development, especially with the combination of Ice Body and Leftovers, enhancing the already formidable resilience of the Snowy Day team. Lin Yin mentally calculated. Reina's current lineup consisted of Dragapult, Blizzarding King, Mega, and Ice Guardian, Mega. You should catch a Alakazam. It can provide defensive synergy for many Pokémon, and it also possesses a Mega form with exceptional speed post-Mega evolution. Reina nodded, recalling Lin Yin's previous recommendation, recognizing that Alakazam was indeed an excellent choice when considering various factors. As for the last slot, I believe there's no need to rush. Many legendary Pokémon have already manifested in the real world. Once you grow stronger, capturing a second-tier deity will be entirely feasible, Lin Yin remarked thoughtfully. Reina, however, appeared astonished, exclaiming, but even a weak second-tier deity cannot be captured by us, right? In her mind, second-tier deities were still divine creatures, possessing unparalleled power that mere mortals dared not provoke. Rest assured, this will undoubtedly become a trend in the future, as legendary Pokémon also exist in clans, second-tier deities. While commanding divine authority can also include ordinary legendary Pokémon that mingle among them, Lin Yin dropped the bombshell. This revelation stemmed from his previous life's anime lore, and he suspected the same applied in this world, especially given the numerous sightings of identical Articunos. These legendary beings could not possibly wander aimlessly across the globe, clearly belonging to distinct clans. As Reina pondered this, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Demu and Old Yin arrived. Reina approached and opened the door, her surprise evident upon seeing the two doctors. Hello, Dr. Demu, Old Yin. Yet, she respectfully greeted them, aware of their close ties with the elder, as she did not wish to come off as an impolite junior. Lin Yin, however, was less formal, inviting them to sit. The four settled into a private room, sipping drinks and enjoying their meal while engaging in light conversation. Unbeknownst to them, time flew by as the two doctors remarked. You two have grown so much, and even become acquainted. How wonderful it is to see such a talented pair. Reina flushed at the compliments from her elders. While they patiently continued discussing trivial matters, refraining from delving into other topics until the drinks had circulated 3 times and the dishes had been savored 5 times. Old Yin turned his gaze to Lin Yin, gradually steering the conversation towards the Xuanzhe secret realm. Ahem, Lin, my dear brother. What exactly is this new research regarding the Xuanzhe secret realm? You've kept it under wraps from us for so long, entrusting it to a mere internet celebrity, leaving us itching with curiosity. Straightforwardly, Lin Yin disclosed, after taking a sip of vintage wine, truth be told, it's nothing groundbreaking. I merely stumbled upon a unique secret realm without developing any new research. If we're speaking of new studies, it would be the matter of the keystone bracelets. Lin Yin shared this research with the two, who were naturally overjoyed, as there was nothing more satisfying for a research enthusiast than to immerse themselves in the laboratory. Dr. Demu, with his composed demeanor, contemplated for a moment before Old Yin eagerly interjected. The research on the keystone bracelets is quite straightforward. It merely requires a substantial quantity of keystones. As for the rest, it's rather simple. However, we are both quite keen on understanding the details of the Xuanzhe secret realm, with both elders now pressing for information. Lin Yin felt compelled to elucidate without any further pretense. The Xuanzhe secret realm is precisely what the internet celebrity Liang D mentioned online. What? So there truly is a possibility of new Pokémon emerging? Old Yin exclaimed, eagerly anticipating the chance to engage in research. Dr. Demu, adopting a serious tone, queried. Given the emergence of the Xuanzhe secret realm, are there perhaps other secret realms of a similar nature? For instance, those concerning certain forms of specific Pokémon? Lin Yin's pupils contracted slightly, astonished by Dr. Demu's perceptive inquiry. Beyond the Shuansui form, there also existed those of Galar, Alola, Paldea, and the like. Chapter 106, Dr. Demu and Old Yan's Request. Naturally, Lin Yin was wise enough not to divulge everything, despite his faith in Dr. Demu's integrity. Thus, he opted for a more circumspect response. I suspect that such forms do exist, though none have been discovered as of yet. Similar to how I accidentally found the Shuansui secret realm. One can never tell when someone might uncover other secret realms. Lin Yin's answer appeared tactful, yet it implicitly confirmed that additional regional form secret realms would likely arise. The two men quickly grasped the underlying implication and rejoiced at the prospect of new avenues for their research. Old Yan, rubbing his hands together in a bashful manner, asked, "Then, dear Lin, may we have the opportunity to study the newly emerged Shuansui secret realm?" New Pokemon and new research were like the first chapters released by a beloved author after a long hiatus. Of course, but bear in mind that researching Pokemon is far more arduous than studying Mega Evolutions. These are entirely new Pokemon, and results won't materialize quickly. I hope both doctors are prepared for that, Lin Yin stated earnestly, issuing a preemptive caution. Upon hearing this, the two men nodded vigorously, elated at the implication that Lin Yin had indeed agreed to grant them the research rights to the Shuansui secret realm. However, I have made the decision to sell a portion of the misty realm of Hisuian to the Elven Association, Lin Yin said somewhat bashfully. It's merely a trifling matter. Nothing to fret over. The Elven Association is quite easy to deal with. It is merely a matter of a few words between us. Old Yin chuckled heartily. His spirits lifted immensely. The system had previously mentioned that the misty realm of Hisuian would merge with their rock dragon realm, which could potentially expose his secret realm. Something Lin Yin could not permit. Thus, he silently pondered, "System, is it possible for the misty realm to randomly manifest in a different location?" "Indeed. It is at the host's discretion," came the reply. "Ah, see what a splendid system this is." Lin Yin was overjoyed with the system's assurance. All he needed to do was wait for the evolution of the sticky treasure. As for the location of the misty realm, it would naturally be at the old gentleman's estate, safe and convenient for him to send people for development. Moreover, the area was relatively prosperous, and Dr. Demu resided at the estate for his research, making it easy for them to transport basic facilities. Ever since the Mega Evolution incident, he had amassed a fortune. Not to mention the Mega Evolution stones the old gentleman had collected, of which he received a mere 1 share. But the copyright issues had yielded him a substantial number of Pokemon coins. Lin Yin had once contemplated that if each individual were required to pay a fee for a single use of Mega Evolution, he would soon become one of the world's wealthiest individuals. However, this plan was swiftly interrupted by the Elven Association. Prior research had established that any studies capable of altering the world order were not permitted to be kept secret, necessitating disclosure from Lin Yin and others. Nevertheless, Mega Evolution had still granted Lin Yin immense benefits. He firmly believed that the profits from the Misty Realm would be no less than those from Mega Evolution. The restrictions on Mega Evolution were considerable. Primarily, it required a Mega Stone or Keystone, which ordinary trainers could seldom afford. In contrast, new Pokemon would undoubtedly thrive. Especially the Hisuian form of Sticky Treasure, with its dragon and steel attributes. One can only imagine how formidable that would be. It was likely that many trainers of Sticky Treasure would seek him out to utilize the Misty Realm, hoping to evolve their Sticky Treasures into unique regional forms. By the way, Brother Lin, where exactly is the Misty Realm located? Dr. Demu inquired. If the realm was situated too far from the city center, it could impede their research. Lin Yin replied with a smile. Coincidentally, the Misty Realm is located right next to the old gentleman's estate, very close to the entrance of the Dragon Realm. What? How fortuitous! Dr. Demu exclaimed with delight. This would significantly reduce the resources required for installing equipment and other necessities. Old Yin was equally pleased. The two were unconcerned as long as they could engage in the study of Pokemon from start to finish. However, I do have one more request that I hope you both will agree to. After some contemplation, Lin Yin finally voiced his desire. I wish to capture a level 2 deity and would like your assistance in researching a premier Pokeball capable of containing a level 2 deity. This notion was undeniably audacious. Even the Elite Four would hesitate. Only champions dared to seek out level 2 deities. The two were taken aback that this young man would dare to provoke such a challenge. Yet, upon reflection, they realized that aside from being a research doctor, Lin Yin was also an aspiring elite-level trainer. They had studied the incident where Lin Yin's Banjira faced off against the Dark Dual Axe Dragon and wondered why Lin Yin's Pokemon exhibited such formidable strength post-Mega Evolution, while the Fire Elite's Charizard saw only a marginal increase. Ultimately, they arrived at no definitive conclusions and chose to leave it be. Though intrigued, neither was foolish. In this age, who did not harbor a secret? All right, Brother Lin, this is but a trivial matter. We have previously participated in the research for the upgraded version of the Pokeball used by champions. To create a Pokeball capable of containing level 2 deities, we merely require some special materials. We will personally visit the Elven Association's warehouse to procure them for you. With their assurances, Lin Yin felt immense joy. Although capturing a level 2 deity was still far off, it was always prudent to prepare in advance. As the saying goes, he who fails to plan, plans to fail. In the end, the four exchanged pleasantries, and Lin Yin sent the paper he had written regarding the Misty Realm to their emails. Dr. Demu hurriedly departed with Old Yin, likely eager to review the paper. After a hearty meal and a lengthy conversation, Lin Yin felt somewhat fatigued and could not help but stretch. Ahem, having chatted for so long, would you mind accompanying me for a stroll? Lena said, her arms crossed and her cheeks puffed. On the street, Lena walked ahead while Lin Yin lagged behind, burdened with numerous clothes. It must be said that one of the most exhausting endeavors in the world is undoubtedly shopping with a woman. Lin Yin felt that battling against the masked Pokémon was far less tiring than shopping with Lena. Just as he was preparing to take a breather, Lena shouted, "Over here. This outfit looks lovely too." Upon hearing her voice, Lin Yin wiped the sweat from his brow and rushed over. "All these clothes are for me. I don't want to change. I just want to lie down and sleep." Lin Yin lamented, feeling regretful. Had he known the clothes were meant for himself, he would have declined. For men, as long as they have enough clothes to wear, there is no need for such extravagant variety. Chapter 107, A Leisurely Day. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Yin felt utterly drained after a night of trying on clothes, shopping, and watching movies. If it were a Pokemon battle, he would not fear even 3 days and nights. Moreover, after returning to the villa to wash up and tidy his belongings, he suffered from severe sleep deprivation. The next morning, Lena left early, as it was naturally required by the Ice Champion. After all, she had to participate in the regional finals in South China and needed to undergo special training at the Ice Realm. Lin Yin slept until noon, finally waking up refreshed. After rising, he felt revitalized, all the fatigue from the previous night completely restored. At this moment, he surveyed his secret realm. Firstly, the illusion tree and Celebi nurtured each other, with the former growing rapidly, its roots spreading wide, and the tree casting a vast shadow, bearing countless attribute fruits for Banjira and other Pokemon to consume. Celebi's level had also risen dramatically, reaching an exceptionally high tier, its aura growing increasingly pure and rich. However, the most significant aspect was that Celebi appeared to genuinely enjoy the company of Lin Yin's Pokemon, playing joyously together. Unbeknownst to him, this was aiding Banjira, the Sharpedo, the dual-headed Tyrannosaurus, and the sticky treasure in enhancing their potential, possibly allowing these 4 Pokemon to reach mythical status. Yet, Lin Yin felt uncertain. He had yet to hear of any non-mythical Pokemon achieving mythical potential. Ding! An additional hidden task has been triggered. Elevate one Pokemon's potential to the mythical level. Please choose one Pokemon to cultivate. Once a fixed energy is achieved, it can advance to mythical potential. Undoubtedly, that Pokemon would be Banjira. Not only was it Lin Yin's first Pokemon, the core of the Sandstorm team, but its strength was also among the top tier of these Pokemon. I choose Banjira, Lin Yin silently declared. Banjira. Gender, male. Type, Rock Dark. Potential, Champion Mythical, current progress, 10. Level, 43. Ability, Sandstream. Carrying items, Sizzling Rock, exceptional. Power Weight, exceptional. Mega Stone, system produced. Skills, Tackle, Flame Fong, Thunder Fong, Ice Fong, Dark Pulse, Glare, Rock Slide, Revenge, Iron Defense, Bite, Scary Face, Rock Wrecker, Stomp, Roar, Knock Off, Crunch, Earthquake. Heavy Slam, Stone Edge, Rampage, Sandstorm, Destruction Beam, Ultimate Impact, Dragon Dance, Iron Head, Primal Force, Stomp, Counter, Primal Force, Curse, Gathering, Venting, Malevolent Pursuit, Stealth Rock, Sleep, Protect. Heavy Impact. Banjira seemed to sense something within, its eyes sparkling brightly. Its massive form, brimming with dark energy, stood out conspicuously in the secret realm, resembling a giant hill towering above the ground. Banjira, you must put in more effort, Lin Yin said with a smile, harboring great expectations for Banjira. Banjira scratched its rear. As long as it trained continuously in the secret realm, reaching the mythical stage would be a breeze for it. Lin Yin nodded, fully trusting this clumsy giant. As for the fierce bite land shark, it soared beside the illusion tree, devouring attribute fruits one by one, with each bite causing the dragon energy within to surge upwards. Don't get too complacent, kid, Lin Yin remarked, preparing to give guidance. However, upon reflection, he was uncertain about what advice to impart. Ahem. You should practice Dragon Dance more. After all, how many land dragons can execute this move? You must practice diligently, Lin Yin urged. Roaring, the fierce bite land shark executed a mid-air flip, responding eagerly. With its current speed, Lin Yin found it hard to keep up. During his previous battle against the masked figure of the Dark Church, he had the fierce bite land shark use Dragon Dance, nearly causing the two champions to pop their eyes out. The old man had inquired about his training methods, and Lin Yin could only brush it off with a vague topic. He certainly couldn't say it was because the system took pity on the fierce bite land shark and specially granted it that ability. As the saying goes, a fledgling eagle does not attain wings of steel without enduring the bitter trials of the storm, and a young foal does not gallop like the wind without first stumbling. Yet, his 4 Pokémon were practically invincible at their level, effortlessly surpassing others in battles. It was nearly impossible to let them experience setbacks. With such formidable companions, Lin Yin could only afford to relax. Two-headed Tyrannosaurus, if you're going to fart, go do it in the poison section, Lin Yin lamented as he lay down. Feeling exasperated, the malevolent two-headed Tyrannosaurus wiggled its rear, indicating that it would comply. This fellow, Lin Yin truly regretted allowing this creature to train its burp skill. Ever since its evolution, the toxic gas had intensified, causing him restless nights. The sticky blob was on the brink of evolution, likely to evolve within a day or two. Lin Yin remained patient, allowing this little one to gather energy while also fostering its bond with Celebi. However, he realized that all 3 of his Pokémon had a quadruple weakness. Banjira was 4 times weak to fighting, Fierce Bite Land Shark was 4 times weak to ice, and Two-Headed Tyrannosaurus was 4 times weak to fairy. The sticky blob had the best resistance, being generally resistant to grass, bug, electric, water, psychic, flying, and rock. Thus, aside from the sticky blob, the others needed to undergo training to bolster their type resistances. Banjira used ice-type moves against Fierce Bite Land Shark, while the latter countered with fighting-type moves. The 2 Pokémon engaged in a friendly battle. Roar! The 2 Pokémon let out a fierce cry, brimming with anticipation. Lin Yin, aware of his Pokémon's intentions, immediately understood what was about to unfold. He helplessly retrieved the keystone from his pocket, raising it high, and with a thought, a brilliant white light enveloped his body. Banjira and Fierce Bite Land Shark were shrouded in radiance, their forms expanding dramatically. Banjira Mega Evolved. Fierce Bite Land Shark Mega Evolved. Super Banjira versus Super Fierce Bite Land Shark. Lin Yin, feeling indifferent, let the 2 Pokémon battle it out. Next was the two-headed Tyrannosaurus. Among his Pokémon, none possessed fairy-type moves. The two-headed Tyrannosaurus sensed this and felt it had narrowly escaped a predicament, continuing to bask lazily in the sun. Celebi, Lin Yin called out, and Celebi responded with a chirp. Hey, I need the help of Pikachu. Pikachu versus two-headed Tyrannosaurus. Lin Yin donned his sunglasses, leisurely sipping a drink, thoroughly enjoying the sight of the Pokémon battle. At that moment, the sticky blob began to shimmer with the light of evolution. The sticky blob's form swelled and expanded, its aura becoming robust and pure as dragon energy continuously converged. The Celebi gem hanging from its neck gradually melted away, merging entirely into the sticky blob's being. Niamey shiny form. Lin Yin exclaimed with unbridled joy. This little one had finally evolved. Chapter 108. The Turmoil of the Shiny Secret Realm. Niamey shiny form. Gender, female. Type, Dragon Steel. Aptitude, Champion. Level, 37. Ability, Herbivore. Carrying items, Power Lens, exceptional. Assault Vest, exceptional. Celebi Gem, merged. Skills, Tackle, Absorb. Melt, Curse, Iron Head, Muddy Water. Water Gun, Dragon Breath. Cuddle, Rain Dance, Sunny Day, Rock Lock, Mud Shot, Dragon Pulse, Cannon Beam, Heavy Slam, Acid Bomb, Ice Spiral, Water Splash, Rock Wrecker, Counter, Sleep, Thunder. Blizzard, Double Edge, Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, Mud Bomb, Life Dew, Rest, Substitute, Protect. Description, Niamey, shiny form, a soft-bodied Pokémon. Is the evolved form of the sticky blob in the shiny region, characterized by a gloomy disposition. Research indicates that the iron content in the waters of the shiny region reacts with the slime on its skin, transforming it into a metallic shell. While the energy of the Celebi gem enhances its healing and recovery abilities significantly, even improving its aptitude. Lin Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. This description panel was exceptionally lengthy, truly a testament to its accumulation of strength. Niamey bounced around, reveling in the sensations of her new form, seemingly ecstatic. Finally, the day had come when she evolved. Feeling the immense energy within her, brimming with battle intent, she unleashed a dragon pulse towards the sky, dispersing the ominous clouds and revealing the blazing sun. Meanwhile, Lin Yin quietly opened a shopping app, preparing to purchase some attractive outfits for Niamey, and also a few items for Lena. Ding. Task completed. Randomly select one item for Banjira. Ding. Task completed. Please confirm the landing point of the shiny secret realm. Wow. 2 long-awaited rewards. Banjira didn't currently require items. In contrast, Niamey was still in need of an accessory, as the Shalebi gem, having merged, no longer counted as a carried item. System, may I negotiate something with you? Lin Yin grinned mischievously. Certainly. So straightforward. Lin Yin began to suspect that this system might be a facade created by his father. Could I select an outfit that can transform infinitely, changing into whatever Niamey desires? After careful consideration, Lin Yin concluded that, compared to equipment that boosts attributes, Niamey would likely prefer something like this. New transforming garb, exclusive to Lin Yin and Niamey, capable of randomly changing styles based on Niamey's preferences. Wow. This ISNT justice system, it's like Aladdin's lamp, wishes granted. The entrance to the Verdant Enclave is established adjacent to the dragon's secret realm. With a mere thought, Lin Yin activates the node at the entrance, allowing only himself to gain entry. Subsequently, he retrieves his Pokédex and meticulously compiles a list of Pokémon capable of undergoing Verdant evolution, alongside various research directions, which he then sends in an email to 2 esteemed professors. This exchange consumes the entire afternoon. As dusk approaches, it becomes evident that competition in this era is not overwhelmingly intense, and the residents enjoy a remarkably high standard of happiness. Thus, the nightlife is just beginning. Lin Yin reaches out to Liang Di, a prominent internet celebrity, and observes that since this individual has allied with him, he has become remarkably low profile. Previously, he would eagerly seek to capitalize on the traffic here and there, but now his videos exude an air of officialdom, clad in formal attire and polished shoes. His once comical pineapple hairstyle has transformed into a sleek, slicked-back look, with his hair dyed a deep black. The comments reflect this change. While jesting about Liang Di, many, including the elder statesman, inquire why Lin Yin would choose an internet celebrity to oversee the Verdant Enclave. Lin Yin, of course, has his own considerations. For someone of his stature, Liang Di's background appears as simple as blank paper. Appointing him as his experimental assistant, coupled with Lin Yin's own influential connections, ensures that a striving commoner would be profoundly grateful and dedicated in their service. This is indeed a worthy endeavor. Moreover, with over a decade of experience navigating the online realm, Liang Di possesses unparalleled skills in garnering attention and hype. To swiftly elevate the profile of the Verdant Enclave, Lin Yin recognizes that he must leverage Liang Di's expertise, as the Enclave primarily caters to lower-tier trainers rather than elite champions. Viewed through this lens, this seemingly unreliable internet celebrity is undoubtedly one of the best candidates for the role of experimental assistant. Lin Yin announces the Verdant Enclave, predicting that while the initial value of these verdant Pokémon may be exceedingly high, it will gradually diminish over time. Consequently, even commoners may find themselves able to purchase these Pokémon, expanding their teams and options. I am preparing to unveil the Verdant Enclave. Please consult with Dr. Dimyu and Elder Yin regarding this matter. Lin Yin instructs Liang Di before drifting into slumber, resigning the night to those who wish to linger awake, for he is unable to endure any longer. Meanwhile, Liang Di, engrossed in training his Pokémon, hears the distinctive chime of his Pokédex, a sound that demands immediate attention. Instantly, he thinks of his benefactor, Lin Yin. Upon opening the device, he discovers a long-anticipated message, a collaboration with 2 of the foremost Pokémon professors, a golden opportunity for fame. Naturally, Dr. Dimyu and his colleague also receive the news and promptly initiate an official announcement. Liang Di launches his private livestream, while 2 channels, one official and one grassroots, rapidly disseminate the news of the Verdant Enclave, eclipsing Mega Evolution on trending charts for several consecutive hours. During the livestream, Dr. Dimyu observes Liang Di with a nod of approval, recognizing Lin Yin's choice as quite astute. Although Liang Di may not hail from a research background, his knowledge remains solid. Thus, the livestream commences, captivating audiences as discussions about the Verdant Enclave unfold, even surpassing the buzz surrounding Mega Evolution. After all, while Mega Evolution is accessible only to the wealthy or the fortunate who stumble upon key stones, Verdant Pokémon promise to be widely available in the near future. Presenting a stark contrast, Mega Evolution may be formidable, yet it holds no relevance for me. Verdant Pokémon, while perhaps less powerful, are intimately connected to my journey. As the discoverer of the Verdant Enclave, Lin Yin becomes a figure of intense public interest. The following morning, Lin Yin awakens to a flurry of messages. He responds only to a few key inquiries, dismissing the rest as trivial videos. Stretching languidly, he entrusts all arrangements to Liang Di and Rentza, preparing to visit the Ember Emperor tribe. Chapter 109. The Great Charcoal Mountain of the Ember Emperor tribe. He hopes this journey won't yield disappointment. Perched upon the back of the Firo, Lin Yin surveys the surrounding landscape, suddenly struck by a sense of grandeur. After half a day, following the map provided by the Fire King, he finally arrives at the outskirts of the city adjacent to his destination, with a forest still separating him from the Ember Emperor tribe. This area is in close proximity to the Fighting King's domain, the Tianyo city, which appears to be the stronghold of Steel-type champions. These champions maintain a solid rapport with the elder statesman. Should difficulties arise, they are a reliable source of assistance. Upon landing, Lin Yin notes that the forest here is dense, making it easy to become lost if one is not careful. Yet, it is undeniably an excellent locale for outdoor excursions. Come forth, Banjira, Sharpedo, Nymphida, and the two-headed Tyrannosaurus. Lin Yin releases his Pokémon from their Pokeballs. As Banjira emerges, a whirlwind of sand swirls around, though it is skillfully contained. Sharpedo takes to the skies, temporarily serving as a scout until the two-headed Tyrannosaurus evolves into a three-headed dragon. Nymphida, now evolved, has undergone a significant transformation, no longer fitting into Lin Yin's embrace. Instead, it joyfully hops onto Banjira's shoulder. In its verdant form, Nymphida possesses steel attributes, rendering it immune to sandstorm effects. The two-headed Tyrannosaurus lingers by Lin Yin's side, ever ready to provide protection. In the wild, the presence of wild Pokémon is always a possibility, and Lin Yin is no fool. He naturally requires the backing of his Pokémon. Should a wild creature dare to attack, they would swiftly experience the consequences. Lin Yin is not one to hold back. Banjira exudes a menacing aura, sending nearby unfamiliar Pokémon scattering in fear. Even the weaker ones refrain from approaching him. Furthermore, Lin Yin possesses an affinity for bug types, and with Nymphida having acquired the gem of the grass mythical Pokémon Shalebi, he commands both bug and grass attributes. In this forest, these types are the most prevalent, and with control over both, Lin Yin finds traversing the terrain much more convenient. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yin revels in the fresh air, rich with the essence of nature, accompanied by the melodious calls of various Pokémon, a truly delightful symphony. Each city is characterized by towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic, all seemingly identical, whereas the forests beyond the city limits each possess a unique charm, leaving a lasting impression. Lin Yin and his Pokémon venture into the forest, with Banjira leading the way, ensuring a smooth passage free from any troublesome wild Pokémon, likely intimidated by Banjira's formidable presence. Suddenly, a cacophony of fierce combat erupts in the distance. Lin Yin's brow furrows, sensing an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Why is it that every time he enters the forest, he encounters those with nefarious intentions? Could it be a curse of fate? Sharpedo, fly over and investigate. But do not engage in the battle. Lin Yin waves his hand. With Sharpedo's size, it's likely to be easily spotted. However, Lin Yin trusts in its speed. Ordinary Pokémon would struggle to keep pace. Moments later, Sharpedo returns, chattering excitedly, conveying a multitude of information. The gist is, a large gathering of individuals, somewhat aged, adorned with peculiar pigments upon their faces, unleashed a multitude of sprites as they sought to capture a formidable creature. Lin Yin pondered for a moment and deduced that the group surrounding the creature was likely from the Ember tribe. While the powerful sprite in the jaws of the fierce land shark must possess the prowess of a champion or even beyond, the champion posed no immediate threat to Lin Yin, so he decided to approach and observe the situation. Banjira, eager for excitement, hastened his pace, and the group quickened their steps. Cease your futile resistance and return with us. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed. Quick, take cover. A swarm of fire-type sprites scattered in all directions. Destructive beam. A colossal beam of yellow-red energy surged forth like a shockwave, shattering the encirclement. Who unleashed that destructive beam? The leading elder's face flushed crimson as he leaned heavily on his staff. Elder, it seems to be coming from over there. One individual pointed towards the side. At that moment, a massive, ghostly green creature emerged from the forest, bearing atop its shoulder a sprite never before seen in this region. Banjira, your attack was too fierce. Tone it down next time, Lin Yin remarked with a leisurely smile. Banjira grinned back, acknowledging the sheer strength of his own abilities. Lin Yin turned his attention to the encircled Pokémon before him. Although not as large as Bangila, it was still quite substantial. Its coal-black form reminiscent of a mountain of coal. He discreetly released a probe. Giant coal mountain. Gender male. Type, rock fire. Ability, blaze. Fire type moves become more powerful when HP is low. Qualification, champion. Level, 56. Held item, charcoal. Enhances the power of fire type moves. Moves, high temperature press. Description, giant coal mountain, the coal Pokémon, an evolved form of the great coal car. Typically mild-mannered, it becomes enraged when humans destroy its mines, unleashing flames of 1,500 degrees to incinerate them. As a significant Pokémon in the Ember Tribe's annual ceremony, its role is of utmost importance. Who are you? Why are you disrupting our retrieval of the giant coal mountain? The elder, stooped and visibly irate, inquired. This was indeed an essential Pokémon for their Ember Tribe's ceremony. Yet, amidst his anger, he cast a wary glance at Bangila and the airborne fierce land shark, hoping they were not there to cause trouble. Lin Yin felt somewhat embarrassed. Upon reading the description, he quickly realized the cause of the commotion. The giant coal mountain had likely escaped, prompting the Ember Tribe to pursue it. Ahem. I am a trainer recommended by the Fire Champion, here to participate in the Ember Festival, Lin Yin explained, clearing his throat. Noticing that most of the Ember Tribe members sported vibrant red hair, reminiscent of the Fire Champion, he continued. You mean that scoundrel recommended you? Do you have proof? The elder pressed. Understanding that the elder recognized the Fire Champion, Lin Yin promptly retrieved his Pokédex from his pocket. Indeed, it was he who made the recommendation. Since you are also participating in the Ember Festival, would you assist us in reclaiming the giant coal mountain? The giant coal mountain, being of champion qualification and level 56, would require considerable effort for Lin Yin to subdue alone, especially with numerous other Pokémon in the vicinity. Bangila executed a heavy slam. The fierce land shark performed Dragon Dive, and the sticky beauty unleashed a water cannon. Before long, the giant coal mountain found itself encircled by several sprites, gradually being pushed forward. As they conversed, Lin Yin noted the forthright and generous demeanor of the people around him. Curiously, he inquired, Elder, is this not the Ember Tribe? I recall it being situated on a volcano, yet here we are in a dense forest. The elder clicked his tongue and explained, there was once a volcano here, but it has since become dormant. Over time, grass-type Pokémon settled in, transforming it into this lush forest. Lin Yin was enlightened and followed the group into the heart of the Ember Tribe. Initially filled with anticipation, he soon realized that there was little of visual splendor, only ember totems and symbols alongside tents and huts. However, at the heart of the tribe lay a vast clearing, dominated by a colossal sculpture of a canine sprite. If painted, one would discern its striking resemblance to the Fire Champion. Lin Yin instructed Bangila to guide the giant coal mountain to the center of the tribe, where the group welcomed him warmly. Yet, soon after, he found himself subtly ushered into a tent away from the central totem area. The elder, leaning on his staff, smiled, Honored guest, please wait here for a while. We shall notify you when the ceremony begins. Should you wish to step outside, simply inform the guards. Lin Yin nodded, Very well. Elder, I find myself somewhat fatigued. As he spoke, two individuals released their swift hounds to stand guard outside the tent, motionless as if carved from stone. The Fire Champion did not inform me of such occurrences. Could my ill-fated nature be the cause of this predicament? Lin Yin mused, contemplating that, at worst, he could escape on the fierce land shark without much concern. Ember task completed, gaining Fire-type Pokémon Affinity 10. Lin Yin was left bewildered by the sudden notification. He had yet to encounter the Fire Champion, so how had he completed a task? Could it be that? He suddenly recalled the enormous sculpture he had seen earlier. Could the Fire Champion be sealed within it? As Lin Yin pondered, a commotion erupted outside the tent. Humph. We are merely tourists. On what grounds can you confine us here? Indeed, this is utterly unfair. I shall report you to the Pokémon Association, exclaimed a male and a female voice. Apologies, esteemed guests, but these are our customs and regulations, permitted even by the Pokémon Association, the elder chuckled, pushing the two individuals aside as he slowly departed, leaving several guards behind. Lin Yin stepped outside the tent, inquiring, You two are here as tourists? Is there anyone else here? The girl, dressed in explorer attire and exuding a relaxed demeanor, responded. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't attract the guards again, the boy replied, displaying evident impatience and frustration at their situation. I am Lin Yin, here for sightseeing and to capture a few Pokémon. Little did I expect to be confined by these tribesmen, he divulged, omitting his name while sharing the rest truthfully. I am Luna, and this is my younger brother, Lugia. Luna introduced herself with a grin, playfully hugging Lu Jie. "Greetings," Lu Jie chuckled, only to then express disdain. "Sister, your stubble is scratching me." "What? I have no stubble," Lu Na retorted, her hands gripping Lu Jie's neck in exasperation. Lin Yin shook his head, bemused by the siblings' banter. Clearing his throat, he asked, "May I inquire what brings you both here?" "My sister and I are here to explore. We heard that a level 2 divine fire champion is sealed in a special location, and these tribesfolk are the guardians of the seal. The fire champion is a legendary Pokémon, classified as a level 2 divine entity in the latest rankings by the Pokémon Association. Even so, it remains a deity capable of altering the very fabric of reality. Thus, we are traveling to witness the grandeur of the fire champion." Lu Jie spoke in an exuberant tone, laying bare his plans without a hint of guile, appearing somewhat oblivious to the nuances around him. Lin Yin, however, found himself intrigued by the seal that the two were discussing. After gazing upon the statue of the Flame Emperor, he swiftly completed the system's task. He speculated whether the statue was indeed the location of the Flame Emperor's seal. Could the ceremony be a peculiar event designed to harness the fiery energies of the giant charcoal mountain to sustain the Flame Emperor's life force? Lost in thought, the two stared wide-eyed at each other. "What do you think? The legendary spirits. Are you not tempted? Shall we sneak out for an adventure?" Naturally, Lin Yin yearned to venture out, possessing the strength to break free, yet he recognized that such an action would undoubtedly alert the guards. Thus, he reluctantly replied, "While escaping is simple, what happens afterward? What if we are forcibly detained? Or if other unforeseen issues arise?" Upon hearing this, the duo chuckled mischievously. "Come forth, ditto, ditto." "And Zoroa?" Lin Yin, upon seeing the two dittos and one Zoroa before him, instantly understood their intentions. "You wish for these 3 spirits to masquerade as us. But what of the snubbull? It can detect our scent. How will you manage that?" It was not that Lin Yin sought trouble. Rather, he wished to exercise caution to avoid being discovered alongside these 2 mischief makers, which could jeopardize their plans. Lu Na, however, grinned knowingly, seemingly well prepared, and produced a spray from her backpack, an odor-eliminating spray capable of thwarting Snubble's keen sense of smell. "If we drape the clothes we wore over these 3 spirits, won't that complete our ruse?" Lin Yin nodded, acknowledging the merit of this plan. "Alas, we lack a map of this place. It would be all too easy to get lost," Lu Jie lamented. "Did you two not visit the tribal center to see the statue of the Flame Emperor?" Lin Yin inquired, puzzled. The siblings shook their heads vigorously. Their brief time here had been cut short by their discovery and subsequent capture. Lin Yin suddenly realized that it was his decision to place the giant charcoal mountain in the ceremonial square that had led him so far and ultimately to their detainment. "I possess a map. Due to peculiar circumstances, I just traversed half the tribe's perimeter and have a fair understanding of the location you mentioned," he revealed. Lu Na and her brother were not skeptical. In fact, they were quite elated. "In that case, let us summon 3 Diglets. What is the precise direction? Shall we dig our way there?" Lin Yin suggested. "I believe we need not rush. The ceremony is said to commence in 3 days. We should discuss our contingency plans should we be discovered." With careful consideration, he spoke. "Fear not, for I have a Garchomp capable of teleporting us away," Lu Jie assured. Patting his chest confidently, Lin Yin nodded, feeling reassured, and thus they commenced their operation. First, the Dittos and Zoroa transformed into Lu Na, Lu Jie, and Lin Yin, donning the clothing draped over them, and each was sprayed with the odor-eliminating mist. "Let us proceed," Lu Jie exclaimed, retrieving several Pokeballs from his pocket, containing a variety of bug-type Pokémon like Butterfree and Beedrill to serve as distractions. "Let us act. Diglett, use Dig." "Wait," Lin Yin called out urgently, halting the two amidst their confusion. "Come forth, Garchomp. Roar." Can you fathom the devastation wrought by a 4-meter-tall Garchomp, cloaked in dark energy, upon the unsuspecting siblings? Is this truly Garchomp? How can it be so enormous? They gasped in astonishment. Lin Yin chuckled. "Garchomp, head towards the village center and use Dig. Roar." Garchomp, enveloped in energy, burrowed into the ground. "Elder, how did the ceremony proceed this time?" The chieftain, a robust middle-aged man, his physique a testament to years of rigorous training, inquired. "In our tribe, we summon 4 king-level giant charcoal mountains each year to channel fire energy into Lord Flame Emperor. Yet we have yet to witness any signs of his awakening." The elder sighed, his mood somewhat diminished. In the eyes of the Flame Emperor's tribe, they believed themselves to be created by the Flame Emperor, destined to liberate him from his seal. This was the aspiration of their ancestors and their ultimate mission. The Flame Emperor is sealed away, but I firmly believe that the day will come when he shall be freed. When that time arrives, our Flame Emperor tribe will once again thrive, even stepping into the Flame Emperor's realm. The chieftain raised his arms, his eyes radiant with boundless hope. As the two conversed, the ceremony commenced, with 4 colossal black, giant charcoal mountains encircling the statue of the Flame Emperor like a massive smelting furnace, positioned at the cardinal points. Scalding magma surged forth from the summit of the giant charcoal mountains, continuously flowing toward the immobile statue. This ceremony would span several days, persisting until the giant charcoal mountains were utterly exhausted. As time passed, a soft green glow emanated from various points within the giant charcoal mountains, gradually turning to a dull gray. The elder, unperturbed, cast firestones into the giant charcoal mountains to replenish their fire energy. The remaining time involved a relentless repetition of this cycle. Naturally, the Grand Flame Emperor celebration could not be limited to this single facet. Each chieftain would oversee the statue of the Flame Emperor, while the rest would disperse, dancing and feasting until the energy of the giant charcoal mountains was fully depleted. As for Lin Yin and his companions, had they not taken the initiative to dig their way here, they would have only been summoned in the final days of the celebration to partake in the revelries before departing. While the ceremony unfolded, unbeknownst to all, a monumental event was taking place directly beneath the statue of the Flame Emperor. In an unnoticed moment, a vast cavity had been excavated several dozen meters below the Flame Emperor tribe, giving rise to a sprawling research facility. Each entrance to this facility was guarded by several individuals clad in black, with patrols adhering to a strict schedule. The cave's perimeter was reinforced with special metals to prevent collapses. This time, it is under Lord Flame's directive. We are merely here to assist. Let's ensure nothing goes awry. A man leading a snubbull cautioned as he passed. The guards nodded, and once he departed, one of them spat disdainfully. Pfft, who does he think he is? Shoo, brother. Be cautious with your words. That fellow is the captain's brother-in-law. We cannot afford to offend him, the older of the two advised. They continued to engage in casual banter. Boom. Oh no, Garchomp, where have you tunneled us to? Lin Yin exclaimed as he landed heavily on the ground, surveying the uneven terrain in bewilderment. Garchomp scratched its head, and used to the dig ability and having inadvertently ended up here, feeling somewhat sheepish. Roar. Lu Jie retrieved his Pokédex, glancing around. It seemed they were approximately 50 meters below the surface. Lu Na, upon hearing this, delivered a punch that sent it flying, exclaiming, "Nonsense! This is the Flame Emperor tribe's homeland. How could it possibly be underground? We must have arrived at a small hill." Lin Yin was skeptical as well. How could it be so expansive underground? Moreover, the vicinity appeared interconnected with footprints, suggesting signs of human habitation. Lu Jie continued consulting his Pokédex. Look here. After verification, we are indeed 50 meters below the surface. My Pokédex has been specially modified to be particularly sensitive to terrain distances. Lin Yin furrowed his brow and withdrew his salamence, sinking into deep contemplation. It was inconceivable for such a colossal cavern to exist in this place naturally. It could only be the result of human intervention. Clearly, the people of the Flame Emperor tribe had no need to construct a cave here, nor did the Elven Association have any reason to dig. Thus, it was highly probable that this cavern had been excavated by some nefarious individuals. The name Dark Church flashed through Lin Yin's mind. Even if it were not them, it was unlikely to be the work of benevolent souls. What kind of good person would establish their laboratory beneath another's tribe? Regardless of who was responsible, Lin Yin felt a surge of curiosity. Should he venture inside? Perhaps there was something intriguing to discover. Lu Jie, brimming with excitement, suggested, "Let us go take a look." However, Lu Na swiftly reprimanded him, stating, "This place was undoubtedly not excavated by good people. It would be wise to inform the Elven Association promptly." Just as she prepared to make a call, she discovered that the communication network had been severed, with only special ports remaining functional. "Then let us proceed to investigate," Lu Jie declared. "After all, with Lin Ji's salamence, we can escape at any moment. I also have my father's Gardevoir, so we can leave whenever necessary." Lin Yin nodded, confident that there were no individuals of champion-level strength within this laboratory, and that even a Pokémon of the Elite Four tier would struggle to defeat him. Besides, he had the formidable Shalebi. If all else failed, he could simply traverse through time and space to escape. "Then let us go?" Lu Na sighed in resignation, spreading her hands in defeat. "Once this task is concluded, I aim to capture a Beedrill. I've heard this Pokémon can mega-evolve, and it's not easily swayed by its dark form. Moreover, it is rumored that a certain team leader has achieved a brief mega-evolution in their dark form, significantly enhancing their Pokémon's power." Chapter 112, Water Elite 4. As the two engaged in their light-hearted banter, a rhythmic dripping echoed from within the cavern. "Who is there? What is happening?" One individual retrieved a Pokeball, cautiously peering into the depths of the cave. The other, seemingly unconcerned, waved dismissively. It's probably just some water seeping in from the main river channel. Let us go take a look, but we should remain cautious. The pair switched on their flashlights and ventured deeper into the cavern. Now is our chance. Knock them out, Lin Yin whispered softly. Who? Before the two could react, a hidden Bankura waved his hand nonchalantly, rendering them unconscious. Lin Yin collected their pokeballs and noted the emblem on them. Frowning deeply, they belonged to members of the Dark Church. It appeared this laboratory was indeed linked to them. Upon hearing the name Dark Church, Lu Na and her brother's expressions turned grave. This organization was not only active in Huagua, but had a global presence, representing an exceedingly evil and sinister force, primarily focused on the slaughter and capture of Pokémon. What should we do next? Lu Na inquired, looking at Lin Yin, her demeanor serious. Even Lu Jia, who usually sought enjoyment, wore a somber expression in light of the Dark Church's emergence. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yin concluded, since we're here, there's no turning back. Let us don the Dark Church cloaks and infiltrate to see what the laboratory has in store. There might be something valuable inside. Upon hearing Lin Yin's audacious proposal, the siblings exchanged surprised glances. Finally, Lu Jia resolved, well, I have Gardevoir. If things go south, I can teleport us away and contact the Elven Association. Without hesitation, they proceeded. Quickly. The experiment led by Dr. Wanhua has reached a critical juncture. This is the key step to unsealing the divine beast, who is fire-type Pokémon. Hurry and bring them forth. A flurry of cloaked figures urged the others, indicating the urgency of the experiment. Hey, my friend, what is this divine beast sealing about? I just arrived. Could you enlighten me? Lin Yin discreetly produced a check and slipped it into the hand of a nearby cloaked figure, initially reluctant to engage. The cloaked figure's eyes widened upon seeing the check. Brother, no need for such formality. We're all colleagues here. Though he feigned modesty, his hands acted swiftly, shoving the check into his pocket as he muttered, I'll tell you, but you mustn't disclose this to anyone. I only learned about it from the vice captain. You know this is the Flame Emperor tribe, which seals the legendary divine beast, the Flame Emperor. Feigning astonishment, Lin Yin exclaimed, what Flame Emperor? Isn't that the fabled divine beast? The cloaked figure chuckled. Indeed, it is a divine beast. I've heard it's our target for this endeavor. Dr. Wanhua is researching a method to break the Flame Emperor's seal, and it seems that Lord Yin was once a member of the Flame Emperor tribe. That is all I know. Lin Yin's mind raced with thoughts. He glanced at the statue, realizing that completing the task upon reaching the tent was evident. The statue must surely contain the sealed Flame Emperor. However, since the Flame Emperor was a divine beast, only a level 1 deity could seal it. Who would dare to seal the Flame Emperor? The entire situation was shrouded in enigma, leaving one bewildered. The existence of a sealed Flame Emperor implied immense power. And even if the Dark Church managed to break the seal, they might not be able to control the Flame Emperor and could potentially face dire consequences. As he pondered, Lu Na gently tugged at Lin Yin's sleeve. He looked up to see a massive red rock above the research facility, inscribed with various runes. Soon, an elderly gentleman wearing reading glasses and exuding an air of sophistication emerged. Everyone, summon your Pokémon and channel your powers toward this stone. Many began to retrieve their Pokémon, directing their attribute skills toward the colossal rock. Lin Yin released a Rattata, which weakly splashed water against the surface. Doctor, how is it? Is there hope for unsealing the Flame Emperor during this celebration? A cloaked figure inquired. Ah, Brother Yin, I've told you before, there's no need to rush. We've been here for years. Based on my estimations, as long as the individuals above continue to channel energy from the Great Charcoal Mountain into the Flame Emperor sculpture, along with our stone here, we will undoubtedly be able to break the Flame Emperor's seal. At that time, the Flame Emperor will naturally emerge, and we will rely on you. Dr. Wanhua spoke casually, embodying the common trait of all researchers, an insatiable curiosity for their studies. His interest in the Flame Emperor was minimal. If tasked with researching the Flame Emperor, he would be eager, but he understood that a level 2 deity was beyond his purview. That opportunity had likely been claimed by others long ago. The cloaked figure nodded, and through the fabric of his cloak, his robust physique was somewhat discernible. Their conversation was not concealed, and Lin Yin absorbed every word while feigning to direct Rattata. He casually tossed out a probe. The remains of the Flame Emperor. After its demise, the Flame Emperor was submerged within the earth, and after countless years, it transformed into a massive fossil, containing the essence of the Flame Emperor. Goodness, this was the remains of the deceased Flame Emperor. How did the Dark Church uncover such an artifact? Lin Yin was astounded. This had once been a level 2 deity, Possessing this relic could indeed facilitate the unsealing of the Flame Emperor. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yin shared his suspicions and the information regarding the colossal stone with Lu Na and her brother, albeit in a half-truthful manner. What? This massive stone is left behind by the Flame Emperor after its death? If they unseal the Flame Emperor, we all be doomed? Lu Jie exclaimed, utterly shocked. It was well known that the Flame Emperor favored residing near erupting magma vents, radiating fiery energy wherever it went. A level 2 deity could easily obliterate them without effort. Hush! Hush, hush! Lin Yin urged them to lower their voices. Suddenly, a resounding crash reverberated through the cave as several individuals continued to paddle through the water. At that moment, the cloaked figure sprang up, evidently disturbed by a cacophony of noises. The entire cavern seemed to tremble. Lord Yin of the Dark Church glared furiously, his eyes wide with rage as he demanded, "Who goes there?" Beneath the surface of his voice, a thread of anger was discernible. This was a matter of utmost importance concerning the resurrection of the Fire Emperor, and any misstep at such a critical juncture was intolerable. Ha ha ha, it's me, Yin. Last time your mother disrupted our elf association. Now you think I won't cause chaos for your Dark Church? Cackled a rotund middle-aged man clad in light blue attire. Lu Jie quietly leaned into Lin Yin's ear, seemingly identifying the Water King, who favored the Rain team, with his primary spirit being a Crimson Gyarados. Chapter 113, Fishing in Troubled Waters. The Rain team, Water King? Lin Yin pondered, realizing that this individual had likely been undercover for quite some time. This could work to his advantage. Perhaps he could navigate the tumult and, if necessary, make a hasty retreat. The thought of aiding the Water King never crossed his mind. After all, he commanded a Sandstorm team. How could he assist once inside? Wouldn't he that merely create disorder? Furthermore, considering that this individual was a king and dared to infiltrate the Dark Church alone, he undoubtedly possessed formidable abilities. The Water King and the figure named Yin did not engage in direct confrontation. Instead, they exchanged fierce glares. Meanwhile, the minions gradually encircled the Water King, while Dr. Wanhua, quick on his feet, dashed into the depths of the research facility. Just as he was about to press the button to secure the remains of the Fire Emperor, he heard the Water King's threatening voice. "I suggest you refrain from any foolish movements, or you shall not enjoy my mercy." With that, the Water King tossed out 2 Pokeballs, and a thunderous roar echoed as a massive red Gyarados and a colossal Polyper emerged. The effects of the rain were profound. Water-type moves gained a 50 boost in power, while Thunder and Hurricane would hit without fail. And Fire-type moves suffered a 50 reduction in potency, as did Sunflame. The Gyarados was perfectly capable of mastering these 2 moves, along with an array of Water-type techniques. Though weak to Electric and Ground types, its resistances were considerable, particularly against the Fire-type spirits wielded by Yin. "What do you intend to do?" Dr. Wanhua exclaimed in outrage upon realizing that the Water King sought to obliterate the remains of the Fire Emperor, which were the focus of his research. The Water King scoffed in response. "What do you think I wish to do? Get out of Huagua's territory at once. Do not buzz around like a bothersome fly." Fuming, Dr. Wanhua shouted, "Yin, regardless of your intentions, you must safeguard this colossal stone and eliminate this insufferable oaf before me." This plan had been meticulously crafted by the Dark Church for an extended period, and compared to Dr. Wanhua, Yin was more concerned with the progress of the experiment. "Arise, Dark Houndoom and Dark Magcargo," Yin declared, his brow furrowing as he retrieved 2 Pokeballs from his pocket and tossed them forth. This was a scene he had dreaded witnessing. It was known that if a battle ensued between 2 Pokémon of kingly stature, the stability of the cavern was in jeopardy, and the inhabitants of the Fire Emperor's tribe above would undoubtedly take notice. "Water King, why don't we each take a step back?" Yin sighed, suggesting a truce. Just then, the Polyper became drenched, and rain began to pour within the cave, sapping the energy from the Fire Emperor's remains. Some Fire-type spirits were struck by the deluge and lost their combat effectiveness. The Water King's demeanor made it clear. A confrontation was inevitable. "Damn it, Dark Houndoom. Unleash Thunderfang. Magcargo, spew forth magma to counter the rain." Yin cursed, yet he maintained his composure, issuing commands. Although his spirits faced a type disadvantage, their dark forms provided significant advantages in terms of resilience and energy. The Polyper intensified the rainfall to its maximum, while the Gyarados unleashed salt water. Neither side was willing to yield, and the tension was palpable. "Let us find a place to hide," Lin Yin urged as he pulled the siblings along, seizing the opportunity to slip into the research facility. Typically, battles between trainers of kingly caliber rendered lower-ranked minions unable to approach. As the conflict escalated, the once sturdy cavern began to tremble, and massive rocks tumbled down. Some unfortunate members of the Dark Church, unable to summon their spirits in time, were crushed into oblivion. Swiftly, those nearby collected the fallen members' dark balls and pokeballs, seeking refuge in a safe location. I never anticipated that a clash between king trainers would be so intense. Even this fortified cavern has been reduced to rubble. Thankfully, we made our escape in time and reached the research facility, Lu Jie exclaimed, patting his chest in relief. Just as the trio exchanged thoughts, several members of the Dark Church suddenly emerged. Wait, Lin Yin's heart raced. Had they been discovered? What is going on? Lu Jie questioned, his expression darkening with concern. Humph. Hand over the dark poke balls you possess, and perhaps we shall spare your lives. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. The leader of the opposition snarled. Lin Yin feigned fear. Aren't you worried about being discovered? Ha. When disaster strikes, everyone looks out for themselves. What is to stop me from snatching a few pokeballs while I can? Not to mention, there is no one around. Even if someone were to find out, it's survival of the fittest. Lord Yin wouldn't dare to speak against us. The leader's spirit, a dark houndour, exuded a menacing aura, appearing to be close to the rank of a quasi-king. Lin Yin, however, broke into laughter. Well, that's just splendid. What do you mean by that? The leader pressed, growing impatient. Hurry and hand over the dark balls, or we shan't have much patience. Come forth, Banjira and Garchomp, Lin Yin declared, retrieving 2 pokeballs from his waist. A thunderous rumble echoed as 2 spirits, resembling small hills, emerged, causing the surrounding research facility to tremble. Banjira, they bellowed, their expressions fierce as they regarded the Dark Houndour and the minions. Is it you lot who dares threaten our master? And no, this can't be happening. They are 2 quasi-deities. Run. The members of the Dark Church, though audacious, were not devoid of wit. Upon witnessing the 2 fearsome behemoths, they fled in terror. The air thickened with the ominous energy emanating from Banjira, a cloud of black sand swiftly engulfing the fleeing figures. Amidst the chaos, a few faint cries echoed, but the spectacle was overwhelming. This is just too massive. Lu and the others, though not new to encountering powerful spirits, were taken aback, struggling to comprehend how one could nurture their Pokémon to such formidable stature. Quickly, locate the main control room and secure the Fire Emperor's remains. Then we shall make our discreet exit, Lin Yin urged, rousing the astonished duo. The thought of possessing the remains of a quasi-deity spurred them into action, and without hesitation, they released an Electrike and a Mastiff, both canine Pokémon adept at tracking. Lin Yin turned to observe the 2 hulking figures, realizing they were ill-suited for rapid movement. So he summoned his sleeping 2-headed dragon. Roar! The 2-headed dragon groggily shook its head, bewildered. Wasn't I asleep? How did I end up here? Chapter 114. The Colossal Remains of the Fire Emperor. Lin Yin, aware that his companion was still drowsy, gave it a gentle nudge. Hurry, help me scout the path. Roar! The 2-headed Tyrannosaurus Rex plaintively rubbed its rear. The trio moved swiftly. Perhaps the research facility was indeed quite compact, as they soon found themselves at the heart of the laboratory. Though modest in size, it was replete with various mechanical apparatuses, particularly an array of materials and studies pertaining to the Emperor of Flames, which adorned the walls in abundance. They hurriedly captured photographs, which would undoubtedly add a touch of brilliance to their adventure diary. The brother and sister were thoroughly delighted, brandishing a camera specifically for photography and snapping pictures of their surroundings in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Lin Yin ventured into the main control room, where a multitude of buttons awaited. Although he had never engaged in research, he had observed Dr. Demu and others manipulate these machines. Thus, relying on his memory, he selected a larger button and pressed it firmly. Almost immediately, alarms blared, accompanied by the flickering of red lights. The self-destruct mode of the laboratory had been activated. Lin Yin was taken aback. This was not at all what he had anticipated. Why had the remnants of the Emperor of Flames not been relocated? Since the self-destruct sequence was already in motion, he could not be held accountable for his actions. With dozens of buttons before him, he pressed each one in succession from left to right, hoping to find the correct one. Lu Jie, undeterred by the chaos, followed Lin Yin, while Lu Na instinctively rushed to the doorway, leading the electric hound in vigilance. Mega evolution of the Gyarados. The water monarch delicately caressed the keystone, and a brilliant light flickered. A colossal red Gyarados emerged from the waves, exuding an intimidating presence. The dark spirit had drained the potential of the Pokémon. Although slightly more powerful, it required extensive recovery time after each appearance. Yin, sensing the dire situation, realized that this battle would be prolonged. He contemplated summoning additional Pokémon, but he knew that the opposition would likely unleash even mightier creatures. With over a dozen Monarch Pokémon engaged in combat within this cavern, any collapse would spell doom for both parties. Just as he wrestled with these thoughts, he heard Dr. Zhuanhua's astonished voice exclaiming, "Who has retracted the rock?" Yin turned to see the source of his fury, and his mind raced with the thought of treachery. How detestable. Dark Houndoom, unleash the destruction beam. End this battle swiftly. The Water Monarch was equally perplexed. This time, the infiltrator had come alone for security reasons, leaving him to ponder who could have infiltrated and retracted the stone. However, it was a stroke of good fortune. So long as the members of the Dark Church did not interfere, the Emperor of Flames tribe could complete their ritual without disruption. According to the Pokémon Association, this Emperor of Flames was exceptionally powerful, seemingly sealed within the sculpture by a unique Pokémon through extraordinary means. These individuals sought to hasten the breaking of the seal, which appeared beneficial, yet the Dark Church was rife with malice. They had never acted with good intentions and would undoubtedly seek to thwart their plans. Dr. Wanhua, I will provide you with a dark Pokémon to handle the Water Monarch. I will deal with the infiltrator, Yin declared, swiftly retracting 2 dark Pokémon and tossing a Pokeball to Dr. Wanhua. If one looked closely, they would notice faint cracks forming on the surface of the Pokeball. Wingull, aim for the cave entrance and unleash the destruction beam. Prevent their escape. The Water Monarch, regardless of who was inside, was determined to buy them time, preferably by relocating the massive rock. As a researcher, Dr. Zhuanhua's prowess in Pokémon battles relied heavily on theory. Witnessing the destruction beam heading their way, he trembled and hastily threw his Pokeball. Arise. Boom. Dark Steelix, enveloped in an aura of darkness. Its colossal form radiated an inky black hue, with its tail becoming more pointed and its eyes blood red. Within the confines of this cavern, it was undoubtedly the ideal battleground for Steelix. As soon as it landed, the destruction beam struck like a laser. Steelix let out a pained roar, writhing under the impact. Utilize explosion. Dr. Wanhua blurted out, lost in thought. What? The Water Monarch instinctively sought to flee. Using explosion in such a confined space was a desperate gambit. The dark Steelix's form began to expand, and in an instant, flames erupted, the deafening roar echoing throughout the cavern. The already precarious cavern could not withstand such a blast and began to crumble. Some unfortunate members of the Dark Church were crushed beneath the collapsing rocks. Just as Yin entered the laboratory and rounded a corner, he witnessed the tunnel behind him caving in. What had Dr. Wanhua done? Yet he could not dwell on it. A research doctor could be replaced, but if that massive rock were lost, everything would be doomed. Lin Yin gazed upon the remnants of the Emperor of Flames, feeling a surge of emotion as he approached and gently caressed it, sensing a wealth of elemental energy within. The patterns etched upon its surface bore an uncanny resemblance to the Emperor of Flames. Lu Jia was thoroughly astonished, snapping photographs of the colossal stone. However, storing it within their space was impractical. How to transport it was a pressing dilemma. Just as the three debated, the cavern shook violently, as if on the brink of shattering. This is bad. It seems the Pokémon battle has caused partial collapses, and it will soon spread here. Luna retrieved her Pokédex and began analyzing the ground. Come forth, Banjira. Sharpedo, use your strength. After much contemplation, Lin Yin decided to summon these 2 towering Pokémon. You will carry the Emperor of Flames remnants, and we shall depart together. Banjira let out a mighty roar, waving its small arms as a gust of sand swirled upward, lifting the massive stone. How impressive! Luna marveled, gazing at the gigantic Banjira. Hurry, let's go, Lin Yin urged, anxious about how long the Water Monarch could stall the Dark Church. As long as they could exit the subterranean cavern and reach the Emperor of Flames tribe, their problems would be resolved. This relic of the Emperor of Flames must not fall into the hands of the Dark Church. Sharpedo, use dig, Lin Yin commanded. Sharpedo lunged forward, akin to a drill, preparing to bore through the rocky ceiling. At that moment, Yin, panting and sprinting toward them, was horrified to see the trio making off with his precious treasure. His eyes widened in fury. These 3 little thieves were utterly despicable. Dark Houndoom, Dark Charizard. Unleash Flamethrower together and incinerate them into a puddle of blood. The remnants of the Emperor of Flames would remain impervious to fire-type moves, so Yin felt no trepidation. The scorching flames rivaled the molten lava deep within a volcano, scorching everything in their path and cracking the ground as rocks melted. No, this is bad. Hudi, come forth. Lu Jia hastily produced a Pokeball. Chapter 115. Out of the wolf's den, into the tiger's mouth. Banjira unleashed Destruction Beam. The searing flames converged, only to be met by the Destruction Beam infused with dark energy. However, Banjira was ultimately fatigued. Unable to withstand the assault, it was burned by the flames, emerging with only some steam and no significant damage. Banjira glared disdainfully at its opponent, thinking, This level of damage is hardly worth my notice. Yan's brows furrowed. It was astonishing that a Bandura of this size could withstand the combined might of his two dark Pokémon. Sharpedo, do not back down. The battle was on the verge of erupting. However, the cavern was ill-suited for fierce combat. One misstep could lead to collapse. Hence, neither side was able to unleash their full potential. You little brat, hurry and hand over the rock to me. Yen seethed with frustration. Initially believing that everything was under control, only to find himself ensnared in a web of deception. Bah, who do you think you are? If you desire it, then take it. Lu Jie stepped forward, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Bankila, prepare to unleash the sharp stone attack from above. Lin Yin remarked with a grin. Are you seeking mutual destruction? Yin exclaimed in astonishment, bracing himself. Lin Yin harbored doubts about how the opponent could be a core member of the Dark Church. As he commanded his fierce Garchomp to dig a tunnel for their escape. Roar. Farewell, fool. Lu Jie continued to taunt as he departed. Curse you. Yan's fury ignited within him. The Dark Houndoom, with its gaping maw, was about to charge forward when an onslaught of massive boulders continually fell, obstructing its path. What is happening, Chief? The elder of the Yin Empire sensed a tremor, mistaking it for an earthquake. Yet, this area was a dormant volcano, devoid of seismic activity for decades. The ground trembled, accompanied by a persistent rumbling sound. Meanwhile, the statue of the Yin Emperor stood steadfast, the imposing giant charcoal mountain providing an unceasing source of energy to it. Let the fire camel emerge. The chief's expression turned grave as he retrieved a pokeball. Sensing the ground, a hum resonated. Beneath the surface, a Pokémon battle erupted, seemingly between elite-level creatures. The chief's countenance darkened. When had a Pokémon of such caliber appeared in their depths? This was utterly impossible unless orchestrated by human intervention. The elder appeared to share this realization. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, urgently calling out, "Stay alert. We have intruders." Under pressure, the giant charcoal mountain expelled even hotter lava. At this rate, it would take considerable time before the Yin Emperor's seal could be lifted. The chief's expression wavered, wishing fervently for the swift emergence of their creator. Unfortunately, ancestral regulations dictated that energy could only be replenished during a fixed time each year, which meant that, though they might be on the verge of breaking through, it could take years, if not decades. With the seal of the Yin Emperor still intact this year, they would have to wait several more years. Human lifespans in the Pokémon world were long, but how many could endure for a year? Of course, they could not forget their own purposes. With only a few days left until the celebration, they must heighten their vigilance for safety. The chief bellowed. Just then, a tremendous crash resounded. Garchomp, carrying 3 humans, erupted from the ground and soared into the sky. Rocks shattered, the earth collapsed, and a massive charcoal mountain toppled into the pit, drastically reducing the energy supplied to the statue of the Yin Emperor. Surround these intruders. The chief commanded, and countless members of the Yin tribe unleashed their Pokémon, encircling Lin Yin and his companions. Misunderstanding. Lin Yin smiled sheepishly from behind Garchomp. The elder's face turned ashen. Weren't you supposed to be in the reception tent? How did you end up underground? The chief chuckled. A fierce battle occurred beneath the surface, and you emerged from below. Tell us what transpired. Lin Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, this was their homeland, a place they relied upon for survival. They had only intended to eavesdrop on the ritual, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the activities of the Dark Church. Lu Jie, feeling anxious, recounted the events that had transpired underground, including the enormous rocks and the battles. This is absolutely impossible. Every year, we conduct Pokémon patrols underground. To claim that members of the Dark Church established a research facility below is simply absurd. The elder's face was written with disbelief. The situation was utterly ludicrous. Not only the elder, but even the chief's veins bulged with anger upon hearing that their homeland was infiltrated by an evil organization. Fortunately, Lu Jie, an avid photographer, showcased the previously captured images and their locations one by one. In the end, the chief, staring at the ground's photographs, trembled uncontrollably. Why does this stone resemble our Yin Emperor so closely? The elder glanced at the photo, noting its striking similarity. The patterns were identical to those of the Yin Emperor. You previously stated that this rock had been infused with energy from the Dark Church's Pokémon. What do you believe their ultimate goal in utilizing this stone is? The chief glared at Lu Jie with a foreboding expression. Lin Yin felt a shiver run down his spine. Could this individual be contemplating the resurrection of the Yin Emperor? Lu Jie, not being a fool, naturally refrained from responding. The atmosphere became tense. Suddenly, the elder exclaimed, "Look! The stone behind Bankila resembles the patterns on the Yin Emperor." At this moment, All members of the Yin tribe turned their gazes toward the remains of the Yin Emperor behind Bankilla. Emerging from the wolf's den, they had now walked into the tiger's mouth. Lin Yin sensed an ominous feeling. Although these individuals were managed by the Pokémon Association, they were still fundamentally primitive tribes. In their belief system, the Yin Emperor represented a deity of creation, and their determination to free their god from its seal could lead them to resort to any means necessary. Luna seemed to sense the shifting atmosphere, urging everyone to remain calm. This stone may not necessarily be advantageous for the Yin Emperor. What if your calculations are flawed, and this rock brings harm to the Yin Emperor? What will you do then? Her words were, without a doubt, a dagger to the heart. Indeed. What if it proved useless? Moreover, considering the Dark Church's involvement, if an accident were to occur, leading to the Yin Emperor's demise, what then? The chief pondered for a moment before smiling. Regardless, we implore you to hand over this stone. Compared to the Pokémon Association, our research on the Yin Emperor is undeniably years ahead. Chapter 116, A Turn of Events. Lin Yin contemplated and replied with a smile. Of course, you may have it. This stone holds little value for us. The chief smiled with relief. Thank you. However, Lin Yin's brow furrowed. You may not realize that the Dark Church is highly adept at manipulating dark energy. If this stone truly harbors dark energy, and it were to corrupt the unsealed Yin Emperor, it would not only endanger the Yin Emperor, but also lead to catastrophic consequences for all living beings. No one knows the magnitude of power a darkened Yin Emperor would wield. The chief confidently chuckled. Rest assured, the flames of the Yin Emperor embody pure power. The dark aura will not affect it. Lin Yin scoffed at this assertion. If dark balls could corrupt Shalebi, how could a mere second-tier deity like the Yin Emperor be immune? The energy of the dark ball undoubtedly originated from a first-tier deity. Corrupting the Yin Emperor should pose no challenge, especially for one freshly unsealed. Lin Yin resolved to leave immediately, with the Dark Church involved and the Pokémon Association secretly meddling. The Yin tribe was entangled in a web of confusion. Should the Dark Church succeed, a Dark Yin Emperor would be beyond his capacity to contend with. Bankilla, hand over the stone, Lin Yin instructed as he took 2 steps back, but you must allow us to leave. The chief laughed heartily. You shall henceforth be our esteemed guests in the Yin tribe. We shall not trouble you. Within our subsidiary Flame Secret Realm, there are many highly qualified Fire-type starter Pokémon for you to choose from at your leisure. The 3 shook their heads in unison. Even a fool could sense that the atmosphere was amiss, making the prospect of capturing Pokémon absurd. Bankilla, immensely powerful, shifted its foot and kicked the remains of the Yin Emperor forward, while the fire camel leaped and caught the stone. The chieftain and the elder were enveloped by a familiar energy, their exclamations of wonder echoing through the air, while Lin Yin hastily pulled the Lu sisters away. They eventually found refuge in a resting tent, retracting the previously summoned spirits. As they awaited the arrival of the Dark Church and the Water King, a fierce battle seemed inevitable. The Fire Emperor tribe was considered part of the Spirit Association's ranks and, logically, should ally with the Water King to confront the enigmatic figure clad in black, known as Yin. However, the black-clad figure's intent was to use the remnants of the Fire Emperor to break his seal, aligning perfectly with the ultimate goal of the Fire Emperor tribe. The outcome among the 3 factions remained uncertain. After a prolonged escape, Luna wore a worried expression, lamenting the perilous nature of their adventure. Regrettably, they would miss witnessing the Fire Emperor's unsealing. It's fine, as long as we are alive, Lin Yin remarked dismissively. The Fire Emperor? Not much to behold. His Banjira is far more impressive. With a mischievous grin, Lu Jie produced the Spirit Encyclopedia. Lin Yin peered over, astonished to discover it was a surveillance device. Prompting him to inquire, when did you deploy this? Lu Jie beamed with pride, declaring, as an explorer, I delight in studying all things. I discreetly had the hidden dragon place it on a nearby branch. This is the latest research, resistant to pressure and moisture, and in ultra-high definition. In the footage, the chieftain's eyes sparkled with excitement as he sensed the stone's energy resonating with that of the Fire Emperor. What a stroke of luck, he exclaimed. Initially believing he would never witness the Fire Emperor's unsealing, this unexpected revelation filled him with joy. Simply place this stone beside the statue, and the Fire Emperor will draw energy continuously. The elder shared in the chieftain's delight. The other tribesmen, upon hearing this, wore expressions of exhilaration. Who could have imagined they would witness the unsealing of the Fire Emperor, a mythical spirit they had heard tales of since childhood? Push the boulder towards the Fire Emperor statue, commanded the chieftain. Just then, the ground suddenly cracked open, and countless springs erupted, incapacitating several fire-type spirits caught in the surge. Who dares to ambush us? The crowd turned in unison to behold a massive red Gyarados emerging. Was there an underground river beneath? You nearly suffocated me. Thank you, Gyarados, the Water King said, shedding his disguise to reveal his true form. Noticing the tense atmosphere, he brandished the Spirit Encyclopedia, proclaiming, I am an officially recognized champion of the Spirit Association in South China. The chieftain pondered, why would the Water King appear beneath our territory? With a heavy sigh, the Water King recounted the circumstances. Thus, I implore you to hand over this stone to me. It would be best to submit it to the Spirit Association for research, lest the Dark Church meddles with it. Before the chieftain could respond, the elder vehemently opposed. Water King, your reasoning holds merit. But since this stone has come into our possession and is tied to the Fire Emperor, we shall not surrender it. The elder's fervent words bore the weight of determination. And the Water King, acutely aware of the stone's significance to the Fire Emperor tribe, feared they might be incited by the Dark Church to exploit it, inadvertently causing irreparable damage to the Fire Emperor. Tensions escalated, the air thick with the potential for conflict. How about this? You may keep the stone for now. And once we find someone to authenticate it, you can use it, the Water King proposed, seeking a compromise. The chieftain nodded in agreement, knowing they, too, aimed to thwart the Dark Church's schemes. If the stone were tampered with, it could plunge the Fire Emperor into darkness, a burden they would not take lightly. The tribesmen, not lacking in wisdom, understood that defying the Spirit Association would be counterproductive, leading them to acquiesce. The ceremony was still underway, set to conclude by the next day. I hope you safeguard this object. I shall return shortly, the Water King declared, tossing a pokeball. Gyarados, let us go. Back to the Spirit Association. With that, the Water King rode off on Gyarados, swiftly disappearing from view. Upon witnessing the Water King's departure, the chieftain exhaled in relief and turned to the elder, instructing, place this stone beside the Fire Emperor statue and seal it. No one shall approach without my permission. The situation seemed to be progressing favorably, yet the whims of fate are unpredictable. On the final day of the ceremony, Yin dragged the nearly lifeless Dr. Wanhua into the clearing. Overjoyed by the lush green forest, Yin exclaimed, Doctor, please analyze how to harness the stone's energy to resurrect the Fire Emperor. Chapter 117. The situation spirals out of control. Dr. Wanhua sighed. Unless the stone is placed alongside the Fire Emperor statue, channeling powerful fire energy into it for several cycles, it may be possible. Alas, we cannot locate the Fire Emperor tribe, and all our machinery has failed, leaving us to declare the mission a failure. Upon hearing this, Yin burst into laughter, removing his cloak to reveal his true appearance, powerful muscles, a face painted with pigments, and striking red hair. I am of the Fire Emperor tribe. I am intimately familiar with this place. I could find the Fire Emperor statue with my eyes closed. Dr. Wanhua, elated, urged, quickly, take me there. As a researcher, witnessing the awakening of the Fire Emperor would be a tremendous honor. Yin grinned mischievously, crushing some weeds into a liquid to paint totems on Dr. Wanhua's face. Many from the Fire Emperor tribe will be present. As long as we bear these totems, we need not fear obstacles. Besides, it is the Fire Emperor's festival, and the guards will be fewer. Once prepared, the duo made their way to the Fire Emperor tribe. Yin, your plan works splendidly. Dr. Wanhua laughed heartily, reveling in their unimpeded passage. Rest assured, once the Fire Emperor is unsealed and transformed into darkness, I will ensure you receive the first opportunity to study him. Yin promised with a smile. On the final day of the Fire Emperor's secret ceremony, the chieftain stood nearby, as four colossal magmar continually infused energy into the statue. Shall we attempt to use this stone to replenish the Fire Emperor's energy? The elder tentatively suggested. After waiting so many years, I yearn for it. However, what if something goes awry and jeopardizes the Fire Emperor? I would rather wait another year than risk his safety, the chieftain resolutely declined. As the ceremony neared its conclusion, just as the magmar prepared to retract the lava, four black pokeballs soared through the air, capturing them. Ha! Chieftain, I have returned after many years. Yin stepped forth, exuding arrogance as he toyed with the four dark balls. Yin, what are you plotting? Release the magmar at once. The chieftain warned, a sense of foreboding rising within him. With a smirk, Yin tossed the dark balls, declaring, as you wish, emerge, dark magmar. The four magmar transformed, their forms swelling to monstrous proportions, radiating an ominous energy. Their once black bodies now shrouded in darkness. The chieftain retrieved a pokeball from his waist and casually tossed it into the air, summoning fire camels, Charizards, and coal tortoises, each embodying fiery attributes. The elders and their companions followed suit, releasing their respective Pokémon. What are you up to? One exclaimed in frustration. What am I up to? Naturally, I aim to capture the legendary NEI, laughed Yin Tong, his cruel grin revealing his ambition. Lacking the innate talent of a trainer and unable to capture powerful Pokémon, he had fortuitously acquired a Dark Ball and established connections with the Dark Church, gaining one formidable Dark Pokémon after another. No wonder I couldn't reach you before. I never imagined you would ally with the Dark Church, the chieftain scolded, his expression a mix of disappointment and anger. Humph, what splendid fortune. I didn't expect to encounter no resistance. It seems the old man is favoring me. Yin Tong cackled with manic delight, his gaze fixated on a rock beside the NTI statue. Dark Mega Charcoal Mountain. Let's unleash a volcanic eruption. His blood surged with anticipation. He had waited long for this moment. Initially thinking it would take years, he now realized that all prior misunderstandings had led to this day. Although the dark aura encroached upon him, he paid it no heed, convinced that today the seal on NTI would be broken. Dr. Wanhua urged from the sidelines, quickly, unleash the dark energy within the dark ball and merge it with the dark aura emanating from the rock to darken NTI. The prospect of a divine beast succumbing to darkness was truly unprecedented. The chieftain roared, Charizard, halt them. Unleash your flames. The fiery inferno surged forth like crashing waves, tearing cracks into the ground. However, the Mega Charcoal Mountain withstood the assault, emerging unscathed. The Fire Camel retaliated, launching magma at the two members of the Dark Church. If his Pokémon could not prevail, then perhaps direct violence would suffice? Yet, Yin Tong had anticipated this. Nearby guards commanded their Pokémon to counterattack. The situation teetered on the brink of chaos, and all present recognized the gravity of the predicament. The dark Pokémon were overwhelmingly powerful, particularly the 4 Mega Charcoal Mountains standing defiantly, rendering even water-type moves ineffective, evaporating upon contact. With the remnants of NTI combined with dark energy, the statue emitted a dazzling array of colors. Yet, abruptly, the brilliance morphed into an ominous blackness, its sheen replaced by a sinister aura. This cannot be. The elder's staff nearly shattered in his grip as he struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Trembling, he produced a box, exclaiming, Chieftain, harness the power of Mega Evolution. The chieftain's expression grew grave as he regarded the Keystone and Mega Stone before him. These were items distributed by the Pokémon Association not long ago, which had previously incited his ire due to their unconventional nature, contrary to the principles surrounding NEI. Yet, faced with such dire circumstances, what other recourse could there be but Mega Evolution? Before him lay the Mega Stones for Charizard and Fire Camel. With the bond between him and his Pokémon, achieving Mega Evolution was certainly within reach, and given the tribe's dedication to strength, he could tear through obstacles if need be. The prospect of simultaneously Mega evolving both Pokémon was well within his capabilities. Alas, I have been too obstinate. Had I embraced the power of Mega Evolution sooner, perhaps NEI would not have succumbed to darkness. Tears welled in the chieftain's eyes as he recognized his failure to the NEI tribe. With newfound resolve, he grasped the Mega Stones, casting them towards the two Pokémon, the Keystone firmly held in his hand. An unprecedented surge of power enveloped him. Perhaps this evolution was indeed the right path, radiating warmth throughout his being. Charizard and Fire Camel, Mega Evolve. The light of evolution blazed brilliantly as both Pokémon expanded in size and their inner energy swelled. They finally had the strength to contend with the dark Pokémon. Fire Camel charged forward, colliding with a Mega Charcoal Mountain and pushing it aside, causing the energy of the NTI statue to wane, prolonging the time needed to break the seal. Curse it! Yin Tong seethed. Bewildered by the chieftain's unexpected use of Mega Evolution, a power capable of rivaling that of the dark Pokémon, potentially even outlasting them. The dark Pokémon, with their inherent malevolence, suffered from prolonged battles, often leading to their demise. Each of these elite dark Pokémon represented a potent strategic resource, and Yin Tong would not engage in reckless behavior. But today was different. Before him stood NTI. Should he manage to darken NEI, sacrificing even his entire cadre of dark Pokémon would be deemed worthwhile. As the battle ignited, shockwaves rippled through the arena, rendering lower-tier Pokémon incapable of participating. The Super Charizard, having undergone Mega Evolution, now wielded unprecedented power, effortlessly confronting the dark Pokémon. Bolstered by the formidable Fire Camel as a shield, the fight reached a stalemate, and at that moment, Dr. Wanhua steeled himself, producing a shattered dark ball from his pocket. An item scavenged during his escape, inside of which lay a fire-type Pokémon. If he could unleash this Pokémon beside the NTI statue, igniting a fierce blaze, it would suffice to break the seal. Go, Dark Ball! Dr. Wanhua unleashed all his strength, and the dark ball soared unimpeded, landing atop the NEI statue. No way! He exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy as success dawned upon him. A dark blaze monkey emerged. Upon its arrival, it triggered its blaze ability, engulfing itself in searing flames. The intense heat accelerated the spread of energy from Inti's remnants. A towering beam of flame erupted from the statue, radiating outward at breakneck speed. Inti had emerged. Accompanied by a torrent of molten lava, the second-tier deity Inti appeared, akin to a mythical Qilin, its fiery mane billowing in the wind. However, Inti's vibrant form gradually dimmed, its eyes turning blood red, and its size swelling to that of a small hill. The resounding roar of Inti echoed defiantly, reverberating through the skies. Merely the sound was enough to scatter surrounding Pokémon. As the atmosphere shifted ominously, the weather darkening with an oppressive heaviness. The chieftain beheld his creator, his legs trembling, tears of joy streaming down his face. Every sacrifice had been worth it. Inti, you have finally returned, he cried, collapsing to his knees. The Inti tribe knelt in unison, their faith embodied in this moment. Yet, Inti's demeanor was decidedly unsettling. Its gaping maw revealed sharp fangs, its massive, blood-red eyes exuding a terrifying aura. Inti stood tall, radiating an intense heat that cracked the ground, sending dust swirling into the air, the overwhelming presence causing involuntary shivers. This place, once a mountain of death, now pulsed with life as Inti's emergence reignited the land. Magma erupted from the earth, forests ignited, and Pokémon fled in terror. The once thriving Inti tribe now faced the specter of annihilation. The Flame Emperor treaded heavily, each step reminiscent of an erupting magma flow, embodying an undeniable dominion. Ha! Everything is worthwhile. His eyes blazed with fervor, his voice teetering on the edge of madness, as he gesticulated with wild abandon. Ignoring the precariousness of the situation, he retrieved a meticulously crafted dark orb from his bosom, swirling with countless energies. With a forceful throw, he cast it forth, beckoning, Flame Emperor, come forth. This dark orb, a creation of the Dark Church, was designed specifically to subdue divine beasts, boasting formidable power infused with unique energies from other divine creatures. Yin Tong was resolute in his ambition, even envisioning the time after he had subdued the Flame Emperor. Oh, a level 2 deity. Such power could reshape the very fabric of the world. In that moment, he would not only hold an esteemed position within the Dark Church, but could also leverage the Flame Emperor to obtain what he had previously desired. Dr. Wanhua trembled uncontrollably, the overwhelming energy surpassing his threshold of endurance. Was this truly the essence of a level 2 deity? Why did an involuntary sense of submission arise within him? In stark contrast to Yin Tong's reckless bravado, his consciousness screamed to flee, yet his legs lay paralyzed, incapable of movement. The Flame Emperor cast a glance upward, noticing someone daring to challenge his dignity. With a roar, torrents of molten rock erupted from the earth. The dark orb shattered before it could even approach, as if it were a mere projectile obliterated by the force of the lava. Yin Tong was taken aback. What had he just witnessed? The orb he had held in such high esteem had been annihilated so effortlessly? Was this real? The lava surged forth, barreling towards Yin Tong like a relentless tentacle. Quick, giant charcoal mountain, come forth and shield me, hurry. Yin Tong urged frantically, sensing the specter of death extend its hand toward him. The 4 colossal charcoal mountains obediently converged, forming an imposing black wall. Yet the Flame Emperor contained not only formidable energy, but also a trace of dark power, amplifying the lava's might, which crashed through their defenses like a monstrous wave. No, I refuse to believe it. It cannot be. Yin Tong cried, clutching his head in despair. In his heart, he thought that despite the Flame Emperor being a divine beast, it was still a spirit, and as long as it was a spirit, it could be subdued. All his hopes rested upon the Dark Orb. Just as the Flame Emperor's tribe revered him as a divine beast, both held faith. But time was not on his side. As the flames approached, leaving him with no avenue of escape. In that moment, he felt a visceral terror emanating from his soul, a familiar dread that shattered his composure. His mind emptied, consumed solely by a singular, frantic urge to flee. Run. This became his final thought before death, as the lava surged forth, offering him no chance to resist, while Dr. Wanhua sought to escape using a flying-type spirit. However, the lava struck him down mercilessly, killing both key members of the Dark Church under the mere gaze of the Flame Emperor, who had not even unleashed a skill. Everyone, the Dark Church, the Spirit Association, had grossly underestimated the power of the divine beasts. Perhaps it was the illusion cast by Shalebi that led them to believe that divine beasts were easily subdued. Chapter 119, An Unforeseen Situation. The hungry Flame Emperor spoke in human tongue, fixing his gaze upon the members of the Flame Emperor tribe. The chieftain, momentarily dazed, soon grasped the situation and erupted with joy, exclaiming, "Lord Hungry Flame Emperor says he is hungry. Quickly, prepare the food." Yet amid the excitement, none noticed the Flame Emperor's crimson, dark gaze, akin to that of a demon from the abyss. Feeling the pangs of hunger in his belly, the Flame Emperor exhaled a plume of molten rock, then inhaled deeply. Run, run. The members of the Flame Emperor tribe fell into profound terror. Ultimately, a cataclysmic blaze erupted, with only a fraction escaping, while the fate of those remaining was all too clear. The once verdant forest belonging to the tribe transformed in an instant, flames igniting fiercely, as a surge of magma erupted and rapidly cooled into defensive stone. Nearby citizens stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the unfolding calamity. What was happening? Countless trainers began to alert authorities, while the city issued warnings. Not only did most of the small spirits flee, but even some near-elite spirits expressed palpable fear, racing away at breakneck speed. Fireballs shot into the sky like bombs, blossoming into a kaleidoscope of fireworks before cascading down like meteors. Wherever the fireballs landed, nothing could survive. The spirits scattered, leaving behind only desolate remnants of destruction. The heat intensified, the skies unusually clear, despite the approaching night. It felt as though a second sun had emerged. No one comprehended the events that had transpired, only noting the oppressive heat that hinted at the impending summer. Lin Yin and his sister, Lu Na, were bewildered. Having just escaped, they wondered what had unfolded. "Lu Jie, quickly turn on the recording," Lin Yin urged, glancing back. Lu Jie retrieved his Pokédex, activating the screen, and an image materialized before them. The three watched in awe, their expressions shifting from calm to shock, and finally to dread. The Dark Church truly deserved its fate, but what of the Flame Emperor? Lin Yin sighed, lamenting how calamity seemed to follow him wherever he went. Was it possible he bore a harbinger's curse? "What should we do?" Lu Jie asked, his confusion evident. "Send the video to the Spirit Association. They will likely dispatch elite trainers or even champions to address this situation," Lin Yin suggested. Truth be told, he believed that even a champion might struggle against the Flame Emperor's might. The four giant charcoal mountains were all at the elite level, cloaked in flames that rendered them immune to fire-type attacks, and they had been felled with such ease. It was beyond comprehension. Yet, upon reflection, perhaps this presented an opportunity. The chance to capture the Flame Emperor would surely attract countless trainers eager for the thrill. No, it should be dubbed the Flame Emperor Volcano. Countless trainers would flock to the Flame Emperor Volcano, daring to provoke the Monarch of Flames. Such was the allure of divine beasts. Though most would be woefully overestimating their capabilities, Lin Yin did not rush into danger. Though his Bandura and Mega Sharpedo could not contend with the Flame Emperor, they at least would not be obliterated in an instant. Moreover, he had Shalebi at his disposal for a timely escape. Of course, he still held a final card, the Dark Orb gifted by the system. From the video, it was evident that the Flame Emperor had already been tainted by dark energy. However, the Flame Emperor housed an abundance of holy flames, and the dark energy was not particularly potent. It was likely that soon, the dark energy would be purged. Yet, from Lin Yin's observations, the Flame Emperor appeared to possess an inherently fierce disposition. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to lethal force nor been sealed as a statue. His dark orb differed from the one in Yin Tong's possession. While it could not guarantee a swift defeat of the Flame Emperor at full strength, it suggested that if the Flame Emperor's vitality fell below half, he could indeed be subdued. If he succeeded in capturing the Flame Emperor, Lin Yin would possess an exceptionally powerful trump card. While Shalebi was no weakling, it ultimately leaned towards support capabilities, and in certain scenarios, its strength could even be eclipsed by higher-tier elite spirits. In a moment of contemplation, countless beedrills descended from the skies around them. A closer inspection revealed that some trainers, and even a few machines, were perched atop the creatures, clearly indicating the presence of social media influencers and reporters eager to capitalize on the fame of the Fire Emperor. Lin Yin shook his head disapprovingly. Such individuals were courting disaster. Could the might of the Fire Emperor truly be challenged by mere mortals? If provoked, the Fire Emperor might unleash his wrath, mercilessly dispatching these intruders with a single breath. Why don't we blend in among these people and observe the Fire Emperor ourselves? Lu Jie suggested, finally regaining his composure as he gazed upon the throng surrounding the Fire Emperor's volcano, his heart racing with excitement. After all, this was a divine beast, a creature that could be encountered but never sought after. Lin Yin chuckled, finding Lu Jie's thoughts in perfect harmony with his own. Fortune favors the bold. Worst-case scenario, we can always make a hasty retreat. Don't you still have that hoodie? Mention of Hu Di made Lu Jie scratch his head sheepishly, recalling that in a previous perilous moment, he had hesitated. And had it not been for Bankura absorbing the damage, their fates could have been dire. Lunan nodded in agreement, seemingly on board with the plan, especially since there was nothing pressing awaiting them back home. Thus, the trio made a cheerful resolution to venture forth towards the Fire Emperor's volcano. Just as everything seemed tranquil, a sudden cataclysmic rumble reverberated through the air. Zhang Zongchang, the ruler of Tianyou City and the king of fighters, furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous shift. At that moment, a figure clad in black overalls rushed in, bursting through the door and producing a set of data charts, standing rigidly with a serious countenance. Report. According to the findings from the Pokémon Research Institute, energy fluctuations indicative of divine beasts have been detected within the Fire Emperor's tribe near Tianyou City, along with traces of dark energy, suggesting possible actions by the Dark Church. Moreover, prior to this, the Water King visited the Institute to discuss the movements of the Dark Church, recent conspiracies, and matters pertaining to the Fire Emperor's stones. Upon hearing this report, Zhang Zongchang felt a jolt of alarm, his frown deepening as he clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table with a resounding thud. Damn it! The accursed Dark Church again. Why do they scuttle about like cockroaches in a sewer, so utterly revolting? The dark beings associated with the Dark Church exuded an aura of malevolence. Prolonged exposure could warp one's character, while they could enhance a Pokémon's power. Such interactions would also deplete their lifespan and potential, and could even lead to their demise if mishandled. Chapter 120. The Encirclement of the Fire Emperor. The two factions, momentarily oblivious to the Fire Emperor, engaged in a fierce aerial battle, while the Fire Emperor seemed intrigued, unleashing flames at whichever side displeased him. Sensing the tide turning against them, the Dark Association attempted to retreat, but the Fire Emperor roared, obstructing their escape. Thus, they found themselves trapped in a precarious standoff. Caught in an impasse, Lin Yin, hidden nearby, observed the battlefield with a furrowed brow, unable to suppress his curiosity. What transpired? Why does the Fire Emperor remain stationary? Lu Jie pulled out his Pokédex, employing algorithms to analyze the situation, eventually sighing, "Brother Lin Yin, I suspect the Fire Emperor may have discovered something or is awaiting a significant event." Lin Yin's most vivid memory of the Fire Emperor stemmed from the special episode featuring the Crystal Monarch, where the Fire Emperor, intertwined with the Unknown Totem, had abducted Ash's mother to serve as a maternal figure for a young girl. Could it be that this Fire Emperor held a connection to the Unknown Totem? At that moment, Lin Yin recalled the tribal members of the Fire Emperor, their faces adorned with patterns reminiscent of the Unknown Totem. Was it conceivable that the Unknown Totem had harnessed some arcane power to seal the Fire Emperor, while the tribe mistakenly believed him to be their creator deity? Or perhaps the Fire Emperor's essence was subtly guiding them. While Lin Yin was uncertain about the Unknown Totem, there was something undeniably peculiar about the Fire Emperor, whose aura, devoid of the dark influence, radiated an unsettling energy, casting him in a less than righteous light. The three sacred beasts, the Fire Emperor, the Water Lord, and the Thunder King, formed a trio. Was it possible that the Fire Emperor awaited the arrival of the other two? Indeed, there was a temple of thunder not far from the Fire Emperor's tribe, said to possess extraordinary efficacy. Additionally, nearby lay a freshwater lake, surrounded by vast meadows and forests, teeming with water and grass-type Pokémon. It seemed plausible that the Fire Emperor was indeed anticipating the descent of the other two sacred beasts. However, these remain mere speculations on Lin Yin's part. Testing the validity of his theories would be a straightforward endeavor. Come forth, Bankura and Gyarados. Lin Yin chuckled, his mind racing with possibilities. What's the matter, Brother Lin Yin? Do you wish to join the fray? Luna queried, perplexed. While Bankura was formidable, facing the Dark Church, let alone the Fire Emperor, might prove overwhelming. Lin Yin shook his head. I have no intention of confronting the Fire Emperor directly. I merely seek to elevate the atmosphere of this encounter to its zenith. You two will assist me in analyzing the divine beast's energy signatures. Inform me immediately if any anomalies arise. Just as Lin Yin prepared to depart, Lu Jie suddenly grasped his arm. Have you discovered something else? Lin Yin was candid. I suspect this Fire Emperor intends to summon the other two sacred beasts, the Water Lord and the Thunder King. What? Lu Jie's mind surged with tumultuous waves. Should three second-tier deities congregate in one location, chaos would surely ensue, potentially leading to irreversible consequences. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Lin Yin teased with a smile. Three sacred beasts? In this small locale? There's no telling the stir it could create. No, it's not fear, it's excitement. To witness three sacred beasts in one lifetime would be worth any cost. Lu Jie exclaimed, bouncing with enthusiasm. You want to die? But do help me keep an eye on the Divine Beast's information, Lin Yin replied with a grin. Humph, while the Fire Emperor's intentions remain unclear. As long as we maintain our presence here, champions will soon arrive. This was indeed a second-tier deity, the Fire Emperor. Although he appeared slightly amiss, capturing and managing him could significantly bolster our Pokémon Association strength. We might even unlock the secrets of the holy flame residing within the Fire Emperor. Discovering methods to counteract dark Pokémon. The King of Fighters chuckled, having already informed the Steel King of the situation. Their arrival was imminent. The cloaked figures of the Dark Church shifted uneasily, realizing that while they possessed numerous dark Pokémon, none could truly contend with the Fire Emperor. As time elapsed, the situation grew increasingly dire. Just then, a distant sphere of destructive energy surged forth like a tidal wave, resulting in a fierce explosion. The Fire Emperor, caught off guard, was momentarily disheveled by the aftermath. Roar! The Fire Emperor's eyes widened, his fur bristling. Human, who dares to launch a surprise attack? He scanned the vicinity, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Bankura. Bankura, oblivious, had not anticipated the Fire Emperor's formidable strength. A mere flicker of flame was enough to counter his destructive energy. The King of Fighters, seeing a trainer approach, felt a twinge of concern. Young brother, you should leave this place. Your assistance is not yet required. However, Lin Yin merely smiled, retrieving his credentials from his pocket. I am Lin Yin, the Southern Inspector, on a covert mission. I kindly request the cooperation of all present in my endeavors. What? Lin Yin? Dr. Lin? The King of Fighters finally recognized him, glancing at Bankura, who indeed resembled the massive creature from the live broadcast. While the authority of an inspector might not surpass his own, it was certainly sufficient for executing secretive tasks. Moreover, who is unaware of Lin Yin's grandfather's esteemed position in Kyoto? Even if there are no covert missions at play, cooperation is still imperative. The cloaked figure, displaying a glimmer of delight, inquired, Ah, Dr. Lin, might you be interested in joining our Dark Church? Upon hearing this, Lin Yin erupted into hearty laughter, promptly retorting, A congregation of vermin dwelling in the sewers dares to entice me? You nearly bring me to tears with laughter. Rather than taking offense, the cloaked figure chuckled. We eagerly await your esteemed presence, Dr. Lin. We hope for your benevolent guidance when that time comes. The Fighting King shook his head, casting a glance at the Dark Church, pondering the folly of their presumption in overlooking Dr. Lin's formidable influence. At that moment, the Flame Emperor roared, and meteoric flames cascaded from the heavens, crashing upon the earth, startling the onlookers into hasty evasion. It became evident that this was not the time for banter. Lin Yin proposed, instead of exhausting our strength in human conflict, why not consolidate our firepower to confront the Flame Emperor? The cloaked figure scoffed. The Flame Emperor's might is beyond our capacity to challenge. However, Lin Yin, equipped with his system, discerned that the Flame Emperor's power currently resided at the pinnacle of the king level, likely to revert to champion status in due course. It was crucial to act swiftly, for soon, the Water Lord and Thunder God might appear, and the gathering of the three sacred beasts could bring unforeseen events. It was prudent to subdue or drive off the Flame Emperor, particularly in the territory of the Elf Association, where the repercussions of his wrath would primarily affect the common folk. Chapter 121, The Divine Beast. What is the matter? Is the Dark Church afraid? Lin Yin provocatively taunted. The cloaked figure, deep in thought, ultimately unleashed a dark sphere, summoning 6 king-level dark spirits. Among them, the most formidable was a dark beedrill. Its size twice that of the other dark spirits, radiating an oppressive aura of darkness that sent shivers down spines. The Fighting King, left with no choice, released his main spirit, Lucario, while deploying other auxiliary spirits for support. Commenced the assault. The Flame Emperor, sensing the formidable presence of the spirits before him, braced himself, adopting a combat stance. In that case, Nienmeyer and the two-headed dragon joined the fray. Lin Yin tossed out pokeballs, calling forth the 2 spirits to partake in the battle and gain experience. The battlefield was poised for conflict as Lin Yin commanded. Banjira, unleash Sandstorm. Sharpedo, utilize Dragon Pulse. Seize the moment to employ Dragon Dance for attribute enhancement. Nienmeyer prepared her life due for healing, while the two-headed dragon executed its trickery, unleashing a belch. Banjira let out a deafening roar, stirring up a tumult of sand and dust as Sharpedo melded into the storm, unleashing a barrage of dragon-type energy spheres toward the Flame Emperor, all the while benefiting from the heightened speed and attack power granted by its unique movements. The belch of the two-headed dragon, bolstered by trickery, may not have dealt substantial damage, yet its repulsive nature was magnified exponentially. The Flame Emperor's brow furrowed, saliva escaping his lips as he fought the urge to retch, his disdain evident as he covered his nose with a claw. Not only the Flame Emperor, but the Fighting King and Lucario, embroiled in combat, found themselves bewildered. Had it not been for the respect owed to Lin Yin, the Fighting King might have kicked the two-headed dragon away for its unbearable stench. The cloaked figure, incensed, cursed. What on earth has this two-headed dragon consumed? It reeks. The dark Beedrill, momentarily dazed, felt its internal dark energy wane. However, Lin Yin had anticipated this, equipping himself with a gas mask, while Banjira, Sharpedo, and Nienmeyer had also taken precautions. Yet, it was this very skill that unveiled a crack in the Flame Emperor's defenses. The Dark Church seized the opportunity, launching a dark sphere for a surprise assault, successfully infusing the Flame Emperor with tendrils of dark energy once more. With a furious roar, the Flame Emperor's power surged, but at the cost of his rationality, recklessly absorbing the attacks of multiple spirits with his corporeal form. Lin Yin seized the moment, commanding, Sharpedo, execute Dragon Dive. A colossal surge of dragon-type energy coalesced, compressing the surrounding space, as an overwhelming force sliced through the air. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, Sharpedo charged at the Flame Emperor. The Fighting King furrowed his brow, recognizing that this Sharpedo was at the Quasi-King level, yet he was taken aback by its formidable prowess, his heart quaking with trepidation. The Flame Emperor was struck head-on, letting out a pained cry before swiftly retaliating with a gaping maw. Just as its teeth neared Sharpedo's flesh, the creature executed a swift retreat. Lin Yin acted decisively. Sharpedo darted away with remarkable speed, vanishing into the swirling sands, as though it had never existed. Its presence dissipating entirely. Both the Fighting King and the cloaked figure noticed that Banjira's sandstorm was no ordinary phenomenon, yet their focus remained on the Flame Emperor. While he is down, let us strike, commanded the cloaked figure. Dark Beedrill, unleash maximum power. Destruction Beam. Lucario now? Aura Sphere. Two powerful attacks cascaded like a torrential downpour, bombarding the Flame Emperor relentlessly. The Flame Emperor, in agony, his eyes turning crimson, ceased holding back. Fiery blasts erupted like pillars of light, aimed directly at Lin Yin and his allies. Not good, Lin Yin exclaimed, shocked by the Flame Emperor's frenzied state. Banjira melded into the sandstorm for cover, while Nienmeyer prepared Life Dew. Banjira's entry into the sandstorm will boost its resistance, and Nienmeyer's Life Dew, amplified by Shalebi, can significantly mitigate the Flame Emperor's flames. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure and the Fighting King found themselves in a precarious position, scrambling like monkeys. Nevertheless, neither suffered harm. The Fighting King realized that the impending battle could claim many lives, urgently shouting, trainers at the Quasi-King level and below, evacuate immediately. Rangers, swiftly seal off the Flame Emperor's volcano, forbidding any approach. The remaining crowd grasped the gravity of the situation, scattering in haste. Lu Jie and his sister exchanged glances, contemplating their decision to stay behind. Unfazed by pain, the Flame Emperor continued to clash with the spirits, his body riddled with wounds, but a searing flame erupted, enveloping him. Suddenly, the sky cleared, even Banjira's sandstorm forcibly ceased. No one fathomed what had transpired, Lin Yin wearing a bewildered expression, with a dazed gaze. The Flame Emperor seemed to sense something, roaring with increasing fervor. Lin Yin turned to Lu Jie, urging, quickly analyze. Is there a surge of energy indicative of a divine beast? Lu Jie nodded vigorously, as the atmosphere grew palpably tense, all present holding their breath, silently observing the Flame Emperor's display. Even the cloaked figure dared not exhale, cautiously maneuvering Beedrill to ascend into the sky, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. After a brief moment, Lu Jie reached a conclusion, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face as he exclaimed. Faint fluctuations of divine beast energy have manifested on both the eastern and western flanks of the Yin Emperor volcano. Lin Yin exhaled a breath of stale air. It appeared his suspicions had indeed been validated. The three sacred beasts were likely to converge here. The expanse of the South China region was vast, and by the time the champion arrived, it would probably be too late. Lin Yin, feeling helpless, turned to the Fighting King and the cloaked man gentleman. I must deliver some unfortunate news. It is highly probable that two divine beasts will reappear in the vicinity, and their temperament will not be much better than that of the Yin Emperor. What? How can this be possible? There can't be so many divine beasts in this area. The Fighting King was the first to contest this, firmly believing in the power of technology. Chapter 122, Raijin and Suijin. The Elf Association had not detected any abnormal energy from the divine beasts, implying that no such energy had manifested, and thus, Lin Yin must have been mistaken. The cloaked man was equally puzzled. He had sensed something amiss upon his arrival and had made ample preparations. He had conducted thorough investigations into the local information, particularly regarding the energy fluctuations of the divine beasts, which were absolutely impossible to originate from the other two locations. In response to their skepticism, Lin Yin waved his hand dismissively. You are being naively optimistic. Once a divine beast appears, it will inevitably reveal itself repeatedly, potentially leading to even more severe consequences. The damage caused by a divine beast's battle could far exceed that of the Dark Church. Upon hearing this conclusion, the cloaked man was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Yin would voice such a statement. The fighting king inquired, Dr. Lin, have you discovered something? Sighing, Lin Yin replied, the Yin Emperor has just emerged and already devastated a vast forest. This not only severely harmed the environment, but also resulted in extensive casualties among the elves. Such a large area cannot be destroyed by the Dark Church in less than 10 days or half a month. Thus, the environmental destruction and losses caused by divine beasts far surpass those inflicted by the Dark Church. If one Yin Emperor can cause such havoc, what would happen if several divine beasts were to appear? At that moment, Lu Jie glanced at the elf Pokédex, exclaiming in astonishment. The energy of the divine beasts is continuously strengthening. It seems powerful divine beasts are indeed emerging. Moreover, the other two divine beasts were advancing towards us at an alarming speed, their presence overwhelmingly potent, far surpassing that of the Yin Emperor. A great battle was undoubtedly imminent. Can we detect who the other two divine beasts are? We need to prepare, the cloaked man urged, sensing his inability to escape. With the Yin Emperor watching, he could not guarantee that he would not be obliterated if he entertained thoughts of fleeing. Hence, he yielded. If survival was possible, who would willingly embrace an untimely demise? Though Lu Jie felt a twinge of annoyance, he shook his head. He genuinely did not know who the other two divine beasts were. Despite having the latest version of the elf Pokédex, it was not advanced enough to ascertain such information, especially when compared to the precision instruments in the laboratory. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yin declared with unwavering conviction, the other two divine beasts can be none other than the three sacred beasts, Raijin and Suijin. The three sacred beasts? The others, momentarily blinded by their own thoughts, realized they had overlooked this fact. With the Yin Emperor present, who else could the other two divine beasts be but Raijin and Suijin? Suddenly, a series of thunderous booms echoed from the distant sky, startling everyone into a state of bewilderment. Looking towards the horizon, they indeed spotted a mass of thunderclouds and numerous electric-type elves. It was evident that Raijin had harnessed the energy of the magnetic field, controlling these electric-type elves. Meanwhile, the Yin Emperor emanated a wave of fiery energy. As a multitude of fire-type elves began to gather around him, including a formidable king-level fire spirit. This is disastrous. The situation is becoming increasingly unfavorable for us. The cloaked man pounded his chest in anguish, clearly distressed. He was not ready to meet his end. After all the struggles to reach his current standing and possessing his own king-level dark orb, he had no intention of perishing so easily. It's Raijin and Suijin. They have also broken their seals and are coming. The Yin Emperor regained a measure of clarity, speaking human words and even displaying a semblance of a human smile. The fighting king gazed at the Yin Emperor and, with a resigned smile, stated, Our Elf Association advocates for harmony between humans and elves. Might we be allowed to depart? We do not wish to interfere in your battle. We only hope that, once it concludes, you will leave without impacting the nearby cities. The Yin Emperor scoffed derisively, clearly regarding the fighting king with disdain. Lin Yin opened the elf Pokédex and discovered that news of the Yin Emperor was spreading wildly online, accompanied by a plethora of recordings. Lina and others had seen him in the videos and left numerous comments urging him to exercise caution. Lin Yin replied to each of them, assuring them not to worry, before coming across a video featuring Suijin. Suijin was depicted as the embodiment of the sea breeze, suffused with water energy, appearing neither imposing nor deliberately destructive to the surrounding environment. Instead, it commanded the waves, its gaze stern as it surveyed its surroundings. Moving forward with purpose, trailed by a multitude of water-type small elves, including a colossal Lapras. In contrast to Suijin's gentleness, Raijin could only be described as ferocious, with sounds of crackling thunder reverberating all around. Lightning randomly descended from the sky, obliterating nearby structures and causing significant damage to urban buildings. With many people caught in the fallout, a massive magnetic field seemed to envelop Raijin, agitating any electric-type elves it touched, driving them into a frenzy. Some electronic devices were rendered inoperative, turning into scrap metal. This was where the video concluded. indicating that even the recording equipment had been affected by Raijin. Watching the video, Lin Yin's furrowed brow relaxed as he observed the two divine beasts. They appeared to be at odds with the Yin Emperor. As creations of the Phoenix King, the three sacred beasts not only possessed extraordinary powers, but also seemed to have the ability to summon the Phoenix King. However, ordinary three sacred beasts lacking divine status would be unable to summon the Phoenix King. Without a doubt, the three sacred beasts before them did not possess such status. If they attempted to summon the Phoenix King, they could potentially lose their lives in the process. This would explain the Yin Emperor's fury, unwilling to permit the two sacred beasts to approach. Yet, the situation had long spiraled beyond control. Raijin moved with remarkable speed, leaping dozens of meters with each bound, while Suijin, though slightly slower, was no less formidable. The two divine beasts would soon arrive. What puzzled Lin Yin most was why Raijin and Suijin sought to summon the Phoenix King. Were they facing some monumental crisis? However, the three divine beasts had been sealed away for hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Even if something had once transpired, it would have long since faded away with the passage of time. Nonetheless, all of this remained mere speculation on Lin Yin's part. Reality could be entirely different, perhaps due to other reasons. He quietly retreated to a corner, patiently awaiting the emergence of the two divine beasts, ready to flee should the situation turn dire. Chapter 123. Preparing to summon the Phoenix King? The Flame Emperor seemed to have sensed the presence of the Thunder Lord and the Water Sovereign early on, becoming increasingly irritable. Countless flames rained down from the sky, startling Lin Yin and his companions. The atmosphere was thick with tension, devoid of any semblance of joy. Observing the Flame Emperor's demeanor, Lin Yin found it puzzling. In his past life, the three sacred beasts, Flame Emperor, Thunder Lord, and Water Sovereign, shared a cordial relationship. Why then did the Flame Emperor display such fury upon sensing the two? As Lin Yin pondered this conundrum, the cloaked figure ceased evading and commanded his minions to advance and attack, riding a majestic creature at the rear, resembling a cunning trickster. This tactic indeed proved effective, further aggravating the Flame Emperor. The cloaked man, witnessing this, joyously urged, "Those two from the Elf Association, come quickly and assist me in harassing the Flame Emperor to deplete his strength." The Fighting King, noticing a modicum of success, signaled Lucario to employ the power of Aura to strike. With no other choice, Lin Yin instructed his Sharpedo and Sylveon to utilize Dragon Pulse for distraction. Yet, deep down, he understood that the Flame Emperor's agitation was not solely due to the cloaked man's antics, but rather the presence of the other two divine beasts. As the skirmish escalated, Lin Yin called out, "Cease at once. I have words for the Flame Emperor." The Fighting King promptly led Lucario aside, while the cloaked man, feeling somewhat awkward, relented upon seeing Lin Yin's resolute expression and ordered, "Everyone, return." The conflict subsided, and the Flame Emperor cast a glance at Lin Yin, declaring, "You humans are truly bothersome. Had it not been for the dark power within me, constantly eroding and tormenting me, I would have reduced you to ashes long ago." Lin Yin let out a hearty laugh. "There are no ifs. The dark energy is indeed within you. I suspect your reluctance to wield your full strength stems not only from this dark energy, but also from another reason." The Flame Emperor furrowed his brow. "Human, what exactly do you intend to convey?" Lin Yin smiled, spreading his arms. "I can assist you. At the very least, I can help restrain them. None of you stand a chance against me, let alone the other two. It's laughable." The Flame Emperor roared with laughter, his booming voice causing the surrounding Pokémon to tremble. The exchange between Lin Yin and the Flame Emperor left the Cloaked Man and the Fighting King in utter bewilderment. Seeing the Flame Emperor jesting with him, Lin Yin pressed on, "Flame Emperor, why do you fear the Water Sovereign and Thunder Lord, who are also sacred beasts? Could it be that there are some untold secrets among you?" The Flame Emperor, flames swirling around him, suddenly exhaled forcefully. "How did you know?" Lin Yin laughed heartily indeed. "The Elf Association can aid you. Would you care to share your tale?" The Flame Emperor, naturally skeptical of Lin Yin's words, coldly replied, "It is not impossible to tell you, but be prepared. It may frighten you. Years ago, the Phoenix King created us, granting us life and bestowing upon us the supreme power that only divine beasts possess. We three were the original sacred beasts." Lin Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. What had he just heard? The original sacred beasts who wielded divine authority. Why, then, did he feel no trace of that formidable aura? Did this mean that the divine powers could be stripped from their bodies? Could his Bankyo potentially seize them? The thought of acquiring the divine authority of the land clouds was enticing, offering boundless strength. Ignoring the astonishment of those around him, the Flame Emperor continued his narrative. "As time passed, we three created countless clans and bore many prodigious offspring, spreading across the world. However, one day, everything changed, becoming both absurd and shocking. Our descendants conspired to slay their own creators. They betrayed their purpose. These greedy progeny, seduced by an unknown entity, banded together to seize the power of our master, the Phoenix King. We three sacred beasts united to thwart them. Yet, it was an utter embarrassment. We were defeated by a mere group of lesser beings, and our divine authority was usurped. Nevertheless, even then, as the original sacred beasts, our strength was unparalleled. Ordinary Pokémon and divine beasts were no match for us. The forces behind this seemed to have ulterior motives, or perhaps feared our summoning of the Phoenix King, for they found a mysterious totem and used the power of dark divine beasts to seal us away. Not long before the sealing, the three of us gathered to deliberate whether to unleash our powers and summon our master, the Phoenix King, to grant us formidable strength, allowing us to reclaim our divine authority and reach the pinnacle once more. Just as our plans were set, these two fools reneged, refusing to summon the Phoenix King, deeming it a disgrace. They forsook me for the sake of superficial pride, and I remained sealed in this place, generation after generation, until now. Only recently beginning to touch upon the seal. It's utterly laughable. These two fools, who could have contributed a fraction of their power, chose to bow down for the sake of their so-called dignity, forgetting the status and rights that divine beasts should possess. All of this stems from those two imbeciles. The Flame Emperor's ire intensified as he spoke, the flames within him surging uncontrollably, erupting forth like a torrent of lava. In mere moments, the ground was engulfed in molten rock, the forest incinerated, and the water sources consumed. Lin Yin, quick to act, pulled the siblings, Lu Jie and Lu Na, onto the back of his Sharpedo. He had initially anticipated some bizarre plot, but it turned out to be merely the tale of three idiots, he mused inwardly. Ignoring the surroundings, the Flame Emperor continued to thrash and roar. Those two fools must be here to thwart me again. How infuriating. I must summon the Phoenix King and make them regret it. Upon hearing the potential summoning of the Phoenix King, Lu Jie trembled with excitement, his hands shaking uncontrollably. Is the Phoenix King truly real? Can the Flame Emperor really summon him? Lin Yin, too, harbored great anticipation. If he could catch a glimpse of the Phoenix King, all his efforts would not have been in vain. Most importantly, the Phoenix King embodied the life-giving flame, capable of restoring the environmental damage wrought by the Flame Emperor. It was imperative that the Phoenix King be summoned for this very reason. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure stared wide-eyed, bewildered by the unfolding events. Chapter 124, The Battle of the Sacred Beasts. The Flame Emperor possessed a means to summon the Phoenix King, a legendary divine beast seldom seen, with appearances occurring but once every few centuries. Faced with such a colossal entity, even the ambitious cloaked man felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. While capturing the Phoenix King was out of reach, utilizing precise instruments to assess the Phoenix King's data could yield unique insights, which was still worthwhile. Thus, both factions turned their gazes toward the Flame Emperor. Lin Yin, understanding that the Phoenix King was undoubtedly a benevolent divine beast, reassured, "Fear not, Flame Emperor. We shall exert every effort to help you summon the Phoenix King." Upon hearing this, the Flame Emperor's expression shifted. His prior despair began to dissipate. He had felt utterly powerless against the Thunder Lord and Water Sovereign, but with this swarm of ants joining him, perhaps the outcome could indeed change. Moreover, he realized he need not defeat the two divine Pokémon. He merely needed time to recover. With a sudden shift in tone, Lin Yin solemnly stated, "Of course. The precondition is that you must reveal to us how to summon the Phoenix King." The Flame Emperor, initially pondering the requirements, burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. "In truth, it merely entails harnessing the power of my essence. Previously, I refrained from employing my primal strength due to the need to contend with my tribal groups. However, circumstances have changed. After being sealed for countless days, my essence is nearly depleted, and fortuitously, it is just sufficient to summon the master, hence I shall utilize it all." Lin Yin was overjoyed, as he possessed an affinity with fire-type spirits. Encountering the Phoenix King might yield unexpected outcomes. This was precisely why the Flame Emperor was willing to converse with him. Otherwise, why would he pay heed to the two combatants? The Flame Emperor roared, "Indeed, utilizing the primal force requires me to be in peak condition. So I hope you all will protect me." The trio nodded. This was not an insurmountable task. Although Lei Gong and Shui Jun were formidable, should danger arise, they could simply flee, and all they could offer in terms of protection was their best effort. Time passed swiftly. Moments later, Lin Yin looked up to see lightning suddenly flashing before him, accompanied by a refreshing breeze. The sweltering heat induced by the Flame Emperor abruptly diminished. leaving only a trace of its former intensity, as the remaining elements were wholly consumed by the thunderstorm. A dynamic equilibrium among the three elemental forces was established. Lei Gong and Shui Jun had arrived. Lin Yin and his companions were filled with excitement at the sight of this unfamiliar divine beast. However, Lei Gong, with a temperament even more irascible than that of the Flame Emperor, scoffed. "We have come in search of the Flame Emperor. You insignificant insects should vacate swiftly to avoid losing your lives in vain." As he spoke, bolts of lightning blazed towards the trio, showcasing formidable power, accompanied by the acrid scent of singed air. In a flash, the fierce biting land shark darted away upon hearing the commotion, ultimately taking refuge behind the Flame Emperor. "Humph, you're quite nimble," Lei Gong remarked with a smirk, reminiscent of a cat teasing a mouse. Shui Jun stepped forward, enveloped in an endless mist of water, radiating a refreshing aura from afar. "Flame Emperor, come with us. Do not entertain thoughts of summoning your master. Return to the sacred realm that belongs to us divine beasts." With a chuckle, Lei Gong added, "Having been sealed for so many years, our primal powers are long depleted. There's no point in resisting. Come back with us." The injuries within the Flame Emperor gradually healed, and the malevolent dark energy was steadily expelled from his body. "Ha ha, you two fools. Do you think returning to the sacred realm is merely prolonging the inevitable? We were once the divine beasts bestowed with heavenly mandates, and now we are to be oppressed by some descendants? I cannot abide this indignity." Upon hearing this, Lei Gong's eyes glinted dangerously. How could the Flame Emperor endure what he could not? Yet, the circumstances were beyond their control. Although the Phoenix King had created them, it did not imply he would govern their fate. To the Phoenix King, as long as the divine mandates remained with their tribe, all was well, and he was not obliged to intervene on their behalf. Rather than recklessly expending vast reserves of primal energy, it would be wiser to remain in the sanctuary of their essence. Yet, he felt a sense of helplessness. "Flame Emperor, why are you unable to discern the reality? Do you truly believe the Phoenix King will restore the divine authority to us? The Phoenix King's duty is merely to maintain the balance of this world. Look around. Humans and spirits coexist beautifully. Since the world is so harmonious, what reason would there be to return power to us?" The Flame Emperor, however, could not abide any further discussion and, with a snarl, retorted, "It seems we cannot avoid a battle today. Words are futile." With a violent eruption, magma spewed forth like tentacles, hurtling towards Lei Gong. The skies darkened with ominous clouds, relentless rain cascading down, momentarily obscuring the sun and unleashing a cacophony of thunder and lightning. In this divine clash, mortals would inevitably suffer. Although the three divine beasts had just broken free from their seals, they were still immensely powerful, their every motion imbued with potent natural energy. Particularly Lei Gong, whose strikes were merciless, unleashing bolts of lightning upon the Flame Emperor's back. "Do not resist, Flame Emperor. Return with us and relinquish your obsession with authority." Shui Jun finally spoke after a long silence, observing the battle between Lei Gong and the Flame Emperor without wishing to intervene. However, as the situation escalated, he resolved to act. Endless rain poured from the heavens, each droplet the size of a fist, drowning out the sound of thunder. The Flame Emperor's clear skies vanished, and the rain hindered his movements, while Lei Gong adeptly utilized the water to conduct electricity, inflicting significant damage upon him. Meanwhile, Lin Yin and his companions, who had pledged to aid the Flame Emperor against Lei Gong and Shui Jun, found themselves fleeing to the outskirts of the battle. Truly, in the conflict of divine beings, it was mortals who bore the brunt of the consequences. The three of them were barely afforded the chance to intervene, pushed back to the edges of the fray. At this moment, Lu Jie retrieved his Pokédex, preparing to document the battle. He then turned to Lin Yin, smiling. "It seems Lin Yin's salvation lies in the form of the mythical beast. Dr. Lin, my sister and I are actually your fans. Your research on super evolution and the mystic verdant realm is monumental in the annals of Pokémon history." Lin Yin smiled back at Lu Jie. "Due to special circumstances, I must keep my identity concealed. I apologize, but both discoveries were mere coincidences, not worthy of high regard. Had he not been a traveler from another world, he doubted he would have reached this level even after several years." Chapter 125. The dramatic conclusion. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted between the three divine beasts, instantly igniting the surroundings. The Flame Emperor's eyes glowed crimson, his energy reaching a critical point. "You leave me no choice." Lin Yin furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous turn of events. Could it be that the Flame Emperor intended to self-destruct? If he were to explode, it would mean Lin Yin could no longer spectate. Yet, given the current circumstances, none of his Pokémon could pose a threat to the Flame Emperor. In a moment of realization, Lin Yin summoned the double-headed Tyrannosaurus. The malevolent creature stared vacantly at Lin Yin before focusing on the divine beasts below. Curiosity piqued. Lin Yin gave the double-headed Tyrannosaurus a firm pat. Quick. Use burp on the Flame Emperor. You must expel everything you've consumed these past few days. Afterward, Lin Yin summoned a Fiero for the double-headed Tyrannosaurus, adjusting its position. Go for it, he encouraged from the sidelines. However, the double-headed Tyrannosaurus was still preparing, eventually raising its rear. With a series of loud flatulence, the three divine beasts turned their attention, and Lei Gong and Shui Jun recoiled in horror, seemingly witnessing something truly terrifying. Hastily retreating while attempting to use their abilities to counteract the noxious fumes. Unfortunately, the Flame Emperor was not so fortunate, caught off guard. He was doused in the vile substances. Ugh! The sound of retching ensued. The Flame Emperor, disoriented and dazed, was bombarded by a myriad of attacks directed at the double-headed Tyrannosaurus. The Fiero let out a cry before succumbing to exhaustion. At this moment, the double-headed Tyrannosaurus, feeling defiant, attempted to continue its assault. Lin Yin, quick-witted, called, "Come back, Fiero." Double-headed Tyrannosaurus. What he had intended as a diversion had escalated the situation further. The fierce biting land shark flew further away, realizing the gravity of the situation and opting to flee as quickly as possible. The appearance of the three sacred beasts has led to a complete reversal of the situation, compounded by the anger of the Flame Emperor. The Water Lord and the Thunder Lord, untouched by any disturbances, saw the Flame Emperor's fury escalate and surrounded him instead. "Come with us. Let us return to the sacred beast's secret realm," the Water Lord implored earnestly. As a fellow sacred beast, he too wished to delay the Flame Emperor's demise. The Thunder Lord, with an air of pride, raised his head. Though he said nothing, he made no move to attack. If the Flame Emperor merely nodded, they would not hesitate to assist him in recovering from his injuries. Those who walk different paths cannot conspire together. Since you two refuse to summon the Phoenix King, I shall meet my end, but I must see the Phoenix King one last time. The Flame Emperor roared, venting his frustration. Like a creature eager to slay the two-headed dragon, such spirits are often deemed obstinate, fixated on a single matter to the point of obsession. Lin Yin recalled tales of the Phoenix King, the most renowned being that Ash encountered the legendary Phoenix King shortly after leaving Pallet Town. Another tale involved the Bell Tower, where it was said the Phoenix King resided until an unknown individual set it ablaze, inciting the wrath of the Phoenix King. The three sacred beasts were the unfortunate spirits ensnared in the resulting calamity, ultimately resurrected by the Phoenix King. The Phoenix King harbors life-giving energy within, and should the Flame Emperor succeed in summoning him, the Phoenix King would surely not turn a blind eye to his plight, likely reviving the Flame Emperor and restoring any lost divine authority. In the midst of these reflections, the Flame Emperor appeared to grow increasingly agitated. "Tyranitar, run swiftly," Lin Yin urged, recognizing that he was ill-equipped to intervene in the battle of divine beasts. Witnessing the unfolding events was already beyond his limit. The Fighting King and the Cloaked Man, resolute, chose to remain behind. "Why must we flee, Dr. Lin? The situation does not seem to threaten us," Lu Jia queried, perplexed. Lin Yin sighed. Given the demeanor of the Thunder Lord and the Water Lord, even they fear the shame of the Phoenix King's summon. "Do you truly believe the Flame Emperor would allow us to survive if he detonated himself to summon the Phoenix King? They would likely strike us down, and the Fighting King would be in grave danger." Indeed, an enormous explosion erupted from the Flame Emperor's volcano, engulfing it in a series of ethereal flames. Ultimately, the volcano vanished, leaving behind a barren expanse. "What is this?" Lu Jia exclaimed, shaken. Lin Yin's suspicions were confirmed. The Phoenix King had indeed intervened. But did this mean the Flame Emperor had perished? Would it not imply the demise of the Fighting King? Luna covered her mouth in disbelief. A king had fallen so easily. Detection of the Phoenix King's presence confirmed, the system announced. Lin Yin furrowed his brow, having nearly forgotten the system's existence during this interval. The detection of the Phoenix King's aura signified his actual arrival. System, how can one strip a divine beast of its divine authority? Lin Yin pondered aloud. One must defeat the divine beast that possesses the authority, then utilize a special instrument or ritual, the system replied. Lin Yin was taken aback. He had initially hoped that Banjira could siphon the divine authority to enhance their strength, but now realized it was akin to chasing a pipe dream. Defeating a divine beast with authority would likely require all his Pokémon to reach at least the champion level. Lin Yin exhaled deeply, turning to Lu Na and her brother. "Well, this journey ends here for you two. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate." With that, Tyranitar soared into the sky like a supersonic machine, vanishing without a trace, leaving the siblings bewildered. Just as they intended to depart, the Steel-type champion, riding a steel duck from the Galar region, made an appearance. A day later, back at the manor, Lin Yin contemplated the entirety of this journey. He felt as though he had merely drifted through it, gaining little of tangible value. However, he acknowledged that his 4 Pokémon had indeed grown, particularly the two-headed dragon. Following its confrontation with the Flame Emperor, which had invigorated its spirit, it was the perfect opportunity for specialized training. For now, Lin Yin needed only to prepare for the South China Regional Tournament, dismissing any concerns regarding divine auras. As long as he remained disinterested, no one would dare to inquire about divine beasts. With a relaxed mindset, he initiated specialized training between Nian and the two-headed dragon. The first objective was to hasten their evolution. Only by achieving their final forms could they unleash the full might of their abilities. Within the depths of the rock dragon's secret realm, Banjara, Tyranitar, and Shalebi stood in a circle, while Nian and the two-headed dragon stood at its center. The two-headed dragon progressed rapidly, its level closely matching that of Nian, and their respective skill pools were equally impressive. While Nian excelled in support, she was no slouch in special attack, launching the first offensive. Dragon pulse flowed from her like water, unrestrained. The two-headed dragon, with its tough hide, endured the blows, opting for a strategy of trading damage rather than evading attacks. At present, it had yet to evolve, moving sluggishly. Rather than exhaust its stamina by dodging, it might as well fight ferociously. Chapter 126, Double Evolution. Lin Yin invested as much thought into nurturing these 2 Pokémon as he did with Banjara and Tyranitar. Though they may not possess the same monstrous strength, they were formidable within their own right. With robust defenses and high damage output, the two-headed dragon, embodying both dark and dragon types, radiated a fierce aura, its dark energy almost palpable. Unconsciously, Lin Yin directed the two-headed dragon to undergo specialized training focused on its dark attributes. Even the energy cubes provided were infused with poison attributes, while leaning towards darkness. As for Nian, he felt assured. Having been born before the two-headed dragon, her playful nature belied her formidable prowess. Nian, in her wash-green form, possessed both dragon and steel types, offering perfect resistance and an accelerated recovery rate thanks to the Shalebi gem within her. After a period of combat, Nian noted the two-headed dragon's high damage output, yet her recovery was swift as well. She decided to engage in close-quarters combat, trading blows with the two-headed dragon. Although Nian was shorter, her presence was commanding, causing the two-headed dragon to retreat repeatedly. The two of them sparred without genuine animosity, resulting in an extended bout. Banjara and Tyranitar watched with amusement, applauding as if witnessing children at play. Meanwhile, Shalebi, already lacking in fighting prowess, began mimicking Nian punches, flailing in the air with glee. Seeing Shalebi so entertained, Lin Yin approached and teased Shalebi. Soon Nian and the two-headed dragon will tire and be unable to continue fighting. Shalebi, engrossed in the spectacle, reacted as if a beloved author had abruptly ceased their riveting story, her expression turning fierce at the thought of ending the fun. Now, Lin Yin reassured. What if you provided them energy when they tire? They could resume their battle. Shalebi's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Thus, the energy of grass surged forth from within her, cascading towards Nian and the two-headed dragon. Even Banjara and Tyranitar, watching from the sidelines, felt a long-lost sense of relief. Currently, both Banjara and Tyranitar stood at level 48. The exquisite Nian surpasses the two-headed dragon by 1 level, standing at level 41, while the two-headed dragon is at level 40. During this expedition to the volcanic realm of the Fire Emperor, no tangible rewards were obtained. However, the intangible experience of Pokémon battles and the overwhelming presence of legendary creatures spurred the rapid elevation of the 4 Pokémon's levels. Even Lin Yin found it astonishing. Upon reflection, it became apparent that his Pokémon were the creme de la creme of talent, and strong beings possess a sense of pride. When they ventured out and encountered opponents they could not defeat, they could only observe, which ignited an extraordinary drive within them. Additionally, Pokémon inherently relish battles, particularly the two-headed dragon, whose dark attributes it wielded with fervor as its twin heads ferociously lunged at Nian. With its primal instincts awakened, Nian no longer hesitated. Like a formidable artillery unit, it unleashed its draconic energy, akin to a laser cannon, striking at the two-headed dragon with fervor. The damage inflicted was substantial, causing the two-headed dragon to recoil in pain. Just when both Pokémon were on the verge of exhaustion, Shalebi intervened, enveloping both Pokémon in a familiar and warm energy, instantly restoring their vitality. Niamayer, rally your strengths and unleash your meteor shower. And you, two-headed dragon, commence your assault. Whosoever emerges victorious shall have their wish granted. Upon hearing this, both Niamayer and the two-headed dragon surged with determination, embodying the spirit of triumph. Lin Yin, cheering from the sidelines, knew that regardless of the victor, he would receive a reward. As for the source of the reward, the system detected the final showdown before the evolution of Niamayer and the two-headed dragon. Both the victor and the vanquished will undergo perfect evolution and will have the opportunity to fulfill their wishes. Lin Yin rejoiced upon reading this. Indeed, the system is reliable, though he felt a tinge of regret, as Niamayer and the two-headed dragon were already on the cusp of evolution. He had orchestrated their battle to facilitate their growth and preparation for evolution. System, after evolving, Niamayer and the two-headed dragon will gain an additional attribute in the secret realm. Lin Yin was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, what a delightful surprise." The battle continued, a wave of intangible energy enveloping both Pokémon. The energy grew denser until a resplendent and dazzling light erupted, radiating brilliance. Banbandra laughed heartily at the sight, as he found it remarkably familiar. The fiery bite of the land shark danced with excitement. Lin Yin joined in the laughter, recognizing that evolution was imminent. Both Pokémon, having accumulated vast experience through countless battles and an abundance of resources, were primed for evolution at this juncture. Niamayer, now transformed into Niamylong, expanded to an impressive 35 meters in size. While its height was not extraordinary, its bulk was several times that of an ordinary Niamylong, presenting an intimidating visage. Its size was slightly less than that of Banbandra. As a quasi-deity, Niamylong possessed formidable strength with an optimal attribute combination, though it had a double weakness to fighting and ground types, granting it resistances against a majority of attributes. As a special tank, Niamylong boasted 150 special defense and 100 physical defense, a dual resistance that was nothing short of miraculous. An exceptional meat shield for the front lines, capable of absorbing numerous skills for Banbandra. Niamylong, Shueitsue, gender, female type, dragon steel qualification, champion level, 41 ability, herbivore held items, power lens, premium, assault vest, premium, Shalebi gem, a transformative new attire. Skills, tackle, absorb, melt, curse, iron head, muddy water, water gun, dragon breath, cuddle, rain dance, sunny day, rock block, mud shot, dragon pulse, cannon beam, heavy slam, acid bomb, ice spin, water splash, rock slide, dragon rage, sleep, thunder, blizzard, double return, mountain crush, thunderbolt, ice beam, mud bomb, life dew, rest, substitute, protect. Description: Niamylong Shueitsue, a dragon Pokemon, is the evolved form of Niamayer Shueitsue, able to wield a malleable metallic shell with finesse. It possesses a tenacious spirit and harbors a disdain for solitude. If its beloved companion departs, it becomes uncontrollably enraged. Infused with the energy of the Shalebi gem, its healing and recovery abilities have been significantly enhanced, and its qualifications have even improved. Chapter 127, the first meeting of the Sandstorm team. Not only is there Niamylong, but also the three-headed dragon. As the youngest sibling, evolving alongside the elder Niamylong speaks volumes of its diligence. Particularly, the three-headed dragon, being a dark dragon-type Pokemon, revels in playfulness, yet manages to suppress its inner desires, engaging in relentless battles. This brings immense joy to Lin Yin, though he laments the three-headed dragon's skill, burp, which proves overwhelmingly pungent. Even without this skill, the three-headed dragon stands as a formidable aerial artillery unit. However, its dark dragon attributes lack the advantages of Niamylong's dragon steel type, primarily due to its quadruple weakness to fairy types and double weaknesses to ice, fighting, and bug types. Nevertheless, it possesses immunities with double resistance to fire, electric, ghost, water, and grass types, alongside immunity to psychic types. Three-headed dragon gender, male type, dark dragon qualification, champion level, 40 ability, levitate held items, empty insurance, premium, dragon fong, premium, priority claw, premium. Skills, tackle, dragon breath, roar, charge, bite, malicious pursuit, frightening face, crunch, self-boost, dragon pulse, hyper voice, dragon dive, destruction ray, fly, flame vortex, mountain crush, taunt, trick, headbutt, scare, dual blade headbutt, double hit, burp. Dragon rage, meteor shower, electromagnetic wave, substitute, rain dance, sunny day, earth power, assist, Thunder Fong, Ice Fong, Fire Fong, Dragon Tail, Roar of Time, Thief, Sleep Talk, Rest, Protect. Description: the three-headed dragon, a ferocious Pokémon, is the evolved form of the two-headed dragon. With 6 wings, it continuously soars through the skies, perceiving all moving entities as adversaries to attack. This exceedingly savage Pokémon is specially trained, excelling in the burp technique, and its massive body is brimming with dark-type energy. With its 3 heads acting in unison, the three-headed dragon has also grown to a size comparable to Niamylong, and its unique anatomical structure allows it to achieve remarkable speed, rivaling that of the land shark, yet it remains a terrifying presence, far surpassing its peers. Onlookers might mistakenly believe they have consumed performance-enhancing substances. Upon evolution, the three-headed dragon began to float effortlessly in the air. Initially, it struggled to maintain balance, swaying awkwardly, but soon adapted to its newfound levitation. Once Niamylong observed the three-headed dragon finding its footing, it concentrated its energy and unleashed a barrage of attacks toward the three-headed dragon. To evade, the three-headed dragon soared high into the air, followed by a rain of meteors descending upon the battlefield. Days later, the inaugural meeting of the Sandstorm team commenced. Banbandra, the land shark, Niamylong, and the three-headed dragon stood in a line, resembling a colossal hill from a distance, while Shalebi perched upon Niamylong's shoulder. Lin Yin smiled and remarked, "As of now, the Sandstorm team is still short 2 Pokémon, and all 4 of you have ascended to the ranks of quasi-champions. Do you have anything to share?" Banbandra was the first to speak, delivering a lengthy address. The implication is clear. One must strive diligently for the next opportunity to confront the Flame Emperor and decisively overpower him. Lin Yin nodded affirmatively, indeed. The next contender is the fierce Garchomp, who expressed his desire to battle in the High School Cup, aiming to crush his adversaries and shine brightly. Lin Yin smiled, recognizing that Garchomp relished such moments. However, based on his estimations, the majority of competitors in the main event would not possess formidable strength, with most Pokémon typically above level 30. Only trainers like Lin Yin and Lina, belonging to the 2nd and 3rd generations, might exhibit some prowess. Yet it is rare for many from those generations to participate each year. Thus, Lin Yin was quite confident in securing victory in the competition. The format of the main event was also distinct. It commenced with double battles featuring 2 Pokémon, culminating in a final where 3 Pokémon would face off. This structure was designed considering that trainers had only recently acquired their Pokémon. If it were the Elite Cup, the battles would begin with 3-on-3 and escalate to 6-on-6, taking into account not only the Pokémon's strength, but also the trainer's tactical acumen and overall competence. Speaking of the Elite Cup, the recent demise of a fighting-type champion in the South China region left a vacancy that could not remain unfilled for long. It was likely that the Elite Cup would soon be organized to select a new champion. The minimum requirement for participation in the Elite Cup was to possess 6 Pokémon, with at least 2 reaching the champion level, while the remaining 4 must be at least of the quasi-champion tier. Currently, Lin Yin did not meet this standard, but this did not preclude future possibilities. With the ongoing High School Cup, it was anticipated that the Elite Cup would not commence until a year and a half later. By then, Lin Yin's Banjira and Garchomp would surely have reached champion status. Should he ascend to the rank of champion, he would undoubtedly be known as the Sandstorm champion. However, contemplating such distant aspirations seemed premature. Ahem, now it's your turn, Dragapult. What would you like to say? Dragapult, as usual, reiterated the same sentiments. Lin Yin cleared his throat, reassuring, "Rest assured, your dress will arrive shortly. Once it does, I shall present you with the Pokédex, and you may purchase whatever you desire." Upon hearing this, Dragapult bounced with excitement. After evolving, the previous dresses became unwearable, prompting an urgent request for Lin Yin to procure a new one. With the acquisition of items through the system, allowing for the trial of new dresses, the thrill of shopping intensified, leading to a relentless browsing spree on the platform, trying on beautiful dresses while passing on those deemed unappealing. Hydreigon flapped its wings eagerly, poised for action. Lin Yin chuckled. "You seem the most eager. It's your turn, speak up." Goose, goose, goose. Hydreigon's 3 heads were in discord, eager to discuss. Eventually, Lin Yin discerned that it wished to battle and was also craving delectable treats. One must admit, Hydreigon had quite high demands. Rewards distributed, Dragapult's dress, Hydreigon's delicacies. Lin Yin felt this was perhaps the most economical reward bestowed by the system, yet undoubtedly, it was what both Pokémon cherished most. Thus, for the main event of the High School Cup, we shall deploy Garchomp and Hydreigon. Are there any objections? Banjira shook his head. Feeling pleased with his 2 junior partners taking the stage, as he would inevitably have his opportunity later. Dragapult was captivated by the prospect of its beautiful dress, holding no objections to the participation of its elder brother and younger siblings. Celebi fluttered joyfully in the air, bouncing around and playfully throwing punches at the air. You wish to take the stage too? Lin Yin inquired, looking at Celebi. Celebi nodded enthusiastically. Chapter 128, The High School Cup. Dear audience, welcome to the annual national finals of the High School Cup. I shall be your commentator for this segment, and many of you may recognize me. Indeed, I am the beloved Luihua, a household name. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, indicating that a considerable number recognized the illustrious commentator. Next, we have the contestant Lin Yin from Anong City facing off against Huijiajio from Jirua City. Lin Yin is particularly adept at utilizing the dual-headed Tyranitar, while his semi-divine Pokémon is perfectly countered by Huijiajio's adeptness with Fairy-type Pokémon. However, since this match is a 2v2, the outcome may not solely hinge on the Pokémon, but rather on the trainer's tactical maneuvers. Without further ado, let the match commence. The audience from Anong City, upon witnessing this scene, appeared dismayed. What is happening? We just said that as long as Lin Yin avoids Huijiajio, he has a chance to enter the top 16. Now it seems we collectively jinxed it. Huijiajio, clad in a white t-shirt and fitted pants, radiated youthfulness and vitality. Amidst the fervent cheers of the crowd, Lin Yin grinned as he retrieved 2 Pokeballs from his pocket, declaring, "Come forth, Garchomp and Hydreigon. The time has come to rely on you." Oh, 2 semi-divine Pokémon. But what is with their size? How can they appear so formidable? Luihua seized the opportunity to elaborate. Garchomp and Hydreigon's sizes were astonishingly larger than typical for their species, inciting a wave of excitement among the spectators. Garchomp thunderously landed on the familiar battlefield, while Hydreigon hovered above, surveying the surroundings. In the expansive arena, akin to a football field, the 2 Pokémon exhibited palpable enthusiasm. At that moment, Celebi also made an appearance, discreetly cheering for Garchomp and Hydreigon by waving its tiny fists. Huijiajio, initially impressed by Lin Yin's charm, found her expression falter upon seeing the terrifying presence of the 2 semi-divine Pokémon. Come forth, Xerneas and Swablu. Both Xerneas and Swablu are immune to Dragon-type moves, yet they are doubly weak to Ground-type attacks. It remains to be seen how Lin Yin will respond. Swablu. Gender: female. Level: 39. Qualification: champion. Type: Fairy Steel. Ability: Prankster. After Mega Evolution, its ability becomes Huge Power, doubling physical attack. Held item: Focus Sash, ordinary. Moves: Play Rough. Description: Swablu, a deceptive Pokémon, transforms its steel feathers into a formidable beak. Those who underestimate it due to its gentle appearance may find themselves suddenly caught in its vice-like grip. Xerneas. Gender: female. Level: 41. Qualification: Quasi-champion. Type: Dragon Flying. Upon Mega Evolution, it becomes Fairy Dragon. Ability: Cloud 9. After Mega Evolution, it gains Fairy Aura. Normal type moves become Fairy type and increase in damage. Held item: Focus Sash, ordinary. Moves: Geomancy. Description: Xerneas, the humming Pokémon, evolves from the cotton bird and dances among the cotton clouds. When it sings a melody with a transparent voice, listeners become entranced, as if wandering in a dream. Knowing oneself and one's adversaries leads to victory in countless battles. Lin Yin had previously gathered intelligence revealing that Huijiajio was the daughter of a CEO of a public corporation, adored and indulged by her father, who supported her every whim. Thus, Lin Yin surmised that both of her Pokémon likely possessed Mega Stones, enabling them to undergo Mega Evolution. Huijiajio must have undergone corresponding physical training to endure 2 Mega Evolutions. However, Lin Yin remained confident. The reason was simple: his Garchomp was at level 48. And with long-term nurturing, defeating the 2 little ones should be as effortless as a stroll in the park. Yet such an outcome would not serve the purpose of training. Garchomp, you need not exert yourself to the fullest. And you, Hydreigon, familiarize yourself with Pokémon battles as much as you can. Lin Yin chuckled. Huijiajio frowned, feeling underestimated, and decided to respond with determination. Mega Evolve Xerneas. Mega Evolve Gyarados. Raising her keystone high, a radiant light shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, dazzling in its brilliance. The audience gasped as Huijiajio boldly opted for Mega Evolution. What? Is this for real? Huijiajio has chosen to Mega Evolve without hesitation. Once this supernatural power is unleashed, the battle will conclude at an astonishing speed, Luihua exclaimed, microphone in hand, his voice brimming with excitement. The crowd erupted in a wave of chatter, They had never witnessed a Mega Evolution battle before, and this was truly a spectacle. Lin Yin took a deep breath, acknowledging his opponent's audacity in initiating Mega Evolution right from the start. In that case, I shall not hold back. Garchomp, summon a Sandstorm, he declared with a grin. Garchomp had learned the move Sandstorm, and although not as fearsome as Tyranitar, it had absorbed some of its prowess from their long companionship. The Sandstorm surged forth, but alas. Xerneas soared high above, untouched by the storm, while Gyarados, possessing steel attributes, remained impervious to its effects. Many in the audience were perplexed, questioning the purpose of the Sandstorm. Soon, they would understand, as Garchomp gradually disappeared into the swirling sand. Hydreigon hovered in midair, while Gyarados appeared bewildered, unsure of whom to target next. Unwilling to be outdone, Hui Jiao commanded, Xerneas, use Misty Terrain. Gyarados, Swords Dance. The Misty Terrain, a Fairy-type move, would reduce Dragon-type damage and render them immune to status effects. With Gyarados' ability to boost its power through Swords Dance, combined with the potential of its Fairy-type move Play Rough to deal quadruple damage to Hydreigon, the odds of a one-hit knockout were significant. Of course, this was merely speculation, as Gyarados could not reach the sky. Determined, Lin Yin shouted, Garchomp, use Earthquake on Gyarados. Hydreigon, unleash Ice Beam on Xerneas. He strategically divided the battlefield, targeting Hydreigon at Xerneas and Garchomp at Gyarados. It was clear that Gyarados could not take down Garchomp in a single blow, while Xerneas would serve as perfect training for Hydreigon. As the battle unfolded, Garchomp relentlessly assaulted Gyarados with its speed. Despite Gyarados' high attack power, it could barely graze Garchomp's tough hide. Gyarados' continuous attempts were in vain, leaving it frustrated, but fortunately, the Misty Terrain allowed Fairy-type Pokémon to recover their stamina swiftly. Hui Jiao devised a plan for Gyarados to ride Xerneas, utilizing its speed to swiftly eliminate Hydreigon before turning to face the formidable Garchomp. However, little did she know that Lin Yin's Pokémon were exceptionally strong and exceedingly troublesome. Those unaware might have mistaken Hui Jiao for the one at a disadvantage due to type weaknesses. How can this be? I clearly activated Mega Evolution. Hui Jiao began to doubt herself, but quickly regained her composure. Gyarados gathered energy, prepared to guard against the lurking Garchomp within the sandstorm. Unbeknownst to anyone, Garchomp had been using Dragon Dance within the storm, maximizing its speed and physical attack. If Lin Yin had not intentionally eased the pressure, Hui Jiao's Pokémon would have been knocked out before they could even contest. The strength of Lin Yin's Pokémon is astonishing, overpowering Hui Jiao despite the type disadvantage. Luai Hua, observing from a distance with his sunglasses, was taken aback, having initially anticipated Lin Yin's suppression. The audience, captivated by the fierce battle below, even pulled out their Pokédexes, ready to record the match. The clash was intense, and the aerial skirmish was equally fierce. Hydreigon unleashed ice beams, resembling a barrage of bombs, continuously bombarding Xerneas. With triple attacks, Flamethrower, Ice Beam, and each head releasing its breath attacks, the onslaught left Xerneas in a state of confusion, unable to contain its power any longer. Xerneas gathered immense energy, producing a colossal wave that resonated through the air with a thunderous roar. It was the move Hyper Voice, and Xerneas' ability transform normal-type moves into fairy-type ones, amplifying their power. When the two moves collided, a thick cloud of black smoke enveloped the arena, benefiting Hydreigon's movement as both heads relied solely on their sense of smell. Lin Yin laughed heartily. Hydreigon, dive into the smoke and use Ice Fong, Fire Fong, and Thunder Fong. All three heads launched a simultaneous attack, challenging Hui Jiao's defense. Oh no! Hui Jiao broke into a cold sweat. Caught off guard by Lin Yin's relentless assault, she had not anticipated this outcome, but she would not yield. Xerneas, use Light of Ruin. Clear the smoke. Since she had no idea where Hydreigon would emerge from the fog, she aimed to obliterate the smoke entirely. Light of Ruin was a normal-type move with a power of 150, though it came with the drawback of momentary action delay post-use. Nevertheless, Xerneas, in its mega form, could withstand one move without difficulty. The destructive light surged forth, and Hydreigon, refusing to back down, braced itself against the intense radiance, fiercely biting at Xerneas. The immobilized Xerneas, struck by the three heads, let out a heavy roar, yet its assault persisted, with the trio viciously tearing at its form. Seeing the side effects fade, Hui Jiao quickly commanded, Xerneas, hold on. Use your speed to create distance. Although Xerneas had taken significant damage as a mega evolution, it endured through sheer strength and type advantage. Hydreigon, quadruple weak to fairy-type moves, had also been left panting from the attack. Fortunately, its ability to float minute did not require excessive energy to remain airborne. However, being newly evolved, Hydreigon had not undergone flight training, clearly lacking the speed of Xerneas, who had evidently trained extensively in aerial maneuvers, leaving Lin Yin envious. Had his Hydreigon possessed such flight speed, it would have overwhelmed Xerneas long ago. The battle raged on, but many spectators noted that the scales of victory had evidently shifted in favor of Lin Yin. In the midst of the sandstorm, the fierce Garchomp exhibited an effortless mastery, while the weary Bidoof was forced out of its mega form, panting heavily. "Hold on, Bidoof." Hui Jiao wiped the cold sweat from her brow, her gaze sharpening with determination. "Super Mega Altaria, hurry and assist Bidoof. Eliminate those three-headed dragons at once." Hui Jiao was all in. She was betting on the speed of her Super Mega Altaria to surpass that of Garchomp. The majestic Super Mega Altaria swooped down, preparing to embrace Bidoof, a maneuver they had rehearsed countless times. With a graceful leap, Bidoof landed squarely on the back of Super Mega Altaria. Lin Yin smirked. Since the opponent was overestimating their abilities, it was time to conclude this match swiftly. "Garchomp, unleash your full power." Hui Jiao was taken aback. What? All this time, Garchomp had yet to reveal its full strength? She found it hard to believe. No, it must be a trick. I refuse to accept it. Currently, Bidoof was utilizing Sword's Dance to maximize its physical attack, but having reverted from Mega Form, it was still adequate to contend with the three-headed dragons. Now was the moment. Bidoof unleashed Play Rough, while Super Mega Altaria employed Hyper Voice. Hui Jiao felt victory beckoning her. It's over. It's over. Garchomp dove in with a powerful strike, using Steel Wing to finish the battle. Lin Yin chuckled as the two opponents were clustered together, making them easy targets for Garchomp's attack. Too late. Battle concluded. Hui Jiao smiled confidently, trusting in the speed of her Altaria. Yet, she was oblivious to the true nature of her adversary. Upon witnessing his second brother's action, the three-headed dragon had completely given up, too lazy to move. Confident in its brother's swiftness, Lu Aihua observed this spectacle, astonished that the three-headed dragon had ceased all movement. Could Lin Yin's Garchomp truly outpace the mega-evolved Altaria? The moment of truth was upon them. With a thunderous roar, Garchomp flickered and suddenly appeared before Super Mega Altaria. The clash of the three Pokémon generated a colossal cloud of smoke, leaving everyone uncertain of the outcome. Lin Yin grinned. "Three-headed dragon, disperse the smoke." The three-headed dragon flapped its wings vigorously, clearing the haze. Garchomp emerged unscathed, clutching two unconscious Pokémon in its claws, none other than Altaria and Bidoof. This was truly a defeat. Hui Jiao could hardly believe it, yet she acknowledged Garchomp's speed, her eyes flashing before she sighed in resignation. "You both did well. The opponent was simply too formidable." Lin Yin laughed. How was the battle for the three-headed dragon? Was it enjoyable? The three-headed dragon stuck out its tongue, having taken a direct hit from a devastating attack that nearly eliminated it. Garchomp flexed its robust limbs, drawing the admiration of countless spectators eager to capture the moment. Not only had Garchomp swiftly incapacitated two Pokémon, but its strikingly polished exterior and imposing stature also commanded attention. Lu Aihua rode in on a Fiero, microphone in hand, grinning. Congratulations to Lin Yin for triumphing over Hui Jiao and advancing to the top 32. Best of luck on your path to the championship. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Viewers at home, especially those from Anong City, were ecstatic, leaping with joy. Haha, our Lin Yin has won. This is truly splendid news. Furthermore, the bug-type contestant has also advanced. After the match, Lena approached Lin Yin, her face clouded with disappointment. "I thought this competition was in the bag, only to find so many formidable opponents. If luck is not on my side, I might only make it to the top 8. Lin Yin smiled. "With your strength combined with the Blizzard King, reaching the top 4 is entirely feasible. Besides, what does the ranking truly matter? You can obtain those rewards at any time." Lena furrowed her brow, lamenting, "This is the task given to me by the old man. At the very least, I must reach the top 4 to uphold his honor. I just hope not to run into you." Lin Yin chuckled. "Rest assured, this competition is ranked by the champions' combinations. They are well aware of our identities and will deliberately avoid matching us." At that, Lena's expression relaxed somewhat. As long as she didn't encounter someone as formidable as Lin Yin, the top 4 should be achievable. Coincidentally, Chinchou also approached, sighing. "It seems the best I can hope for is the top 8. What's this? Not competing for the championship with me?" Lin Yin teased. "What championship? I just reviewed the footage and found numerous monsters, including that Super Charizard from the first match. If it weren't for my fire god Moth's formidable prowess, I would have been eliminated right from the start. That would have been utterly humiliating. Speaking of which, Lin, do you have any new research akin to Mega Evolution? Chinchou inquired curiously. Lin Yin had plenty of ideas swirling in his mind. Gigantamax, Z-moves, terrestrialization. Yet aside from Z-moves, the other two had regional restrictions, making them inaccessible to Lin Yin. As for Z-moves, they required Z-crystals and an awkward dance routine, which was even more troublesome. Compared to such flashy techniques, Mega Evolution was far superior and undeniably potent. Lin Yin simply shook his head. After exchanging pleasantries, the group made their way to the training grounds to prepare for Pokémon training. This time, Lin Yin intended to have Garchomp and the three-headed dragon take the stage. Garchomp was currently in perfect form, with no need for training. However, the three-headed dragon was different. It had just evolved and was sluggish in its flight, with its moves still feeling unfamiliar, particularly its flying techniques, which required rigorous practice. Thus, a dedicated flying training session for the three-headed dragon commenced. The three-headed dragon eagerly devoured anything edible, willing to do anything as long as it involved food. Hee. The adorable Dratini is using Dragon Pulse to harass the three-headed dragon. Lin Yin chuckled. Lina and Chinchou also needed training, so they decided to use the three-headed dragon as a target. Blizzard King, unleash Ice Beam. Fire God Moth, execute Flame Dance. Countless beams of skill erupted, relentlessly bombarding the three-headed dragon. Initially, the three-headed dragon struggled against these sudden attacks, inadvertently suffering considerable damage. As time progressed, the three-headed dragon became increasingly adept, at times lazily sidestepping incoming attacks with a mere tilt of its body. It must be said, this little fellow's talent was nothing short of remarkable. It was genuinely formidable. Three-headed dragon, keep it up. After today's training, you'll get a special treat. Lin Yin cheered for the three-headed dragon. At that moment, Celebi fluttered into view, its form continuously shifting, unnoticed by anyone but Lin Yin. As the training continued, the aroma of grilled skewers wafted through the air. While enjoying the skewers, Lin Yin's Pokédex suddenly beeped. Upon answering, he was surprised to see it was the old man. Hey, how have you been lately? Did you manage to capture Regigigas? Lin Yin inquired eagerly. The old man sighed. Don't get me started. That's precisely why they're called legendary Pokémon. Their power is simply too overwhelming, and there are numerous wild Pokémon causing disruption. Capturing them is far from easy. Lin Yin nodded, deeply resonating with the sentiment. Capturing divine beasts is no simple feat. For instance, the Flame Emperor has claimed the lives of more than one formidable opponent. Old Master, he said, I have heard that you dared to provoke the Flame Emperor. What was the outcome? Did you uncover any information regarding divine beasts? Lin Yin replied, it was purely accidental. I initially intended to recruit a few fire-type sprites from the Flame Emperor's tribe, only to unexpectedly stumble upon the dark machinations of the Shadow Association. The situation turned out as you are already aware. However, I did make one discovery. Divine beasts form their own clans, and among them exists a concept known as divine authority, which can only be wielded by the most elite among them. A divine beast that holds divine authority not only possesses the ability to articulate human speech, but also boasts formidable strength. It is best to avoid provoking such beings. The old master nodded. I see, I understand. By the way, do you still have the attribute fruits you sent me earlier? After I gave them to the Sharpedo and Dragonite, their mental states improved significantly. Of course, those are safely stored in my secret realm, and I have plenty more. So there is no need to worry about overindulgence. I will send them to the same address shortly, Lin Yin assured him. Great. I will pick them up later. Also, regarding this upcoming high school cup, I have faith that you will secure the championship. You must give it your all and remain vigilant. In the end, under the old master's earnest exhortations, Lin Yin promised to defeat his opponents and claim victory, after which the old master finally relented. Chapter 131. Close Quarters Combat Techniques. 3 days later, the matches from the round of 32 to the round of 16 commenced. The recent matches had garnered immense attention, with countless thrilling video snippets being edited and nominated for Best Battles of the Year, propelling the excitement surrounding the High School Cup to even greater heights. Of course, there were a few jesters who mocked that the main event of the High School Cup was merely a contest among the descendants of prestigious families, with no commoner ever breaking into the top 32. Nevertheless, such sentiments did little to hinder the event's proceedings. Lin Yin, unfortunately, drew the volcanic arena, where the ground was simulated to resemble a volcano, periodically spewing forth searing lava. If one was not careful to evade, a single misstep could lead to defeat due to this minor detail. In the arena, the familiar sultry commentator, Lu Aihua, was present, alongside the fervent and passionate crowd. Greetings to our audience. We are about to witness the match between the top 32 and top 16 of the High School Cup. Our two contestants today are Lin Yin, who excels in Dragon-type sprites, and Jiang Yu, a master of Fire-type sprites. Without further ado, let us immerse ourselves in the spectacle. Lin Yin versus Jiang Yu. As the commentator's voice faded, the screens unveiled the match, and a wave of applause erupted. Come forth, Sharpedo, Hydreigon. Lin Yin retrieved his Pokeballs from his waist and hurled them forward. Roar, Sharpedo, Three-headed dragon. Both sprites emerged, brimming with vigor and poised for action. Oh, our contestant Lin Yin is once again employing these two quasi-divine sprites. However, this may render his tactics transparent to his opponent, leading to a potential downfall. Yet, Lin Yin seems to possess a certain confidence in their capabilities. Jiang Yu chuckled. All right, come forth. Blaziken, Camerupt, Blaziken, gender male, level 41, qualification, quasi-champion, ability, speed boost, increases speed each turn until it reaches its peak. Type, firefighting, held item, charcoal, standard, moves, flame punch, double kick, bulk up, protect. Description, Blaziken. The Blaze Pokemon is the evolved form of Torchic. In battle, it emits scorching flames from its wrists, bravely confronting its foes. The stronger the opponent, the fiercer the flames burn. This Blaziken has undergone extensive combat training, making it exceptionally adept at close-quarters combat, particularly in fighting. Camerupt, gender male, level 40, qualification, king. Type, fireground. Ability, solid rock, provides resistance to super effective moves. Held item, heat rock, standard. Moves, sunny day, iron defense, protect. Description, Camerupt, the eruption Pokemon, is the evolved form of Numel. It has the ability to release lava from its back that reaches temperatures of 10,000 degrees Celsius. Trained in weather manipulation, it boasts a rugged physique, making it a formidable powerhouse in sunny weather. Oh, Jiang Yu's sprites are both capable of Mega Evolution. Will he follow the same strategy as Lin Yin's previous opponent and initiate Mega Evolution right from the start? Let us wait and see. The match officially commenced. Sharpedo, enhance your attributes after the sandstorm. Lin Yin intended to command Dragon Dance, but hesitated, fearing it might incite unnecessary commotion. Three-headed dragon, use trick. Beginning with attribute honing is an innate instinct in Pokemon battles. Jiang Yu chuckled. Camerupt, initiate Sunny Day, followed by Iron Defense. Blaziken executed Bulk Up to boost its stats. The arena was soon engulfed in a swirling sandstorm, as a fierce gust of sand arose, threatening to flatten the nearby volcanic terrain. Radiant red energy enveloped Camerupt as the ominous clouds overhead dissipated, revealing a blazing sun. Luihua had already taken flight on his Pidgeot to avoid being caught in the crossfire of the impending skills. Both contestants chose to initiate weather and attribute enhancements. However, the volcanic arena favored Jiang Yu significantly. Let us continue to observe. The sandstorm raged on, gradually sapping the stamina of both Camerupt and Blaziken. Lin Yin commanded, Three-headed dragon. Execute triple attack. Sharpedo dove into the sandstorm, employing Dragon Claw. Camerupt retaliated with Flamethrower, while Blaziken unleashed Flame Punch against Sharpedo. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Yet, Sharpedo found itself in the rare position of facing a worthy opponent for close-quarters combat, relishing the opportunity to make the match more exhilarating. The three-headed dragon took advantage of its aerial maneuverability, intermittently harassing Jiang Yu's two sprites. However, it was evident that the three-headed dragon recognized Sharpedo's desire for a direct confrontation with Blaziken, hence it was holding back in the battle, appearing rather unskilled. Lin Yin observed everything intently, yet he remained unperturbed. After all, victory was assured. Sharpedo's size and stamina greatly surpassed that of Blaziken. In a short span of time, Blaziken was left panting heavily. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow and reluctantly retrieved a stone from his pocket. Time to Mega Evolve. Blaziken Camerupt. Accompanied by a dazzling burst of white light, the two sprites underwent a transformation, their forms expanding dramatically, with Blaziken enveloped in layers of flames. Now, Jiang Yu commanded, use low kick. In his perspective, the formidable size of the Mega Sharpedo, if struck by the Super Blaziken, would incur substantial damage, while the languid Hydreigon was entirely disregarded. However, he underestimated the prowess of Mega Sharpedo. Even the Super Blaziken proved to be an inadequate adversary. Mega Sharpedo was intrigued by the close combat techniques of the Blaziken. Recognizing that while its strength was not overwhelming, its fighting skills were commendable, though it did not exert its full power. The Super Blaziken managed to withstand the assault and even found opportunities to retaliate. As Mega Sharpedo observed and emulated, it eventually enveloped itself in its own attribute-enhanced power for its offensive maneuvers, eschewing the use of skills altogether. Luihua was astonished to witness Mega Sharpedo engaging in close combat with the Super Blaziken, as both Pokémon seemed to revel in the encounter. Chapter 132, Shadow Tread Jengar. The battle escalated in intensity, prompting Lin Yin to relinquish command and allow Mega Sharpedo to unleash its full potential. Regardless, he felt assured of his victory, a sentiment not shared by Jiangyu. Super Blaziken, utilize Fire Punch. And you, Embor, execute Earthquake. Jiangyu commanded. The Blaziken's ability, Speed Boost, had reached its maximum capacity. Surrounded by flames, it charged towards Mega Sharpedo. The Earthquake followed, aiming to destabilize Mega Sharpedo's footing. However, they overlooked the fact that Mega Sharpedo could fly. Meanwhile, witnessing his comrade being overwhelmed, Hydreigon gathered an immense amount of energy, unleashing a crimson-yellow beam, its signature move, Dark Pulse. This time, it was directed at Embor, whose resistance remained relatively low despite its mega evolution. Watch out for Hydreigon's ambush on Embor, Jiangyu exclaimed. Lin Yin scoffed. Do you think dodge is a magical skill? You can't simply evade an attack. With a pained cry, Embor succumbed to defeat. None anticipated such an outcome. Cursed be this. Return, Embor. You fought valiantly. Jiangyu reluctantly recalled his Pokémon, acutely aware that the scales of victory had tilted against him. Luihua, soaring on his Fiero, remarked. Who would have thought Hydreigon's damage was so high? It eliminated Jiangyu's Super Embor in a single blow. We can now declare Lin Yin the victor of this match. As time drew near, Lin Yin casually declared, Mega Sharpedo, conclude this battle. Dragon Dive. The energy surged, coalescing around Mega Sharpedo, exuding an overwhelming presence. Jiangyu, undeterred, shouted, Super Blaziken, make your final stand. Go. The Super Blaziken erupted in a conflagration, colliding with Mega Sharpedo. When their energies intertwined, a tremendous explosion ensued, sending shockwaves and smoke billowing into the air. In the ensuing chaos, the outcome remained obscured until Hydreigon flapped its wings, revealing the battlefield. There stood Mega Sharpedo triumphantly, while the Super Blaziken lay defeated, appearing utterly wretched. You fought hard. The opponent was simply too formidable. Return, Blaziken. Jiangyu acknowledged the reality of the situation, recognizing that victory was beyond his grasp. Lin Yin, smiling as he recalled both Pokémon, understood that completing the High School Cup mission would earn him a choice of Pokémon Egg. He contemplated whether to select a Pokémon with differing abilities, such as a physical attacker like the strongman Groudon. Yet, he doubted the system's capabilities, recalling how it had once opted for inaction against NEI. As he pondered, Luihua exclaimed, Congratulations to our Lin Yin for advancing to the top 16. Let us anticipate his next steps. Following his victory, Lin Yin felt no need to linger. Yet the other competitors were still engaged in their matches. Thus, he sought out the arena where Lena was competing. The battle between the Mega Abomasnow and Mega Frostless unfolded amidst a snowstorm, rendering the opponent's Pokémon nearly immobile. Although fiercely contested, it was evident to those with discerning eyes who would emerge victorious. Ultimately, the Mega Frostless concluded the match with a decisive Dark Pulse. As Lena exited the arena, she spotted Lin Yin and approached him. So what do you think of my snow team? Lin Yin gave a thumbs up, indeed impressive. Now on to the top 16. Let's keep pushing forward. At that moment, Bugsy approached, laughing heartily. This time, I faced a Sunny Day team, but their star Pokémon was Venusaur, which my Volcarona easily countered, leading to a smooth victory. All three had successfully advanced, hoping to avoid facing each other in the top 16. With several days until the next match, they chose to train outside, refining their skills while enjoying the process. Come forth, Banette, Mega Sharpedo, Dragapult, Hydreigon, and let us not forget Celebi. The trio trained and strategized, preparing meticulously. 3 days swiftly passed, leading to the draw for the next phase. Fortuitously, Lin Yin found himself in the first bracket, meaning he could only encounter Lena and Bugsy in the semifinals. Although both were in the second bracket, they would meet in the quarterfinals. All that remained was to give their best. Once again, the charismatic commentator Luihua announced, Next up, we have Lin Yin versus Li Baidong. Without further ado, let the match commence. Thunderous applause erupted, for both contestants had demonstrated exceptional prowess to reach the top 16, making their bout highly anticipated. As Lin Yin stepped onto the battlefield, he felt a surge of excitement. He had made it to the top 16. Come forth, Mega Sharpedo, Hydreigon. Lin Yin summoned his trusted companions yet again. This battleground favored him, being a ground-type arena, but his opponent's Pokémon posed a significant challenge. Li Baidong, a refined young man adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of sophistication. Come forth, Gengar, Cursedal. The emergence of these two ghost-type Pokémon sent a chill through the arena, silencing the previously fervent crowd. Ghosts and specters are often met with trepidation in reality, especially those like Gengar, Mismagius, and Cursedal, which have been associated with eerie occurrences. Li Baidong's Pokémon are both ghost types. It is known that ghost types are born from death. This battle promises to be captivating. Moreover, both Gengar and Cursedal possessed Mega Evolution capabilities. Particularly, the combination of Shadow Tread and Song of Endings, a newly devised strategy, elevated Gengar's worth significantly. Lu Aihua passionately proclaimed, igniting fervent discussions among the audience. What an intriguing combination. Why haven't I heard of this before? It seemed to be a newly developed strategy. Lin Yin had unveiled Mega Evolution, and after thorough research by the Pokémon Association, Gengar's ability, Shadow Tread, was confirmed to immobilize the opponent's Pokémon, combined with the Song of Endings and Toxic, creating a formidable nuisance for adversaries. Following the explanations, the surrounding spectators displayed expressions of enlightenment, yet their gazes towards Lin Yin were tinged with apprehension. Such a repugnant lineup. Can the ferocious Garchomp and the formidable Hydreigon withstand it? Chapter 133, The Eerie Rainy Day. Lin Yin furrowed his brow, taken aback by this unexpected formation. In truth, the Song of Ruin in its purest form is not particularly fearsome. Merely soaring far away or fleeing from its sound suffices. However, Shadow Tag perfectly immobilizes Garchomp and Hydreigon, allowing them to endure the onslaught of the Song of Ruin. Lin Yin sighed in despair, contemplating whether he might indeed falter in this treacherous situation. Yet, knowing oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in every battle. Gengar, gender male. Ability, upon Mega Evolution, Shadow Tag, prevents the opponent from escaping. Level 42. Type, Ghost Poison. Potential, Near Champion. Held item, Ghostly Amulet. Moves, Song of Ruin, Shadow Ball. Description, Gengar, the Shadow Pokémon, is the evolved form of Ghastly. If one suddenly feels an icy chill, it signifies that Gengar is near, perhaps having cast a curse upon them. With practice, its singing becomes exceptionally skilled. Duskull, gender male. Ability, upon Mega Evolution, Prankster, allows priority for status moves. Level 41. Type, Ghost. Potential, Elite. Held item, Ghostly Amulet. Moves, Destiny Bond, Curse, Will-O-Wisp. Description, Duskull, the doll Pokémon, is the evolved form of Shuppet. When it pierces its own body with a needle, it generates intense, cursed energy. Once a pitiful doll discarded, it has become remarkably powerful through rigorous training. And now, let the match commence. Let us witness the unfolding spectacle. After Lu Aihua spoke, he mounted his Pidgeot and soared far away to avoid any collateral damage. Lin Yin versus Li Baidong. Li Baidong's strategy requires Mega Evolution to take effect. Thus, he wasted no time, his ring shimmering with ethereal light. The brilliant light of evolution radiated intensely. Gengar, Duskull, Mega Evolution. Gengar and Duskull's forms expanded, their ghostly energy surging within, casting a shadow over the previously clear skies as dark clouds began to amass. Of course, even though Shadow Tag combined with the Song of Ruin is exceedingly formidable, if the disparity in strength is too great, the effect may not be as pronounced. In fact, Garchomp could even resist it forcefully. Garchomp summoned its inner strength, shattering the ground as it unleashed a sandstorm. Hydreigon ascended swiftly into the air, preparing to execute a cunning move. Seizing the opportunity while the opponent was engaged in Mega Evolution, Lin Yin made a swift decision. The energy surged beneath Garchomp's feet, causing the ground to fracture, debris swirling in the air. The roar of the sandstorm could partially obstruct the Song of Ruin, and given Garchomp's might, even if struck by the song, it would not succumb to incapacitation in a few rounds. Li Baidong immediately grasped Lin Yin's intentions, his expression shifting, yet he remained unafraid. Mega Gengar unleashed the Song of Ruin. Duskull targeted Garchomp with Will-O-Wisp. He understood that Lin Yin's Garchomp was the main powerhouse, thus directing all skills toward it in hopes of eliminating one before confronting Hydreigon. Will-O-Wisp could inflict a burn status, causing the opponent to lose health each turn, while having their physical attack due to the burn. Lin Yin refrained from issuing commands as Garchomp was currently utilizing Dragon Dance, remaining unperturbed despite the Will-O-Wisp's debilitating effect. However, Li Baidong was ecstatic. Gengar slipped into the shadows, launching a Shadow Ball at Garchomp. Duskull unleashed a flamethrower, Lin Yin was not to be underestimated. As Garchomp retaliated with Dragon Claw, shattering the opponent's moves, Hydreigon executed a tri-attack from the sky, creating disturbances. This battle could easily turn disastrous. The opponent's abilities included Destiny Bond, and Lin Yin worried that Duskull might eliminate Garchomp. Yet, the level disparity was too vast, even if the same move was used. It would merely exhaust Garchomp's stamina significantly. With unstoppable momentum, Garchomp barreled through the two Pokémon's moves, enveloped in fierce dragon energy, charging toward Duskull with overwhelming force. Duskull's eyes glowed crimson as ghostly energy amassed within, forming a colossal energy sphere to confront Garchomp. Roaring, Garchomp pressed on. Still afflicted by the burn and the exhausting effects of the Song of Ruin, thusly Baidong felt no fear. Duskull cackled, its hands forming blades as it faced Garchomp head-on. Contrary to the anticipated stalemate, upon collision, Duskull was repelled, crying out in pain as it was pushed back by the dragon energy. Suddenly, Mega Gengar emerged from Garchomp's shadow, its claws gathering energy, launching a shadow ball. At that moment, Hydreigon fired an ice beam, resulting in a clash that sent Garchomp retreating with a howl. One cannot deny the Song of Ruin's insidious nature. While it may not incapacitate an opponent in 3 rounds, it undeniably drains considerable stamina. We can sense the tension in this battle, catching everyone off guard. It remains a mystery why Lin Yin's Hydreigon has been merely skimming the surface, only attacking occasionally. Lu Aihua assumed it was a tactic, saying nothing further. Li Baidong noticed this as well, initially believing it was a unique strategy, but upon further reflection, he pondered whether Lin Yin was merely training Garchomp, allowing it to shine. He quickly suppressed this thought. Both competitors were of equal age, and he could not fathom such strength among his peers. Duskull, unleash your ghostly energy, Li Baidong commanded with a sweeping gesture. Duskull cackled, then opened its mouth wide, laughing maniacally. A chilling breeze swept through the surroundings, as ghostly energy swirled around Duskull, expanding like layers of mist. As the mist emerged, it rapidly swelled, reaching the cloud layers above, causing energy to erupt and tear a rift in the clouds. The gap widened, and soon, a torrential downpour ensued, shrouding the area in an eerie gloom. What has transpired? Is this Duskull's special ability? Lu Aihua discreetly retrieved an umbrella. Stepping back to the side, Lin Yin frowned, recognizing that this move resembled a rain summoning technique, intertwined with ghostly energy, seemingly a unique weather phenomenon. Much like his own Tyranitar, which infused dark energy into a sandstorm, creating a ferocious abyssal sandstorm capable of obscuring other energy types and amplifying its destructive power. Indeed, this world is filled with prodigies. Lin Yin had not anticipated that his opponent would also discover a unique weather ability. The ensuing battle promises to be captivating. Lin Yin observed as Gengar and Duskull's forms suddenly vanished, a smirk gracing his lips, for the situation had taken an intriguing turn. Chapter 134, Instant Annihilation. According to the lore, Ghost-type Pokémon can seamlessly enter shadows at will. Yet, in the midst of a dark, stormy night, does this not imply that Mega Gengar and Mega Duskull can emerge at any moment, even soaring into the air to ambush Hydreigon? In contrast to Hydreigon, Garchomp concealed itself within the sandstorm, utilizing its Sandveil ability for safety. It was a success. In that case, let us target Hydreigon. Nighttime ambush, Li Baidong decisively commanded, opting to strike at the softer target first. Before long, 2 shadowy figures emerged before and behind the 3-headed dragon, moving with such swiftness that Lin Yin barely had time to react. The 2 spirits surged with energy, launching a coordinated assault. The 3-headed dragon let out a fearsome roar, its presence commanding respect. In that case, do not blame me for being impolite. Unleash your fury. The 3-headed dragon vented its wrath, releasing a burp infused with enhanced damage from a cunning ploy. The sound of repeated puffs echoed through the arena. Lu Aihua was the first to react, covering his mouth and nose as he took flight towards the distance. Just as Lu Baidong believed victory was within his grasp, a thick fog enveloped both spirits from the front and back, interrupting their skills and rendering them dizzy with nausea. Fortunately, the 3-headed dragon had not consumed much prior. Otherwise, a mass exodus from the audience would have ensued. It seemed the 3-headed dragon's abilities were so formidable that the dreary weather dissipated instantly, along with the ominous song affixed to the Mega Garchomp. This scene left many in awe, questioning what kind of burp could unleash such chaos upon 2 powerful skills. The Mega Gengar and Mega Mimikyu writhed on the ground, unable to contain their retching, their expressions so grotesque that onlookers might have thought a calamity had occurred. How is this even possible? Lu Baidong knew the potency of the three-headed dragon's burp, yet he never anticipated it would be this devastating. His two spirits, known for their resilience, had succumbed to such humiliation. Lin Yin chuckled, suggesting surrender. Or else his two spirits would forever remain under the ominous shadow of the three-headed dragon's burp. Lu Baidong, filled with frustration, had hoped to turn the tide, but was met with this farcical turn of events. Under different circumstances, the Mega Gengar and Mega Mimikyu would not have been so incapacitated. With no other recourse, and Lin Yin having shown mercy, the two spirits regained their composure, preparing to retaliate against the prior humiliation. Meanwhile, the three-headed dragon remained indifferent, floating leisurely in the air. Lu Baidong recognized that with the speed of Mega Garchomp, neither Mega Gengar nor Mega Mimikyu could keep pace. Thus, they combined their efforts to target Mega Garchomp with Electroweb. Electroweb, a remarkable electric-type support move, was one of the most irritating abilities, similar to the move Spatial Rend. While it does not inflict damage, it ensnares the opponent in a paralyzed state. A paralyzed foe would have reduced speed and a chance of becoming immobilized, making it exceptionally troublesome. If Mega Garchomp were to be struck, it could indeed be rendered motionless and subsequently overpowered by the Mega Gengar and Mega Mimikyu. The two spirits' bodies shimmered with electric energy, culminating in a powerful burst of electricity. What initially seemed like a harmless Electroweb transformed into a forceful attack due to the combined might of the two Mega Spirits. However, Mega Garchomp, being a ground-type Pokémon, was immune to electric-type moves, but could not escape the paralysis effect of Electroweb. Mega Garchomp, showcase your speed, create some distance, and execute Dragon Dive. Lin Yin was determined to prevent Mega Garchomp from being ensnared in the Electroweb, instead guiding it to soar into the sky, harnessing the power of its descent to deliver a lethal Dragon Dive upon its adversaries. Surrounded by draconic energy, intertwined with a hint of dark power, Mega Garchomp surged forward, enveloping the two spirits in an imposing aura. No. Mega Mimikyu quickly used Destiny Bond. Mega Gengar, dive into the shadows below. Lu Baidong hastily devised a solution. Yet, Lin Yin had no intention of permitting such maneuvers. He was ready to conclude the battle. Now, summon Sunny Day? The three-headed dragon unleashed a torrent of scorching breath, swiftly dispersing the fog, revealing the blazing sun. With the sun shining brightly, shadows vanished, leaving Mega Gengar with no refuge. The battle was over. A cloud of dust erupted as the spectators widened their eyes, eager to discern the outcome of the clash. Mega Garchomp stood panting on the ground, while the Mega Gengar and Mega Mimikyu lay incapacitated beside it, having lost the will to fight. Although Mega Mimikyu's Destiny Bond had drained a considerable amount of Mega Garchomp's stamina, it was not enough to cause significant harm, and a brief rest would suffice for recovery. Lu Baidong, despondent, recalled his Pokémon, astonished at how swiftly the match had concluded, even allowing his spirits to revert from Mega form. You've worked hard, return now. Mega Garchomp, three-headed dragon, I promise you both a feast upon our return, Lin Yin remarked with a smile, having secured his place in the top 8. Despite the ease of his victory, advancement was undoubtedly a positive outcome. At that moment, Lu Aihua soared in on his Pidgeot. As anticipated, Lin Yin had effortlessly triumphed once more. The audience erupted in applause, celebrating Lin Yin's advancement to the quarterfinals. Having concluded his match in mere 5 minutes, Lin Yin departed, while others still lingered. Upon reaching the Pokémon Center, he discovered that Lena and Chongtuan were engaged in their own battles. Lena faced a ground-type trainer utilizing a Mega Steelix, whose immense stature and stamina posed a significant challenge, yet was ultimately overwhelmed by the onslaught of her Avalugg. It was expected that Lena would emerge victorious. Conversely, Chongtuan faced dire straits, encountering his natural nemesis, as his opponent excelled in battling bug-type Pokémon, leaving him dazed. Although he managed to hold his ground, defeat was imminent. After an intense confrontation, Chongtuan lost, but remained spirited. I had a blast facing such a formidable opponent, he exclaimed. Lin Yin nodded and replied, no worries, besides this tournament, there's the Champion Cup. You can continue to strive for victory next time. The ultimate prize of the College Cup was merely a top-tier semi-divine egg. Truthfully, among the myriad of semi-divine Pokémon, Chongtuan had little need for it, aside from possibly seeking suitable items from the Pokémon Association's treasury. At that moment, Lin Yin recalled his task of visiting Chongtuan, wondering if there was still hope of accomplishing it. After a satisfying meal, they parted ways. Lin Yin began to analyze his next opponent, Han Fan from Pingia City, who specialized in electric-type Pokémon. This was a favorable matchup for Lin Yin, given that his Mega Garchomp was a ground type. Of course, Lin Yin prepared in advance. Against his prowess, the opponent stood no chance of victory. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yin gradually succumbed to slumber, exhausted from consecutive days of high-intensity battles and rigorous training. 3 days later, the quarterfinals commenced officially. This match will determine the latest quartet of champions, a symbol of honor each year. The residents of Anong City are already reveling in joy, given Lin Yin's prowess. Securing a spot among the top 4 seems assured, a feat that has eluded Anong City for many years. Insiders who are aware of Lin Yin's true identity have long since concluded in their minds that he will emerge as the champion. As he steps into the familiar arena, the sultry commentary of Lu Aihua fills the air once more. The battleground remains steadfastly grounded in the terrain of the Earth type. And it must be said that Lin Yin has the upper hand, while his opponent, Han Fan, wears a grim countenance. His electric-type Pokémon stands little chance against the ferocious Mega Garchomp. It feels like sending a meat bun to a dog, an exercise in futility. The overwhelming strength of his adversary makes him contemplate surrender to avoid further humiliation, though he ultimately refrains from conceding outright. Lu Aihua mounts his trusty Beedrill and raises the microphone for an impassioned speech. Without further ado, the quarterfinals commence. Lin Yin vs. Han Fan. Come forth, Mega Garchomp, Hydreigon. Lin Yin dispatches these 2 formidable Pokémon, though he had considered letting Tyranitar and Dragapult take the stage. However, the fervor of the first 2 was undeniable. Thus they were chosen for the battle. Han Fan, without a moment's hesitation, retrieves 2 pale purple Pokeballs from his pocket. Come forth, Ampharos. After much deliberation, he decides on his last Pokémon, Scolipede. It's all up to you this time. Oh, Han Fan has summoned the Scolipede, a Pokémon he has never previously utilized. Lu Aihua's eyes widen, eager to witness this moment. Scolipede typically serves as a support Pokémon, employing moves like Spikes and Toxic. Its exceptional dual defenses shine brightly in battle, boasting 152 physical defense and 142 special defense. Truly remarkable. Coupled with a speed of 35, it holds its own even in a Trick Room team. Know thyself and thy opponent. Lin Yin casually tosses out a Dusk Ball. Scolipede. Type, Poison Bug. Rarity, King. Ability, Unjust, increases accuracy significantly when attacking poison Pokémon. Level 40. Held item, Damp Rock, extends the duration of rain. Moves, Rain Dance, Toxic, Spikes. Description, Scolipede, a non-stellar Pokémon, evolves from Whirlipede, crawling along the ocean floor with its 12 legs. In its wake, it leaves behind fragments of sun coral, having undergone specialized training to excel at Rain Dance. Ampharos. Type, Electric. Gender, Male. Level, 43. Ability, Mega Evolution, ignores the opponent's abilities while attacking. Rarity, Almost King. Held item, Charge Beam, boosts the power of electric-type moves. Moves, Thunder. Electric Terrain. Description, Ampharos, the light Pokémon, evolves from Flaffy. The tip of its tail glimmers with light, serving as a beacon for lost travelers. It has undergone special training to become exceptionally adept at electric-type moves. Lin Yin notices the synergy between electric terrain and Rain Dance, causing a slight shift in his expression. It's crucial to recognize that under rainy conditions, Mega Garchomp's wet body becomes susceptible to electric-type damage. One need only consider the conductive nature of water. Mega Garchomp, unleash a sandstorm. Hydreigon, take to the skies and employ Trick. Lin Yin decisively activates his buffs first. Han Fan, sticking to his strategy, commands, Ampharos, Mega Evolve. With a roar, Ampharos swells in size. White fur erupts from the nape of its neck, and its electric energy surges. Ampharos, Electric Terrain. Scolipede, 2, initiates Rain Dance. The ground crackles with raw electricity, and dark clouds gather overhead, soon unleashing a torrential downpour. With the rain enhancing the electrical power, the storm becomes even more formidable, while the sandstorm mingles with the rain, intensifying its ferocity. Under rainy conditions, thunder is guaranteed to hit. Lin Yin chooses not to disrupt Han Fan's weather setup. For Hydreigon can also learn powerful water and electric moves, adeptly countering the opponent's strategy. The stage is set, and the battle is about to ignite. Oh, both competitors have established their terrains without attempting to disrupt one another, yet this situation appears decidedly advantageous for Han Fan. However, we know that Lin Yin's Mega Garchomp relishes direct confrontations. This is his style. Lu Aihua remarks, stepping back cautiously, wary of potential lightning strikes. Hydreigon relentlessly unleashes Thunder and Water Pulse. Mega Garchomp retaliates with Dragon Claw. Ampharos, after using Thunder, charges in with a Thunder Punch. Scolipede targets Mega Garchomp with Toxic. With a fierce roar, Mega Garchomp withstands the Thunder Strike, propelling itself forward with a powerful leap, claws slashing through the air. Ampharos, undeterred, unleashes a barrage of thunderous punches, bolstered by the electric terrain, augmenting its electric-type moves. The clash appears evenly matched, yet Mega Garchomp deliberately holds back. Ampharos exerts itself to the limit, veins bulging, while Mega Garchomp remains unfazed, even experimenting with martial arts techniques learned from a previous opponent, the Blaziken. With a flurry of punches and kicks, it assaults Ampharos like a relentless downpour. The tide of battle seems to favor Fan. However, Mega Garchomp has just endured the toxic move, gradually depleting its stamina. Thus, Fan may yet have a chance to secure victory. Hydreigon's skills activate in rapid succession, triggering the ability to breach defenses, reaching a critical threshold. Chapter 136, Navigating Gracefully. Li Baidong has been intently observing the duel between Mega Ampharos and Mega Garchomp, neglecting to monitor Hydreigon, mistakenly attributing the success to Scolipede. Mega Garchomp now? Use Brick Break. Lin Yin commands, noticing Mega Ampharos is winded and gasping for breath. Not good. Ampharos, quickly use Protect. Li Baidong exclaims, seeing that Mega Ampharos has no opportunity to shield itself. Despite using Protect, it is still pushed back several meters, creating deep trenches in the ground. Though Mega Ampharos absorbs some damage thanks to Protect, the surrounding electric terrain and the rain bolster its energy, allowing it to recover some stamina and significantly enhance the power of its moves. Witnessing this, Lin Yin feels intrigued. Indeed, those who break through to the top 8 in the High School Cup are anything but mediocre. The previous opponent's Ghost Terrain and Fan's Electric Rain Terrain both present formidable battlefield changes, indicating a lifetime of Pokémon training, much like his own Tyranitar. Nonetheless, Lin Yin remains unperturbed, for Mega Garchomp still possesses ample stamina. Although slowly drained by toxic and residual damage, its fire remains undiminished. Roar. Seeing this scene, Li Baidong is momentarily taken aback. Such frequent combat, compounded by two negative effects, and yet Mega Garchomp can still continue battling. This is utterly astonishing. It defies belief. As Mega Ampharos gazes upon the formidable figure of Mega Garchomp, a flicker of fear crosses its eyes, causing it to instinctively step back, retreating slightly. Li Baidong was entirely engrossed, keenly observing the unfolding scene. The super electric dragon proclaimed with fervor, "Believe in yourself, for you are the finest. Unleash a thunderstorm." With a resounding cry, the super electric dragon's entire body crackled with arcs of electricity, radiating a dazzling brilliance as it summoned a tempest of electric energy. Fierce currents surging forth and unleashing an endless cascade of lightning from the heavens. The fierce Garchomp braced itself against the onslaught, employing Dragon Claw. Lin Yin opted for an aggressive approach, as the super electric dragon's ability, Overcome, allowed it to disregard the opponent's traits, making the hidden Garchomp visible. Furthermore, under the thunderstorm's influence, lightning strikes were virtually inevitable. Rather than exhausting energy in evasion, a direct assault seemed more prudent. With a powerful push, Garchomp's legs dug into the ground, its arms brimming with draconic energy. With a fierce roar, it met the descending lightning head-on. The electric force descended, only to be cleaved apart by Garchomp's sharp claws. Super Electric Dragon, unleash Thunder Punch. Li Baidong retorted defiantly, sensing a glimmer of hope. If he could surpass Garchomp, victory would be within reach. There was no evasion, only a relentless exchange of blows, each strike landing with palpable intensity. Garchomp reveled in the confrontation, its resolve undeterred by poison or burn, which only served to amplify its fighting spirit. Conversely, the super electric dragon began to show signs of fatigue. Yet the electric terrain crackled with energy, continually replenishing its strength, creating an unusual equilibrium between the two. Naturally, the three-headed dragon was also eager to showcase its prowess, with each head unleashing bolts of electricity, water, and fire. The super bad star leaped into action, absorbing the attacks effortlessly. With its already high defenses, and bolstered by extensive training, the three-headed dragon prepared to unleash Phosphor Fire. Lin Yin chuckled, "Aren't you tough-skinned? Allow me to introduce you to the sensation of burning." Although the super bad star was notably slow and could hardly evade the attack, Li Baidong had a counter-strategy ready. He utilized Black Mist, followed by Charge. Black Mist, a typical transformation move, could nullify the opposing Pokémon's abilities, while Charge would enhance his own physical and special defenses, stacking up to 3 times. The super bad star's antennae quivered as it expelled a cloud of black mist, enveloping the battlefield. Garchomp let out a roar, preparing to evade. After all, it had used Dragon Dance to significantly boost its physical attack and speed, while the three-headed dragon had employed Trick and Insurance to enhance its special attack and speed. Three-headed dragon, incinerate the black mist with Flamethrower. Lin Yin commanded. The three-headed dragon's expression reddened as it inhaled deeply, unleashing 3 massive torrents of searing flames that obliterated the black mist. The super bad star, undeterred, unleashed a barrage of black mist from its piercing gaze, knowing that any contact would swiftly cleanse its attributes. The two forces, black mist and flames, were locked in a fierce duel, with the one that faltered first facing dire consequences. The outcome was apparent. The super bad star's stamina waned first, succumbing to the flames that engulfed it completely. Now's the time, unleash toxic. Li Baidong exclaimed with a grin. Although it had endured a fire-type attack, the super bad star's resistance rendered it negligible. In that moment, a toxic orb soared through the flames, striking the three-headed dragon unawares, and it fell into a poisoned state. With each passing turn, it would suffer continuous stamina loss, and the super bad star's ability, unyielding, ensured a 100 chance of inflicting poison, significantly boosting its hit rate and dealing substantial damage. Though the three-headed dragon was afflicted, its stamina dwindling as time progressed, Lin Yin was determined not to prolong the battle. Three-headed dragon, use rest to recover stamina, Lin Yin declared. Super bad star, you should also rest to swiftly recuperate. Li Baidong replied, laughing. After relentless offensive maneuvers, he finally gained a slight advantage. Yet when he glanced at Lin Yin, he noticed the latter's ever-present smile, leaving him puzzled. Could it be that Lin Yin still had a trump card? Suddenly, it dawned on him that Garchomp could still mega-evolve. In an instant, the smile vanished from his face. After such a prolonged battle, the super electric dragon was on the verge of reverting from its mega form. While once Garchomp mega-evolved, Li Baidong knew he would stand no chance. Thus, he resolved to make a desperate push. Super electric dragon, gather your electric power, let us go all out. Li Baidong declared, unwilling to delay any longer. Aware that the longer the battle continued, the more unfavorable it became for him. However, Lin Yin had not been exerting his full strength. Otherwise, Garchomp could have effortlessly dispatched the mega-electric dragon. From an outsider's perspective, it was clear that while Li Baidong was oblivious to the situation, Garchomp appeared to be in complete control. Chapter 137, Advancing to the Top 4. The two Pokémon charged towards one another, Garchomp enveloped in a pale glow, slowly coalescing into a blade, while arcs of electricity gathered on the electric dragon's fist, rapidly swelling with energy. The clash between Garchomp and the electric dragon was destined to be a battle of titans, yet the electric dragon found itself at a disadvantage, as the disparity in size and strength was insurmountable. Once Garchomp unleashed its full power, the electric dragon would be as defenseless as a fledgling chick. Despite the electric dragon's advantage of battling on the rain-augmented electric terrain, it was still ensnared by Garchomp's sandstorm, continuously wearing down its stamina through relentless abrasions. With a mighty thrust, Garchomp sent the electric dragon reeling, emitting a long, powerful roar as its twin blades radiated energy, creating a forceful wave that tore through the electric terrain, cleaving onward with unstoppable momentum. At that moment, the super bad star awakened, scuttling with determination toward the fray. The electric dragon would be unable to withstand this onslaught. The colossal draconic energy coalescing into a blade struck the super bad star. Yet, astonishingly, the super bad star summoned its willpower to withstand the blow, defiantly standing its ground against Garchomp. However, Garchomp showed no mercy, lifting its foot and, as if kicking a ball, sent the super bad star soaring into the air. The super bad star spun wildly, akin to a ball, creating a splash as it collided with the air. The three-headed dragon swiftly descended, its head crashing down with force, directly pinning the super bad star to the ground and stirring a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the super bad star lay inverted, unconscious. Come back. You've truly worked hard, little one. Li Baidong's face bore a resigned smile as he gently wiped the pokeball. The outcome was evident, yet he refused to surrender. Even if it meant exhausting the last ounce of his strength, he would fight to the very end. From the initial fervor to the current graceful defeat, he was unaware of the shift in his mentality. Oh, the super bad star has fainted. After such a prolonged battle, it was apparent that Lin Yin had been subtly holding back, seemingly not exerting his full capabilities. What was his true intention? Was he merely using the high school cup to hone his Pokémon for a greater goal? Could it be for the upcoming champion cup in a few months? Luihua, seeing the storm dissipate, flew out on his Pidgeot, relieved that the battle's conclusion would not affect him. This battle had been exhilarating. Garchomp had deliberately constrained its own strength, resulting in a raw, unrestrained clash of power. Not only Luihua, but even the audience's emotions were stirred, igniting fervent discussions, with some even rallying behind the faltering Li Baidong. At this moment, the battle reached its zenith. Since it has come to this, Let us conclude the match with one final blow. Garchomp, Dragon Dive. Mega Ampharos, Volt Tackle. Both competitors shouted in unison, their Pokémon exuding a formidable aura. Garchomp's towering stature, coupled with the menacing nature of its dark type, could indeed cause even the most timid of Pokémon to faint from sheer intimidation. However, it was evident that Ampharos was not one to cower. The surging electromagnetic energy radiated from its body, complemented by its unwavering gaze. Now was the moment. The two Pokémon charged towards each other. A resounding crash echoed as a massive cloud of smoke engulfed the arena, followed by an agonized scream. The outcome was apparent. Garchomp remained steadfast on the ground, while Ampharos reverted from its mega form, lying incapacitated. Li Baidong transitioned from shock to acceptance. His previous perspective clouded by a veil of uncertainty, now clear about the disparity in their strengths. His defeat was not unjust. Ampharos, you performed magnificently. Let us strive harder next time, Li Baidong said with a smile. Lu Aihua exhibited an expression of inevitability, as Lin Yin's prowess continually redefined his understanding. It was as if Lin Yin possessed limitless potential, consistently dispatching opponents with astonishing ease. After recalling Ampharos, Li Baidong turned away from the arena. Leaving behind a solitary silhouette, no one could find solace in defeat during the quarterfinals of the High School Cup. Meanwhile, Lin Yin stood on the platform, basking in the audience's applause, gazing at Li Baidong's retreating figure, hoping that his rival would not succumb to despair, but rather would rise again as a formidable adversary. Next, let us congratulate our contestant from Anong City, Lin Yin, for advancing to the semifinals. I have been observing Lin Yin's progress since his time in Anong City. His growth is truly without bounds, each move exceeding expectations, particularly that formidable Garchomp, which is simply astounding. At that moment, Lu Aihua recalled a previous Garchomp, its presence overwhelming due to its sheer size and dark coloration, dispelling the discomfort caused by the three-headed dragon's hiccup. It dawned on him that the Garchomp from earlier was indeed Lin Yin's Pokémon. He was certain that Lin Yin entered the High School Cup primarily to train his Pokémon, not merely to pursue victory. Nevertheless, both Garchomp and the three-headed dragon possessed terrifying proportions, and to his knowledge, only one individual held Pokémon of such immense size. That was Pokémon evolutionist Lin Yin. He had witnessed the live broadcast of Bankira's Mega Evolution, a display of sheer destructive power. No, it clicked. Lin Yin, the Pokémon master. Lu Aihua's expression transformed into one of enlightenment. So that was it. Lin Yin, disguised as a competitor, was indeed Lin Yin. Lacking nothing, he approached the competition with a spirit of entertainment, focused on honing his Pokémon. This realization deepened Lu Aihua's respect for Lin Yin as a Pokémon master. He had already reached the pinnacle of achievement, knowing that the number of Pokémon masters worldwide was exceedingly few. In such circumstances, it was remarkable that Lin Yin chose to pursue the path of a trainer. As the match concluded, Lin Yin departed the arena amidst applause, hearing discussions about the High School Cup echoing along the way. Meanwhile, Lena continued her battle, demonstrating formidable strength against a Fire-type trainer. Her Sunny Day strategy was surprisingly countered by the Ice-type's Blizzard, making victory merely a matter of time. After the match, Lena emerged, collapsing into Lin Yin's embrace. Evidently exhausted from the Pokémon battle, they shared a meal together, exchanging insights on their battle experiences. After their satisfying feast, Lin Yin returned to the Pokémon Center. Lying on his bed, preparing for the upcoming match in 3 days, the semifinals, the moment that would determine the champion. If both Lin Yin and Lena emerged victorious, one would ultimately claim the title. Chapter 138, The Abyssal Sandstorm emerges. However, neither of their opponents were to be underestimated, and with the semifinals formatted as a 3-on-3 battle, superior control over their Pokémon was essential. Otherwise, a reversal of fortune could easily occur. Lin Yin had already decided to call upon Bankira, confident that this Pokémon could dominate without requiring Mega Evolution, making the championship seem within reach. Yet, he pondered whether Lena would advance to the finals as well. Days passed swiftly, and with only an hour remaining until the match, the viewership reached an unprecedented peak for the year, with countless eyes fixated on the impending battle. Coincidentally, the alluring commentator Lu Aihua would narrate Lin Yin's match. Even before the fight commenced, the air was thick with the scent of anticipation. This match was pivotal in determining who would progress further, drawing substantial crowds to support both Lin Yin from Anong City and his opponent from Xinshui City. Among them, the Pokémon battle stood out most prominently. Lu Aihua was well aware of the audience's expectations. With previous matches, spectators had already dissected the Pokémon and battle styles of both competitors, and various strategies and data analyses had circulated online. Next up was the semi-final match between Lin Yin of Anong City and Zhang Hua of Xinshui City. Let the battle commence. Lin Yin had researched his opponent's background online, discovering that he was likely a descendant of a notable figure whose information was meticulously guarded. The ability to conceal one's identity from Lin Yin spoke volumes about the power behind Zhang Hua. Come forth, Bankura, Garchomp, and the three-headed dragon. After careful consideration, Lin Yin ultimately chose these three Pokémon, opting to leave the Glacian and Celebi to enjoy the match. The trio of quasi-divine beings, with their enormous forms, immediately captivated the audience, inciting a wave of cheers. The three Pokémon, standing as if they were small mountains, exuded a tremendous sense of pressure. Their formidable dark-type aura sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Zhang Hua frowned. He had studied Lin Yin's Pokémon in videos and was aware of their massive sizes. But standing against them, he realized the true horror of their proportions. In battles of this caliber, although the arena was expansive, there were limits. Larger Pokémon clearly held an advantage. Thus, Zhang Hua found himself at a disadvantage from the outset, especially given that the battlefield was ground-type, further favoring Lin Yin. Come forth. Venusaur, Charizard, Cinderace. Two first-generation starters and a ninth-generation Pokémon, Cinderace, joined the fray. Instantly, Lin Yin conceived a strategy, a Sunny Day team, with Charizard unleashing Solar Flare and Cinderace employing Solar Blade. Under the sun, both moves would be executed instantaneously, boasting powers of 120 and 125, respectively, truly outrageous. While both sides had their unique traits, there was no significant type advantage, making this match a true test of the contender's raw strength. Venusaur. Gender male. Type grass poison. Level 45. Qualification quasi-champion. Ability Megaform grants thick fat, reducing damage from fire and ice type moves. Carried item Heat Rock. Skills Sunny Day, Solar Flare. Introduction Mega Venusaur. The seed Pokémon evolves from Venusaur using the Venusaurite. The flower on its back grows significantly larger, and the increase in its weight necessitates a stronger support system for its waist and legs. The trunk, which bears the immense bloom, is longer than before its evolution, and four enormous leaves resembling banana leaves sprout from its base to support the larger flower that grows after Mega Evolution. Mega Venusaur's waist and legs have become even more robust, honed through rigorous training, rendering it exceptionally powerful. Charizard. Gender male. Type fire. Level 46. Aptitude near champion. Ability after Mega Evolution, it possesses Drought. Upon entering the battle, the weather becomes Sunny Day. Carried item Miracle Seed enhances grass-type moves. Skills Sunny Day, Solar Flare. Introduction Charizard. The flame Pokémon is the evolved form of Charmander and possesses both fire and flying types. The more fierce battles it endures, the hotter its flames burn, reflecting its intense training and formidable strength. Spectral Blaze Knight. Gender male. Type Fire Ghost. Level 44. Ability Flame Absorb absorbs fire-type moves. When hit by fire-type moves, its fire-type skill power increases. Carried item Miracle Seed enhances grass-type moves. Skills Solar Blade. Introduction Spectral Blaze Knight. The Fire Swordsman Pokémon wields fiery swords for arms, ignited by the vengeful spirit of a swordsman who perished before achieving glory. Subjected to stringent training, its prowess continues to grow. The power disparity between the two sides is noticeably apparent. Both Tyranitar and Garchomp are on the brink of championship status, while the three-headed dragon has only recently broken through to the semi-elite level. As the Weather Master, Tyranitar's arrival causes the ground's sand to tremble, culminating in a sandstorm that envelopes the arena, compelling the three-headed dragon to take flight to evade the tempest. The sandstorm infuses dark energy, transforming into an abyssal sandstorm, dealing even greater damage each turn. The three-headed creature, shrouded in the sandstorm, gradually saps its strength, while the fierce winds render it immobile. Charizard roars angrily, forcefully dispelling the surrounding sandstorm, while Venusaur's vines anchor into the ground, stabilizing its position. Luihua wipes the cold sweat from his brow. Had he not been riding a Pidgeot that flew swiftly, he would have been swept away by Tyranitar's sandstorm. He had not anticipated Tyranitar's formidable strength. As it fully unleashed the sandstorm's potential, a truly astonishing feat, the battle rages on. Zhang Hua had initially believed the two sides to be evenly matched, only to be surprised when Tyranitar emerged with overwhelming force. With no other course of action, he retrieves the keystone from his pocket. Charizard and Venusaur Mega Evolve. A dazzling light rapidly appears, shimmering in the air, and in a mere moment, Mega Charizard and Mega Venusaur materialize. Mega Charizard's ability is Drought, and upon its arrival, An energy sphere forms within, shattering clouds into fragments in the sky. Mega Venusaur employs Sunny Day. Zhanghua begins to leverage the advantages of his lineup, causing the temperature to soar dramatically. Meanwhile, Luaihua pulls out sunglasses, donning them. Chapter 139, The Scorching Phase. The simultaneous release of Sunny Day by Mega Charizard and Mega Venusaur is cataclysmic. Spectators even summon their water and ice-type Pokémon to combat the heat. However, to Lin Yin, this seems trivial. The fact that Mega Venusaur is equipped with the Heat Rock clearly marks it as a pivotal weather controller, while Mega Charizard, adorned with the Miracle Seed, is evidently an attacker focused on Solar Flare. Who could fathom that a Fire-type Pokémon would bear a Grass-type item, while a Grass-type Pokémon would possess a Fire-type item? The two weather controllers find themselves in opposition, and the air is thick with the scent of smoke, prompting those present to instinctively rise. Mega Charizard versus the Three-Headed Dragon. Mega Venusaur versus Tyranitar. Spectral Blaze Knight versus Garchomp. Each of the 6 Pokémon selects its opponent and initiates a test of strength. Mega Charizard unleashes a barrage of intense laser breath, ruthlessly targeting the Three-Headed Dragon. Yet, the Three-Headed Dragon is no pushover. It has significantly boosted its special attack through cunning tactics. Each head unleashes a torrent of attacks, one spewing flames, another firing an ice beam, and the third striking with Thunderbolt, switching seamlessly between moves, leaving Mega Charizard struggling to defend itself. Moreover, the Three-Headed Dragon's ability allows it to float in midair, consuming no stamina, granting it a substantial advantage over Mega Charizard. Sensing that the Three-Headed Dragon is not the weak link, Mega Charizard redirects its fiery breath toward Tyranitar. This unexpected move astonishes Lin Yin, while Zhanghua rejoices. Now, Mega Venusaur, unleash Solar Flare with all your might. He does not seek to obliterate Tyranitar, but merely wishes to diminish the potency of its Sandstorm, which has proven overwhelmingly fierce. After all, Mega Charizard fares better in the air. On the ground, Mega Venusaur and Spectral Blaze Knight are steadily losing stamina. Tyranitar makes no effort to defend itself, and both beams strike true. Good. Zhanghua thinks the situation is favorable. However, he quickly realizes that Tyranitar remains unaffected. The 2 Mega-evolved Pokémon, empowered by Sunny Day, fail to shatter the rocky armor enveloping Tyranitar. This scene is utterly incomprehensible to Zhanghua. No, it can't be. Just then, while Mega Charizard attempts to ambush Tyranitar, the Three-Headed Dragon launches 3 powerful ice beams, striking Mega Charizard directly. With a furious roar, Charizard's expression darkens, clearly exhibiting immense pain, as the flames on its tail flicker and dim. Lin Yin sighs. He had not anticipated that the opponent would still be oblivious to the situation, daring to strike at Tyranitar. Thankfully, he had previously instructed the Three-Headed Dragon and Garchomp to train, allowing Tyranitar to exert only half its usual power. Otherwise, if Tyranitar had unleashed its full Sandstorm, it would have overwhelmed the 3 Pokémon completely. Mega Charizard, pull yourself together. Zhanghua expresses his concern, striving to harness the power of their bond. Upon hearing the trainer's call, Mega Charizard valiantly flaps its wings, dispelling the remnants of ice clinging to it. Rallying itself once more, the Three-Headed Dragon, however, remains leisurely, like an unyielding machine, continuously unleashing special attacks, much to Mega Charizard's dismay. Lin Yin stands on the trainer's platform, sheltered by a parasol, requiring no guidance as his Pokémon have already devised their own strategy. In contrast, Zhanghua finds himself in a dire predicament, as the raging sandstorm obscures his vision, exacerbating his already challenging situation. Spectral Blaze Knight. Use Solar Blade. Zhanghua commands, though he struggles to lock onto Garchomp. Garchomp employs Dragon Dance, maximizing its speed and physical attack, making it exceedingly simple to counter Spectral Blaze Knight. Yet, Garchomp refrains from an effortless defeat, choosing instead to temper its strength, matching Spectral Blaze Knight's prowess. The fierce bite land shark relentlessly slashed with its dragon claw, intermittently incorporating sweeping strikes with its dragon tail. And with a powerful thrust, it drove the Hisuian blade ghost back. The ghost gasped heavily, its stamina being sapped by the sandstorm that occasionally obscured its vision. Despite the fact that its sunlight blade was a physical move with a formidable power of 125, each use drained a significant amount of energy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been reduced to lying flat on the ground after such extensive training. As the battle reached a fever pitch, the scene escalated dramatically, with countless attribute skills unleashed in quick succession as if they were free of cost. Luaihua, noticing the weather was not overly hot, soared into the air atop his Beedrill. The audience could now clearly perceive the intensifying conflict. Both sides' Pokémon seemed to possess boundless energy, propelling the duel to its pinnacle. The stands erupted in fervent discussions, fervently debating who would emerge as the ultimate victor, capable of advancing to the finals. It was crucial to acknowledge the significance of this match. The Lin Yin contestant rarely commanded his Pokémon, and this time was no exception, which seemed to indicate stability. However, that was uncertain. One must remember that Zhonghua's Pokémon were all in Mega forms, boasting significantly enhanced stamina and power. Does that mean that both Banjira and the Bite Land Shark can also Mega Evolve? Someone interjected. Furthermore, the stamina of the Mega Charizard and Mega Venusaur was gradually waning. If either the Bite Land Shark or Banjira were to Mega Evolve, Zhonghua would undoubtedly face defeat. This revelation left many in stunned silence. Could it truly be? However, thus far, no one had witnessed Lin Yin's Banjira and Bite Land Shark undergoing Mega Evolution. Was it possible that Lin Yin's strength was insufficient? That seemed implausible. If Zhonghua's Pokémon could Mega Evolve despite his evident lack of strength, then Lin Yin certainly could as well. Could it be a matter of insufficient bond? Beyond mere strength, the most critical factor in Mega Evolution was the bond between trainer and Pokémon. This notion was even less likely. I had been closely observing Lin Yin's previous matches, and the bond he shared with his Pokémon was profoundly deep. Hence, there remained only one possibility. Until now, Lin Yin had yet to encounter an opponent capable of prompting his Mega Evolution. After various hypotheses, they arrived at this conclusion, and indeed, it was accurate. In fact, not only had they not utilized Mega Evolution, but Banjira and the Bite Land Shark had not even showcased their full potential. They were merely toying with their adversaries. As the battle surged onward, Banjira sensed the need to put on a show and refrain from slacking off. Thus, with a forceful stomp, numerous rock spikes erupted from the ground, enveloping the Mega Venusaur. However, as it was Banjira's first time performing, it did not hold back. Chapter 140. The Wrath of the Dragon God Descends. The rock spikes struck like a colossal claw, mercilessly defeating the Mega Venusaur. Before anyone could react, Venusaur reverted from its Mega form, collapsing onto the ground. This scene left Zhonghua dumbfounded. A fully powered Mega Venusaur, despite having exhausted some stamina, could not have been taken down so effortlessly. What had transpired? Zhonghua's Mega Venusaur had been vanquished in a single blow by Banjira. Was this truly the extent of Lin Yin's prowess? Luihua raised the microphone, astonished. He had not anticipated that Lin Yin's Banjira possessed such formidable strength, and it was evident from its demeanor that it still had reserves of energy. The situation shifted dramatically, causing an uproar in the audience, with Zhonghua feeling the greatest pressure. Reluctantly, he recalled Venusaur. He had expected his opponent to capitalize on the momentum, using Banjira to eliminate his remaining two Pokémon. However, he found Banjira motionless, merely maintaining the sandstorm, clearly showing no intent to attack. Had a rift developed between it and its trainer? Zhonghua was taken aback by the opponent's restraint, mistakenly believing that Banjira and Lin Yin were at odds. Excellent. Now is the moment. Sanyin Blade Ghost, gather your strength and unleash Sunlight Blade, Zhonghua commanded. However, with Venusaur, the primary weather controller, out of the fray, the sun's intensity noticeably diminished, lacking its former ferocity. The Sanyin Blade Ghost shaped one hand into a blade, tracing a graceful arc through the air, and struck the Bite Land Shark. The Bite Land Shark felt no pain. Rather, it reveled in this close-quarters combat. Given its massive size, nearly double that of the Sanyin Blade Ghost, even a casual display of strength from it could easily overpower its opponent, a notion that seemed utterly unfathomable. Now, Zhonghua seized the opportunity to command the Sanyin Blade Ghost to launch an attack on the Bite Land Shark's lower body. The Sanyin Blade Ghost moved with remarkable speed, its dual blades piercing like daggers into the Bite Land Shark's thigh. Lin Yin's expression shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Bite Land Shark had been provoked, and there was no chance of continuing the fight. The Bite Land Shark emanated a fierce aura, compressing the surrounding dragon-type energy. Suddenly, it darted forth at an astonishing speed, transforming into a gigantic spinning top, engulfing the unsuspecting Sanyin Blade Ghost in its wake. Dragon God Dive. As the Bite Land Shark's ultimate technique, it typically favored the Dragon Claw in battle. Now, employing the Dragon God Dive, it intended to conclude the match. At that moment, the skill's recoil still lingered, and the Mega Charizard, engaged in combat with the three-headed dragon, suddenly felt a chill along its back. Before it could react, it was struck with tremendous force. With a thud, the Mega Charizard reverted to its regular form, collapsing beside the Sanyin Blade Ghost. Both Pokémon had lost their battle capabilities. The previously fierce competition had instantaneously determined a victor, leaving onlookers astounded. Zhonghua's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not accept that he had lost. The once favorable circumstances had flipped in an instant. No, this is impossible, Zhang Hua exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Yet the reality before him remained unchanged. Return, Charizard. Sanyin Blade Ghost. You both fought valiantly, but your opponent was simply too formidable. This is not your fault. Zhang Hua suddenly came to a realization. Pulling out his Pokeballs to recall them, he cast a glance at Lin Yin, seemingly wanting to etch this moment into his memory, but after a brief moment, he turned away, leaving behind a despondent silhouette as he exited the arena. In this era, talent was abundant. Lin Yin had crushed one genius after another beneath his feet. Lu Aihua, already accustomed to such scenes, noted that every match unfolded similarly. It appeared that the battle was evenly poised. Yet whenever the Bite Land Shark grew weary of the fight, it would choose to end the match prematurely. In this instance, it was evidently that Sanyin Blade Ghost's ambush that had incensed the Bite Land Shark, prompting it to conclude the match ahead of schedule. Lin Yin chuckled softly. Come back, everyone. Next, let us extend our congratulations to Lin Yin, hailing from Anong City, for securing a place in the finals of the University Cup. Let us eagerly anticipate the upcoming matches, Lu Aihua proclaimed with fervor. Now, let us interview Lin Yin to glean his insights on achieving such a remarkable feat at the tender age of 18. The microphone was directed towards Lin Yin, who, after a moment's contemplation, exclaimed, everything is a result of diligence. Hard work can compensate for shortcomings. You may only see me dominating the battlefield, but who has noticed the early morning runs with my Pokémon at 4 o'clock? Or the peril I faced at the hands of the Dark Church while striving to train in the wild? I merely wish to convey that hard work can indeed compensate for inadequacies. Keep pushing forward, everyone. Perhaps by this time next year, someone will continue to stand in this very position. At that moment, the arena erupted with thunderous applause, celebrating Lin Yin's victory. This was not the first time he had experienced such acclaim, nor would it be the last. Yet, he felt somewhat bashful during this speech, as he was speaking somewhat disingenuously. However, no one seemed to notice or call him out, and as a result of this speech, Lin Yin suddenly topped the trending charts. Discussions of positivity, handsome figures, formidable strength, Banjira, and the likes of the fierce Garchomp and 3 evil dragons ensued. Fortunately, Lin Yin's information was classified by the state, rendering it inaccessible to the general populace. Otherwise, his ancestors would have been thoroughly scrutinized. After the event, Lin Yin departed the battlefield, refusing to let a fleeting victory inflate his ego. After all, he had faced the Emperor of Flames and clashed with the Dark Church's champions. The mere skirmishes with children could hardly evoke pride in him. Absolutely not. The championship competition was approaching, and he needed to continue his efforts. Yet what piqued Lin Yin's curiosity was whether Lina would advance to the finals. In truth, he quite enjoyed battling against Lina. After all, who wouldn't relish the opportunity to triumph over their little girlfriend? Of course, Lina's strength should not be underestimated. Her opponent was a trainer of the Snowy team, with a powerful ice dragon that was evidently inferior to Lina's Super Snow King. The disparity brought about by Mega Evolution at the same level was insurmountable for most. Yet, Lin Yin's Pokémon were an exception. Even with identical qualifications and levels, Banjira and his ilk would not exhibit the same height or robustness. If 2 Banjiras of equal qualifications stood together, it was certain that Lin Yin's would prevail, even against a Mega-evolved opponent. It was simply a matter of the system being exceedingly competent. Lin Yin mused, knowing that the ultimate champion of the upcoming High School Cup was already a certainty. Could he possibly claim his reward in advance? He was well aware that neither Lina nor her adversary posed a threat to him, unless fortune smiled upon them. Theoretically, that is permissible, came a response from the system. Clearing his throat, Lin Yin decided to take advantage of the situation. He recalled the rewards he had heard of, the freedom to select a Pokémon and a trait. Was that not tantamount to invincibility? He pondered whether such an extraordinary trait would astonish countless researchers upon its emergence. Host, please be aware that while you may freely choose traits, there are limitations. For instance, transforming a fire-type Pokémon's trait into rain-inducing is not feasible. Lin Yin shot a disdainful glance at the system. Did it think him a fool? What purpose would such a choice serve? Can I select a legendary Pokémon? He inquired cautiously, mindful of the vast difference in power between legendaries and ordinary Pokémon. His heart raced with anticipation. Even a second-tier legendary would be highly desirable. No, legendaries may be captured freely by the host. Triggering keyword, reward, 1 legendary ball. Legendary ball. Unlike standard Pokeballs, which cannot withstand the immense power of legendaries, the legendary ball is perfectly adapted to accommodate the energy of various attribute legendaries. Wow, the system truly excels in its design, Lin Yin exclaimed, stowing the legendary ball in his system space. Currently, he possessed one Dark Ball and one Legendary Ball, both capable of capturing legendaries. Naturally, the Dark Ball was somewhat more peculiar. It was best reserved for dire circumstances. As the current relationship between the Pokémon Association and the Dark Church was akin to ice and fire, conflict was inevitable. Should Lin Yin produce the Dark Ball, he would undoubtedly face numerous obstacles, even from his own grandfather, who might arrest him under the pretense of maintaining harmony between Pokémon and humans, declaring that such items must be eradicated from existence. Nonetheless, Lin Yin's primary concern remained the origin of the Dark Ball. What Pokémon had it come from? Initially, he suspected it belonged to a few mythical beasts. However, after witnessing the power of the newly unsealed Emperor of Flames, he dismissed that notion. Even a weakened Emperor possessed overwhelming strength, let alone other legendaries. The idea that the Dark Church could capture such beings was utterly incredulous to him. Even his grandfather, who had pursued Regigigas for months, had achieved no resolution despite countless skirmishes. It could be said that the true legendaries of this world commanded unparalleled strength and authority. Unlike the portrayals in anime, where they could be captured with a mere standard Pokeball, such depictions were laughable and a profound insult to the concept of legendaries. Momentarily lost in thought, Lin Yin contemplated which Pokemon to choose. Unable to select a legendary, he resolved instead to opt for a pseudo-legendary and a random trait. Among the traits he desired were those enhancing physical attack, such as the Berserker trait, as well as Sand Force, Sand Veil, and Sand Rush, each of which synergized beautifully with Banjira's Sandstorm, particularly the latter, which doubled speed in sandstorm conditions, bordering on the absurd. As Lin Yin prepared to assemble a pseudo-legendary team, he recognized that his next Pokemon should also fall into this category. Aside from Banjira and similar Pokemon, the remaining pseudo-legendaries included Dragonite, Dragapult, Garchomp, Salamence, and Hydreigon. Weighing various factors and considering his current lineup, tanks, warriors, special attackers, physical attackers, and healers, he found no deficiencies. Instead, he felt the need to counter certain elusive Pokemon, such as ghost types. These Pokemon were notoriously tricky, capable of striking unexpectedly. Among them, the infamous Zoroark, possessing the illusion ability, was renowned as a stealthy assassin, having aided many in dispatching countless foes with its stealthy tactics. Ultimately, Lin Yin resolved to select Dragapult as his final Pokemon. However, evolving Dragapult required the presence of its kind, and aside from fusion evolution, a new concept had emerged, split evolution, wherein a single Dragapult could evolve and subsequently split. Regardless of the method, Lin Yin's confidence in choosing Dragapult remained unshaken. However, which ability should be selected? It is noteworthy that Dragapult possesses an astounding base speed of 142, which is already exceptionally high. Learning Sand Force would merely be an embellishment, offering little practical benefit. To effectively engage in battle amidst the sandstorm conjured by Tyranitar, Dragapult would require specific abilities, such as Sand Force. Otherwise, it risks being gradually eroded and drained of stamina by the relentless sandstorm, which has already begun to take shape. Given the level of competition and the rapid depletion of stamina, Lin Yin believes that the ability Illusion could also be an excellent choice. With Dragapult soaring through the skies, paired with the exclusive ability Illusion from Zoroark, it would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary. Thus, the decision is made with great enthusiasm. System, I request the Egg of Dragapult. Selecting the ability Illusion, Lin chuckled. Although the Illusion ability reverts to its true form upon taking damage, it is inherently a cunning trait, rendering this minor flaw negligible. Selection successful, the egg has been dispatched to the secret realm of the Illusion Tree. Lin Yin nodded, aware that the Illusion Tree harbors the energy of Shalebi, making it an excellent choice for nurturing Pokemon eggs. Shalebi seemed to sense something, flapping its wings and hovering above the Dragapult egg, inspecting it with evident fondness. A radiant green glow emanated from it, suggesting that once Dragapult hatches, its potential will be extraordinary. Chapter 142, Mythical Potential. Lin Yin could hardly contain his excitement. Once the competition concludes, he is eager to see Dragapult. The newly hatched Dragapult, at its initial state, has a base stat total of less than 300 and requires level 50 to evolve, which, to be frank, seems rather underwhelming. However, Lin Yin is confident he can facilitate Dragapult's evolution around level 30. The illusion ability makes Dragapult exceedingly daunting, and if not for this necessity, Lin Yin would prefer to keep this a secret. Task: the growth journey of Dragapult. Hosts Pokemon double growth rate. Dragapult's growth rate quadrupled. Please elevate Dragapult to level 30 and achieve successful evolution. Reward: obtain all TM discs that Dragapult can learn. Lin Yin nodded in approval. The system has granted a commendable task for Dragapult, yet he desires more. System, having known each other for so long, with Dragapult on the verge of hatching, shouldn't you offer a small gift? System, additionally, elevate Dragapult's potential by 1 level, achieving mythical status, and also enhance Tyranitar's potential to champion level. However, the task rewards will be forfeited. As expected, the system is remarkably generous, and Lin Yin couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Tyranitar has a system task. Once its potential reaches mythical level, it can receive rewards, yet in comparison to attaining mythical potential, those rewards seem trivial. Not only that, but Dragapult is born with mythical potential. From what Lin Yin knows, only legendary Pokémon possess the potential to reach mythical status, and aside from them, only a select few dominant leaders, such as the colossal Dragonite within the dragon's secret realm, can achieve such heights. Now, he finds himself in possession of 2 Pokémon with mythical potential. This is indeed a cause for celebration. The most apparent benefit of this potential enhancement is the increase in upper limits. At this moment, within the secret realm, Tyranitar, Garchomp, and Hydreigon are fixated on their little brother Dragapult. Suddenly, Tyranitar feels an overwhelming surge of power, causing its stature to increase by a meter. An astonishing transformation. The enlargement of its form and the amplification of its strength are the most evident advantages, granting it the capacity to contend with legendary Pokémon. You possess mythical potential. I possess mythical potential, and we are of equal level. Why should I be unable to defeat you? Furthermore, Tyranitar is capable of Mega Evolution and has allies to assist. Lin Yin muses that he must capture a legendary Pokémon as his companion, ideally the Entei he encountered in the Fiery Emperor Forest, who once dismissed him as an insufferable brat. With the elevation of potential, Tyranitar eagerly plucks several attribute berries from the illusion tree and hastily consumes them. Racing into the rock's secret realm, roaring triumphantly, brimming with energy, clearly on the brink of a breakthrough. Lin Yin keeps a vigilant eye on the situation within the secret realm, sensing the robust energy radiating from Tyranitar. This is a breakthrough. Champion level. His first champion level Pokémon. Currently, Tyranitar stands at a height of 5 meters, its form significantly larger than Garchomp and Hydreigon, making it impossible for Lin Yin to even see Tyranitar leap. Its power is astonishing. Tyranitar no longer needs to exert effort. With a mere flick of its hand, it can extract rocks from the ground and crush them with astonishing speed. This is sheer strength. Mastery over its own attributes to the fullest extent. Tyranitar. Gender male. Type rock dark. Potential champion. Level 50 champion. Ability Sand Force. Held items Sandstone Rock Premium. Power Weight Premium. Mega Stone System produced. Moves Tackle Fire Fong Thunder Fong Ice Fong Dark Pulse Glare Rock Slide Bite Screech Rock Wrecker Stomp Roar Fissure Crunch Earthquake Heavy Slam Stone Edge Outrage Dragon Dance Iron Head Origin Pulse Stomp Dragon Dance Dragon Rage Curse Gathering Frustration Pursuit Stealth Rock Rest Protect Heavy Slam. Lin Yin now finds the high school cup suddenly lacking in interest. Even if he reaches the finals against Lena, with Tyranitar's strength, it would be a mere formality. The Champion Cup is not scheduled for several months, and after this high school cup concludes, he might take the opportunity to travel to other regions, perhaps to find and teach a lesson to a few members of the Dark Church. He possesses a unique ability, Dark Slayer, allowing him to gain a double growth buff for a day by defeating members of the Dark Church, and taking down more formidable members could yield even longer buffs. Since Tyranitar now possesses boundless energy, Lin Yin decides to have Garchomp and Hydreigon team up against Tyranitar, allowing these two to test the waters. You two need not hold back. Tyranitar's strength has surpassed your level. Lin Yin advised Garchomp and Hydreigon. Roar. The two Pokémon simultaneously let out a fierce roar, feeling the surge of immense power. In an instant, Hydreigon's neck trembled as the dark energy within its leader threatened to overflow. The battle was imminent. Tyranitar coated its skin with rocks, summoning a sandstorm that engulfed everything. Lin Yin observed intently as Hydreigon unleashed 3 dark pulses upon Tyranitar's rocky armor, while some debris scattered. Tyranitar remained unscathed. This startled Hydreigon, prompting it to soar to the highest altitude. As it prepared to unleash a powerful attack, Tyranitar's glare sent it reeling back. Was this skill to be used so casually? Despite Tyranitar's confidence in its formidable strength, it still feared Hydreigon's attack, as that move, while harmless, could be utterly nauseating, especially with Hydreigon having just gorged on a plethora of attribute berries, leaving its belly round and full. Who knows what it might unleash? The Garchomp is considerably simpler to handle. By employing Dragon Dance, it maximizes both its physical attack and speed, then utilizes the fighting techniques learned from the Blaziken to swiftly rush towards the Bankura, leveraging its smaller size and impressive speed to incessantly harass the Bankura. Initially, the effectiveness was striking. The Bankura struggled to react to such rapid movements and began to succumb. However, as the battle progressed, it concentrated its rocky energy, causing numerous spikes to erupt from the ground in a sudden surge. With a mighty roar, Garchomp hastily retreated, visibly shaken, having underestimated its elder brother's capabilities. The visible injury on Garchomp's hind leg indicated substantial damage, and had it reacted even slightly slower, it could have lost its combat capability entirely. Chapter 143, Back to the Pokémon Center. Nevertheless, this minor injury was inconsequential for Garchomp. After a brief adjustment, it charged once more toward the Bankura. The Hydreigon, having significantly boosted its special attack with cunning strategy, unleashed a barrage of Ice Beam to harass the Bankura relentlessly. The battle was fiercely intense. Yet a resounding crash pulled Lin Yin's attention back. He surveyed the scene and noted that Lena's battle had escalated to a fever pitch. The Mega Abomasnow was progressing rapidly, with the surrounding ice energy reaching its zenith. Under the snowy skies, blizzards and various ice-based attacks were unleashed, leaving spectators in awe. The intensity of the battle far surpassed Lin Yin's own, as his opponent failed to pique the interest of Garchomp and its companions, rendering the fight rather mundane. In contrast, Lena's match was electrifying, with both contestants exerting themselves to the utmost, even in the biting cold of the icy terrain. Beads of sweat were visible on their brows. Lin Yin glanced again and saw that it had concluded. The Mega Glalie, swift as a flash, ended the battle with a devastating Ice Beam. Its ability, Ice Body, transformed ordinary moves into Ice-type attacks while amplifying their damage. Coupled with the increase from same-type moves, the Ice Beam, boasting a power of 150, reached its peak potency under the snowy conditions, decisively concluding the match. Congratulations to Lena for winning the match and advancing to the finals. Upon hearing this announcement, Lin Yin smiled. Although the journey had been arduous, the outcome was favorable. Meanwhile, the battle within the secret realm had already concluded, with the Bankura having knocked both Garchomp and Hydreigon to the ground. The Sylveon returned to the secret realm to promptly heal the two Pokémon. This battle allowed Lin Yin to witness the true strength of the Bankura post-Mega Evolution. It would likely not fear even seasoned champions. Lena emerged, her face etched with fatigue, evidently drained from the intense combat. Lin Yin hurried to support her, and after a brief respite, they sought out a cozy restaurant. Let us give our all in the battles 3 days hence. Lena expressed her satisfaction with her performance, noting that both her Abomasnow and Glalie had been captured later on and had undergone extensive training in the esteemed Ice Secret Realm to reach such formidable levels. After the high school cup concludes, she anticipated a well-deserved break, balancing work and leisure. Let us do our best. Lin Yin chuckled. My snow team is beginning to take shape. Even if type advantages come into play, I believe I can hold my own against you, Lena stated nonchalantly, even feeling a sense of pride for Lin Yin. After all, the two families had solidified their engagement, and with Lin Yin's formidable prowess, he would have the confidence to propose. However, upon reflection, she considered Lin Yin's current status, which was indeed formidable, setting aside his credentials as a Pokémon researcher. Even his position as a prosecutor carried authority second only to the champions, making him a figure of respect everywhere he went, especially with his strikingly handsome visage. After a satisfying meal, they strolled about, watched a movie, and only returned home late into the night. With their finals approaching in 3 days, the island was bustling with increasing crowds, with many traveling great distances to witness the championship match. Compared to previous years, the quality of this year's finals was notably elevated, featuring Mega Evolutions and Pokémon with various forms, providing ample spectacle. Noticing the impending congestion, Lin Yin swiftly released his Hydreigon, transporting both himself and Lena back to the Pokémon Center. How has this little one grown so rapidly? Lena marveled at the Hydreigon's size, now nearing the quasi-champion level, astonished as it had hatched after her Abomasnow. The Hydreigon turned back with a cheeky grin. After all, with 2 elder brothers and a sister doting on it, rapid growth was inevitable. Now, with a new little brother joining the ranks, it was determined to impart their unique team culture to him. The 3-headed dragon envisioned the past when it had been the one under pressure. And now with someone smaller to mentor, it pondered how best to guide him and what gifts would be appropriate. It considered its own exclusive items, like its dragon fawn, as gifts not to be shared, leading it to decide on gathering some premium attribute berries. These berries, while varying in quality, were known to enhance a Pokémon's inner energy. However, those found in the secret realm were less impressive compared to those in the center of the illusion tree, which had absorbed nutrients from the previous lychee berries, significantly enhancing a Pokémon's special and physical attack. With these delectable and nutritious fruits in mind, the Hydreigon resolved to share them with its younger sibling. Lin Yin, oblivious to the Hydreigon's thoughts, was engrossed in playful banter with Lena. He had already devised a strategy without needing the Hydreigon's input. The Bankiro would serve as a weather tank, the Sylveon as a support tank, the Garchomp as a swift attacker, and the Hydreigon as an aerial artillery piece. Initially, Lin Yin had considered making Garchomp an assassin. However, its large size was ill-suited for such a role. Thus, he decided to utilize Hydreigon as the swift assassin instead. Given its ghost typing that allowed it to traverse through objects, coupled with its exceptional potential at the mythical level and with ample resources for training, it would soon grow significantly. Yet, the most critical aspect was Hydreigon's ability to disguise itself. Imagine a powerful ghost-type Pokémon masquerading as someone familiar. In the face of such an adversary, one might find themselves unable to summon their own Pokémon before being struck down. Naturally, in formal Pokémon battles, Lin Yin would never resort to such underhanded tactics. However, in the wild, particularly against malevolent organizations like the Dark Church, one wouldn't hesitate to strike decisively. He held high hopes for the yet unborn Hydreigon, wishing that it would not disappoint him when the time came. With a soft thud, Hydreigon successfully landed at the Pokémon Association. 3 days hence, we meet on the battlefield. Lena, resolute and determined, despite knowing she may be outmatched, would give her all. Do your best, but take care not to overexert yourself. Lin Yin waved farewell, not being one to pursue romantic interests. He preferred to engage with his beloved Pokémon. Return. Hydreigon. Lin Yin's gaze turned once more to the secret realm. Chapter 144, Duraludon. The hatching of the Dracozolt requires a bit more time, and Lin Yin must also prepare accordingly. Unlike previous occasions, he need not gather items such as moo milk. The sap from the illusory tree may suffice. However, the most crucial aspect remains the items themselves. Currently, Dracozolt can only carry a single item, but upon reaching the quasi-legendary level, it will require 3. Thus, to prepare these items, one must familiarize oneself with Dracozolt, Dracovish, and Dracozolt. As an 8th-generation quasi-legend, Dracozolt is renowned not only for its striking appearance, but also for its remarkable base speed stat of 142, surpassing the vast majority of Pokémon. This capability proves invaluable in single battles, rendering it irreplaceable in certain contexts. Additionally, Dracozolt possesses dual offensive stats exceeding 100, enabling it to excel in both physical and special attacks, making it a formidable hybrid attacker that is difficult for opponents to counter. Moreover, as a quasi-legend, Dracozolt boasts a total base stat of 600, with exceptional attributes of 85, 75, and 75. Many Pokémon exhibit extreme stats, but Dracozolt is notably balanced. In gameplay, it typically utilizes the abilities Clear Body or Infiltrator. The former prevents its physical attack from being diminished by intimidating effects, while the latter allows it to bypass barriers and substitute moves, creating an extraordinary advantage. Coupled with its exclusive physical move, Dragon Arrow, this ability becomes even more potent. Although its base power is a mere 50, it can unleash 2 arrows consecutively, with the potential for enhanced power through training. In terms of resistances, Dracozolt excels even further, at least in Lin Yin's estimation. It is immune to normal and fighting-type moves, and boasts double resistance to poison, bug, fire, electric, water, and grass types. However, it is weak to dragon, dark, fairy, and ice types, which seems almost absurd. As a dragon-type quasi-legend, it lacks any quadruple weaknesses, leading Lin Yin to conclude that Dracozolt is exceedingly formidable. While it may be possible to defeat Dracozolt in a turn-based game, the same cannot be said in reality. As a ghost type, Dracozolt's speed is unmatched, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary Pokémon to keep up. Dracozolt's move pool is equally impressive, filled with high-powered moves, making it an excellent dual-wielding assassin. Hence, for items, he considers the Dragon Fang to enhance Dracozolt's Dragon-type abilities and boost the power of its Dragon-type moves. The Ghostium Z is also indispensable, as it increases the power of Ghost-type moves while gradually enhancing its Ghost attributes. Of course, these 2 items must be of the highest quality, or their effects will not be as pronounced, ideally being the pinnacle of excellence. For the final item, Lin Yin envisions something that significantly augments all of Dracozolt's attributes. Given its mythical potential, it deserves meticulous attention. ideally something akin to a Shalebi gem. However, this remains merely a fantasy. Crafting Pokémon items from the possessions of divine beasts seems a gross misuse, as even a single item from a divine creature could fuel research for years. It is likely that the Pokémon Association would not part with such items for Lin Yin, unless he could offer something of greater value in return. Contemplating further, Lin Yin realizes that regional forms are not a viable option. The Pokémon Association personnel have deemed the benefits of regional forms to be minimal, nearly cursing Lin Yin in secret. Fortunately, regional forms represent a groundbreaking discovery, surpassing even mega evolutions in some aspects, with an audience that is astoundingly broad. Terrestrialization and Gigantamaxing also impose limitations on regions, and Lin Yin believes he lacks the capability to alter the entire world's forms to allow for these transformations across every area, rendering these possibilities insignificant. This leaves Z-moves as the remaining option. It is evident that mega evolutions and Z-moves do not conflict with one another. Should Z-moves be revealed, certain trainers would undoubtedly find themselves in fits of laughter. Compared to some items, obtaining Z-crystals is relatively straightforward. In gameplay, a Pokémon must possess both a Z-ring and a Z-crystal to utilize Z-moves, with neither being dispensable. Z-crystals are acquired by defeating powerful Pokémon, with each region's dominant Pokémon yielding different Z-crystals. Once both the Z-ring and Z-crystal are obtained, a Pokémon can equip the Z-crystal, and at the start of battle, the trainer can select a move of the same type as the Z-crystal to unleash its power. However, in reality, defeating a dominant Pokémon does not grant one the Z-crystal or Z-ring. Lin Yin contemplates involving Dr. Dimyu and other researchers in studying dominant Pokémon to acquire Z-crystals and craft Z-rings. Z-moves can be categorized into two types. The first corresponds to each Pokémon's respective type, with each move type having an associated Z-move, accessible to all Pokémon capable of learning that move, such as Grass Z, Fire Z, etc. The second type corresponds to specific Pokémon, such as Pikachu Z. If trainers of these specific Pokémon learn about Z-moves, they will likely be amused. However, the side effects of Z-moves are formidable, as only one can be utilized per battle in the game. Lin Yin speculates that employing a Z-move in reality would likely exhaust a Pokémon's stamina or other attributes, causing an ordinary Pokémon to be rendered powerless after a single use. While a powerful one might manage to employ it more than once, Lin Yin considers the prospect of holding a Z-ring in one hand and a Z-crystal in the other, marveling at the improbability. If possible, it would be acceptable not to disclose the existence of Z-moves. Quickly, he dismisses this thought. It is far more beneficial to present them for the advancement of the Pokémon world. However, using Z-moves as leverage to exchange for a divine beast item from the Pokémon Association evidently places him at a disadvantage. This matter can be addressed later. Speaking of which, Lin Yin had previously requested Dr. Dimyu and his team to assist in researching the Mega Evolution Ring, and he now wonders about its progress. If successful, his Pokémon's Mega Evolution would bolster its strength significantly, potentially allowing it to surpass a level and overpower opponents. After much contemplation, Lin Yin ultimately decides to call Dr. Dimyu. "Hello, Lin. Aren't you busy with the University Cup? How do you find the time to call me?" Dr. Dimyu's voice is slightly ragged, clearly having just completed an experiment. Lin Yin gets straight to the point. "I just want to inquire about the progress of the Mega Evolution Ring research. It's nearly complete, but the energy consumption is immense. I've only managed to create a few prototypes, and it will take some time before they can be utilized." Dr. Dimyu adjusts his glasses. "Perfect. Please craft me a top-tier Dragon Fong and a top-tier Gaustium Z. I need them," Lin Yin replies with a smile. "Oh, so you fancy quasi-legendary Pokémon, particularly Dragon and Ghost types. Have you perhaps captured a Dracozolt? It's quite rare to find in our Huagua region." Dr. Dimyu expresses his astonishment. "Indeed, it is Dracozolt." Lin Yin chuckles, knowing that no one would suspect that Dracozolt's ability is disguise. He anticipates a multitude of researchers seeking him out for this elusive Pokémon. Dr. Dimyu responds, "Both of these items are feasible. I will send them along with the Mega Ring in due time, probably after the University Cup." Lin Yin nods. This speed is already commendable. After exchanging pleasantries, he learns that Dr. Dimyu is also researching the shiny Pokémon and shares some insights he possesses before ending the call. Now, only one item remains to be acquired. Special mission, exclusive item for Dracozolt. Engage in battle with a divine beast and survive to obtain. Reward, Ghost Dragon Crystal. The Spirit Dragon Crystal block significantly enhances all attributes, including HP and physical attack, while greatly accelerating growth. Indeed, it is no surprise that the system proves invaluable in critical moments. However, where is he to find the legendary beasts? Could it be that he is meant to seek out Shalebi? Yet, That seems rather unrealistic, considering it is a creature he has raised. Attacking it is completely out of the question. Lin Yin recalls that many regions have seen the emergence of secondary deities, much like the legendary NTI from before. After the University Cup, venturing outside may very well lead him to traces of these mythical creatures. With the concerns regarding items alleviated, Lin Yin begins to contemplate the rules for the upcoming finals. The regulations are identical to those of the semifinals, featuring a 3v3 format, albeit with a notable difference: the allowance of 4 Pokémon, meaning that if one Pokémon exhausts its strength, it can be replaced by another. This humane adjustment is commendable. Yet against a formidable opponent like Lin Yin, even with an abundance of Pokémon, Lina can only face inevitable defeat. As 3 days swiftly pass, Lin Yin dedicates this time to the rigorous training of his Pokémon, and Lina does the same, bringing forth her finest state. This battle is destined to be a fierce clash. On his way to the competition, Lin Yin hears various voices buzzing with discussions about the outcome of the match, and some individuals even engage in physical altercations. The audience is sharply divided. One faction supports Lin Yin while the other rallies behind Lina, leading to heightened tensions between the two sets of fans. Today will undoubtedly mark a significant chapter in the history of the University Cup, as it is the first match where Pokémon levels approach that of the Elite Four, and the inaugural event to employ Mega Evolution. An eagerly awaited spectacle is about to commence. Prior to the finals, the charismatic commentator Lu Aihua takes the stage. Initially, another referee was slated for the role, but Lin Yin, appreciating Lu Aihua's commentary style, personally recommended him to the event staff. Ultimately, thanks to Lin Yin's endorsement as a Pokémon researcher, Lu Aihua was officially appointed. A resounding call echoes from the sky as a majestic Fiero descends, carrying Lu Aihua. Greetings, I am Lu Aihua, your seductive commentator, here to bring you the exhilarating finals of the University Cup. I hope for your enthusiastic support. With over a decade of commentary experience, Lu Aihua displays no signs of nervousness despite facing the finals for the first time. His voice resonates with strength and magnetism, surpassing even his previous performances. He begins by introducing the 2 finalists. First, from the city of Anton, the player Lin Yin, entering the finals with a kingly demeanor. He is the sole contestant who has not utilized Mega Evolution, particularly notable for his Tyranitar, which decisively defeated a full-health Mega Venusaur, leaving a lasting impression on us. Next, we have the aloof player Lina, renowned for her proficiency with snow-themed Pokémon, showcasing formidable strength. Her Pokémon, Abomasnow, serves as a powerful weather manipulator. Moreover, its attributes counter Lin Yin's team, so let us eagerly anticipate the unfolding match. The battle will adhere to the 3v3 format, permitting one substitute Pokémon in case of unforeseen circumstances. Without further ado, let us invite the competitors to release their Pokémon. As the announcement concludes, the camera pans to Lin Yin and Lina, stirring waves of excitement among the audience. Lin Yin retrieves 3 Pokeballs from his waist. I choose you, Tyranitar, Garchomp, and Hydreigon. It is evident that Lin Yin has opted for the same trio of Pokémon, yet Tyranitar seems to have grown even larger, radiating immense energy. What transpired in just 3 days? Lu Aihua appears incredulous, struggling to fathom the rapid transformation Tyranitar has undergone. Observant spectators also take note and speculate, their eyes gleaming with envy. Which trainer does not dream of possessing a near-divine Pokémon, so splendidly majestic? Lin Yin's Tyranitar is not only striking, but also boasts an impressive and formidable physique, indicative of exceptional training. Garchomp and Hydreigon are equally impressive, appearing in pristine condition. Truly the Pokémon of dreams. Lina hesitates momentarily before releasing her 3 Pokeballs, Abomasnow, Glacian, and Dragapult. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will win every battle. Lin Yin, with a calm demeanor, deploys a scanner, and the data on his opponent's Pokémon instantly materializes before him. Abomasnow. Gender, male. Ability, Snow Warning. Type, Grass Ice. Level, 45. Potential, Near Champion. Held item, Snow Crystal, increases power, and Miracle Seed, boosts Grass-type moves. Moves, Blizzard. Description, Abomasnow. The Frost Tree Pokémon is the evolved form of Snover, residing atop mountains perpetually blanketed in snow, capable of summoning blizzards. It is the embodiment of the snowman. Glacian. Gender, male. Ability, Ice Body. Turns normal-type moves into Ice-type and enhances their power. Type, Ice. Level, 43. Potential, Near Champion. Held item, Ice Crystal, increases Ice-type move power. Moves, Sheer Cold, Blizzard, Last Resort. Description, Glacian, the fresh snow Pokémon, is the evolved form of Eevee, reinforcing its rocky body with icy armor. This Pokémon possesses the ability to freeze moisture in the air into any shape. Dragapult. Gender male. Type Dragon Ice. Level 46. Potential Near Champion. Ability Ice Scales. Slowly recovers HP in snowy weather. Held item Dragon Fong. Ice Crystal. Moves Phantom Force. Waterfall. Ice Crash. Description: Dragapult, the dragon Pokémon. Expels extremely low-temperature air from its mouth. Even molten lava can freeze into solid ice in an instant. Lina's team is a classic snow-themed ensemble, with Abomasnow acting as a tank, Glacian serving as a dual attacker post-Mega Evolution, and Dragapult clearly functioning as a physical attacker. Chapter 146, Garchomp Mega Evolves. This battle is destined to be a fierce confrontation, and Lin Yin decides to let Tyranitar take a step back, allowing Garchomp and Hydreigon to engage in an earnest contest against the odds. Lin Yin takes the initiative. Tyranitar, use Earthquake to shatter the ground and summon a sandstorm. Garchomp soars into the swirling storm, performing Dragon Dance, while Hydreigon ascends to elevate its attributes. The Earthquake unleashes tremendous force, fracturing the once smooth terrain into chaos. Tyranitar clenches its claws, transforming the shattered stones into swirling dust, conjuring a sandstorm that coalesces with dark energy. Unlike the previous battle against Zhonghua, this time Tyranitar employs Abyssal Sandstorm. Within this tempest, stamina will rapidly deplete, and there is a chance of being eroded by dark energy, inducing weakness and fear. With a fierce roar, Garchomp leaps into the air, disappearing into the sandstorm, only to resurface moments later, having maximized its physical and special attack through Dragon Dance. Hydreigon hovers in the air, gathering energy within, evidently honing its attributes to perfection in a brief span. In an instant, Lin Yin's strategy is set. Unyielding, Lina lightly shakes her pendant. Abomasnow, Glacian, Mega Evolve. A radiant light of evolution flickers from the pendant, and both Abomasnow and Glacian roar in unison as two streams of dazzling energy surge into their forms. Snow, Ice. The two-headed Pokémon had undergone a remarkable transformation, their sizes magnified and their internal energies brimming to the utmost. It was evident that Lina believed she could not contend with Lin Yin without resorting to Mega Evolution. Thus, she initiated the battle with a powerful move right from the outset. The Mega Evolution was completed in an instant, and Lina commanded, Mega Abomasnow. Summon Hail and cloak this place in a snowstorm. Mega Glalie, use Help. Garchomp, perform Swords Dance. As the sandstorm surged, dark clouds gathered overhead, unleashing a torrential hail upon the battlefield. Lu Aihua, sensing the imminent danger, hurriedly directed his Pidgeot to a safe zone. While an energy shield released by the Pokémon enveloped the audience area, the clash of battle was imminent. The sandstorm augmented special defense, while the hailstorm bolstered physical resistance. Both effects balanced each other out. Tyranitar retreated a few steps, choosing not to intervene in this bout, yet he maintained the abyssal sandstorm with unwavering resolve. Garchomp served as the primary attacker, while the three-headed Hydreigon provided support from the sidelines. With a roar, Garchomp's arms shimmered with light, and in an instant, he vanished into the sandstorm, becoming undetectable. When he re-emerged, he was positioned between Mega Abomasnow and Garchomp. The three-headed Pokémon swiftly converged. Mega Abomasnow unleashed a fierce ice beam, while Garchomp charged forward, exerting force from its back to crush Garchomp. Garchomp, with arms like blades, swung effortlessly to shatter the ice beam, bracing himself against the hail and countering Garchomp's onslaught. Seeing his two allies struggle against a 2-on-1 situation, Mega Glalie began to gather energy to assist. However, the three-headed Hydreigon would not allow such aid, each head unleashing a barrage of lightning, fire, and dragon breath in a swift and ferocious assault. Mega Glalie, unable to launch an attack, evaded and retaliated with an ice beam aimed at the Hydreigon trio. The battlefield was immediately divided. Even with Garchomp and the Hydreigon duo facing off against three opponents, the scenario remained advantageous. Yet, the type disadvantage loomed large under the ice conditions. Garchomp was inadvertently struck by an ice beam from Mega Abomasnow, slowing his speed. Seizing the opportunity, Garchomp concentrated ice energy into its fist and delivered a frigid punch towards Garchomp. Garchomp howled defiantly, stomping to dispel the chill, and engaged in close combat with Garchomp. With Tyranitar refraining from intervening, the 2-on-3 situation, initially favorable, began to tilt slightly against them. Garchomp was visibly panting, showing signs of fatigue. While both Mega Abomasnow and Garchomp suffered from the continuous erosion of their stamina due to the sandstorm, adorned with several wounds. It was noteworthy that Mega Abomasnow had undergone Mega Evolution, significantly enhancing its base stats and making it exceedingly formidable, thus putting Garchomp at a disadvantage. As the battle escalated, Garchomp's quadruple weakness to ice became increasingly apparent, as he was relentlessly pushed back by the sudden onslaught of Mega Abomasnow and Garchomp. However, Garchomp was not foolish. If brute force was not an option, he would employ cunning. With a mighty leap, he dove into the sandstorm, utilizing his ability Sand Veil to the fullest. The two Pokémon, baffled, could not detect a trace of Garchomp amidst the tempestuous sand. In the enveloping darkness of the sandstorm, Garchomp gathered power, poised for an offensive. Garchomp, unwilling to wait any longer, unleashed its back spines, radiating a blinding light, activating the move Needle Arm. The ground trembled as massive energy waves coalesced, and Garchomp charged into the sandstorm with remarkable speed. If you refuse to emerge, I shall force you out. Seeing no escape, Garchomp soared into the air, breaching the cloud cover and descending with tremendous force. Dragon Dive. The two fierce energies collided, the shockwaves obliterating the surrounding atmosphere. Mega Abomasnow slammed its fists into the ground, unleashing an overwhelming force of icy power, summoning a blizzard. Under the hailstorm conditions, the blizzard boasted a 100 accuracy rate coupled with a power of 120, quadrupling its effectiveness against Garchomp. Should it hit, Garchomp would either perish or be severely weakened. Garchomp took the opportunity to ensnare Garchomp as the blizzard howled past. Lin Yin furrowed his brow. A 2-on-1 was ultimately too strenuous. Against Garchomp's offensive, Sand Veil's effectiveness was limited. Furthermore, under the hailstorm, the physical resistance of ice-type Pokémon was amplified, placing Garchomp at a disadvantage. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yin discreetly retrieved the Yueshur from around his neck, lifting it high. Garchomp, Mega Evolve. A dazzling array of colors flickered upon the Yueshur, and in mere moments, an endless cascade of light enveloped Garchomp. With a roar, Garchomp unleashed an abundance of energy within, that familiar sensation returning. He was endowed with tremendous power, his form expanding as he swung his massive claws, sending Garchomp reeling. The blizzard struck Mega Garchomp directly, but inflicted minimal damage. This was the first instance of Lin Yin's Garchomp undergoing Mega Evolution. Yet the magnitude of the power gained was astonishing. To withstand the blizzard and emerge unscathed was nothing short of extraordinary. Lu Aihua expressed his astonishment, clearly taken aback by the spectacle. Following Mega Evolution, Garchomp's ability and base stats underwent a profound transformation. The most apparent change was its ability shifting from Sand Veil to Sand Force, significantly amplifying the power of its moves under sandstorm conditions. Moreover, despite criticism regarding Mega Evolution resulting in a decrease in speed, it did not imply that Lin Yin's Garchomp had truly slowed down. On the contrary, it had become even swifter, with all its attributes receiving substantial boosts. Lu Aihua called out in excitement. This is our Lin Yin's Pokémon's first Mega Evolution. However, it was noted that Mega Garchomp's coloration was somewhat unusual, while Lin Yin's Garchomp was of the shiny variant. The Mega form, which should have been a pastel purple, now exhibited a striking deep blue hue, utterly perplexing. This revelation sparked a fervent discussion among the audience. Indeed, what is going on? I recall saying I would rather not have the pastel purple shiny Garchomp. Perhaps Lin Yin's Garchomp is somewhat unique. After all, its size is quite off the charts. No Garchomp should be that large. Compared to Garchomp, I find Tyranitar even more terrifying. After all, Mega Garchomp only reached a size comparable to Tyranitar. Imagine if Tyranitar underwent Mega Evolution. Now that you mention it, I see why the color seems off after evolution. It isn't the pastel purple, which I initially thought was why Lin Yin's Garchomp refrained from Mega Evolution. Garchomp glared fiercely at the two opposing Pokémon, disregarding the audience's murmurs. With a mighty roar, Garchomp swung its arms, charging fiercely towards Mega Abomasnow. Realizing its disadvantage, Mega Abomasnow exhaled a chilling breath, forming an ice wall in an attempt to obstruct Garchomp. While Garchomp lunged forward with a spike attack, Garchomp's speed was unmatched. Upon reaching the ice wall, it shattered it effortlessly, sending shards of ice crashing down and revealing Mega Abomasnow's form. Before it could react, Garchomp struck with a metal claw, the steel energy swirling around, inflicting immense pain upon Mega Abomasnow. Though the Gyratosaurus arrived late, it charged forward with ferocity, unleashing devastating damage that shattered the ground beneath it. Meanwhile, the Mega Charizard, with a powerful thrust, momentarily retreated before swiftly countering, forcing the Gyratosaurus back. Before either creature could catch their breath, the Mega Charizard let out a roar and launched itself with the Dragon Dance attack. Lin Yin observed that the Mega Charizard showed no mercy. Realizing that the downfall of both the Blizzard King and the Gyaradosaurus was merely a matter of time, it was well known that the Mega Charizard possessed formidable champion-level strength, enhanced by its exceptional talent and the ability Sand Force, significantly amplifying its attack power. Alarmed, Lina understood that although her two Pokémon had a type advantage, they stood no chance in a direct confrontation against the Mega Charizard and could only defend from the sidelines. The Mega Charizard's body shimmered with brilliance, evidently enhanced by its skills. In response, the Ice Guardian executed a move, casting Dark Mist to eliminate the Mega Charizard's enhancements. Consequently, the pressure on the Blizzard King and the Gyaradosaurus was indeed alleviated somewhat. Lina was taken aback, unable to discern what skill the Mega Charizard had employed to gain such an overwhelming boost. Lin Yin furrowed his brow, realizing that the opponent inadvertently nullified the Mega Charizard's Dragon Dance. However, he would not hold back any longer. The three-headed dragon unleashed a provocation, followed by assist. Provocation prevented the opponent from utilizing any change-type moves, while assist empowered the allied Pokémon. This series of augmentations made the Mega Charizard's offense even more fierce, allowing it to push the Blizzard King back with ease. The three-headed dragon initiated a triple attack, sending three immense waves of energy hurtling rapidly towards the Ice Guardian. Having undergone a Mega Evolution, the Ice Guardian enjoyed a substantial boost across all attributes, coupled with its superior level, enabling it to barely withstand the onslaught. Ice Guardian, unleash Ice Beam, commanded Lina. The Blizzard King and Gyaradosaurus combined their efforts to execute Blizzard. Lina hurriedly directed her Pokémon, acknowledging that although a 3-on-3 battle is a common occurrence in the wild, it significantly tested a trainer's overall skill and battlefield instincts. The dominant side faced little pressure. Lin Yin rarely commanded the Mega Charizard and three-headed dragon except for critical moments, while Lina was already exhausted from coping with the situation. The one-sided nature of the battle left the audience in disbelief. Who could have anticipated the overwhelming prowess of Lin Yin's team, achieving victory with just two Pokémon against Lina? Lin Yin felt assured that the outcome was settled, and he would not need to exert much effort in the ensuing battles. The Ice Guardian recognized that the three-headed dragon could not harm it, and continually maneuvered to assist the Blizzard King in defeating the Mega Charizard. Thus, a tug-of-war ensued, with the three-headed dragon hovering in the air, continuously unleashing dragon flames in pursuit of the Ice Guardian, which deftly evaded and slipped into the clouds. The three-headed dragon, equipped with penetration insurance, had already evaded several skills and suddenly found itself brimming with energy, achieving staggering speed. The Ice Guardian, realizing it had no escape, resolved to confront the three-headed dragon head-on, summoning two sharp ice spikes at its side, ready for a decisive battle. With fierce determination in its eyes, the Ice Guardian unleashed its ultimate impact. This general-type move, boasting a power of 150, would leave the user in a state of rigidity afterward. The Mega Ice Guardian, possessing the ability Ice Body, transformed its general-type move into an Ice-type attack, further enhancing its power. Lin Yin sensed a slight unease, suspecting that Lina was prepared to go all out. Thus, he too would not hold back, for in Pokémon battles, there is no room for carelessness. Three-headed dragon, unleash Hyper Beam, Lin Yin declared, ready to engage fully in the confrontation. The three heads of the three-headed dragon fired the Hyper Beam simultaneously, creating an immense force. Augmented by clever tactics, the two attacks collided. The Mega Charizard also prepared for action, contracting its form and diving into the sandstorm. With a series of roars, the Mega Charizard surged out at incredible speed, executing Dragon Dive. The Blizzard King launched Ice Beam, while the Gyaradosaurus followed with Ice Crash. The battlefield erupted with a thunderous roar, enveloped in swirling white mist, leaving the spectators mystified as to what had transpired. However, Lina's expression made it clear. She had lost this match. Lin Yin smiled with satisfaction, victorious, yet aware that the battle was far from effortless. Nonetheless, his opponent still had one Pokémon remaining. It was inconceivable that anyone could surpass the might of the legendary Banjura. In a climactic moment, the three-headed dragon and Ice Guardian collided, both rendered unable to continue fighting. Although the Mega Charizard had triumphed over the Blizzard King and Gyaradosaurus, it too reverted from its mega form, its body trembling, clearly unable to persist in the battle. Lin Yin still had two Pokémon at his disposal, including the formidable Banjura, while Lina was left with but one. The scales of victory had irrevocably tipped in Lin Yin's favor. Who would have imagined that Lin Yin would dominate this competition with such overwhelming force? Achieving victory with just two Pokémon, while Banjura remained unseen on the battlefield. It was indeed a pity. Who could argue otherwise? The championship title belonged to Lin Yin. It was astonishing that someone had formed a Sandstorm team using quasi-legendary Pokémon and trained them to such an extraordinary degree. Just look at Banjira's imposing stature. It was evident that it was well-fed, and its gleaming armor was nigh unbreakable. Luihua, sensing Lina's impending defeat, proclaimed loudly, "The Mega Charizard and three-headed dragon of Lin Yin have both lost their ability to battle, while Lina's Blizzard King, Ice Guardian, and Gyratosaurus are also unable to continue." Who could have predicted that Lin Yin would overcome a type disadvantage, decisively defeating the Snow Team? It is utterly astonishing. And the mightiest Pokémon, Banjira, has yet to make its debut. Reflecting on the quality of this Pokémon College Cup, it was undoubtedly the most prestigious, with nearly every competitor capable of mega-evolving. Even so, nothing could obstruct Lin Yin's path. His strength had likely surpassed that of a quasi-champion, reaching champion level. It is rare to encounter an 18-year-old trainer at such a level. With the Champion Cup approaching in a few months, one wonders if Lin Yin will participate. Luihua, ever the chatterbox, continued for a while before finally addressing the situation. Now, let us see which Pokemon Lina will dispatch as her final contender. The camera shifted to focus on Lina. With a deep exhale, Lina held two Pokeballs in her hand, one radiating an overwhelming icy energy, glowing magnificently, while the other appeared to be an ordinary Pokeball. Oh, could it be that our contestant Lina has a hidden ace? What could she possibly be considering? It is well known that everyone only has one chance at 18, one opportunity to compete in the College Cup. I hope every contestant seizes their moment and sends forth their strongest Pokemon to enrich the battle. After hearing these words, Lina fixed her gaze upon Lin Yin, resolutely deciding to pocket the ordinary Pokeball. Let there be no regrets. It shall be you. With determination, Lina hurled the Pokeball into the air. A resplendent and beautiful creature, the legendary Articuno, soars through the sky, each feather interwoven with dazzling ice crystals. Its wings, when unfurled, are vast enough to obscure the sun. This is the mythical beast, Articuno. Is this for real? This is a creature of legend, possessing unpredictable powers. How could it possibly appear at a high school tournament? At this moment, the director cleverly focuses the camera on Articuno, allowing viewers at home to admire the majestic presence of this divine entity. Such a creature is a rare sight, seldom encountered in a lifetime. The fact that someone has summoned it leaves many in astonishment. Lin Yin, too, feels a surge of joy as he beholds the sight of the legendary Articuno. He had previously noticed that Lena possessed a passive ability, the friendship of Articuno, akin to his own bond with Celebi. Since he could keep Celebi in his secret realm, it seems quite natural that Lena, hailing from an ice-type lineage, could tame Articuno as well. Furthermore, this Articuno is not the one that wields divine power, but even so, its strength is astonishing. After all, it is a legendary Pokemon. Nevertheless, Lin Yin remains unperturbed. His Banjira has also ascended to mythic status, rivaling the might of Articuno. While Articuno commands the power of extreme ice, Banjira can manipulate sandstorms. Although there is a slight disadvantage in terms of type, it is not insurmountable. Banjira also possesses the trump card of Mega Evolution. Thus the battle can be considered evenly matched. However, in the hearts of the onlookers, a conclusion has already begun to form. What on earth is happening? A legendary Pokemon has appeared. Does this mean that Lin Yin's victory is all but assured? It is well known that legendary Pokemon are not to be trifled with. Who would have imagined that a high school tournament would host such a creature? After all, legends are still Pokemon, and thus it is not against the rules. The next phase will reveal how Lin Yin responds. It is worth noting that aside from Banjira, Lin Yin has another Pokemon. Perhaps it might assist in overcoming Articuno alongside Banjira. Yet, brothers, do not indulge in fantasies. That is a legendary Pokemon. If it could be so easily defeated, it would not hold the title of legendary. It commands the forces of nature. Luihua is equally taken aback by the scene before him. He never anticipated that a legendary Pokemon would emerge in the competition he is hosting, and amidst his astonishment, he feels a thrill of excitement. He can hardly wait to see the battle unfold. Now, let us welcome Lin Yin to send forth his final Pokemon. It is decided. Come forth, Gligar. Lin Yin's final Pokemon is indeed a pseudo-legendary. Yet this Gligar seems somewhat unique, appearing to be in its wash form, and it is a regional variant, making it quite rare. Gligar, Banjira versus Articuno. The battle is about to commence. Lin Yin promptly throws out a spotlight. Articuno. Type, Ice. Gender, female. Level, 51. Ability, Pressure. Qualification, Mythic. Held item, Ice Crystal, rare, significantly enhances the power of Ice-type moves. Skills. Description, the legendary Articuno, the Freeze Pokemon, a mythical bird Pokemon. gliding gracefully with its long tail, possesses formidable strength befitting its divine status. With a long, resonant cry, Articuno summons a hailstorm from the heavens, the force of which is immense, creating small craters wherever the ice strikes the ground. Lin Yin understands that legendary Pokémon are proud beings, with Lina's strength. Commanding Articuno may prove impossible. Thus, coordinating Bangira and Gligar to overcome Articuno should not pose a significant challenge. Additionally, defeating Articuno would allow him to complete his task and acquire the exclusive item from Drakazalt, making it a twofold triumph. Gligar, stay in the back and continuously support Bangira with life dew. Chapter 149, the final battle against Articuno. Bangira, unleash your full power. Bangira roars ferociously, causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake has struck, the sand shifting violently. The spectators are left in awe, realizing that Bangira has yet to unleash its full potential. Articuno, sensing the overwhelming aura, feels its pride swell. The sky darkens with ominous clouds, and a relentless hailstorm descends, mixing with the torrential rain. The battlefield, now a chaotic blend of sand and rain, bears witness to the escalating conflict. The sandstorm and hailstorm engage in a fierce clash, momentarily achieving a stalemate. Not only the audience, but even Luai Hua is left bewildered. What is happening? He acknowledges Bangira's strength, but this is astonishing. To withstand Articuno seems unfathomable. Articuno lets out a piercing screech, unleashing a blizzard that envelopes the battlefield, surging towards Bangira. Due to Bangira's substantial weight and slow speed, evasion is nearly impossible. Bangira, being doubly weak to ice, will suffer double damage, while the sandstorm grants it a partial special defense boost. In truth, Gligar possesses high special defense, but its lower level presents a challenge. Otherwise, it would have no trouble withstanding Articuno's attacks. The blizzard strikes Bangira with the ferocity of a blade, inflicting severe damage. Meanwhile, Gligar channels its inner energy, continuously mending Bangira's wounds. Bangira, use Hyper Beam. Lin Yin is not one to sit idly by. However, faced with a flying Articuno, Bangira's offensive capabilities are somewhat limited. Yet, Bangira stands resolute, absorbing Articuno's onslaught and firing back with Hyper Beam. The feathers on one side of Articuno are singed, leaving it looking rather disheveled as both sides engage in a fierce exchange. Lin Yin, however, is not keen on witnessing this. Bangira, dig. The already soft ground is soon riddled with numerous craters. Coupled with the obstructive sandstorm, Articuno's visibility is compromised, with over 10 holes in the ground, which should it attack. Now is the moment. Bangira, unleash Hyper Beam continuously. Lin Yin declares with a grin. The relentless barrage of damage strikes Articuno, leaving it momentarily disoriented. Frustrated, Articuno descends to the ground, abandoning its aerial advantage, ready to pounce on Bangira the moment it reveals itself. This is precisely the moment Lin Yin has been waiting for. Bangira is undeterred. Just then, Bangira slightly reveals itself, and in that brief instant, Articuno reacts swiftly, its claws resembling a net, seeking to ensnare Bangira. Bangira extends its forelimbs, bracing for impact. For a moment, neither side can gain the upper hand. However, Articuno's frigid aura begins to envelop Bangira's claws in ice. Heavy slam. This move's damage increases with weight, and in an instant, Bangira seizes Articuno, gathering energy within its body and charging forth. Articuno, encased in ice, attempts to flee but finds itself unable to escape. In a desperate bid, it opens its mouth wide, expelling an endless wave of cold, striving to freeze Bangira. As Bangira is pushed back, Gligar continues to shower it with life dew. Despite this, Articuno's damage is formidable, and with Bangira's speed at a disadvantage. It feels as though it is being cornered. Such is the nature of a legendary Pokémon. If only it had the assistance of Garchomp. Dealing with Articuno would surely be a breeze. Lin Yin furrowed his brow, letting out a resigned sigh. Given the circumstances, he could no longer hold back. Bangira, prepare for Mega Evolution. He produced the Mega Stone, which flickered amidst the darkened sky, radiating a dazzling brilliance. A soft white light emanated from within Bangira, whose form expanded, eventually surpassing even that of Articuno. Faced with this sudden transformation and the overwhelming aura of Bangira, Articuno found itself momentarily at a loss. This spectacle did not escape the eyes of the onlookers. The changes accompanying Bangira's mega evolution were stark. Its color had transformed into a deep obsidian, and the armor upon its chest appeared remarkably striking. Moreover, an immensely powerful dark-type energy was palpable, causing a chilling sensation in the vicinity. Super Bangira. Bangira had become even more majestic, adorned in a spiked armor that significantly enhanced its resilience. It opened its maw and unleashed a beam of destructive energy toward Articuno. Yet, Articuno did not falter. It conjured icy shards to counter the onslaught. Bangira charged forward at an astonishing speed, crashing down onto the ground, creating a series of rugged craters. Articuno, being a flying and ice-type Pokémon, was 4 times weak against rock-type moves and twice weak against steel, making Bangira's powerful strikes particularly devastating. However, for a legendary Pokémon of such caliber, the typical type advantages held little weight. Much like the legendary NTI, which showed no fear of water, remaining unfazed by the attacks from Suicune and Raikou. Only Pokémon at the legendary level could truly contend with Articuno. The situation appeared balanced, yet Bangira sustained more damage overall. Thankfully, its formidable stamina and the fact that the opposing Pokémon, Niame, could not restore health played to its advantage. Moreover, Articuno was unable to eliminate Bangira in one swift move. Thus, the outcome of this prolonged engagement remained uncertain. Bangira, use spikes. Lin Yin observed that the damage from the destructive beam was minimal, opting instead for the rock-type move, which would prove more effective. Having spent much of its life in contact with rocks, Bangira's mastery over this energy had reached new heights following its mega evolution. With a swirl of earthy yellow energy enveloping Bangira, massive spikes erupted from the ground. Under Bangira's control, these spikes surged forth like guided missiles towards Articuno. The latter spread its wings wide, soaring to evade the oncoming projectiles. One could not deny Articuno's exceptional flight skills. In mere moments, it obliterated all the spikes. Yet Bangira was not inclined to concede so easily. With a forceful stomp of its right foot, countless spikes erupted from the ground, akin to a verdant assault of grass-type moves. These spikes blanketed the battlefield, leaving Articuno momentarily bewildered as it sought a way to evade the barrage. As Bangira summoned the spikes and a sandstorm obscured visibility, it unleashed a barrage of energy balls targeted at Articuno. The relentless assault left Articuno somewhat disoriented, frequently shifting its form in a desperate attempt to evade, appearing rather beleaguered. Continue the spike's attack. Do not give Articuno a moment's respite, Lin Yin commanded. Facing the on-rushing Articuno, Bangira showed no signs of trepidation. Its armor reflected the icy glimmer, shining brilliantly as the rock-type spikes struck with remarkable speed. The two collided head-on, resulting in a thunderous explosion that resonated throughout the arena. The clash was a pure contest of strength, enveloping the entire area in a cloud of dust and smoke. The visibility diminished, and for a moment, no one could discern the events unfolding within. Although both Bangira and Articuno suffered losses, they maintained substantial stamina, bracing themselves for the next phase of battle. After a brief skirmish, Lin Yin discerned that with his current strength, he could certainly contend with legendary Pokémon of the same caliber. If either the three-headed dragon or the Mega Sharpedo were in peak condition, combined with his Mega Evolution, he could undoubtedly hold his own against other legendary Pokémon, and with a stroke of luck, even defeat them. This was a feat that even champions would find daunting, as evidenced by the Elder's struggles to capture a legendary Pokémon, often taking weeks and facing numerous setbacks. In his analysis, Lin Yin concluded that Bangira's qualifications had reached a level comparable to that of mythic and legendary Pokémon, possessing the capability of Mega Evolution to withstand Articuno's assaults, coupled with its exceptional stamina and resilience. Furthermore, Niame was consistently replenishing its energy, having inherited the powers of the Shalebi Stone. Between these two Pokémon, they were not to be compared with ordinary creatures. If a mythical qualified dragon were to further evolve, it could potentially capture a legendary Pokémon outright. As for which legendary to pursue, Lin Yin had pondered extensively. In the past, he would have been indiscriminate, ready to capture any legendary he encountered. But the landscape had changed. A new era had dawned, with a plethora of legendary Pokémon emerging. Based on various insider reports from the Pokémon Association, he could precisely identify the legendary he sought. The newly appearing legendaries were primarily of lower tiers or slightly weaker mythical creatures. One of Lin Yin's greatest advantages was his access to megastones provided by the system, along with the specially crafted Yuesha wristbands by Professor Demu, which significantly amplified a Pokémon's mega evolution power, allowing for continuous enhancement of a Pokémon's strength. Ideally, he hoped to find a legendary capable of mega evolution, particularly wishing for his 60th Pokémon to be Mewtwo. This Pokémon was exceptionally suited for his Sandstorm team, despite potential mismatches in attributes and characteristics. Yet, Mewtwo's psychic prowess was formidable, especially its teleportation ability, making psychic types a trainer's assurance in the wild. Moreover, Mutwo possessed impressive power and could assume both X and Y forms, with the added advantage of not requiring capture. Should it not exist in this world, he would need to create it. Crafting Mutwo necessitated dream fossils, which could likely be located within the storied vaults of the Pokémon Association, a venerable organization that had existed for millennia, surely possessing such an artifact. As for cloning, Lin Yin could leverage his doctoral credentials to enlist the aid of the Pokémon Association. In summary, everything was in place. He merely awaited the opportunity to create Mutwo. However, Lin Yin harbored concerns regarding whether Mutwo would remain controllable or if it would develop a consciousness akin to the one portrayed in the anime, questioning its own identity. At that juncture, Mutwo would undoubtedly be a nuclear option, risking collateral damage if things went awry, a cost too great to bear. Amidst these reflections, the battle escalated, intensifying with each passing moment. The sheer force of their conflict rendered it nearly blinding. This level of combat transcended that of ordinary Elite Four members. Luihua, witnessing the clash, was utterly astonished. He could hardly fathom how Banjira could stand against a legendary Pokémon. A legendary, capable of effortlessly overpowering Pokémon of equal status. To suggest that a mere Bankura and a Mayamelin could rival the legendary Articuno is quite preposterous. This bewildered Luihua greatly. Yet he firmly believed that this battle would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of the High School Cup. The debut of Mega Evolution, the first appearance of a divine beast, and the intensity of the confrontation were unparalleled. Bankura continued to gather energy, launching relentless assaults, while Articuno began to falter, retreating under the pressure. A resounding crash echoed through the arena. Enraged, Articuno spread its wings wide, spiraling fiercely with piercing eyes, diving from the sky with an escalating might that was nothing short of astonishing. The divine bird plunged. The overwhelming force of its flying-type energy, combined with formidable ice-type powers, was simply unbelievable. As the divine bird circled above, the spikes on the ground were continually obliterated. Bankura charged forward, undaunted. Its aura matched that of Articuno, rendering the scene utterly extraordinary. A colossal impact loomed. Lin Yin furrowed his brow. This moment might very well determine the outcome of the match. The sky transformed into two distinct realms, one shrouded in a raging sandstorm, the other besieged by descending hail. Truly an even contest. The power of Pokémon was terrifying, capable of altering the weather with but a thought, even reshaping the very earth. Just as NTI had turned a forest into a volcano with a single battle. Now the remnants of that clash still spewed brilliant magma, rendering the area a forbidden zone where trainers below the elite rank were barred from entry. Countless trainers, including several elite trainers, perished in that confrontation, leaving behind a single Pokémon champion. Boom, boom, boom. The clash between the two sides was imminent. Articuno exhibited astonishing speed, leaving spectators in awe, its massive form exuding unparalleled grace. It dove rapidly from the sky, colliding head-on with Bankura. Smoke billowed up, obscuring the view of the unfolding events. Unconsciously, sweat filled his palms. Bankura had never tasted defeat since its inception, and he believed it would prevail once more. What might emerge from the smoke? Let us await the revelation. Would it be Lin Yin's Bankura that triumphed, or would Lina's divine beast Articuno prove superior? This match, marking the first appearance of a divine beast, showcased a riveting contest that defied our expectations of overwhelming dominance. Regardless of the victor, this battle was destined to be immortalized in the history of the High School Cup. Chapter 151, The Conclusion of the High School Cup. Defeating a divine beast is no easy feat, and Lin Yin felt a pang of worry for Bankura, who had never lost before. Would this time be different against Articuno? Although this Articuno may not possess overwhelming strength or divine powers, it was still a divine beast, wielding the forces of nature. Even Celebi, a Pokémon not known for combat, could effortlessly overpower a dark type of equal level, let alone a combative divine beast like Articuno. Of course, the fact that Mega Bankura could confront Articuno directly, aided by Mayamelin, was more than sufficient. As the smoke dissipated, Bankura struggled to support itself with its hands, refusing to fall. Articuno's situation was equally grim. Despite flapping its wings and hovering in the air, it was gasping heavily, clearly exhausted. Had this Pokémon not been a divine beast, any other would have surely faltered against Lina. Luihua sighed, initially envisioning Articuno's overwhelming victory, yet was taken aback by the intense stalemate that had emerged. Observant spectators noted that Bankura had not yet exited its mega form. The battle was far from over. This revelation resonated with the crowd. Indeed, the contest continued. Had Articuno unleashed its full power from the outset, the outcome might have been vastly different. Instead, Articuno's playful tactics allowed Bankura to deplete its stamina, while Myamelin replenished Bankura's energy, creating a dynamic balance. With Mega Evolution, Bankura possessed the potential to triumph over Articuno. Divine beasts naturally boast extraordinary attributes, and it was reasonable for them to exhibit pride, much like Bankura, which now wielded power akin to that of a divine beast, eliciting immense joy from Lin Yin. It was precisely Articuno's arrogance that led to this outcome. Ice. Articuno's eyes gleamed sharply, its wings shimmering. It refused to yield. Energy continued to coalesce within, a hallmark of divine beasts, whose power is inexhaustible. Meanwhile, Bankura, bolstered by Myamelin's support, managed to rise, albeit trembling before the commanding presence of Articuno. The sheer might of a divine beast was indeed overwhelming. Just as the audience anticipated the next phase of the match, Lina called out, "Return, Articuno. You have won." I concede. With remarkable swiftness, she withdrew Articuno, announcing her defeat. I did not fully harness Articuno's potential. Bringing it to this contest felt somewhat underhanded. However, I have witnessed the prowess of Lin Yin. It rivals that of a divine beast. If nurtured, it could become an utterly fearsome entity. Lina concluded, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Yin. The gaze sent a chill down his spine. He had not expected Lina to concede so readily. Truly, she was his proud and spirited girlfriend, always considering him in the end. Lu Aihua paused, then spoke slowly. Lina's words hold merit. Utilizing a divine beast in the high school cup does indeed raise suspicions of exploiting loopholes. However, each participant only has one chance to compete in the high school cup. Foregoing the opportunity may indeed lead to regret. The rules of the high school cup clearly state that the use of elder Pokémon or maliciously captured high-level creatures is prohibited. Yet, there is no mention of divine beasts, as the rule makers likely never anticipated that an 18-year-old would capture one, let alone engage in battles that transcended even elite levels, an assertion that would be met with disbelief. Following this match, revisions to the high school cup regulations would be necessary to eliminate such glaring loopholes. With Lina's concession, let us extend our warmest applause to Lin Yin for claiming victory in the annual high school cup. As Lu Aihua's voice resonated through the arena, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by heartfelt cheers. Lin Yin, undoubtedly, the most exhilarated were not only Lin Yin himself, but also the audience from Anong City, who finally witnessed the victory of a competitor from their region. Throughout Lin Yin's matches, each had been won with overwhelming force, leaving spectators astounded. Meanwhile, the large screen in the arena continuously replayed thrilling highlights from Lin Yin's battles. The most shocking moment was the monstrous blast from the three-headed dragon. Even a mere glance could leave one breathless. Some attendees, mid-meal, felt the urge to retch. The gas emitted by the three-headed dragon was not merely air, but a repugnant concoction that was utterly revolting. However, the director, unable to withstand the discomfort, swiftly switched the footage after only a few seconds. Lin Yin released all the Pokémon he would be competing with: Bangila, the fierce biting land shark, the three-headed dragon, and the sticky beauty dragon. Standing proudly on the champion's podium, Bangila and the fierce biting land shark flanked him like loyal bodyguards, while the three-headed dragon floated majestically above his head, and the sticky beauty dragon stood protectively behind him. The size of these four Pokémon could easily be likened to that of small mountains. A sight so astonishing it would leave many incredulous if captured in a photograph and displayed on the wall of past champions. Congratulations, host, on winning the annual College Cup Championship, echoed a voice. The reward has been dispatched in advance. Lu Aihua, the presenter, lifted the trophy with a gleeful smile. Truth be told, it was his first time serving as a commentator for the finals, and he felt considerable pressure, fearing that a single misstep could mar the experience for the audience. Nevertheless, throughout the event, his commentary was both humorous and engaging, garnering him a legion of fans. Lin Yin casually embraced the trophy, striking a symbolic pose. "Geez," he exclaimed, as the camera clicked. After months of adventurous exploits, this chapter had finally reached its climax. During this time, he had acquired Bangila, the fierce biting land shark, the three-headed dragon, the sticky beauty dragon, and the dragon egg, and encountered the legendary Nei, as well as Shalebi and Articuno, which surpassed even these mythical beasts. Finally, Lin Yin exhaled deeply, having solidified his aspirations. He was determined to confront Nei, the very creature that had once bested him. With the training of Bangila and the fierce biting land shark, he now possessed the strength to rival the legendary Pokémon. With the aid of the system, his power was escalating at an impressive pace. Of course, he could not overlook his ambition to create Mutwell. Coincidentally, The championship reward was the opportunity to select a top-tier item from the Pokémon treasury, or alternatively, to choose a high-potential semi-divine Pokémon egg. Chapter 152, To the Utmost. Naturally, Lin Yin's triumph in the annual championship meant that the festivities were far from over, as a throng of reporters clamored for interviews. Lin Yin, how does it feel to have secured the ultimate championship? How did you manage to cultivate Bangila to rival a legendary Pokémon? No one was more eager to interview him than the renowned influencer Liang Di, a prominent figure in the social media landscape and Lin Yin's godson. Lin Yin graciously obliged, answering each inquiry, though he remained tight-lipped about his origins, revealing them only to a select few. His background would remain an enigma for some time. But it was only a matter of time before people connected the dots. How could the Pokémon Dr. Lin Yin and the champion of the College Cup bear such striking similarities? Lin Yin eagerly anticipated the public's reaction upon discovering the truth. Unsurprisingly, news of his victory quickly dominated the headlines across various media platforms, and the airspace above the island was bustling with activity. As the competition concluded, an array of interviews and endorsements flooded in, with many vying to negotiate collaborations. If these sponsors knew Lin Yin's true identity, they would likely hesitate to approach him, considering the implications of having the Pokémon doctor endorse their products. As the crowd grew larger, it was clear that this would become a popular destination for social media influencers. After delivering his final speech, Lin Yin released the three-headed dragon into the sky, where it soared majestically, riding the winds. At that moment, another Pokémon, Articuno, appeared overhead. Where to next? Lena inquired with a smile. With Lin Yin's championship title and the influence of his family in the capital, it was likely that matchmakers would flock to him, and many ladies from high society would eagerly vie for his attention. Naturally, I shall go to propose to my beloved, Lin Yin jested. But I hope you won't have second thoughts. Lena's cheeks flushed, the frost in her hair melting away. My grandfather is out capturing legendary Pokémon and won't return for some time, and I must venture into the wild to hone my skills, aiming to capture Articuno soon. Articuno, proud and aloof, scoffed at the notion of being captured, yet deep down, it longed for companionship. After all, what legendary Pokémon would allow just anyone to sit upon their throne? Lin Yin nodded in agreement. Then next time, I too shall capture a legendary Pokémon, and we shall have a rematch. Lena's competitive spirit ignited. After all, the most exhilarating aspect of this world was Pokémon battles, a thrilling pursuit that captivated all. I hope you succeed in capturing your own legendary Pokémon. With that, Articuno took flight, leaving the three-headed dragon trailing behind, as Lin Yin watched, amused. The three-headed dragon flapped its wings vigorously in pursuit, but soon found itself panting, its belly swelling as it let out a series of loud farts that made Lin Yin's eyes water. Stop chasing me. I told you to lose weight and work out, yet you sneak off to eat at night. Lin Yin laughed heartily. The three-headed dragon shook its head, claiming it had only snacked a little. But its rotund belly betrayed the truth. Lin Yin's gaze was fixed ahead as the three-headed dragon pressed on toward Kyoto. In this era, countless secret realms emerged, alongside the continuous appearance of formidable legendary Pokémon. The Pokémon Association was already grappling with the challenges posed by the Dark Cult, and the emergence of new legendary Pokémon only compounded their woes. It is essential to note that not all legendary Pokémon were malevolent. Some were quite benevolent and posed no threat to humans. However, there were those that thrived on chaos and destruction. Ordinary Pokémon, including semi-divine ones, stood little chance against legendary Pokémon. Yet Lin Yin had discovered the potential of Mega Evolution, allowing regular Pokémon to stand a fighting chance against these mythic creatures. Lin Yin was but one example. If the Sticky Beauty Dragon were to elevate its level to match Articuno, the outcome of this competition might have been entirely different. This is the allure of Mega Evolution, a phenomenon that opens the door for ordinary trainers to capture legendary Pokémon. Perhaps some fortunate individuals might even be able to sway a legendary Pokémon with the power of their bonds. Lin Yin had intended to soar directly to Kyoto and select a treasure, but he soon noticed the dragon egg showing signs of hatching. Thus, he redirected his course, riding the three-headed dragon toward the rock dragon secret realm. Come forth, Bangila, the fierce biting land shark, the three-headed dragon, and the Sticky Beauty Dragon. With a resounding thud, the four colossal figures emerged, shaking the entire realm. Shalebi, sensing the commotion, immediately flew out to greet them. The dragon egg of Molturagan was being cared for by Shalebi, which explained its rapid hatching. Not long ago, Dr. Demu had already sent the necessary items, including the Mega Bracelet, completed the escape mission under the assault of the legendary Pokémon, earning Molturagan's exclusive item. Lin Yin almost forgot about the items still owed to him by the system. But perhaps it was for the best. The exclusive item for Duolong should first be equipped on him, while the subsequent Dragon Fang and Ghost Symbol items can be bestowed upon him once he has risen to prominence. This little creature possesses exceptional aptitude, and being born in proximity to the illusion tree, nourished by the energy of Shalebi, his potential is unlikely to be inferior to that of Banjira. More importantly, his distinctive ability is camouflage. With further development, could he not perhaps transform akin to Ditto, freely morphing into various Pokémon rather than reverting back upon sustaining even a modicum of damage, as seen in the games? If further advancements were to be made, integrating the energy of legendary Pokémon might enable him to metamorphose into a deity, such as the nearby Shalebi. If he could replicate Shalebi or acquire several identical skills, the camouflage ability could be taken to its zenith. Imagine the abyssal sandstorm of Banjira, the unparalleled speed and strength of Sharpedo, and the life droplets from Drakazalt. And Duolong, in his ultimate guise, would embody the essence of camouflage, elevating it to the level of imitation, perfecting every nuance of action and demeanor. With this thought in mind, Lin Yin could hardly contain his excitement. After all, Duolong's aptitude is nothing short of mythical. Why should he not achieve such greatness? Not to mention the additional support from the system. Amidst Lin Yin's musings, the three-headed dragon, this little rascal, surprisingly scooped up the Duolong egg in its embrace. Chapter 153, Duolong Messiah, is born. It's no wonder the three-headed dragon is so attentive upon encountering its little brother. However, this creature is rather heavy-handed. Put him down. Don't get so excited, Lin Yin admonished. The three-headed dragon, with a look of grievance, protested. After all, as the fourth sibling, it was only natural to feel a surge of emotion at the sight of its younger sibling's arrival. With only a brief moment remaining before Duolong hatches, energy continuously converged upon the Pokémon egg. Duolong was remarkably diligent, incessantly drawing in energy, causing the egg to emit dazzling brilliance. What is this? It's finally time for hatching, our fifth, Duolong Messiah. Lin Yin resolved that this little one would be nurtured independently, ensuring he would not be led astray by Banjira and the others. Just the thought of the three-headed dragon's arrogance filled Lin Yin's mind with a buzzing hum. Suddenly, the area around the illusion tree was ablaze with light. Duolong Messiah is born. Upon emerging, he beheld four towering figures, each with fierce visages, startling him. Lin Yin quickly scooped up Duolong, saying, "Don't be afraid, little one." He then retrieved some juice from the illusion tree, gently feeding it to the little creature. There was also the exclusive item for Duolong, which would promote his growth. "Hee, let me put this on you," Lin Yin exclaimed. Duolong gazed at the item with an inexplicable fondness, and before Lin Yin could react, the little one opened his mouth wide and swallowed it whole. Lin Yin was taken aback. What a traditional habit. All my Pokémon seem to have this tendency to consume their items, he thought, resigned to it. However, he reflected that there was no harm in it, so he set his mind at ease. Duolong Messiah, still quite small, floated cautiously in Lin Yin's palm, nuzzling against him. After a brief period of play, Duolong Messiah soon fell asleep, having just hatched and still somewhat weak. As the three-headed dragon attempted to snuggle close, Lin Yin quickly interjected. "You better be careful, don't harm your little brother." The three-headed dragon then chuckled mischievously, extending its three enormous heads, emanating a fearsome aura that was truly terrifying, sending shivers down anyone's spine. Duolong Messiah. Aptitude, mythical. Type, dragon ghost. Gender, male. Ability, camouflage. Level, 5. Held item, Duolong exclusive, a guaranteed masterpiece by the system. Moves, bite. Quick attack, scare, bind, dragon arrow. Description, Duolong Messiah, the lament Pokémon, once dwelled in the ancient seas. After being reborn as a ghost Pokémon, he wanders in his former habitat. This Duolong is particularly special, possessing extraordinary aptitude alongside the ability of camouflage. Lin Yin pondered that he ought to secure a learning machine for this little one, otherwise triggering an additional quest, the growth journey of Duolong Messiah. During this quest, both Duolong and his hostess Pokémon will experience quadruple growth speed until Duolong reaches level 30 and evolves. Reward: Duolong Messiah will receive a full set of learning machines post-evolution, along with an additional attribute boost within the secret realm, currently offering rock, dragon, poison, and 4 other attributes. Lin Yin's eyes brightened. This was indeed promising. Quadruple growth speed and a complete set of learning machines, not to mention the extra secret realm attribute. However, he found it perplexing that, despite Duolong Messiah being a dragon ghost type, the system did not provide secret realm attributes for these two types. Could this signify something? Lin Yin shook his head, dismissing the thought. 3 days later, with the system's support, along with a variety of rich nutrients and the dense energy of the secret realm. Duolong Messia had already grown to a height of 1 meter, which was truly remarkable, though still somewhat diminutive compared to Bangira and other Pokémon. Lin Yin turned to the playful Celebi nearby and smiled. How about a battle between my Duolong and you? Upon hearing about the Pokémon battle, Celebi's eyes widened in excitement. Nodding eagerly. All right, then let us commence a duel between our freshly hatched Duolong Messia and Celebi, Lin Yin proclaimed. Duolong Messia's eyes glimmered as he circled around Lin Yin. Don't worry, Celebi will go easy on me. Celebi nodded, and a single green leaf came swirling in from afar. Indeed, just one. Duolong Messia swiftly turned, diving into the shadow of the illusion tree, poised for an attack. Dragon Arrow, Lin Yin commanded. As Duolong's exclusive skill, it could unleash 2 strikes. Being a physical dragon-type move, 2 vicious arrows shot forth from the shadow, hurtling towards Celebi. Celebi remained unperturbed, unleashing energy from within to shatter the dragon arrows effortlessly. Duolong, transform into Bangira. Lin Yin chuckled. Suddenly, from the shadow emerged a massive figure, albeit only half the size of Bangira, lacking any of Bangira's formidable presence. Nonetheless, this startled Celebi, even though he had witnessed Duolong's transformations before. Transformed into Bangira, Duolong dove towards Celebi, executing the quick attack move. Celebi flapped its wings, unleashing a whirlwind of green leaves that engulfed Duolong Messia. With a resounding explosion, Duolong reverted to his original form, panting heavily, clearly having lost the ability to continue fighting. In this match, Celebi emerged victorious. Lin Yin waved a flag, while Naganadel scampered over to heal Duolong's wounds, and within moments, Duolong was back to his lively self. Celebi approached, patting Duolong on the shoulder, conveying encouragement, as if to say, "You'll defeat me one day, little brother." Duolong's eyes gleamed with determination as he gazed at Celebi's imposing stature, contemplating that should he grow to such heights, he would undoubtedly be able to contend with Celebi. However, Lin Yin expressed that this fellow was overthinking. While Celebi may not excel in combat, its mastery of time and space travel is unparalleled, making it nearly impossible to locate. Speaking of which, Lin Yin still had a dark ball in his storage, its purpose yet to be determined. Observing the proud demeanor of Dragapult, he chuckled. Your future accomplishments will undoubtedly be significant. For now, focus on honing your disguise skills, particularly the ability to sustain damage without reverting to your original form. Dragapult Messia, brimming with confidence, stood in stark contrast to the languid disposition of the 3-headed dragon, embodying the quintessential image of a fervent and diligent scholar. Since you possess such fighting spirit, let us first practice against the 3-headed dragon. You must not only imitate its appearance, but also its endearingly clumsy demeanor. Above all, strive for a striking resemblance. With a clear objective, Dragapult labored diligently. Meanwhile, Lin Yin set up a cot, and, donning sunglasses, reclined comfortably. It must be said that a portion of the 3-headed dragon's personality had been inherited from Lin Yin himself. Chapter 154, Journey to Kyoto. Initially, Dragapult Messia's imitation of the 3-headed dragon was but half its size, lacking the appropriate aura. The 3-headed dragon appeared indolent and lackadaisical, while Dragapult Messia exuded vitality. Lin Yin remained unperturbed. After all, time was abundant, and he could afford to take a well-deserved rest. The continuous high-intensity matches of the University Cup had left him physically and mentally drained. A brief respite now and then was quite agreeable, as Lin Yin squinted in repose. A small Pokémon stealthily approached. Chirp. This little creature bore 2 interspersed stripes and resembled Pikachu in its diminutive form. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Lin Yin opened his eyes in surprise. Morpeko, aren't you supposed to be with the Teddiursa and the others? Both Teddiursa and Morpeko were Pokémon Lin Yin had summoned during the Dark Church's attack to entice Celebi. However, these Pokémon typically resided in the illusion tree and seldom ventured out, given that larger Pokémon like Banette were quite formidable. Today, for reasons unknown, all these little ones had emerged, and Lin Yin scooped up the plump Morpeko. It must be noted that these Pokémon were indeed the favorites among females. Their soft bodies and gentle natures, coupled with their cuteness, captivated not only female trainers, but Lin Yin as well. Chirp. As Lin Yin scratched Morpeko's belly, it erupted into gleeful laughter, reminiscent of its initial form, the adorable Yamper. Alas, the evolution into Yamask had endowed it with the formidable physique of Banette, rendering it too intimidating to embrace. Fortunately, Yamask, besides its love for skirts, also required care for its Pokémon, unlike Ash's Dragonite, which constantly sought to hold others. Otherwise, Lin Yin's slight frame might struggle to accommodate such weight. Just as Lin Yin contemplated continuing to cuddle Morpeko, he suddenly noticed Celebi had dashed out as well. Not only Celebi but many Pokémon, including Teddiursa and Beedrill, had joined, all previously encountered in the secret realm. Lin Yin was puzzled. What is going on? Celebi gestured animatedly. And Lin Yin soon understood that the illusion tree was currently drawing energy from the secret realm in preparation for its second growth phase, necessitating these Pokémon to remain outside for a time. Turning his gaze, Lin Yin observed ground and rock-type Diglett and various small Pokémon nestled beside Banette, seemingly more comfortable in that vicinity. Some Onyxes were even burrowing nearby. A few Teddiursa were seen congregating around the fierce Garchomp, seemingly eager to test their strength against it. Lin Yin could only deem their ambition as misguided, for Garchomp's strength was not to be trifled with. Beside Yamask, a cluster of grass and water-type Pokémon had gathered, including several Sunflora that continuously absorbed sunlight with their large faces. The three-headed dragon and Dragapult Messia were busily seeking out Beedrill, Butterfree, and Heracross, preparing to practice their disguises. In addition to Morpeko, Lin Yin was also surrounded by numerous adorable Pokémon like Piku, while Celebi perched on his shoulder. It was undeniably a pleasant experience, reclining in a chair, surrounded by legendary Pokémon. Who could ask for more? Lin Yin looked up to find Dragapult Messia challenging a Heracross. Due to an abundance of nutrition lately, combined with a fourfold growth buff and various exclusive gear, Dragapult Messia had reached level 10 and was exceptionally powerful, even if its base stats had yet to reach 300. Heracross, on the other hand, was more robust, surpassing level 20, a clear indication of its formidable nature. However, the two Pokémon appeared to engage in a friendly match rather than a life-and-death struggle. This Heracross reminded Lin Yin of the first Dark Heracross he had encountered during his initial journey, both exhibiting impressive physiques and vibrant spirits. Thanks to its ghostly nature, Dragapult was immune to fighting and normal-type moves, while Heracross predominantly wielded these types of attacks. Imitating the three-headed dragon, Dragapult launched the first strike, swiftly closing the distance to Heracross. Abyssal Spike. Heracross enveloped itself in dark energy and charged forward with tremendous force, leaving deep gouges in the ground. Dragapult Messia deftly dodged the attack and immediately countered with Dragon Arrow, two energy arrows racing from behind. Heracross attempted to evade, only to find the arrows homing in on him like guided missiles, resulting in a direct hit. In the opening exchanges, Heracross had suffered a setback, yet he remained undeterred, secretly gathering energy. With a powerful stomp, he crushed the rocks beneath him and surged towards Dragapult Messia. Flying type move, quick attack. Dragapult Messia hastily employed Volt Switch to evade. Realizing escape was impossible, it quickly executed Shadow Clone and transformed into the three-headed dragon, unleashing a stream of dragon breath. Though the attack lacked power, it was visually impressive. To Dragapult's surprise, Heracross was momentarily intimidated, allowing Dragapult Messia to pursue relentlessly, conjuring several dragon arrows that followed in rapid succession. In mere moments, they overwhelmed Heracross, inflicting notable damage. Heracross expelled a cloud of dust. Though unwilling to admit defeat, the reality was evident. He had lost. Victorious, Dragapult Messia exuberantly dashed about, while Yamask approached to heal both Dragapult Messia and Heracross. Lin Yin understood that Dragapult Messia's propensity for battling above its level was not uncommon, particularly given its current low tier. Nevertheless, he was delighted by its performance. The little one had begun to grasp the concept of using disguise to intimidate opponents and would soon master this ability. Dragapult, come here. Lin Yin beckoned. Dragapult bounded into Lin Yin's shadow, exposing only its small head, which appeared utterly adorable. Remember, do not overuse your disguise ability in public, Lin Yin earnestly advised, elaborating for an extended period until Dragapult Messia finally nodded in vague understanding. Lin Yin then recalled the most crucial point. Never emulate the three-headed dragon, who, with its penchant for grinding teeth and flatulence while sleeping, set a poor example. Upon hearing Lin Yin disparage him in front of the younger Pokémon, the three-headed dragon roared and flew to Lin Yin's side, ready to defend its honor. Dragapult Messia stood by, laughing heartily. Time flies, and a week has swiftly passed. During this period, Doryu Messia has made remarkable advancements in strength, while the illusion tree has absorbed a significant portion of the energy from the hidden realm, becoming even more formidable, yielding attribute fruits that are incredibly abundant and succulent. However, the group of Pokémon led by Celebi has taken a liking to the likes of Banjira and spends their days in merriment together. After some contemplation, Lin Yin decided to set off for Kyoto to claim his rewards. Come forth, Doryu Messia. Chapter 155, Pokémon Transfer Station. Doryu Messia instantly comprehended the command and promptly disguised itself as a three-headed dragon. Unlike ordinary disguises, this transformation resembled a metamorphosis, apart from a slight difference in demeanor. Its physique bore no resemblance to anything other than that of a three-headed dragon, which was utterly astonishing. Nevertheless, with so many unbelievable occurrences, Lin Yin paid little mind to it. True North Advance. Doryu Messia, for the first time venturing out of the hidden realm, was filled with exhilaration as it soared forward at great speed, encountering numerous flying-type Pokémon along the way. Various lakes and forests unfolded before its eyes, prompting Doryu to slow its pace, eager to savor the breathtaking scenery. Lin Yin, reclining on its back, leisurely perused videos. Before long, Lin Yin arrived at the transfer station, fully aware that the distance from South China to Kyoto was quite considerable. Attempting to rush there in one go would be unfeasible. Therefore, he decided to take a short respite at the transfer station to avoid the perils of fatigue while driving. It was also a perfect opportunity for Doryu to rest well. Lin Yin took out a few attribute fruits and fed them to Doryu. One must say, attribute fruits are truly the pinnacle of Pokémon food. Not only do they possess exquisite flavor, but they also provide Pokémon with a wide array of energy. Lin Yin approached the front desk. "Hello. I would like to arrange for accommodation." The receptionist promptly prepared a room for him, and Lin Yin organized his luggage, yearning for a good night's sleep. He also grabbed a bite to eat, but Doryu was keen on going out to play. Doryu Messia, having rarely ventured out of the hidden realm, was reluctant to return before fully enjoying itself. It's dangerous outside, especially with some nefarious trainers around. Doryu Messia bravely puffed out its chest, declaring it was unafraid. "All right, just be careful," Lin Yin conceded, releasing the three-headed dragon and the Sharpedo to accompany Doryu. The Sharpedo embraced the three-headed dragon, glancing at Doryu Messia and letting out a series of roars. The three-headed dragon chuckled heartily, shaking its heads. With two older brothers around, it was unlikely Doryu Messia would face any trouble. As for Banjira, it remained diligently training within the rocky hidden realm, while the sticky beauty dragon tended to Shalebi and other beauty-loving Pokémon in cultivating flowers. "All right, you three go have fun, but remember not to wander too far." With that, Lin Yin laid his head down and drifted into slumber. Time passed, and Lin Yin eventually awoke. At that moment, he heard an announcement. "We sincerely apologize for the interruption. All trainers are requested to gather in the front yard of the Pokémon Center. There has been a theft of Pokeballs." The announcement repeated 3 or 4 times, and Lin Yin was somewhat taken aback, as theft of Pokeballs was a serious issue. In this world, Pokémon are not merely tools, but genuine companions. Stealing Pokémon is akin to human trafficking in the past, a matter of even graver concern. Glancing at the time, Lin Yin realized that only 2 hours had elapsed. However, feeling invigorated, he washed his face and stepped outside. In the Pokémon yard, numerous trainers congregated, most discussing the unfolding events and speculating whose Pokémon had been stolen. At that juncture, staff members emerged, cautiously reassuring the trainers. Lin Yin's eyes glimmered. With his system, he instantly recognized the identity of the individual before him, member of the Dark Church, strength at the Quasi-King level. It was indeed shocking to discover that the Dark Church had infiltrated this place. It was utterly despicable. If trainers handed over their injured Pokémon for treatment, the Dark Church would reap the rewards, leading to unfathomable consequences. After observing for a while, Lin Yin noticed that it seemed all the staff members were affiliated with the Dark Church. This implied that the Dark Church had, in effect, taken the entire transfer station's personnel hostage and had come disguised. Given this realization, the supposed theft of Pokémon was merely a ruse. Lin Yin decided to remain where he was, patiently observing what tricks the adversaries might play. After all, their strongest member was merely a king-level trainer, and Lin Yin felt confident in his ability to outmatch them. "Everyone, please hold on." At that moment, a purple-haired man stepped forward, commanding attention to quell the chaos. "I am the person in charge of this transfer station. Due to numerous reports of stolen Pokeballs, we must conduct thorough searches of all trainers and require that you submit all Pokeballs for examination in the testing room." The crowd nodded, suspecting nothing amiss, as the Pokemon Association's transfer department held a reputable standing. No one would believe that the staff members of the Pokemon Center were impersonating the Dark Church. Thus, dozens of trainers lined up in an orderly fashion, each submitting their Pokeballs one by one. Meanwhile, the Dark Church members circulated, handing out fruit platters and beverages, providing attentive service, which fostered an unusually tranquil atmosphere as trainers whispered amongst themselves. Lin Yin was well aware that it wouldn't be long before these individuals would be in tears. Just then, It was Lin Yin's turn. Sir, please place your Pokeballs on the device, the attendant said with a beaming smile. Lin Yin sheepishly produced 3 empty Pokeballs, stating, My 3 Pokemon have gone out to play and will need some time to return. The attendant frowned slightly before directing the scanning device at Lin Yin, meticulously scanning him from head to toe, ultimately finding nothing amiss. Accepting Lin Yin's explanation, the attendant replied, Very well, sir. You may proceed. When your Pokemon return, simply register them, and we will be pleased to provide you with a complimentary health check. Given that health checks for Pokemon were currently quite expensive, the promise of a free examination drew the attention of many trainers, who deemed it a worthwhile offer. Lin Yin nodded, and then stepped aside to wait for an opportunity. Moments later, the Dark Church staff members began to leave the area, one by one disappearing from sight. Seizing the moment before they could escape, Lin Yin shouted, These individuals are imposters from the Dark Church. They are frauds. Do not let them leave. Several trainers immediately blocked the staff members' path. The Dark Church members attempted to explain. It's simply that the assessment workload is immense, so we need to go to the back for processing. We are puzzled as to why you would think otherwise. Another chimed in, smiling. Your Pokemon have gone out and haven't returned, thereby missing the opportunity for a free health check, and you wish to disrupt the process? This statement resonated with the crowd, as the Pokemon health check was not merely a routine examination, but also involved specialized nutritionists who would formulate future training plans for the Pokemon, offering detailed guidance across various aspects. It was not just ordinary trainers who found it hard to part with such an opportunity. Even mid-level trainers were reluctant to forego a comprehensive check for their 6 Pokemon. Chapter 156, The King. The crowd assumed Lin Yin was merely causing a ruckus out of frustration for missing out on the complimentary health check, and they began to mock him. Lin Yin responded with a smile. You need not feign ignorance. You are members of the Dark Church. The staff members pretended not to understand. Sir, if you have no further business, please leave and refrain from causing any disturbances, would you? Seeing the stubbornness of his adversaries, Lin Yin resolved to teach them a lesson. Just as he was about to release Banjira, someone shouted, You brat, hurry back. Don't cause trouble here. How could the Elven Association's transit station possibly harbor members of the Dark Church? You must be dreaming. Indeed, others chimed in, urging him to leave and not waste anyone's time. Get lost. Lin Yin paid no heed to their words. While some were foolish, others were innocent. At that moment, it seemed that everyone was denouncing Lin Yin, which led him to realize they were nothing but a bunch of foolish swine. After muttering a curse, he secured the Pokeball at his waist and stepped aside, concluding that these individuals did not require his assistance. He decided to observe for a while. Before long, all the Pokeballs had been submitted. Just as the crowd was ready to conclude the affair and enjoy themselves, the members of the Dark Church erupted into laughter, tearing off their disguises to reveal their true identities. Clad in dark uniforms adorned with a distinctive emblem, who else could they be but members of the Dark Church? Dear friends, we are grateful for your Pokemon. We'll take good care of them. Farewell. With that, dozens of Dark Church members summoned their dark minions and prepared to flee. No, this cannot be. Someone cried out. Quickly, return my Pokemon. Chase after them. Don't let them escape. How can we pursue without Pokemon? We're doomed. My Pokemon. Some shouted in despair, while others wept profusely, and chaos ensued. At that moment, someone seemed to have an epiphany and directed their ire at Lin Yin. Wait, there's someone who still has Pokemon. He didn't submit his. Numerous eyes turned toward Lin Yin, some harboring ill intentions. You didn't submit your Pokemon. Quickly retrieve ours. Exactly. Why didn't you explain earlier? If you had spoken up sooner, we wouldn't be in this mess. Lin Yin furrowed his brows. These people were clearly seeking trouble. The very ones who doubted him were now pointing fingers at him. Damn it. He wouldn't indulge them. He kicked the accuser away, demonstrating his formidable strength. The onlookers were stunned. Was such power possible in a single kick? Consequently, the accusations quieted considerably. Lin Yin was not one to let things slide. He approached the individual who had shouted the loudest. What do you want? Trembling, the man surveyed the crowd, and his courage grew. You need to help us retrieve our Pokemon. Otherwise, you'll bear the brunt of this mistake. Bear it. Lin Yin delivered another kick, sending the man crashing against the wall, likely fracturing a bone. How foolish these individuals were to seek trouble with him. I told you from the start that they were members of the Dark Church. You didn't believe me, yet now you blame me for your misfortune? Your lost Pokemon is of no concern to me. Lin Yin casually picked at his teeth, reclining in a nearby rocking chair, utterly unbothered. Initially, he had contemplated rescuing the Pokemon, but now such thoughts were cast aside. The plight of these people was of no interest to him, especially since they sought to trouble him. Observing Lin Yin's indifference, the crowd grew anxious and began to encroach upon him, intending to pressure him into action. Brother, there are so many of us here. Even if you don't wish to retrieve them, at least support the other trainers. Yes, you must understand. Those are the pokeballs of dozens of trainers. If the Dark Church gets away with them, it will be your responsibility. Stop blabbering. I refuse to go. If you approach me, don't blame me for being rude. You think I'll be morally coerced? Not a chance. Besides, there are dozens of Dark Church members and various dark Pokémon. Why on earth would I go? Seeking death? Lin Yin retorted without mercy. Brother, since you refuse to go, then lend us your Pokémon so we can pursue them. With that, they moved closer, as if to insist he must comply. Do you think I'm a soft target? Come forth, Banjira. Lin Yin bellowed. A massive beast descended from the sky, trampling several unfortunate souls who had attempted to approach with ill intentions. Lin Yin cared not for their fates. He merely recognized that if anything went awry, it would be he who bore the consequences. How dare you? Someone exclaimed. Summoning a Pokémon to attack other trainers is a grave offense. Lin Yin, hearing this, rushed over and seized one individual. You, instigating trouble. What if I do attack? He prepared to strike, intent on sending the man to meet his ancestors. The cowardly man, witnessing Lin Yin's fierce demeanor, began to weep and plead for mercy. Lin Yin, with a steely gaze, kicked him away, leaving his fate to chance. The onlookers, drawn to the spectacle, were eager to escalate the situation. Yet Lin Yin's thunderous actions soon restored a sense of reason among the crowd, and their gazes toward him were now filled with respect. At that moment, a somewhat rational middle-aged man stepped forward with a smile. Brother, now that you've vented your anger and dealt with those troublemakers, could I trouble you to track the Dark Church's movements until the other trainers arrive for support? Lin Yin remained unmoved. The man's intentions were clear. He wished for Lin Yin to follow the Dark Church without considering the potential ambush or deceit that might await. Though he was naturally inclined, he was far from foolish. Unwilling to charge into danger like a naive fool. I refuse to go, stop pestering me. Besides, the Dark Church trainers have long since fled. Even if I wanted to pursue them, it would be futile. Lin Yin spread his hands, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. Some were on the brink of tears, while others remained unnaturally calm, their thoughts concealed. Just then, a cry echoed from the sky, and as the crowd expressed their confusion, a bearded man grinned widely. Rest assured, we have dispatched a specialized team to track them down. We will not allow the Dark Church to easily acquire so many Pokémon. Chapter 157, The Artificial Mutuo. Only then did the crowd recognize the newcomer. It was the Rock-type champion. Champion Rock, you must help us. Yes, these are our companions from childhood. Seeing their desperate pleas, Shirley felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He understood the situation well. It was the disbelief of these individuals in a young man's words that led to this outcome. If the trainers of the Elven Association remained in such a state, how could they confront the Dark Church? A mere group of individuals could manipulate them with ease. Lin Yin, noticing the champion's arrival, finally opened his eyes and smiled. Champion Rock, what is the Dark Church's purpose in this mass acquisition of Pokémon? Such an organization is never without ulterior motives. Their large-scale mobilization must be driven by a specific agenda. Shirley glanced at Lin Yin and replied with a smile. According to the reports from the Elven Association, these Pokémon are likely to be used for a cruel experiment. He did not conceal the truth, but laid it bare, causing the crowd to gasp in shock. What is happening? Their Pokémon are likely to be subjected to experimentation. Most began to weep and plead with Shirley to ensure the Pokémon were recovered, insisting that the Dark Church should not be allowed to carry out their experiments unopposed. Upon hearing about the experiments, Lin Yin couldn't help but feel intrigued. The affairs of the Elf Association surely revolved around the mythical beasts. He was determined to delve deeper and uncover the nature of these experiments. Just then, Shirley's expression darkened, and he let out a sigh. Alas, I've just received word that our small squad has gone missing. What? Many trainers fainted at this news. Their Pokémon lost. Some began to curse while others hung their heads in despair, instantly creating a heavy atmosphere. Lin Yin sighed helplessly. If these individuals had trusted him from the outset, they wouldn't be in such a predicament. As for aiding them, Lin Yin could only chuckle. Why should he extend a hand to strangers? The Pokémon world was vast, and the loss of their Pokémon was but a trifling matter. There were places embroiled in crises that could lead to entire regions or cities being obliterated. It was impossible for him to assist everyone, after all. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lin Yin slipped away, confident he could trace the whereabouts of the Dark Church, something others struggled to do. He was eager to discover the nature of the experiments being conducted by this nefarious group, especially as they required powerful Pokémon and specific attributes. A sudden realization struck him. Could it be that they were attempting to research Mutuo? It would be effortless for him to investigate. If they were indeed focused on Mutwo, that would be splendid. The Dark Church bore a resemblance to the notorious Team Rocket from his previous life, sharing many similarities. If they were intent on creating Mutwo, it was clear that, following the original narrative, Mutwo would possess human consciousness and resist becoming a mere puppet, potentially toppling the entire Team Rocket headquarters. Mutwo, as a man-made mythical beast, was akin to a chosen one, possessing immense power alongside a unique personality that defied the characteristics of typical artificial Pokémon. Lin Yin believed that such mythical beings were beyond human creation. Perhaps some entity sensed a lack of mythical beasts in the world and thus leveraged Team Rocket's power to bring Mutwo into existence. The same could be said for this world. Some presence wished to utilize the Dark Church to create Mutwo. This line of thought piqued Lin Yin's interest. If the Dark Church had indeed acquired the fossil of Mew, how could he possibly miss out on the opportunity to create Mutwo? He summoned his three-headed dragon and Dragonite, preparing to soar towards the Dark Church, reassured by his system that he would not struggle to locate them. Just then, a Fearow swooped down from behind. With none other than Elite Stone Lai seated atop. Lin Yin paused momentarily as Lai greeted him with a smile. "Dr. Lin, I never expected to encounter you here." Lin Yin nodded, recalling their last meeting at the press conference. Lai was momentarily taken aback. Their previous interaction had been merely a nod, and he had assumed Lin Yin wouldn't remember him. "Indeed, Dr. Lin, you are quite remarkable, holding such an esteemed position at such a young age. Your prowess rivals even veteran elite trainers, truly formidable." In response to Lai's compliments, Lin Yin shook his head. "I presume the elite wishes to inquire how to locate the Dark Church's lair?" Lai sheepishly scratched his head, confessing that this was indeed his intention. "Since you possess the means to identify those from the Dark Church, you must also know how to find them." Though he questioned whether a young individual could truly wield such power. Ding, mission triggered, tracked the Dark Church. Lin Yin was taken aback, just as he was contemplating rest. The system offered him a task. How fortuitous. "I do have a way to trace the Dark Church's whereabouts, but I hope Elite Sure will heed my guidance." After a moment's hesitation, Lai nodded in agreement. Although Lin Yin was young, he had evidently battled the Dark Church multiple times, and, with his composed demeanor, was unlikely to act recklessly. Seeing Lai's assent, Lin Yin retracted Dragonite and swiftly mounted his three-headed dragon, propelling forward. Given Dragonite's limited strength, it was crucial to remain vigilant for any sudden threats. Lai was slightly bewildered. Witnessing Lin Yin possess two three-headed dragons was uncommon, as most trainers tended to avoid capturing identical Pokémon. He contemplated asking about it, but soon dismissed the thought. In no time, Lin Yin discovered the Dark Church's hideout. It was a vast lake surrounded by dense forests and various Pokémon, seemingly an unlikely setting for such a sinister organization. Consulting the system's coordinates, he discerned that the Dark Church was indeed located here. If not above ground, they must be beneath it. Why did they have such a penchant for digging underground? Lin Yin found it puzzling, recalling how the same had occurred during his research on the NEI fossil. "Dr. Lin, is the Dark Church truly here?" Lai surveyed the serene surroundings, noting the tranquility and the Pokémon foraging about. If nothing was present above ground, it must be below. Lin Yin chuckled, tapping his foot in anticipation. Below? Lai suddenly looked down at the ground, realization dawning upon him. It was no wonder the Elf Association struggled to locate them. They had taken refuge underground. Unless one employed specialized equipment, it would be quite challenging to discover their hideout. Yet, where was the entrance? This conundrum left Lai perplexed. Following the system's guidance, Lin Yin identified the entrance within the vast lake. "Elite Sure, how proficient are you in swimming?" Lai was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Lin Yin's intent, but soon grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting the Dark Church is beneath the water?" Lin Yin affirmed, "I have a method to locate them. But we must be prepared for a fierce counterattack if we descend. However, if they miss this opportunity, the Dark Church might relocate, making it significantly harder to apprehend them." Lin Yin's words left Lai in a state of indecision. Should they proceed or not? "Come forth, Steelix." After a brief hesitation, Lai released his Pokémon. Reluctantly, he conceded, "Dr. Lin, as you say, we must go down, but we must also remain cautious." Lin Yin scrutinized Steelix, noting its lack of swimming ability. If they were to dig, they could simply delve downward. Lai nodded, then mounted Steelix, who charged downwards, accompanied by a resounding rumble as it vanished from sight. With the area now devoid of onlookers, Lin Yin changed into a set of clothing he had previously acquired from the Dark Church, then summoned Dragonite. "As I mentioned earlier, can you transform into a dark-colored Pokémon?" Dragonite affectionately nudged Lin Yin's cheek before continuously morphing until it transformed into a black Beedrill. "Good job." Lin Yin exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in approval. Dragonite beamed and dove into Lin Yin's shadow. With a remarkable adaptability, it swiftly navigated based on the system's map, leading Lin Yin to the Dark Church's lair. It turned out to be inside a cave, easily accessible by pushing aside a large boulder. Just as Lin Yin was about to push the boulder aside, a thunderous roar echoed, the sound reverberating through the water. Lin Yin turned to see a Gyarados, a creature known for its ferocious temperament, and he was acutely aware that reasoning with it would be futile. The black Gyarados, with its entire body cloaked in darkness and eyes like crimson orbs, was evidently a creature of the Dark Elves. It appeared to be utilized exclusively by the Dark Church. However, its power was rather lackluster, merely at the elite level, roughly around level 30. Lin Yin summoned the multi-headed dragon, intending to let it hone its skills, as this creature had recently been quite eager for action. The multi-headed dragon was raised by 3 draconic monstrosities, yet its temperament stood in stark contrast to theirs. While the 3-headed dragons were notorious for their laziness and gluttony, the multi-headed Messiah was diligent, eager to learn, and industrious, embodying the spirit of relentless competition. Lin Yin found himself in a dilemma. If this were a tale, the multi-headed Messiah would undoubtedly be the quintessential protagonist, attracting a legion of admirers. Just then, the multi-headed dragon transformed into a dark Beedrill, poised to engage in a Pokémon battle with the Dark Gyarados. However, the latter let out a fierce roar and, abandoning its intent to obstruct, flicked its tail and retreated. It turned out that this creature permitted passage upon sighting any dark Pokémon. Although Lin Yin was garbed in the attire of the Dark Church, the Gyarados did not recognize it as legitimate. Regardless, this spared him the effort of combat. Lin Yin pushed aside a massive stone, unleashing a surge of energy that barred the water source of the lake. How peculiar. After a brief chuckle, he did not linger but proceeded down the corridor. The passageway appeared spacious enough for 3 individuals to walk side by side and soar to great heights, suggesting it had been constructed with immense effort. Lin Yin shook his head, lamenting the impending damage that such a precious place would soon endure due to large-scale battles. The Rock Splitter had already relayed the location to the Pokémon Association, and it would not be long before numerous trainers arrived, inevitably leading to a fierce confrontation. The association had been conducting extensive purges of the Dark Church, yet their captures were merely of lowly minions, failing to uncover any significant territories. Lin Yin had initially assumed that the elite trainers were merely slacking off. However, it became evident that the Dark Church had deeply entrenched hideouts. Who would have thought they were burrowing underground? Future missions to track the Dark Church would need to shift focus from the surface to the subterranean. Before long, Lin Yin encountered a sentry, a slender young man. Taking the initiative, Lin Yin barked, "How is it that you stand watch today? Why have you not released your Pokémon?" He continued with a barrage of questions, leaving the guard momentarily stunned and nodding in compliance. Although the guard had some lingering doubts, upon seeing the dark Beedrill behind Lin Yin, his uncertainties dissipated. He repeatedly apologized, saying, "I sincerely apologize. I was on a mission last night and did not rest well." Lin Yin, upon hearing this, chose not to respond, knowing the guard did not recognize him and would likely question his identity. Was this statement a trap? Thus, he shifted the subject, inquiring about the progress of the Pokémon cloning research. The guard immediately understood upon hearing the mention of cloning, and asked, "You are?" Lin Yin cleared his throat. "I am a Pokémon assistant from another division, specializing in Pokémon evolution research. However, the individuals who accompanied me have been apprehended by the Pokémon Association." The sentry, momentarily taken aback, tactfully replied, "My condolences." Lin Yin retorted, "What nonsense. It's not like I've lost anyone. Hurry and take me to the laboratory." The guard, seeing Lin Yin's demeanor, began to believe him, yet still inquired with a smile, "Do you have any credentials to verify your identity? I am subjected to scrutiny whenever I pass through the Pokémon Center, so I do not carry much with me, just my attire." Lin Yin snapped back, "Isn't bringing a dark Pokémon sufficient? Stop wasting my time." With that, he attempted to proceed. However, the guard remained resolute in his refusal to grant passage. Lin Yin, unconcerned, thought that he could always resort to using Shalebi to escape if necessary. "Let me through quickly. If anything goes awry, can you take responsibility?" he declared, preparing to launch an offensive. At that moment, someone emerged from the corridor. "What is happening here?" "Captain, this individual claims to be a researcher dispatched from another division, but he lacks any proof, so I have not permitted him entry." The captain, upon glancing at the dark Pokémon behind Lin Yin, became partially convinced and proceeded to ask a few research-related questions. To his delight, Lin Yin answered with remarkable expertise, prompting an enthusiastic response, "Excellent. The doctors are currently vexed by some challenging problems. You might be able to assist. As the leader of the research institute, his role entailed flattering the research doctors. Having encountered someone knowledgeable, he was eager to utilize this opportunity, even if Lin Yin turned out to be less capable than hoped. Chapter 159, The Creation of Futile. Lin Yin followed the individual further along, noting that while the members of the Dark Church wielded slightly stronger dark Pokémon, they lacked the high standards exhibited by the Pokémon Association. In the association, someone in Lin Yin's position would never have gained access. He would likely have been apprehended for re-examination. Nevertheless, having arrived, Lin Yin felt no fear. He could always utilize Shalebi for a swift escape if necessary. Before long, they reached their destination, where numerous experts in Pokémon research were engaged in hushed discussions about their next steps. Lin Yin's gaze fell upon a colossal incubation chamber, which indeed housed a Pokémon fossil, its surface pale and perfectly sized, seemingly the fossil of Mew. Yet, one aspect puzzled him. Why had this artifact been fragmented into several pieces? Were they truly attempting to create Futile? Esteemed doctors, I am Lin, a researcher from another division. What progress have you made? Lin Yin inquired cheerfully. The individuals present, seeing a mere youth, lost interest and resumed their discussions. Lin Yin discerned that they were likely still at the preliminary stage of deliberating Pokémon forms. He interjected, I believe that to create a new Pokémon, one need not necessarily resort to fragmentation. In fact, this fossil, being that of a divine beast, can serve as a foundation for derivation. His words immediately sparked interest among the group of researchers. The first to respond was an elderly man with yellow hair, who quickly countered, without fragmentation, how can we inject Pokémon genes for cultivation? The energy of divine beasts is inherently potent. If, Lin Yin nodded, recognizing that the crux of their dilemma lay in how to inject various Pokémon genes into this novel creation without compromising its integrity. Their concern was that fragmentation would prevent the fossil from losing its vitality, thereby preserving a spark of life. However, Lin Yin believed this concern was unwarranted. The fossil of the divine beast Mew could undoubtedly withstand the infusion of Pokémon genes. After all, Mew's DNA encompassed the genetic makeup of all Pokémon, and its ability to transform into any Pokémon without consequence was a testament to its resilience. Moreover, with the advancements in fossil revival technology, such extreme caution was unnecessary. Lin Yin pondered whether these individuals had been coerced into their conservative approach, fearful of failure. Ahem, I assert that scientific inquiry necessitates boldness. Such conservatism is often a prelude to failure. However, I am confident that this experiment will succeed, Lin Yin boldly proclaimed, provoking deep contemplation among his audience. Indeed, were they not merely fixating on the possibility of failure? Had they not entertained the thought of success? Ah, truly, the younger generation is pushing the boundaries forward. Young man, you speak wisely. You are Lin, correct? Have you previously conducted research in the field of Pokémon? The yellow-haired elder inquired with a smile. Lin Yin was, of course, boasting without reservation, and having occasionally observed Dr. Demew's research, he naturally handled the use of these machines and equipment with remarkable ease. I had previously engaged in research on Pokémon evolution, regeneration, and genetic engineering related to Pokémon at the Elf Association. The others nodded in agreement, though it was unclear whether they truly believed him. Lin Yin smiled and said, since we aim to create an entirely new Pokémon, why not strive to create a divine beast instead? A divine beast that surpasses the very essence of Mew. Let it possess boundless power. Upon hearing this, everyone was left astonished. Was it truly feasible? They were indeed preparing to develop a powerful Pokémon comparable to a divine beast based on Mew's fossil. Yet the notion of actually creating a divine beast had never crossed their minds. Ah, the fresh perspective of the youth. Why shouldn't we create a divine beast? With the unparalleled material of Mew's fossil at our disposal, we can certainly push further. The blonde-haired individual seemed convinced, beaming with enthusiasm. The others nodded in agreement. After all, we were talking about the creation of a divine beast. Apart from some individuals from ancient times, there had been no reports in modern or contemporary eras of anyone successfully creating a divine beast. If they were able to bring such a creature into existence, their names would undoubtedly be inscribed in the annals of history. At that moment, everyone's gaze grew fervent. The small team leader who had brought Lin Yin was particularly excited. Although he didn't fully grasp the discussion, his enthusiasm was infectious. A divine beast. How audacious to aspire to create one. Young man, do you share similar aspirations? We currently possess 2 Mew fossils, which could fully support a theoretical endeavor. The other researchers exclaimed eagerly. Lin Yin nodded, chuckling. Indeed, capable individuals can thrive anywhere. Surely, If you don't come to collect the net soon, I might just become a cadre of the Dark Church. The reason no one doubted Lin Yin's identity was simple: confidence. Who would suspect that a Pokemon doctor from the Elf Association would come incognito to assist the Dark Church in researching divine beast Pokemon? Not even Shirley could have anticipated it. In Lin Yin's view, with such advanced equipment available, the moment the Elf Association launched an offensive, the Dark Church would likely retreat immediately. Those disobedient Pokemon would probably be reduced to mere test subjects. The cruel reality. Lin Yin indeed had the opportunity to save these Pokemon. But as the saying goes, the greater good must prevail. In the grand scheme of things, was it more important to safeguard a group of trainers' Pokemon or to infiltrate the Dark Church and seize the chance to capture a divine beast? Sacrificing some Pokemon and abandoning a few trainers for the divine beast's sake was, indeed, prioritizing the greater good. Moreover, why would Lin Yin, a stranger, aid those who had once defamed him? Turning his attention back, the experiment had already commenced. In Lin Yin's recollection, Team Rocket had activated Mew's fossil and systematically introduced Pokemon genes collected from around the world, followed by various modifications that ultimately resulted in the creation of Mewtwo. One had to admit, it was a bold concept. Unfortunately, Bammu lacked the strength to control Mewtwo, and all plans had crumbled. Lin Yin smiled and declared, "Everyone, I am about to create an unprecedented divine beast that will surpass its original form, Mew. Henceforth, this divine beast shall be called Mewtwo. We shall all bear witness to history as its creators. Let us strive together. Mewtwo." The group was momentarily taken aback before erupting into laughter, regardless of its origins. This undertaking would undoubtedly be recorded in history. They were the pioneers in the creation of divine beasts. All was for Mewtwo. Lin Yin nodded, feeling that the indoctrination had nearly taken effect. First, they would utilize technology to reactivate Mew's fossil and extract the Pokemon genes. Lin Yin orchestrated everything with meticulous precision. Chapter 160, Manipulating the Researchers. To this day, no one harbored doubts. At that moment, Shirley was digging a hole beside the cave, conducting a thorough survey outside. The colossal Steelix stood guard nearby, ever ready to strike. Sigh, I wonder how Dr. Lin is faring, Shirley pondered while standing within the cave. Suddenly, a noise emanated from not far off. When did a cave appear here? Could it be someone? What sort of person could it be? Probably just some rock-type Pokemon. Come, let us investigate, Shirley thought, quickly concealing himself. The members of the Dark Church, upon discovering a massive Steelix, were elated. What luck to encounter such a creature. They hastily released their Dark-type Pokemon, most of which were of elite level, utterly dwarfed by the Steelix's might. Their audacity to charge forward was remarkable. Shirley exchanged a glance with Steelix, signaling it to create a commotion, allowing him to slip in unnoticed. He had even donned the Dark Church's attire. Roar! Steelix bellowed, its body surging forward toward the assailants. The sound of screams echoed through the air. At that moment, alarms blared throughout the Dark Church's laboratory. Shirley was momentarily stunned. His plan unraveled before he could even enter, and he had been discovered. Left with no choice, he decided to seize the opportunity to delay their escape or cause substantial destruction, disrupting their rhythm. With that resolve, Shirley threw out a Pokeball, and 5 Pokemon emerged simultaneously. Let loose and wreak havoc, Shirley commanded, and his Pokemon unleashed their abilities, causing the cave to tremble violently. Even the Dark Church's research facility began to collapse, with some members caught off guard and buried beneath falling debris. Meanwhile, Lin Yin, who was busy deceiving the Dark Church, felt somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated the chaos Shirley would unleash. Under such circumstances, it was more advantageous for him to exploit the confusion. Rather than assist the Dark Church in researching Mewtwo, it would be wiser to take the opportunity to conduct his own research. He recalled them mentioning the existence of 2 Mew fossils. "Yin, there are members of the Elf Association attacking outside. Hurry and join us." It must be said, these researchers were commendable, calling out to Lin Yin as they made their escape. "We must ensure the Mew fossils are secured." Lin Yin feigned concern, attempting to extract more information. "Rest assured, both fossils, including the one currently under study, are being relocated," one of them replied with a smile. Lin Yin mirrored the smile. "Excellent. Let us evacuate together." Thus, Lin Yin boarded the armored vehicle alongside them for their retreat. The vehicle was quite expansive, even possessing capabilities for submersion and flight. Inside, it resembled a mobile research facility. As the opportunity arose, Lin Yin said, "Could you possibly show me the other Mew fossil? I wouldn't want it to be damaged by careless hands." Lin Yin appeared genuinely worried, and the others, without suspicion, brought forth the fossil. "Why do I feel that something is amiss?" With that, Lin Yin casually picked up a magnifying glass nearby and began to scrutinize the fossil meticulously. Rest assured, Brother Yin, this fossil has always been preserved in the most exquisite petri dish, ensuring it remains impervious to damage. You can place your complete trust in that. Lin Yin nodded, as he was aware that at any moment, he could summon Shalebi and escape from this place. However, he was also acutely aware that the Pokémon Association was likely not as enlightened as the Dark Church, especially regarding the matter of Mutwo. Even if he attempted to reclaim this research through such means, success was not guaranteed. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Yin resolved to remain, for the conditions here were quite satisfactory. Brother Yin, how is it looking? He inquired with a smile. It's splendidly preserved, he replied. Were it not for the allure of the Dark Church, he might have considered absconding with the Mew fossil. Days later, the situation erupted fervently. Dozens of trainers' Pokémon had been abducted by the Dark Church, and even the Rock-type champion had been slain. The deeds of the Dark Church were being relentlessly publicized, and Lin Yin, who was overseeing the research, was left in shock. Rock Splitter was dead? This was something he had not anticipated. After all, he was a champion with several Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution. At that moment, Zhuang Lu approached him. What are you pondering, Brother Yin? Zhuang Lu was the same yellow-haired doctor from before, and Lin Yin's various thoughts and ideas had won him over, leading them to forge a brotherly bond. I was contemplating the possibility of creating another legendary Pokémon with the remaining Mew fossil. Lin Yin proclaimed astonishingly. To conceive a legendary Pokémon was already astonishing in itself. To attempt a second creation would require an extraordinary blend of luck and skill, making it nearly impossible. Zhuang Lu hesitated, as the research on Mutwo was progressing remarkably well. With the genetic fusion of various Pokémon occurring with utmost ease and no delays whatsoever, it was as if the different genes of these Pokémon hailed from a singular being. This research aptly demonstrated that Mew's genes were indeed the current standard for Pokémon genetics. Otherwise, how could the fusion proceed so seamlessly? Brother, I sense this venture is rather perilous, and our funding appears insufficient to undertake another creation of a legendary Pokémon, Zhuang Lu expressed with evident conflict. Lin Yin continued to entice him. Brother Zhuang, ponder this. What if we succeed? You older folks tend to overanalyze, always dwelling on potential failures. Let me ask you, what if we succeed? Zhuang Lu was taken aback. He had never considered this perspective. His focus had been on completing the task with minimal risk and ensuring the experiment's success. Coupled with the extraordinary materials at hand, this had caused their hesitation. Taking a deep breath, they regained their composure. Indeed, what if they truly succeeded? I must say, Brother Yin, your youthful exuberance is quite infectious. If we succeed, our names will be etched in history. Zhuang Lu exclaimed. The materials are at risk of being utilized by other research institutions. We should act decisively, or we may find ourselves unable to proceed later. Lin Yin seized the moment, fervently persuading him, for the tools were not his. Should this experiment fail, he could simply abscond with Mutwo and return to the Pokémon Association for further research. Excellent. We shall proceed as you suggest. Let us convene shortly. Zhuang Lu resolved decisively, while Lin Yin smiled. Chapter 161. Brother, Mutwo is entrusted to you. As long as the Dark Church continued their experiments, he could profit from the ensuing chaos. It is well known that Mutwo contemplated the meaning of existence upon its creation. At that time, Team Rocket merely viewed Mutwo as a tool, failing to provide timely guidance. This negligence led Mutwo to lash out, even destroying its own armor, inflicting significant harm upon Team Rocket. It was evident that the members of the Dark Church shared this mindset, as they had already begun developing control devices even before Mutwo's embryonic form was complete. In Lin Yin's view, these so-called control devices were utterly futile. In the realm of Pokémon, the most profound connection is the bond shared with one's Pokémon. The bond between humans and Pokémon instills unwavering loyalty, an authenticity that cannot be fabricated. For instance, if someone were to tell Banjira to follow them, it is likely that Banjira would respond with a devastating attack. Even if Lin Yin were to lead Banjira astray, it would execute the command without complaint. This is the essence of the bond between humans and Pokémon. In Banjira's eyes, Lin Yin is the best and the strongest, and his words are never wrong. Even if they were, the fault would lie with others. Thus, Lin Yin planned to take advantage of Mutwo's initial vulnerability, allowing Banjira and other Pokémon to practice alongside it, thereby strengthening their bond. If fortune favored him, his sixth Pokémon would undoubtedly be Mutwo. With Mutwo at his side, Lin Yin could teleport at will, significantly enhancing his overall combat prowess. The question remained, however, how formidable would this newly created Mutwo truly be? Given the amalgamation of various Pokémon genes and the Mew fossil, its base strength should at least be at the champion level. This realization added pressure, for if a trainer's strength did not surpass that of their Pokémon, the latter would not readily submit. Therefore, it was imperative that Bangira, Garchomp, and Dragonite undergo intensive training. Within the secret realm, the 4 Pokémon were basking in sunlight atop the illusion tree, which had been previously enhanced to brimming with energy. Even lounging there provided a uniquely pleasurable sensation, allowing them to rapidly increase their strength without formal training. Moreover, the batch of Pokémon brought by Celebi had formed particularly close ties with Bangira and the others, contributing to their leisurely demeanor. Lin Yin was well aware of this, and he believed that aside from combat and training, Pokémon should also revel in play. After all, the purpose of becoming stronger is for enjoyment, is it not? However, they had indulged sufficiently over the past few days, and it was time to engage in some training. Ahem, you lot have all gained weight over these past days. You must at least exercise. Lin Yin laughed through the secret realm. Bangira appeared indifferent. As it had always relied on its size for sustenance, the larger the physique, the more appealing it became. Garchomp looked down and noticed that its once robust physique had transformed into a beer belly. It let out an embarrassed roar, as if to say it needed to lose weight immediately. Dragonite, upon hearing Lin Yin's comment about her weight, nearly burst into tears but found solace in the sight of the 3-headed dragon, who was also not in the best shape. The 3-headed dragon raised its head and inquired, "Did someone say a Pokémon has gained weight?" Surely, they could not be referring to it. It lowered its head and continued to gorge itself. The nonchalant demeanor of the creature left Lin Yin both amused and exasperated. Goodness, this fellow rivals the corpulence of a plump Dragonite, resembling nothing more than a great ball of flesh. While its size has increased, so has its girth. Thankfully, its wings have also grown, otherwise, flying would be quite the challenge. Ahem, I am speaking of you, 3-headed dragon. Be more self-aware. Over the past few days, I've enlisted Celebi to supervise you. We must strictly regulate your diet, Lin Yin chastised, exasperated at the obliviousness of the overweight creature. By the way, where has Celebi been lately? I haven't seen that little one around. In everyday life, Celebi is renowned for its discipline, rising each day to supervise its fellow Pokémon, diligently circling about with a self-regulation that rivals the likes of Lin Yin's multifaceted dragon messiah. Upon hearing Lin Yin's calls, the 3-headed dragon raised its heads, only to find Celebi sprawled out, indulging in a peaceful slumber, with remnants of energy cubes lingering at the corners of its mouth. Yet, this was not the most shocking aspect. What truly astonished was the noticeable girth that had begun to develop around Celebi's midsection. It appears that the adage one is influenced by their company holds true. It is no wonder that being in the presence of the 3-headed dragon would lead to such an outcome. With a languid sigh, Celebi remarked, "How delightful it is to simply lie back, eat, drink, and revel in leisure." Moreover, the fruits recently borne by the dream tree were imbued with immense energy, making each bite an exquisite pleasure. What of it, one might ask? After living for so long, must one be chastised for embracing a little indulgence? Lin Yin, rendered speechless, had hoped for Celebi to oversee the 3-headed dragon, only to discover that it had instead succumbed to their influence. Fortunately, with the recent transformation of Dragon Messiah into a dark Beedrill, kept close at hand, this diligent young Pokémon was spared from such negative effects. It was vital that Dragon Messiah not be swayed during this pivotal period of growth. However, upon utilizing the system to probe further, Lin Yin was astonished to find that the seemingly slothful 3-headed dragon was, in fact, the most formidable among these Pokémon. Could this be a manifestation of their innate skills? Meanwhile, Bangira and the Sharpedo had taken it upon themselves to engage in practice, leaving Lin Yin unconcerned. He recognized that a modicum of rest could indeed foster growth in Pokémon. At this juncture, Zhuanglu approached, exclaiming that following their recent meeting, their proposal had been approved, and headquarters had allocated a substantial sum of funding to support their endeavors. This was all in pursuit of creating a new legendary Pokémon. Zhuanglu could not help but express his gratitude, viewing Lin Yin as a veritable savior, whose innovative ideas and youthful fervor invigorated him greatly. Yet Zhuang, why have you sought me out? Shouldn't you be engrossed in your research? Lin Yin inquired, puzzled. Zhuanglu, known for his fervent dedication to research, rivaling even the likes of Dr. Demu, appeared somewhat sheepish. Brother, you see, we are tasked with the study of new Pokémon. Without a guiding force for the research on Mutwo, I hope you can take my place. Lin Yin paused, a spark of realization igniting within him. This was precisely the opportunity he had been awaiting. Zhuanglu, mistaking Lin Yin's silence for dissent, prepared to persuade him further. Chapter 162, The Awakening of Mutwo. With a smile, Lin Yin replied, Zhuang, I initially hesitated to agree, but seeing your dedication, how about this? I will relocate my quarters to the Mutuo Research Center, providing you with constant data assessments. Zhuang Lu, filled with joy, responded, Brother Lin, you are truly my lucky star. I cannot thank you enough. However, I cannot let you assist me without recompense. In a few days, those individuals will return with a batch of Pokémon eggs, and I will ensure you select the one with the highest potential. Zhuang Lu assured him, brimming with pride, referring to the combatants of the Dark Church. Having been in this place for several days, Lin Yin observed a hierarchy of disdain, where researchers looked down upon the combat personnel of the Dark Church. Exceptions existed for those at the champion level or above, who earned a modicum of respect, while others were relegated to mere subordinates. Lin Yin nodded, very well, Zhuang. I shall consider this favor, but should others approach, I will not guard Mutuo. Zhuang Lu nodded vigorously, acknowledging that recent developments had progressed at an astounding rate, causing him to feel somewhat buoyant, envisioning a future etched in the annals of history. After exchanging a few more lighthearted remarks, Lin Yin eagerly made his way to the Mutuo Research Center. Due to the scarcity of researchers from the Dark Church, only a few guards were stationed at the entrance, leaving the expansive research center eerily vacant. It was evident that Zhuang Lu placed immense trust in Lin Yin, delegating the entire responsibility to him. Within the research center stood a colossal oxygen tank, cradling a suspended embryo, which had begun to take on a discernible form. Given its connection to Mu, the embryo exhibited a strikingly uniform hue. Following this trajectory, it would not be long before Mutuo was brought into existence. What a monumental experiment. Mutuo, your emergence will undoubtedly mark a significant achievement in the annals of Pokémon history. Lin Yin could not suppress a smile. Meanwhile, Dragon Messiah, transformed into a Beedrill, observed with keen interest, having never encountered a Pokémon akin to Mutuo, and thus was brimming with curiosity. Little one, as a man-made Pokémon, Mutuo is truly one of a kind in this world. Take the opportunity to observe closely, Lin Yin thought, feeling a swell of pride. The prospect of participating in the research of Mutuo was an accomplishment unlike any other. A month passed. During this time, Lin Yin spent his days in the company of Mutuo, sharing meals and rest. Although he could not ascertain whether Mutuo could perceive his presence, he felt an undeniable bond forming. It was an inexplicable sensation. While training Dragon Chi-Chi, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Who are you? Who am I? Why do we appear so different? As the telepathic waves coursed through his mind, Lin Yin realized that Mutuo had been born, true to its legendary status. Mutuo was capable of telepathic communication immediately upon its birth, exuding an aura of power that even surpassed Dragon Chi-Chi. Dragon Messiah had achieved level 30 approximately a week prior, naturally evolving and mastering all auxiliary skills, significantly enhancing its prowess. Equipped with specialized items, including the Dragon Fong and the Ghost Symbol, its combat strength had also become formidable, often engaging in practice with the three-headed dragon and Sharpedo. Yet, in the presence of Mutuo, even Dragon Chi-Chi could not help but tremble. With a wary gaze, Dragon Chi-Chi fixated on Mutuo, instinctively drawing closer to Lin Yin for protection. What is this emotion? Why do you seem so anxious? Mutuo's telepathy conveyed a hint of confusion. Lin Yin understood that as a man-made Pokémon, Mutuo differed greatly from traditional Pokémon. It possessed no emotions, no memories, nor the capacity for emotional inheritance, making it acutely sensitive to human feelings and deceit. Furthermore, freshly born, Mutuo's emotions were highly volatile, prompting Banjira to avoid provoking it. This is my partner, Dragon Chi-Chi. It fears that you may harm me, hence its apprehension, Lin Yin explained, positioning Dragon Chi-Chi behind him. Mutuo could discern the authenticity of human tones. As long as Lin Yin spoke truthfully, Mutuo would generally refrain from aggression. Why does it fear me? Mutuo inquired, perplexed. Weakness breeds fear of strength. It is an instinct inherent to Pokémon. You are formidable. Lin Yin's voice grew fervent. I am powerful. I indeed sense an inexhaustible reservoir of strength within me. It feels exhilarating. Lin Yin had initially contemplated capturing Mutuo, but now he had entirely relinquished that notion, realizing that Mutuo's level was rapidly ascending. From the very beginning, ascending from the rank of a mere contender to that of a champion, and finally achieving stability as a champion, Lin Yin's last vestige of doubt dissipated into thin air. Such a formidable presence transcended his capacity for control. Currently, his only hope was for Mutuo to depart swiftly from this place, lest innocent bystanders be harmed. Are you afraid of me too? Mutuo inquired, its gaze hazy as it turned towards Lin Yin. You may not realize it, but your strength has already placed you at the pinnacle of this world. I fear your potential for losing control and causing harm to me. Lin Yin replied with utmost honesty. He yearned for Mutuo's favor, yet the prerequisite was honesty, as the creature possessed both telepathy and the ability to delve into others' memories. It was hardly surprising that such a terrifying Pokémon was deemed a deity. Am I truly that powerful? But why do I have no recollection of my origin? Mutuo directed its gaze towards Dragapult, intrigued by this fellow being. Dragapult emerged from a Pokémon egg, Lin Yin explained with a smile. Recalling how the three-headed dragon had desperately nurtured Dragapult. To prevent Dragapult from being rendered useless, Lin Yin had decided to keep it close at hand. Is this place where I reside a Pokémon egg? Mutuo, resembling an inquisitive child, examined everything surrounding its body. Lin Yin sighed. You are unlike most Pokémon. You are a deity. You embody a unique existence, created by humans, bearing immense responsibility. I was created by humans? Why me? Mutuo questioned, bewildered and somewhat agitated. As faint cracks began to appear in the vacuum chamber. You are the result of humans discovering Mew's fossil and integrating various Pokémon genes to create you. Mew is also a deity, so in a sense, you share a kinship, Lin Yin hurriedly reassured Mutuo to ease its turmoil. Chapter 163. I have become the leader. Do I have kin? Does that mean Mew is akin to my father? During this time, Lin Yin had helped Mutuo acquire extensive knowledge. Initially, Mutuo had been quite excited, but now it was completely composed. Brother Lin, are you implying that it was your encounter with the Dark Church that inadvertently led to my creation? Mutuo chuckled, crossing its legs. That seems to be the case. Lin Yin replied with a grin. In just half a day's time, he had forged a brotherly bond with Mutuo. At this rate, capturing Mutuo might not be far off. Yet, in an instant, Lin Yin dismissed that thought. Mutuo was not something he could easily capture. This world is vast. I wish to explore it, Mutuo remarked. Its eyes glinting as it stared longingly at the door, resembling a sage lost in contemplation. Brother, with your strength. As long as you avoid flying near Rayquaza in the ozone layer, seeking out Groudon at the volcano's depths, or Kyogre beneath the ocean, you should be safe. Lin Yin cautioned. Oh, I never expected such powerful beings to exist in this world. Mutuo expressed newfound interest. Understandably, it had been developed as a combat machine, innately inclined towards battle and Pokémon duels. Through its perception, Mutuo realized that the most formidable beings within the Dark Church's research facility were merely at the pinnacle of the champion tier, hardly a challenge for it. Lin Yin cast a glance at Mutuo, recognizing it as an extraordinary entity. If it were to challenge those few, it might indeed succeed. In Lin Yin's memory, Rayquaza was capable of mega evolution, and Mutuo seemed to possess the same potential. If it found an X or Y mega stone, its combat prowess could be significantly enhanced. At the very least, it would not need to worry about being undermined by lesser beings. Thus, Lin Yin retrieved a mega stone from around his neck, along with several others, patiently explaining, Brother, these stones can drastically amplify your strength for a limited duration. If possible, while you traverse the world, you might seek these out. Mutuo nodded, committing this information to memory. Brother Lin, I sense the goodwill radiating from you. Once I have challenged the strongest beings in this world, I will seek you out. I hope that the Banjira and the Garchomp you mentioned can rival me. With that, Mutuo prepared to use teleport to depart. Lin Yin quickly reached out to stop it. Should Mutuo leave, how could he continue his concealment within the Dark Church? Thus, he articulated his plan. If you wish for me to cause some destruction, I can certainly oblige. Without further ado, Mutuo waved its hands, and the entire Dark Research facility was suspended in midair. Various research apparatus began to shatter around them, and countless shadow balls emanated from Mutuo, relentlessly assaulting the flying machines. As alarms blared, numerous combat personnel from the Dark Church rushed in, providing Lin Yin an opportunity to retrieve Dragapult. Finding a secure location, he lay down directly. Observing this, Mutuo intentionally conjured a protective shield around Lin Yin, shielding him from falling debris. The commotion attracted the attention of Dr. Zhuang Lu, who soon arrived. Upon laying eyes on Mutuo, he was taken aback. Moments later, he erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! We did it. We truly succeeded. It is indeed Mutuo. Our research has borne fruit. The first artificial Mutuo has been created. In this moment, we shall be etched into the annals of Pokémon history, forever to be remembered." Mutuo emitted a cold snort, and suddenly, numerous energy spheres descended like hail towards Dr. Zhuang Lu and his colleagues, resulting in catastrophic explosions. With a resounding boom, the Pokémon researchers, including Dr. Zhuang, were reduced to ashes. The Dark Church's champions arrived tardily, witnessing this scene, and their hearts stirred with tempestuous waves. Is this really Mutuo? How could the strength of their research be so terrifying? Die. Before the Dark Champion could react, Mutwo conjured a beam of destructive energy, obliterating him into dust. This spectacle was witnessed by a multitude of onlookers, who scattered in fear. Come forth, Dark Steel Serpent. The Dark Champion tossed a pokeball, attempting to challenge Mutwo. But he was sorely mistaken. Raising its arm, Mutwo levitated the Dark Steel Serpent effortlessly, its ferocious roar echoing as it was cast aside, rendered incapable of battle. How is this possible? The Dark Champion's face was etched with disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend that this newly emerged artificial Pokémon possessed such formidable power. Amidst his terror, a flicker of exhilaration arose. If he could capture Mutwo within a dark ball, his own strength would undoubtedly soar. Greedy human. Mutwo, acutely sensitive to human emotions, immediately discerned the champion's intentions. Die. Before the Dark Champion could make another move, Mutwo's claws tightened around him. A piercing scream erupted, and the Dark Champion was instantly transformed into a sanguine spectacle. Satisfied with the unfolding events, Mutwo soared towards other areas, systematically delivering its retribution. With precision, it wreaked havoc in various directions, bestowing Lin Yin with considerable face. Brother, I must take my leave. Should you ever find yourself in need, simply call my name in your heart, and I shall appear. After a voice resonated in Lin Yin's mind, Mutwo's formidable presence vanished entirely. Mutwo's promise. As long as the host wishes, Mutwo can be summoned at any time. Lin Yin's heart swelled with joy, with such an ally. Who would dare to intimidate him? Would that not be a direct invitation to their own demise? However, the devastation wrought by Mutwo in the vicinity was indeed severe. With numerous high-ranking officials of the Dark Church crushed underfoot, the entire flying research facility lay in ruins, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Lin Yin was acutely aware that this place, as the birthplace of Mutwo, represented an absolute nightmare for the creature. Thus, its destruction harbored a hint of personal gratification. Now that Mutwo had departed, it was time for Lin Yin to leave as well, his objectives having been fulfilled. He commanded the Dragonite to clear away the debris surrounding him. It seemed there was nothing of value left, though he pondered the fate of the earlier Mew fossil. Even if it could not be used to create Mutwo, it could still serve as a valuable subject for other research endeavors. As Lin Yin wandered aimlessly, a multitude of Dark Church members suddenly gathered nearby. Had he been discovered? Noting their aggressive demeanor, Lin Yin prepared to unleash his bayonet. Dr. Yin, you must now oversee the reconstruction and restoration of the base, one of the squad leaders ingratiatingly declared. In his view, with Dr. Zhua and the Dark King both deceased, only the most prominent figure, Lin Yin, could preside over the proceedings. Chapter 164, Nightmare. As the one who first located Dr. Yin, he felt entitled to a share of the accolades. Lin Yin, not one to be easily fooled, momentarily paused before recovering his composure, feigning deep sorrow. Brother Zhua. He, the squad leader, noticing his apparent distress, urged, Dr. Yin, please accept my condolences. On the surface, Lin Yin appeared utterly heartbroken, yet inwardly, he reveled in mirth. This place could not remain leaderless even for a day, with both Brother Zhua and the Dark King gone. It fell to him to temporarily assume their roles. He then turned his gaze to the squad leader who had spoken first. What is your name? The squad leader, elated, responded, my name is Lu Jia. Excellent. I see your loyalty is commendable. You shall temporarily assume the role of the Dark King and oversee the guardian duties with his dark Pokémon, Lin Yin declared, his words leaving no room for dissent. The squad leader was overjoyed, and his subordinates shared in his delight. A mere act of flattery had propelled him to such heights. Lin Yin's actions were also a means to establish his own faction. Lu Jia, being his appointed individual, was now firmly tied to him in allegiance. The stronger Lu Jia was, the better it would be for Lin Yin, as the Dark Church was a chaotic amalgamation without any structure. Allowing others to mismanage it would undoubtedly lead to complications. Thus, identifying a leader was imperative. With Lu Jia in possession of the Dark King's Pokémon, Lin Yin deemed it a net gain. At the very least, Lu Jia was currently wholly loyal and would not dare overstep his bounds. Before long, under Lu Jia's leadership, everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, though a few troublemakers did emerge. Lu Jia proved capable, executing a decisive display to intimidate the masses. Lin Yin, under the guise of his fabricated title, reported the situation to the Dark Church headquarters. Their reaction was vehement, vociferously condemning Lin Yin for allowing Mutwo to escape, though such outrage was ultimately futile. Upon learning that Lin Yin possessed a Mew fossil, they expressed a desire to replicate Mutwo once more, having learned from prior mistakes. They even planned to transplant a Pokémon's memory into the experimental Mutwo, seemingly intending to infuse it with dark energy. They aspired to create a dark Mutwo that would obey their commands. Lin Yin was astounded by this audacious plan. He had not anticipated the Dark Church's level of madness to surpass his imagination. Of course, this presented Lin Yin with a splendid opportunity to exploit the chaos, as the Dark Headquarters covertly transported vast quantities of resources and various dark elements to the base. Essentially, the entirety of the base's resources were at his disposal. The advantage of the Dark Church branches over the Pokémon Association lay in their access to dark elements. If utilized properly, these could potentially allow Pokémon to seamlessly transition into dark forms akin to Mega Evolution. Imagine a Dark Mega Banette. No, even better, a Gigantamax Dark Mega Banette. Just envisioning it was terrifying. And what about a Gigantamax Titanium Dark Mega Banette? That form could likely stand toe-to-toe against legendary Pokémon without issue. All buffs could be maximized to their utmost limits. After much contemplation, it still remained that experimentation was paramount. Lin Yin summoned the remaining few researchers, commanding them sternly. You will now work under my direction for research. Whatever you learn is your own merit. Seeing them silent, he reiterated with authority, "Did you hear me?" His voice sent a shiver down their spines. "Yes, we heard you." "Good. Everyone stick to your tasks. Begin injecting Pokémon genes into the Mew fossil, starting with fire, water, and grass attributes sequentially." Although these individuals had yet to yield any research results, their experimental skills were commendable. He merely needed to issue commands and allow them to experiment at will. Days later, as the time approached, Lin Yin smiled and said, "Everyone, thank you for your hard work. While we may not be the first to create Mutwo, we can certainly be considered pioneers." The team felt a swell of joy at his words. They had not anticipated being participants in such groundbreaking Pokémon research, leaving them filled with pride. However, mere replication of the legendary Pokémon Mutwo would not suffice. Purely duplicating it was merely a lowly endeavor. I intend to forge a new path and create a dark Mutwo. The standard Mutwo embodies the psychic attribute, does it not? I plan to transform Mutwo into a dark type and infuse it with a hint of dark energy. Naturally, this means this Pokémon can no longer be called Mutwo. It shall henceforth be known as Nightmare. Is that really possible? One person exclaimed in disbelief. The audacity of this idea astonished everyone, who, in turn, tacitly acknowledged Lin Yin's authority. Who could resist favoring a superior capable of yielding research results? But Dr. Yin, does that mean Nightmare will be considered a legendary Pokémon? Another ventured to inquire. Lin Yin paused momentarily. Could a creature infused with dark energy truly be classified as a legendary Pokémon? He himself was uncertain. At that moment, the laboratory reverberated with the sounds of progression. This is bad. The experiment has encountered a problem. The Mew fossil is rejecting the dark energy. Panic ensued among the researchers. Yet Lin Yin's eyes hardened. He understood that this dark energy was no ordinary force found within legendary Pokémon. As the progenitor of all Pokémon, it was only natural for Mew to reject such an influence. Then let us split the Mew fossil into 10 fragments. He ordered. We must weaken the fossil's power and, by all means, inject the dark energy. The world already had one Mutwo. Lin Yin had no intention of allowing another to emerge. So he would not recreate Mutwo again. What others chose to do was no concern of his. But what if the experiment fails? Someone voiced their worries. This was a persistent flaw within the research institute, placing materials on a pedestal above all else. Hurry. I do not require you to achieve any accolades. Merely follow my directives. And I will take responsibility for any issues that arise. The researchers, hesitant and apprehensive, vexed Lin Yin considerably. Upon hearing his command, they exchanged startled glances and, in unison, proceeded to divide the Mew fossil into equal portions. It worked. The Mew fossil has truly accepted the dark energy. Dr. Yin is a genius. The researchers gazed at Lin Yin with adoration, akin to starry-eyed fans. With the Mew fossil successfully divided, the newly created Pokémon would soon possess formidable power. There exists a significant possibility that it may not surpass Mutwo, and it could even be argued that it might not reach the tier of legendary Pokémon. However, there is also the chance it could be classified as a second-tier deity, or at the very least, prove to be more formidable than an ordinary quasi-deity. Whether it be Mutwo's fossil or the essence of darkness, these are not commonplace items, especially with the myriad of Pokémon genes involved. In fact, Lin Yin harbored the ambition to create a nightmare collective, continuously nurturing new Pokémon. Currently, the number of nightmares is scarce, but who knows what the future holds. The reproductive rate among Pokémon is astonishingly swift. It is likely that it will not be long before a respectable scale is achieved. As the first batch of nightmares, Their potential undoubtedly surpasses that of their counterparts, and it is even conceivable that their aptitude may verge on the mythical. Yet, to produce 10 at once, what kind of Pokémon does this signify, Dr. Yin? The crowd was puzzled, for ordinary Pokémon do not possess such formidable auras. Yet, legendary or mythical creatures cannot materialize in such numbers simultaneously. Lin Yin lowered his head in contemplation. If we can create Mewtwo, we can certainly forge such Pokémon as well. In the future, by utilizing various legendary fossils, we can generate even more Pokémon. At that point, we shall be pioneers, revered by all. Thus, I am inclined to designate this type of Pokémon as a paradoxical species. A somewhat elderly researcher chuckled. Paradoxical species? Dr. Yin, does that imply we can ceaselessly create paradoxical species? Expand the Pokédex once more? Lin Yin affirmed, indeed. In the future, trainers will remember our names when utilizing Pokémon. The eyes of the crowd gleamed with fervor, akin to the blazing sun. Lin Yin was left speechless, astounded by how easily these individuals could be swayed. With just a few words, they were entranced, as if he had painted a vision larger than the sun itself. These individuals, who came to the Dark Church, were evidently not the most rational, most harboring dreams of achieving greatness overnight, a notion as fantastical as a fool's dream. How should we name this Pokémon? The crowd clamored to claim the naming rights. However, they were acutely aware that this power resided in Lin Yin's hands, and none dared to voice further objections. Once these 10 Pokémon embryos matured, naturally, it would fall upon me to bestow a name. Lin Yin was not one to let such an opportunity slip away. The crowd, brimming with indignation yet unable to voice it, could only lower their heads in contemplation. Days turned into weeks, and the nightmare embryos gradually took shape. Upon careful inspection, Lin Yin discovered that they possessed a ghostly evil attribute, which struck him as peculiar. Both Mew and Mewtwo embody psychic powers. Yet this malevolent essence, an evil attribute, seemed utterly incompatible with ghostly qualities. Nevertheless, the reality stood before him, leaving little room for debate. This attribute was advantageous. As ghost types are immune to 2 kinds of attributes, and evil attributes offer resistance to certain others. The overall appearance of the nightmare resembled a hybrid of Zoroark and Mew, towering over Mew, yet subordinate only to Mewtwo. Its hue a deep black with a crimson streak cascading down its back to its chest. Its lower body bore a striking resemblance to Mewtwo, while its upper body, particularly its head, bore an uncanny resemblance to Zoroark, menacing yet undeniably striking, while also inheriting Mew's traits, with nary a feather to be discerned. The overall visage resembled a dark Mewtwo, albeit with a certain flair that rendered it even more aesthetically pleasing. One might argue that both possessed their own merits. Dr. Yin, we have received a call from headquarters. A squad leader urgently called out to Lin Yin. Following the squad leader to the main conference room, Lin Yin found himself amidst the upper echelons of the Dark Division. Lu Jia sat beside an elderly researcher, leaving a space vacant in between. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yin pulled out a chair and took a seat, prompting the tension in the room to dissipate as soft murmurs of conversation ensued. The main screen illuminated, revealing a figure shrouded in shadow, reminiscent of the commander of the Star League, accompanied by a diminutive cat-like figure. Dr. Yin, you have done remarkably well. Not only have you created Mewtwo, but you have also produced new Pokémon. The faces of the assembly were alight with smiles, initially fearing that the division would descend into decline following Mewtwo's devastation, only to find themselves on a revitalized path, even flourishing beyond expectations, all thanks to Lin Yin. Such praise is unwarranted. Without the esteemed presence of everyone here, I could not have single-handedly birthed new Pokémon, Lin Yin replied with a modest smile. Dr. Yin, I have heard that this time there are 10 Pokémon. Have they undergone conditioning? Lin Yin shook his head. The previous Mewtwo underwent conditioning, resulting in a chaotic memory. Hence, I propose that these Pokémon develop emotional bonds with their trainers, just as newly born Pokémon do. The director snorted in displeasure, striking the table with indignation. Humph. Dr. Yin, what are you suggesting? The Dark Church has no need for such things. Can you provide a rationale? Lin Yin chuckled, explaining, the Pokémon Association has Mega Evolution. Yet our Dark Church's dark forms carry considerable side effects. Therefore, we aim to develop Dark Evolution, akin to a Megaform, allowing Pokémon to undergo Dark Evolution under certain conditions, while also enabling a return to their original state, thereby enhancing combat capabilities while mitigating the adverse effects of darkness. Lin Yin spread his arms wide, articulating the vision that resided in his heart. In an instant, the room fell silent. This, Dr. Yin, you are truly remarkable. The elderly researcher's eyes blazed with intensity as he fixated on Lin Yin. Your grand vision to follow you in research may be the most perfect decision of my life. The others, equally astonished by this extraordinary plan, soon regained their composure and began to extol Lin Yin, proclaiming him worthy of his reputation. Even Lu Jia was taken aback, if this were indeed the case. It implied the head director momentarily paused, his fingers trembling. Dr. Yin, what do you require? Headquarters will provide support. Dark elements, prepare the Pokémon, even second-tier deities. We shall procure them for you. As long as you can develop the Dark Ring, you shall be our premier researcher in the Dark Church, and I will entrust all our research to you. Faced with such a tempting proposition, Lin Yin willingly accepted, assuring the director, rest assured, I am confident in this endeavor. However, I will require some crucial elements, specifically a substantial amount of dark essence for experimentation, as well as a collection of high-aptitude, high-level Pokémon. If possible, please also locate the legendary NEI from the Flame Emperor Forest who could speak. Without hesitation, Lin Yin articulated his demands. While the Pokémon Association would require extensive deliberation, the Dark Director exhibited no reluctance, slamming the table. Very well. As long as you can realize the Dark Ring you speak of, I can meet all your needs. Additionally, I shall allocate funds and resources, send someone to collect them. With that, the video conference came to a swift conclusion. The Dark Director hurriedly contacted other divisions to prepare for the procurement of NEI. The assembly exchanged glances, still reeling from the recent revelations. Dr. Yin, are we truly capable of succeeding? Lin Yin, brimming with confidence, declared, since I received my first Pokémon at the age of 18, I have known not a single defeat. Chapter 166, The Birth of Nightmares. The crowd was imbued with his confidence. Lin Yin turned to Lu Jia, can I trust you? Momentarily taken aback. Lu Jia's expression solidified with determination, absolutely. Lin Yin nodded. Then you shall be the one to gather the resources. Lu Jia pledged his loyalty fervently, understanding that this was tantamount to granting him the freedom to indulge in his desires, perfectly timed as he sought a few key Pokémon to bolster his team. Lin Yin's actions were also aimed at winning over Lu Jia, making it clear who could provide him with benefits. The latter, astute as ever, would undoubtedly discern his intentions. Amidst the envious gazes of onlookers, Lu Jia stepped out to undertake his mission. Now, let us proceed with the creation of new spirits. Lin Yin spoke with a serene demeanor. A multitude of scientists were poised to contribute, yet none of their suggestions met Lin Yin's approval. Finally, he chuckled. Since it embodies the essence of darkness, why not name it Nightmare? A harbinger of nightmares for others. The group exchanged glances, ultimately exhaling resigned sighs. Indeed. Lin Yin nodded in satisfaction. The Dark Church was commendable, unlike the Pokémon Association, where power was constantly checked, leaving them free to pursue their desires without obstruction. I propose we raise the 10 nightmares within the malevolent attribute secret realm, allowing them to breed naturally and form a lineage, suggested one of the scientists. Lin Yin welcomed the proposal, fully aware that the likelihood of Nightmare being a divine beast was exceedingly low. It would rank just below divine beasts, occupying a tier of its own. At present, Nightmare had not fully manifested, making further exploration unfeasible. As for the creation of the Dark Bracelet, Lin Yin felt quite confident. He merely needed to regulate the amount of dark energy used, and employ a special apparatus to meld this energy with the device, supplying power to the spirit, enabling it to temporarily adopt a dark form. Ideally, a unique device should be crafted to cleanse the dark energy or even transform it, rendering it no longer malevolent. Instead, it would harness the energy of the evil attribute to continuously fortify the spirit's willpower. Prolonged exposure to dark energy could even enhance the spirit's resistance to malevolent moves. With this concept in mind, the remaining tasks became significantly simpler. Lin Yin issued commands, and the team felt invigorated as the plan unfolded in an orderly manner. Days passed, and finally, Nightmare was born. Moreover, Multidragon had successfully broken through to level 40 and evolved into Multidragon Boruto. Multidragon, why not attempt to imitate Nightmare? Lin Yin mused, smiling. Multidragon understood that this spirit, like Mewtwo, was a creation of its trainer, a species not yet born within the entire Pokémon universe. Would the camouflage ability be triggered? With a mighty roar, Multidragon Boruto succeeded, its aura of ghostly and dark attributes becoming indistinguishable from Nightmare's. Success. Lin Yin felt a surge of joy in his heart. The successful camouflage served as a testament that Nightmare was indeed a Pokémon. As if in response, a single Nightmare awakened first, sensing the energy swirling within it. Upon opening its eyes, it beheld Lin Yin and an identical spirit beside it. Dream. Lin Yin waved his hand, Greetings, Nightmare. Congratulations on being the first to arrive in this world. Nightmare shook its head, noticing 9 other identical spirits resting in their respective nutrient tanks. At that moment, the other scientists, having received the news, rushed in eagerly, while Multidragon took the opportunity to revert to its dark Beedrill form. Dr. Yin's experiment has succeeded. Not only Mutuo but Nightmare has also been birthed, adding another entry to the Pokédex. The crowd erupted in cheers, brimming with joy. Lin Yin nodded. This spectacle was indeed celebratory, yet data observation remained paramount. Prepare speed monitoring data, ensure nutrient tanks suitable for Nightmare survival, and identify supportive healing Pokémon. We must not allow any issues to arise with Nightmare. Furthermore, all data regarding Nightmare, including its attributes, needed thorough analysis, and a one-to-one model of the Pokémon should be established. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yin cast out a spotlight. Nightmare. Type, Dark Ghost. Gender, male. Level, 20. Potential, Champion. Ability, Telepathy, Camouflage, Telepathy, Mischievous Heart. Held item, Dark Aura. Base stats, HP, 100, Attack, 100, Defense, 100, Special Attack, 100, Special Defense, 100, Speed, 110. Moves, Shadow Aura. Shadow Ball, Burp, Shadow Clone. Description: as the second type of Pokémon created by Dr. Lin Yin, its strength may not rival that of Mutuo. Yet it possesses an innate sensitivity to darkness, with keen eyes and formidable attack power. Lin Yin's eyes gleamed with golden light, remarkable. A base stat of 610. Alas, if all were at 100, it would be a mythical beast, endowed with the forces of nature. Nonetheless, this is quite impressive, a well-balanced attribute. In the realm of games, this base stat would be deemed mediocre, lacking any standout qualities. It is uniformly average, with speed neither exceptionally high nor low, and resistance is neither particularly strong nor weak. Each Pokémon that shines in the games typically possesses unique traits. However, this is reality. Such a remarkably balanced base stat allows it to contend with various opponents. Especially with telepathy, its utility is exceedingly broad. Lin Yin was drawn to the thought of capturing it, and wasted no time. He retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket and tossed it toward the nutrient tank. Come forth, my partner Nightmare. A few scientists, including Lu Jia, were momentarily taken aback. What? Lin Yin's voice turned cold. Due to experimental circumstances, one Nightmare unexpectedly perished. The remaining 8 should be sent to headquarters for proper nurturing, while we retain 1 for data analysis. The group jolted back to reality, with Lu Jia being the first to speak. Indeed, experiments often yield unforeseen outcomes. I had not anticipated that one Nightmare would perish. Such a pity. Yes, indeed. Dr. Yin, do not be disheartened. Exactly. Unexpected occurrences are commonplace in experiments. There is no need for self-reproach. Lin Yin nodded. You all have performed admirably. Now, the subsequent research will be your responsibility. With that, Lin Yin retreated to his private chamber, the vast laboratory originally designated for Mutuo's research. This dark division had become Lin Yin's domain, a reality few could have foreseen. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Bankura, the fierce biting land shark, the three-headed dragon, the sticky beauty dragon, and multi-dragon Boruto also ventured inside, while Shalebi watched intently at Nightmare, inspecting it from all angles. In their memories, there was truly no recollection of this spirit. For some reason, being scrutinized by so many Pokémon made Nightmare feel somewhat bashful. Dream. Nightmare chuckled softly. Chapter 167. The Sudden Revelation of Shattered Stone. Several Pokémon surveyed their surroundings, and finally, multi-dragon Boruto stepped forward to explain, prompting the others to grasp the situation. Nightmare, intrigued, found the three-headed dragon particularly captivating and approached it, sniffing vigorously. The three-headed dragon, excited by Nightmare's interest, bounced joyfully, its dragon heads waving as they tossed it onto their backs. Evil. Dream. The two spirits engaged in friendly interaction while Lin Yin observed from outside. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed from the laboratory door. Who is it? Lin Yin called out. It's me, came a hoarse yet authoritative voice. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin's pupils constricted. Rock King Shattered Stone? Is he not dead? What is happening? He vaguely recalled from the previous Dark King's report that Shattered Stone was explicitly stated to be deceased, and that the Dark King had acquired a Steelix. Lin Yin, harboring a mix of skepticism and curiosity, cautiously opened the door. To his surprise, it was indeed Shirley standing there, but the latter exuded an aura of menace, leaving Lin Yin somewhat bewildered. Dr. Lin, you truly are a capable individual, managing to make a name for yourself wherever you go. Shirley remarked with a cold smirk while clad in the official attire of the Dark Church. Lin Yin, however, had no time for idle banter. Recognizing the hostility in Shirlai's demeanor, he retorted, "If you have come merely to throw shade, then there is nothing more to discuss. Dr. Lin, I was initially lying low, but due to an urgent task from above, I hope you can hand over all research data on Mutwo," Shirlai stated bluntly. Cutting straight to the chase. "Those are the fruits of my labor. Are you asking me to surrender them to you, or to your superiors at the Pokémon Association?" Lin Yin sneered. "Your actions are tantamount to playing with fire. Aligning with the Dark Church will lead to dire consequences, not just for you, but for the Lin family as well," Shirlai began to threaten. Lin Yin chuckled, for he was backed by a branch of the Dark Church, and Shirlai's attempt to intimidate him was utterly foolish. "My grandfather is a dragon-type champion, and our Lin family is a prominent clan in South China. You are but a small king, and even if you were a champion, what could it matter?" Lin Yin pressed forward, showing no mercy. Unfazed, Shirlai countered. "If I were to announce that you are a spy for the Pokémon Association, I believe you can imagine the repercussions." At this, Lin Yin was taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled. "You needn't bother with that." With that, he retrieved a button from his pocket, instantly triggering the alarm throughout the branch, summoning all members to the scene like a rushing tide. Among them, Lu Jia arrived first, for Lin Yin was his talisman, should anything happen to him. Lu Jia's position would surely diminish. Sensing the imminent danger, Lu Jia unleashed his dark Pokémon to block Shirlai's escape route, awaiting Lin Yin's command. Shirlai, bewildered, had never anticipated such decisiveness from Lin Yin. "Are you really willing to perish together with me?" he exclaimed incredulously. By this time, most of the members, including the Pokémon doctor, had arrived. Lu Jia was the first to speak. "Who are you? A spy from the Pokémon Association daring to plot against Dr. Yin? You are seeking death. And if I am?" Shirlai replied defiantly. "Come forth, Dark Steel Serpent and Dark Boss Godola." Lu Jia was prepared for an all-out battle. Shirlai's brow furrowed, yet he soon chuckled. "Allow me to share a secret." Speaking loudly to ensure all attention was on Lin Yin, he declared, "Your beloved Dr. Yin is a spy for the Pokémon Association." He anticipated that the crowd would shift their focus and target Lin Yin, but to his surprise, everyone stared at him as if he were a fool. "Nonsense. I can't believe the Pokémon Association sent a fool as a spy." Lu Jia nearly burst into laughter. Lin Yin internally scoffed. Had Shirlai threatened him earlier, he might have felt fear, but now, even if Shirlai claimed allegiance to the Pokémon Association, the Dark Minister would demand he not leave. Not to mention, he was indeed a spy for the Pokémon Association. Who has ever seen a spy become the boss and assist in various research? No one would believe such a tale. However, Shirlai's strength was not to be underestimated. His Battle Hammer Dragon wreaked havoc, and for a moment, no one could restrain it. Lin Yin furrowed his brow. This was his territory, and even if he returned to the Pokémon Association, he intended to take this place with him. Shirlai was damaging his hard work. "Come forth, Sharpedo," he commanded. With a roar, Sharpedo emerged, its size astonishing the onlookers. "Go, take down the Battle Hammer Dragon without holding back," Lin Yin ordered. Sharpedo's claws gleamed with energy as it charged forward with powerful momentum. The Battle Hammer Dragon, sensing the formidable presence, prepared itself, summoning a white light as it aimed its double-headed hammer at Sharpedo. The two Pokémon collided fiercely, and the members of the Dark Church felt a significant shift in pressure. Shirlai, drenched in cold sweat, pondered his next move. Suddenly, from the shadows behind him, a Pokémon appeared, unleashing two dragon arrows that ensnared him. No. The Battle Hammer Dragon, sensing its trainer was in danger, attempted to turn back, but was met with Sharpedo's full-force charge. The collision left Sharpedo unscathed. While the Battle Hammer Dragon staggered backward, its eyes shut tight as it endured immense pain. "Doctor, do you need us to assist?" Lu Jia inquired, ever considerate. As Shirlai was ambushed and eliminated, the battle swiftly concluded, and the remaining members of the Dark Church easily captured the remaining Pokémon. End it, Sharpedo. Lin Yin had lost interest in allowing it to hone its skills. Everyone watched as Sharpedo's claws sliced through the air, instantly dispatching the Battle Hammer Dragon. No one had anticipated that this colossal Sharpedo possessed such ferocious strength. "Control these Pokémon and clear the area," Lin Yin instructed before returning to his laboratory. He contemplated which faction Shirlai belonged to. Though he was a king from South China, he must have been under the command of the Elder. Yet he dared to threaten Lin Yin. In contrast to the Dark Church, the internal chaos within the Pokémon Association was rather alarming, Lin Yin mused. Just then, Lu Jia entered, his tone markedly more respectful than before. "Doctor, the scene has been managed. What about these Pokeballs? Do you wish to keep them?" Lin Yin scoffed lightly. "Whether I want them or not." Lu Jia wore a fawning expression, knowing he couldn't accept them. Initially, He had thought Lin Yin was merely a research doctor, but he was astonished to discover he was also a king-level trainer, far surpassing him in strength, which only deepened his loyalty. Here, but I require you to handle one matter. Lin Yin tossed the pokeballs to Lu Jia. Doctor, whatever you need. Even if it means facing a mountain of knives or a sea of flames, I will not hesitate. Lu Jia immediately pledged his unwavering loyalty without a moment's hesitation. Lin Yin smiled and handed over some documents. Take a look at this. This is information on NDI. It seems highly confidential, Lu Jia remarked, realizing that the Dark Headquarters aimed to capture NEI for the doctor's research. His heart swelled with excitement. Once this branch boasted a legendary Pokémon, even the Pokémon Association would think twice before acting. Are we to assist other branches in capturing NEI? Lu Jia inquired. I intend to claim NEI for myself. Lin Yin revealed his ambition. Once NEI was captured by the Dark Headquarters, it would not merely be a Pokémon for Lin Yin. Should he succeed in capturing NEI, everything would be different. This NEI's power had likely surged to the level of a quasi-champion, and under normal circumstances, Lin Yin would never have dared to provoke it. However, the circumstances had changed, with the Dark Headquarters sending people to capture it, and with the assistance of his own branch, he could navigate the murky waters to seize NEI. Excellent. Everything I possess is a gift from the doctor. As long as the doctor wishes, not only will I assist in capturing NEI, but I will do whatever it takes. Lu Jia's eyes sparkled with determination. Lin Yin patted Lu Jia on the shoulder, reassuring him, do not worry. We shall embark on this journey together. Return home first to gather your things and assume a disguise. We shall set forth tomorrow. Lu Jia felt a tremor of excitement within, but nodded in agreement. Once Lu Jia had departed, Lin Yin retrieved his Pokédex and dialed the old man's number. The call connected swiftly, and a voice emerged from the other end. What have you been up to lately, you rascal? Not a whisper of news from you. Let me share a piece of good news. I've captured Registeel. Ha ha. Lin Yin's laughter resonated with pride. After all, a trainer possessing a second-tier deity was a rarity in this age. Lin Yin chuckled. I am currently embedded within a division of the Dark Church, serving as an undercover trainer. As he spoke, he revealed his dark uniform, showcasing the logos of the Dark Church surrounding him in the video. This revelation left Lin Yin momentarily speechless. Have you been coerced? Which division are you in? Lin Yin shook his head. No, I am the Pokemon doctor of this division, managing its affairs quite comfortably. Lin Yin expressed disbelief. You're serious? Ha ha ha. What is the purpose of your call? Lin Yin laid out his intentions, leaving Lin Yin astounded. What? You've created the legendary Pokemon Mewtwo, and devised a group of Pokemon, nightmares, that are second only to legendaries and superior to semi-legendaries? Do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? If you possess such abilities, why not create for the Pokemon Association? Why venture into the Dark Church? Lin Yin nearly spewed his drink through the phone line. Lin Yin, however, replied with a grin. I had no choice. The Dark Church offers abundant resources, and I couldn't resist creating these Pokemon. Besides, the Pokemon world has long been devoid of significant transformation. Lin Yin sighed. Well, remember to call me when you can no longer endure your time in the Dark Church, and I will come to your aid. Feeling reassured by this backing, Lin Yin nodded repeatedly. By the way, in a few days, the Dark Church plans to conduct a large-scale capture of the Fire Emperor. I wish to intervene and hope the Pokemon Association does not interfere to avoid a large-scale conflict that could threaten the safety of ordinary trainers. Lin Yin nodded. Send me the specifics and design parameters when the time comes. I will assist you with minor issues. By the way, could you send me a nightmare? That is certainly feasible. I still have 9 that have yet to be sent to the Dark Headquarters, Lin Yin replied with a smile. All right, I understand. Just share the route with me when the time comes, and I will take care of the rest, Lin Yin declared with confidence. Their conversation concluded. Lin Yin stored away the Pokédex, an identity card within the Pokemon Association, and a tool that could reveal his true identity, which must not fall into the hands of the Dark Church. At that moment, Duo Long emerged, letting out a roar before transforming into a dark Beedrill. How has training been lately? Lin Yin chuckled, patting Duo Long on the back. In an instant, Duo Long morphed into a Banjira, then into a 3-headed dragon, Nightmare. Showing no signs of hesitation, with each form maintaining a consistent aura and size. Lin Yin couldn't help but smile at this display. Impressive. This ability is also possessed by Mew. I wonder if you two will cause a misunderstanding if you ever cross paths. Lin Yin chuckled. Duo Long's role within his Sandstorm team is primarily to execute surprise attacks or finish off opponents. It was this very skill that had proven useful when Sure Lai came seeking trouble. Otherwise, they would have faced a fierce battle. By the way, isn't the elite selection for the Pokemon Association about to commence? However, The elite battle mandates that each trainer must possess 6 Pokémon, including 2 at the elite level, which must be registered beforehand. Currently, Lin Yin had the strongest elite, Banjira, followed by the fierce Garchomp, then the 3-headed dragon and the sticky Milotic. With Duo Long Baruto as a semi-elite, while Nightmare's strength still needed enhancement. Special training. Before the raid on the Fire Emperor, he planned to elevate the prowess of Duo Long and Nightmare by a tier, subsequently finding a Zoroark to replace himself while he participated in the Elite Cup. After much contemplation, Lin Yin finalized his plans for the days ahead. Duo Long returned to the secret realm and trained with Nightmare. Upon seeing Duo Long's return, the 3-headed dragon wagged its tail, excitedly flying over. The 2 Pokémon shared a good rapport, but Lin Yin was reluctant to include this one in special training, fearing it might lead to confusion due to its lack of experience. Lin Yin utilized remote technology to contact the Pokémon in the secret realm, asking whether Banjira or Garchomp would train Duo Long and Nightmare. The 2 exchanged glances, knowing that Banjira, as the elder brother, had previously trained Garchomp, while Garchomp had experience with the 3-headed dragon. This made the decision difficult. He considered having several Pokémon trained together, but each had different strengths, and too much interaction could lead to chaos. Let Banjira take the lead for a while. Banjira, sturdy and robust, reclined on the ground with nonchalance, casually waving his hand to signal the 2 Pokémon to begin their assault. His relaxed demeanor seemed to convey, "Feel free to attack, take your time." The dynamic between Pokémon during practice differs significantly from targeting practice on stationary targets. Duo Long and Nightmare exchanged glances, each unleashing their signature moves. 2 dragon arrows swirled around Duo Long, swiftly shooting toward Banjira, yet upon impact, Banjira remained unscathed, not even stirring a speck of dust. Nightmare conjured shadow balls with its claws, unleashing a barrage that rained down upon Banjira like a hailstorm. The attacks from both Pokémon were akin to mosquito bites to Lin Yin. They had negligible effect. Nevertheless, this training persisted for quite some time. With one Pokémon allowing them to attack without defense, they seized this invaluable opportunity for practice. However, it seemed that Nightmare inherently bore the energy of Mew. Growing at an extraordinary pace, coupled with exceptionally balanced stats, Lin Yin pondered what item would best suit it. Firstly, Nightmare certainly lacked a mega form, but it was born with a dark aura. If controlled well, it could likely assume a dark form immediately, similar to how Mega Stones allow for state transitions. Nightmare's ability, telepathy, bore resemblance to Mewtwo, granting it precognitive awareness, allowing it to detect opponents' attack patterns and intentions. Once sensing danger, it could escape without delay. Initially, Lin Yin contemplated creating an offensive item, but upon further reflection, he realized that Nightmare's battle style seemed rather spontaneous. Mew thrived on playful antics, showing little interest in battles. While Mewtwo was an exception, born a combat fanatic, Nightmare, however, straddled the line, enjoying battles without being overly fixated. Thus, Lin Yin resolved to craft a ghost symbol and a black eye, enhancing Nightmare's core attributes, while also equipping it with dust-proof goggles for protection. Yet, he remained uncertain whether a mere pair of goggles could withstand Banjira's sandstorm. If Lin Yin's adversary equipped their Pokémon with a pair of goggles designed to shield against dust, and then boldly approached the sandstorm, Lin Yin would be left in fits of laughter. Ding. Host's dilemma detected. Mission: Nightmare's artifact. Enroll in the champion tournament scheduled for a month hence. Reward: Dark Dust Goggles. Dark Dust Goggles amplifies Dark-type energy while granting immunity to weather effects on allies. A product of the system, undoubtedly a masterpiece. Indeed, after all this time, the system remained the most reliable source, and Lin Yin chuckled. It was imperative to swiftly enhance Nightmare's prowess. At present, with over 20 episodes, Nightmare's strength was woefully inadequate for the champion tournament. Thus, Lin Yin summoned Duo Long to engage in battle with Banjira. He reached out to Celebi through long-range communication, preparing to borrow a Pokémon at level 30 to serve as a sparring partner for Nightmare. The 3-headed dragon fought with reckless abandon, and Lin Yin could not afford to let Nightmare take unnecessary risks, while Nianmylong was preoccupied with Celebi, often indulging in the spectacle of skirts, and their sporadic battles could wreak havoc. Upon seeing an opportunity for a Pokémon battle, Celebi, brimming with excitement, soon presented a Pokémon. "Oh, Giga Drain, quite admirable." Lin Yin nodded. Giga Drain. Gender: male. Level: 32. Qualification: Gym Leader. Type: Grass. Ability: Chlorophyll. Speed increases in sunny weather. Held item: Miracle Seed. Skills: Origin Force, Vine Whip. Leaf Blade. Description: Giga Drain, having thrived in the company of Celebi, boasts formidable strength that surpasses that of its peers. The battle was about to commence. Giga Drain showed no signs of holding back. Its tendrils coalesced at the center, gathering into a luminous orb and launching it skyward. A tremendous roar echoed as the dark clouds parted, revealing a scorching sunny day. Nightmare executed a trick. Then Shadow Ball. Lin Yin observed with a smile. Although the opponent's level exceeded Nightmare's by 1, it was of little consequence, as Nightmare's base stats and vitality far surpassed those of its foe, rendering this encounter evenly matched. With closed eyes, Nightmare concentrated, swiftly gathering Dark-type energy within, and leaped skyward, directing the amassed Shadow Ball downward with tremendous force. Giga Drain seemed to be prepared, unleashing a torrent of solar flames that shattered the Shadow Ball while simultaneously targeting Nightmare. Nightmare transformed its ghostly hands into blades, cleaving the beam in two, then nimbly dodged to the side, shattering several branches that scattered nearby. Seizing the moment, Giga Drain unleashed Leaf Blade, its strikes cascading like raindrops, relentlessly pursuing Nightmare. After evading, Nightmare melded into the shadows. Lin Yin chuckled. Amidst the scattered wood chips reflecting sunlight, Giga Drain appeared flustered, swaying left and right. Shadow Ambush. Shalebi watched anxiously, providing hints to Giga Drain. Giga Drain snapped back to attention, enveloping itself in vines. The clash of claws against vines generated intense sparks, and just as Giga Drain relaxed, it underestimated Nightmare's damage. A potent aura of darkness seeped forth, enveloping Giga Drain's senses. Suddenly, Giga Drain felt an icy chill, as if plunged into the depths of night. A faint, chilling breath brushing against it. Nightmare would not hold back, exhaling a breath of draconic energy. The breath shot forth like a sword toward Giga Drain. Giga Drain used its vines as hands, striking the ground forcefully, propelling itself into the air to evade Nightmare's breath. Immediately, it gathered grass-type energy, unleashing a torrent of leaves that formed a colossal storm, relentlessly advancing toward Nightmare. Nightmare's eyes glimmered with a crimson light, its consciousness surging as it charged into the green leaf storm, which was abruptly halted by psychic force. In an instant, Nightmare soared into the air, positioning itself behind Giga Drain, unleashing a relentless barrage of shadow balls upon its back. A scorching mark appeared as Giga Drain let out a pained roar. Subsequently, Nightmare utilized psychic power once more, charging ferociously at Giga Drain. Giga Drain plummeted from the air, rendered incapable of continuing the battle, while Shalebi floated over leisurely, using natural energy to restore the vitality of both Pokémon. Nightmare appeared to have exerted minimal effort, remaining remarkably composed. However, Lin Yin discerned a peculiarity. Nightmare's adeptness with psychic energy was astonishing. It was known that in the movie, Mutwo could levitate and even control hundreds of Pokémon simultaneously. Could Nightmare, through cultivation, achieve similar feats? Chapter 170, Turning the Tables. Recognizing Nightmare's unique psychic abilities was an unforeseen delight of this battle. Among Lin Yin's Pokémon, only Nightmare excelled in specialized training. Perhaps it could assist Nightmare in honing its psychic control. Nightmare, you performed exceptionally well, demonstrating agility and outsmarting a stronger opponent, with attributes nearing perfection. Lin Yin lauded without hesitation. Nightmare's lips curled into a faint smile, and moments later, it bounced with excitement. Nightmare, I entrust you with the task of training Nightmare. Teaching it the nuances of psychic manipulation, Lin Yin assigned. Nightmare blinked, setting aside its skirt, nodding enthusiastically. Although Nightmare had a new dress from Dreamland, it still preferred online shopping. Especially when it encountered beautiful skirts, it would first model them, then consult the seller for adjustments based on fit, truly maximizing the potential of its attire. Nightmare, if possible, find some large stones to test your psychic abilities, aiming to manipulate them as if they were extensions of your own body, Lin Yin suggested with a smile. Nightmare nodded, directing its psychic energy toward Duolong. But the dragon-type energy within Duolong shattered the psychic force effortlessly. Beads of sweat formed on Nightmare's brow, chuckling sheepishly. It still had room for improvement. Following Lin Yin's guidance, Nightmare approached a nearby stone, gathering psychic energy throughout its body. In unison, the energy surged forth, infusing the massive rock, which began to tremble, uprooting even the soil beneath it. Nightmare's psychic power intensified, reducing it to fragments. As if awakening to a revelation, Nightmare supported itself with its hands on the ground, channeling psychic energy downward to counter the reaction force, lifting itself into the air. This spectacle astonished even Lin Yin. What a revelation! In the movie's plot, many psychic Pokémon were capable of levitating through psychic manipulation. As the saying goes, master one skill, conquer all. If Nightmare could refine this ability to perfection, its future would be boundless. Perhaps it could even collaborate with Banjira to amplify the intensity of the sandstorm. He had not forgotten that he was a sandstorm trainer, and Banjira's training had also commenced. Unbeknownst to him, the second day arrived. Today was once again dedicated to Nightmare's training, alongside the trivial matters of the Dark Division. Lu Jia sought out Lin Yin, gently knocking before entering, speaking with caution. "Dr. Yin, it's dire. The news about Nightmare being sent to the Dark Headquarters leaked, and it has been captured by the newly appointed Dragon King of the Pokémon Association. Several Dark King trainers have perished." The implications were clear. There was a traitor within the Dark Division. Lin Yin's expression was grave, yet internally, he felt a surge of delight. Truly remarkable. The old man possesses extraordinary strength. Speaking of which, how many nightmares did the Elf Association abduct? Lin Yin turned to his counterpart. They managed to seize a total of 9. 5 were taken, leaving only 4 delivered to the Dark Headquarters. Lu Jia dared not elaborate further. Previously, when he had protected a group of elderly researchers, they had lamented incessantly over the loss of a single experimental data point. Now, the new Pokémon being personally studied by the doctor had been stolen, and he sensed the atmosphere had turned unusually cold. Lin Yin feigned profound sorrow, yet inwardly, he was overjoyed. The old man had succeeded. Had he known earlier, it would have been better to leave the Pokémon at the Dark Division. He needed to summon all researchers for a meeting. Lu Jia also felt a twinge of regret. That Pokémon might have had a base stat of up to 601, rivaling that of demigods. Given his position as the top lackey in the division, acquiring a Nightmare in the future would have been a certainty, but now, alas, the Nightmare was gone. Lost in thought, Lu Jia departed. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Yin sat back in his chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table, lost in contemplation. Rather than allow the headquarters to cast blame first, why not turn the tables? Who could prove that the information was leaked by him? As the principal architect of the Nightmare, he was more than qualified to assert such a stance. Once he steadied his emotions, Lin Yin made his way to the conference room. It was already filled to capacity, compared to the previous assembly's silence. This time, the atmosphere was lively, with voices ringing out continuously. As Lin Yin entered, the noise diminished slightly, but whispers still lingered. He took his seat at the head of the table and coldly stated, "I trust you are all aware that the Nightmare has been plundered by the Elf Association. There may be traitors within our division or the headquarters." Upon hearing this, the attendees exchanged anxious glances, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. The Dark Church was notoriously ruthless when dealing with traitors, often executing them without a trace of emotion. Recognizing the time was ripe, Lin Yin activated the communication link with the Dark Headquarters. Shortly after, the connection was established. The Dark Minister remained turned away, but an eerie atmosphere was palpable. Lin Yin took the initiative, ready to shift the blame. "Minister, has your headquarters encountered a traitor? The Nightmare represents my hard work. 5 of them were seized by the Elf Association. Rather than this, it would have been better to keep them entirely at our division for research. Additionally, I have yet to receive any news regarding the Fire Emperor. How am I to proceed with my research on the Dark Bracelet?" The Dark Minister seemed at a loss for words, letting out a sigh. "Dr. Yin, I did not anticipate this outcome either. I assure you, I will thoroughly cleanse the ranks to prevent any mingling of unsavory individuals. Regarding the Dark Bracelet, I have inquired across various locations, and all responses have been quite satisfactory. In fact, we proposed this scheme, and even some of the originally uncommitted and non-betraying champions of the Elf Association have begun to lean towards us. Compared to the Nightmare, the Dark Bracelet is undoubtedly a monumental undertaking. Dr. Yin, rest assured, within a short time, at most a month, we will capture the Fire Emperor." Lin Yin nodded, his complexion regaining some vitality, though his voice remained icy. "In that case, ensure the headquarters sends me the video of the Fire Emperor's capture and the specific location. I need to study the energy of the divine beast to facilitate the integration of natural energy. Furthermore, provide some materials resistant to supernatural forces, as well as components imbued with dark energy. I want all of this prioritized. As the saying goes, to make a rapidash run, it needs energy blocks to consume. Do you understand? Rest assured, Dr. Yin, I will expedite your requests, and this time there will be no delays." The Dark Minister concluded hurriedly before disconnecting the call. Lin Yin exhaled, relieved to have navigated through that conversation, even managing to procure additional materials. Meanwhile, he also needed to prepare to personally capture the Fire Emperor. "All right, let us adjourn. When the headquarters sends the Pokémon data and various metrics, please compile it into a document for me." Chapter 171. Shalebi was taken aback. Shortly after, Lu Jia delivered the data to him, and Lin Yin held the information in his hands, grinning widely. Without hesitation, he forwarded all the data to the old man. Who would have thought? The Dark Church had managed to subdue the Fire Emperor. Speaking of which, what was happening in the East China region? When did the Fire Emperor make its way there? Lin Yin was situated in the South China region, which was quite a distance from East China. Under normal circumstances, ordinary Pokémon would not be able to traverse such a vast expanse, but divine beasts were another matter. Could it be that Ho-Oh was in that direction? Deep in thought, Lin Yin eventually conceived an idea. Initially, he had planned to take Lu Jia and escape with the Fire Emperor, but now he realized such an action was entirely unnecessary. Come forth, Dragapult. Lin Yin tossed out a Pokeball. Dragapult emerged, its massive form exuding an air of sharpness, surrounded by an indescribable ghostly energy. Transform into my likeness. Lin Yin commanded with a grin. Dragapult's form began to shift, enveloped in a radiant white light, and in an instant, it transformed into Lin Yin. Dragapult seemed somewhat unfamiliar with its human form, struggling to walk and appearing rather childlike in its wobbling gait. Lin Yin chuckled, gently patting Dragapult. Stay here with the nightmare and hold your ground. I'll return to find you in a few days. He then released the nightmare. Upon seeing two Lin Yins, the nightmare was momentarily startled. Goodness, how could there be two Lin Yins? However, after a moment, it realized something was amiss. One was merely Dragapult in disguise. You two stay here. If any issues arise, return to the secret realm, Lin Yin instructed before revealing his plans for a secret experiment to Lu Jia and the others, emphasizing that they must not interfere. After receiving their assurances, Lin Yin called upon Celebi. Celebi, I need your assistance, Lin Yin smiled. Transport me away from this place. Celebi nodded eagerly, instantly understanding the task. A beam of light enveloped Lin Yin, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself suspended in midair. However, Celebi's diminutive form was unable to hold on to him. Lin Yin was in free fall, but he remained composed, tossing out another Pokeball. Come forth, Hydreigon. Hydreigon emerged, its hefty body breaking through the clouds. Upon noticing the absent Lin Yin, it looked down and realized he was plummeting. With a roar, it dove downwards. Despite its bulk, Hydreigon was surprisingly swift. With a splash, Lin Yin landed atop Hydreigon's back. Charge southward, Lin Yin commanded. Standing on Hydreigon's back and striking the dragoness head, Celebi flitted alongside Lin Yin, its presence adding a curious charm to the scene. As they soared through one of the largest Pokémon ecosystems in the sky, numerous Pokémon roamed there, many of which were seldom seen. However, due to Hydreigon's imposing aura, many flying-type Pokémon kept their distance, unwilling to provoke it. This provided Lin Yin with a sense of ease, as trainers often faced aerial assaults from flying Pokémon. But he had no such worries. Just at that moment, a magnificent azure bird suddenly leaped forth, obstructing Lin Yin's path. It was a steel wing raven. Lin Yin's heart raced. Was this not a creature native to the Galar region? Yet, he could not afford to dwell on that now. Observing the intimidating demeanor of the steel wing raven, it was clear that he would not be permitted to pass without engaging in a Pokémon battle. Steel wing raven. Gender, male. Level, 53. Aptitude, champion. Type, flying steel. Ability, intimidation. Held item, odd seed. Skills, steel wing, brave bird, hyper beam, quick attack. Description, steel wing raven. The crow Pokémon is the evolved form of blue crow, dominating the skies of the Galar region. Its glossy, obsidian steel body exudes an aura of dread, instilling fear in its adversaries. Are you ready to challenge me? Lin Yin called out boldly. A champion-level steel wing raven was indeed impressive, yet it was no match for him. The steel wing raven, brimming with ferocity, clearly indicated that a Pokémon battle was inevitable. Very well. Then come forth, Garchomp. Lin Yin chuckled as he tossed out a Pokeball. Roar. As Garchomp emerged, it immediately assessed the situation, directing its gaze towards the steel wing raven. It must be said, Garchomp exuded a formidable presence, enough to even shift the steel wing raven's attention away from its own intimidation. Are you confident? Lin Yin inquired. Roar. Garchomp soared into the air, raising its arms in affirmation. Since arriving at the Dark Church, Pokémon battles had decreased significantly. During this time, he had been training alongside Tyranitar, indulging in leisurely meals, which had greatly enhanced his physique. Alright, let's unleash a powerful move. Dragon Dive, Lin Yin commanded mercilessly. As a signature dragon-type move, and one that Garchomp excelled in, its power was tremendous. With astonishing vigor, Garchomp summoned its draconic energy, transforming it into a tangible force that propelled it forward. Akin to a helicopter engine, the steel wing raven, witnessing Garchomp's fierce momentum, was not one to back down. It swiftly gathered its flying-type energy and unleashed Brave Bird in retaliation. Both Pokémon, stubborn and unyielding, collided continuously in midair, creating a tremendous shockwave that dispersed the clouds, revealing the brilliant sunlight. "Don't hold back, cleave through," Lin Yin bellowed. Garchomp raised its arm, radiating fighting-type energy, and struck towards the Steel Wing Raven. The Steel Wing Raven was taken aback, its mind spinning from the impact, unable to react in time. With a resounding crash, Garchomp's elongated arms, resembling sharp spears, cleaved into the Steel Wing Raven's body, sending it reeling backward, clearly incapacitated by the excruciating pain. Lin Yin seized the opportunity. "Garchomp, finish the battle." Hyper Beam. Garchomp's mouth brimmed with energy, which coalesced into a massive beam that surged forth, striking the Steel Wing Raven squarely and rendering it utterly incapable of continuing the fight. "Go." Lin Yin tossed a Pokeball, which struck the Steel Wing Raven and successfully captured it. This Pokemon's strength was too feeble, easily defeated by Garchomp. Lin Yin had no intention of using it as a primary team member. "Shalebi, you could use a companion for transportation. How about I entrust the Steel Wing Raven to you?" Lin Yin said, grinning as he handed the Pokeball to Shalebi. Shalebi, momentarily stunned, clutched the Pokeball. Chapter 172, Dr. Lin, we meet again. Shalebi, quick to learn, mimicked Lin Yin's actions and forcefully threw the Pokeball. The ball shimmered with red light in the air, releasing the Steel Wing Raven, which now appeared disheveled and devoid of its former arrogance. With soft calls, Shalebi began to unleash its energy, and within moments, the Steel Wing Raven miraculously regained its former vigor. The Steel Wing Raven screeched, seemingly recognizing Shalebi, and followed the esteemed creature, having conceded its pride. As they journeyed onward, Lin Yin pondered deeply. He had already divulged the location of the Dark Church to the Elder, and knowing the Elder's character, he was likely already en route. Lin Yin was approaching swiftly, confident that he could handle an average champion Pokémon. However, he remained wary of the dark Pokémon, which were known to be reckless. Before long, they arrived. The landscape before them lacked the lush greenery of the forest. Instead, it was marred by craters and damaged trees, with numerous small Pokémon lying incapacitated. Clearly, this area had endured extensive battles. While Lin Yin continued to observe, several dark Pokémon emerged, evidently stationed there. Shalebi quickly led the Steel Wing Raven away from the scene. Lin Yin released Tyranitar and Dragapult, preparing Garchomp for any potential threats, as he mounted the three-headed dragon and commanded from the air. Tyranitar, upon emerging, demonstrated unprecedented strength, causing the ground to tremble and dust to rise as it summoned a sandstorm. Tyranitar and Dragapult remained unfazed within its midst. Before them stood a dark Beedrill and a dark Heracross. Beedrill, gender male, type bug, aptitude, champion, level 55, ability, sniper, increases power when landing critical hits. Held item, dark aura, skills, poison sting, hyper beam. Description, Beedrill, the poison bee Pokemon, evolved from Kakuna, uses its 3 poisonous stingers to repeatedly injure foes. Now infused with dark energy, rendering it even more ferocious. Heracross, gender male, type bug, aptitude, champion, level 55, ability, swarm, increases damage of bug-type moves when HP is low. Held item, dark aura, skills, horn attack, hyper beam. Description, Heracross, the horn Pokemon, boasts formidable strength, capable of thrusting its prideful horn into an opponent's abdomen and tossing them aside, now imbued with dark energy, making it dangerously unpredictable. The majority of dark Pokemon were of the bug type, known for their rapid development and ease of countering, synergizing effectively with dark energy's suppressive potential. With a shriek, Beedrill and Heracross were swiftly engulfed by the sandstorm, their stamina rapidly depleting and their visibility severely hindered. Beedrill was the first to launch a poison sting forward, followed closely by Heracross, unleashing Hyper Beam in an attempt to obliterate the sandstorm. Both Poison Sting and Hyper Beam, augmented by dark energy, achieved unprecedented potency. Lin Yin remained unfazed. Such threats posed no challenge to him. Tyranitar, Hyper Beam, Dragapult, Dragon Pulse. Tyranitar and Dragapult gathered their energies, releasing powerful shockwaves. The 2 streams of energy converged within the sandstorm, shattering the ground and stirring up clouds of dust, inadvertently intensifying the storm's ferocity. In the initial round, the confrontation between the 2 parties appeared evenly matched. However, in reality, Bankura's sandstorm relentlessly drained the vitality of Heracross and Beedrill. Heracross, with fighting-type energy coalescing around its fists, charged fiercely towards Bankura, while Beedrill soared into the air, incessantly launching poisonous stings to harass. Bankura, being 4 times weak to fighting attacks, would undoubtedly suffer from a hit by Heracross. Nevertheless, seeing the opponent advance, Lin Yin remained undaunted. The formidable Dragapult utilized Heavy Slam to intercept Heracross. Bankira continued to unleash its destruction beam. Lin Yin, unperturbed, commanded with poise. As the most insidious aspect of Dark-type Pokémon lies in their disregard for pain and fear of death, completely obliterating their minds. This trait is the most challenging to contend with. Heracross pounded furiously against Dragapult, yet the impact was minimal, while the Heavy Slam, combined with Dragapult's massive physique, inflicted substantial damage upon Heracross. The destruction beam followed closely, striking Heracross once more. This exemplified their synergy. Bankira and Dragapult were in perfect harmony, whereas Heracross and Beedrill lacked the guidance of their trainer, appearing utterly disjointed, and were on the verge of defeat. At that moment, Beedrill suddenly burst forth from the sandstorm, brandishing its dual stingers, charging recklessly towards Bankira. Bankira, Stone Edge. Upon hearing Lin Yin's command, Bankira stepped forward, channeling energy, enveloping its stingers in rock-type energy, launching them towards Beedrill. Beedrill attempted to shift its offensive, flapping its wings rapidly in an effort to evade the Stone Edge, but it underestimated the power of the sandstorm. Amidst the swirling sands, Beedrill's speed was hampered. It intended to strike Bankira with a swift attack, but alas, it was too late. The Stone Edge struck Beedrill heavily, inflicting considerable damage. Coupled with the ongoing loss of health from the storm, Beedrill was left with scant vitality. Now, Dragapult unleashed Destruction Beam. Lin Yin commanded just as the Stone Edge struck Beedrill. Dragapult roared, a terrifying surge of dragon-type energy coursing through it, delivering a fierce blow to Beedrill, which promptly lost its fighting capability and collapsed to the ground, the might of the Sandstorm Cannon evident. Heracross, consumed by fury, became entrapped in the battle's fervor. Defying the might of the sandstorm, it stealthily approached Dragapult, gathering energy in its fists to strike at Dragapult's back. Humph, Dragapult, Earthquake. Lin Yin sneered, for his Pokémon had undergone a significant boost in all attributes. Not only could Heracross not manage a surprise attack, but even if it attempted a few, it would pose no problem. Heracross's fist struck Dragapult head-on, leaving only a faint impression. In response, Dragapult unleashed a cataclysmic earthquake, merging with the sandstorm to mercilessly crush Heracross. Heracross was hit squarely, clearly on the brink of collapse. Bankira, do not hold back. Rock Slide. Bankira roared, its massive hand clenched tightly, as rock-type energy coalesced into enormous boulders above, thundering down upon Heracross. Faced with the imminent assault from above, Heracross had no strength left to defend. It fell, rendered incapable of further combat. Lin Yin tossed a Pokeball, capturing both Pokémon. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from afar, Dr. Lin, we meet again. Chapter 173, Iron Thorn. Lin Yin looked up, finding the figure somewhat familiar. As thoughts raced through his mind, he finally recognized the identity of the individual. It was the Dark King who had once accompanied him and another monarch in capturing NEI. Initially, Lin Yin had presumed this individual had perished at the hands of NTI, but to his astonishment, he was still alive, seemingly quite pleased with himself. Lin Yin would not hold back. He immediately commanded, Bankira, Iron Defense, Dragapult, Trick. Humph, come forth, Iron Thorn. The Dark King casually threw a Pokeball. As the red light flickered, a Pokémon resembling Bankira, with a body of bluish-green akin to interlocking metal plates, materialized. Lin Yin's brow twitched slightly. This was a Paradox Pokémon. In his knowledge, he had not heard of such a species appearing in this world, nor had he encountered any related research in the Pokémon Association. Iron Thorn. Type, Rock Electric. Ability, Quark Charge. When near energy or electric terrain, the highest base stat receives a significant boost, enhancing physical attack. Qualification, Near Champion. Level, 59. Held item, Soothing Bell, Dark Aura. Description, Iron Thorn, a Paradox Pokémon, shares certain characteristics with the reported Bankira from 1 billion years in the future. Bankira scratched its head, realizing that Iron Thorn was not its kin, yet could not fathom why the two Pokémon bore such a striking resemblance. Bankira, it appears Iron Thorn is your Paradox counterpart. Lin Yin explained, gesturing for Garchomp to draw closer, ready to respond to any ensuing developments. In the game, Iron Thorn typically pairs with Quark Charge to enhance its physical attack. However, it was evident that the Dark Church lacked such a resource and would likely release another Pokémon to establish an electric field. Dragapult, Grassy Terrain. Lin Yin took the initiative, seizing the terrain to deny the opponent any opportunity. The Dark King furrowed his brow, throwing another Pokeball, revealing a dark electrode. Electrode, set up electric terrain. Dr. Lin, it seems you are quite knowledgeable about our newly developed paradox Pokémon research, the Dark King said with a sly tone, feeling a measure of trepidation. If the opponent comprehended Iron Thorn's attributes, creating an information gap would prove significantly more challenging. The battle terrain clashed, with Electrode unable to gain any advantage. However, within the fixed range, Iron Thorn achieving charge status was sufficient. Electrode, gender male, type, electric, qualification, monarch, level, 55. Ability, static, which may paralyze opponents upon contact. Skills, thunder, volt tackle, electric terrain. Held item, dark aura. Description, Electrode, the light Pokemon, is the evolution of Fluffy Sheep, with the tip of its tail glowing. This light can reach great distances, serving as a beacon for lost wanderers. Both Pokemon possess the strength of a monarch. Yet Iron Thorn's prowess and qualification far exceeded that of Electrode. Furthermore, Iron Thorn was 4 times weak to ground type, and twice weak to fighting, grass, and water. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yin commanded, Bankura and Dragapult, unleash Earthquake together. Earthquake, a ground-type move, boasts a power of 100. The ground began to tremble. Layers of ground energy accumulating and surging towards Iron Thorn. The Dark King felt a tempest of dread arise within him. He was uncertain how Lin Yin had discerned Iron Thorn's attributes and abilities, but in an instant, he devised a solution. Iron Thorn, use Destruction Beam. Electrode, use Thunder. Both moves boasted a power exceeding 100. A torrential wave of energy surged forth like a violent storm. The aftermath of their battle stirred up layers of waves, kicking up sand and stones, inadvertently augmenting the power of the sandstorm once more. Dr. Lin, I have heard you are a pioneer in the study of mega evolution. Our Dark Church is currently researching this field as well. If you were to ally with us, I might be able to assist you in securing a champion-qualified Paradox Pokemon. What do you say? The Dark King remarked from the rear, his demeanor devoid of any murderous intent. Lin Yin chuckled softly, realizing that if the opponent were to learn of his acquaintance with Dr. Yin, it would likely terrify them. He was also acutely aware that with the Dark King guarding this location, it must be the first sight of the Flame Emperor. And he was curious about the old man's whereabouts. Electric Dragon, Ice Punch. Iron Thorn, charge in with your ultimate strike. The Dark King, noticing Lin Yin's hesitation, commanded without a moment's pause. The Iron Thorn spun continuously, enveloped in normal-type energy, wielding a skill with a power of 150. Further amplified by Cork charging to enhance its physical attack, its might was certainly not to be underestimated. The Electric Dragon, moving with remarkable speed, darted through the sandstorm, aiming for a lethal assault on Banjira. Banjira, heavy impact. The nymphal dragon swooped in to intercept the Electric Dragon. With its exceptionally high physical resistance, Banjira held a clear advantage over Iron Thorn, and its massive size allowed its heavy impact to rival even the ultimate strike. A steel-type energy cocooned Banjira, propelling it toward Iron Thorn. Meanwhile, the nymphal dragon unleashed a terrifying force, charging at the Electric Dragon like a colossal tank. As Banjira collided with Iron Thorn, it was evident that Banjira's gargantuan form provided a significant edge. Iron Thorn staggered back, leaving a deep trench in its wake. The Electric Dragon fared no better against the nymphal dragon, which was already at an advantage, and the nymphal dragon's use of a type-specific move granted it additional power, sending the Electric Dragon tumbling. The outcome of this initial assault was glaringly apparent, especially considering that Lin Yin still had Mega Evolutions and his trump cards, including the Sharpedo and the Hydreigon, yet to be revealed. The Dark King felt a surge of trepidation, recognizing that he was outmatched by this young adversary, and prepared to retreat immediately. However, Lin Yin showed no mercy. Banjira, nymphal dragon, prepared to unleash the obliterating beam together. As a signature move of the normal type, the simultaneous execution by both Pokemon would yield even greater potency. Observing the energy accumulating between the two Pokemon, the Dark King hurriedly commanded, defend. But could he truly withstand it? Just as the Dark King hesitated, the torrential wave of the obliterating beam enveloped the Iron Thorn, completely submerging it. The defense was activated at the last possible moment, but all that could be heard was a sharp crack, as the defense crumbled in less than a second, utterly shattered. The obliterating beam struck with undiminished force, knocking Iron Thorn down and rendering it incapable of battle. Sharpedo, charge in and finish him off. Seeing the Dark King attempt to flee, Lin Yin immediately commanded his Sharpedo at the periphery to push forward recklessly. The fighting-type energy swirled around its arm, resembling a razor as it slashed towards the Dark King. No. Chapter 174. The scenery is beautiful. A flicker of astonishment crossed the Dark King's eyes, filled with disbelief, as he beheld a flash of white light before collapsing to the ground. Lin Yin's gaze darkened. This man could never have anticipated that he was fully aware of all the information regarding Iron Thorn. He had successfully exploited a gap in information, resulting in a decisive victory. At that moment, the elder Lin Yi emerged from the forest. "Grandson, let's go." Without further ado, he mounted his Dragonite and soared into the sky. Lin Yin, recognizing the gleeful expression on his grandfather's face, knew he had gained considerable advantages and eagerly followed up with a question. "What did you find inside? Was there a treasure?" Lin Yi smiled. "I captured the Flame Emperor." "Splendid. With the Flame Emperor in our possession, alongside Regigigas, our Lin family will command 2 divine beasts. Who would dare provoke us?" Lin Yin exclaimed, a torrent of excitement coursing through him. "Indeed, after this, I intend to seize control of the Pokémon Association. Those descendants have held power for far too long." Lin Yi's eyes glinted with determination. "Excellent," Lin Yin shouted. "Currently, I am undercover within the Dark Church. I can offer my assistance. You young lad are far more promising than your father." Lin Yi bellowed with laughter. "Let us act together and swiftly reclaim the territory of the Pokémon Association after today." Lin Yin felt somewhat bewildered. "How do we go about this? What must I do?" "Just bring people to help me hold off Shurdoran." Lin Yin mused for a moment before concluding. Shurdoran, a second-tier fire-type deity. Lin Yin nodded. His Pokémon had a significant advantage against Shurdoran. Coupled with Celebi and the backing of the Dark Church, he was confident they could subdue Shurdoran. Thus, the grandfather and grandson deliberated on the specifics, ultimately deciding to commence their operation the day after tomorrow. Lin Yin swiftly returned to the vicinity of the Dark Church division, then teleported beside Dornbarudo through Celebi. Upon seeing Lin Yin's arrival, Doran exhaled in relief, shifting his gaze to Lin Yin. "All right, you no longer need to maintain your disguise. You've worked hard." Lin Yin smiled and subsequently gathered Lu Jia and the others together. He then contacted the Dark headquarters, relaying everything to those present. "What?" The Dark Minister was momentarily taken aback, his fingers trembling uncontrollably before he exhaled slowly. "Are we truly able to launch a direct assault on the Pokémon Association's headquarters?" Lin Yi nodded solemnly. "I have recently learned through special channels that an internal conflict is imminent within the Pokémon Association. If we prepare now, we can certainly claim our share. If we delay too long, we may end up with nothing." The Dark Minister hesitated repeatedly, considering the possibility that someone might be secretly disseminating information to entrap the Dark Church. However, this likelihood was minimal, as a significant portion of the possibility seemed genuinely plausible. Thus, the Dark Minister soon resolved to act decisively. "Dr. Yin, tomorrow, at the latest, the day after tomorrow, we of the Dark Church will launch a full-scale assault on the Pokémon Association," he declared with newfound resolve. Lin Yin nodded, his heart swelling with joy. As long as conflict ensued, he could easily navigate the chaos to his advantage. After the meeting concluded, Lin Yin, accompanied by the full fighting force of the Dark Division, sped towards the Pokémon Association headquarters. "Lin Yi, what on earth are you trying to accomplish? Do you intend to incite turmoil among the Pokémon once more? As the Pokémon champion, what could the association possibly deny you?" Lin Yi rode atop his Dragonite, facing the 2 divine beasts, Regigigas and the Flame Emperor. "Humph. The Pokémon Association has done nothing. Many trainers find themselves at a dead end. Why has the Dark Church, this so-called evil, arisen? Have you no self-reflection? You speak nonsense." One person retorted immediately. "Inequality is inherent. It suffices for us to maintain our interests. Why should we heed your call for world restructuring? Even the Dark Church, this so-called evil, is diminishing in strength. Facing our vast Pokémon Association, it is but an ant on a hot pan, with nowhere to flee. I offer you one last chance. Lin Yi, you need only to declare." Before that individual could finish speaking, battle erupted without warning. At that moment, Lin Yin arrived late, followed closely by the Dark headquarters and a myriad of Dark Kings. "Ha! The Pokémon Association has indeed turned upon itself. Our opportunity has arrived. Brothers, charge." With a chorus of battle cries, the conflict commenced. The scene descended into utter chaos. Lin Yin seized the moment, unleashing his formidable team, Banjira, the fierce bite shark, the sticky Meilong, the 3-headed evil dragon, Dornbarudo, and the nightmarish entity. At that instant, his true identity was revealed, yet it mattered little. Banjira and the fierce bite shark underwent mega evolution. Bang! They roared, launching an assault on Sidorian. A torrent of skills descended upon Sidorian like an unrestrained barrage of stones, inflicting tremendous damage. Sidorian let out a furious roar, shaking the very heavens and earth. Lin Yin, however, paid it no heed and swiftly summoned the Iron Thorns. Defeating Sidorian would secure their victory. No one could stand against Lin Yin, who commanded multiple champion Pokémon and 2 divine beasts. Indeed, the battle progressed favorably. At this juncture, Lin Yin had finally quelled the internal strife and brought the Pokémon Association under control. He effortlessly captured Sidorian, thus plucking the fruit of the Dark Church. Turning his gaze towards the Dark Church, he realized with alarm that he had been deceived. The Dark Minister suddenly understood that he had been used. Faced with the tremendous allure of the divine beasts, even he felt no inclination to resist. It was all over. The Flame Emperor unleashed the sacred fire. Lin Yin cried out. Countless flames rained down from the sky. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Yin, accompanied by Lena, stood amidst his Pokémon, Banjira, the fierce bite shark, the sticky Long, the 3-headed evil dragon, Dornbarudo, the nightmarish entity, Blizzard King, Ice Guardian, Spike Dragon, Snow Giant, and the Freezing Bird. The scenery here was breathtaking. Indeed, it was beautiful. Chapter 175. Do you remember? I remember. Lin Yin married Lena, naturally in the presence of major powers. The Ice Champion and other families fully supported the Lin family. With favorable circumstances at hand, Old Master Lin reorganized the Pokémon Association. He selflessly established various systems, decentralizing concentrated resources. As long as one put in the effort, transcending social classes was no longer an empty promise. Moreover, in major competitions, public rewards such as semi-divine Pokémon eggs were introduced to benefit the common folk. He also opened the long-stored treasure trove of the Pokémon Association, unveiling a plethora of megastones and other items as rewards, aimed at enhancing the overall strength of the Pokémon world and transforming internal conflicts among trainers into collective development efforts within the Pokémon realm. The Pokémon world was vast. Currently, humanity had explored less than half of it. The remaining half could be successfully developed through various forces. After their honeymoon, Lin Yin and Lena directed their efforts towards their careers. Time flew by. Ever since Old Master Lin and the Dark Church had united to defeat a few obstinate old foes, he became the authoritative figure within the Pokémon Association, overseeing various affairs and mobilizing substantial resources to elevate his 2 divine beasts to the mythic stage. As the saying goes, one person achieves greatness, and even the chickens and dogs prosper. Lin Yin, therefore, attained a status far surpassing that of a champion. His Pokémon, Banjira, the fierce bite shark, the sticky Long, the 3-headed evil dragon, Dornbarudo, and the nightmarish entity, also reaped tremendous benefits, gaining access to premier resources and numerous secret realms of similar attributes. The Dark Church transformed into a legitimate organization, shifting its focus from the development of dark orbs to dark forms, similar to megaforms. The difficulty of the dungeons diminished significantly. Lin Yin had long revealed his identity, and, bolstered by Old Master Lin's influence, he became the chief researcher of the Dark Church, leading the research on dark forms. Dr. Lin, we are so close. Once we complete the initial experiment, our research will be a success. A hasty researcher with white eyebrows and a bald head rushed in, bringing crucial data. I understand, Lin Yin replied, taking the data and glancing at the dark wristband nearby. This device was crafted using Z crystals, serving as a medium to combine the Z wristband with dark energy, ultimately resulting in dark forms. This would mark one of the most monumental advancements in the Pokémon world. The researcher's face glowed with excitement, his eyes radiating fervor. It is worth noting that megastones and Yueshur were exceedingly rare, making megaforms not universally accessible. However, Z crystals were different. They were akin to a mine, easily exploitable and comparably priced to ordinary ores, making them widely available, and their cost was quite reasonable. The R&D costs of the Z wristband were naturally high, but the production costs post-development were remarkably low. With the joint development efforts of Old Master Lin and the Dark Church, Z wristbands had practically become ubiquitous. To enable Pokémon to activate dark forms, one merely needed to embed dark energy into the Z wristband, a remarkably simple process. And the Dark Church had ample stock of these items. Therefore, once the dark form research succeeded, it would undoubtedly become widespread, resulting in a significant enhancement in the strength of trainers across the board, leading to qualitative growth. In the face of the unknown wilderness, they would possess ample confidence, even enabling a collective foray into exploratory ventures, rekindling the spirit of primitive adventure. Thus, should the dark wristband emerge from the experimental success, the researchers present would etch their names in history. Such an achievement would be an indelible mark in the annals of time. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Yin declared, "Let me give it a try." He took the dark wristband and the rock Z crystal, fully confident in his experiment. Having spent several years in this world, he was ever closer to his goal of becoming a Pokémon master, and this dark wristband would undoubtedly be his first step toward success. Come forth, Banjira. Lin Yin arrived at the experimental site and released Banjira. This companion, who had fought alongside him, had now experienced tremendous growth, even in size. Banjira scratched its rear, unchanged in its playful demeanor despite the passage of time. Banjira, catch. Lin Yin tossed the dark crystal into the air. Banjira's massive claw grasped the crystal, inspecting it closely. Lin Yin donned the dark wristband, and at that moment, their bond solidified. With a swift motion, Banjira stomped heavily, unleashing a torrent of energy, as dark energy enveloped it. Lin Yin activated the wristband, sensing Banjira's essence. Now was the moment. Banjira, dark evolution. Lin Yin raised his arm triumphantly, emitting a resounding roar that resonated through the heavens. A surge of black energy erupted from Lin Yin, merging seamlessly into Banjira's form. At that moment, Banjira underwent a dramatic transformation, its size increasing exponentially. Bang! Banjira felt the inexhaustible power coursing through it, letting out a powerful, exhilarating roar. Dark Banjira. Its body turned obsidian. Robust arms adorned with a V-shaped black armor across its chest, its form enhanced by nearly 50%. Lin Yin felt a significant reduction in energy expenditure compared to megaforms, barely a fraction of the cost. Banjira, destroying Death Ray. Lin Yin commanded with authority. Banjira, receiving the order, hesitated not for a moment, unleashing a fierce black-red breath. In an instant, a breath surged forth, piercing the air and carving a cylindrical pit into the ground, as a dark aura seeped into the earth. The force unleashed was extraordinarily formidable, far surpassing ordinary conditions. A triumphant success. In stark contrast to Lin Yin's tranquility, the surrounding researchers erupted in jubilant cheers, some even shedding tears of exhilaration. This groundbreaking research was promptly dispatched to the headquarters of the Pokémon Association and made known to the world. Years later, in the annals of Pokémon history, in 2001, Dr. Lin Yin pioneered Mega Evolution, causing a ripple of change in the realm of Pokémon. In 2010, Dr. Lin Yin conceived the Dark Form, a monumental achievement that laid a robust foundation for the subsequent grand expansion of the Pokémon world. He stands unparalleled as the greatest doctor in Pokémon history, and moreover, he is also a top-tier Pokémon master. Dr. Lin Yin's Banjiras possessed the ability to launch Groudon into the heavens. One by one, children were enlightened, and Lin Yin's name became synonymous with greatness. Today marks the year 3010 in the Pokémon calendar. The teacher gazes upon the new generation of students and reflects. Today's lesson revolves around the life of Dr. Lin Yin. Do you remember? The children at their desks responded in unison. We remember. The end. Thank you for listening. If you enjoyed this tale, please consider subscribing and liking to show your support. Until we meet again in the next story.